Crack, crackle, crack. I, Li Jia, was startled awake from a hangover by a sudden barrage of firecracker explosions. Rubbing my aching head, which felt as if it had been hammered, I muttered to myself, "What's going on? It's not a festival. Who's lighting fireworks at this hour? Are they trying to get rid of me, or what?" The racket of firecrackers grew louder, almost as if someone was chasing after me with them. Gripping a chair for support, my legs wobbly and unsteady, I staggered toward the door, feeling as though I were treading on air. Grumbling as I went, I said, "If I catch whoever has nothing better to do than set off firecrackers, I'll call the Environmental Bureau and report you. Let's see what happens then." Behind me, the glass door shut with a heavy thud. As I stepped out, a cool breeze brushed against my face, refreshing my mind just a bit. I looked around, startled by the unfamiliar street and the sea of English signs. I couldn't help but cry out, "Where am I? Did I end up in some kind of parallel universe?" Just then, a bullet zipped past my ear, ricocheted off a utility pole, and slammed into a street sign with a sharp metallic clang. I instinctively dropped down, heart pounding, suddenly wide awake. Only then did I realize those weren't firecrackers at all. There was an actual gunfight happening right here on the street, as if I'd been dropped into the middle of a video game. A group of white men and a group of black men were exchanging gunfire in broad daylight, turning the entire street into a war zone. Stunned, I asked again, "Seriously, where on earth am I?" Glancing back, I caught sight of the sign that had just taken a bullet. It bore 3 large Chinese characters, Chinese restaurant. Suddenly, a stabbing pain shot through my head, as if someone had struck me with an iron bar. Bizarre memories that clearly weren't mine, rushed into my mind. Staring at my own reflection in the glass door, I nearly blacked out. How did I become this disheveled, middle-aged man? Had I really traveled to another world? Was this the beginning of some survival game in a foreign universe? The original owner of this body was also named Li Jia. He was the proprietor of this Chinese restaurant, doubling as both chef and waiter. In an effort to save money, he managed everything himself. Yet despite his hard work, the business was on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management. Last night, a group of thugs came in for a meal, refusing to pay and attempting to steal the entire day's earnings that Li Jia had scraped together through sweat and toil. Normally timid, for some reason Li Jia was suddenly seized by a reckless impulse. He dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and confronted the gang. The outcome was tragically predictable. The thugs ransacked the restaurant and swaggered off, leaving Li Jia dead on the spot. So, it turned out my headache wasn't the result of a hangover, but because I'd been beaten up. Talk about rotten luck. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Host detected as the owner of a Chinese restaurant. Gourmet system successfully activated. My heart leapt with joy, but a wave of doubt soon followed. Did I do something wrong to trigger this? Did the system make a mistake? This is a time of chaos. What good is a gourmet system to me here? Am I supposed to keep working as a chef, running my restaurant, painstakingly earning a bit of money, only to be robbed or even killed? This can't be right. Shouldn't I get a warrior's system or a cultivation system, something that would help me survive, maybe even rise to power in this world? Yet, the system paid no mind to my doubts and continued. "Congratulations, host, on embarking on your gourmet journey. A new user starter pack will be granted. Would you like to open it?" Resigned, I replied, "Are you sure you don't want to give me a different system?" My protest was ignored as the system droned on. Starter pack opened automatically. "Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Restaurant renovation. Culinary skill, golden fried rice. Special ability, poison vine." A panel appeared before my eyes, displaying my basic information. Name, Jacqueline Li Jia. Level, 10/100. Culinary skill, golden fried rice. Ability, poison vine, beginner level. Can control vine growth and secrete toxins that induce unconsciousness. Before I could examine these skills in detail, the system's voice rang out again. "Restaurant is being renovated. Please wait." Then, a magical scene unfolded before me. The entire restaurant transformed as if by a spell, becoming brand new in the blink of an eye. The once dim, greasy, and musty space was instantly replaced by a bright, spacious interior. The decor wasn't luxurious, but it was neat and spotless, filled with a fresh, inviting atmosphere, a world apart from what it had been. The system prompt continued. Renovation complete. Note: all ingredients for 50 servings of golden fried rice are ready in the kitchen. Host, do your best, and let more people taste your food. Yet compared to the new restaurant and kitchen, my attention was glued to my new skill. With a thought, a vine appeared in my hand, growing and twisting at my command. I spent a few moments getting used to it and realized this skill was just like the toxic vines controlled by heroines in comic books. With this vine ability, I finally had a means to protect myself in this dangerous world, like putting a protective shield around me. After I stowed the vine back into the system's storage compartment, I began to take a closer look at the restaurant. For bold characters were pasted across the front door. No outside food. On the wall, a massive menu board dominated nearly the entire surface, but it listed only one item: golden fried rice. What astonished me most was the price mark below. It was outrageously high, even considering the high cost of living in the United States. Charging so much for a bowl of fried rice was simply unbelievable. Honestly, who in their right mind would buy it at that price? For that much money, you could grab 2 burgers at the corner and even get some meat. Sensing my confusion, the system spoke up. Host doubts about the pricing have been detected. Each day, the host is entitled to 1 staff meal. Please taste it for yourself. Your questions will naturally be answered. Inwardly, I grumbled. As a chef and owner of a Chinese restaurant, I only get 1 staff meal a day? That's just stingy. Are they trying to starve me into a stick figure? Still, I was curious to see what made this golden fried rice worth such a steep price. With questions swirling in my mind, I headed into the kitchen. I thought, for $100 a bowl, there had to be something fancy added: shrimp, beef, or some upscale ingredient. Otherwise, how could it possibly be worth it? But the system had only prepared 2 things: steamed rice and raw eggs. I immediately switched into God of Cooking mode. Fire on, oil in the pan, eggs scrambled, rice tossed in. In less than 30 seconds, a steaming plate of golden fried rice was ready. The golden eggs coated the snowy white grains of rice, shining temptingly as if they were glowing ever so slightly. The dish looked amazing, but the portion was shockingly small. The system was strict about portions. I'd scooped up a big spoonful of rice, but once in the pan, it seemed to shrink. I cracked 2 eggs, yet only 1 ended up cooked. All I had was a mound of rice about the size of a grown man's fist and a single egg, barely enough to satisfy even a petite girl. It was priced at $100 a serving. Wouldn't any customer who saw this just give the chef a piece of their mind? Still, the aroma wafting up from the fried rice was simply irresistible. All I could think was, it smells amazing. Li Jie took a bite of the golden fried rice. The rich fragrance of rice and egg blended perfectly in his mouth, creating a delicious experience that words could hardly describe. Each grain of rice was plump, blending seamlessly with the tender eggs to create a perfect harmony of texture and taste. There are only 3 words that could describe it: absolutely delicious. Li Jie's eyes grew moist. It was only then he realized he had been moved to tears by this extraordinary meal. Never in his life had he tasted egg fried rice so delectable. As he chewed, he found himself reluctant to swallow, savoring every moment the food lingered in his mouth. In the past, he'd never learned to eat slowly and appreciate his food, but now, enjoyment came to him as naturally as breathing. After the first bite, Li Jie scooped up just half a spoonful for his second. Taking only a small portion, he knew that if he devoured it too quickly, it would be gone in a flash. He wanted to savor every last bit of this exquisite flavor. Simply put, he just couldn't bear to finish it too soon. Even so, he ended up polishing off every grain of the egg fried rice. The plate was so spotless, it barely needed washing. As he set the plate down, Li Jie suddenly noticed his headache had vanished. He felt completely refreshed, with no trace of a hangover remaining. What's more, he felt energized, as if he'd just taken a powerful tonic. Could it be that the golden fried rice also had restorative powers? If that was the case, then $100 was a downright bargain. Thinking that 1 serving wasn't nearly enough, Li Jie decided to whip up another. However, as soon as he placed the ingredients in the pan, they vanished before his eyes. A system message appeared. The host can only receive 1 work meal per day. Today's portion has already been used and cannot be claimed again. Disheartened, Li Jie nearly slammed the pan down in frustration. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and a young man stepped inside, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing dark sunglasses and carrying a white cane. "Jack, I caught a whiff of something amazing the moment I stepped into the hallway. Trying out a new recipe again." The blind man spoke as he made his way carefully to a seat near the door, feeling his way as he sat down. With memories merging in his mind, Li Jie recognized his neighbor, Matt Murdock, the lawyer from upstairs. But as a transmigrator, Li Jie also knew Matt Murdock's other identity, Daredevil. Daredevil was a superhero known throughout Hell's Kitchen, blinded by a chemical accident, but blessed with extraordinarily heightened senses. Though he couldn't see, his superhuman senses allowed him to perceive his surroundings in intricate detail, painting a vivid picture in his mind. In other words, Matt could see details that ordinary people would never notice. He really does put on quite the act, Li Jie thought to himself with a hint of amusement, but he greeted Matt with a warm smile and said, "Matt, your sense of smell is sharper than a bloodhound's. You're right, I've just come up with a new dish, golden fried rice. Would you like to try it?" Golden fried rice? Nice name. Perfect timing, I'm starving. I'll have one, please. Oh, and could you give me a cup of coffee as well? Li Jie glanced at the menu, where golden fried rice was the only item, then looked at the now empty counter. I am sorry. Matt, today we're only serving golden fried rice. In addition, a serving of golden fried rice costs $100. Are you sure you want to order it? Matt took out his wallet, pulled out a crisp $100 bill, and placed it on the table. A smile flickered at the corner of his mouth as he said, Jack, I trust that this golden fried rice will be well worth the price. Li Jie stepped forward and pocketed the bill, just in case Matt changed his mind. Please wait just a moment. It'll be ready soon. As Li Jie was about to turn and head into the kitchen, a virtual panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, a scrolling message flashing across it. Congratulations, host. You've sold a serving of golden fried rice and gained 0.1 level points. At the same time, the level indicator in his personal profile changed from 0 out of 100 to 0.1/100. Li Jie's eyes lit up. So, for every serving of golden fried rice he sold, he'd receive 0.1 level points. Once the total reached 100, he could level up. With his previous experience in mind, this time Li Jie measured out the standard portion of rice. Otherwise, with Matt's keen senses, even the slightest difference in serving size wouldn't escape his notice. Half a minute later, the golden fried rice was ready. Li Jie brought the fragrant dish to Matt. Here's your golden fried rice. Ah, the aroma is wonderful. Jack, your cooking skills have improved at an astonishing rate, Matt said, leaning in to breathe in the scent. Li Jie responded with confidence. Of course, this golden fried rice is a secret recipe passed down in my family for generations. If business weren't so slow, I wouldn't have the heart to sell it to anyone. Matt scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. Instantly, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Jack, this is absolutely delicious. Li Jie couldn't help but laugh, and at that moment, the virtual panel flashed another scrolling message. Congratulations, host. You've earned Daredevil's approval. Daredevil skill unlocked, super senses. His profile now showed a new skill, Daredevil's super senses. Beside it was a note, unlock progress 10% in progress. At that very moment, Li Jie's senses began to shift. Details that he would have previously overlooked now came into sharp focus. He could hear the faint hum of a mosquito hovering behind his head, and he could pinpoint its location by the subtle changes in the air. With a swift motion, he reached back and easily caught the mosquito trying to flee. Li Jie was stunned. So this was Daredevil's super senses? Incredible. He'd only unlocked 10%. What would it be like at full power? Daredevil finished the entire serving of golden fried rice in just a few quick bites. He immediately felt a surge of energy and even realized that the pain from his injuries last night had completely vanished. Jack, what exactly did you put in this golden fried rice? It's unbelievable. Matt, I've already told you. This is a secret family recipe. Do you really think I could share it with you? Li Jie replied with a warm smile, his face radiating genuine joy. He was truly delighted. Just now, another notification had popped up on his system interface. Congratulations, host. You have gained Daredevil's approval. In the skill panel, the progress for unlocking Daredevil's super senses had increased to 11%. This meant that every time Daredevil acknowledged him, the skill's unlock progress would go up by 1%. Jack, your golden fried rice really is worth every penny, but the portion is just too small. Give me another serving. No, make it two. Daredevil spoke as he pulled $200 from his wallet and placed it on the table. Li Jie was secretly thrilled. He just gained another 1% toward unlocking the skill. Matt, I'm sorry, but our golden fried rice is limited to 50 servings a day, and each customer can only buy one per day. Li Jie pointed toward the menu on the wall as he explained. Daredevil. In truth, the trace minerals emanating from the menu had already alerted Matt to this restriction. He had assumed it was just a marketing tactic and hadn't paid it any mind. Jack, not even for me? Can't you make an exception? Matt pressed on, unwilling to give up. I really am sorry, but I can't. Li Jie expressed sincere regret. If it weren't for the system's restrictions, he would have agreed long ago. What if I pay $200 for one serving? Li Jie walked over to the restaurant entrance, pushed open the door, and said, Matt, rules are rules. Come earlier tomorrow if you want another serving. What a shame. Matt shook his head with a sigh and reluctantly put the money back in his wallet. One serving of golden fried rice was nowhere near enough to satisfy Daredevil's appetite. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Matt turned left and walked into a fast food place, where he bought 2 burgers and a cup of coffee. Normally, the burgers from this place were among his favorites. But today, after taking just one bite, he immediately spat it out. God, what is this awful stuff? Matt couldn't help but curse aloud, only to realize that everyone around was staring at him. Embarrassed, he got up, grabbed his burger and coffee, and left the fast food restaurant. As he walked past the Chinese place again, Matt couldn't help but grumble to himself. Damn you, Jack. Your golden fried rice has completely ruined my standards for other food. And to make it worse, you only allow 1 serving per person per day. You're torturing me. After returning to the law firm, Matt tossed the half-eaten burger into the trash, picked up the remaining burger and coffee, and knocked on the door of Foggy Nelson's office. Foggy Nelson had been Matt's roommate in college and was also his best friend. After graduation, the two of them started this law firm together. It was by chance that Foggy discovered Matt's secret. He was Daredevil. Among the few who knew the truth, Foggy was one of them. Foggy, I brought you some lunch. Matt set the burger and coffee down on the desk. Foggy Nelson was sorting through some files, but when he saw the food, his face lit up with delight. Matt, you really are the best. I was starving. If you hadn't come, I might have had to call an ambulance for myself. With that, he grabbed the burger and took a big bite. Foggy, if I remember right, you're a fan of Chinese food, aren't you? Foggy chewed and grinned. Come on, who doesn't love Chinese food? He paused, then added, well, except for the place downstairs. Anything except their food, I'm in. Have you ever tried fried rice that costs $100 a plate? Foggy stopped mid-chew, staring at Matt in disbelief. After a few seconds, he managed. You're joking, right? $100 for fried rice? Not even a Michelin star place would charge that much. Matt chuckled. No, it's definitely not a Michelin restaurant. But I know this spot, and their fried rice is out of this world. The best I've ever had. $100 a plate? Foggy struggled to swallow his bite, pressing for details. Matt nodded with total certainty. Foggy thought for a moment, then said, Matt, I trust your judgment. If you say it's worth it, then it's worth every penny. Take me there. I need to know what $100 fried rice tastes like. Not today. Let's go tomorrow. Matt replied as he turned and left, leaving Foggy standing there, puzzled. Come on, Matt. Let's go today, my treat. Foggy hurried after him. Congratulations, host. You've just earned Daredevil's recognition. Li Jie glanced at the system notification and checked his personal stats, noticing that Daredevil's super sense of skill had unlocked another %. He silently thanked Matt in his heart, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Just as 1 plate of fried rice couldn't satisfy Daredevil's appetite, Li Jie was also feeling ravenous. He desperately wanted another serving of golden fried rice, but the system had a rule, only 1 employee meal per day. This left him in quite a dilemma. With no other choice, Li Jie had to cook for himself. He steamed a pot of rice and whipped up some scrambled eggs. Since he wasn't using ingredients provided by the system, he could decide the amount of rice and eggs however he liked. Li Jie's cooking skills were deft and practiced. In no time, he had fried up a heaping plate of egg fried rice, enough for about 3 generous servings, just like his signature golden fried rice. The method was exactly the same, though it seemed to be missing something. All right, it didn't glow. Under the lights, golden fried rice glimmers with a soft luster, but the oversized portion of egg fried rice in front of him only bore a passing resemblance to the real thing. It lacked the signature shine of golden fried rice, and the enticing aroma was missing as well. Driven by hunger, Li Jie scooped up a spoonful of egg fried rice and brought it to his mouth without much thought. But the very next moment, he spat it right out, frowning as he cursed. What on earth is this? To be honest, the rice was barely edible. Li Jie scrutinized the egg fried rice on his plate, thinking to himself, if he had never tasted golden fried rice before, perhaps this dish could still be considered delicious. But precisely because he had experienced the flavor of golden fried rice, this lookalike only made it harder for him to accept. Comparing the ingredients he had on hand with those provided by the system, he finally pinpointed the issue. Without the system's special ingredients, he simply couldn't recreate golden fried rice. Now, his mind was filled with the taste of golden fried rice, and the plate before him had completely killed his appetite. Just then, a cat's meow suddenly echoed through the room. Following the sound, Li Jie spotted a plump, orange tabby that had somehow slipped inside. It crouched not far from Li Jie, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the egg fried rice atop the table. As Li Jie pondered what to do with the egg fried rice, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the orange cat. Hey there, little one. Are you hungry too? With that, he placed a plate of egg fried rice on the floor. Don't be shy. Help yourself. The orange tabby wasted no time, digging in with great gusto. Before long, the oversized portion of egg fried rice was devoured, not a grain left behind. After eating its fill, the cat hopped onto Li Jie's lap, let out a wide yawn, and then curled up lazily. What's this, feeling sleepy after a good meal? Li Jie absent-mindedly stroked the cat, who clearly enjoyed every moment. Sigh, you're living the good life. I'm still hungry, you know. The orange cat purred contentedly, eyes closing in pure bliss. Hey, little one, what's your name? The tabby only stretched lazily, offering no reply. As he continued to pet the cat, Li Jie mused aloud. No name, huh? Then let me give you one. I'm the owner of this Chinese restaurant, which makes me the Dewang, the big boss. Why don't I call you Xiao Wang then? Xiao Wang. Now, why does that sound a bit odd? At that moment, the bell above the restaurant door jingled, and a blonde, short-haired girl walked in carrying a grocery bag. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen an orange cat? Before Li Jie could answer, she spotted the tabby on his lap and called out, Huey, how'd you end up here? Li Jie was caught off guard. The instant she stepped through the door, he recognized her. Wasn't this Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel herself? That's right, Carol Danvers did indeed keep an orange tabby cat named Chewy. But the cat's true identity was actually that of a flurkin, one of the most dangerous creatures in the universe. Could it be that the orange tabby before him was none other than the infamous flurkin itself? Li Jie glanced down at the cat he was petting, and his body stiffened involuntarily. It wasn't fear in the ordinary sense. Rather, the terror inspired by a flurkin went far beyond the imagination of most people. Many were fooled by its cute, feline appearance, never suspecting that it could swallow objects many times its own size. This was because a flurkin's body was connected to another parallel universe. So no matter how much it devoured, its size remained unchanged. If that wasn't frightening enough, its combat prowess was even more impossible to ignore. Nick Fury, as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., wielded immense authority. Even countless superheroes followed his lead. Yet this towering figure had lost his eye to a flurkin's attack. Worse still, the injury inflicted by a flurkin could never be healed. That was why Nick Fury always wore an eye patch, rather than using SHIELD's advanced technology to restore his sight. Though Fury had power, his fighting ability paled in comparison to any superhero. As for Thanos, even that fearsome being bore scars on his face left by a flurkin. Li Jie, though he had awakened some of Daredevil's enhanced senses and was sharper than most, knew that if a flurkin turned on him, he'd stand no chance. Just then, Carol Danvers called out to the flurkin. Reluctantly, the creature arched its back, then leapt from Li Jie's lap and ambled over to Carol. You little rascal, sneaking snacks again, weren't you? Carol scooped up the flurkin, giving its head a gentle flick with her finger, a playful sort of punishment. The flurkin let out a protesting grumble, then shot Li Jie a backward glance. Was this thing looking down on him? Did it think he didn't dare flick its head? Well, truth be told, he didn't dare. Now that Li Jie had recognized the flurkin's true identity, he certainly wouldn't be as reckless as Carol Danvers. After all, if he really managed to offend the flurkin, he couldn't afford the consequences. Fortunately, the flurkin had long grown used to Carol's oblivious antics and continued to disguise itself as an ordinary tabby in her presence. I'm so sorry. I just ran out for some shopping, and before I knew it, the little guy had disappeared. Sir, thank you so much. Carol Danvers hugged the flurkin and expressed her gratitude to Li Jie. No need for thanks. Just keep a closer eye on it next time. Li Jie stood up to speak, hoping to send Captain Marvel and the flurkin on their way as soon as possible. Carol Danvers glanced at the menu on the wall. She seemed to want to express her gratitude to Li Jie for taking in the flurkin and said, Boss, I haven't eaten yet. I'll have a plate of golden fried rice. A customer had come in. He couldn't refuse business, could he? Besides, if he could unlock a skill from Captain Marvel, it would give him one more layer of security in this world. One golden fried rice, $100. Li Jie made sure to mention the price, just to avoid any misunderstandings later. Oh, I know, Carol Danvers replied. Do I need to pay first? Do you accept cards? She pulled out a bank card from her wallet, completely unfazed by the price. Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, was a lawyer, while Carol Danvers had served in the U.S. Air Force. In theory, a lawyer should earn more. But Matt often took on low-paying cases, so his finances were always tight. In contrast, Carol, as a top pilot, had a generous salary and, being single, no financial worries at all. Her lifestyle was clearly much more comfortable than Matt's. After the payment went through, Li Jie turned and headed into the kitchen. Soon, he brought out a steaming plate of golden fried rice and set it before Carol Danvers. It smells amazing. Carol Danvers was immediately drawn in by the aroma. The flurkin couldn't help but lick its lips, clearly eager for a taste. What's wrong, still hungry? This is the plate you just used, right? Carol Danvers bent down to pick up the dish Li Jie hadn't yet cleared away, planning to share some of her fried rice with the flurkin. Wait a second. Li Jie instinctively stopped her. What's the matter? Carol Danvers blinked her big eyes in curiosity. Li Jie glanced at the flurkin and cleared his throat. Actually, I just wanted to remind you. It already ate 3 times as much fried rice as you're holding right now. Huey, you've eaten that much already? Then you'll only get a little bit this time. Carol Danvers, who had intended to give the flurkin half, now decided to share only a quarter. Li Jie watched this scene and thought to himself, hope you won't regret this later. Wow, this golden fried rice is just incredible. Carol Danvers exclaimed in delight after taking her first bite. The Flurkin, head down and eating, showed its satisfaction through its actions. Meanwhile, a notification popped up on Li Jie's panel. Congratulations to the host for earning Carol Danvers recognition. Top pilot skill successfully unlocked. In his personal profile, a new skill had appeared under the skills section, Top Pilot. Its unlock progress was at 10%. Congratulations, host, on earning the approval of the Flurkin. Favorability has increased by 1%. There is also a new section for exotic beasts in his profile, listing the Flurkin by name, with its current favorability at 13%. Noticing these changes, Li Jie furrowed his brows slightly, a look of puzzlement in his eyes. Why was it that, after gaining Captain Marvel's recognition, the skill unlocked was that of a pilot, instead of one of her extraordinary abilities? Could it be that the system unlocks character skills in order from basic to advanced? When he received Matt's recognition, the system had unlocked the super senses, not his legal expertise. So where's the real issue? As Li Jie pondered this, Carol Danvers scooped up another mouthful of rice, chewing merrily, and, with a look of contentment, exclaimed, "This is amazing. This is hands down the best fried rice I've ever tasted." At that moment, a new scrolling message appeared on his panel. Congratulations, host. You have just gained the recognition of Carol Danvers. The unlock progress for the top pilot skill had also increased to 11%. After seeing this message, Li Jie finally understood the key. He had recognized Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel because he himself was a transmigrant. When he earned Matt's favor, the system had used the name Daredevil directly. But just now, the system had used Carol Danvers twice in a row, not Captain Marvel. This meant that at this point in time, Carol Danvers was still just an Air Force pilot. She hadn't yet become an agent of SWRD, nor had she gained her Captain Marvel powers from that fateful accident. Earning the Flurkin's approval only boosted its favorability toward him, without unlocking any related skills, most likely because the Flurkin itself wasn't human. As a soldier, Carol Danvers ate quickly, paying no attention to appearances. With the delicious golden fried rice before her, she soon polished off every last grain, then fixed her gaze on the Flurkin's plate. The Flurkin, too, had licked its plate spotless. After exchanging a glance with Carol Danvers, both of them turned to look at Li Jie. The Flurkin let out a soft meow. Carol Danvers pulled out her card and handed it to Li Jie, her radiant smile lighting up her face as she said, "The golden fried rice is simply phenomenal. Would you mind bringing me 2 more servings?" Li Jie pointed at the menu. Carol Danvers had already noticed the warning about limited portions. She pressed her palms together in a plea and said, "Boss, your golden fried rice is absolutely flawless, but the portion size is just too small. Even I, a girl, didn't get enough to eat. Please, could you make an exception and sell me 2 more plates?" "Oof, the beauty trap won't work on me." Li Jie reached out to clear the dishes as he spoke. "If you're tired, you can rest here a little longer." Carol Danvers, seeing this, could only glance helplessly at the Flurkin. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she pointed at the creature across from her and said, "Boss, you said each person can only order 1 serving per day. But what if I buy 2 extra portions of golden fried rice for my cat? Would that be allowed?" Li Jie raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Had Carol Danvers found a loophole in the system? Logically speaking, her request didn't seem unreasonable. But the next moment, a new message popped up on his system panel. Dishes prepared by the host are for human guests only. Selling to non-humans may cause discomfort among other patrons. To protect the interests of all guests, the sale of food to non-humans is prohibited. So it appeared the system had already closed that loophole. "Ma'am, I think your cat has had enough to eat," Li Jie said, picking up the plates and heading toward the kitchen. Carol Danvers understood. Her request to buy food for the Flurkin had been a bit much. After all, golden fried rice wasn't exactly cat food. She grumbled to herself, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have shared with you at all." The Flurkin, on the other hand, protested indignantly that it had received far too little, insisting it deserved at least half. "Oh well, I'll come back tomorrow if I have time," Carol Danvers said, dropping the Flurkin back in her shopping bag and getting ready to leave. As she headed out, she called back to Li Jie, "See you tomorrow, boss." After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Carol Danvers took out her phone, snapped a picture of the storefront, and posted it on her social media. "Discovered an amazing Chinese restaurant today. Their golden fried rice is the best I've ever tasted. If any friends want to try, just tag me." Li Jie stood at the sink, watching as messages flickered across his system panel. "Congratulations, host, for earning the recognition of Carol Danvers. Congratulations, host, for earning the recognition of Carol Danvers. Congratulations, host, for earning the recognition of Carol Danvers." In just a short time, his skill bar for top pilot had already risen to 30%. At this rate, He'd become a top pilot before dawn. After washing the dishes, Li Jie sat down to think. Although the system had rejected Carol Danvers' attempt to buy golden fried rice for the Flurkin, the incident had given him inspiration. As long as he didn't break the system's rules, he could find ways to work within its boundaries. For example, "Boss, one order of golden fried rice, please." Li Jie took the $100 Daredevil had given him out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Then, with his other hand, he picked it up again and slipped it into another pocket. "All right, please wait a moment." It felt just like moving money from the left pocket to the right. What started out as just an experiment, to Li Jie's surprise, actually worked. A short while later, Li Jie brought out a plate of golden fried rice and sat down to enjoy it. According to the system's rules, each person was limited to one serving of golden fried rice per day. Even as the owner, Li Jie could only have one staff meal a day. However, there was nothing stopping him from buying another as a customer. As a result, Li Jie could eat 2 servings of golden fried rice every day. After finishing his meal, Li Jie sat in the restaurant, waiting for other customers to show up. However, he had seriously underestimated the reputation of the previous owner in this neighborhood. The entire afternoon passed, and aside from Daredevil, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma, and Carol Danvers, who wandered in by chance looking for a cat, not a single customer appeared. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Jie closed up right on schedule, went upstairs to take a hot shower, and then rested. After all, this was Hell's Kitchen. Even during the day, Li Jie didn't dare walk the streets lightly. At least, not yet. He'd have to wait until he was stronger. When evening came, he reopened at 6 o'clock and waited until 9, but still, no customers set foot inside. Just as he resolved to hold out until closing at 10, the bell above the door jingled. A customer had finally arrived. "Welcome." Li Jie quickly stood up to greet them, but when he saw who it was, he froze in surprise. Standing in the doorway was a tall black man in a hoodie and jeans. He, too, paused in surprise at the restaurant's bright new look. Li Jie recognized him instantly. This was the brute who had broken in the night before, robbed the place, and killed the original owner. The man had simply been passing by, noticed the lights still on inside, and decided to come in. He was taken aback by the changes in the restaurant, but soon his gaze settled on Li Jie. "You're still alive?" The question sent a chill down Li Jie's spine. If the original owner had died by accident last night, that would be one thing, but the tone of this man's voice left no doubt. He had killed him on purpose. "I'm hungry. Go make me something to eat." With a menacing grin, the man strolled over to a corner seat, looking for all the world like he expected another free meal. Li Jie began to suspect there was more to the original owner's death than met the eye, so he quietly took a poison vine from his inventory and tucked it up his sleeve. Bolstered by the vine and Daredevil's superhuman senses, Li Jie mustered his courage and walked over. Even if the man had a gun, as long as Li Jie made the first move, he might still have the upper hand. "Sorry, our policy is payment before the meal," Li Jie said, standing beside him. The man looked up at Li Jie in mild surprise, then suddenly grinned wider. "What, you think I'm going to dine and dash?" As he spoke, his hand slid into the pocket of his hoodie. The pocket of the hoodie was spacious enough that even if an M1911 pistol were concealed inside, it would be hard to notice. Li Jie, wary that the man might be carrying a weapon, focused Daredevil's super senses on him, ready at any moment to strike with his toxic vines if necessary. The black man pulled his hand from his pocket, revealing not a weapon, but a wad of rolled-up $100 bills. "See this? I've got plenty of money," he declared, a smug grin spreading across his face. Li Jie understood that with a wealthy customer, this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. He accepted the cash, then turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, all the while keeping a close watch on the man with Daredevil's heightened senses. A short while later, Li Jie brought out a plate of golden fried rice and placed it on the table. "That's it," the man complained, frowning at the portion. "Your food didn't taste great before, but at least you gave us decent servings." "What's this supposed to be?" "Gourmet food is all about quality, not quantity," Li Jie replied reasonably. "The higher the level of cuisine, the smaller the portions tend to be. If you don't believe me, just check out those high-end restaurants." The man paused to consider, then finally nodded and said, "You make a good point. I can't afford fancy restaurants, but I've seen them on TV. The pricier the food, the less you get." He glanced back at the golden fried rice and added, "Let's hope this fried rice is worth my $100. Li Jie didn't respond, simply standing by and watching, his vigilance never dropping for a second. The man took a bite of the golden fried rice. His eyes lit up with astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Man, I can't believe how good this tastes." At that moment, Li Jie's system panel flashed with an update. "Congratulations, host, you have gained Mike's approval. Note, Mike, a professional hustler active in Hell's Kitchen. Since Mike has no skills available for you to unlock, You may use his approval to accelerate the progress of your existing skill unlocks. Li Jie was a little surprised. The top-level pilot skill he'd received from Carol Danvers was already 80% unlocked. Each time Carol introduced the golden fried rice to someone, it was another mark of approval for Li Jie, so the skill was progressing quickly. In contrast, Daredevil's super senses were only 15% unlocked. Ever since Matt Murdock had recommended the golden fried rice to his friend Foggy Nelson, Matt seemed to have forgotten about the dish, causing the progress to stall. So, Li Jie decided to use Mike's recognition value to accelerate the unlocking progress of Daredevil's super senses. The progress jumped to 16%. This is delicious. This flavor is so good. I'm nearly moved to tears. If I could have a golden fried rice every day, I'd die a happy man. Mike, the talkative black man, chattered away as he ate, with every word affirming his appreciation for Li Jie. By the time Mike finished a single serving of golden fried rice, Li Jie's Daredevil super senses had been boosted to 30%. This discovery made Li Jie develop a certain fondness for Mike. 3 more orders of golden fried rice, please, Mike said as he slapped $300 bills onto the table, exuding generosity. Sorry, house rules. 1 order per person, per day. If you want more, you'll have to come back tomorrow. Hearing this, Mike immediately stood up, his expression turning fierce. He reached for Li Jie, roaring, "How dare you treat me like this?" Li Jie never took his super senses off Mike. As his senses sharpened, he could even anticipate Mike's movements by the subtle shifts in the air. So, the instant Mike made his move, Li Jie caught his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Mike's right arm was twisted behind his back, and his whole body was pinned to the table. Struggling, he shouted, "You dare lay hands on me? I'll kill you." Li Jie's super senses detected Mike's left hand reaching for his pocket, so he yanked Mike's right arm higher, causing him pain and throwing him off balance. Mike cried out, feeling as if his arm might snap. At that moment, he suddenly felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his head, only to realize that Li Jie had somehow pulled an M1911 pistol from his pocket. The gun was old, but still very much in working order. With a gun to his head, Mike instantly calmed down, forcing a smile as he said, "Boss, I was just joking with you. No need to pull a gun, right?" He tried probing. "You're just a cook. Are you really willing to shoot?" Li Jie cocked the safety chamber around and replied in an icy tone, "This is Hell's Kitchen. Do you really think a cook here wouldn't have the guts to pull the trigger?" Only now did Mike grow truly nervous, forcing a smile as he admitted defeat. "My bad. I apologize. 1 order of golden fried rice per day. I got it. Can I go now? What do you think?" Li Jie shot back, then continued. "Yesterday you came here and ate without paying. How do you plan to settle that bill?" Although Mike, the black man, was reluctant, he finally answered, "I have money. I'll pay you for it." Without a hint of politeness, Li Jie took all the cash from Mike's pockets and said, "This money will compensate for my losses from yesterday. Whatever's left covers your medical bills and emotional damages." Mike could only stare, speechless. "What's wrong? Still trying to play dumb? Let me ask you, who sent you here last night?" Li Jie decided there was no point in beating around the bush. He wanted to use this chance to get to the bottom of things. At these words, Mike's nervousness was obvious. His eyes darted around as he stammered. "I don't know what you're talking about. No one sent me. I just got hungry last night, came by your place, saw you were alone, and thought about robbing you. That's it. If you don't believe me, I'll swear to it." Li Jie pressed the barrel of his gun to Mike's ear and pulled the trigger. The shot went off, so close it left Mike screaming, his ear ringing as if it might burst. Li Jie pressed the gun to Mike's head again, his voice ice cold. "Listen closely. This is your last chance. If you won't tell the truth, I'll put a bullet in you right now. Take your secrets to hell." Mike had never imagined that the Chinese restaurant owner he'd pinned to the ground and beaten just yesterday could be so ruthless today. That gunshot had shattered his nerves. In a panic, he shouted, "It was Bullseye. Bullseye sent me." "Bullseye? You mean the hitman who runs with Kingpin?" Li Jie asked, searching his memory for anything about Bullseye, but the former owner of his body had never crossed paths with the assassin. He wondered to himself, when could I have possibly offended Kingpin's top killer? That's right, Bullseye's got real status in our circle. He told me to deal with you. I'm just following orders. Mike blurted out as loudly as he could. So it really was Bullseye. Li Jie sifted through everything he knew, piecing it all together. First, the original owner was simply an honest man running a Chinese restaurant, with no reason to provoke someone like Bullseye or Kingpin. Second, if someone really hired Bullseye to kill, why didn't he do it himself? Was it because he was wary of that lawyer next door? The tangle between Bullseye and Daredevil Matt was even more complicated. Bullseye was known as a master assassin, Daredevil's arch-nemesis. Even if Bullseye didn't know that Daredevil's true identity was the lawyer Matt, even if he did, he wouldn't be afraid. In fact, he'd probably go out his way to pick a fight. Therefore, there's no way Bullseye would have called off the hit on the original owner just because Matt is a lawyer. The only reasonable explanation is that he looked down on the original owner. As a legendary assassin, Bullseye wouldn't bother to deal personally with a harmless chef. That's why he sent Black Mike to do the dirty work. So here's the real question. Why did Bullseye want the original owner dead? Or rather, who hired Bullseye for this job? Why did Bullseye send you to kill me? Li Jie asked, puzzled. Black Mike shook his head and replied, I don't know. All I know is that I get $10,000 if I killed you. In other words, the money Li Jie just took from Black Mike was actually the bounty on his own head. All right, you can go now. Li Jie took 2 steps back as he spoke. Black Mike stood up and looked at Li Jie with a flicker of fear in his eyes. Since Li Jie was still holding the gun, Mike instinctively raised his hands and asked, confused, You're not going to kill me? In truth, Li Jie had never killed anyone before. But that wasn't the real reason he was letting Mike go. The main issue was that killing someone in his own restaurant would bring a heap of trouble, and he didn't even have a solid plan for dealing with the body. Rather than create a mess for himself by killing Mike here, it was better to let him leave. Li Jie was confident that after tonight, Mike would think twice before coming after him again. Bullseye was a top-tier assassin, and if they fought head-on, Li Jie knew he wouldn't stand a chance right now. However, with Daredevil's superhuman senses and the abilities of Poison Ivy, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Plus, with Lawyer Matt next door, as long as he stayed in the Chinese restaurant for now, there shouldn't be any immediate danger. Of course, he'd have to keep his guard up around Bullseye and hope he could get stronger before Bullseye showed up again. Get out of here before I change my mind, Li Jie barked, deliberately putting on a fierce tone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Black Mike, grateful to still be alive, hurriedly made his escape. Li Jie tossed the M1911 pistol into the trash, planning to get rid of it with the rest of the garbage. Sure, keeping the gun around would be good for self-defense, but who knew how many hands that gun had passed through? It might even be linked to other crimes, and if the police started looking into it, he'd be in big trouble. After dealing with the pistol, Li Jie returned to the restaurant, glanced at the bullet holes in the wall, and made a mental note to patch them up tomorrow. It was already late. Li Jie locked up the restaurant and headed upstairs to rest. As for Black Mike, after botching the task Bullseye had given him, he definitely wouldn't dare show his face around Bullseye again anytime soon. The next morning, Li Jie noticed something odd when he got up. The bullet holes in the wall he'd planned to patch today had vanished. Now the wall looked as good as new, as if nothing had ever happened. Li Jie wondered it. Could it be that the system automatically restores everything each day, keeping the restaurant clean and pristine? Not only were the bullet holes gone, but the ingredients used up in the kitchen yesterday had all been magically restocked. This meant he no longer needed to spend time going out to buy supplies or prep ingredients. Li Jie checked the previous day's earnings and found not a single cent missing. In other words, the system not only restocked ingredients automatically, but did so without costing him anything at all. This was the kind of business that made money hand over fist. Li Jie couldn't help but daydream. If he ran a business like this with no overhead, it wouldn't be long before he was living the good life, maybe even achieving true financial freedom. Just as he was mulling over whether to treat himself to some golden fried rice for breakfast, he suddenly heard the restaurant's metal shutter being rolled up outside. A moment later, a young man in a cap pushed open the glass door. That was a gutsy move, to say the least. Li Jie instinctively grabbed a kitchen knife and stepped out from the kitchen. Boss, you're up already? The young man paused at the door, but instead of looking nervous when he spotted Li Jie, he greeted him cheerfully. Peter Parker, Li Jie blurted out in surprise. Indeed, the freckled, slightly shy boy standing before him was none other than this city's famed superhero, Spider-Man. Peter Parker, hearing the sharp tone in Li Jie's voice, thought the boss was angry. He quickly took off his cap and explained, Sorry, boss. I know I haven't shown up to work these past few days, but I did text you to ask for leave. Maybe you didn't see it? Li Jie suddenly remembered that the previous owner had hired a student part-timer. He just hadn't expected that the errand kid was actually Spider-Man. Clearing his throat, Li Jie put on a more formal air and said, Of course I saw your message. I just didn't expect you back so soon. So, have your graduation exams wrapped up already? Yes, they're finished. Peter Parker replied, clutching his cap a bit nervously. After a brief pause, he added, Boss, the real reason I came by today was to let you know you might need to find someone else for my job. Oh, did you find another position somewhere? Peter Parker scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish as he answered. Yes, I found a job as a photographer at the newspaper, so I'm afraid I won't be able to come here and help out anymore. So, oh, I see. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Neither have I. Why don't we eat together? Of course, Li Jie didn't want to miss a chance to interact with Spider-Man, so he smoothly shifted the topic. Boss, actually, I've already had breakfast. But if you want something to eat, I can make you a plate. As Spider-Man spoke, He followed Li Jie toward the kitchen. Letting a restaurant busboy make breakfast for the head chef? That would be nothing short of an insult to the chef's expertise. Clearly, Peter Parker didn't think much of the original chef skills. Let me handle it. Since you're about to leave, think of this as a farewell gift from me. And just a reminder, there's only one staff meal a day. Li Jie blocked Peter Parker, preventing him from entering the kitchen. Peter Parker forced a faint smile. To be honest, even if there were no staff meals, he wouldn't complain. He'd rather go home and eat instant noodles than suffer through that dreadful staff meal again. Li Jie certainly understood what Peter Parker was thinking, but he said nothing, heading straight into the kitchen. Soon, he whipped up 2 plates of golden, tempting fried rice with practiced ease. That smells amazing. Peter Parker, who had been wiping down tables, stopped in surprise and looked at the fried rice Li Jie brought out. Boss, is this a new dish? Yes, it's called golden fried rice. From now on, it's the only thing we'll be serving. All right, give it a try. Li Jie set one of the plates in front of Peter Parker. Though Peter Parker had already eaten breakfast, the aroma of the golden fried rice was simply irresistible. Well then, I won't say no, boss. Peter Parker wiped his hands, sat down, and asked curiously, Boss, when did you redo the place? The whole atmosphere feels different. It was remodeled while you were away. All right, enough talk. Dig in. Li Jie urged him. Okay, boss. Peter Parker picked up a spoon, took a bite of the fried rice, and his eyes instantly lit up. He nearly bit the spoon in his excitement and exclaimed, Wow, boss, how come you never made anything this good before? A smile played at the corner of Li Jie's lips. Meanwhile, numbers on the panel began to flash and scroll. Congratulations, host, for earning Spider-Man's approval. You have successfully unlocked Spider-Man's skill, Spider Physique. Spider Physique is just one of Spider-Man's many abilities. Enhanced in perfect proportion, this skill grants Spider-Man extraordinary strength, speed, agility, endurance, resilience, and reaction time. He can lift objects weighing between 15 and 25 tons, leap nearly 10 meters straight up, and chase speeding cars with nothing but his legs. At his peak, he can keep going for hours on end, hold his breath for over 8 minutes, and even survive explosions at close range. Beyond his spider-like physique, Spider-Man also possesses superhuman healing, a powerful immune system, and an acute danger sense, among other remarkable talents. Li Jie's profile was updated as well, with Spider Physique newly added to his skill list, and he successfully unlocked 10% of it. Even though he now had only 10% of Spider-Man's abilities, to Li Jie, it already felt like being reborn. He could easily lift a small car weighing 2.5 tons. His speed, agility, endurance, resilience, and reflexes had all improved dramatically. For someone who used to be just an ordinary person, Li Jie now felt almost superhuman. He hid his hand under the table, squeezed gently, and the stainless steel spoon bent as if it were made of clay, only to be straightened out again just as easily. Compared to the super senses of Daredevil and the top-tier pilot skills he'd gained yesterday, unlocking Spider Physique thrilled Li Jie so much he nearly shouted out loud. Even without formal combat training from the system, he was now confident that, should Bullseye come for him, he'd be able to protect himself. Peter, if you like the food, help yourself to more, Li Jie said with a smile. Peter Parker nodded enthusiastically. Don't worry, boss. With food this good, I wouldn't miss a bite. Just then, a prompt popped up on the interface. Congratulations, host. You have gained Spider-Man's recognition. At the same time, the unlock progress for Spider Physique increased to 11%. Li Jie was quietly delighted and kept chatting with Peter, hoping to deepen his sense of camaraderie. When Peter finished his serving of golden fried rice, Li Jie's Spider Physique unlock reached 16%. This was a pretty good approach, he thought with a sense of pride. It seemed he'd need to interact more with his customers in the future. Boss, could I have another serving? Peter Parker asked, holding his empty plate. What are you thinking? Like I said, there's only one staff meal a day. Li Jie shot him a playful glare and took his plate to sit at another table. Peter Parker glanced up at the menu. One golden fried rice cost $100? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gave up. For someone as strapped for cash as Peter, no matter how delicious it was, he simply couldn't bring himself to spend that much. So, he quietly picked up his rag and continued wiping down the tables. Li Jie sneaked a glance at him and muttered inwardly, Poor little guy, don't blame me for being stingy. I only get one staff meal a day myself. I can't just give it all to you, right? When Li Jie finished eating, Peter dutifully cleared away the plates and went into the kitchen to wash up. Peter had arrived early today. It wasn't even 9 in the morning yet, well before breakfast hours, and the restaurant wouldn't officially open until 11. The place was spotless, with little to be done, so the two of them suddenly found themselves with a couple of hours to spare. After finishing his chores, Peter sat down across from Li Jie and spoke up. Boss, could I discuss something with you? Sure, go ahead, Li Jie replied, scrolling through New York news on his phone. After Tony Stark returned from the Sakta Desert, he successfully developed the Mark II armor, and that's how he earned the title of Iron Man. Peter Parker bit his lip gently and spoke with caution. Boss, although I've found a job as a photographer, the hours are really flexible. If I have free time in the future, could I still come back and help out here? You could just pay me the minimum hourly wage. Li Jie looked up at Peter Parker and instantly understood what he was after. As long as he worked part-time at the Chinese restaurant, he'd get a free staff meal every day. A single serving of golden fried rice was worth $100. In other words, not only would he save money, but it was like pocketing an extra $100 a day. No wonder he was a top student. He was quick on the uptake. Boss, honestly, the money really doesn't matter to me. It's just that I've grown attached to this restaurant, and to you, I really can't bear to leave. Peter Parker said with genuine feeling. Li Jie was almost moved by his words. Even though he knew Peter Parker wasn't being completely sincere, Li Jie agreed anyway, since he wanted to keep unlocking the spider physique. Peter, I'll let you keep coming in, but only if you praise my cooking, Li Jie teased deliberately. Without missing a beat, Peter Parker declared, Boss, your golden fried rice is the most delicious thing in the universe. No Michelin restaurant can even come close. Li. The system didn't display any notification of recognition, nor did the unlock progress move forward. It seemed that trick had been used too many times, it just didn't work anymore. To earn true recognition, it had to come from the heart. Peter, you little rascal, aren't you being a bit fake? Li Jie couldn't help but scold. Peter Parker raised his hand solemnly and said, Boss, I swear, every word I just said came straight from my heart. Ever since yesterday, Foggy Nelson couldn't get Matt's words about the golden fried rice out of his mind. At work today, he was even more distracted than usual. As soon as the clock struck 11, he dragged Matt out for lunch. When he saw the sign for the Chinese restaurant in front of them, Foggy Nelson frowned and said, Matt, you're not joking with me, are you? Isn't this Jack Lee's place? Sure, we're in Hell's Kitchen, but Jack Lee's cooking has never exactly been gourmet. Matt smiled at him and replied, Foggy, you shouldn't judge people by their past. Trust me, Jack's golden fried rice won't let you down. I tried it yesterday. It's made with the Lee family's secret recipe, passed down for generations. Not only is it delicious, it also clears your mind and chases away fatigue. Could it really be that miraculous? Matt, you're not messing with me, are you? Foggy Nelson forced a smile, but still couldn't bring himself to step into the Chinese restaurant. Inside, Li Jie had already spotted Matt and Foggy through the window, a delighted smile lighting up his face. His good mood was for a simple reason. A new notification had just appeared on his system panel. Congratulations, host. You have gained Daredevil's recognition. Daredevil's super senses are now 31% unlocked. That was excellent news. By Li Jie's estimate, his super senses would reach 50% unlocked before the night was over. Li Jie gave Peter Parker a friendly pat on the back and said, Don't stand there lost. Go greet our guests. All right. Peter Parker rushed nervously toward the entrance, pushed open the restaurant door, and greeted them with genuine warmth. Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Nelson, welcome to our Chinese restaurant. Peter, it's been a while. Matt called out to Peter as he walked in. Whether Foggy decided to come in or not, Matt had already made up his mind. He was having the golden fried rice tonight, and he'd been looking forward to it for ages. I've been on leave lately, busy with graduation stuff. Peter replied. Foggy, watching Matt pretend not to hear his anxious plea, had no choice but to follow him inside. Jack, is it just golden fried rice on the menu tonight? Matt walked into the kitchen, calling out to Li Jie, who was sitting inside. That's right, Matt. But since you're our first customer today, I'll throw in a complimentary glass of water. Water? Is it free? Matt asked warily, as if suspecting another trap. Li Jie rolled his eyes and said, Matt, I said it's a gift. Of course it's free. Sometimes I really wonder how you manage as a lawyer. Matt grinned, unfazed by the jab at his professional skills. All right then, 1 golden fried rice and a glass of water, please. Coming right up, 1 golden fried rice and a glass of water. Mr. Nelson, would you like the same? But I'm afraid I can't offer you complimentary water. Li Jie teased him on purpose. Just the golden fried rice for me then. Foggy finally decided to trust Matt. Since he was already here, it would be a shame not to at least try it. What if it really was as good as promised? As for whether the water cost extra, he didn't care. After all, the golden fried rice itself set him back $100. He wasn't about to fuss over a few bucks for water. Foggy straightened his clothes, putting on the air of a confident, successful man. Peter, pour a glass of hot water for Mr. Murdoch. As for Mr. Nelson, he doesn't need any. Li Jie made a point of treating them differently, since Foggy Nelson had just questioned his cooking skills. Besides, Li Jie had heard every word Foggy said with his own ears. Now, Li Jie could finally understand Daredevil's troubles. Sometimes, being too sensitive to sound was a burden. You couldn't even ignore people's private comments. Worse still, last night while trying to sleep, Li Jie could even hear a couple getting intimate at the far end of the street. It nearly kept him awake, and today he'd been racking his brain, wondering how to temporarily turn off Daredevil's super senses. Before long, Li Jie rang the kitchen bell to signal that the food was ready. In truth, with only 2 guests, Li Jie could have brought the dishes out himself. But rules were rules, and besides, poor little Peter would have nothing to do otherwise. He still had to arrange some tasks for him. Mr. Murdoch, here's your golden fried rice. Mr. Nelson, here's your golden fried rice. Peter Parker placed the 2 plates of golden fried rice in front of Matt and Foggy Nelson. As he turned away, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He really wanted to try a bite himself. Congratulations, host. You've just earned Spider-Man's approval and unlocked 17% of spider abilities. Li Jie glanced at Peter Parker in surprise. That was an unexpected reward. Matt picked up his spoon and dug in without hesitation. Foggy Nelson, on the other hand, stared at the golden fried rice before him, frowning in disbelief as he muttered, $100 for a single plate? That's outrageous. Still, it does smell incredible. What's wrong? Not going to eat? With that, Matt reached his spoon toward Foggy's plate and scooped up a generous serving of golden fried rice, popping it into his mouth. Matt, why aren't you eating your own? Wait, you've already finished. Foggy Nelson stared in astonishment. Matt's plate was empty, with only a few grains of rice left behind. His speed was truly shocking. Foggy knew his best friend all too well. There was only one explanation. Matt was worried Foggy would ask to share, so he finished his own portion first. This way, Foggy couldn't touch Matt's food, but Matt could still sneak a bite of his. Realizing this, Foggy quickly shielded his golden fried rice with his body before Matt could reach it again, then hurriedly scooped a mouthful into his own mouth. The moment he took his first bite of the golden fried rice, tears welled up in Foggy Nelson's eyes. It wasn't just because it tasted so marvelous, but also because he regretted not trying it sooner and letting Matt get the first bite. Matt, you jerk! Foggy Nelson muttered a curse under his breath. Matt, wearing a hint of a triumphant smile, said, Foggy, if calling someone a jerk makes you feel any better, go ahead and say it a few more times if you like. Just let me have another taste of the fried rice. I promise, just a tiny bite. With that, Foggy Nelson simply picked up his plate and moved to the next table. As he ate, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. It's incredible, truly incredible. Jack, I was wrong. Your golden fried rice is beyond compare. It's the most delicious food I've ever tasted. Li Jie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just moments ago, he'd received 2 acknowledgments from Daredevil and 3 more from Foggy Nelson. Since Foggy Nelson couldn't unlock any new skills for Li Jie, he decided to use all of Foggy's recognition to upgrade Daredevil's super senses. By the time Foggy Nelson finished his serving of golden fried rice, Daredevil's super senses had reached 39% unlocked. Jack, give me another plate. No, actually, make it 2 more. Foggy Nelson licked his lips, still savoring the taste. Foggy, you better take a look at the menu. Only 1 serving of golden fried rice per person, per day. I tried yesterday, Jack won't make another. As Matt spoke, he picked up his glass of water, gently blew on it, took a sip, then carefully selected a single grain of rice from his plate to savor. Even just 1 grain still carried the exquisite flavor of the golden fried rice. Today, Matt had deliberately left a few grains of rice on his plate, just so he could prolong and savor the taste a little longer. Foggy Nelson glanced up at the menu, gritted his teeth, and said with a touch of stubbornness, Jack, I'll pay $200. Can you make me 1 more plate of golden fried rice? $300, how about then? Daredevil raised an eyebrow and turned his head, angling his ear toward Li Jie. Peter, meanwhile, looked at Foggy Nelson in astonishment, thinking to himself how nice it must be to have money. Just as all 3 of them thought Li Jie might be swayed by the offer, Li Jie replied calmly, Foggy, are you trying to win me over with money? That's an insult to both me and to great food. If you keep this up, I'll have to ask you to leave. No, that's not what I meant. Jack, please let me explain. It's just that the golden fried rice was so delicious, and I wasn't full yet, so I wanted to order another serving. Please believe me, I had absolutely no intention of challenging you or the restaurant's rules, and certainly not of insulting you in any way. Foggy Nelson hurried to explain, afraid that Li Jie might throw him out. Congratulations, host. You have just earned Foggy Nelson's approval. Li Jie was secretly delighted. Foggy Nelson's approval was evidently much greater than Matt's. Peter, pour a glass of water for Mr. Nelson as well. Sure thing, boss. Peter Parker poured a glass of water for Foggy Nelson. This small gesture helped calm Foggy's nerves. He glanced over and saw Matt gracefully picking up the last grains of rice from his plate, which made Foggy instinctively look down at his own. Good heavens, why is my plate so spotless? Who licked it clean until not a single grain was left? Hey, Matt. Foggy Nelson sat down across from Matt again. Matt naturally rested his left hand in front of his plate and smiled as he asked, Foggy, what's on your mind? Foggy, realizing Matt had seen right through him, gave a little snort and said, Matt, you took a bite of my golden fried rice today. That's not very fair. Remember, tomorrow you owe me a bite of your fried rice, or I won't let you off the hook so easily. Matt continued eating, elegantly picking up the last few grains of rice from his plate. Just then, the bell over the restaurant door jingled as the glass door swung open. An orange cat darted in first. The Flurkin made a beeline for Li Jia, leaping lightly onto his lap and rubbing its head against him, clearly trying to win his favor. Carol Danvers followed close behind, and upon seeing this scene, her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Besides the Flurkin, she had brought 3 men and 2 women. Judging by their uniforms, they were likely her colleagues from the Air Force. Carol, is this the amazing Chinese restaurant you were telling us about? A tall, handsome man asked. Carol Danvers stepped in front of the group and said seriously, But remember, we agreed beforehand. I'm bringing you here to taste the food, but each of you has to give a quarter of your fried rice to Huey. The tall, handsome guy tidied his hair and said with a grin, Don't worry, Carol. If you like, my portion can go to your orange cat. George, you'd better not. I don't want you regretting it after you've eaten. Carol Danvers turned to Li Jia and said, Boss, 6 orders of golden fried rice, please. All right, just a moment. Li Jia handed the Flurkin back to Carol Danvers, feeling quite fond of this future Captain Marvel. It wasn't just because she had mastered the skills of a top pilot. It was also because she always brought so many new customers. Carol Danvers leaned in close to Li Jia and whispered, Boss, as you heard, my 5 friends are all willing to share a quarter of their fried rice with Huey. But honestly, Huey doesn't need that much. Just add half of what's set aside for him to my portion, and that'll be enough. Leah. The truth was, Carol Danvers hadn't brought so many people just to help his business. She simply wanted to keep the delicious food to herself, not share it with the Flurkin, and maybe score a little extra for herself on the side. The Flurkin let out a disgruntled cry. Carol quickly covered the Flurkin's ears, flashing Li Jia a sweet smile. Don't worry about it. Trust me. I'll bring you even more customers tomorrow. Li Surugit. You've all paid, so how you split the food is up to you. He headed into the kitchen and cooked up 6 orders of golden fried rice at once. Carol Danvers' plate was nearly double the size of everyone else's, which made her especially happy. The Flurkin, seeing its portion was still tiny, protested again. Just like Matt, as soon as the fried rice hit the table, Carol Danvers said nothing, immediately diving in with complete focus. The aroma of this golden fried rice is just irresistible. $100 for this little bit. Doesn't seem like a great deal, honestly. While the others were still grumbling, Carol Danvers was already finishing her last bite of golden fried rice. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on a parked 4 by the roadside, crushing it flat like a tin can. Immediately after, a man clad in a red suit of powered armor rose unsteadily from the wrecked car, a liquor bottle dangling from his hand. Hey look, isn't that Iron Man? Someone from Carol Danvers' group shouted. Outside the restaurant, the helmet of the red armor slid open, revealing a face tinged with frustration and gloom. He lifted the bottle to his lips, only to discover it was bone dry. Seeing that familiar face, Li Jia thought to himself, That's right, this drunken mess is none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Another superhero had made his entrance. As a billionaire heir, Tony Stark had always been the media's darling, even more so after inventing the arc reactor and the Iron Man suit. These achievements had made Iron Man one of the city's most watched and talked about heroes. With his sudden appearance, passers-by stopped in their tracks, instantly whipping out their phones to snap photos. Tony Stark stepped out his armor, first offering the crowd a polite, gentlemanly bow, then, in a jarring shift, raised both hands and flashed his middle fingers at everyone, making his disdain clear. The murmurs of disapproval from the onlookers only made Tony smirk with satisfaction before he turned and strode into the Chinese restaurant. Hey boss, bring me a bottle of something. Anything, he slurred as he stumbled through the door, demanding more to drink. Peter Parker hurried over to steady Tony, who nearly collapsed. Mr. Stark, I'm sorry, but we don't serve alcohol here. If you need something, I could get you a glass of water, Peter offered. Tony Stark shot back with a scowl. You foolish kid. Didn't you hear me? I want booze, not water. He shoved Peter aside and flopped onto a chair, pointing at Peter with a shaky finger. Do you know who I am? Peter approached Tony again, a smile on his face as he replied. Mr. Stark, I'd say there are few people in this city who don't know you. Back in my school days, you were my idol. I've pored over many of your papers, especially the ones on the arc reactor. That's truly a groundbreaking achievement. Tony tapped the arc reactor on his chest with a finger, letting out a cold, bitter laugh. You mean this? Honestly, it's hardly a great invention. If you want it, I'd even give it to you, on one condition. Give me a bottle of alcohol. Of course, not right now. Without this thing, I wouldn't survive. Sir, you've had enough to drink, Peter Parker reminded him gently. No, I'm perfectly sober, Tony Stark retorted. Of course, no drunk ever admits to being drunk. He pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket and grinned. Good thing I brought money today. Kid, what's your name? You can call me Peter, Peter Parker replied. Peter, do me a favor and go buy a bottle of liquor. Anything will do. The rest of the money is yours. Tony Stark slammed the cash onto the table with a flourish. All Peter had to do was pop over to the shop next door, buy a cheap bottle of booze for a few dollars, and he could pocket the rest, over 10,000. But Peter, honest to the core, didn't waver. He simply said, Mr. Stark, I'd be happy to help, but I'm on the clock right now and can't leave the restaurant. Also, the boss has a strict rule. No outside food or drinks allowed. Who came up with such a stupid rule? Tony Stark cursed, his temper flaring. Lie Freunded. Is he cursing at me? Although I didn't even make that rule. There goes my chance at a $10,000 errand fee. All right, Peter, go take care of the other customers. Lee Jie patted Peter's shoulder, then stepped up to Tony Stark and spoke firmly. Listen, sir, this is a restaurant, and we serve only one dish here. If you want to eat, have a seat. If you don't, then please get up from my chair and leave now. I'm Tony Stark, and you dare talk to me like that? Do you believe I could buy this whole dump right now? Tony Stark shouted, his voice ringing out. I believe you could, but I'm still throwing you out. Li Jin knew reasoning with a drunk was pointless, so he grabbed Tony Stark by the collar and hauled him up from his chair. Seeing Li Jie was genuinely ready to toss him out, Tony Stark wilted instantly. The last thing he wanted was to see his own photo splashed across the front page, with a headline reading, Tony Stark thrown out of Chinese restaurant in drunken stupor. That would be a humiliation beyond words. Though Tony Stark was in a foul mood, he simply couldn't allow anyone to disgrace him like that. Wait. Tony Stark raised both hands, forcing a strained smile as he tried to defuse the situation. Listen, you're the first person in the world ever to try and kick me out of a restaurant. But I suppose I can forgive your rudeness. All right, bring me that. Spotting Tony Stark pointing at its plate, the Flurkin grumbled in protest, deliberately turning its back and flicking its tail at Tony in disdain. Tony Stark chuckled. I'm just kidding. How could I possibly eat the same thing as a cat? But that fried rice really does look delicious. I'll have one too. Carol Danvers frowned as she saw Tony pointing at her plate of golden fried rice. Wasn't that exactly what the Flurkin had ordered? Foggy Nelson couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh and said, Matt, I'm only just realizing now. Tony Stark, the famous Tony Stark, is actually kind of fool. Sure, he just had a bit too much to drink. Besides, aren't you worried his team of lawyers might come after us? Matt gestured for Foggy to keep quiet. It was only then that Foggy Nelson realized how serious things could get. Tony Stark commanded a world-class legal team, while they were just small-time lawyers from Hell's Kitchen. If Stark ever decided to sue them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the inebriated Tony hadn't heard a word of Foggy's teasing. Mind if I sit down? Tony Stark forced a smile at Li Jie. Li Jie understood that Tony had just survived a kidnapping, was wounded in the chest, and felt he could die at any moment. He was at the lowest point in his life. Honestly, what Tony Stark needed right now wasn't more alcohol, but a good therapist, though even the most expensive ones might not actually help. If you decided to stay for a meal, then please take a proper seat. But let me remind you of one thing. Golden fried rice, $100 per serving. Li Jie helped Tony Stark back into his chair. So cheap? Here, take the money for the fried rice, and keep the rest as a tip. Tony Stark nonchalantly grabbed a fistful of cash and pressed it into Li Jie's hand. His generosity caught the eyes of everyone in the room, who watched with envy. Since the system didn't forbid accepting tips, Li Jie slipped the money into his pocket without a second thought. Please wait here for a moment. Your golden fried rice will be ready shortly. Sir, your golden fried rice. Peter Parker set the steaming plate of golden fried rice in front of Tony Stark. Barely a minute had passed, and Tony Stark was already slouched over the table, nearly drifting off to sleep. My golden fried rice? Did I order that? Tony Stark muttered, still a little groggy. Yes, sir. At the moment, that's the only dish we offer, Peter Parker replied. In that case, I suppose I did. Tony Stark leaned forward, breathing in the aroma. It smells incredible. I can feel my stomach rumbling in anticipation. Enjoy your food, Peter Parker said, then stepped back beside Li Jie and whispered, Boss, should I bring Mr. Stark a glass of water? Li Jie shot him a look. Water isn't free, you know. Peter, you're spoiling our customers. If everyone starts expecting a free glass of water, I'll be out of business. No, I mean, it'd just be more work for us. But Mr. Stark's had a lot to drink. He really looks like he needs some water. And he did just give you a very generous tip, Peter reminded him. Li Jie gave Peter Parker a gentle tap on the head. Peter, you're getting more and more considerate. All right, just this once, for your sake, let's get poor Tony a glass of water. But don't make a habit. Yes, boss. Peter Parker went off to pour the water. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had already taken his first bite of the golden fried rice and was completely taken aback. His stomach had been unsettled from drinking too much, yet the moment he tasted the golden fried rice, a wave of relief swept over him. Incredible. With just that single word, Tony Stark gave the dish his wholehearted approval. Meanwhile, on Li Jie's virtual panel, a new message appeared. Congratulations, host. You have just earned Iron Man's recognition. Arc reactor technology unlocked, 10%. In the blink of an eye, detailed knowledge of the arc reactor flooded Li Jie's mind. Although only 10% of the technology had been unlocked, it was already enough to make Li Jie something of an expert in this field. Many scientists were still fumbling in the dark, some even heading down the wrong path, but Li Jie now held the keys to a correct line of research. Tony Stark devoured the entire plate of golden fried rice as if he hadn't eaten in days. The meal not only soothed his stomach, but more importantly, it warmed his wounded soul. The trauma of his abduction and his lingering physical pain had left him mired in gloom, flirting with depression. More than once, he'd contemplated ending it all. There were even times when he hurled himself off a skyscraper, only to realize, after landing safely, that he'd forgotten he was still wearing his armor. It's delicious. Tony Stark's face lit up with pure contentment. The healing power of good food seemed to have whisked away even the last traces of his drunkenness. Boss, another helping of the golden fried rice, please. Peter Parker set a glass of water in front of Tony, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. Our restaurant has a rule. Each person can only order one serving of golden fried rice per day. If you'd like more, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. But for now, please have some water. Thank you, Peter. Tony casually handed Peter a stack of bills as a tip, then turned his attention to Carol Danvers' table. The now satiated Flurkin licked its lips, eyeing the food on other people's plates, just like Tony had. Carol's friends had started digging into their own golden fried rice, and after tasting how delicious it was, they all regretted sharing some of their portions with the Flurkin. Noticing Tony looking their way, everyone immediately shielded their plates with their arms. Tony Stark let out a disdainful snort, muttering to himself. Tony Stark would never stoop so low as to beg for food from you lot. He turned to Peter and asked, Peter, if someone buys the golden fried rice and is willing to share with me, is that allowed? Well, Peter glanced over at Li Jie. Li Jie replied calmly, as long as the food is paid for, what happens to it is entirely up to the customer. Got it. Tony snapped his fingers, let out a triumphant whoop, then scooped up the cash on the table and strode out of the restaurant. The crowd gathered around the Mechs quickly parted to make way for Tony Stark as he emerged. He let out a piercing whistle, waved the cash in his hand, and called out loudly, Anyone here looking to make some easy money? I need 2 people to go in and order 2 servings of golden fried rice for me. $500 for each of you. Mr. Stark, please, let me have this chance. Mr. Stark, I really need the money. Most residents of Hell's Kitchen weren't well off. The moment they heard they could earn $500 just by ordering food at the Chinese restaurant, they rushed to surround Tony Stark. Some were even bolder, making a grab for the cash outright. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Tony Stark shoved the person away, then picked 2 women who looked thin and genuinely in need of help to go inside and order for him. Boss, 1 golden fried rice for me, please. Here's the payment. Boss, I'll have one as well. After placing their orders and paying, the 2 women each took their $500 from Tony Stark and dashed out, beaming with excitement. Leah, was this yet another loophole in the system? Well, what could you expect? Tony Stark wasn't just a genius with suits. He also had bottomless wealth. Li Jie returned to the kitchen and whipped up 2 more servings of golden fried rice. Tony Stark finally satisfied his appetite, tossing the leftover bills onto the table in high spirits. He said, Boss, save me a seat for tomorrow at this time. Consider the rest of the money a tip. Without waiting for a reply, he whistled his way out of the restaurant. Listen up. Only 50 servings of golden fried rice are made each day. If you show up late, I won't save any for you. Li Jie called out loudly. Tony Stark gave him an okay sign, slipped into his suit of armor, and strode out with his signature flair. Tony Stark's immense wealth sparked an idea in Foggy Nelson's mind. In a hushed voice, he said, Matt, maybe we could do what Tony does. Hire someone to get us 2 more orders of golden fried rice. Oh, you got that kind of money? Matt asked. Foggy Nelson sobered up immediately. Not everyone could throw money around like Tony Stark. $100 wasn't exactly pocket change for ordinary folks. Before closing up at noon, Li Jie did some quick calculations in his mind. Today, he had sold 11 servings of golden fried rice, totaling $1,100. But these numbers weren't what mattered most. The real significance lay in the major breakthroughs he'd made unlocking various skills. Since he hadn't unlocked any new abilities from Carol Danvers and her friends, Li Jie decided to use the goodwill he'd gained from them to progress with Daredevil's super senses and spider physique. So far, he had managed to unlock 50% of Daredevil's super senses, 36% of spider physique, and 15% of the arc reactor. Even the Flurkin's affection score had climbed to 14%. Speaking of which, that Flurkin was really stingy. It only raised its affection by 1% every time it finished a meal. Boss, I've finished all the work in the front. Peter Parker approached Li Jie, looking like he had something on his mind, but wasn't quite sure how to say it. Peter, if there's something you want to say, just say it. If not, you can go home and rest. Li Jie's train of thought was interrupted by Peter Parker. It's really nothing serious, Peter said quickly. It's just that, well, I got a tip today, right? So, I was wondering if I could get golden fried rice to go. I want to bring it home for my aunt to try. Peter Parker's parents had been agents who died in an accident during a mission, so he had grown up with his uncle and aunt. But after Peter gained his spider powers, Uncle Ben passed away in an accident as well. Now, the only family he had left was his Aunt May. Peter clearly wanted a golden fried rice for himself, but he wasn't willing to spend $100 just for his own meal. Yet now, he was ready to spend $100 just so his aunt could have a taste. It was clear how deep the bond was between Peter Parker and his aunt. Peter, if you're willing to pay for a serving of golden fried rice, you're a guest of this restaurant, and it's only right that I serve you. However, there's a rule. Only one serving per person per day. So, I can only sell you one. Thank you so much, boss. You really are a great person. Peter beamed as he placed a crisp $100 bill on the counter. Li Jie took the money and headed to the kitchen to make a golden fried rice for Peter Parker. As a staff member, Li Jie would have liked to give Peter a little extra, but the system's restrictions meant he could only serve the standard portion. $100 for one golden fried rice. There was no way to give a discount. Still, you did a great job today, so here's $50 as a bonus for your hard work. Li Jie reached into his own pocket and handed Peter Parker $50. After all, he couldn't let his own employees lose out. Thank you, boss. Peter Parker happily left with his golden fried rice and $50. Li Jie watched Peter Parker's departing figure, a pleased smile spreading across his face, as a new scrolling message appeared on his panel. Congratulations to the host for just earning Iron Man's recognition. Arc reactor unlocked, 16%. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Tony Stark went straight to Stark Tower, where he met Pepper Potts. Pepper had originally been Tony Stark's secretary, but ever since Tony's accident, she had taken over most of Stark Industries' affairs. Pepper, you look even more beautiful today than you did yesterday, Tony said, handing her a bouquet of roses he'd bought on the way. With his trademark roguish smile, he seemed to have regained his old playboy charm. Tony, you seem to be in quite a good mood, Pepper remarked, eyeing him with a puzzled look. Ever since Tony returned after being kidnapped, Pepper had worried constantly about him, even going so far as to hire the world's best therapist for him, but nothing ever seemed to help. Today, Tony's energetic mood took her completely by surprise. That's because I just discovered a new Chinese restaurant today. The golden fried rice, there's simply the most delicious food I've ever tasted. Pepper, I'm here to invite you to try it with me, Tony said enthusiastically. Tony, do you have any idea how busy I am right now? I'm afraid I really don't have time to go out for a meal, Pepper replied with a furrowed brow. Back when she was just Tony's secretary, things hadn't seemed so overwhelming, but now she realized that running a company was far more difficult than she'd imagined. She barely had time to eat or sleep these days. With a cheerful grin, Tony replied, Pepper, you must understand, there's more to life than just work. I've already reserved us a table for lunch tomorrow. I'll come pick you up then. And with that, Tony Stark leapt out the window and soared away, leaving Pepper no chance to refuse. No matter what, Tony's transformation made Pepper genuinely happy. At the same time, she was deeply curious about what had brought about such a change in him. Happy, could you come to my office for a moment? Pepper called after a moment's hesitation. Moments later, Happy Hogan appeared, his hefty frame wobbling as he hurried in. Happy Hogan had once been a boxer, but after saving Tony Stark's life during an accident, he had become both Iron Man's chauffeur and bodyguard. Happy Hogan was one of the few people Tony Stark truly trusted, and he was now the head of security at Stark Industries. Happy, do you know where Tony went today? Pepper Potts asked. Even though Happy Hogan was physically at Stark Industries, his attention was always fixed on Tony Stark's whereabouts. Hearing Pepper's question, Happy took out his phone and explained. Tony spent most of today drinking, but he just posted an update on social media. Look, he had lunch at a Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen, but his current location is still unclear. So, This is the Chinese restaurant Tony mentioned? Did the food there actually cheer him up? Pepper wondered to herself. Do you want me to look into this Chinese restaurant? Happy offered. Pepper shook her head and handed the phone back, then instructed, I'll probably have lunch there with Tony tomorrow. Please arrange a car for me. Knock, knock, knock. Li Jie was fast asleep upstairs when his bedroom door was suddenly pounded on. A moment later, Peter Parker's voice called in from the hallway. Boss, are you in there? Boss. Boss. Peter, are you trying to break down my door? Li Jie grumbled as he opened the door. Peter Parker stood there, waving a newspaper excitedly. Boss, we've made it. The Chinese restaurant is a hit. Tony Stark naturally attracted attention wherever he went. He was always at the center of the spotlight. Usually, Tony dined only at 5-star hotels or Michelin-starred restaurants, but today he'd unexpectedly chosen an unremarkable Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. That alone was enough to get people talking. On top of that, Tony had gone so far as to pay someone a steep fee just to order limited menu items for him, which only added to the buzz and the restaurant's air of mystery. The New York Evening News devoted an entire page to a photo of Tony Stark, capturing the moment he stood outside the Chinese restaurant, flashing both middle fingers to the crowd. As one of New York's most widely circulated newspapers, even though the story was about Tony Stark, it inadvertently doubled as free advertising for the Chinese restaurant, saving a fortune in marketing costs. Li Jie glanced at the article, clearly written with a healthy dose of creative license, but didn't pay much attention to the content itself. He looked again at the photo of Tony Stark flipping the bird at the restaurant's entrance. Peter, does this mean we've really made it big? Apart from the New York Evening News, the hottest topic on social media, right now, was all about Tony Stark and the Chinese restaurant. Boss, if you don't believe me, just go take a look at the door. The place is packed. I only managed to sneak in through the back just now. Peter Parker exclaimed excitedly. Li Jie didn't bother checking social media on his phone. Instead, he strode to the window, slid it open a crack, and glanced outside. He saw that the entrance of the restaurant was surrounded by a throng of people, packed tightly layer upon layer. It wasn't even 5 in the afternoon yet, and as time went on, the crowd would only grow larger. Wanting a decent night's sleep, Li Jie had deliberately turned off Daredevil's super senses. Now, as he turned them back on, the clamor of the crowd outside flooded into his ears. If even Iron Man comes to eat here, this Chinese restaurant must have something special. I've already heard. The food here is supposed to be the worst in Hell's Kitchen. Usually, you can hardly see his soul inside. If the food's so bad, why would Iron Man bother coming? Here's the latest scoop. It's true the place used to be empty, but just recently they launched a new dish called golden fried rice. It's $100 a plate. $100 for fried rice? Is it actually made with gold? That's right. Iron Man came here just for the golden fried rice. If a billionaire's eating it, $100 isn't so bad. Today, I'll treat myself and live like a billionaire too. A smile played at the corner of Li Jie's lips. Iron Man coming for a meal really had made the restaurant go viral. He thought it would take a few more days before he could sell 50 orders of golden fried rice in a single day. But now, it looked like he'd hit that target today. Peter, go downstairs and make an announcement. If they want to eat here, they'll have to queue up. First come, first served. Anyone unwilling to wait can just leave. We only sell 50 portions of golden fried rice per day. Once they're gone, we close up. There are 38 portions left today. The rest can stop lining up. Peter Parker frowned and said, Boss, our place just started getting popular. Playing hard to get like this isn't a great idea, is it? It'll break our fans' hearts. If we're short on ingredients, I can go out and buy more. Li Jie shot Peter a look. As the owner of a Chinese restaurant, you think I don't want to sell more and make extra money? The system only provides so much for ingredients. What else can I do? Anything you buy outside just won't taste the same. What do you know? This is how we keep the place shrouded in mystery. The more curious people are, the more attention we get, and the longer we'll stay hot. After scolding him, Li Jie waved his hand dismissively. All right, just do as I said. Peter Parker nodded and followed Li Jie's instructions. In just a short while, Peter Parker came running back, looking distressed. Boss, I did as you asked. The people outside have lined up just as you instructed. But no matter how much I explained, they still refuse to believe that only 50 portions of golden fried rice are sold each day. They insist on staying and won't leave. Li Jie went to the window for another look. In no time at all, the line outside had grown to over 200 people. The crowd was already starting to disrupt the nearby shops and pedestrian traffic. Peter, call the police. Peter Parker stared at Li Jie in surprise. Li Jie explained, I pay my taxes after all. The police should come out and help maintain order. Otherwise, if such a big crowd descends into chaos or starts smashing things, what then? Oh, I understand. Peter hurriedly took out his phone to call the police. A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the newsstand. Bullseye, dressed in a suit, picked up a copy of the New York Evening News. When he saw the photos of Tony Stark in the Chinese restaurant, he frowned. Did Mike mess things up? He muttered internally, but kept a calm expression as he paid for the paper and returned to the car. Boss, here's tonight's paper. Bullseye turned and handed the New York Evening News to Kingpin, who was sitting alone in the back seat. Kingpin, chewing on a cigar, glanced at the photos of Tony Stark in the restaurant and asked in confusion, Bullseye, have you ever eaten at this Chinese place? No, I haven't, Bullseye replied. Kingpin removed the cigar from his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, let's have dinner in Hell's Kitchen tonight. Bullseye nodded and then instructed the driver, head to Hell's Kitchen. By the time Kingpin arrived in Hell's Kitchen, he was stunned to see a line outside the Chinese restaurant as long as a dragon. Police officers were on site, keeping the crowd in order. Bullseye, is this Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen always this popular? Why have I never heard of it before? Bullseye was just as puzzled. Not long ago, hadn't this restaurant barely had any business at all? Boss, I haven't heard anything either. Do you want me to look into it? Kingpin was deeply dissatisfied. How could a restaurant on his own turf be this successful without him even hearing about it? What kind of intelligence work were his men doing? No need. We're just here for a meal, after all. Kingpin took a deep drag of his cigar and told the driver to pull up right in front of the restaurant. Because of the crowd gathered at the entrance, Kingpin's car could only stop in the middle of the street, blocking traffic. A young police officer was about to go over and ask the car to move when a middle-aged officer beside him quickly pulled him back. That's Kingpin's car. At the mention of Kingpin's name, the young police officer broke out in a cold sweat, relieved to still have his life. The Chinese restaurant had already begun service. Li Jie had Spider-Man, Peter Parker, stand guard at the door, making sure every customer paid $100 for their meal before entering. He would also inform each guest that, at present, the only dish available was the golden fried rice. Not even plain water would be served. With this arrangement, Li Jie could focus entirely on cooking in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the customers would line up at the counter to pick up their food themselves. That's Kingpin. That really is Kingpin. The most powerful person in all of Hell's Kitchen. No, in all of New York City. Kingpin's arrival immediately caused a stir in the restaurant. But just how powerful was Kingpin? This crime lord had once run for mayor of New York, and actually won. Can you believe that? The moment Peter Parker saw Kingpin, his face darkened, for Kingpin was one of Spider-Man's archenemies. Peter Parker had faced off against Kingpin more than once, but had never managed to gain the upper hand. According to Marvel's official statistics, Peter Parker as Spider-Man has intelligence of 4, strength of 4, speed of 3, endurance of 3, energy projection of 1, and fighting skills of 4. Refer to the official Marvel stats chart. Kingpin, on the other hand, matches Spider-Man with an intelligence of 4, strength of 4, endurance of 3, and energy projection of 1, but has a speed of only 2 and boasts fighting skills rated at 6. By the numbers, Kingpin is only slower than Spider-Man. In intelligence, endurance, and energy projection, he's on par. And when it comes to fighting skills, Kingpin surpasses Spider-Man by 2 whole points. This is mainly because Spider-Man never received formal combat training. Kingpin, however, spars with over a dozen martial arts experts every day and defeats them all within seconds. That's why Spider-Man has never managed to best Kingpin in a fight. Beyond that, Kingpin is a true outlier among New York's criminals. It's not just that he served as mayor. He's gone toe-to-toe with Spider-Man, Daredevil, the X-Men, and more. For most criminals, giving a single superhero a headache counts as a win. Kingpin, though, not only fights superheroes, but is also the enemy of the vast majority of New York's gangs. To stand alone against so many heroes and criminals alike, only Kingpin could pull that off. As Kingpin approached, Peter Parker forced down his anger and said, with strained politeness, "Sorry, there are only 2 servings of golden fried rice left today. If you want some, you'll have to get in line at the back." Not even Kingpin, or Bullseye for that matter, was used to waiting in line. Even with the police present, nobody could rein in Bullseye's explosive temper. He reached out and grabbed Peter Parker by the collar. "Kid, say one more word and see what happens." Peter Parker didn't dodge, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to risk exposing his identity as Spider-Man. Yet, faced with Bullseye's threat, he showed not a hint of fear. "You're too late. Next time, try lining up earlier." Bullseye let out a growl of frustration, his eyes flashing viciously as he tried to humiliate Peter Parker on the spot. But the surrounding officers had already rested their hands on their holsters. They all knew Bullseye worked for Kingpin, but so what? Cops have to maintain their dignity too, don't they? If Bullseye dared to start a fight in front of this many witnesses, not even Kingpin could bail him out. The police would still go by the book. "We're here for a meal, not a brawl." Kingpin's calm voice cut through the tension, halting Bullseye. Then, turning to Peter Parker, he offered a genial smile. "You're quite brave." Bullseye apologized to this young man. Though reluctant, Bullseye released his grip and, obediently enough, bowed deeply to Peter Parker in front of everyone. I was just messing with you. No hard feelings, all right? When he finished, Bullseye turned toward the queue, scanning the faces with a mocking sneer. So, are you all here to eat, or what? At the same time, Kingpin fixed a cold stare on the two people at the front of the line. Just one look was enough to nearly scare the life out of them. And no, I was just passing by, that's all. My mom's calling me home for dinner. See you. Before they'd even finished speaking, the two of them spun around and bolted. Bullseye let out a satisfied grunt, then barked at the rest of the crowd. If none of you are here to eat, then why are you still standing around? Looking for a show? People scattered in all directions, not a soul daring to linger. Earlier, neither Spider-Man's words nor the police's persuasion could budge these people. They'd seemed determined to get their golden fried rice, no matter what. But now, apart from the police, the street had been cleared. You had to admit, Kingpin's authority in Hell's Kitchen was absolute. Ordinary folks simply couldn't stand up to it. Young man, may we go in now? Kingpin beamed at Peter Parker. With just Kingpin and Bullseye left, and 2 portions of golden fried rice still unsold, Peter Parker had no choice but to relent. He spoke coolly. 1 golden fried rice, $100. Pay at the counter, and collect your food at the window. Also, we're not serving anything else right now. Not even water. Kingpin turned to Bullseye. Bring it here. Bullseye slapped $200 into Peter Parker's hand, then stepped forward to open the door for Kingpin. What now? An older officer turned to the commanding officer on the scene, awaiting instructions. The captain's eyes darted as he spoke. Since our mission here is to maintain order, I'd say our job is done. The police left just as quickly as those diners who had fled earlier. Night was falling fast, and they had no desire to linger in Hell's Kitchen, let alone invite any unnecessary trouble. Everyone had already received their serving of golden fried rice. Just moments ago, the restaurant had been bustling, filled with people marveling at the deliciousness of the golden fried rice and chatting animatedly. Of course, no one could resist snapping a selfie to share on social media. But as soon as Kingpin and Bullseye walked in, the place fell instantly silent, an invisible pressure spreading to every corner of the restaurant. A muscle-bound gym-goer, who had been deliberately flexing, saw Kingpin heading his way and immediately stood up to clear his plate. Sorry, I'm finished eating. As he spoke, he even used his jacket to wipe down his chair. Only after Kingpin sat down did the gym-goer let out a sigh of relief. He hurried over to Peter Parker, handed him his utensils, and forced a smile. The golden fried rice was fantastic. I'll be back next time. A chorus of similar excuses followed. One by one, the remaining diners rose in unison, all claiming they were full and making an early exit. In no time, only Kingpin and Bullseye remained in the restaurant, as if the entire place had been reserved just for them. From the kitchen window, Li Jie's voice rang out. Peter Parker, seeing that no customers were left, was about to pick up the next order, only to have Bullseye beat him to it. Bullseye's eagerness wasn't due to ignoring Peter, the waiter, but because he was anxious to confirm whether Li Jie was still alive. Through the pickup window, Bullseye caught sight of Li Jie pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Bullseye's brows knit slightly at first, but then he broke into a grin, miming the gesture of firing a gun with his hand. Although Li Jie was busy in the kitchen, his daredevil-level senses had already revealed everything happening outside. Just last night, he found out that the mastermind trying to kill him was none other than Bullseye, and today, the two of them came face to face. Li Jie flesha buisia asmila. Had Bullseye come for him yesterday, Li Jie might have been worried. But today was different. The wave of fleeing diners had offered up a generous sum of recognition points, and Li Jie had spent them all on upgrading his spider physiology. At this moment, Li Jie's daredevil super senses were unlocked to 50%, maintaining the level he'd reached by the end of lunch service. But his spider physique had already reached 80%, only 20% short of Spider-Man Peter's own abilities. That spider physiology included strength. To put it in perspective, since Spider-Man can lift 25 tons, Li Jie could now lift 20 tons. According to official stats, Bullseye's strength is rated at 3, the peak of ordinary human capacity. In other words, the heaviest Bullseye could lift wouldn't exceed 800 kilograms. When it comes to pure strength, Li Jie is more than enough to overwhelm Bullseye. As a top-tier assassin, Bullseye's true talent lies in his marksmanship. Chopsticks, books, sticks, chairs. Almost any ordinary object in Bullseye's hands can be transformed into a deadly weapon. Yet Li Jie is able to counter such innate talent by harnessing Daredevil's extraordinary senses. And if you add poison ivy to the mix, Li Jie feels confident he could defeat Bullseye. That's precisely why Li Jie remains unfazed by Bullseye's threats. At this point, Bullseye hasn't undergone the adamantium surgery. He's simply a master of skills taken to the human limit. In terms of overall strength, he doesn't even measure up to Kingpin. To make matters worse, Bullseye is, in truth, a madman, plagued by severe mental illness. This is exactly why he's only fit to play the role of Kingpin's lackey. Bullseye placed both servings of golden fried rice in front of Kingpin. As a subordinate, he couldn't sit at the same table to eat without Kingpin's permission. Kingpin frowned at the portions. 2 servings of golden fried rice wouldn't even fill the gap between his teeth. However, the rich aroma wafting from the fried rice brought him great satisfaction. He picked up a spoon, took a bite, and a contented smile spread across his face. Back in the kitchen, Li Jie received a new message from the system. Congratulations, host. You have gained Kingpin's approval and unlocked 10% of Kingpin's combat skills. Li Jie's eyes brightened, and a small smile played at the corner of his lips. Though it was only 10% of Kingpin's combat prowess, it neatly filled the gap in Li Jie's own abilities. His chances against Bullseye had just improved. Kingpin treated his food with genuine respect and seriousness. He didn't wolf it down, but chewed slowly, savoring every moment of satisfaction the dish brought him. After the first mouthful of golden fried rice, Kingpin didn't rush for a second. Instead, he pulled a silk handkerchief from his breast pocket to dab his mouth, then took out his phone and made a call. Vanessa, I just had the most delicious meal at a Chinese restaurant. Where are you right now? Good. I'll have someone bring it to you. He paused for a moment, snapped his fingers at Peter Parker, and said, Could you please pack up an order of this golden fried rice for me? Li Jie exhaled a puff of smoke. Even a ruthless crime boss like Kingpin has a soft spot, and for him, that is Vanessa Mariana. Kingpin has never lacked for women, but Vanessa Mariana is his one true love. His actions made that clear. He obviously loved the golden fried rice, and yet, even though 2 servings couldn't possibly satisfy his appetite, he chose to send it to her. Even in these circumstances, he still instructed Peter Parker to pack up the untouched portion of golden fried rice, and had Bullseye personally deliver it to Vanessa Mariana. Kingpin ate very slowly. It took him a full half hour to finish that single serving of golden fried rice. After his meal, Kingpin stood up and asked Peter Parker, May I meet the chef? Li Jie had been hiding out in the kitchen the entire time, not because he was afraid to face Kingpin, but because he was troubled. He'd started his morning with a serving of golden fried rice as his staff meal. When the restaurant closed for lunch, he bought himself another serving. But what would he eat for dinner? He'd spent half an hour pondering it, and no matter what delicious foods came to mind, none of them seemed to measure up to the golden fried rice. Such is the quiet sorrow of a chef. Is something the matter? Li Jie finally approached Kingpin and asked. Rising to his feet, Kingpin replied with genuine sincerity. Oh, it's like this. That golden fried rice was simply spectacular. I wanted to thank you in person. The one who should be thankful is me. Li Jie answered with equal sincerity. In just that half hour, Kingpin had praised him no fewer than 20 times, and now, with this one, it made 21. At this point, Li Jie had unlocked 31% of Kingpin's fighting skills. If only everyone treated food with the same reverence as Kingpin, others truly had something to learn. Well then, I hope I might enjoy such delicious food again tomorrow night. Would you be able to reserve some for me? Kingpin asked, revealing his real reason for wanting to meet Li Jie. Li Jie, considering how quickly he could unlock Kingpin's fighting skills, agreed. Reservations are accepted, but only 1 serving per person per day. And I have a small request. I'd like to book the entire place for myself. As Kingpin spoke, he reached into his pocket, only to realize he didn't have any cash on him. He slipped a sapphire-studded ring off his finger and handed it to Li Jie. Will this cover tomorrow's meal and the cost of reserving the restaurant? Li Jie didn't know much about gemstones, but he was certain that nothing cheap would ever grace Kingpin's person. That ring alone had to be worth at least $100,000, maybe $200,000. Li Jie happily accepted the ring, then instructed Peter Parker. Show Mr. Kingpin out. After Peter had escorted Kingpin from the restaurant, he returned to Li Jie's side, his face dark and troubled. Boss, I really don't think you should have agreed to that guy. Mr. Kingpin, Li feigned ignorance. That's right. He's not exactly a good person, Peter responded. That's all. Peter, I'm a restaurateur. Whoever they are, as long as they step through my door, they're my guest. They deserve good food and respect, no exceptions. After giving Peter Parker a word of advice, Li Jie handed him some money so he could buy a few pizzas to make do for dinner. Once the restaurant was closed for the night, Li Jie didn't go to bed. Instead, he hopped onto his delivery scooter and started roaming around Hell's Kitchen. Having seen Bullseye earlier today, Li Jie guessed that his opponent would show up at night, so he decided to prepare in advance. Even though the restaurant was protected by the system and would automatically repair itself, Li Jie still didn't want any fighting to happen in his own shop. Because this time, Li Jie intended to kill Bullseye. A murder in his own restaurant would be nothing but trouble. Before long, Li Jie found a construction site. Apparently, Due to funding issues, the site had been abandoned for several months. Aside from an old man watching the gate, there wasn't a soul on the premises. This place would do nicely. Li Jie hopped over the wall and took a look around, leaving his poisonous vines behind. The site, overgrown with weeds after months of neglect, wouldn't arouse suspicion even if some odd vines appeared. With everything set, Li Jie returned to the Chinese restaurant. He went upstairs, put on a hooded sweatshirt, and took a mask. The tales of superheroes had taught Li Jie that a bit of disguise was always necessary, especially when you were about to do something that couldn't see the light of day. After all, there are only a handful of heroes like Iron Man who went around with their identities out in the open. Once he was ready, Li Jie sat down in a restaurant on the first floor and waited. Past midnight, the roar of a Harley echoed down the street as a motorcycle stopped right outside the restaurant. The rider was none other than Bullseye, who had accompanied Kingpin on his previous visit. Unlike his earlier sharp suit, Bullseye now wore his iconic outfit, the target symbol emblazoned on his hood. Bullseye's vision was keen. Under the street's neon glow, he spotted Li Jie sitting inside through the restaurant's window. So, you know I'm coming, and you're just sitting here waiting to die? Bullseye smirked at the thought, his lips curling into a smile. Without the slightest attempt at subtlety, he pulled out a pistol and attached the silencer right in front of Li Jie. Clearly, Bullseye had no intention of wasting time. He wanted to end this quickly. When Li Jie saw Bullseye, he put on his mask, stood up, and pointed toward the alley behind the restaurant before turning and heading that way. Bullseye hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rode his motorcycle around to the back alley. He hadn't even had time to park when Li Jie came tearing out of the alley on his battered scooter, nearly colliding with him. Bullseye dodged Li Jie's attempted collision and let out a cold chuckle. "Kid, you really think you could get away?" With those words, Bullseye raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Li Jie, making full use of Daredevil's superhuman senses, had already seen everything that was coming. He dipped his head, easily dodging the oncoming bullet. Bullseye frowned, puzzled by his own miss. He didn't have time to dwell on it, and could only chalk up Li Jie's dodge to sheer luck. Seeing Li Jie about to disappear around the corner, Bullseye hurried after him. Compared to Li Jie's beat-up little car, Bullseye's motorcycle was in a league of its own. With a quick turn, he rapidly closed the distance between them. During the chase, Bullseye raised his gun and fired again. It looked as if Li Jie slipped on something. His body swayed sharply with the bike, and, once again, he narrowly avoided the bullet. Bullseye's frown deepened, his confusion growing. Dodging a bullet once could be called luck, but twice. It couldn't just be coincidence, could it? Unwilling to give up, Bullseye squeezed the trigger a third time, only for Li Jie to dodge yet again. Well, this is interesting. Bullseye wasn't angry at his 3 consecutive misses. On the contrary, he was a little excited by the challenge. Li Jie, afraid Bullseye might lose track of him, deliberately waited by the construction site wall for Bullseye to catch up. Only after confirming Bullseye was on his tail did he climb over the wall and jump inside. He made the process look awkward on purpose, just to mislead Bullseye. Bullseye, however, was agile and nimble. With a quick grab at the top of the wall, he vaulted over with ease. Inside the construction site, darkness ruled, but Bullseye could still trace Li Jie's silhouette under the faint moonlight. Before long, Li Jie had lured Bullseye to a building overrun with poisonous vines. Bullseye, intent only on the chase, never considered that the vines underfoot were a trap set by Li Jie. After a dozen steps over the tangled greenery, Bullseye's balance suddenly faltered. He crashed to the ground and immediately slipped into unconsciousness. Li Jie, wary that Bullseye might be faking, didn't approach right away. Instead, he directed the poisonous vines to first disarm Bullseye, loosening the pistol from his grip. Next, the vines coiled around Bullseye's body, lifting him like a marionette and hauling him to a nearby pillar. Only then did Li Jie step from the shadows. He searched Bullseye thoroughly, confiscating all hidden weapons, then raised the gun and shot him in the shoulder. Bullseye let out a stifled grunt, the pain jolting his nervous system and snapping him back to consciousness. Yet his body was limp and weak, sapped by the poison of the vines. Glancing down at the green tendrils wrapped around him, Bullseye's face lit up with sudden understanding as he shouted, "You're a mutant?" Without a word, Li Jie slapped Bullseye hard across the face, a blow so forceful it knocked out 2 molars on the left side. "You dare hit me?" Bullseye's eyes bulged as he roared, his dazed mind still struggling to grasp what was happening. Li Jie didn't waste any words. He simply fired a shot into Bullseye's other shoulder, then pressed the muzzle of the gun against Bullseye's forehead. That shot jolted Bullseye back to his senses, making him realize that his life was now firmly in Li Jie's hands. "Mike has already confessed. He said you sent him to kill me. So, I only have one question. Why? Why did you want me dead?" "That bastard Mike. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll rip his tongue out, I swear. Bullseye snarled with venom. Li Jie understood that Bullseye was a madman, someone whose mind couldn't be measured by ordinary logic. Suddenly, Bullseye felt a surge of pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he realized Li Jie was gripping his wound. For a moment, he regained a bit of his sanity. Someone called me and told me to kill you. They wired me some money, too. Who was it that hired you over the phone? Are you an idiot or something? I told you, the guy contacted me by phone. How the hell am I supposed to know who he is? Bullseye spat out, cursing. Getting called an idiot by a lunatic. Where's the justice in that? Li Jie could tell Bullseye wasn't lying. He truly had never met the person who wanted him dead. Just as Li Jie was considering other ways to figure out who had hired Bullseye, Daredevil's super senses suddenly picked up the presence of someone standing behind him. He didn't need to look back. His heightened senses told him exactly who it was, Daredevil. Just as Li Jie knew that Daredevil was behind him, Daredevil also knew exactly who stood before him. Bullseye and Li Jie. Though Bullseye was a villain, it was Li Jie who held the gun at this moment. Daredevil shared a common flaw with most superheroes. He always hoped villains would be brought to justice, that they would lay down their arms and choose redemption. As a result, superheroes, almost without exception, refuse to kill. The most iconic example of this is Batman. Unaware of the full story, Daredevil instinctively sided with the apparent victim, Bullseye. You're not like him. It's not too late. Put down the gun, Daredevil urged, his tone earnest. One of Li Jie's reasons for luring Bullseye here had been to avoid Daredevil, but Daredevil had managed to find them anyway. What if I have to kill him tonight? Li Jie asked, dropping his voice disguise, since Daredevil had already seen through him. Then I'll have to stop you, Daredevil replied, drawing his batons, then added, listen, this is for your own good. Daredevil's sudden arrival had thrown Li Jie's plans into chaos. Now, with no way to reason with Daredevil, if Li Jie truly wanted to kill Bullseye, he'd have to deal with Daredevil first. Possessing super senses himself, Li Jie knew that most of his attacks would be useless against Daredevil. In particular, the poisonous vines on the ground were a dead giveaway. The moment he manipulated them, Daredevil would sense it instantly. Therefore, the only way was to force Daredevil onto the poisonous vines, rather than having the vines actively attack him. At this moment, Daredevil had already realized that Bullseye had been poisoned, but he had not yet discovered that the toxin on Bullseye came from the vines. Even though he was puzzled why Bullseye was entangled by the poisonous vines, it hadn't occurred to him that they were the source of the poison. For now, he simply remained wary of the vines. All right, I'll put down the gun, Li Jie said, telling a lie. Daredevil's super senses worked like a unique scanner, sweeping over Li Jie and instantly picking up on the subtle cues that betrayed his lie. Suddenly, Li Jie spun around and fired at Daredevil. Bang, bang, bang. Daredevil moved with lightning speed, spinning his batons and expertly deflecting every bullet that came his way. Once he'd emptied the magazine, Li Jie flung the gun itself at Daredevil like a hidden weapon. Although Li Jie's super senses and fighting skills were inferior to Daredevil's, he still had the upper hand in strength and his control over the poisonous vines. With all his might, Li Jie hurled the gun. Its speed even surpassed that of a bullet. Daredevil had no time to dodge. His only choice was to cross his batons in front of him in an attempt to block the blow. There was a sharp crack. The gun smashed right through the batons, snapping them in two, but the impact was largely absorbed in the process. Still, the gun struck Daredevil square in the chest. The force of the blow sent Daredevil flying, crashing hard against the wall. Li Jie knew full well that Daredevil possessed incredible resilience and healing powers, and besides, he had no real intention of killing him. That last attack certainly wasn't enough to put Daredevil out of commission. So, the moment the gun left his hand, Li Jie charged forward, launching a powerful punch. Daredevil took the hit, but as the distance between them closed, he seized the opportunity to engage Li Jie in close combat. Li Jie's fighting skills were no match for Daredevil's, and he was quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground. At first glance, engaging Daredevil in close quarters seemed foolish, but Li Jie's true goal was to narrow the gap between them. Just as Daredevil believed he had Li Jie under control, Li Jie twisted around, seizing Daredevil's arms and, relying on brute strength, rolled them both towards the poisonous vines. The moment Daredevil's body touched the vines, there would be no more need for subterfuge. The poisonous vines lashed around Daredevil, quickly coiling him up and releasing their toxin into his body. Yeah, Daredevil managed to utter, before collapsing into unconsciousness. To face Daredevil in battle, Li Jie knew he had to give it his all, and so he overlooked the target eye, now tangled up in vines. But when he turned back for a second look, he realized that the target eye had already broken free. The man staggered unsteadily, clearly intent on leaping from the building to escape. Seeing this, Li Jie grabbed Daredevil's broken nunchaku and hurled it with force. The nunchaku struck the target eye squarely in the back. He let out a cry of pain and tumbled off the building, falling out of sight. Please don't let him be dead, Li Jie silently hoped. He still hadn't figured out who had called the target eye. He was about to go down to check when the lights flickered and the old night watchman, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Who's over there? The old security guard called out, and then quickly added, I've already called the police. Leave now. Li Jie's heightened senses told him the old man wasn't bluffing. In fact, the call had already gone through even before the guard shouted. After a brief hesitation, Li Jie turned to retract his toxic vines, then left the scene with the unconscious Daredevil. Meanwhile, the old security guard, having called the police, mustered his courage and moved forward, soon discovering the target eye lying in the weeds. He thought the man was dead and fumbled for his phone to call for help, but the target eye kicked him to the ground and followed up with a punch, knocking him out. The target eye, weak and nearly spent, had wanted to kill the old guard, but that was the limit of his strength. Snatching the phone, the target eye managed to dial Kingpin's number. As soon as the call connected, he gasped desperately. I'm on the construction site, not far from the Chinese restaurant. Help me. Before he could finish, he slipped back into unconsciousness. Moments later, the old security guard came to. Glancing at the unconscious target eye, he decided not to get involved further. He didn't even bother to retrieve his phone, stumbling away from the scene as fast as he could. Not long after, Kingpin's men arrived and took the target eye away. At dawn, Kingpin appeared in a secret laboratory. An elderly man in a white coat, bloodstained at the chest, was reporting to him. Falling from a building left the target eye with multiple fractures. His spinal cord is gravely damaged. Even with surgery, he'll be paralyzed for life. Professor, is there really no other way? Kingpin asked, unwilling to give up on the target eye. The man might be mad, but he was loyal to Kingpin and had carried out many of Kingpin's darkest deeds. Professor Kenji Oyama gave a thin smile. I'm working on an experiment. If we inject adamantium into his body, not only could it repair his damaged spine, but might make him even stronger than before. What's the worst that could happen? Kingpin asked. Professor Oyama replied. He could die during the adamantium injection. Hearing this, Kingpin paused for less than 3 seconds before nodding decisively. In that case, proceed with the adamantium injection. Xiai Oshan Xiane responded. Daredevil Matt suddenly sat up, realizing he was no longer at the construction site, but had somehow ended up back home. Li Jie was sitting in the dining room, eating instant noodles. Sorry, hauling you back here was hard work. I hope you don't mind if I help myself to a bowl of your noodles. As Li Jie finished speaking, he lifted the bowl and drank the last mouthful of broth. Matt activated his super senses, checking himself for injuries. Apart from a dull ache where his chest had been struck, he found nothing else wrong. He got up and sat across from Li Jie, hesitated for a moment, then said, You're not the Jack I used to know. Li Jie nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. I'm not the Jack you once knew. But I don't plan on explaining myself to you. Just as you have your own secrets you'd rather outsiders never uncover, I also prefer to keep mine to myself. There was a brief pause, then Li Jie smiled and added, Of course, if you want to settle things with a fight right here, I don't mind. Matt could tell from Li Jie's tone that he already knew his secret, that he was Daredevil. But Matt wasn't the kind of man who would fight, let alone kill, someone just to pry into their secrets. He certainly wasn't going to force Li Jie into revealing anything. Besides, Matt had only just lost a fight to Li Jie not long ago. Granted, Li Jie's use of poisonous vines was a little underhanded, but a loss was a loss. Even if they fought again, Matt had no real confidence he could win. And this was Matt's own home base. He didn't want to see it destroyed in the process. Your girlfriend? Li Jie glanced at a photo on the table. Despite being blind, Matt was a strikingly handsome man. Add to that the natural sympathy people feel for those with disabilities, and it was no wonder Matt had a way with women. He dated many beautiful women, some of them celebrities, others superheroes. Black Widow and She-Hulk, for instance, had both been Matt's girlfriends at one point. Women that others couldn't win over no matter their wealth or influence. Matt, a blind man, had managed to charm them all. You have to admit, it's enough to make anyone envious. The woman in the photo was none other than the famous actress Mary Walker. We're not together anymore, Matt said, turning the photo face down on the table. Mary Walker suffered from dissociative identity disorder and had multiple personalities. Besides being a superstar, she also had 2 alter egos, Typhoid Mary and Bloody Mary. Both Typhoid Mary and Bloody Mary were enough to give Matt a constant headache. It was likely Matt had discovered Mary Walker's secret, which led to their breakup. Did you kill him? Matt asked suddenly. You mean Bullseye? Matt nodded. As far as I know, Bullseye is one of your greatest enemies, and the guy's a killer. Many innocent people have died at his hands. Don't tell me you don't want to kill him. Matt didn't want to end Bullseye's life, but most of the time, Bullseye managed to slip away. Sometimes, Matt even took a beating from him. I just want you to know, fighting violence with violence doesn't solve anything. Li Jie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Daredevil, don't you find it a bit ridiculous saying that yourself? Matt fell silent. I can tell you this, that guy fell off the building. Whether he's alive or dead, I have no idea. As Li Jie spoke, he stood up. If you don't want to fight me, I'm heading back to bed. Got a business to open tomorrow, after all. He really wondered how superheroes like Daredevil managed to have so much energy. Out all night as vigilantes, then working during the day like nothing happened. Don't they ever need to sleep? Wait a minute. Matt called after Li Jie, paused for a moment, then said, I won't pry into your secrets, but please don't go spreading mine either. Fair trade. Deal. And if I ever catch you doing something wrong, I'll do everything in my power to stop you. Matt delivered his warning. Li Jie grinned. If you're up to it, you're welcome to try, anytime. One more thing. Matt called out again. Do all you lawyers talk this much? Li Jie, that's it. All right, whatever it is, just say it all at once. Matt cleared his throat and asked, could you save me a seat for lunch? Li Jie. That was a bit of a twist. You sure one is enough? Matt quickly corrected himself. Better make it two. Looks like I'll have to start taking reservations at my restaurant, Li Jie thought, a little pleased with himself. 50 servings of golden fried rice a day, never enough to go around. Boss, there's a line out the door again. A little after 9 in the morning, Peter Parker called. Just come in through the back door for breakfast. Li Jie yawned as he spoke, mostly because he wanted some golden fried rice himself. The moment Peter heard the word breakfast, he perked up and darted around to the back entrance of the restaurant. 2 plates of golden fried rice were soon ready. But before eating, Peter suddenly pulled out a hot dog and sprinkled a thin layer of golden fried rice over it. Li Jie. This sly guy just invented a new way to eat golden fried rice. Peter Parker was an exception, allowed to have a staff meal before opening hours. The system didn't restrict him. After polishing off a hot dog, Peter Parker packed up the remaining golden fried rice, planning to save it as a side dish for both lunch and dinner. Once you added golden fried rice to a meal, everything else tasted better too. Of course, it was never quite as delicious as eating the golden fried rice all by itself. At 11 o'clock sharp, the Chinese restaurant opened its doors for business. As usual, Peter Parker stood at the entrance collecting payments and explaining the house rules to each customer. A thrilling roar of engines cut through the morning air. Dressed sharply in a suit, Tony Stark, immaculately groomed, pulled up in front of the restaurant, driving a cherry-red, limited edition Ferrari. Sitting in the passenger seat was Pepper Potts, looking particularly formal, since she had to head back to work right after lunch with Tony. Hey, Peter. I made a reservation yesterday. 6 orders of golden fried rice. Before Peter could get a word in, Tony tossed his car keys to the hefty guy first in line and announced, I know. Only 1 serving of golden fried rice per person. These 4 will help me order. Happy, get the car apart for me, will you? Yes, boss. It was only then that Peter realized the 4 people at the front of the line were all with Tony Stark. No wonder Happy had looked so familiar. Tony, isn't that a bit much? Pepper asked with concern. Even with money to spare, she hated to see anything go to waste. Trust me, we'll have just enough. If anything, not quite enough. Tony grinned, radiating confidence. Jack, 6 orders of golden fried rice. Tony called out to Li Jie through the serving window. Even Daredevil might have suspected a trick if someone ordered that much, but when it came to this billionaire with pockets deeper than most, there was no room for doubt. The stove flared to life, rice hit the wok, and 6 servings of golden fried rice were cooked up all at once. Jack, your cooking is top-notch, Tony declared, giving Li Jie a thumbs up. Li Jie just rolled his eyes. Empty flattery. If that praise were truly heartfelt, the system would be flashing its approval. Tony, maybe you should save those smooth lines for the ladies, Li Jie teased, then turned back to the stove to whip up fried rice for the next customer. Tony just shrugged and made his way to Pepper, balancing the plates of golden fried rice. Pepper sat with perfect poise, watching Tony's performance from her seat, making no move to help. It took Tony 3 trips to get all 6 plates of golden fried rice to the table. At last, he beamed and said, Pepper, come on, give it a try. I promise you won't be disappointed. Of all the dishes in Chinese cuisine, Pepper's favorite was dumplings. Greasy fried rice had never really appealed to her. Truth be told, she was only here to indulge Tony Stark. In truth, the enticing aroma of golden fried rice had long since begun to tease Pepper's taste buds. A woman must always remain graceful, especially in front of the man she loves. Pepper picked up her spoon, scooped a small portion, and, careful not to smudge her lipstick, gently brought the golden fried rice to her lips. But the moment the delicious flavor of the golden fried rice filled her mouth, Pepper no longer cared about keeping up appearances or playing the lady. What does it taste? Tony asked eagerly, anticipation written all over his face. Tony, I have to apologize to you. 6 servings of golden fried rice might not be enough for the 2 of us. It's simply too delicious. Pepper exclaimed, dabbing at her lips with a napkin to wipe away her lipstick, while inwardly she roared. To hell with being a lady. I just want to enjoy good food like a normal person. Meanwhile, Li Jie received some feedback. Congratulations, host. You've just earned Pepper's approval. Li Jie immediately used the approval points to unlock more of the spider abilities. By the time the 20th serving of golden fried rice was ready that day, the spider abilities had been unlocked to 100%. Li Jie had assumed 100% was the limit, but just then, the system prompted him with a message. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked spider abilities to 100%. Would you like to continue unlocking? It could go even further? In other words, reaching 100% of spider abilities wasn't the ceiling. Using spider abilities as an example, unlocking to 100% only meant reaching the peak of young Peter Parker. If Li Jie chose to keep unlocking, it would be like breaking through Peter Parker's limits. With each additional percentage unlocked, he would become even stronger than Peter Parker, despite having the same abilities. Continue unlocking. Li Jie made his decision without hesitation. Just then, another diner provided more approval points, which Li Jie immediately used to further unlock the spider abilities. The stats updated instantly. Spider abilities now unlocked to 101%. Li Jie almost burst out laughing. Though it was only a single percent, it marked the moment he had officially surpassed young Peter Parker in spider abilities. After that, Li Jie didn't keep unlocking spider abilities. Instead, he used other people's approval points to unlock Kingpin's combat skills. The spider abilities made Li Jie as strong as a powerhouse, but with Kingpin's combat skills, he could turn that raw strength into real fighting prowess. Matt, if we'd come any later, we probably wouldn't have gotten a seat, Foggy Nelson said as he entered, Daredevil following right behind. You're really sharp for making a reservation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to taste the golden fried rice today. Matt motioned for Foggy to keep quiet. If this little secret got out, getting golden fried rice in the future would become nearly impossible. Matt didn't exchange a single word with Li Jie. Instead, he observed Li Jie in secret, relying on his heightened senses. A silent understanding had formed between Li Jie and Matt. Neither would mention what happened the previous night. Because Kingpin had already ordered 2 servings of golden fried rice for dinner, Li Jie finished up lunch service after preparing 48 portions. The Chinese restaurant opened at 11 o'clock and was closed again before noon. This left the customers waiting outside in line quite disgruntled. A few Hell's Kitchen thugs even threatened to smash up the place. With just one sentence, Li Jie sent the troublemakers packing, and at the same time, silenced the complaints of the disgruntled customers. Kingpin's coming here for dinner tonight. If you're planning to wreck the place, you'd better hurry. Big deal. So what if Kingpin's eating here? One of the thugs grumbled, but his legs carried him away faster than anyone else. In the blink of an eye, they all vanished. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. That guy actually survived. Kenji Oyama shouted with excitement. Bullseye's tenacity was astonishing. He managed to endure the agony of the adamantium injection. With a single punch, Bullseye smashed a hole through the operating room wall, staring at his own fist in disbelief. Adamantium was known as the hardest alloy on Earth. The same metal coursed through Wolverine's body. After the adamantium infusion, Bullseye not only had his damaged spine repaired, but the metal had also fused into his bones, making him even stronger. Maybe you'd like to test it yourself, Kenji Oyama said, handing a pistol to Kingpin. Kingpin grunted, then raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! On instinct, Bullseye raised his fist to shield himself. Both bullets struck his knuckles. The bullets flattened and clattered to the floor, so mangled they barely resembled their original shape. The shots had grazed Bullseye's skin, but hadn't harmed the bone beneath. A chilling, unhinged laugh slipped from Bullseye's lips. He turned disaster into fortune, emerging even more powerful. Kingpin grinned with satisfaction. Tossing the pistol back to Professor Oyama, he asked with keen interest, Bullseye, who was it that left you in that state last night? Daredevil. No, it was a cook, Bullseye replied, his eyes flashing with murderous intent at the memory of the previous night. He wanted Li Jie dead. A cook? You mean a cook did that to you? Kingpin asked in disbelief. Bullseye answered, he's no ordinary cook. He's a mutant. At the word, mutant, Kingpin nodded in understanding. Go get changed. Come with me to pick up Vanessa. We have a dinner reservation at the Chinese restaurant. At the mention of the Chinese restaurant, Bullseye's eyelid flickered, but he didn't reveal to Kingpin that the chef he was referring to was actually Li Jie. After changing into a fresh suit, Bullseye acted as the driver and bodyguard. Together with Kingpin, they picked up Vanessa Mariana before heading to the Chinese restaurant. Though Kingpin paid an enormous fee to rent out the place, Li Jie didn't provide him with any extra special service. He simply added 2 glasses of plain water to their meal. As for Bullseye, who accompanied them, he wasn't even entitled to a glass of water. "I'll do it." When 2 plates of golden fried rice were ready, Bullseye once again beat Spider-Man Peter to the counter. With a wicked grin, he drew a finger across his throat at Li Jie in a threatening gesture. Li Jie merely responded to this threat with a dismissive smile. Long before Bullseye entered the restaurant, Li Jie had already sensed his presence using Daredevil's heightened senses. To fall from such a height and survive? Not only did he survive, he seemed to have grown even stronger. Li Jie detected the presence of adamantium. When Bullseye left the restaurant after the meal, Li Jie's eyelids lifted ever so slightly. At this moment, Matt was sitting in his office, using his superhuman senses to keep close watch on Li Jie's every move. So, when Bullseye appeared and made his threatening gesture at Li Jie, Matt caught all of it. "Knock, knock, knock." Foggy rapped on Matt's office door, giving him a sly wink. "Matt, how about we find a nice spot to unwind tonight?" "No, I already have plans." Matt turned down Foggy's invitation. "Matt, don't tell me you've already started a new romance." Foggy looked jealous, unable to understand why Matt had never lacked for female attention since their school days, while he himself was still a virgin. Matt didn't explain, he just smiled mysteriously. "God really isn't fair," Foggy muttered before turning to leave. Matt hadn't lied to Foggy. He did in fact have a date that night. But Bullseye's appearance made him decide to cancel. After Foggy left the law office, Matt pulled out his phone and made a call. "Erica, I'm terribly sorry, but I might have to cancel our date tonight. There's nothing I can do. Being a lawyer means your time always belongs to your clients." Erica was a stunning beauty with a killer figure. Matt had always thought their meeting was a beautiful chance encounter after the end of a relationship, but he had yet to discover Erica's true identity, an assassin. She was skilled in a variety of martial arts and weaponry, pushing every human ability to its peak. In addition to her mastery of close-quarter combat, she possessed several unique abilities, including hypnosis, tracking, and telepathy. At this point, Erica was no longer so infatuated with Matt. When she heard that he couldn't get away, she simply decided to find her own fun. Meanwhile, in the Chinese restaurant, Wilson Fisk and Vanessa were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Sometimes, in front of Vanessa, Fisk seemed like an overgrown child. Only when he was with Vanessa could Fisk, even briefly, forget his identity and all his pain. "Are you the head chef here? Thank you so much. I haven't tasted something this delicious in ages." After their meal, Vanessa personally expressed her gratitude to Li Jie. "No need to be so polite. We hope to see you again soon," Li Jie replied sincerely. It wasn't just that Vanessa's visits brought in big profits from Fisk. Her recent praise had also helped Li Jie unlock 100% of Fisk's fighting skills. To put it simply, in terms of combat skills alone, Li Jie was now a match for Bullseye. If you added in his spider-like physical abilities, Daredevil's heightened senses, and Poison Ivy's powers, then even if Bullseye had adamantium laced through his body, Li Jie was confident he could win. Of course, Bullseye's talent with weapons was terrifying. He could turn even a playing card into a deadly weapon. So when facing him, Li Jie knew he would still need to be cautious. Bullseye opened the door for Fisk and Vanessa to leave, then shot Li Jie a threatening gesture across his throat. Li Jie knew this madman would come looking for him again that night, so he instructed Spider-Man, Peter, "Once you've tidied up the place, you can head home." "Yes, boss," Peter Parker replied and got to work. Outside, Fisk himself opened the car door for Vanessa. After she settled in, he leaned in and said, "Sorry, please wait for me just a moment." "Of course," Vanessa replied with a radiant smile. One serving of golden fried rice wasn't enough to fill her up, but tonight she felt truly happy. Once the car door was closed, Fisk called Bullseye over and got straight to the point. "That chef you mentioned before, was it Jack?" Bullseye realized Fisk had noticed his threatening gesture toward Li Jie in the restaurant, so he didn't bother to hide it. "That's right. That bastard is the one who hurt me last night." Fisk's face turned serious. "Listen, I don't care what grudge you and Jack have between you. Right now, Vanessa loves golden fried rice, and she's fallen for this restaurant. I do not want to hear that this place is closed down tomorrow. Do you understand me?" "I think I understand," Bullseye replied, knowing full well Fisk was forbidding him from making a move against Li Jie. Back in the restaurant, Li Jie, smoking a cigarette, heard the entire conversation with his super senses. He simply chuckled, unconcerned. Bullseye works for Kingpin, but if he were truly that obedient, he wouldn't be Bullseye at all. In other words, Bullseye was bound to show up again tonight. After Peter Parker finished cleaning up, the Chinese restaurant closed for the night. Li Jie remained seated inside, waiting for Bullseye's arrival, turning over in his mind whether to force Bullseye to reveal who wanted him dead, or simply eliminate Bullseye right away. Still, Li Jie knew getting rid of Bullseye wouldn't be so easy. After all, Daredevil, Matt, was still next door at the law office, and he would surely try to stop this from happening. But Daredevil wasn't the only one Li Jie had to worry about tonight. He quickly realized there was someone else planning to cause trouble. That someone was Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Though Peter Parker didn't have Daredevil's super senses, he possessed spider sense, alerting him to danger without any warning. What's more, Peter had been secretly watching Kingpin and Bullseye for a while, so he'd already noticed Bullseye's little tricks against Li Jie in the restaurant. That explained why Peter Parker appeared tonight. He was hiding on the restaurant rooftop, determined to protect both the restaurant and Li Jie. Li Jie understood Peter's good intentions and was genuinely grateful, but to him, Peter's presence only complicated things. If it were just Daredevil, Li Jie might have found a way to take Bullseye out. But with the addition of the little spider, things became far more troublesome. When pushed to the brink, Daredevil might take a life, but Spider-Man was stubbornly committed to his strict no-kill rule. Even the Green Goblin only died by accident. When the time came, Spider-Man would surely team up with Daredevil to stop Li Jie from killing Bullseye. How was he supposed to do anything with two superheroes watching his every move? Forget it. Might as well get some sleep. Bullseye was already growing impatient. After dropping Kingpin and Vanessa off, he found an excuse to slip away. Night had just fallen, and the streets of Hell's Kitchen were still bustling with people. This time, Bullseye didn't enter through the front door. Instead, he made his way to the alley behind the restaurant. Determined not to fall for Poison Ivy's tricks again, Bullseye was extra cautious, scanning the area for any hint of danger, especially in those shadowy corners where threats might be lurking. Just as he was about to pry open the back door, he heard a faint sound behind him. He spun around, only to be engulfed by a sudden burst of white mist as webs tangled tightly around his hands. With one swift move, Spider-Man launched himself from above, yanking Bullseye up toward the rooftop. Bullseye and Spider-Man were old adversaries by now. He knew Spider-Man's moves inside out. Once they reached the rooftop, Bullseye flipped deftly, popping a blade from his shoe and slashing through the webs binding his wrists. Without missing a beat, Bullseye drew his pistol and fired at Spider-Man. Spider-Man rolled awkwardly to dodge the hail of bullets, then decisively leaped off the building once more. Bullseye knew Spider-Man all too well. He was certain Spider-Man would reappear behind him, so he quickly swung his gun around. At some point, Daredevil had silently appeared behind Bullseye. With a swift motion, he knocked the gun from Bullseye's hand using his billy club. The two immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat. When it came to fighting skills, Daredevil was every bit Bullseye's equal. However, the adamantium coursing through Bullseye's body made things a bit tricky for Daredevil. With his enhanced powers, Bullseye was now a formidable opponent. Whether facing Daredevil or Spider-Man alone, he wouldn't be so easily defeated. But today, he just happened to run into both of them at once. Spider-Man took advantage of his unique abilities. After swinging away from the building, he circled around to the other side. When he reached the rooftop again, he found Daredevil already locked in combat with Bullseye. Both Spider-Man and Daredevil had heard each other's names, but this was their first encounter as superheroes. Spider-Man had no idea that Daredevil was actually the lawyer Matt Murdock, but Daredevil had already confirmed Spider-Man's identity as Peter Parker through his heightened senses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped in so quickly. "Don't just stand there. Give me a hand," Daredevil called out in warning. Only then did Spider-Man snap out of it. He shot a web, binding Bullseye's legs together and pinning him in place. Daredevil landed a solid blow to Bullseye's head with his club. Watching from his bed, Li Jie furrowed his brow slightly, thinking that blow must have hurt like hell. If it had been an ordinary person, their skull would have surely cracked open by now. But with the help of adamantium, Bullseye merely felt a bit dazed. Seeing this, Daredevil struck again, knocking Bullseye out cold. Afterward, Spider-Man wrapped Bullseye up tightly in webs, cocooning him like a silkworm. "What do you plan to do with him?" Daredevil asked. Peter, the Spider-Man, thought for a moment and replied, "Let's turn him over to the police. I bet he's on New York's most wanted list right now." Bullseye was indeed a contract killer and listed as a fugitive by the NYPD. But dressed in his usual sharp suit, few people ever recognized him. "Then hand him over to a precinct outside Hell's Kitchen," Daredevil instructed. He didn't trust the local cops, especially after dark. "Leave it to me." Spider-Man slung Bullseye over his shoulder and dashed off toward the Manhattan precinct. Daredevil lingered on the rooftop for a while longer, still worried about Li Jie. But he couldn't stay there forever. The criminals of Hell's Kitchen kept him constantly on the move. Li Jie, however, wasn't focused on Daredevil at all. Instead, he directed his super senses toward a building a couple of blocks away. On the rooftop, a woman in a skin-tight suit was tailing them. She was none other than Elektra, the deadly beauty Daredevil had encountered not long ago. After Daredevil left, Elektra pulled out her phone and called Kingpin. Once the call connected, she said, "Things went exactly as you expected. Bullseye showed up at the Chinese restaurant, but he was ambushed by Spider-Man and Daredevil, and now Spider-Man is taking him to the Manhattan police station. Do you need me to go and rescue him?" Kingpin, his voice simmering with anger, replied, "If he refuses to follow my orders, then let him meet his end." "Understood. Leave this to me." After hanging up, Elektra used her grappling hook to slide down from the rooftop, then hopped on her motorcycle and sped toward the Manhattan precinct. Kingpin wanted Bullseye dead? This news took Li Jie by surprise. Still, he doubted Elektra would be able to kill Bullseye, especially now that Bullseye had grown stronger. As a transmigrator, Li Jie knew that, according to the original storyline, Elektra would end up getting killed by Bullseye with a single playing card. After a brief hesitation, Li Jie threw on his hoodie, masked his face, and revved up his little scooter, heading toward the Manhattan police station. Thinking about the gear that Daredevil and Spider-Man had, Li Jie decided he needed to upgrade his own hoodie at the next opportunity. As the financial heart of New York City, the Manhattan precinct was well equipped. Just as a patrol car was about to head out, a massive cocoon thudded onto the hood. Two officers immediately drew their guns and stepped out to investigate, quickly realizing that their catch was none other than the wanted criminal, Bullseye. They wasted no time calling for backup. In no time at all, a swarm of officers surrounded Bullseye, forming layers of security. They peeled away the webbing, cuffed his hands, and locked him up in a private holding cell. Elektra witnessed all of this, but made no move just yet. Instead, she entered the station, took a walk around, and then transformed herself into a policewoman. Acting as if she belonged there, she swaggered straight into the room where Bullseye was being held. Meanwhile, Li Jie had arrived outside the Manhattan precinct, but he didn't go in. As a law-abiding citizen, he saw no reason to risk a run-in with the police unless absolutely necessary. He stayed put outside, relying on his enhanced senses to monitor what was happening within. Once inside the holding room, Elektra locked the door behind her. Seeing that Bullseye, tied to a chair, was still unconscious, she circled behind him and wrapped her right arm around his neck. "Mr. Fisk asked me to give you a message. He's deeply disappointed in you." As she spoke, Elektra tightened her grip, intent on choking the life out of him. But in an instant, Bullseye's eyes snapped open. As an assassin of his caliber, ordinary restraints were no match for him. With a flicker of movement, Bullseye broke free, seizing Elektra by the hair. There was a heavy thud as Bullseye slammed Elektra against the wall. After scrambling to her feet, Erica didn't care if she alerted the police outside. Taking advantage of Bullseye still being tied to the chair, she drew her gun and fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck Bullseye squarely in the chest. His body shuddered, then went limp. Erica knew the gunshots would soon bring the police to her door. She didn't even have time to check if Bullseye was truly dead. Throwing open the door, she prepared to make her escape. But just as she stepped over the threshold, laughter echoed from behind her. A cold, sinister chuckle. A chill ran down Erica's spine. She hadn't expected Bullseye to survive 3 bullets to the chest. Police officers on both sides of the hallway were already rushing toward her with guns drawn, shouting questions, and demanding to know what had happened. Erica had no idea Bullseye's body contained adamantium, but she knew all too well that he was a far more dangerous assassin than she was, especially when it came to his throwing skills. Bullseye could slice open a man's throat with a thrown playing card, and he even had a record of spitting out a tooth hard enough to pierce a person's skull. Erica realized just how perilous her situation was. She didn't even have a chance to turn and fight back. So she dove straight to the floor. Reducing her exposed profile to Bullseye meant she'd be less likely to suffer a fatal hit. As she hit the ground, she saw a gaping hole in the wall, a pair of handcuffs embedded in the plaster. If she hadn't dodged just in time, those handcuffs would have smashed her skull. A sharp pain shot through her left shoulder, as if she'd been struck by a bullet, but she managed to roll and land safely. With a swift tumble, she ducked to the other side of the doorway. The police still hadn't realized Erica was an imposter. Seeing their colleague under attack, they immediately joined the fray. A barrage of gunfire thundered through the hallway. Several officers blocked the doorway, unleashing a wild hail of bullets into the room. Erica knew these officers were no match for Bullseye. Scrambling to her feet, she sprinted for the exit. Outside, Li Jie sat astride his little motorcycle, a furrow of worry between his brows. He hadn't expected Erica to fail so quickly, nor did he believe the police inside could hope to stop Bullseye. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the building. Bullseye blasted a hole through the wall and made his escape from the station. The Manhattan police weren't about to let Bullseye slip away easily. They immediately launched a pursuit. Not wanting to draw attention, Erica tugged her cap lower and headed straight for Li Jie. If you want to live, do exactly as I say. She leapt onto the motorcycle, pressing the muzzle of her gun against Li Jie's side. Am I being taken hostage? Li Jie had intended to follow the police and continue pursuing Bullseye, but when he saw Iron Man suddenly streaking across the night sky, he realized there was no chance for him tonight. Unexpectedly, Erica set her sights on him instead. The night was long, and with Erica being such a stunning beauty, Li Jie decided to relieve his boredom for a while. At your service. Where would you like to go? He asked. Anywhere is fine. Just get us away from here first. Erica replied, her eyes darting warily around, afraid the police might notice her. Hold on tight, Li Jie said, starting the car and speeding off. He hit the gas so hard that Erica, seated in the back, was almost thrown out. She quickly reached forward and wrapped her arms around Li Jie for support. Li Jie pushed his little old car to its limits, racing through the streets. Not only did he overtake several luxury cars worth millions, but there were also a few close calls where he nearly collided head-on with oncoming vehicles. The wild ride terrified Erica, who began to worry that Li Jie might just send her straight to the afterlife. Slow down. I'm not in a hurry, Erica shouted at the top of her voice. Li Jie, however, showed no intention of easing up. Instead, he brought Erica back to the Chinese restaurant. This place is... Wait, you're the owner of the Chinese restaurant. Bullseye was here tonight to kill you. Erica finally recognized Li Jie, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. Although Kingpin had never mentioned that Li Jie had injured Bullseye, Erica was sharp enough, and after witnessing Li Jie's driving skills, she quickly pieced together much of the truth. Relax, Li Jie said calmly. I brought you back simply to help you treat the wound on your shoulder. Unless you'd rather take care of it at the hospital? Blood had already soaked through Erica's jacket, and her weakness from blood loss was becoming evident. The wound was on her back, making it awkward to treat by herself. As for going to the hospital, that was out of the question. Come in, Li Jie said, opening the door to the restaurant. After a brief hesitation, Erica followed Li Jie inside, her hand still gripping her gun. Li Jie led her upstairs, fetched the first aid kit, and when he turned around, he found that Erica had already taken off her top. As an assassin, Erica was remarkably uninhibited. At the same time, she was clearly using her body to gain whatever advantage she could over Li Jie. Li Jie carefully removed the badly deformed bullet from Erica's wound. When Erica saw the bullet, she frowned and said, "That's the bullet I shot into Bullseye." Strange, he took 3 shots and still didn't die. While stitching up her wound, Li Jie explained, "That's because Bullseye has adamantium in his body. Ordinary physical attacks don't work on him." How do you know that? Erica turned her head in surprise, but the movement tugged at her wound, making her wince in pain. Before you make a move, you should at least understand your target's abilities. Li Jie admonishit. You're right. It seems I made a serious mistake. Erica nodded in agreement. So what are you planning to do next? Are you going back to report to Kingpin? Li Jie asked. Erica looked surprised once more. She hadn't expected Li Jie to know even about this. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, I'd better not. Kingpin doesn't like failures, and if I go back like this, I'll be as good as dead. Unless I can kill Bullseye and make up for my mistake. Li Jie immediately understood what Erica was planning. Bullseye was a fanatic. Since he had chosen Li Jie as his target, if he failed this time, he'd certainly come back for another attempt. All Erica had to do was stay at the Chinese restaurant and wait for Bullseye to show up again, then seize the chance to finish him off. Sure enough, once her wounds were stitched up, Erica turned to remove her excess clothing, a smile tugging at her lips. Thank you for saving me. As a token of my appreciation, there was no need for her to finish the sentence. Adults understood what she meant. Bringing Erica back had been Li Jie's intention as well, and if he was honest, he also wanted to get a little revenge on Daredevil. Consider it sending Daredevil a little present first. After a night of indulgence, Li Jie got up a bit later than usual the next day. Boss, you not up yet? Sorry, I didn't see anything. Peter Parker burst onto the second floor without knocking, only to see Erica lying on top of Li Jie, half dressed in nothing but a shirt. Flustered, he spun around and bolted downstairs, his face burning red as he gasped for breath. Erica, however, didn't seem to mind. She simply pulled the blanket, which had slipped down to her hips, back over herself, and, eyes shut, drifted easily back to sleep. Boss, the line of customers outside just keeps getting longer. We can't keep this up. We need to do something about it. The more people that are waiting in line, the more complaints we get. Look, I've got all these negative news articles about the restaurant. As soon as Li Jie came downstairs, Peter Parker hurried over and handed him his phone. The evidence was right there in the photos. Some accused the restaurant of creating artificial scarcity by limiting golden fried rice to just 50 servings a day. Others claimed the place gave special treatment to Iron Man and Kingpin, letting them skip the line. The rest were just copycat negative comments piling on. At the moment, the Chinese restaurant only served golden fried rice, and the system limited it to 50 portions per day. Li Jie didn't really have a better solution. Besides, he had no interest in dealing with internet trolls. He glanced at Peter Parker's phone, then suddenly exclaimed in shock. Criminals really are getting bolder these days. Peter, look at this. Last night, someone delivered Bullseye to the Manhattan police station, but inside the station, Bullseye went on a killing spree. Several police officers had already been killed on the spot, and dozens more were wounded, many of whom are still in critical condition. It's just lawlessness, pure and simple. Peter, tell me, who do you think is responsible for this mess? What were they thinking? Peter Parker was caught off guard by the question. Embarrassment showed plainly on his face as he stammered. I suppose they meant well, wanted to do good, to rid the city of evil. But really, once you catch a criminal, if you're not bringing them to the police, where else are you supposed to take them? Li Jie, deliberately shaking his fist for emphasis, shouted. Not all criminals are the same. You have to distinguish between them. Ordinary criminals, sure, you send them to the police station. Let them face a fair trial under the law. But someone like Bullseye? The police can't handle a villain of his caliber. He should have been executed on the spot. By bringing Bullseye to the police, all those innocent officers died. You've become an accomplice. Peter Parker hung his head in shame. The truth was, he'd never imagined that handing Bullseye over to the police would lead to such tragedy. Yet, even so, the thought of killing Bullseye himself was something Peter simply couldn't do. Li Jie reached over, giving Peter Parker a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Peter, you're still young and inexperienced. It's understandable that you'd make mistakes now and then. That's forgivable, unlike some people, whose actions can never be forgiven. Over in the office, Daredevil sat munching on a hot dog, but his brow furrowed. Suddenly, the food lost all its flavor. Matt knew very well that Li Jie's words hadn't been meant for Spider-Man at all. They were directed at him. Just a few nights ago, if Matt hadn't intervened, Bullseye would have died by Li Jie's hand. If that had happened, last night's catastrophe would never have occurred, and so many officers wouldn't have lost their lives. In the end, Daredevil blamed himself. That was the message Li Jie wanted to send Matt. As a lawyer, Matt recognized the logical sleight of hand in Li Jie's argument. Yet, try as he might, he couldn't find any grounds to refute it. After all, those officers really had died. But what truly soured Matt's mood wasn't the accusation. It was what he sensed with his heightened abilities. His new girlfriend was lying in Li Jie's bed. His super senses even told him exactly how many times they'd been together the previous night. It was enough to drive Matt up the wall. He hadn't even had his chance yet, and now he'd been made a cuckold. At noon, Foggy came by, hoping to grab some golden fried rice with Matt. Matt turned him down, claiming he didn't have a reservation and that the line downstairs was so long they'd never get in anyway. That evening, Kingpin paid a visit. By then, all 50 portions of golden fried rice had sold out at lunchtime, so Kingpin left empty-handed, unable to taste the famous dish. Not that Kingpin minded. His real reason for coming was to confirm that Li Jie was alive and that the Chinese restaurant was still running as usual. Last night, when Erica failed to report back, Kingpin already knew she had botched the mission. Surprisingly, Kingpin wasn't as furious as Erica had imagined. After all, their target was Bullseye. To teach Bullseye a lesson, Kingpin immediately issued a bounty on his head. At the same time, the Manhattan Police Department released a wanted notice for Bullseye. Tony Stark couldn't let the matter go either, still brooding over how Bullseye had slipped away from him that night. Coupled with the guilt weighing on Daredevil and Spider-Man, the entire city of New York launched a massive, citywide manhunt to hunt down Bullseye. Yet Bullseye seemed to vanish in thin air. 2 weeks passed without a single trace of him. During these 2 weeks, Erica stuck diligently to her plan of lying low. During the day, she slept in the upstairs room of the Chinese restaurant. At night, she kept watch, hoping Bullseye would resurface. When there was nothing to do, she'd seek out Li Jie for some bedroom recreation. Business at the restaurant was as booming as ever, but the daily limit of just 50 portions of golden fried rice was starting to frustrate more and more customers. Li Jie turned a deaf ear to the complaints. Eat if you want. If not, get lost. As Li Jie was stir-frying rice in the kitchen, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've met the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed? That was when he finally noticed the information panel he'd long been ignoring. At first, his level was displayed as Level 1, 0/100, earning 0.1 points for each fried rice sold. Now, It read level 1, 100 out of 100. In other words, Li Jie had sold 1,000 plates of golden fried rice, raking in a pure profit of $100,000. Every day, Li Jie himself contributed $100 to that sum. 22 days of eating golden fried rice, twice a day, and he never once got tired of it. Li Jie realized he was, in fact, the restaurant's most loyal customer. With a single thought, the system responded at once. Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up. Reward unlocked, soup of the day. The information panel shifted, his level now showing as level 2, 0/1000. For the next upgrade, he'd have to sell 10,000 portions of food. No one noticed as, without a sound, a new item appeared on the restaurant wall menu. Soup of the day, $50 a bowl, limited to 100 servings per day. At the same time, the daily cap for golden fried rice had also been raised from 50 to 100 servings. However, whether it was golden fried rice or the soup of the day, the rule remained. Each customer could have only 1 serving per day. Soon enough, Li Jie noticed another detail. With the successful upgrade, aside from unlocking the soup of the day, he also gained an additional bonus. His poison ivy had evolved as well. Previously, the poison ivy was ordinary, able to secrete toxins that would merely knock people out. Now, it had upgraded into an enhanced version, capable of producing a variety of lethal toxins. At present, Li Jie had no opportunity to test out the upgraded effects of his poison ivy. With a new dish added to the menu, as the owner and head chef of the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie naturally had to be the first to taste it. He opened the ingredient box for the daily soup, only to find dried shrimp and seaweed inside. Oh, and a large bucket of clear water. Li Jie was so surprised that he asked himself the same question 3 times in his mind. A bowl of daily soup was set before him, about the size of a typical rice bowl at home, quite a small portion. Yet the soup was generously filled. 1/3 was seaweed, 1/4 was dried shrimp, and the rest was all broth. The problem, however, was that neither ingredient was expensive. Even if you doubled the portion, charging $50 a bowl felt like an even bigger ripoff than golden fried rice. Despite his doubts, Li Jie took a sip from the bowl. Fresh from the pot, the soup was still steaming hot, precisely when its flavors were at their peak. As it cooled, it somehow lost a bit of its charm. No other seasonings had been added except salt, yet the soup fully brought out the fresh, savory notes of the seaweed and shrimp. With just one mouthful, a wave of warmth surged through his stomach, sweeping away the lingering chill inside. There was a sense of delightful relief, and he immediately felt more energized. Pair it with a serving of golden fried rice, and it would be an absolutely perfect match. By now, the dining area was nearly full. After more than 20 days in business, people had quietly discovered the secret. If you wanted a meal, it was best to make a reservation. As a result, the line outside the restaurant had actually grown much shorter. Just then, the bell above the restaurant door jingled as a man with slightly wavy hair and thick glasses walked in. Clad in a plaid shirt and radiating scholarly air, he instinctively pushed up his glasses after entering, then turned his attention to the menu on the wall. Peter Parker, who had just finished serving a table, hurried over to ask, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "Oh, my name is Bruce Banner. I made a reservation over the phone earlier." As Dr. Banner spoke, he glanced at his watch and continued, "If I remember correctly, my reservation is for 11:30 this afternoon. There should be 10 seconds left until then. Welcome, Mr. Banner. Please have a seat. Your golden fried rice will be ready soon." Peter Parker found Dr. Banner's reservation and led him to an empty seat. "Just a moment. I'd like to add a daily soup to my order," Dr. Banner called out as Peter was about to leave. "Daily soup? We don't have that on the menu," Peter replied, looking momentarily puzzled. Dr. Banner pointed at the menu on the wall and said, "But it's written right there, daily soup, $50 a serving. Did I arrive too late? Is it already sold out?" Peter Parker glanced back and realized that the menu now featured a new item, soup of the day. For a moment, he was completely baffled. When did that get added? The surrounding diners, having overheard the conversation between the two, all looked up to check the menu themselves. There really is a soup of the day. Wow, I wouldn't have noticed if it hadn't been mentioned. "Peter, the restaurant has a new soup. Why didn't you recommend it to us? And wait, is it true that golden fried rice is now limited to 100 servings per day? I'll have a bowl of the soup." "Me too, I'd like one." Very quickly, the place erupted into a lively commotion. People began to grumble at Peter Parker for not introducing the new dish, while eagerly placing their own orders for the soup. Some, upon discovering that golden fried rice was now capped at 100 portions daily, immediately grabbed their phones and called their friends, urging them to hurry over for a chance to snag a plate. Foggy was complaining to Matt. "Matt, do you know I called the Chinese restaurant yesterday, and the earliest reservation I could get was 2 months from now? My God, it's been 2 weeks since I last tasted golden fried rice. I'm starting to forget what it even tastes like. Right now, I can't think of eating anything but golden fried rice. Matt, have you noticed? I think I've actually lost weight. Because of Bullseye and that hat incident, Matt hadn't set foot in the Chinese restaurant for quite some time. Partly it was to avoid the awkwardness, and partly, as Foggy said, the wait list had simply gotten too long. Yet the flavor of golden fried rice was already etched into his heightened senses. Compared to that, other food just couldn't measure up. For someone with super senses like Matt, this was real torture. Every mealtime, Matt would have to conjure up the taste of golden fried rice from memory, hypnotizing himself into believing that whatever he was eating was actually that dish. But when he heard the diners chatting about the golden fried rice now being limited to 100 servings, Matt immediately got to his feet. Foggy, let's go. Lunch is on me today. What are we eating? What else? Golden fried rice, of course. Matt, don't kid yourself. The only place that makes real golden fried rice is the restaurant downstairs. Everywhere else is absolute garbage. Enough talk, let's go. With the explosive popularity of golden fried rice, imitators soon appeared. Even burger joints shamelessly rolled out their own versions of golden fried rice, at just a tenth of the price at Li Jie's place. Beyond golden fried rice, the market soon saw platinum fried rice, diamond fried rice, and even emperor's fried rice. They were all just riding the wave, but not even Michelin-starred restaurants could truly replicate the taste of the original golden fried rice. Please wait a minute, Peter Parker shouted, then dashed into the kitchen yelling, "Boss, things are getting out of hand out there. When did our shop start serving daily soup? How come I didn't know? It smells amazing." Before he could finish speaking, Peter Parker was already drawn in by the delicious aroma of the seaweed and dried shrimp soup, swallowing hard in anticipation. Li Jie had already prepared a large pot of the daily soup and was busy ladling it out, bowl after bowl. Seeing Peter Parker standing there in a daze, he tapped Spider-Man on the head with a spoon and urged him on. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and serve the food." "Right away, got it." Snapping back to reality, Peter picked up the tray, grumbling under his breath. "Boss, how come there was no soup with the breakfast staff meal? I protest." "I'll make it up to you at lunch," Li Jie replied. "All right, sound good." Peter instantly perked up. A moment later, Dr. Banner received his portion of golden fried rice and a bowl of soup. The reputation of the golden fried rice had already spread far and wide, so after leaning in to savor the aroma of both dishes, Dr. Banner picked up a spoon and tasted the golden fried rice first. Meanwhile, Li Jie, taking a rare break, was hiding in the kitchen for a quick smoke, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Just then, a message scrolled across the virtual panel before him. "Congratulations, host. You have just gained the recognition of Savage Hulk. Savage Hulk physique unlocked 1%. There are many types of Hulks. Abomination, for example, is one kind, and there's also She-Hulk. But the most well-known is the green giant that Dr. Banner transforms into the Savage Hulk. Savage Hulk is undoubtedly one of the strongest superpowered beings on Earth. Although his intellect drops after transforming into the green giant, his fighting prowess is beyond question. As his rage intensifies, so does his strength, and no one knows yet what the upper limit of his power might be. In terms of sheer strength, the Savage Hulk is almost unbeatable. Li Jie glanced at the skills section of his profile. Daredevil's super senses, unlocked 200%. Elite pilot skills, unlocked 100%. Speeder physique, unlocked 300%. Arc reactor, unlocked 100%. Kingpin's combat skills, unlocked 300%. He couldn't help but wonder whether all those superheroes had made some kind of pact, or if the Chinese restaurant simply hadn't caught their attention yet. Over the past 2 weeks, Dr. Banner was the first to dine here. So, Li Jie could only use the recognition points he'd earned to unlock more abilities from the ones already available. Daredevil's super senses at 200% doesn't simply mean Li Jie's range is twice that of Daredevil. Rather, it means that, in the same environment, Li Jie can sense things that even Daredevil himself cannot. At the same time, thanks to Li Jie's enhanced super senses, he could now interfere with Daredevil's own heightened senses within a certain range, even to the point of blocking them entirely. The same went for his spider abilities, now operating at 300%. Take strength, for instance. Li Jie could currently lift objects weighing 75 tons, while his speed and reflexes had reached levels Spider-Man himself could never hope to match. Earning the approval of the Savage Hulk and successfully unlocking his physique was exactly what Li Jie had aimed for. If he were to unlock the Hulk's raw power, however, it would largely overlap with his spider-based physiology. So long as Li Jie kept unlocking spider abilities, his strength would continue to grow. Fundamentally, there was no real upper limit to his power. It was only a matter of time. Although there were now few on Earth who could actually harm Li Jie, there was always the chance a more formidable foe might appear. If he ever did get hurt, regeneration and healing would become serious concerns. Yet the Savage Hulk's physique resolved that weakness entirely. The Hulk's body endowed him with extraordinary regenerative and survival abilities. Even if most of his vital organs were destroyed, they could regenerate and recover. He was immune to all diseases, poisons, chemical and biological weapons, and could survive in the most extreme temperatures. Imagine it. If even nuclear weapons couldn't truly harm the Hulk, it was clear just how monstrous this physiology truly was. Perhaps because this power was so overwhelming, when Li Jie first unlocked skills from other superheroes, he would immediately gain 10%. But for the Savage Hulk's physique, the initial unlock was only 1%. Li Jie decided to put a pause on unlocking other skills and focus all his energy on fully unlocking the Savage Hulk's physique. What worried him, though, was whether unlocking more of the Hulk's abilities would consume even more approval points. This seaweed and dried shrimp soup is simply out of this world. From a main hall came the sound of a customer slapping the table in delight. Li Jie received a fresh wave of approval points, which he immediately invested in unlocking the Hulk's physique. He had prepared himself for this, but seeing that it only advanced the progress by a mere 0.1%, he still felt a bit disappointed. Congratulations, host! You have just received the Savage Hulk's approval. Successfully unlocked 2.1%. A rolling message appeared on the system panel, and Li Jie felt a rush of joy. It turned out that approval from ordinary people only increased the unlock rate by 0.1% each time, while approval directly from Dr. Banner restored the normal rate of 1%. Dr. Banner finished the last spoonful of seaweed and dried shrimp soup, even licking his lips with his tongue and murmuring to himself. That was absolutely delicious. Afterwards, Dr. Banner pulled out his phone, snapped a quick selfie, and posted it to social media. Successfully discovered a Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. The golden fried rice and the seaweed shrimp soup here are truly exceptional. Black Widow? Damn it. Banner, you snuck off to feast by yourself. Iron Man, what? Since when did the Chinese restaurant have new dishes? No way, I have to go check it out myself. Captain America, I really envy you folks who have the time and money for this. Hawkeye, let me sort out this nuclear missile crisis, then I'll head over to try it too. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Banner, get your butt back to work now. By the time Dr. Banner left, his whole transformation had already reached a successful 7.1% unlock rate. Li Jie frowned in thought. A single plate of golden fried rice and a serving of soup would hardly be enough to fill the Hulk's stomach. If he could offer a few more dishes, he might win Dr. Banner's praise a few more times, and the rate of unlocking would speed up. Host strong wish detected. Task mechanism successfully triggered. Complete the system task to earn a new dish reward. Li Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. So it works like this? He'd had a strong desire for new recipes before. Why hadn't the task triggered then? Thinking it over, Li Jie realized it was probably because he'd only been at level 1 before, but after leveling up to level 2, he now had the qualifications to unlock the task mechanism. Opening the task menu, Li Jie saw the new mission. In the past week, there had been 3 bizarre murders with similar patterns in Hell's Kitchen. All the victims were men. Each was found dead, stark naked, and with signs of severe loss of vital essence. Cause of death. Their internal organs were burned from within. Find the killer within 3 days to unlock the new dish, zhajiangmian, noodles with fried bean sauce. Li Jie had always enjoyed detective novels and suspense movies in his previous life, but even he was taken aback after reading the mission details. First, all the victims were men, discovered naked and showing signs of having lost their vital essence. This meant the killer was most likely a woman, and not just any woman, one alluring enough to drive men mad with desire. Second, all the victims had their vital organs burned from the inside out. If the first clues still seemed within the realm of possibility, a beautiful but deranged female killer could manage that. Then this last detail was where things truly became bizarre. How did the killer burn their victims' organs from the inside? Was it by injecting gasoline or some flammable substance down their throats and then setting it alight? These were only Li Jie's initial deductions based on the information given. To complete the mission, he'd need access to the full case files. A knock sounded at the door. Li Jie pulled himself away from thoughts of the mission and looked up to see Daredevil standing at the kitchen entrance. Smiling, he called out, "Matt, the kitchen is off limits, even for you." Matt's expression was serious as he replied, "Jack, I came here to apologize." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Although I still believe that fighting violence with violence is wrong, I have to admit that, in most cases, it's also the most effective way." "So what's your point?" Li Jie asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Matt replied, "If it's a matter of self-defense, then certain extreme actions can be forgiven. Li Jie understood what Matt meant. If your own life or the life of an innocent person is threatened, it's permissible to kill the attacker. Otherwise, it's still not acceptable. In this regard, Matt's thinking had made some progress. Someone like young Spider-Man Peter would probably struggle to grasp this, still sticking firmly to his no-killing rule. To get the information he needed, Li Jie would have to make a trip to the police station. At noon, the shop closed, and instead of rushing off to investigate the bizarre case, Li Jie went upstairs and spent some time working out with Erica. When the shop reopened in the afternoon, Li Jie noticed that Peter Parker, for once, was running late. "Sorry, boss. I've got something to take care of tonight. Can I have some time off?" The moment Peter Parker walked in, he skipped the usual greetings and went straight to asking for leave. This was unusual enough that Li Jie couldn't help but use his super senses to check Peter's condition. Sure enough, his heart was beating faster than normal, and his body temperature was slightly elevated. Clearly, he was lying. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Li Jie asked, curiosity piqued. Peter Parker raised a hand to his forehead and said, "I think I might have a fever. I need to go to the hospital." His pupils dilated, a telltale sign he was lying. Who doesn't have a few secrets of their own? Li Jie decided not to dig into Peter's secrets. After all, the shop wouldn't be too busy anyway. So he said, "Next time you're sick, just give me a call. No need to come in person." "Okay, boss." Peter replied a little awkwardly, then revealed the real reason for his visit. "Boss, I'd like to take a golden fried rice and a soup to go." "Oh, it's for my aunt. She hasn't tried the soup here yet." This time, even without his super senses, Li Jie could tell Peter was fibbing. Still, Li Jie didn't pry further. He packed up a golden fried rice and a soup for Peter. He gave him a discount, only charged $100. "Thanks, boss," Peter said gratefully, a look of delight on his face as he left the restaurant, even whistling a cheerful tune. Li Jie muttered under his breath, "That kid Peter is definitely up to something. Looks like he's in love. But wait, doesn't Peter already have a girlfriend? I haven't heard anything about him and Mary breaking up. Could he be falling for someone else?" Li Jie suddenly found himself intrigued by the young Spider-Man again, quietly locking onto him with his super senses. Before 7 in the evening, Li Jie had already closed up shop. He noticed that the little spider had been lingering on the rooftop of a skyscraper, as if waiting for someone to appear. "Elica, I'm heading out for a bit. Do you want me to bring anything back for you?" Li Jie called out to Elica as he was leaving. She really lived up to her reputation as a top-tier assassin, impressively patient. She had been lying low in the Chinese restaurant for over 10 days without setting foot outside. "Bring me some beer and pizza," Elica replied. With a nod, Li Jie slipped out the back door of the restaurant and made his way toward the police station. Just as he stepped out of the alley, Li Jie sensed a familiar presence, Bullseye. After being missing for over 10 days, Bullseye had finally resurfaced. And during that time, his skills had clearly advanced yet again. If not for Li Jie's superhuman senses, it would have been nearly impossible to spot him. At the same time, Li Jie realized that Elica had also left the restaurant. Elica hadn't noticed Bullseye's presence. She simply wanted to use Li Jie as bait, quietly tailing him from behind. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle shattered the night. Bullseye was too impatient. Unable to wait for Li Jie to reach a more secluded spot, he struck right out in the open. Night had only just fallen, and the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. Though Li Jie wore a hooded sweatshirt, he didn't want to reveal his powers too soon. So, when Bullseye raised his gun and pulled the trigger, Li Jie swiftly ducked behind a taxi. The sharp report of gunfire rang out, 3 shots in quick succession, but every bullet struck the taxi instead. Bullseye wasn't surprised by his missed shots. He circled around the taxi on his motorcycle, only to find that Li Jie had vanished. Li Jie's spider-powered physique had already reached 300% of normal human capability. When he pushed himself to the limit, his speed was so astonishing that even security cameras couldn't catch a glimpse of him. By now, Li Jie had already reached the street corner. He whistled at Bullseye, then turned and walked away. Spotting Li Jie, Bullseye immediately gave chase, following him into a narrow back alley. Overconfident in his own abilities, and with his mind clearly unhinged, Bullseye wasn't the least bit alarmed, even though he knew Li Jie had deliberately lured him there. "Jack, it doesn't matter who tries to save you today. No one can," Bullseye declared as he stepped off his motorcycle. Li Jie replied with a calm smile. "Bullseye, to be honest, I don't want to kill you. Not yet, anyway. You still haven't told me who hired you to kill me." "I told you already, I don't know. But you're dead all the same." With that, Bullseye pulled the trigger again. 2 sharp cracks echoed through the alley. Suddenly, a vine shot up from beneath Li Jie's feet, swatting the bullets aside. Then, like a thrown javelin, it lunged straight at Bullseye. Bullseye's appearance had given Li Jie the perfect opportunity to test out the effects of his venomous vine. The reinforced poison vine managed to block the bullets, and its attack speed was astonishing. Li Jie was very pleased with its current performance. Bullseye couldn't dodge completely and was struck on the back of his right hand by the poison vine. Not only did this blow knock the gun out of Bullseye's hand, it also left a bleeding gash across the back of his hand, injecting a lethal toxin into his body. The poison vine was capable of secreting several deadly toxins, but Li Jie had chosen one with a relatively rapid onset. Bullseye's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. His mind grew hazy, and his movements slowed. The poison vine did not continue its assault on Bullseye, instead slipping away into a shadowy corner. Almost at the same moment, Erica caught up, brandishing a Desert Eagle and firing at Bullseye's head. The Desert Eagle, known as the Predator handgun, was powerful enough to drop an elephant with a single shot. Erica was using armor-piercing rounds. Her shot smashed through Bullseye's skull with brutal force. The toxin had dulled Bullseye's nerves so completely that when his head was struck, he felt no pain at all. He simply turned to face Erica. Crack! Crack! 2 more shots rang out. One tore through Bullseye's right eye, the other slammed into his heart. There wasn't as much adamantium in Bullseye's body as in Logan's. Adamantium had changed Bullseye's physiology, but it hadn't made him truly indestructible. As long as he avoided vital hits, Bullseye wouldn't die. But 3 consecutive shots, all striking vital points, left him beyond saving. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. Daredevil leaped down from the upper floor, looking at the fallen Bullseye and Erica. Overhead, the whoosh of wind announced Iron Man's arrival. Tony Stark had appeared. This was precisely why Li Jie hadn't ordered the poison vine to continue attacking Bullseye. Even if Daredevil realized Bullseye had been poisoned, in the end, it was Erica who delivered the fatal blow. Erica had no idea that Daredevil was actually the lawyer Matt. The moment she saw both Daredevil and Iron Man appear, she immediately turned and fled. Daredevil hesitated briefly, then gave chase after Erica, while Iron Man landed in front of Li Jie. Tony Stark had little interest in the now-dead Bullseye. He simply asked Jarvis, his AI butler, to alert the police. "Jack, are you all right?" Tony Stark lifted his helmet and asked. "I think I just got a bit of a scare. A drink back home should fix me up," Li Jie replied. There was no need for Li Jie to pretend in front of Daredevil, but in front of Tony Stark, he still played the role of an ordinary chef. "Me a ride back?" Tony Stark offered. "No need, it's not far to the Chinese restaurant. I'll walk myself," Li Jie answered. He still needed to investigate the mysterious case, so he certainly didn't want Tony tagging along. "All right then, if you need any help, just give me a call." Tony Stark offered this reminder before changing the subject. "Jack, I heard the Chinese restaurant has a new dish." Li Jie glanced at Bullseye's corpse, feigning discomfort as he replied. "Tony, are you sure you want to talk about food with me here?" Tony Stark looked a bit embarrassed. "Jack, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to see if I could reserve a table for tomorrow night." "Tony, you're in luck. Starting today, the Chinese restaurant can serve 100 guests each day, and there just happen to be spots available for tomorrow." Tony's question actually reminded Li Jie of something. For the past dozen days, there hadn't been any superheroes dining at the restaurant, perhaps because the reservations were always fully booked. Take Dr. Banner, for example. He'd had to book his table at least 10 days in advance to get in today. Without superheroes visiting, there was no way to gain new skills, so Li Jie decided it was time for a change. From now on, reservations will be limited to 50 guests each day, leaving the other 50 spots for walk-ins. In addition, Li Jie resolved to reserve at least 10 seats every day specifically for superheroes, making it easier for them to drop in or make last-minute reservations. "Jack, I absolutely adore you," Tony Stark exclaimed, going in for a hug, but Li Jie deftly sidestepped him. "Jack, it's settled then, 2 seats for tomorrow night." After Tony Stark left, Li Jie looked at Bullseye with a touch of regret, still fascinated by the adamantium inside him. Unfortunately, he couldn't just extract it directly. He lacked the necessary skills, and there was no suitable lab for such an operation. Li Jie continued on toward the police station. At the Hell's Kitchen precinct, there were officers on duty, but after nightfall, the doors were firmly locked. No one wanted to become a target for deranged criminals roaming the streets unless absolutely necessary. Li Jie avoided the patrol officers and the surveillance cameras and successfully found the files related to the strange case. 3 bizarre murders, all bearing the same hallmarks, had occurred over the past week. The police had already taken notice and were treating them as a serial killer case. According to the clues the police had gathered so far, the 3 victims did not know each other. The only thing they had in common was that they were all men, and the killer's choice of victims seemed completely random. Previously, Li Jie had suspected that the murderer might have used drugs to knock out the victims, then injected flammable substances into their bodies before setting them ablaze. But after reading the case files, he realized he'd been mistaken. The coroner's reports showed that no sedatives were found in the victim's systems, nor was there any trace of flammable liquids. In addition, the expressions of terror frozen on the victims' faces revealed that they were fully conscious while their bodies burned from within. How had the killer set the victims ablaze? Closing the case file, Li Jie realized that there were numerous unreasonable details in these 3 bizarre murders. When details defy logic, the case can't be deduced by ordinary reasoning. Judging from the evidence, there was only one kind of person capable of committing such crimes: a mutant. Mutants possessed all sorts of extraordinary, inconceivable powers. If a mutant with supernatural abilities was involved, it would make sense for the victim's internal organs to be incinerated in such a way. A beautiful young woman who engaged with her victims before killing them and possessed the ability to set their organs ablaze. Li Jie began profiling the murderer when, just then, news came in from Peter, the little spider. Peter Parker, who had been waiting on the rooftop, at last saw his lover arrive. Just as Li Jie suspected, the packed golden fried rice and soup weren't for Mary Jane, but for a completely unfamiliar woman. Had the little spider really cheated? "Mary, I made this special meal just for you. Give it a try," Peter Parker said, offering the golden fried rice and soup to his lover. Li Jie frowned as he heard Peter call her Mary. Was the little spider entangled with another woman named Mary? At the same time, the name Mary sparked a sudden realization in Li Jie's mind, a stunning woman capable of orchestrating 3 mysterious murders. "Peter, did you make this fried rice yourself? It's absolutely delicious. I've never tasted egg fried rice this good," Mary exclaimed after a first bite, savoring the flavor even though the dish had already cooled. Meanwhile, Li Jie's panel flashed with new data. "Congratulations, host. You have just gained Typhoid Mary's recognition and unlocked 10% of her telepathic abilities." Just as expected, seeing the information scroll across his panel, Li Jie was sure his hunch was correct. Typhoid Mary was none other than Mary Alice Walker, Daredevil's former girlfriend. Li Jie suddenly understood why all 3 murders had taken place in Hell's Kitchen. Because Daredevil lived in Hell's Kitchen, these crimes were Typhoid Mary's revenge against him. Mary Alice Walker suffered from multiple personality disorder. When she became Typhoid Mary, she grew violent and dangerously seductive, always drawn to risk. Thanks to her beauty, Typhoid Mary could easily ensnare most men. Moreover, Typhoid Mary had telepathic powers, able to plant suggestions and illusions directly into her target's minds. She could also use her powers to induce sleep in certain people and most animals, and even use her psychic abilities to seduce others and make them fall in love with her. Looking back now, it was clear that little Spider Peter had fallen victim to her mind control powers. In addition to telepathy, Typhoid Mary also possessed the ability to absorb and control fire. This explained why the victims' bodies had suddenly burst into flames. It all matched perfectly. Typhoid Mary was the culprit behind the 3 bizarre murders. Next, she would likely do to little Spider Peter what she had done to the other victims. First seduce him, then kill him in the same brutal way. Li Jie had already solved the case, but the system still hadn't indicated the mission was complete. It seemed he would have to catch Typhoid Mary with his own hands. "Come, let me feed you a bite." Typhoid Mary took a sip of the broth, then fed it to Peter Parker with her lips, smiling mischievously as she asked, "Is it tasty?" Peter Parker nodded blissfully, then suddenly wrapped his arms around Typhoid Mary and leapt up with a spring. A poisonous vine lashed out, missing its target. Li Jie couldn't help but be at a loss for words, while at the same time deeply impressed by Peter's spider sense. It had even detected his sneak attack. With Peter's help, Typhoid Mary narrowly escaped danger, but rather than fear, her face showed only more excitement at having cheated death. She even threw Li Jie a flirtatious wink. "I don't think we've ever met before. Why are you trying to kill me?" Li Jie felt his mind waver, shaken by her words. He had deliberately kept his distance, yet still fell prey to her psychic assault. If he hadn't obtained some psychic abilities himself, he might have been completely ensnared by her just now. Seeing Li Jie wearing a hood and mask, Typhoid Mary sneered. "So, you're a Daredevil wannabe. I must say, I like your vines. They have a bit of a dominatrix's whip vibe." Because of the poisonous vines, Typhoid Mary assumed Li Jie was a mutant. Not knowing the true power of the vines, she decided not to attack directly. Instead, she slid her hand gently across Peter Parker's cheek and spoke in a sultry tone. "As long as you kill him, you can have your way with me tonight, anything you want." Under the influence of her psychic control and a flood of dopamine, little Spider Peter had completely lost his senses. Murderous intent even flickered in his eyes. With a sudden rush, Peter sprang into the air, firing a dozen webs at Li Jie in rapid succession. Li Jie seemed caught off guard, tangled up layer by layer in the sticky threads. Typhoid Mary's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. Once Peter had immobilized his target, he lunged forward and gripped Li Jie's throat with both hands, trying to strangle him to death. After breaking through the web with his right hand, Li Jie seized Peter Parker by the throat and hurled him aside with force. The poisonous vines, which had been sprawled on the ground like a dead serpent, suddenly sprang to life and entangled Peter Parker. Li Jie didn't allow the vines to secrete a deadly toxin. Instead, he commanded them to release a poison potent enough only to make a person lose consciousness. Peter Parker struggled to break free from the vines, but under the influence of the toxin, he swiftly slipped into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Typhoid Mary became even more hesitant to engage Li Jie in close combat, keeping a constant watch for any attack from the vines. She raised her hand, and instantly, shards of stone from the floor floated up and hovered in the air. With sharp, whistling sounds, the stones sliced through the air like a volley of miniature cannonballs, pelting Li Jie and shattering into fragments as they struck him, scattering debris across the floor. A frown creased Typhoid Mary's brow at the sight. With 8% of the Hulk's physique unlocked and his stamina boosted by 300% thanks to the spider's power, Li Jie was unfazed by attacks of this level. With a tearing sound, Li Jie broke completely free from the web and stepped forward. Typhoid Mary sneered coldly, raising both hands once again. With a deafening boom, 2 fireballs blazed into existence in her palms and shot toward Li Jie. With 8% of the Hulk's physique, he could likely withstand this level of fire attack, but Li Jie had no intention of wasting any more time. The fireballs missed their mark as Li Jie's form vanished from before Typhoid Mary's eyes. The explosive speed granted by 300% spider stamina was beyond anything Typhoid Mary could comprehend. To her, it was as if Li Jie had simply teleported. Sensing danger, Typhoid Mary shot into the air, hoping to escape using her ability to fly. But the moment she leapt up, she felt a large hand close around her right leg, and before she could react, her body was slammed mercilessly to the floor. With a heavy thud, the ground cracked beneath her, even though Li Jie had restrained his strength, and Typhoid Mary was left dazed and disoriented. Typhoid Mary, you're the one who committed the 3 bizarre murders in Hell's Kitchen. You seduced your targets with your looks, slept with them, then burned them alive with your power over fire. A chilling laughter escaped Typhoid Mary as she lay there, her voice icy as she replied, "That's right, I killed them. So what?" That was exactly the confession Li Jie had been waiting for. With Typhoid Mary's admission to the 3 murders, the system responded at once. "Congratulations, host, for solving the bizarre murder cases. You have earned a reward, Zhajiang noodles." Li Jie rolled his eyes. For a restaurant that's supposed to serve Chinese cuisine, a golden fried rice would have been one thing, but now you're giving me Zhajiang noodles? What's that all about? Was the portion of golden fried rice too small, making you worry that the guest wouldn't be full? Surely, you should prepare a few more dishes. The system showed no response whatsoever to Li Jie's complaint. But Li Jie didn't have time to argue with the system, because Typhoid Mary's body had begun to change. Top-tier combat skills, the ability to create spiritual shields and force fields, telekinesis, flight, telepathy. Typhoid Mary possessed all of these. And beyond these powers, she could also transform into Variant Zero. Variant Zero was one of Typhoid Mary's many personalities, a mutation that rarely surfaced. When the Variant Zero persona emerged, a layer of weaponized armor enveloped Typhoid Mary, making her even more formidable. This personality mutation served as a form of self-protection when Typhoid Mary faced danger, but it was also a force shrouded in mystery. While it granted her a surge of combat strength, it would also inflict a certain degree of typhoid, the very sickness, upon her own body. Put simply, this power was a double-edged sword. Just how powerful Variant Zero was remained a mystery. Li Jie, however, didn't want to waste any time. Sensing Typhoid Mary's transformation, he struck out and knocked her unconscious with a single punch. He thought this would stop the mutation, but it turned out to be useless. A layer of armor materialized over Typhoid Mary's body, and even in her unconscious state, she suddenly reached out, drew a massive blade, and slashed it at Li Jie. Her speed was astonishing. She was nothing like the Typhoid Mary from before. Li Jie dodged back, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow, all the while sizing up Typhoid Mary. No, he corrected himself. It should be called Variant Zero now. Standing there in full armor, Variant Zero looked like a warrior encased in steel, but an unmistakable aura of evil radiated from her entire being. With her other hand, Variant Zero drew another broadsword, opened her eyes, and fixed Li Jie with a wicked grin. In a blur, she lunged at him like a phantom. Compared to Typhoid Mary, every combat metric, speed, strength, and more, was now on a whole new level. Even Daredevil Matt Murdock would have little chance against Variant Zero. Li Jie's hands shot out almost simultaneously, locking onto Variant Zero's wrist before hurling her aside. His Daredevil senses, now amplified to 200%, allowed him to anticipate Variant Zero's moves, while his 300% Spider-Man and Kingpin physical prowess combined to deliver a swift counterattack. Variant Zero clearly hadn't expected her assault to be so easily thwarted by Li Jie. After throwing her aside, Li Jie closed the distance in a flash and landed a heavy punch to Variant Zero's abdomen. The blow forced her to vomit up everything she had just eaten. Without pause, Li Jie followed up with punch after punch, raining down blows on Variant Zero like a relentless storm. Under Li Jie's relentless assault, the so-called strongest form of Mary, the Variant Zero, had no power to fight back. All it could do was passively endure Li Jie's series of devastating blows. After a burst of brutal attacks, there was a sharp crack as the armor clinging to Variant Zero began to shatter and fade away. With a faint whimper, Mary curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with abject terror. Li Jie realized Mary's personality had shifted again. At this moment, she was neither the violent and wanton Scourge Mary, nor Variant Zero, nor the regular Mary Walker. Instead, she had become Timid Mary. Timid Mary was quiet and gentle, easily frightened by almost anything. This kind of personality shift was Mary's way of protecting herself. When she realized that even Variant Zero was no match for Li Jie, she switched to playing the victim. Li Jie had sought out Scourge Mary only to solve the case and complete his system mission, not to avenge those 3 bizarre murder victims. Had she remained in the guise of Scourge Mary or Variant Zero, Li Jie wouldn't have hesitated to kill her. But now, as harmless and pitiful Timid Mary, he found himself unable to do it. He watched as Timid Mary, racked with pain, let tears roll down her cheeks before fainting away. Striking her at this moment would fill anyone with guilt. Besides, many of Mary's abilities were exactly what Li Jie hoped to acquire for himself. Just then, Daredevil finally arrived, giving Li Jie even less reason to act. "I'll leave her to you." Li Jie couldn't be bothered to explain. He handed the unconscious Timid Mary to Daredevil, then walked away towards Spider-Man, Peter. Daredevil caught Timid Mary in his arms and asked, "What happened here?" "You'd better wait until she wakes up and ask her yourself." After retracting his poisonous vines, Li Jie slung Spider-Man Peter over his shoulder and left. Daredevil frowned. Now that he knew Mary Walker's secret, he was certain that she was to blame for whatever had happened. Without a clear picture of the situation, Daredevil could only sigh and take Mary back to his place to tend to her wounds. As a chef, when you get a new dish, you naturally have to taste it yourself to make sure it's right. When the 2 bowls of jajang noodles were finally ready, Spider-Man Peter's immune system had purged the toxins from his body, and he slowly regained consciousness. "Boss, how'd I end up here?" Spider-Man Peter clutched his aching head, looking utterly confused. "Don't you remember what happened the night you passed out?" Spider-Man Peter tried to recall, muttering, "I have a vague memory. I think I was supposed to be on a date with Mary tonight." "Are you sure it was Mary?" Spider-Man Peter frowned, then suddenly cried out in shock. "Oh no, my date tonight wasn't with Mary Jane." There was a brief pause in his words. Then he called out to Li Jie. "Did we have a fight too? It seems you haven't lost your memory." As Li Jie spoke, he placed one of the bowls of jajang noodles in front of Peter Parker. "A new dish at the restaurant. Give it a try and tell me what you think." "Thank you, boss." Peter Parker expressed his gratitude, but the thought of his date with Typhoid Mary left him uneasy, feeling as if he was betraying Mary Jane. Even the tempting aroma of the jajang noodles in front of him couldn't stir his appetite. After hesitating for a moment, Peter Parker blurted out, a little agitated, "Boss, I swear, what happened tonight wasn't really my choice. I feel like something's wrong with me, like I wasn't myself. Anyway, boss, I'm begging you, please keep what happened tonight a secret. Don't tell anyone, please." The bowl of jajang noodles was actually quite large, a typical oversized China bowl. But the noodles inside were disappointingly sparse, making him think of those noodle shops where the bowls kept getting bigger and the portions smaller. Were they selling noodles or just bowls? With bowls that size, wasn't it a pain just to hold them? Washing them must be real drudgery. Small portions seemed to have become a signature trait of Chinese restaurants. A single bowl of jajang noodles definitely wasn't enough to fill you up, but if you added a serving of golden fried rice and a bowl of soup, it would pretty much satisfy any grown man's hunger. "If you don't want your noodles, Peter, I'll take them." Li Jie was already halfway through his own bowl, while Peter Parker hadn't even picked up his chopsticks. "I never said I wasn't eating." Peter hurriedly snatched the noodles back, sticking out his tongue in a playful gesture and giving them a quick lick. Smells amazing." Originally, Peter just wanted to claim the noodles before Li Jie could finish them, But after that first taste of the sauce, he couldn't help himself. He picked up a chopstick full and slurped it down. Delicious, it's really, really good. Boss, this is incredible. Honestly, this is the best spaghetti I've ever had. Li Jie reached over and gave Peter Parker a gentle knock on the head, his face stern. Spaghetti? Peter, get this straight. These are authentic Chinese noodles. Zhajiang noodles. Repeat after me. Zhajiangmian. Zhajiangmian. Peter Parker repeated after Li Jie in Chinese, showing a decent knack for languages. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction, his face breaking into a pleased smile. It had been more than 20 days, and Peter's spider abilities had already unlocked to 300%. Today, he finally managed to unlock another Spider-Man skill, the immune system. Spider-Man's immune system, with its accelerated metabolism, made Peter Parker resistant to most drugs and toxins. The radioactive mutation enzymes in his blood could even make him immune to becoming a vampire. Previously, Peter was knocked out by the poisonous vines because they continuously released toxins into the air. For the little spider, Peter, absorbing too many toxins is much like drinking too much alcohol. It takes time for the effects to wear off. Now that Li Jie has unlocked Spider-Man's immune system, he's gained immunity to toxins as well. Otherwise, if even a top-tier assassin like Bullseye could be easily taken down by the poisonous vines, wouldn't that be absurd? After finishing a bowl of noodles, Peter's gloomy mood began to lift. Even as he was being ushered out, he didn't forget to plead with Li Jie to keep his secret. Returning to the second floor, Li Jie was suddenly struck by a sense of emptiness. He had grown used to Erica's presence during this time, and now that she was gone, it felt unsettling. A cat's meow jolted Li Jie awake from his dreams. Opening his eyes, he found an orange tabby sprawled right beside his head. Li Jie broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder the Flurkin is considered one of the fiercest creatures in the universe. Despite his own increased strength, he hadn't even noticed when it showed up. Fortunately, the Flurkin bore him no ill will. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened to him in his sleep. Ever since the Flurkin's affection for Li Jie rose to 14%, it had vanished together with Carol Danvers. Now, seeing Li Jie awake, the Flurkin let out another ingratiating meow. Li Jie sat up, scooping the Flurkin into his arms. He noticed it was covered in grime, looking every bit like a stray cat, and frowned, saying, "You're filthy. Has Carol not had time to give you a bath lately?" The Flurkin let out a dejected little cry. Li Jie now possessed some of Typhoid Mary's psychic abilities. Though he couldn't speak cat, he could nonetheless understand what the Flurkin meant. "Carol hasn't been home for a long time. She's missing." The Flurkin nodded. Carol's disappearance made Li Jie realize she was on the verge of gaining incredible powers and becoming Captain Marvel. "All right, Huey. You'll stay with me until Carol comes back. But first, you need a bath." At the mention of a bath, the Flurkin immediately started wriggling, trying to escape Li Jie's grasp. It might not be a real cat, but like most felines, it absolutely hated getting wet. Li Jie held tight, warning, "If you want to stay in a restaurant, you'll have to behave. What would people think if they saw a filthy cat hanging around here? Be good and take your bath, and I'll make you a special golden fried rice afterward." The promise of golden fried rice finally calmed the Flurkin down. After giving the Flurkin a thorough wash, Li Jie checked the time. It was already 8 in the morning, so he took the Flurkin downstairs for breakfast. Just then, a voice drifted over from the neighboring building. "Matt, what's the matter with you? Did you get into another fight last night?" Even with his sunglasses and mask, Matt couldn't hide the bruises on his face. Beyond his black eyes and swollen nose, the rest of his body was even more battered. Despite Matt's extraordinary healing abilities, the fact that he still looked like this at work spoke volumes about how badly he'd been beaten the night before. And the one who'd managed to rough up Daredevil Matt so thoroughly was none other than Mary Typhoid, whom he'd brought home just yesterday. After Matt treated Mary's wounds, the timid Mary Sue personality faded, and she awoke as the fierce and violent Bloody Mary. A fierce battle was inevitable. In the end, it concluded with Matt taking a brutal beating while Bloody Mary made her escape. The Flurkin let out a questioning purr, clearly puzzled by the sudden smile tugging at Li Jie's lips. "It's nothing. Just remembered something funny," Li Jie said, absent-mindedly patting the Flurkin's head before setting it down and humming a cheerful tune as he walked into the kitchen. Upstairs, Matt heard this and knit his brows, instantly realizing that Li Jie was poking fun at him. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, arrived at the shop around 10 in the morning. The moment he saw the Flurkin, he reached out to scoop it up. What an adorable kitty. Li Jie and the Flurkin both voiced their protests at once. Thankfully, Peter's reflexes were quick enough to avoid being scratched. "Wow, what a feisty little thing," Peter exclaimed, patting his chest as the incident slipped from his mind. He pulled out a cup of warm milk from his bag, poured it into a dish, and called out, "Here, little yellow, come have some milk. The Flurkin made it quite clear it did not appreciate being called Little Yellow. Li Jie spoke up. His name is Huey. Also, he doesn't like being picked up by strangers. You'd better keep your distance. Huey, come on. Have some milk? Peter coaxed, waving at the Flurkin, but wisely took 2 steps back. A single plate of golden fried rice was hardly enough to satisfy the Flurkin. After a moment's hesitation, it padded over to the milk. Boss, have you already had breakfast? Peter asked, a bit disappointed when he saw the empty plate on the table. That meant he'd have to wait until after his shift at noon to get his hands on some golden fried rice or any other delicacies. A moment later, Peter's eyes lit up as he noticed a new item on the menu. Zhajiang, the savory bean paste. Boss, does that mean you'll be serving noodles with zhajiang sauce at lunch today? So, we can have zhajiang noodles at noon. He even licked his lips at the thought. The taste of last night's zhajiang noodles still lingered on his palate. Li Jian nodded, not least because he was craving them himself. The Flurkin, who was lapping at its milk, looked up and let out a determined meow, making it clear it wanted some too. Li Jie's brows furrowed in response. Currently, the Chinese eatery offered 3 signature dishes: golden fried rice, seaweed and dried shrimp soup, and zhajiang noodles. The system provided 1 staff meal per day, and with Li Jie paying for an extra serving himself, it was just barely enough to keep everyone satisfied. Now, with the arrival of the Flurkin, it felt like they were right back where they started. There simply wasn't enough food to go around. Peter, here's some money. In a bit, order everything on the menu. Li Jie called Peter Parker over, relying on his purchase privileges to solve the Flurkin's meal problem. Suddenly, Daredevil Matt let out a curse. Such a profiteer. Matt, who are you talking about? Foggy asked, bewildered. Of course, Matt was talking about Li Jie. There was a subtle rivalry simmering between the two of them lately. Oh, it's nothing. Matt adjusted his mood and asked, did you reserve a table at the Chinese restaurant yesterday? Foggy immediately broke into a grin and replied, I heard from Peter that the restaurant added 50 more servings each day, so I got him to book our lunches for the whole next month. Nice work. Let's eat there at noon. Matt replied through gritted teeth, as if going to lunch was his way of getting back at Li Jie. Li Jie, meanwhile, shot a sharp glance at Peter Parker. So the kid had secretly helped Foggy and Matt make those reservations. But then he thought, at most, Peter was just doing someone a favor, not taking any kickbacks. He decided to let it slide. After all, Peter always worked hard and diligently around here. When the restaurant opened for lunch, Matt and Foggy were the first customers through the door. No sooner had they entered than Matt began. Peter, 2 golden fried rices and 2 soups, and throw in 2 bowls of zhajiang noodles as well. Oh, is there something new on the menu? Foggy's eyes roamed over to the menu posted on the wall. Just then, the deep rumble of an engine echoed from outside. A red sports car screeched to a halt at the restaurant's entrance. Foggy glanced over his shoulder, quickly grabbing Matt's arm. Hey, isn't that your ex-girlfriend? Foggy didn't notice, but Matt's face had already turned grim. He wasn't the only one unsettled. Peter Parker, who'd been toyed with like a plaything by Typhoid Mary the night before, felt the chill as well. At the sight of Typhoid Mary, Peter's scalp tingled. He quickly turned to shout into the kitchen. Boss, I need to use the restroom. Li Jie muttered to himself. You didn't even get the worst of it. What are you running for? Outside, Typhoid Mary's arrival had thrown the crowd into a frenzy. Mary, can I have your autograph? Mary, I'm your biggest fan. Can I get a photo with you? Mary, do you have any new projects this year? The magnetic presence of Mary Walker was on full display. Whether diehard fans or critics, everyone surged forward to get closer. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just here for lunch today. If you don't mind, could you let me go inside and eat first? I promise, once I'm done in the Chinese restaurant, I'll make sure all your wishes come true. Mary fluttered her eyelashes as she spoke, her words full of brazen suggestion. From her choice of words alone, it was clear that her persona at the moment was Typhoid Mary. But some people weren't about to let Mary walk her off so easily. They followed after her, hoping to get close under the pretense of grabbing a meal. Little Spider, Peter, had made a run for it, leaving Li Jie to handle things himself. Otherwise, this crowd would have turned the restaurant upside down. Hey, listen up. We're only serving guests with reservations at lunchtime. If you don't have a reservation, come back in the evening. Li Jie stood at the entrance with a kitchen knife in hand, and his presence alone was enough to make people stop in their tracks. What's more, since Kingpin was a regular at the restaurant, everyone assumed Li Jie and Kingpin were on very good terms, so nobody dared to cross him. Did you all hear that? If you don't have a reservation, please come back tonight. Typhoid Mary blew a kiss as she spoke, then tried to squeeze past Li Jie into the restaurant. But the kitchen knife blocked her way, and with a polite smile, Li Jie asked, Sorry, miss, do you have a reservation? What? Even I need a reservation. Typhoid Mary tried to press herself up against Li Jie, completely unconcerned about her celebrity status in front of everyone. "Yes, miss." Li Jie turned the blade sideways, and Mary immediately toned down her act. Still grinning, she pointed to Daredevil, who was already hiding in the corner, and said, "I'm with Matt." She waved her arm and called out, "Matt, Matt." Daredevil ducked his head, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Li Jie, stifling a chuckle, decided to watch Daredevil squirm, so he stepped aside and said, "If you're with Mr. Matt, then please come on in." "Thank you, handsome." Typhoid Mary was anything but subtle. She started flirting with Li Jie right there in front of everyone. Li Jie cursed under his breath, but couldn't help admiring Mary's boldness. When a beautiful superstar lets loose, even the most disciplined can hardly resist. Maybe should he give Daredevil a hat to wear? "I'll say it one more time. Only guests with reservations can come in. The rest of you wait outside." Li Jie issued another warning to anyone thinking of slipping in, then turned and went back inside. Matt furrowed his brow as Mary came his way, silently blaming Li Jie for letting her in. If only he'd made a getaway like Peter Parker. Fergie, on the other hand, was all hospitality. He was already up, pulling out a chair for Typhoid Mary. "Boss, just give me whatever they're having," he said. With a dramatic flourish, Scarlet Fever Mary plopped herself down right next to Matt, nearly knocking him off his seat in the process. Li Jie, watching the scene, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He walked over and said, "Sorry, it's house policy to pay before you eat. Which of you three will be settling the bill?" "I'll take care of it." Without hesitation, Scarlet Fever Mary pulled out a black credit card, shooting Matt a flirtatious glance as she spoke. "No pin needed, just swipe as much as you like." Li Jie took the card and turned away, muttering in a voice only Daredevil could hear, "That's quite the sweet gig you've got here." Matt flushed with embarrassment and tried to make his escape, but Mary hooked her arm around his shoulders, holding him in place as she hurriedly declared, "Mary, I think we've made things perfectly clear. There's nothing between us now." The more Matt tried to pull away, the more spirited Mary became, pressing herself closer as she teased. "So what if we've broken up? Are you saying we can't even share a meal together?" "Matt, you really are ruthless." No wonder she was a movie star. Mary's eyes shimmered with tears in an instant, as if Matt had done her some terrible wrong. Foggy immediately leapt to her defense. "Mary, don't listen to him. Sit right here with us, and later you can even come upstairs and hang out." Matt, under the table, gave Foggy a sharp kick, prompting a yelp of pain. Mary, all the while, was just putting on a show, but seeing Foggy's response, she flashed a bright smile and said, "Foggy, you're such a sweetheart." Daredevil really couldn't take it anymore. No matter how delicious the food was, he'd lost his appetite. But with Mary standing in his way, there was no chance of slipping out. He couldn't exactly start another fight here, not with his wounds still healing. While Li Jie was swiping the card, another group of a dozen customers streamed into the restaurant. "Peter, did you fall into the restroom or something? Get out here and help. No slacking off." Li Jie had no choice but to drag Peter Parker out of the bathroom. "Hey, Peter." Scarlet Fever Mary immediately waved, sending a flirty spark Peter's way. Peter Parker practically jolted as if he'd been shocked, then hurried off to greet other customers, pretending not to notice. "You know, Peter?" Daredevil blurted it out before he could stop himself, instantly realizing his mistake. If they didn't know each other, how could they have spent last night together? "Oh, what's the matter? Jealous?" Mary clearly enjoyed stirring the pot, grinning as she replied, "Matt, don't be fooled by how skinny Peter looks. He's actually even stronger than you." Daredevil's brow furrowed, his competitive spirit flaring. He scanned Peter Parker up and down with his super senses. "You can say I'm not good enough, but don't ever say another man's stronger than me." Because of his spider sense, Peter Parker felt a bit uneasy around Daredevil's heightened senses. While picking up an order, Peter Parker said to Li Jie, "Boss, I think I might be sick. Can I take a day off?" "Peter, don't you see how many customers we have right now? If you walk out now, you're just running away from your duties. As a man, you need to face your problems and solve them." Li Jie spoke with a stern expression. Peter Parker hesitated, "But I really don't feel well. I need to go to the hospital. If you don't want this job, you can leave right now." Li Jie cut him off. "My illness is gone, boss." Peter Parker chose to compromise. After all, the promise of free food was too tempting. Inwardly, Daredevil muttered, "What a shrewd boss." Since Li Jie had made it clear that only reservations would be accepted at lunchtime, everyone except Typhoid Mary was kept outside. The portions of golden fried rice, seaweed and shrimp soup, and noodles with soybean paste were all modest, enough to satisfy those with small appetites, and just enough for bigger eaters to feel about 70 or 80% full. Even the female customers would order all 3 dishes at once. All told, they sold 153 portions of food by noon. Assuming each customer gave 3 acknowledgments, that came to a total of 460 acknowledgments harvested. With Typhoid Mary's appearance, Li Jie decided to invest these acknowledgments mainly into unlocking telepathy, pushing it up to 300%. The spider immune system was also important, so Li Jie raised it to 200%. The remainder went toward unlocking the Savage Hulk physique, bringing it to 14%. Compared to other skills, progress on the Savage Hulk physique was slower, so Li Jie decided to prioritize it next. "Miss, is there anything else you need?" Peter Parker approached Typhoid Mary and asked her politely. At this point, she was the only customer left in the restaurant. Even if she did have any requests, there was nothing more the shop could offer. In truth, Peter was indirectly encouraging her to leave. Typhoid Mary pressed a finger to her lips and, with a temptation no man could resist, said, "I want you." Peter Parker instinctively stepped back, flustered. "Ma'am, please, don't joke around. If you don't need anything else, we're about to close." Typhoid Mary let out a throaty, teasing laugh. "Peter, no need to be so nervous. I'm no longer interested in you. If you're done here, you can go home early. I have some grown-up business to discuss with your boss." Hearing this, Peter felt as if he'd been handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. He quickly called out a farewell to Li Jie and made his escape. Li Jie took off his apron and chef's hat, walked up to Typhoid Mary, and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "In your words, naturally, matters of romance." Typhoid Mary crossed her long legs up on the table, the allure of her black stockings on full display. At the same time, Li Jie sensed Typhoid Mary's psychic assault. She was trying to tempt Li Jie into falling for her. This was exactly why Li Jie was so eager to enhance his telepathic abilities. With his telepathy at 300%, Li Jie's power in this domain was triple that of Typhoid Mary. Even if Typhoid Mary launched a sudden psychic attack, controlling Li Jie was utterly impossible. On the contrary, Li Jie could easily reverse the control, making her believe she had succeeded and that he was now infatuated with her. "If we're going to talk about romance, I'm afraid this isn't quite the right place," Li Jie said, stepping forward and placing his hand on Typhoid Mary's thigh as he spoke. This gesture only strengthened Typhoid Mary's conviction that she had him under her sway. Toying with Li Jie's chin, Typhoid Mary asked, "Then tell me, where do you think is suitable for such a conversation? Please follow me." Li Jie locked the restaurant door and led Typhoid Mary upstairs to a bedroom. Meanwhile, Daredevil Matt squeezed his coffee cup so hard it shattered, spilling coffee all over himself. "Matt, are you all right?" Foggy, sitting across from him with a file in hand, looked up in surprise. "Oh, it's nothing." Matt caught himself, drawing his super senses back from the Chinese restaurant, and cleared his throat awkwardly. Foggy passed him a napkin, listening intently. "Matt, did you hear something? It almost sounds like someone's watching a pay-per-view channel." The action from the restaurant was so intense, even without super senses, you could vaguely make it out. Matt, clearly irritated, said, "Foggy, can you focus, please? Let's get back to this case." All right. Foggy replied, but then asked, "Matt, your ears are always sharper than mine. Are you sure you didn't hear anything?" Matt insisted stubbornly. Foggy shrugged helplessly, wanting to work, but the faint sounds drifting over made it impossible to concentrate. After another hour with no sign of things winding down, Matt finally found an excuse to go out for some fresh air. Business resumed that afternoon. As soon as they reopened, Tony arrived with Pepper, but this time they had an extra companion, the third wheel, Black Widow. "Jack, this is my friend Natasha. We just bumped into her outside. Do you still have a table?" Tony introduced her with his usual flair. Li Jie smiled warmly and replied, "If it were anyone else, I might not, but for such a beautiful lady visiting my restaurant, of course there's a table." Because of her genetic modifications, Black Widow's aging has slowed significantly, and she still looks incredibly young. In fact, given her actual age, she could easily be old enough to be Tony's mother. "This must be Jack, the owner of the Chinese restaurant." "Jack, Tony has praised your cooking more than once, claiming it's the best in America. I just had to come uninvited this time, all for a taste of your famous dishes." Black Widow greeted Li Jie with a warm smile and shook his hand, exuding an approachable charm. Approachability was one of Black Widow's defining traits, allowing her to win people's trust and recognition with ease, a skill that later helped her become the leader of the Avengers. However, in Li Jie's eyes, Black Widow was the ultimate covert operative. What others saw as warmth was, in reality, a sophisticated form of deception she had mastered. Unable to resist, Li Jie used his heightened senses to scrutinize this ageless beauty before him. Sure enough, Black Widow's claim that she was here simply to sample the food was a lie. She had another objective altogether. "Natasha, you're making me feel a bit of pressure with all these compliments. Just let Peter know what you'd like to eat, and I promise I'll give 200% to make you something unforgettable." Li Jie pulled Peter Parker over, exchanged a few words with Tony, and then slipped into the kitchen. But what exactly was Black Widow's purpose in coming here today? Li Jie wondered silently, when suddenly his phone rang. It was Kingpin calling. When he answered, Kingpin spoke. Jack, I know I didn't make a reservation, but I thought I'd try my luck. Do you still have any open tables tonight? What a coincidence. Kingpin wanted to come to the restaurant. Or perhaps, was Black Widow here because of Kingpin? Kingpin had long drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. due to his adversarial relationship with various superheroes. Even if Nick Fury had sent Black Widow to assassinate Kingpin, Li Jie wouldn't have been the least bit surprised. After confirming that Kingpin would only be bringing one other person, Li Jie agreed to let him come, curious to see how Black Widow would react. Very few people knew Li Jie reserved tables for special guests at night, so even after being open for half an hour, the restaurant wasn't crowded. Most of the dishes Tony and his companions had ordered were already served. This soup is absolutely divine. I swear, I've never tasted anything so fresh and flavorful in my life. Black Widow took a sip of the house soup and couldn't help but praise it with genuine delight. Congratulations, host. You've earned Black Widow's approval and unlocked 10% of her information processing ability. Black Widow was a world-class spy. Combat wasn't actually her greatest strength. Her approachable demeanor could mask her true emotions, but what truly set her apart was her information processing prowess. This ability allowed her to juggle multiple streams of information and adapt swiftly to ever-changing tactical situations. It was the very foundation that made her an outstanding tactician and strategist. A black Bentley pulled up to the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. From the car emerged Kingpin, his tall figure looming in the darkness. Just then, a shadowy figure darted over to him. Iron Man and Black Widow are both inside, the man whispered as he drew near Kingpin. Is there anyone lying in wait nearby? Kingpin asked quietly. No, the man replied, shaking his head. I see, Kingpin responded. With a wave of his hand, the man melted back into the shadows and disappeared. Kingpin walked around to the other side of the car to open the door for Vanessa. Vanessa glanced around as she spoke, her eyes soon falling on the three people inside the restaurant, laughing and chatting. Tony Stark, Pepper, and another woman. Vanessa didn't recognize Black Widow, but it would be nearly impossible not to know Tony Stark. If it's inconvenient, we can always come back another day, Vanessa said considerately to Kingpin. It's no trouble at all. I've heard the restaurant has more than just its famous golden fried rice now. There are 2 new dishes on the menu. I think you'll really like them. As Kingpin spoke, he offered his arm. Vanessa immediately slipped her hand into the crook of his arm, trusting her man completely. Vanessa's love for Kingpin bordered on blind devotion. At first, she hadn't known who he really was. But even after Kingpin confessed everything, she loved him all the same, without hesitation or regret. She was willing to do anything for him. This kind of twisted love suddenly reminded Li Jie of the relationship between Harley Quinn and the Joker. It's Kingpin, Black Widow murmured under her breath. Kingpin? The mob boss? Pepper asked, curiosity piqued. Tony Stark glanced through the window, unconcerned. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen with me here. Black Widow was even less fazed. She'd faced situations 100 times more dangerous than Hell's Kitchen. The only reason she'd felt any concern earlier was for Pepper. Kingpin entered the restaurant with Vanessa, giving Tony Stark a slight nod before heading to sit in another corner of the room. No one spoke, but the unspoken understanding was clear. Both sides had reached a silent agreement. Inside the Chinese restaurant, they would focus only on the food and set aside all grudges. Li Jie's brow furrowed slightly. He realized Black Widow's target wasn't Kingpin. If Black Widow wasn't after Kingpin, then her sights must be set on me. But what could I have possibly done to draw S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? Was it just because my cooking is too good? Or was it those earlier run-ins with Bullseye, Daredevil, Spider-Man, Peter, and Typhoid Mary? Bullseye had died at Erica's hands, and on the surface, his death had nothing to do with me. But if S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to investigate, they'd still uncover something. And then there was Daredevil. Daredevil Matt Murdock is a magnet for beautiful women. Maybe he hasn't won over Black Widow yet, but it's only a matter of time between them. Next up is little Spider-Man, Peter. This kid thinks he's hidden himself well, but he's always been someone S.H.I.E.L.D. has kept an eye on and hoped to recruit. It's not impossible that Peter Parker, the young Spider-Man, has already caught S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. And then there was the fight last night with Typhoid Mary. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people were already watching. All things considered, Black Widow's interest in me just keeps rising. Once night falls in Hell's Kitchen, no one with sense dares to roam the streets. So it's no surprise the restaurant's business is slow. Add to that the fact that Kingpin is dining here. Anyone who might have wanted to come in would think twice after seeing him. On one side, you have superheroes like Iron Man and Black Widow. On the other, there's Kingpin, the infamous crime lord. Traditionally, good and evil never mix, but tonight, in this Chinese restaurant, they managed to coexist peacefully. Iron Man and his companions arrived earlier and left before Kingpin. After a satisfying meal, the three of them departed, each going their separate ways. Tony Stark drove off in his sports car with Pepper, while Black Widow rode away on her motorcycle. A couple of blocks away, Black Widow turned her bike into an alley and started a call with Nick Fury. "I've met with Jack, the owner of the Chinese restaurant. Did something happen?" "First off, the food he made was incredible, almost unbelievably good. I collected a few samples and will check them for banned substances when I get back. And, second, have you ever seen a wild beast lie obediently at your feet? Go on." While we were eating, Kingpin also came to the restaurant. He showed Jack an unusual amount of respect. You think he and Kingpin are in league? All I can say is, Jack is definitely no ordinary man. My assessment, he's dangerous. I understand. Come back for now. I'll have people keep an eye on him. Hearing this exchange with his enhanced senses, Jack couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Dangerous, am I? Boss, Kingpin wants to thank you in person. Peter Parker walked into the kitchen to deliver the message. Got it. Jack responded and headed to the front of the restaurant. As soon as Kingpin saw Jack, he stood up and said, "Jack, I have to thank you for providing Vanessa and me with such a wonderful meal. No need to mention it. You paid for your food. It's what you deserve." Kingpin folded his hands and turned to Vanessa, speaking softly. "Would you mind waiting for me in the car?" Before leaving, Vanessa thanked Jack once again. Kingpin watched Vanessa get into the car, then turned to Jack and said, "Jack, there's another reason I came here today. I want to apologize to you." This completely puzzled Li Jia. Kingpin continued, "Do you remember Bullseye? He used to work for me. I'm sorry. I failed to keep him in check, and that's what led to the conflict between you two. But you don't need to worry. Bullseye had an accident yesterday. He's already passed away." At this, Li Jia understood what Kingpin was getting at. In truth, Kingpin and Black Widow had the same purpose. Both came to observe and assess Li Jia. Although Bullseye died by Erica's hand, Li Jia had been present, which made Kingpin suspicious of him. That's a real shame. Honestly, it was just a minor misunderstanding between us. Li Jia replied, adopting a tone of regret. "Jack, I hope what happened with Bullseye won't affect our relationship. What I mean is, I hope I can keep coming here to dine. Of course, you're always welcome here." With Kingpin's departure, the restaurant fell temporarily quiet. Li Jia found a chair, sat down, and began to pet his cat. Soon, he realized one major limitation of running a Chinese restaurant. The space was simply too small. Serving 50 people at a time was already stretching things to the limit. And when the place was full, there was no point in hoping for any sort of pleasant dining experience. The clamor of voices was a constant headache. People practically had to shout just to be heard across the table. That, Li Jia thought, was why Kingpin and Iron Man prefer to come in the evenings. The atmosphere was far more relaxed and comfortable then. Currently, the restaurant offered just 2 main dishes and a daily soup. If he wanted to improve the dining experience and make things more comfortable, he'd have to expand his operations. But that, of course, brought new problems. First, he needed to find a larger, more suitable location. Second, he'd have to hire more waitstaff. And finally, the most troubling issue of all, the secret of the kitchen. With new dishes being introduced and more customers coming in, the kitchen would need more hands. But that would mean the secret of the kitchen might be exposed. For now, it was best to keep things as they were. Li Jia simply couldn't think of a better solution. Suddenly, there was a stumbling noise from upstairs. Moments later, Mary Walker came rushing down, looking flustered. She paused when she saw Li Jia and Peter Parker, then forced a smile and said, "Well, I'm not really sure why I'm here at this hour, but I think I need to leave now. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Sorry." Mary Walker bumped into a chair, apologized hastily, and hurried out the door. "That's odd. She seems different from before," Peter Parker remarked with a puzzled look. Of course it was different. Now, she had reverted to her normal self. Mary Walker, not Typhoid Mary. Well, it looked like she would be spending another lonely night by herself. Dong, dong, dong. No sooner had Mary Walker left than the sound of a cane tapping against the floor echoed from outside the door. An elderly man entered the Chinese restaurant. He wore a hat and sunglasses, and held a bamboo cane in his hand. From his appearance, it was clear he was blind. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Peter Parker stepped forward to greet him. "Wonderful, you're still open. Oh, a friend recommended this place to me, told me I absolutely had to come try it, no matter what," the old man said as he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out a handful of loose change, placing it on the table. "I'll have a golden fried rice, a house soup, and 1 bowl of jajang noodles. Young man, would you mind checking if I've brought enough?" "Please wait just a moment." Peter Parker began sorting through the coins. Li Jia, with his super senses, had already confirmed that the change amounted to exactly $250. Not a cent more, not a cent less. As for the blind old man before him, Li Jie had identified him before he even stepped through the door. Stick. Though Stick was blind, he was a top-tier martial arts master, and also the mentor who had trained both Daredevil and Elektra. Stick's sudden appearance immediately made Li Jie think of Daredevil. Could it be that the student had suffered a setback, and now the master was here to stir up trouble? Please wait a moment. Your order will be ready soon, Peter Parker said, having counted the money. Li Jie was already in the kitchen, preparing the food. Moments later, Stick's order was served. It seems my friend didn't mislead me. The food here truly is exceptional, Stick said, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Li Jie had won Stick's approval, but didn't unlock any new skills from him. Perhaps it was because Stick's greatest talents were his senses and his fighting skills, and Li Jie already surpassed him in both areas, so there were no new skills to gain. Stick ate much more slowly than most people. It wasn't because he couldn't see. On the contrary, he saw everything with remarkable clarity. He was simply savoring every flavor in the food. But Li Jie's mind was elsewhere. Soon after Mary Walker left the restaurant, she got into a car accident. It was a trap. As she stepped out to inspect the situation, she was kidnapped. Li Jie discovered all of this thanks to his super senses. At this moment, Daredevil was still busy with other matters and hadn't yet realized that Mary was in danger. Peter, I need to step out for a bit, Li Jie said, and with that, he headed out, climbed onto his battered motorcycle, and left the restaurant. After all, the two of them had shared a fleeting night together. It wouldn't be right to pretend nothing had ever happened. This was also the first time since arriving in Hell's Kitchen that Li Jie had meddled in someone else's business. Not only was Mary Walker taken away, but even her sports car was driven off. The culprits weren't destroying evidence. They simply knew that car could fetch a good price. The two criminals dragged Mary Walker to a secluded basement, a place crowded with other girls who had also been kidnapped. After being broken in, these girls would be sent to various clubs and entertainment venues for the amusement of others. The mastermind behind this operation was another crime boss in Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao. With her head of snow-white hair, Madame Gao carried herself with remarkable poise, and her true age was far older than she appeared. As one of the 5 fingers of the hand, Madame Gao had lived for far too long. She hailed from the mysterious Kunlun and had used dragon bone fossils to prolong her life, a secret that also led to her exile from Kunlun. In her own words, she had lived since the very founding of the hand. That was her greatest secret. Throughout Hell's Kitchen, and even all of New York's flesh trade, Madame Gao held dominion, and she was also the city's most powerful drug lord. After abducting Mary Walker and delivering her here, the two thugs hurried to Madame Gao to claim their reward. A superstar like Mary would surely bring in a fortune. Madame Gao, without hesitation, slapped each of them across the face and snapped, "Idiots! Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've brought me?" Stunned and clutching their faces, the two were utterly baffled, still unaware of what they'd done wrong. Madame Gao let out a cold snort. "What's the matter? Still feeling wronged? Listen up. You've provoked a truly formidable enemy. He's like a dragon, capable of devouring all that exists. And now, he's already here. Go and bring him to me, quickly. I need to find a way to fix this." Li Jie had tracked down Madame Gao's base, the place where she trained the captive women. At first, he planned to storm in and unleash chaos. But after overhearing Madame Gao through his superhuman senses, he changed his mind. He found himself suddenly fascinated by this woman who'd survived for centuries. A life so long had allowed Madame Gao to master skills no ordinary person could dream of. For instance, she possessed telekinesis, able to move objects with her mind. She was a martial arts grandmaster, a tactical genius, and fluent in several languages. Her body was remarkably resistant to poisons, and she was a master of mind control, able to bend others to her will with just a few words. The door to the basement swung open, and the two criminals froze when they saw Li Jie standing there. First, they were shocked to discover that what Madame Gao had said was actually true. Second, they were astonished that Li Jie could find this place in such a short time. The two quickly regained their composure, and one of them spoke. "Come in." Li Jie stepped into the basement, only to find that every criminal inside was glaring at him with open hostility. Yet, under Madame Gao's restraint, not a single one dared to make a move. "All of you get out." Madame Gao barked at the criminals, sending them out of the room and leaving only herself and Li Jie behind. "You knew I was coming?" Madame Gao smiled and replied, "It's not easy to carve out a place for yourself in Hell's Kitchen. I'm a sensitive person. Any disturbance in Hell's Kitchen always catches my attention. So, you've been keeping an eye on me for a while." Li Jie was a bit surprised. His super senses were 3 times sharper than Daredevil's. If anyone had been watching him in secret, he should have noticed long ago. Clearly, he had underestimated Hell's Kitchen. The people assigned to monitor him hadn't given themselves away. They were definitely not ordinary. Madame Gao continued. Originally, it was an unremarkable Chinese restaurant, and then overnight, it became the hottest spot in Hell's Kitchen. I imagine I'm not the only one who's taken notice of this place. Li Jie caught her meaning. Madame Gao was warning him that more than one party was secretly surveilling the restaurant. I'm just older, not as impulsive as Fisk. Though this is our first meeting, I've been watching you for quite some time. I possess the arts of divination and reading auras. Early on, I could tell you were no ordinary person, just a hidden dragon waiting to soar. Sooner or later, you'll rise above the rest and earn the admiration of thousands. That's why I don't wish to be your enemy. Of course, I also know we'll never be friends. All I want is a measure of peaceful coexistence. Go on. It was Li Jie's first time meeting Madame Gao, and he realized she was indeed no ordinary figure. Madame Gao gave a small smile. This time, my men acted recklessly and kidnapped your guest. I've already punished them. I hope you'll let this matter rest, for my sake. Think of it as me owing you a favor. And if I refuse to let it go? Li Jie asked, his tone cold. Madame Gao called toward the door. The two criminals who had abducted Mary Walker entered, while more of Madame Gao's henchmen waited outside, their eyes full of menace, ready to rush in at any moment. The two criminals glared fiercely at Li Jie before bowing deeply to Madame Gao. Kneel before Mr. Jack. Madame Gao commanded. Though clearly reluctant, the two obeyed, kneeling before Li Jie. The next instant, there were two muffled thuds. Mrs. Gao drew a sword hidden within her cane, and, with lightning speed, pierced the hearts of both men. Then, smiling, she turned to Jack Lee and asked, Jack, does this satisfy you? Jack was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected Mrs. Gao to execute her subordinates so casually while chatting. No wonder she had survived for centuries. She truly was ruthless. Before Jack could respond, Mrs. Gao continued, If you're still not satisfied, I can keep going until you are. Jack considered for a moment and said, I'll give you this one as a token of thanks. Tomorrow, I'll invite you to my restaurant for a meal. Then I'll gladly accept your invitation, Mrs. Gao replied without hesitation. Ms. Mary has already been escorted to her car, and I've also prepared a gift for her. Now, allow me to see you out. As the door swung open, the criminals waiting outside caught sight of the two corpses inside. Yet, they reacted as if the scene was nothing out of the ordinary. At the same time, their hostility toward Jack Lee seemed to ebb away. Mary Walker, having been drugged, showed no sign of waking up just yet. Jack had no choice but to leave behind his battered old motorcycle and drive Mary's sports car back to the Chinese restaurant. Stick had already finished his meal, but showed no intention of leaving, as if he'd been waiting for Jack to return. Peter, help me carry Mary upstairs, Jack instructed. Peter Parker paled, shrinking away from Mary as if she were a venomous snake. What are you thinking? Can't you see something's wrong with her? Jack gave Peter a firm pat on the back, then walked over to Stick. Were you waiting for me? Can we talk somewhere more private? Stick asked. Come with me. Jack led Stick through the back door and into the alley. Without warning, Stick swung his staff at Jack. Jack sensed no murderous intent from Stick, so he didn't fight back. He simply dodged with ease. Stick's assaults grew faster and more furious. But in the narrow alley, no matter how hard Stick tried, he couldn't so much as graze Jack. At last, Stick called off the attack and said, Matt was right. Whether it's your senses or your combat skills, you surpass him. Though Matt hasn't said a word, I can tell he's deeply worried about you, afraid you'll head down the wrong path. Daredevil, I owe you one. Jack shot him a look. I think you should worry more about Matt. Stick nodded in agreement. You're right. I've been neglecting Matt lately. I thought he'd grown up enough to handle things on his own, but it turns out the stronger he gets, the more arrogant he becomes. If you don't have anything else, let's call it a day. Li Jie didn't want to waste more time on the Stick old man. More importantly, he sensed that Mary Walker was about to wake up, and it was clear that little spider, Peter, couldn't handle her on his own. Have you ever heard of the Hand? The Stick old man quickened his speech, not waiting for Li Jie's reply before pressing on. It's a sinister organization. They've already infiltrated this city, and I hope you can help me fight against them. Sorry, I'm not interested, but I think you should go find Matt. He'll probably help you. Li Jie turned down the Stick old man's request. The Stick old man hadn't expected such a blunt refusal from Li Jie. He frowned and said, Someone with your abilities shouldn't let evil run rampant. You should use your gifts to protect this city. I can help you. I'm sorry, but if you want to play the mentor, you'd better look for Matt instead. I have things to do. With that, Li Jie headed back into the restaurant and locked the back door behind him. The Stick old man took off his hat and scratched his scalp, frowning as he muttered. Kids these days are really hard to guide. If Li Jie had come back any later, Mary would have ended up brawling with Peter Parker. The reason was that when Mary was knocked out, her self-defense mechanism kicked in, and she shifted from her normal personality to Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary, who hated everyone, didn't care whether Peter Parker was the one who knocked her out. She'd start a fight with anyone. If the restaurant downstairs got wrecked, the system would handle the repairs automatically, but the upstairs belonged to Li Jie personally. If that got trashed, he'd have to pay for the damage himself. So, before Bloody Mary could go on a rampage, Li Jie had already placed her in the sports car. Sure enough, the moment Bloody Mary regained consciousness, she went berserk. First, she drove off, scraping against a dozen parked cars along the way, then gave a group of thugs she ran into a real beating. To top it off, she even had a fight with Daredevil. By 9 in the evening, with business slowing down, Li Jie told Peter Parker to clock out early and head home. With nothing else to do, Li Jie rode his beat-up little motorcycle back, taking Goose the Flurkin out for a joyride. Later, Man and Cat found a bar, drank until dawn was nearly breaking, and only then returned to the Chinese restaurant to sleep. The buzzing of his cell phone jolted Li Jie awake. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 10 o'clock. Why was Peter Parker arriving even later than usual today? Li Jie wondered to himself. He'd had too much to drink the night before, and woke up with a queasy stomach, not wanting to eat anything. So he went to the kitchen and made himself a bowl of seaweed and dried shrimp soup. With the hot soup settling in his stomach, Li Jie immediately felt refreshed, his hangover gone. Upstairs, Goose the Flurkin was calling out. Just remembering how Goose got when it was drunk made Li Jie shudder a little. That guy actually swallowed the bar table whole. If Li Jie hadn't reacted quickly and taken the Devourer Beast away in time, who knows what might have happened. The Devourer Beast really has terrible drinking habits. Looks like I can't take it drinking anymore. At 10:30, Peter Parker finally pushed open the restaurant's door and walked in, limping. Peter, are you hurt? Li Jie asked in surprise. Spider-Man, Peter, has an incredible healing ability. Some have even said that his self-healing is almost on par with Wolverine's. But now he's come to work with a limp, which means he must have been seriously hurt last night. Chances are, someone broke his leg. There aren't many people out there who could break Peter Parker's leg. Oh, it's nothing. I just fell off my bike. Peter Parker lied, then pleaded, Boss, I haven't eaten yet. Could I get an order of golden fried rice? Golden fried rice is said to have some pain-relieving and healing effects. But Peter Parker definitely isn't here just for that. Mostly, he just can't resist the taste. I'll get you the full set. The full set means serving all 3 of the restaurant's signature dishes at once. Since Peter Parker is essential for the lunch rush, and there isn't much else Li Jie can do to help, the least he can do is make sure the kid eats his fill. Peter Parker started to protest. Li Jie knew that Spidey was worried about his meal allowance for lunch and dinner. So he said, The full set is on me. Your staff meal is still safe and sound. Only then did Peter Parker breathe a sigh of relief. Li Jie figured the Devourer Beast wouldn't have much of an appetite today, so he generously treated Peter Parker to the full set. What's $250 anyway? If money can solve the problem, then it's not really a problem. Li Jie suddenly realized he was getting a bit extravagant. But what can you do? Ingredients cost him nothing. He brings in over $2,000 a day, and with almost no extra expenses, Li Jie has plenty saved up. Mission: Spider-Man Peter was injured by the Green Goblin. Because the Green Goblin is the father of Peter Parker's good friend, Spider-Man is deeply troubled and doesn't know how to handle this relationship. Help Spider-Man resolve this dilemma, and you'll unlock a new dish, Osmanthus Cake. Ever since that strange case last time, Li Jie's system interface has had a new taskbar. Every day, the taskbar updates automatically, or sometimes, like now, a mission just pops up out of nowhere. As long as he completes the system's missions, he can unlock new dishes. Li Jie had already thought about the issue of introducing new items, but mainly he's limited by the small size of the restaurant and the available manpower. Without exposing his own secrets, 3 dishes are already enough to handle the restaurant's daily business. So far, no one has shown any sign of getting tired of these 3 dishes. Because of this, Li Jie had no plans to introduce new items to the menu, and therefore hadn't taken on any system tasks. But now, with this unexpected task popping up, Li Jie hesitated for a moment. It had been a long time since he'd tasted Osmanthus Cake. He was certain that the Osmanthus Cake made by the system would be absolutely delicious. But most importantly, this was about Peter Parker. After spending so much time together, Li Jie and Peter Parker had become friends. Where friend is in trouble, how could he not lend a hand? Even putting friendship aside, Peter Parker was the restaurant's only employee. If something happened to him, it would directly affect the normal operation of the Chinese restaurant. This was a favor he had to grant. Li Jie glanced back at Peter Parker, who was hanging his head dejectedly, fully aware that the young Spider-Man's mental struggles now far outweighed his physical wounds. Boss, I'll go wash the dishes. After finishing his set meal, Peter Parker's spirits had lifted considerably, and the injury on his leg was almost healed. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a car horn from outside made Peter pause. He looked back to see his good friend, Harry Osborn, sitting in a Rolls-Royce, waving to him through the window. At the same moment, Norman Osborn, impeccably dressed in a hand-tailored suit, stepped out of the car, opened the rear door, and smiled at Peter Parker through the glass. Li Jie's enhanced senses immediately picked up that Norman Osborn's smile wasn't the warm one of an elder pleased to see a younger man, but rather the sly grin of someone who already knew Spider-Man's true identity. Just last night, the Green Goblin had given Peter Parker a brutal beating. Now, Norman Osborn's visit carried a certain air of triumph, tinged with mockery. Peter! Peter! Harry Osborn called out excitedly, completely unaware that his best friend was Spider-Man, or that his own father was the Green Goblin. Your friends? Li Jie asked, feigning ignorance. Peter Parker nodded in response. Yes, that's my close friend Harry. The other is Harry's father, Norman Osborn, head of Oscorp. Peter, I never would have guessed you had such a wealthy boss. Li Jie couldn't resist teasing him. Peter Parker forced a wry smile, torn inside about how to handle the situation between his friend and the Green Goblin. Harry Osborn pushed the door open and rushed inside, giving Peter Parker a big hug as he exclaimed, Peter, it feels like ages since I last saw you. What have you been up to lately? Peter Parker replied playfully, Well, I don't have a rich boss, so I've been busy working part-time to make ends meet. Peter, come on, you're a top student. How can you settle for working in such a tiny Chinese restaurant? Harry protested on his friend's behalf, then turned around to complain to Norman Osborn. Dad, didn't you promise to offer Peter a job? Peter, Harry has mentioned this to me more than once, you know. I'm well aware of your love for experiments. If you're ever interested, my lab doors are always open to you. Norman Osborn spoke with a warm smile, putting on the air of a caring elder. Mr. Osborn, thank you so much. But I already have a great job, and honestly, I really love what I'm doing right now. Peter Parker forced a smile, doing his best to act as if nothing had changed from before. Harry, is there anything you'd like to eat? Harry Osborn could be quite absent-minded. Otherwise, he'd have discovered the secrets of his two closest friends by now. Peter, it's your place, so the choice is yours. In that case, let's go with 2 orders of our house trio. It's the restaurant's signature dish. Peter Parker replied, All right, let's do that. 2 house trios it is. Harry Osborn agreed. More customers came in, so Peter Parker went over to greet them while Li Jie headed into the kitchen to get busy. After sitting down, Harry Osborn turned to Norman Osborn and said, Dad, just keep that spot in the lab open for Peter. I promise you, he's a rare talent, and I'll convince him to work for you. As long as you're happy, Harry, that's all that matters. Norman Osborn nodded in response. Moments later, Peter Parker arrived at the Osborns' table with 2 plates of the house trio. Mr. Osborn, Harry, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call me. All right, Harry, you go take care of things. Harry Osborn nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Peter was too talented to be working here. Dad, you have to try this. The Chinese food here is truly something special. Harry Osborn said excitedly after tasting the golden fried rice. Norman Osborn had only come here to show off in front of Peter Parker. He hadn't expected much from a small street-side restaurant. But the moment he took his first bite, a smile spread across his face. Harry, you're absolutely right. This food is leagues better than anything at a 5-star hotel. Congratulations, host. You've just earned the Green Goblin's approval. No new skills unlocked? Li Jie wasn't disappointed. It was exactly as he'd expected. The Green Goblin is Spider-Man's arch-nemesis and certainly looks impressive. But in reality, the Goblin gained his extraordinary strength, speed, and reflexes from the Super Soldier Serum. Still, compared to Li Jie, he fell far short. Besides, the Green Goblin also possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of healing his own organs if they were damaged. This skill certainly looked impressive, but compared to the Savage Hulk's physique, it was simply in a different league. As for the Green Goblin's technological gadgets, like his flying glider and pumpkin bombs, they were still a far cry from the sophistication of Iron Man's arc reactor. Because of this, Li Jie couldn't unlock any new skills from him, only earning a few reputation points. While he was busy in the kitchen, Li Jie's mind kept circling around how to complete the Green Goblin mission. The system's task was to help little Spider-Man, Peter, resolve his troubles concerning the Green Goblin. Simply taking out the Green Goblin would be too crude and straightforward. At the core of Peter Parker's worries was the relationship between him and Harry. To truly resolve this, Harry Osborn first needed to learn that his father was the Green Goblin. But how could you convince Harry Osborn that his own father was the villain? Telling him directly was out of the question. Harry would never believe it. So the only way was to find a method for Harry Osborn to witness the truth with his own eyes. On top of that, this skill looked impressive as well, but compared to the brute strength and resilience of the Hulk, it was simply not in the same league. As for the Green Goblin's high-tech gadgets, his flying glider, pumpkin bombs, and the like, they were nowhere near as advanced as Iron Man's arc reactor. Because of this, Li Jie couldn't unlock any new abilities from him. All he gained was a handful of recognition points. While bustling in the kitchen, Li Jie's mind kept circling around how to complete the Green Goblin mission. The task given by the system was to help young Spider-Man, Peter, resolve his troubles surrounding the Green Goblin. Simply taking out the Green Goblin would be too crude and simplistic. The real source of Peter Parker's distress was his complicated relationship with Harry. To truly resolve the issue, the first step was to let Harry Osborn know that his father was actually the Green Goblin. But how could Harry Osborn be made to believe that his father was the Green Goblin? Telling him outright would never work. Harry would never accept it without proof. So, the only way was to find a method for Harry Osborn to witness the truth with his own eyes. Secondly, concrete evidence of the Green Goblin's crimes had to be gathered, so he could be handed over to the police. Boss, Mr. Norman and Harry have finished their meal. They'd like to thank you in person. Peter Parker found Li Jie, who had been distracted by his thoughts. Oh, just a moment. Li Jie quickly tidied up and went to meet Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn spoke with impeccable manners. Jack, your food is simply exquisite. I actually want to take some home, but Peter told me that each person can only order one serving of each dish per day. Yes, that's the house rule. It ensures that every guest who visits our Chinese restaurant gets a chance to savor the food. Li Jie noticed that, as Norman Osborn spoke, there was a flicker of malice hidden deep in his eyes. He could almost hear Norman's inner voice. I am Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. How dare you compare me to those nobodies? Just you wait. I'll destroy this place. That's a real shame. I hope I'll have the chance to taste your cooking again next time. Norman Osborn's face wore a pleasant smile. There was no way an ordinary person could see the darkness and venom lurking inside him. Harry, let's go. Peter, think again about working in my father's lab. If you get the chance, I'll come looking for you. Harry Osborn reminded Peter as he left. The lunchtime rush was as lively as ever. Since there were no restrictions on walk-in customers today, everything sold out except for the 10 three-piece sets that had been deliberately set aside. Peter, you don't look well today. There's no need for you to come in tonight. Just take care and get some rest at home. Oh, and here's your staff meal. Take it home and eat it. As they closed for the afternoon, Li Jie prepared a three-piece meal for Peter Parker to take with him. In fact, all of Peter Parker's wounds had healed. He was just feeling a little down. Li Jie gave him some time off, not only to let him rest, but also because of the Green Goblin. His super senses told Li Jie that the Green Goblin was very likely to show up at the Chinese restaurant for revenge that night. If Peter Parker was tied down here, it would be difficult for Spider-Man to make an appearance. Li Jie was making things convenient for Peter Parker, but also for himself. The Devour Beast's hangover was lasting a bit too long. It lay sprawled out, still refusing to move. Li Jie left some milk by its side and didn't bother with it any further. Who told you to drink so much? Learn your lesson next time. That night, Madame Gao arrived as promised, bringing no one except her driver. Li Jie swept the area with his super senses. There were no ambushes nearby, which showed Madame Gao's sincerity. Jack, sorry to trouble you. These are some pastries I made myself. I hope you'll enjoy them. Madame Gao set down a delicate, antique-looking food box on the table. Inside were the 8 delicacies of Luoyang: smiling mouse, golden jujubes, egg yolk pastry. Even in Chinatown, these treats were rare sights. Li Jie picked up a piece of honey-layered pastry and popped it in his mouth. Every ingredient was top-notch. Madame Gao had clearly put great care into this meeting. Madame Gao had guarded her life for 400 years. Over those centuries, she had seen too much and tasted countless delicacies. At her age now, very little in the world of food could move her anymore. That was why she had never visited the Chinese restaurant before. Even when Li Jie placed his 3 signature dishes in front of her, their alluring aroma did little to whet her appetite. Out of politeness, Madame Gao merely took a small sip of the seaweed and dried shrimp soup. Yet as soon as the broth touched her lips, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. At last, her yearning for fine cuisine was awakened once more. A long time ago, back in China, I was fortunate enough to taste a soup prepared by an imperial chef, Madame Gao said, wearing a gentle smile. He used over 100 chosen ingredients, simmering them for days, but it was no more impressive than this. Li Jie laughed as well. When Stick had come by earlier, Li Jie hadn't unlocked any new skills, but to his surprise, he just gained telekinesis from Madame Gao. You might want to try the other 2 dishes. I don't think they'll disappoint you. Madame Gao gave a graceful nod. The other 2 delicacies didn't let her down either. In the end, she finished all 3 dishes. For someone her age, eating that much was definitely overdoing it. In truth, Peter Parker's injuries had all healed completely. He was merely in low spirits. Li Jie gave him some time off, not only to let him rest, but also because of the Green Goblin. His super senses told him there was a strong chance the Green Goblin would show up at the restaurant tonight, seeking revenge. If Peter Parker were tied down here, it'd be almost impossible for Spider-Man to make an appearance. Li Jie was making things easier for Peter Parker, and for himself as well. The Devourer Beast's hangover was lasting a while. It lay there, utterly unwilling to move. Li Jie simply set some milk beside it and left it alone. Who told you to drink that much? Maybe this will teach you a lesson. That night, Madame Gao arrived as promised, bringing no one with her but her driver. Li Jie extended his super senses to scan the area, confirming there were no ambushes nearby, a testament to Madame Gao's sincerity. Jack, I hope I'm not intruding. These are some pastries I made myself. I hope you enjoy them. Madame Gao placed an elegant, classic food box on the table. Inside were the 8 delicacies of Luoyang: smiling pastries, golden sesame dates, egg yolk puffs. Delicacies so rare, even in Chinatown, they were hard to find. Li Jie picked up a piece of honey 3-blade and popped it into his mouth. Every ingredient was top-notch. Madame Gao had clearly put a great deal of care into this meeting. Madame Gao had guarded her life for 4 centuries. In those 400 years, she'd experienced countless things and tasted endless delicacies. At her age, very little in the world of food could still move her. That was why she'd never visited the Chinese restaurant before. When Li Jie placed the 3 signature dishes before her, even as their rich aromas filled the air, Madame Gao's appetite remained faint. Out of courtesy, she took a small sip of the seaweed and dried shrimp soup. But as the first spoonful slipped past her lips, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Her long-lost craving for fine food was awakened. A long time ago, back in China, I once had the honor of tasting a soup prepared by the imperial chef. He used over 100 ingredients, carefully simmered for days. And yet, even that was nothing more than this, Madame Gao said with a gentle smile. Li Jie chuckled as well. When the old stick showed up here before, Li Jie hadn't unlocked any skills, but to his surprise, it was from Madame Gao that he unlocked the ability to move objects at a distance. You might want to try the other 2 dishes. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Madame Gao nodded gracefully. And indeed, the other 2 dishes did not disappoint her. In the end, she finished all 3. For someone her age, eating that much was more than a little indulgent. Forgive me for losing control, she said, pulling out a homemade digestive pill and swallowing it. Li Jie had already achieved his purpose in inviting Madame Gao here, and noticing her hesitant expression, he spoke up and asked, "Just say whatever's on your mind." Madame Gao finally spoke. "I know the old stick came to see you last night. Forgive me for asking, but would you tell me what he wanted?" Li Jie didn't hide anything and answered directly. He wanted me to help him deal with the hand. At these words, Madame Gao's brows furrowed with worry. "May I ask what your decision is?" Li Jie replied. "If I'd agreed to help him, do you really think you'd still be sitting here, calmly finishing your meal?" Madame Gao quickly stood and bowed deeply. "If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word. As a matter of fact, there's something I do want to ask of you." Li Jie suddenly remembered the Green Goblin. He'd originally planned to play paparazzi after Madame Gao left, camera in hand, gathering evidence of Norman Osborn's crimes. But Madame Gao's words gave Li Jie an idea. After all, a ninja is perfect for this sort of thing. "Please, just tell me what you need," Madame Gao said respectfully. Li Jie then explained his plan to collect evidence against the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin's identity had always been a closely guarded secret, but once Li Jie revealed to Madame Gao that the Goblin was none other than Norman Osborn, things suddenly became much simpler. "Rest assured, I'll get you word within 3 days." After another respectful bow, Madame Gao left the Chinese restaurant. With nothing urgent to do, Li Jie stayed, waiting for the Green Goblin to come calling. Things unfolded just as Li Jie had expected. Not long after Madame Gao left, Spider-Man, Peter, swung onto a rooftop near the restaurant, already in costume. With Spider-Man's arrival, Daredevil, too, began to pay close attention to the area. The night brought little business. Aside from Madame Gao, there were only 2 other customers. Both were local mobsters from Hell's Kitchen, but inside the restaurant, they behaved like obedient schoolboys. They finished their meals and left in a hurry. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that Norman Osborn, clad in his Green Goblin gear, soared in on his glider above the Chinese restaurant. A chilling, maniacal laugh echoed through the air as Norman Osborn flung 2 pumpkin bombs, aiming to blow up the restaurant in one go. With a sharp whoosh, 2 streaks of silvery webbing snatched up the pumpkin bombs in midair and flung them back, so they exploded right beside Norman Osborn himself. Oscorp had long held numerous military contracts. After Tony Stark returned as Iron Man, the military was desperate to get their hands on his suit technology. Though Tony Stark refused to let the military use his inventions for war, he did, out of friendship, gift a single suit to Colonel James Rhodes. After acquiring the suit, the military immediately began reverse engineering, hoping to mass-produce their own armors for the battlefield. In the end, they discovered that the most crucial component of the mech, the arc reactor, was utterly impossible to crack. So they changed their approach and began modifying the suit, adding a host of new weapons and equipment, and gave this newly upgraded armor a name, War Machine. Norman Osborn and his Osborn group soon became part of this secret project. Like everyone else, Norman Osborn couldn't decipher the arc reactor, but he drew plenty of inspiration from War Machine. For instance, the Green Goblin gear he now wore was, to a large extent, modeled after Iron Man's design. The Green Goblin suit boasted impressive bulletproof capabilities. Even if 2 pumpkin bombs exploded nearby, Norman Osborn remained unscathed, safely shielded inside his armor. Damn Spider, today I'm going to kill you. After Peter Parker ruined his plans, Norman Osborn turned his fury toward chasing down Spider-Man. Peter hurriedly lured Norman Osborn toward a deserted, open area to fight. Because he knew the Green Goblin was his friend Harry Osborn's father, and because of his vow never to kill, Peter's battle was grueling. In stark contrast, Norman Osborn, now completely overtaken by his Green Goblin persona, had lost all reason. He knew full well that the young man before him was his son's friend, but he showed no mercy, unleashing his full firepower in an attempt to kill Peter Parker. Very quickly, Spider-Man was battered and bruised, and even his mask was half destroyed by the explosions. Just as it seemed Peter Parker could fight no longer, Daredevil, who had been watching all along, leapt into the fray. Now forced to face 2 superheroes at once, the Green Goblin grew desperate and was soon at a disadvantage. Realizing his plans for the day were doomed, the Green Goblin spat out a threat before turning to flee. In the shadows, ninjas from the Hand had already recorded the entire battle, and now they slipped away, trailing after the Green Goblin. Though Li Jie hadn't taken part in the fight directly, he'd been monitoring everything with his super senses. If Daredevil hadn't shown up, Li Jie would have stepped in himself. The kid really gave it his all. I should add an extra chicken leg to Peter's meal tomorrow, Li Jie mused, quite pleased with Peter Parker's performance. Meanwhile, the energy-devouring beast finally came back to life, bounding down from the second floor with a splash of milk still clinging to its mouth. You probably won't be able to eat anything from the shop today. How about we go out for a meal instead? Li Jie said. He had already used up both the staff meals and his purchasing ability for the day, so he couldn't cook for the beast. Whatever you want to eat, I'll take you there. Afterwards, we can find a place to let off some steam. At the mention of letting off steam, the energy beast hesitated for a moment, but soon enough, it strode forward with a swagger that said it owed nothing to anyone. A little drinking? No big deal. Seeing the look on the Flurkin's face, Li Jie couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking that if the Avengers didn't come back soon, this cat might just turn bad. Learning from last night's lesson, Li Jie didn't dare let the Flurkin drink too much. But as it turned out, the Flurkin was a wild drinker. As soon as it hit its sweet spot, it started going on a drunken rampage. It dashed into the back alley and terrorized a whole gang of stray cats, only staggering back to the Chinese restaurant at dawn, its steps unsteady and tipsy. Li Jie, utterly disgusted, simply tossed the Flurkin into the restroom. 2 days later, Mrs. Gao came looking for Li Jie. Besides wanting to enjoy the food at the Chinese restaurant, she personally handed over the criminal evidence the ninjas had gathered over the past 2 days. Ever since Green Goblin had been beaten up by Spider-Man and Daredevil that night, he'd been harboring a burning rage. That very night, he'd gone out and gruesomely killed a prostitute and a homeless man. The next evening, Green Goblin's violence escalated, and he murdered another innocent passerby. All of these gruesome scenes had been captured on camera by the ninjas. Not only that, but the ninjas had even managed to sneak in Norman Osborn's mansion, find his hidden laboratory, and secretly film the transformation between Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin. With this evidence, Norman Osborn wouldn't be able to talk his way out of it. Even Li Jie couldn't help but admire the ninjas' skills. If they ever quit being criminals and switched to paparazzi work, they'd be top-notch. I'm curious. What do you plan to do with this? Are you going to give it to the police? Or are you planning to use it to blackmail Osborn for a tidy sum? Li Jie had no intention of doing either, because there was no Jim Gordon in New York City. Handing this evidence to the police would be no different from giving it straight back to Norman Osborn. Mrs. Gao, don't you think you're talking a bit too much? Li Jie's voice was cold as ice. It must be the food here, Mrs. Gao said with a shiver as she stood up. It's so delicious that I forgot some important things. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Li Jie had already made up his mind how to use this information. First, he found a computer to compile all the files, then hacked into Harry Osborn's computer got access to his social media accounts and passwords, and posted all the evidence as if he were Harry himself. A dramatic act of righteousness, family turning against family, was about to unfold. As Green Goblin's crimes started spreading across the internet, Norman Osborn was in the Oscorp boardroom, leading a meeting. Around him, people's phones kept ringing, one after another. Soon, everyone in the room was staring at Norman Osborn in shock and horror. At first, Norman was merely confused. Then, as he pulled out his phone and saw the damning evidence of his Green Goblin persona going viral online, the truth hit him like a thunderbolt. Norman Osborn let out an angry shout, his reason lost as he charged forward in a blind fury. Harry Osborn, meanwhile, was completely unaware of what was happening. When his father appeared before him as the Green Goblin, Harry was entangled in bed with a beautiful woman. The moment the woman saw the Green Goblin bursting in, she let out a terrified scream, but the goblin killed her without mercy. Seeing his companion brutally slain, Harry was paralyzed with fear, shaking and crying out, "No, please, stay away. Harry, why did you betray me?" Norman Osborn confronted him face to face. Harry Osborn, utterly bewildered, stammered back, "Betray you? I don't understand what you're talking about." "Oh, are you still pretending you don't know what I mean?" Norman Osborn grabbed his son with one hand and lifted him off the ground. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, having seen evidence of the Green Goblin's crimes online, had rushed over and arrived just in time to witness Harry being hoisted into the air. Fearing that the goblin was about to harm Harry, Peter threw caution to the wind and crashed through the window. "Mr. Osborn, stop. Please calm down. That's Harry. He's your son." Peter Parker called out, his voice tense. "What did you say?" Harry Osborn was even more confused now. He glanced at Spider-Man, then back at the Green Goblin, forcing a nervous smile. "You must be joking, right? How could he possibly be my dad?" "Harry, he really is Mr. Osborn. You didn't know the Green Goblin was Mr. Osborn? Weren't you the one who posted those things on social media?" Peter Parker, always quick-witted, immediately sensed something was wrong. Harry Osborn furrowed his brow, staring at the Green Goblin in disbelief. "Are you really my dad?" But Norman Osborn, still lost to madness and convinced his son was playing him for a fool, tore off his helmet and shouted, "That's right, I'm your father. Harry, I can't believe you betray me for a stranger." He paused for a heartbeat, then turned to Spider-Man and yelled, "Peter Parker, you want to turn father and son against each other. Isn't that your real goal?" "Mr. Osborn, no, that's not what I—" Peter Parker barely managed to get the words out before the Green Goblin hurled Harry at him. Peter caught Harry in a hurry and set him gently on the ground. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry Osborn's brow knitted even tighter as he stared at Spider-Man. "You're Peter Parker? Peter, prepare to die." The Green Goblin launched his attack. Peter Parker quickly grabbed Harry Osborn and leapt out the window, scaling the building to the rooftop before setting him down and saying, "Harry, I'll explain this to you later. Right now, I have to deal with the Green Goblin." Harry Osborn watched Spider-Man and the Green Goblin locked in battle, unable to believe that one was his best friend and the other his own father. Lee Jia hid a block away, using his heightened senses to keep track of the fight between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. If necessary, Lee Jia was ready to step in and give Peter a hand. However, judging by the current situation, Peter Parker seemed perfectly capable of handling the Green Goblin now that he had let go of his inner burdens. When Peter's identity was revealed before Harry Osborn, everything suddenly made sense to him. Lee Jia's mission was also a success. He had unlocked a new treat, osmanthus cake. Sirens wailed in the street below. As evidence of the Green Goblin's crimes spread rapidly online, the police had no choice but to intervene and launch a manhunt for Norman Osborn. Their swift response was truly astonishing. "Damn you all. Do you really think you can catch me? Go to hell." The Green Goblin, still tangled up with Spider-Man, hurled 2 pumpkin bombs toward the street. Worried that innocent people might get hurt, Spider-Man dove after the bombs, firing webs to snatch them midair. A wild, gleeful laugh escaped the Green Goblin as he seized the opportunity to turn and flee. 2 explosions thundered, blasting Spider-Man against the wall. Just as Lee Jia was about to make a move to stop the Green Goblin, a motorcycle roared down the street. The rider wore a black leather jacket, his arms corded with muscle, a metal bow and a quiver of arrows strapped to his back. Lee Jia instantly recognized the flamboyant newcomer as Hawkeye, Black Widow's longtime partner. Hawkeye hadn't come specifically to deal with the Green Goblin. He just happened to be passing by. But when he saw the Green Goblin trying to escape, Hawkeye swiftly drew his bow and, in one smooth motion, knocked an arrow and shot it into the night sky. All the while, his motorcycle sped forward, engine growling. His arrow whistled through the air and struck the Green Goblin's armor with a sharp thud. The tough armor held barely dented. The Green Goblin sneered, reaching up to yank out the arrow. only to be jolted by a surge of electricity. His whole body went numb, and he tumbled from the sky. Seeing this, Spider-Man quickly shot out a thick web, wrapping up the Green Goblin and lowering his unconscious body safely to the ground. The police surged forward, first stripping the Green Goblin of his armor, before apprehending Norman Osborn. Watching Hawkeye disappear into the distance, Lee Jia couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Show off." All it took was one arrow to bring down the Green Goblin. Hawkeye truly had unwavering confidence in his marksmanship. Seeing Hawkeye, Lee Jia suddenly thought of another wealthy heir who loved shooting arrows, the Green Arrow. No matter which of them, Hawkeye or Green Arrow, had the superior skills, there was one thing Hawkeye could never match. And that was the Green Arrow's superpower, money. With the police having subdued the Green Goblin, Spider-Man looked up to see his friend, Harry Osborn, standing by the window, staring at him with a face full of resentment. After a moment's hesitation, Peter Parker decided it was best to leave for now and explain things to his friend when the chance came. While Peter Parker was still feeling down for his friend's sake, Lee Jia had already returned to the Chinese restaurant, where he set about preparing a new dish in the kitchen, osmanthus cake. A delicate, white cake, only 3 centimeters high and 6 centimeters long, sat elegantly on the plate. A gentle fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air, making one's mouth water in anticipation. Lee Jia scooped up a fifth of the cake with his spoon and brought it to his lips. A rich aroma of osmanthus filled his senses, not overly sweet, but bringing a satisfaction he'd never known before. What is happiness? Happiness is taking a bite of osmanthus cake. A little sugar can soothe anxiety and unease, and a piece of osmanthus cake can make all your worries melt away. Glancing up at the price on the menu, he noticed that a serving of osmanthus cake cost $100. Just for that tiny piece. Well, considering the seaweed and dried shrimp soup was $50 a bowl, Lee Jia thought $100 for the osmanthus cake wasn't unreasonable. In fact, it almost seemed like a bargain. After all, this was a delicacy that could make you forget your troubles. If you're feeling down, all it takes is one serving of osmanthus cake, and every problem disappears. If you're already in a good mood, a bite of osmanthus cake will make you feel like the happiest person in the world. The flurkin, drawn by the aroma, scampered over and sat in front of Lee Jia, licking its lips with a look of eager anticipation. "You little greedy cat." Lee Jia rolled his eyes and handed the remaining third of the cake to the flurkin. The next day, Peter Parker showed up for work on time, but he hadn't brought breakfast and looked utterly listless. He sat in a corner, lost in thought, making no fuss about wanting golden fried rice or noodles with soybean paste. After returning home the previous night, Peter had tried calling Harry Osborn, but no one answered, so he sent a message explaining everything, only to receive no reply. Peter knew in his heart that with Norman Osborn in custody and the evidence overwhelming, conviction was inevitable. Harry is definitely going to blame himself for this. Lee Jia placed the osmanthus cake in front of Peter Parker. Peter Parker stood up a bit nervously and tried to explain, "I wasn't slacking off on purpose. I'm just feeling a little unwell." Lee Jia reached out and gently pressed Peter Parker back into his chair, smiling as he said, "Peter, you're in for a real treat today. This is a brand new dessert in the shop. Give it a try." "Oh, okay." Peter Parker instinctively glanced at the menu on the wall to check the price. Just this tiny piece, $100? Well, I guess I should be used to prices like this by now. A faint sense of disappointment washed over Peter Parker. It seemed like every customer who dined here had already reached financial freedom. They could spend so much on a meal without even blinking, while he was the only one who checked the price first. Am I really the only poor soul in this place? But as soon as he took a bite of the osmanthus cake, a bright smile blossomed on Peter Parker's face. "What does it taste?" "It's amazing, boss. This osmanthus cake is delicious," Peter replied with genuine delight, as if all his worries had melted away in that instant. "If you like it, eat up. Afterward, focus on your work and don't let me catch you slacking off again." Lee Ying's thrusted. On the other side, the flurkin licked the plate and let out a little cry, sitting obediently in place. Lee Jia had made 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, one for Peter Parker and the other for the flurkin. In the blink of an eye, the flurkin had already finished its portion. Lee Jia shot at a look. "Don't give me those puppy dog eyes. You've already had your breakfast." With that, he picked up the milk and poured a bowl for the flurkin. "If you're still hungry, have some of this." The flurkin gave an indignant protest. Meanwhile, Lee Jia prepared a serving of golden fried rice for himself, pairing it with a bowl of dried shrimp and seaweed soup for breakfast. Business hours hadn't even started yet when the front door was suddenly kicked open. A disheveled man burst in, eyes bloodshot and reeking of alcohol. Peter Parker let out a startled gasp. Harry Osborn looked like he was in terrible shape. The moment he saw Peter Parker, he drew a handgun and charged straight at him. You ruined my father, destroyed my family. I'm going to kill you. The cold barrel of the gun pressed against Peter Parker's head, yet he remained eerily calm. With a sigh, he said, Harry, if this will help you feel better, then go ahead. Pull the trigger. You think I won't do it? Peter, I'm going to... Harry Osborn was losing control, but just as he tried to pull the trigger, he realized the gun had vanished from his hand. With his heightened senses, Li Jie could tell that Harry Osborn truly intended to pull the trigger, and that the clueless Peter Parker genuinely had no plans to dodge. Li Jie wasn't sure if a bullet to the head would be fatal for Spider-Man, but business was about to start soon. As the owner of a Chinese restaurant, Li Jie simply couldn't allow such a bloody incident to happen in his place. He snatched the gun from Harry Osborn's grasp and barked sternly. Hey kid, if you're here for a meal, you're more than welcome. But if you're here to kill someone, you've come to the wrong place. I'll give you two choices. First, get out of here on your own. Second, I'll throw you out myself. Harry Osborn glanced at the fierce-looking Li Jie, then at Peter Parker, and realized that even with a gun in his hand, he might not be able to kill Spider-Man after all. After a moment's thought, Harry shoved Peter outside. Peter, from this moment on, we're no longer friends. And let me tell you, this isn't over. With that, Harry Osborn stormed off, brimming with anger. Hey kid, take your trash with you. As the restaurant door swung open, Li Jie tossed the gun out after him. Harry scrambled to pick up the gun and left in a hurry, looking utterly disheveled. Sorry, boss. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble, Peter Parker said apologetically. Maybe it was the lingering taste of osmanthus cake, but even when threatened by his best friend with a gun, he wasn't as downcast as he used to be. If everything's fine, then pull yourself together and get ready to open for business. Li Jie instructed. Peter straightened up at once and answered with renewed energy. When the lunch rush ended, Peter left the restaurant with a spring in his step. Besides his job at the Chinese restaurant, he also worked part-time at the newspaper. Every day after his shift, Peter would stage and snap some Spider-Man photos, then drop them off at the paper to fulfill his assignment. That evening, Kingpin returned to the restaurant with Vanessa for another meal. The two had barely sat down when a black Cadillac SUV pulled up outside the restaurant. This car belonged exclusively to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and its true capabilities were far more impressive than its ordinary appearance suggested. Beyond its suite of high-tech gadgets, it could even withstand a direct hit from a rocket-propelled grenade. The driver's door opened, but it wasn't Nick Fury who stepped out. It was Hawkeye, the flamboyant marksman who had shot the Green Goblin out of the sky the day before. Tonight, though, Hawkeye had swapped his usual gear for a sharp suit. The moment he stepped out, he tugged awkwardly at his collar, scanning his surroundings with keen, vigilant eyes. He immediately noticed Kingpin sitting inside the restaurant. Kingpin's in there. Hawkeye reported to Nick Fury, who was reclining in the back seat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Then he added, his bodyguards are lurking nearby. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. We're here for a meal, not a fight. Nick Fury spoke as he opened the door and stepped out of the car. Hawkeye shut his door, tugged at his collar yet again, and grumbled. Whoever invented these clothes, they ought to be sent straight to hell. Hawkeye, mind your manners. Nick Fury reminded him. Hawkeye rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Dr. Banner and Natasha already having checked this place out, and you insisting on treating me to dinner, I swear I would never put on something like this. Well, since they were here, there was no point in complaining. Let's just get going. If they sell out before we order, don't blame me. Nick Fury urged him on. The bell over the door jingled as they entered. Kingpin merely glanced their way, then quickly pretended not to notice, carrying on his cheerful conversation with Vanessa. Nick Fury also feigned ignorance of Kingpin's presence and led Hawkeye to a quiet, empty table. Following young Peter Parker's recommendation, the two of them ordered the restaurant's brand new 4-dish set. Hawkeye glanced at the menu on the wall and muttered under his breath. The prices here are steep. If I had to pay for this myself, I'd never come. As a warrior and a top agent able to survive in any hostile environment, Hawkeye's only real requirement for food was that it filled his stomach. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to eat the rotting carcass of an animal. And he did it for one reason, to survive. Just as he had said, the only reason he'd come to eat here was because Dr. Banner and Natasha had sung its praises, and because Nick Fury was footing the bill. Soon, the first dish, golden fried rice, was brought to their table. That's it? Hawkeye, already starving, grumbled, but then he couldn't wait any longer and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Instantly, he froze, as if turned to stone. Nick Fury wasn't nearly as impatient. For him, coming to this Chinese restaurant was secondary. His main goal was to meet Li Jie in person. Seeing fried rice that actually glowed, Nick Fury acted like a teenager, pulling out his phone to snap a picture, then taking a selfie with the golden dish. Just as he was about to post the photos on social media, he caught sight of Hawkeye's expression and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it good?" Hawkeye wiped his moist eyes with his hand and choked out. No, it's just too good. Nick, I suddenly realized how wasteful I used to be, how much I disrespected food. You're exaggerating. Nick Fury took a bite of the golden fried rice, then coughed and added, Okay, I take that back. Hawkeye cast a furtive glance toward the kitchen and lowered his voice. Nick, even if you can't get him to join S.H.I.E.L.D., at least try to persuade him to come back and cook for us. I promise, if he became our chef, I'd never skip a meal again. Hearing this, Li Jie rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Two rookies, not a single skill worth unlocking between them, and they still want me to be their personal chef? In your dreams. Nick Fury and Hawkeye were certainly outstanding in their own fields, but unfortunately, they couldn't offer Li Jie any new abilities to unlock. In that sense, they were even less useful than Kingpin. At least Kingpin had given Li Jie some fighting skills. Suddenly, there was a heavy thud outside the Chinese restaurant, as if something massive had crashed onto the pavement. A man, trench coat billowing and long hair flying like a golden-maned lion, had fallen from above, hitting the concrete so hard it cracked. After landing, he sprang to his feet in one swift motion, clutching his abdomen beneath his coat and warily scanning his surroundings. Without hesitation, he dashed straight for the restaurant. Li Jie's brow furrowed slightly. Judging by the guy's momentum, he was about to smash the front door to pieces. With a gentle push of his hand, Li Jie activated the telekinesis skill he'd unlocked from Madame Gao. At the very instant the man slammed into the door, it swung open by itself, letting him tumble inside. Caught off guard, the man lost his balance and rolled across the floor, finally coming to a stop kneeling right in front of Peter Parker. Spider-Man. Now that's what you call a dramatic entrance. Sir, can I help you with something? Peter Parker paused for a split second, but still decided to fulfill his duties as a waiter. Sabretooth reached out and shoved Peter Parker. But Peter's spider sense had already warned him, and he stepped back just in time, leaving Sabretooth pushing at thin air. Sabretooth had no idea the young man before him was actually Spider-Man. He assumed it was just a mishap. Scrambling to his feet, he shot a quick glance back, then bolted full speed toward the kitchen. But before Sabretooth could even get through the door, a spoon came hurtling out from the kitchen, smacking him squarely in the face. Completely unprepared for the blow, Sabretooth went sprawling backwards. Seeing this, Kingpin's brow tightened, the spoon in his grip bending from the force with which he clenched it. But when he caught sight of Vanessa, a smile returned to his face, and he let the spoon drop from his hand. He didn't want danger to touch Vanessa, so he asked gently, Have you had enough to eat? Vanessa nodded. Then let's get ready to leave. Meanwhile, across the room, Hawkeye instinctively reached for his weapon upon seeing Sabretooth, but Nick Fury shook his head, signaling him to hold back. Fury wanted to take this opportunity to observe Li Jie's abilities. Dressed in his chef's whites, Li Jie stepped out from the kitchen and smiled at the Sabretooth still sprawled on the floor. Excuse me. This is the kitchen. No entry without permission. Sabretooth cursed under his breath, but before he could get up, he glanced back once more. At that moment, a man with a slick-back hairstyle dropped from above, landing precisely where Sabretooth had just crashed. He swept a look around, then strode toward the Chinese restaurant. That's Wolverine, Hawkeye murmured in a low voice. Nick Fury tapped his forehead lightly, watching the situation unfold with measured patience. Wolverine had a half-smoked cigar clenched between his teeth. Through the restaurant window, his steely gaze was locked on Sabretooth. Sabretooth and Wolverine shared similar abilities. Both had regenerative powers and a kind of immortality. In the past, Sabretooth used to surpass Wolverine in strength, speed, perception, and senses. That's why he could always overpower Wolverine. But after Wolverine was enhanced with adamantium, the tables turned, and Sabretooth was no longer on top. Once, Sabretooth and Wolverine had been teammates, carrying out many missions together. But everything changed when Sabretooth killed the woman Wolverine loved. From then on, they became mortal enemies. A drop of blood fell from Sabretooth onto the floor. Long before he entered the restaurant, Li Jie had already noticed Sabretooth had lost his healing ability. That was why he now feared Wolverine, worried that this time he might not walk away alive. Wolverine pushed open the door. Instead of heading straight for Sabretooth, he first cast a glance at Nick Fury, Hawkeye, and Kingpin. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Wolverine's voice rumbled low and dangerous. If anyone here tries to stop me from killing this bastard Sabretooth today, I, Logan, won't hold back. I'll take down anyone who gets in my way. Sabretooth, too busy running for his life earlier, only now recognized the people in the restaurant. Instantly, he dashed over to Nick Fury. Weren't you trying to recruit me in a shield? I accept. Just get me out of here now. Nick Fury's expression tightened. He had indeed invited Sabretooth before, but was turned down. Now, risking the wrath of the far more formidable Wolverine just to save Sabretooth hardly seemed worth it. Besides, Nick Fury was curious to see how Li Jie would handle the situation, so he smiled and said, "Victor, I'm afraid today's not the day. I'm here at this Chinese restaurant to enjoy a good meal. If you've been following social media, you'll know that Hell's Kitchen's Chinese restaurant is the hottest spot in town. And I can assure you, the food here is absolutely delicious. So my advice? Sit down and order something." He snorted inwardly. Nick Fury was being a little too blunt, pushing the responsibility onto him, clearly hoping he'd offer Sabretooth sanctuary. Sabretooth was dumbfounded. "Eat? In a situation like this?" "Yes, order something. I suggest you try everything on the menu." Nick Fury stared at the menu on the wall and began to speak. "So expensive?" Sabretooth's first reaction was that a street stall in Hell's Kitchen shouldn't be charging these prices. But soon, Sabretooth figured it out. When the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the biggest mob boss in New York both show up at this tiny roadside eatery, it's bound to be an unusual place. Memories of having his chair pulled out from under him and being knocked to the ground by a flying spoon also flashed through his mind. Instinctively, he turned to look at Li Jie and Peter Parker. "I'd like to order." Sabretooth sat at the table next to Nick Fury, pointed at the menu on the wall, and said, "I'll have one of everything up there. Here's the money." Peter Parker stood motionless, glancing at Li Jie for instructions. There's really no reason to throw out a customer from a Chinese restaurant, is there? Li Jie knew that letting Sabretooth stay and eat would bring trouble, but the system had issued a warning. First, no chasing out guests who come in to eat. Second, as the owner, Li Jie had a duty to ensure the safety of his patrons. "Peter, take the money," Li Jie ordered. "Yes, boss." Only then did Peter step forward, pick up the cash from the table, and, after a moment's hesitation, turned to Wolverine and asked, "Sir, are you here to eat?" Wolverine exhaled a cloud of smoke straight into Peter Parker's face. With a flick of his hand, his claws sprang out. "Kid, if you don't want to die here, you'd better get out of my way." Wolverine waved his claws menacingly as he spoke. "I'm afraid that won't do. Sir, if you're here to dine, we're delighted. But if you're not here for a meal, I'll have to ask you to leave." Peter's heart overflowed with kindness, and he even found himself wanting to protect Sabretooth. To Peter Parker, the wounded Sabretooth sitting there was the weaker party. "Kid, if that's how you want it, then don't blame Uncle Wolf for what happens next." With a snarl, Wolverine slashed his claws at Peter Parker. He didn't really intend to hurt Peter, just to scare him. But to Wolverine's surprise, his attack hit nothing but air. "Looks like you're not just an ordinary kid." Realizing Peter Parker wasn't easy prey, Wolverine shot a vicious glance at Sabretooth, who was calmly waiting for his food, and growled. "I already said, if anyone tries to stop me today, I'll kill them." This time, Wolverine meant business. Peter Parker found himself in a bind. He wasn't wearing a Spider-Man suit. If he fought back now, he'd blow his cover. Just as Peter was hesitating, Wolverine's raised claws suddenly froze in midair. The sight before him made Wolverine's expression change dramatically. He'd encountered this kind of thing before. In front of Magneto, he didn't even stand a chance to strike. After all, as his natural enemy, Magneto could easily take Wolverine out in an instant. Wolverine's first instinct was that Magneto must be here, but when he turned around to look, he realized Magneto was nowhere to be seen. If it wasn't Magneto, then it had to be another mutant with powers just like his. The person who stopped Wolverine in his tracks was none other than Li Jie. Although Li Jie didn't possess Magneto's abilities, he did have Madame Gao's power to manipulate objects. As he continued to hone this skill, Li Jie had achieved feats that seemed almost unbelievable. Like right now, Li Jie's ability wasn't limited to controlling any specific element, which was exactly why he could restrain Wolverine's movements. Nick Fury's eyes sparkled with surprise. To witness someone instantly neutralize Wolverine's threat was already beyond anything he could have imagined. Wolverine finally noticed Li Jie standing just behind Spider-Man. Li Jie stepped forward and spoke. "Sir, I don't care how deep your grudge is, or how bitter your rivalry may be. This is a Chinese restaurant, a place for enjoying good food. If you're here to dine, you're welcome. But if you're here to cause trouble, I'll have to ask you to leave." He paused for a moment, his expression growing serious. "One last time. Do you want to order, or would you rather leave?" Wolverine, eyes full of hatred, glared at Sabretooth and growled through clenched teeth. "I'm going to kill that bastard." "I'm afraid that's the wrong answer." Li Jie reached out, opened a restaurant door, and firmly ushered Wolverine outside. Seeing this, Sabretooth let out a sigh of relief, shooting a smug look at Wolverine standing outside the door, then called out impatiently, "Hey, what about my food?" Now that the tension was gone, he realized he was actually hungry. Kingpin rose to his feet and said, "Thank you for the wonderful meal today. I'm sorry I accidentally broke a spoon just now. Please accept this as compensation." He placed some money into Li Jie's hand, then slipped his arm around Vanessa's shoulders as the two of them left. Outside, Kingpin paused briefly beside Wolverine. You know, you could have just enjoyed the food first. Wolverine was taken aback, but quickly realized Kingpin had a point. Why stand outside in the cold when he could be inside enjoying a good meal? Wolverine pushed open the restaurant door and strode back in. Before Peter Parker could say a word, he announced, "I'd like one of everything on the menu, please." "Of course, sir. Please have a seat." Peter Parker pulled out a chair for him. But instead of sitting there, Wolverine spun around and walked over to Sabretooth, dragging out a chair and sitting down directly across from him, arms crossed, glaring menacingly. Sabretooth cleared his throat awkwardly, seeing that neither Li Jian nor Spider-Man made any move to stop Wolverine, and resigned himself to the uncomfortable situation. The food was brought to the table quickly, and since Wolverine was sitting across from him, Sabretooth didn't bother complaining about the small portions. With his first mouthful of golden fried rice, Sabretooth suddenly sensed his dormant healing factor stirring inside him. The pain from his wounds seemed to ease as well. To test if his hunch was right, Sabretooth scooped all the golden fried rice from his plate into his mouth, barely chewing before swallowing it down. Sure enough, the healing factor was coming back to life. His wounds had already started to close. "Boss, bring me a few more plates of this golden fried rice. Here's the money." Sabretooth slapped the cash onto the table with a flourish. "I'm sorry, but in this restaurant, each person is limited to one serving of each dish per day. If you want more, you'll have to come back earlier tomorrow." Peter Parker replied from behind the counter. "I've never heard of such a thing when eating out," Sabretooth began to roar, but catching sight of Wolverine across from him, he remembered that he wasn't in a position to throw his weight around here. "Fine, I understand. That's all then." Sabretooth settled down and quietly finished his meal. Wolverine, sitting opposite, used the excuse of eating to keep a close eye on Sabretooth. After witnessing Sabretooth's dramatic reaction, Wolverine pulled the plate of golden fried rice toward himself, scooped up a spoonful, and tasted it. "This is unbelievably delicious." At the same time, the system panel showed that Jack had gained Wolverine's approval, successfully unlocking a 10% boost to Wolverine's anti-aging skill. "Does this mean I'll stay young forever?" A smile tugged at the corner of Jack's mouth, but just then, Peter Parker poked his head out from the serving window. "Boss, there's a guest who wants to speak with you." "So, it's finally time to get to the main event?" Jack emerged from the kitchen, walked over to Nick Fury, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "What do you want to talk about?" Nick Fury handed over a business card with a confident smile and said, "My name is Nick Fury. I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jack. Are you interested in a new job opportunity?" "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D." Jack refused without hesitation. "Isn't being the owner of a Chinese restaurant good enough? Why should I go work for S.H.I.E.L.D. as your errand boy?" Nick Fury gave an awkward chuckle. "Jack, perhaps I wasn't clear. I'm assembling a powerful team. Everyone in this team will be among the world's top superheroes. If you join S.H.I.E.L.D., I can consider bringing you into this team." "A powerful team? Could it be the Avengers?" "Sorry, I think I've made myself quite clear. I'm not interested in joining." "Oh, and you're welcome to visit us again." Jack declined once more, just as directly. Even though Nick Fury had a pretty thick skin, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Saying, "Please visit again next time," was just a polite way of showing someone the door. Nick Fury decided it was best to leave the Chinese restaurant for now. In his mind, he hadn't been fully prepared this time, but next time he would definitely give Li Jie an offer he couldn't refuse. "Well then, please take care of your own problems first, and after that, I'll reconsider letting you join S.H.I.E.L.D. After getting up, Nick Fury vented his frustration on Sabretooth. Sabretooth paused for a moment, then lost his temper, slamming the table and shouting, "Damn it, if I could solve my own problems, why would I even need to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury, are you just washing your hands of me now that you've gotten what you wanted?" "Watch your language," Nick Fury replied icily, then walked over to Wolverine and said, "When you've handled your current situation, I think we can sit down and have a proper talk." It was clear that Nick Fury had already given up on Sabretooth and was now trying to recruit the much more powerful Wolverine. Wolverine couldn't care less whether Nick Fury was from S.H.I.E.L.D. or not. He just spat out a curse. At that moment, the Flurkin came padding down from the second floor. As soon as Nick Fury saw the Flurkin, his face twitched, and he turned to Hawkeye, saying, "Let's go." Hawkeye was left wondering, why would the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. be afraid of Cat? As soon as they got in the car, Nick Fury dialed Black Widow's number. "Natasha, drop everything and get to my office right now, no matter where you are." Through the rearview mirror, Hawkeye glanced at Nick Fury, whose expression was as dark as thunderclouds, and asked, "Is there anything I can help with? Just get me back to headquarters safely. That's all I need from you." With that, Nick Fury shut his eyes. Hawkeye muttered to himself, "Could this have something to do with that cat?" Meanwhile, in Nick Fury's office, Black Widow was half reclined in a chair, wearing an eye mask, feet propped up on the desk, softly snoring through her nose. Even when Nick Fury opened the door and slammed it behind him, it didn't disturb her at all. Deliberately grabbing a file and dropping it heavily on the desk, Nick Fury finally managed to cut off her snoring. Nick, you do realize that canceling someone's vacation without warning is extremely rude, right? Black Widow yawned, lifted her mask, and looked at Nick Fury. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Nick Fury pushed her feet off the desk, perched himself on its edge, and said, Natasha, I have a very important mission for you. Black Widow curled her lips in a mocking smile, took off her mask, stretched, and said, Nick, you say that every time. If it weren't an important mission, you wouldn't be thinking of me. Come on, tell me, just how bad is it this time? Nick Fury's face was dark as thunder. Bad enough that SHLD's very survival is on the line. Nick, are you sure you're not joking with me? At last, Black Widow gave him her full attention. Do I look like I'm joking? Nick Fury shot back. Black Widow rolled her neck, loosening up. You'd better not be. All right, let's hear it. What exactly is the mission? Nick Fury activated the holographic projector. Suddenly, the image of the Flurkin loomed before Black Widow. Have you seen this before? Black Widow scrutinized the image. Isn't that the cat from the Chinese restaurant? That's right. Exactly. Your mission is to bring it back. No, just keep an eye on it. That's all. Halfway through his sentence, Nick Fury quickly corrected himself. Black Widow fell silent. Nick, after all that, the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. hangs on this cat. Yes, that's exactly it. Nick Fury nodded emphatically. All right, I get it. Without another word, Black Widow stood up and headed toward the door. Natasha, you know I've never asked you for anything before. This time I am. Nick Fury called out urgently. Black Widow paused and glanced back at Nick Fury, then let her gaze fall on the Flurkin. It's not just a cat, is it? Nick Fury flinched as if pricked by a needle. His eyes burned as he stared at the Flurkin, his voice dropping to a low rumble. Natasha, don't be fooled by its soft and gentle appearance. It isn't really a cat. Its true identity is a Flurkin, the most ferocious creature in the universe. Black Widow's eyelids fluttered ever so slightly. The most ferocious creature in the universe? No matter how she looked, it just didn't match the round-faced orange tabby in front of her. Suddenly, Nick Fury reached up and yanked off his eye patch, revealing a savage scar slashed across his eye. Natasha, look at this. This is what the Flurkin did to me. The wounds from a Flurkin are irreversible. No cosmetic surgery, no advanced technology can repair these scars. Black Widow blinked. I always thought you kept it because you thought it looked cooler and gave you more edge. I wish that were true, Nick Fury replied, slipping the eye patch back on. Then he continued. There's another secret you shouldn't know at your current clearance level. Do you remember the Tesseract? Black Widow nodded. Edo. Wasn't it reported missing? Nick Fury's voice dropped even lower. I lied about that. The Cosmic Cube hasn't vanished. It was swallowed by the Flurkin. All these years, I've been secretly searching for any trace of the Flurkin, and never would I have guessed it was hiding out in a Chinese restaurant. So, you want me to bring it back from the restaurant and recover the Cosmic Cube from inside it? Nick Fury let out a weary sigh. If it's possible, that's exactly what I'd like you to do. But from all the information I've gathered over the years, the Flurkin is more terrifying than we can imagine. If we provoke it, it could swallow an entire planet in a single bite. Black Widow's eyes widened in shock, as if they were about to pop out. It can devour a whole planet? How is that possible with such a small body? Nick Fury replied. I wish I could give you something more grounded, but unfortunately, I can't. All the intel I have comes from aliens, and I trust their word. As for how the Flurkin can swallow a planet, it's said that its stomach is connected to another universe. This power to consume is what makes it one of the most fearsome creatures in the cosmos. So, you just want me to keep an eye on it? Black Widow asked. Nick Fury nodded. Until we find a better solution, surveillance is all we can do. Are there any restrictions on this mission? Black Widow pressed. Nick Fury answered. I won't interfere with whatever methods you choose, and I'll give you any technical support you need. Black Widow acknowledged this. Excuse me, folks, we'll be closing in 5 minutes, Peter Parker announced, standing beside Sabretooth and Wolverine. Sabretooth and Wolverine had been sitting there, locked in a silent stare-down for hours. The golden fried rice had some healing properties, and after polishing off a plate, Sabretooth's dormant healing factor had begun to kick in. After a few hours' rest, his injuries had stopped bleeding, and his strength had mostly returned. When he heard they'd be closing in 5 minutes, Sabretooth pulled out a $10 bill and handed it to Peter Parker. The food here is just incredible. Kid, this is your tip. And do me a favor, save me a seat for tomorrow. I'll be back. Peter pocketed the tip. All 50 seats for tomorrow are already booked, but you can always try your luck and drop by. All right, got it. Can you tell me where the restroom is? Sabretooth asked. Peter pointed around the corner. Over there. Sabretooth shifted his gaze to Wolverine, ran his tongue slowly over his lips, and said, Logan, I know you've always wanted to kill me and avenge that woman, but look at me. After all these years, I'm still doing just fine, aren't I? Let me tell you something. You weren't my match before, and you won't be in the future either. And here's another little secret for you. Her dying scream, I still remember it vividly. Whenever I'm feeling down, I replay it in my mind, and it always cheers me up. Wolverine's bone claws sprang out, and he lunged recklessly at Sabretooth's throat. Sabretooth watched Wolverine with a lazy, satisfied smile, sitting perfectly still, making no effort to dodge, because he knew Li Jie would step in. The bone claws stopped just short of Sabretooth's neck, barely 5 centimeters away, and Wolverine turned his furious gaze on Li Jie. Li Jie could only sigh helplessly. Trust me, I'd love nothing more than to rip that guy's tongue out myself. But for now, I need you to hold back a little longer. As soon as he leaves the Chinese restaurant, you can tear him to shreds or whatever else you want. It won't be my problem anymore. With that, Li Jie withdrew his telekinetic grip. Wolverine slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, glaring at Sabretooth. I swear, I will kill you with my own hands. Sabretooth dug at his ear with a finger and replied, Logan, do you know what you look like right now? You're just like a little kid in kindergarten, bullied and desperate to run home and tattle to his mom. The more helpless you look, the happier it makes me. He paused for a moment before getting to his feet and said, Now just sit tight and behave. Wait for me to get back from the restroom, and we'll keep chatting. Wolverine rose as well. What? Are you afraid I'll run off? Don't worry. The restaurant's still open, and honestly, I want to enjoy your sorry state a little longer. Sabretooth let out a booming laugh, and as he passed Wolverine, he turned to Peter Parker and said, Hey kid, you said the restroom was over that way, right? Yes. Peter had just started to answer when Sabretooth suddenly spun around and, with all his might, bolted straight for the front door. Li Jie's superhuman senses had already tipped him off to Sabretooth's intentions. Before Sabretooth could crash into the door, Li Jie used his telekinesis to fling it open. Sabretooth lunged but missed, slamming right into a car parked on the curb, leaving a perfect human-shaped dent. Damn it, screwed up again, Sabretooth muttered under his breath. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, he leaped up onto the roof of the car. The dented metal was split open by Wolverine's bone claws. Sabretooth, who knew Wolverine's fighting style all too well, didn't pause for a second. Using the car roof as a springboard, he launched himself away once more. 3 razor-sharp claws burst through the car roof, right where Sabretooth had just stomped. As Sabretooth sped forward, making his escape, he taunted over his shoulder. Logan, you're way too slow. Want me to stop and wait for you? If it came to a fight, Sabretooth was no match for Wolverine right now. But when it came to running away, Wolverine really couldn't do much to stop him. Peter Parker, meanwhile, was clearing the dishes from the table as he spoke. Boss, do you think they'll come back tomorrow? I don't know, Li Jie replied in a neutral tone, though deep down, he was certain Sabretooth would show up again the next day. First, Sabretooth had discovered a hidden rule of the Chinese restaurant. Anyone who dined there would receive sanctuary. As long as he stayed inside, Wolverine couldn't lay a finger on him. Li Jie found this secret rule deeply unsettling. Sure, a restaurant ought to guarantee its customers' safety while they were eating, but this wasn't the Peace Hotel, after all. Second, Sabretooth had realized that the golden fried rice could powerfully stimulate his body's healing factor. He couldn't explain why, but to fully restore his regenerative powers, he'd definitely be back for another meal. Peter Parker hesitated before saying, Boss, did we do something wrong today? I mean, that Sabretooth guy is bad news. Anyone can see that, but we still gave him protection. Li Jie was already frustrated about this whole affair. Hearing Peter's question, he put on a stern face and lectured him. Peter, have you forgotten what business we're in? We're in a restaurant. Ensuring the personal safety of our customers while they dine is a basic principle of any decent eatery. Peter Parker fell silent. All right, finish tidying up here and then lock up for the night. Huey, let's go for a walk. With that, Li Jie grabbed his jacket and headed out. Goose the Flurkin, we haven't even had dinner yet. Are you sure you want to go out? The low rumble of a motorcycle engine echoed from outside. Hearing it, Goose immediately realized that Li Jie's so-called walk meant a night of drinks and revelry. Goose sprang up and hurried after him. The bars around Hell's Kitchen were notoriously filthy and chaotic, so Li Jie used to take Goose outside the neighborhood to drink. But tonight, annoyed by the restaurant's secret rule, he was in the mood for a fight, and decided to pick the biggest bar in Hell's Kitchen. Sorry, no pets allowed inside. Just as they reached the door, 2 burly men in leather jackets blocked their way. So many damn rules. Even the swankiest bars in Manhattan aren't this uptight. Li Jie retorted with a provocative grin. The Flurkin let out a protest, readying itself for battle. Crack! The burly man clenched his fists, making his knuckles pop, and adopted a stance that made it clear he was itching to use Li Jie as his punching bag. Just then, a man in a white suit, his hair slicked back with gel, came rushing over. He was the manager. "My apologies, sir. You may go in now. And my pet, too?" The manager beamed, his smile unwavering. "As long as you wish, you may bring anything inside. Also, everything you order in our establishment will be half price for you." Hearing this, Li Jie lost all interest. Anyone who could run such a large bar in Hell's Kitchen had to be working for Kingpin. It was clear he'd been recognized. "Forget it. I'll take my business elsewhere." Li Jie scooped up the flirkin and left. "Sir, you're welcome anytime." The manager kept smiling and bowed him out, only relaxing once Li Jie had disappeared into the night. He immediately turned and slapped the bouncer across the face. "You idiot. You almost got us killed. Didn't you realize that was the owner of the Chinese restaurant? If you offend him, you're offending the big boss himself. You'll end up sleeping with the fishes." Sorry. Manager, I just didn't expect the restaurant owner to dress like that or ride such a beat-up motorcycle. The burly man stammered, his face pale with fear. "Yes, Nizit." Truth be told, the restaurant's daily turnover was quite impressive, but Li Jie hadn't bothered to buy new clothes or upgrade his ride. "Hey, handsome, can I buy you a drink?" A voice, sweet and playful, sounded right next to Li Jie. He didn't even need to turn his head to know who it was, Black Widow, Natasha herself. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Already a little tipsy, Li Jie turned to look at her, pretending he didn't recognize her. Black Widow had already taken the seat beside him, a smile on her lips. "That pickup line is ancient, but you're not wrong. We have met. Not long ago, I was at your restaurant with Tony." "Tony? Tony Stark? Oh my god. No wonder you look so familiar. You're friends with Tony." With a snap of his fingers, Li Jie called out, "Waiter, a beer for this lovely lady." "Beer's too weak. Make it whiskey, and bring the whole bottle, not just a glass." Black Widow instructed the waiter, her eyes drifting to the flirkin, who was wobbling its way toward the door. "Your cat's running off." Li Jie knew the flirkin was probably off to chase some stray cats, so he didn't bother worrying about it. He thought to himself, sometimes it must be nice to be a cat. When the need arises, you can always find a stray to keep you company. As long as you're strong enough, that's all that matters. Not like me. Forget about that. But you, what's with all this alcohol? You're not planning to get me drunk and then make a move, are you? Li Jie pretended to be frightened, pulling his clothes tighter around himself. Black Widow couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Is this how you usually flirt? Your opening lines are as cheesy as ever. But even if I did have something in mind, would you dare go along? If you're not afraid, why would I be?" Regardless of her age, Black Widow was undeniably beautiful. After all, the night was long. They were both adults, and with everything already out in the open, there was no need to play games anymore. Once the waiter brought over the drinks, Li Jie picked up a bottle and suggested, "How about we take this somewhere else? Your place or mine? To be honest, I'm curious to taste your cooking for myself." Black Widow replied, "Glad we're thinking alike." Li Jie stood up, and Black Widow naturally slipped her arm through his. The two looked every bit the enamored couple. Black Widow was one of the world's top masters of disguise. Even after being injected with truth serum, no lie detector could expose her secrets. But Li Jie's super senses let him see right through her. Besides, she was laying it on thick, clearly making a deliberate approach. And if a feast is served right to your lips, why not enjoy it? Back at the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie and Black Widow locked in a passionate kiss. No alcohol needed to ignite the chemistry. Black Widow was a consummate actress, utterly devoted to her role. At dawn, Li Jie, still half asleep, was awakened by the aroma of food filling the air. Opening his eyes, he saw a beautifully arranged breakfast waiting for him. "You made this." His gaze lingered on Black Widow, who wore only an oversized shirt, bearing half her hips and her fair, slender legs. It was a change of roles. Now she was playing the homely partner. In other words, was she planning to settle in and stay? "My cooking can't compare to yours, but I hope you like it. Oh, I even made some for your cat, but it doesn't seem to have much of an appetite." As she spoke, Black Widow sliced a piece of ham and brought it to Li Jie's lips. Delicious. But I was hoping to taste something else first." With that, Li Jie pulled her back into bed, and their passionate battle resumed once more. Ever since his father, Norman Osborn, was arrested, the Osborn mansion had been sealed off. Harry Osborn blamed Peter Parker for everything, directing all his anger at him. But since he couldn't beat Spider-Man, Harry could only drown his sorrows in alcohol, day after day. Harry Osborn, who had fallen asleep on the bar sofa, was startled awake by a series of knocks. When he opened his eyes, he saw a middle-aged black man in a suit standing before him, holding a briefcase in his hand. "If Mr. Norman could see you right now, he'd be terribly disappointed," the man said. Harry Osborn rubbed his bleary eyes and asked, "Do we know each other?" I'm your father Norman's lawyer. He asked me to deliver a message. He's left something for you at the seaside villa. He hoped it might help you. Something? What kind of thing? Harry struggled to sit up straighter. The lawyer replied, I didn't ask, and Mr. Norman didn't specify. With that, he turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, he paused and hesitated before continuing. Harry, pull yourself together. Your father, Mr. Norman, was a good man, at least before he became the Green Goblin. Harry Osborn rubbed his face with both hands, then braced himself against the table and got to his feet. Staggering into the restroom, he splashed cold water over his head, hoping to sober himself up. Ever since his father Norman's secret as the Green Goblin had come to light and he'd been arrested, the Osborn family's reputation was in ruins. If that lawyer hadn't appeared and spoken those strange words, Harry might have stayed sunk in despair for a long time. He looked up at his haggard reflection in the mirror, and suddenly clarity struck him. That's right, Harry. You need to pull yourself together. Stepping out of the bar, Harry Osborn saw the stars still shining overhead. A gentle breeze swept by, and he instinctively pulled his jacket tighter. Without hesitation, he hailed a cab and made his way straight to the seaside villa. Once inside, Harry searched the rooms, but found nothing that seemed deliberately left for him by his father Norman. It wasn't until he remembered the villa had a basement that he thought to look there. Arriving at the basement, Harry Osborn discovered, at some point, it had been completely remodeled. A new metal door had been installed, one that required a passcode to open. Harry tried entering the password, and to his surprise, the door slid open. At that moment, a holographic projection of Norman Osborn appeared behind the door. Norman's expression was serious as he spoke. Harry, if I could, I'd wish you never had to come here. Since you're standing here now, it must mean my identity as the Green Goblin has been exposed. I'm so sorry, Harry, I've let you down. Please believe me, the Green Goblin wasn't truly who I am. In truth, I've been helping the military research a super serum meant to make soldiers stronger, but the project was abruptly halted due to an accident. Still, I went ahead and injected myself with the super serum in secret. It granted me immense power and certain unique abilities, but it also made me increasingly evil. Harry, I know that one day I will completely lose my sanity, so while I'm still clear-headed, I left a few things here. It can make you strong, but it might also turn you evil, just like it did to me. So you better think it through before deciding whether you want to go inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry Osborn pushed open the door and stepped in. Once inside the basement, Harry discovered it had been transformed into a laboratory. Harry, it seems you've made your decision. I've upgraded the super serum, hoping to eliminate, or at least mitigate its side effects. It can give you the same abilities that I have. Also, there's some equipment here you might need. Norman Osborn's recorded projection appeared before Harry again. Harry looked at the super serum injector and the set of goblin-like gear. He hesitated for a moment, realizing he might become the new Green Goblin. But the hesitation lasted only a second before he injected the super serum into himself. The moment Peter Parker entered the restaurant, he was stunned to see Black Widow dressed as a maid, busily wiping down tables. Then, spotting Ligia sitting in the corner, munching on sunflower seeds and scrolling through his phone, Peter rushed over, a bit anxious. Boss, did I do something wrong, or is there something I'm not doing well enough? Why would you ask that? Ligia lifted his eyes for a glance. Peter glanced back at Black Widow, who seemed both cheerful and dedicated, and lowered his voice. If it's not because I messed up, then why did you hire someone else? Ligia understood immediately. Peter was worried about being let go. Peter, don't worry. If there's work to do, just help out. If there isn't, take a break. If things are really slow, I can give you a few days off. Hearing this only made Peter more uneasy. He placed his hot dog in front of Ligia. Boss, I bought you breakfast. With that, he hurried over to Black Widow. Let me handle this, sis. Peter was completely fooled by Black Widow's harmless-looking face. He tried to snatch the rag from her hand, but with one swift move, she had him pinned against the table. Kid, who are you calling sis? Do I really look that old to you? From now on, call me Natasha. Natasha, can you let me go now? Peter called out. Get up. With that, Black Widow gave Peter a firm smack on the backside. Peter Parker rubbed his shoulder as he turned to leave, then suddenly pointed to a corner of the ceiling and exclaimed, What a huge spider! Where? Black Widow, still unaware that Peter Parker was actually Spider-Man, simply thought of him as an endearing little brother. As a top-tier agent, it was almost embarrassing for her to fall for such a simple trick from Peter Parker. Seizing the moment while Black Widow was distracted, Peter flicked out a web and snatched the cleaning cloth, muttering under his breath. Oh, turns out my eyes are playing tricks on me. What kind of eyesight is that? Black Widow shot him an exasperated look and reached for the cloth, only to realize it had vanished from the table. That's strange. Where's my cleaning cloth? Sorry, this one's mine. Peter grinned triumphantly, waving the cloth in his hand before bending down to wipe the tables. A subtle furrow appeared between Black Widow's brows as she realized Peter Parker might not be as ordinary as he seemed. Still, she wasn't upset. Humming a light tune, she turned away to fetch a mop and started cleaning the floor. Peter Parker, he's really competing for chores. No way. I need to defend my place in this restaurant. As he wiped the tables, Peter began to play little tricks. He would quietly shift chairs out of place with his web, or deliberately knock over a condiment jar just as Black Widow passed by. At first, Black Widow didn't notice. But soon, her sharp instincts as a spy kicked in, and she deftly sidestepped every prank Peter threw away. Pretending not to notice any of this, Li Jie picked up a hot dog and took a bite. After all that effort keeping up with Black Widow, he needed to refuel. When lunchtime rolled around, the restaurant was livelier than ever, thanks to Black Widow dressed in a maid outfit. At first, Peter tried to compete with her to serve customers, but as more and more guests specifically asked for Black Widow's service, Peter found himself with less and less to do. This left him feeling a bit downhearted. Who says women don't have natural advantages in the workplace? At least in this Chinese restaurant, Black Widow, as the maid, was the clear winner. With less to do, Peter grew anxious about losing his job, and with it his access to free meals. Black Widow, for her part, was determined to stay at the restaurant. Even when customers tried to flirt with her, she brushed it off without a care. How come Jack's got a new woman around him again? Fergie said, his face full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. He waved his hand and called out, Natasha, could you get us some hot water? Sorry, we don't serve hot water here. Natasha had already gotten the hang of the restaurant's rules. Oh, come on, Natasha. We're not just any customers. We're your neighbors from next door. Besides, can't you see we have a friend with a disability over here? Could you please give us some special consideration? Foggy brought up Matt, also known as Daredevil. Matt was already used to Foggy name-dropping him to chat up girls and pretended not to hear, though inwardly he couldn't help but wonder. What's so special about Jack? How does he manage to have even more women around than I do? Black Widow glanced over at Daredevil. All right, let me check with the boss. Natasha, tell Jack it's Foggy and Matt from the law firm next door. Got it. I'll remember. Natasha turned and headed to the serving window. Jack had already heard everything. They all knew Foggy's voice could carry clear across the entire restaurant. No one else could tell what Daredevil was really feeling, his face as calm as ever. But with his heightened senses, Jack picked up on Matt's subtle disappointment. That gave Jack a private little thrill, so he decided to send over a complimentary pot of hot water. As for the other customers, no one dared complain. After all, Matt really was blind. He deserved a bit of extra care in a place like this. Besides, if anyone wanted to keep coming back to the restaurant, they'd never risk offending the owner and chef. Feeling pleased with his little maneuver, Foggy sighed. Matt, we're already over budget for the month. If we want to keep eating at this place, we'll have to take some higher-paying cases. We could always cut down on how often we come here each month, Matt suggested, though it was clear his heart wasn't really in it. No way. I'd rather cut expenses somewhere else than come here less often. Foggy was resolute in his opposition. Hearing that, Matt let out a secret sigh of relief. Because of the way things were in Hell's Kitchen, even the police avoided walking the streets alone after dark, so the restaurant had fewer customers at night. If lunch was especially busy, Jack would set aside 10 portions of each dish, just in case any superheroes dropped by in the evening. Late at night, in Hell's Kitchen, the only people out and about were either heroes or criminals. Maybe it was the irresistible sight of Black Widow in her maid outfit, but business had been booming at lunch. Everyone was ordering 4 dishes at a time. That meant the average check per meal came to $350. Even for Manhattan, that was a steep price. No wonder Daredevil and his friend Foggy had to hustle for every job just to afford more meals here. After setting aside 10 portions of the 4-course special, Jack closed up shop for the day. Peter, I'll leave the cleanup to you, Jack called out as he led Black Widow upstairs. The sight of Black Widow in a maid outfit might simply be a fleeting pleasure for others, but Li Jie absolutely wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slip by. Next door, Daredevil cursed under his breath, then decided to switch off his super senses, put on his headphones, and focus on his work. Li Jie and Black Widow came downstairs to find that Peter Parker had already cleaned the restaurant until it was spotless. He'd even wiped down the ceiling. After being busy all afternoon, Black Widow was clearly a bit tired. Before any customers arrived, she found herself a seat to rest. Peter, it looks like I'll have to give you a bonus for this, Li Jie said, clearly pleased with Peter Parker's cleaning efforts. No need, boss. This is just part of my job, Peter Parker replied hurriedly. It seemed that Black Widow's arrival had introduced a sense of competition into the Chinese restaurant, giving Peter Parker a bit of a crisis mentality and motivating him to work even harder. Peter Parker wasn't hoping for any reward for all his work. He just wanted Li Jie not to fire him. Boss, when I went out just now, I saw that guy from yesterday. The one who can pop blades out his hands. Peter Parker suddenly brought up. The guy with blades in his hands. Do you mean Wolverine? Black Widow's interest was piqued. I think so. I remember someone called Sabretooth called him Logan. Peter Parker answered. Then it must be him, Wolverine. Wait, did you just mention Sabretooth? So both Wolverine and Sabretooth were here last night. Black Widow pressed further. Peter Parker then explained to Black Widow what had happened here the previous night. In truth, apart from worrying that Black Widow might take his job, Peter Parker didn't really have any complaints about her. As for Wolverine, he had already been lurking outside the restaurant before sunrise. Peter Parker simply hadn't noticed him when he arrived that morning. Last night, Sabretooth managed to escape from Wolverine, but after thinking it over, Wolverine figured Sabretooth would surely return to the restaurant, so he decided to wait in ambush. Even if Sabretooth didn't show up, it didn't matter. Wolverine himself wanted another taste of the restaurant's food. It's just that spending $350 was a bit steep for Wolverine. Just as Peter Parker finished explaining last night's events to Black Widow, the restaurant door swung open. Wolverine, wearing a leather jacket and chewing on a cigar, walked in. Hey, Uncle! Black Widow instinctively stood up. Natasha! Wolverine froze in place when he saw Black Widow in a maid outfit. He's your uncle? Peter Parker was stunned. There was absolutely no family resemblance between the two. In reality, there was no blood relation between Black Widow and Wolverine. When Black Widow was still a little girl, Wolverine once saved her and even trained her for a period of time. Strictly speaking, Wolverine could be considered Black Widow's mentor. However, as Natasha grew up and became the Black Widow, their relationship shifted in subtle ways. Because of conflicting interests, they have at times helped each other, and at other times, clashed in battle. They are both adversaries and allies, friend and foe. What are you doing here? And dressed like that? Wolverine asked, his tone gruff. Even though Black Widow was already used to handling any situation with composure, she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward at that moment. Oh, the owner here is a friend of mine. The business has been so good, and they're short-handed, so I came by to help out for a while. Black Widow used Li Jie as her shield and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. By the way, are you here for a meal? Go ahead and have a seat. Since leaving the Chinese restaurant last night, Wolverine hadn't eaten a thing, not even a sip of water. Worried that the food at the restaurant might sell out, he decided to come in, planning to eat while he waited. I'll sit right here. With a scraping sound, Wolverine dragged a table to face the entrance directly. That way, if Sabretooth showed up, he could spot him at once and rush out to confront him. Uncle, what would you like to eat? Black Widow stepped forward to ask. Wolverine stared at the menu on the wall, then reached into his pocket, fishing out a handful of change. After counting it up, all he could manage was $100. I'll have an order of golden fried rice. All right, please wait a moment. After taking his money, Black Widow walked over to Li Jie and whispered, bring him the other 3 dishes as well. My treat. Li Jie shrugged, indifferent. After all, it wasn't costing him anything. Moments later, 4 Chinese dishes were laid out in front of Wolverine. Natasha, is this a mistake? I only ordered the golden fried rice. Wolverine frowned. Black Widow smiled and replied, no mistake, uncle. You're today's lucky guest. These extra dishes are compliments of the house. Wolverine had lived long enough to know when someone was bending the truth. He understood perfectly that this was Black Widow's doing. One order of fried rice would never be enough to fill Wolverine's stomach. After hesitating briefly, he dropped the pretense and picked up a spoon to eat. While Wolverine ate, Li Jie's heightened senses had already noticed Sabretooth lurking outside. Because Wolverine was inside, Sabretooth hesitated, unsure whether to risk coming in. Compared to yesterday, Sabretooth was clearly in better shape now, though his wounds had yet to fully heal. This was also why he chose to come to the Chinese restaurant, hoping to awaken the deeper, dormant self-healing factors within him. Perhaps it was his military background, but Wolverine ate with remarkable speed. That way, he could be ready to face Sabretooth at any moment, without letting good food go to waste. After finishing his meal, Wolverine let out a hearty belch. Natasha, could I have a glass of water? Black Widow responded, but just as she turned to pour the water, a shout rang out from outside the door. Almost simultaneously, Wolverine clenched his fists, his adamantium claws flashing as he dashed out. The front door of the restaurant slid open of its own accord, narrowly avoiding being smashed to pieces by Wolverine. These guys are always so reckless. If you break my door, do you have the money to pay for it? Why are they always so impulsive? Black Widow complained, rising to clear the plates, but Li Jie stopped her. Just leave him for now. He might be back soon, so let's keep his spot ready. Only then did Black Widow notice that Wolverine's plate, though it looked empty, still had a few scraps of food left on purpose. It seemed Wolverine was planning to settle in for a long haul at the Chinese restaurant but felt awkward just sitting around. By leaving a tiny bit of food, he'd given himself an excuse. He wasn't quite finished, after all. Seeing that Li Jie wanted the plates left as they were, Black Widow simply poured a glass of water and set on the table. Once again, the restaurant doors swung open. "Welcome, Natasha." The newcomer wasn't a stranger. It was none other than the formidable Hulk, Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner shared a particularly ambiguous relationship with Black Widow. She was the only one who could soothe him with her singing when the Hulk took over. Unfortunately, the two weren't actually a couple. Dr. Banner kept his feelings for Black Widow hidden deep inside, fearing he might lose control and become the Hulk at any moment, putting others in danger. He always kept a deliberate distance from her. When he caught sight of Black Widow in her maid outfit, Dr. Banner instinctively pushed his glasses up in a practiced, tactical gesture. Black Widow, too, was momentarily stunned to see Dr. Banner. Why was everyone who showed up tonight so familiar? "Banner, are you here to eat alone again?" Black Widow immediately challenged him, remembering how, last time, he'd come to the restaurant all by himself. "Well, I just didn't know you were back. That's all," Dr. Banner replied, once again adjusting his glasses, his gaze reluctant to leave the sight of Black Widow dressed as a maid. "By the way, what brings you here?" "Because I'm here on assignment, that's why." Black Widow pulled Li Jie over and explained. "Jack is a friend of mine. I'm here to help out. So what would you like to eat?" Dr. Banner felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. It was clear to him now that there was more between Li Jie and Black Widow than just ordinary friendship. He glanced up at the menu on the wall, and with a hint of pleasant surprise, he said, "They've got some new dishes. I'll have one of each of these four, please." Unlike Wolverine, who lived life on a whim, Dr. Banner not only devoted himself to research, but also took on odd jobs from time to time. And since he didn't have any bad habits, Dr. Banner was, all things considered, wealthier than Wolverine. When the food arrived, Dr. Banner, as usual, pulled out his phone to snap some photos. Except for those moments when he transformed into the Savage Hulk, Dr. Banner was, in fact, more sensitive and meticulous than most women. "Natalia, would you mind taking a picture together?" Dr. Banner summoned up his courage to ask. Black Widow pulled up a chair and sat down beside Dr. Banner, but she threatened him with a half-smile. "Banner, a photo's fine. But if you dare post a picture of me in this maid outfit on any social media, I swear I'll kill you." "Don't worry, I absolutely won't." Dr. Banner muttered to himself, "I'll just keep it for my own enjoyment." Wanting to prolong the moment and admire Black Widow in her maid uniform a little longer, Dr. Banner ate his meal at an uncharacteristically slow pace. The door to the restaurant swung open, and Sabretooth strode in, a victorious grin on his face and his breath still catching. "Waiter, I'd like to order," he called out. No sooner had Sabretooth finished speaking than Wolverine walked in, looking worn out. "Logan, remember, we're in a Chinese restaurant now." Dr. Banner reminded him, a bit puzzled. He turned to Black Widow and asked, "Natalia, what does he mean by that?" Black Widow glanced back at Li Jie and explained, "Jack doesn't like it when people fight in his restaurant." Dr. Banner nodded in understanding. After all, a restaurant was a place of business. No one wanted their shop destroyed. "Sabretooth, you're shameless. If you've got guts, come outside and settle this with me. Don't run around like some cowardly turtle," Wolverine shouted angrily. "Logan, you're 200 years old and still can't get your grammar right? Since when do cowardly turtles run around?" "I'm not saying I won't fight you, but it'll have to wait until after I've enjoyed my dinner," Sabretooth retorted, pulling out a chair and sitting down. His gaze lingered on Black Widow. "Well, if it isn't Natalia, how did you end up as a maid here? What's the matter, free tonight? If you're feeling lonely, I'd be happy to keep you company." "Hey, what did you just say?" Dr. Banner immediately called out. Sabretooth tapped his claws against the tabletop, letting out a mocking laugh. "Four Eyes, you should be grateful you're inside the restaurant. Otherwise, your throat would already be slit." Black Widow placed a steadying hand on Dr. Banner's shoulder to keep him from losing control, then turned to Sabretooth and said, "Victor, you'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, my uncle won't be the only one wanting to kill you today." Sabretooth just shrugged indifferently. "Anyone who wants to kill me is welcome to try. In the end, who lives and who dies is anyone's guess." Peter Parker leaned in close to Li Jie and whispered, "Boss, this guy really has a filthy mouth." Li Jie didn't answer, though he couldn't help but wonder if he should just go up there and rip Sabretooth's tongue out. Sabretooth pulled out a wallet and counted out $350. "Bring me all four of your house specialties." Li Jie noticed the driver's license inside the wallet. It belonged to a chubby man, meaning the wallet clearly wasn't Sabretooth's. Talk about getting rich through crime. Wolverine had come in earlier, but without money, he'd only dared to order a single golden fried rice. If Sabretooth was broke, he wouldn't hesitate to just rob the place. "Uncle, we saved your seat for you," Natasha reminded him. Wolverine gave a grateful nod and walked over to sit down. Worried that Sabretooth's words might provoke Dr. Banner and cause him to lose control, Natasha suggested, "Banner, let me pack your food to go." Dr. Banner hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. With his food packed up, Dr. Banner was the first to leave the Chinese restaurant. Thinking of Natasha in her maid outfit, Dr. Banner pulled out his phone to look at the photo they'd taken together, grinning foolishly. Just as Banner was engrossed in his phone, a car suddenly shot out of nowhere and struck him, knocking him to the ground. Immediately, a black man with dreadlocks jumped out from the passenger seat and started frisking Banner's pockets. This was clearly a premeditated robbery, and of all people, he'd chosen the Hulk as his target. Compared to his savage Hulk form, Dr. Banner was almost timid in everyday life. Perhaps he was just too afraid of losing control and transforming. At first, being hit by the car, Dr. Banner simply thought it was a typical traffic accident. But when a mugger came for him, Banner, still lying on the ground, simply raised his hands and said, "Don't worry. You just want money, right? My wallet's in my pocket. If you want it, just take it." The mugger was delighted as he pulled the wallet from Banner's pocket, then reached for Banner's phone. That photo with Black Widow in her maid costume meant a lot to Banner. He wasn't about to give it up. Instinctively, he shielded his phone and protested, "You can't have this. Quit your yapping. Hand it over now." The mugger cursed, and, seeing that Banner refused to give up the phone, fired a shot into Banner's chest. "Die, you bastard." Black Widow snapped her head toward the door, alarmed. "Was that a gunshot just now? This is Hell's Kitchen. Hearing gunfire isn't exactly unusual, is it?" The saber-toothed tiger let out a mocking laugh. Black Widow had no interest in the gang war. What concerned her was whether the gunshots had anything to do with Dr. Banner. "Natasha, I think you'd better go check it out," Li Jie said grimly, cursing silently to himself. What kind of reckless thugs were these? Robbing Dr. Banner was bad enough, but to actually pull the trigger on him, now that was pure stupidity. Black Widow dashed outside, just in time to see a car hurtling out of the intersection. With a thunderous crash, the car landed headfirst in the middle of the street, less than 30 meters from the Chinese restaurant. The guy in the driver's seat was completely petrified, the acrid smell of urine spreading between his legs. Suddenly, a rapid burst of gunfire rang out from the direction of the intersection. Dr. Banner had already transformed into the Savage Hulk, and that foolish, dreadlocked man was still standing there, firing at the Green Giant. When he saw his bullets bouncing harmlessly off the Hulk's skin, the dreadlocked man's legs turned to jelly. He stood rooted to the spot, utterly lost on what to do. Dr. Banner reached out, aiming to grab the man by his dreads. If he managed to catch him, he would crush the man's head like an eggshell. At that moment, a rock struck the man's knee, dropping him to the ground, just barely avoiding the Hulk's deadly grasp. Black Widow shouted at the Hulk, and, seizing the moment when he was distracted, yelled at the stunned, dreadlocked man, "What are you waiting for? Run!" With a terrified scream, the man scrambled away, tumbling over himself in his desperation to escape. "Banner, it's me, Natasha. Calm down, Black Widow spread her arms in an attempt to soothe Dr. Banner, but before she could finish her sentence, the Hulk swung a massive fist at her. She twisted and dodged, just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. Though she possessed the ability to calm Dr. Banner with her singing, it didn't always work, especially not when the Hulk was in the throes of rage. Leaning against the restaurant's front door, Li Jie lit a cigarette, fully aware that Black Widow was no match for the Hulk. "Hey, is nobody to go out there and help?" he called back to the three others still inside the restaurant. Although Li Jie's physique now rivaled the Hulk's, taking down that behemoth was another matter entirely, especially since the Hulk's power only grew with his anger. Getting into a brawl with him was as good as signing your own death warrant. Besides, who starts with their trump card right away? Before he made his move, Li Jie intended to play a few smaller hands first. There were plenty of superheroes in the restaurant itching for their chance to shine. "I need to use the bathroom." Peter Parker made an excuse and slipped away, planning to suit up as Spider-Man without anyone noticing. The saber-toothed tiger just grinned, baring his fangs. "What's this got to do with me? I'm just here for a meal." Wolverine, however, furrowed his brow. He was here for Sabretooth, but with the Hulk rampaging outside, he couldn't just pretend nothing was happening. "Sabretooth, looks like you get a walk free today." At last, Wolverine gritted his teeth, stood up, and strode toward the exit. Sabretooth suddenly let out a sharp yell, then grinned and said, "Hope you survive against that big brute out there. Otherwise, the rest of my life will be dreadfully boring. Don't worry, there's no way I'll die before you do." Wolverine gave a dismissive snort, brushed past Li Jie, and with a swift flick of both fists, his metal claws snapped out. With effortless style, he dashed outside. In fact, before Spider-Man and Wolverine arrived, Daredevil, Hell's Kitchen's own guardian, had already reached the scene. But Daredevil had barely appeared when the Hulk sent him flying with a single blow. It was his first time facing the Hulk in battle, and at last he understood firsthand the terror of the Savage Hulk. Peter Parker, the young Spider-Man, was the next to arrive. His spider sense told him just how dangerous the Hulk was, so Peter had no intention of fighting up close. Instead, he kept his distance, firing webs to offer support. At first, Peter tried to entangle the Hulk with his webbing. The idea actually worked for a moment. After all, Spider-Man's webs are incredibly strong, and Peter had layered on a dozen sheets in quick succession. But as soon as his movements were restricted, the Hulk's rage surged explosively, unleashing strength beyond imagination as he tore through the webs in an instant. Wolverine made his entrance with flair. Just as the Hulk broke free from the webs, Wolverine leapt at him, both metal claws unsheathed, aiming straight for the Hulk's chest. A metallic clang rang out. Wolverine frowned. His adamantium claws were said to be the hardest metal on Earth, yet they couldn't even pierce the Hulk's skin. The truth was the Hulk's skin was tough enough to withstand a nuclear strike. Compared to that, Wolverine's attack was nothing. From where he was eating by the window, Sabretooth watched the scene unfold, worry flickering across his brow. If even Wolverine couldn't hurt the Hulk, then he had no hope at all. A flurry of slashing sounds echoed through the air. Realizing that stabbing was useless, Wolverine, in the blink of an eye, slashed at the Hulk a dozen more times with his metal claws. All he managed were faint scratches on the Hulk's body, which vanished as quickly as they appeared. Black Widow let out a cry. Wolverine suddenly sensed the Hulk's massive hands closing in on him from above and below. He'd been so focused on attacking that he'd lost his chance to escape. Just as it seemed Wolverine was about to be caught by the Hulk, young Spider-Man, Peter shot out a strand of webbing in the nick of time, looping it around Wolverine's leg and yanking him out of harm's way. Wolverine expressed his gratitude. Had Spider-Man not rescued him so quickly, he would have fallen into the Hulk's clutches. Just thinking of the Hulk's terrifying strength made it impossible to imagine what might have happened next. Although Wolverine possessed extraordinary healing abilities, the pain he felt when injured was still very real. If he could avoid it, he'd rather not experience that agony and fear. This isn't working. We have to find a way to lure him somewhere with no bystanders. Daredevil called out, clutching his chest as he ran over. His healing powers were nowhere near as strong as Wolverine's. After taking a blow from the Hulk just now, Daredevil felt as if his bones had shattered. It would take days to recover, if he could recover at all. The Hulk's destructive power was staggering, and he wasn't targeting a single person. Anyone could become the next victim in his rampage. If they didn't do something, Hell's Kitchen would truly live up to its name. After stomping a car flat, the Hulk immediately began searching for his next target to destroy. A building along the street soon met with disaster. Let's all attack together. You find a way to distract the big guy. You try to delay his strikes, and I'll handle the rest, Wolverine barked, immediately taking charge with the authority of a commander. All right, let's do it, Daredevil responded. Just as the three of them were about to join forces against the Hulk, Black Widow suddenly stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking their path. If you keep this up, you'll only make him angrier. His strength grows with his rage. If that happens, the destruction will become even harder to control, Black Widow warned. So what do you suggest? We can't just stand by and watch him tear this place apart, Peter Parker replied. For a moment, Black Widow was at a loss for words. She knew the only chance to calm the Hulk was to let him vent until she could use her song to soothe him. But until then, Hell's Kitchen would just be the beginning. The Hulk's destruction could spread throughout the entire city. Black Widow glanced back at Li Jie, who was still leaning against the shop door, smoking. Li Jie, using his heightened senses, locked onto the Hulk, while simultaneously keeping tabs on the whole of Hell's Kitchen. He noticed that besides himself, Madame Gao, Stick, Kingpin, all the factions lurking in Hell's Kitchen were monitoring the situation in their own way. And beyond Hell's Kitchen, there were others keeping watch as well. From Black Widow's perspective, with 4 superheroes facing off against one Hulk, everyone was eager to see how it would all end. Aside from that, most people were simply waiting to see when Li Jie would make his move and how he planned to deal with the Hulk. Until then, none of the factions intended to act rashly. If necessary, they'd rather retreat from Hell's Kitchen for the time being to avoid trouble. Even Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Daredevil were all hoping Li Jie would step in to help. But when they saw him just standing there, smoking, all they could do was sigh helplessly. After all, Li Jie was just a Chinese restaurant owner, not some superhero. He had no obligation to get involved, and whether he did or not depended entirely on his own mood. No one else could force him. It wasn't that Li Jie didn't want to help. He was simply seizing this opportunity to unleash his heightened senses to their fullest, letting them spread out as far as possible. You want to know just how many people were paying attention to what was happening here. Whether or not these people would become his enemies, at the very least, he wanted to be mentally prepared. As for moral responsibility, why didn't those hiding in the shadows step in themselves? It's not like they were powerless. For example, Li Jie's super senses detected that the New York sanctum, not far away, was watching everything closely. Whatever you do, don't try to hurt him. Just keep him occupied. I'll try to see if I can calm him down, Black Widow instructed. For now, with no other backup, the four of them would just have to do their best. The fight resumed. Unlike the previous one-on-ones, this time everyone worked together, not to defeat the Hulk, but to keep him contained, making sure he stayed put. Meanwhile, Black Widow stood aside and began to sing, hoping her voice might soothe the raging Hulk. Even so, for Wolverine and the others, the battle was still grueling. The difference in power between them and the Hulk was just too great. It was like punching the Hulk 10 times was nothing more than scratching an itch for him, while a single punch from the Hulk could cost you half your life. With a thunderous crash, Wolverine, Daredevil, and Spider-Man were sent flying in quick succession. The Hulk then lunged toward Black Widow, who was singing atop a car. Black Widow knew that if she so much as hesitated now, all their efforts would go to waste. Clenching her teeth and steeling her nerves, she stood her ground, continuing to sing in hopes of calming the Hulk. Natasha, Wolverine, Daredevil, and Spider-Man scrambled to their feet, desperate to help, but it was already too late. Seeing the Hulk's fist coming down, Black Widow squeezed her eyes shut in terror. She heard a heavy impact ahead of her, followed by a rush of wind. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Li Jie had appeared out of nowhere, shielding her from the Hulk's deadly blow. Li Jie's Hulk physique had already reached 80%, and combined with the spider abilities now enhanced to 800%, blocking the Hulk's punch was no trouble at all. Even if he were to have a proper fight with the Hulk right here and now, the outcome would still be uncertain. However, Li Jie had no intention of getting tangled up with the Hulk for long. After blocking the Hulk's fist, Li Jie immediately used his telepathic powers that could even harm Mary's mind. A telepathic assault at 300% strength froze the enraged Hulk in place, as if he'd been enchanted with a binding spell, unable to move an inch. Without immunity to psychic attacks, even the mightiest superhero would fall victim to this power. Take Superman from the neighboring universe, for instance, a nearly invincible being. He too has been manipulated by poison ivy more than once. Don't stop, keep singing, Li Jie called out firmly. Black Widow snapped out of her shock and resumed her singing. With Black Widow's voice and the illusions Li Jie crafted through telepathy, the Hulk's rage gradually unraveled. Before their eyes, the massive Hulk visibly shrank back down into Bruce Banner. When Banner became the Hulk, his glasses, shirt, underwear, and shoes had all been shredded. Yet somehow, that one pair of jeans remained intact. Transforming back and forth between Hulk and Banner, those jeans mysteriously expanded and contracted with him. Li Jie had always wondered about that, so he reached out and gave the fabric a curious touch. It felt completely ordinary. What are you doing? Banner hunched over, peering up suspiciously. With his severe nearsightedness, he didn't recognize Li Jie standing before him. Come on, does he think I'm trying to take advantage of him? Li Jie coughed awkwardly, then used his telekinesis to hand Banner the broken glasses. Dr. Banner, are you all right? Only after putting his glasses back on did Banner recognize Li Jie, and then he noticed Black Widow standing behind him. Natalia, I'm sorry, Banner said, looking remorseful. He knew he must have caused everyone a lot of trouble just now. Natasha spoke up. I've just contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. They're sending a team to pick you up. In the meantime, why don't you come back to the Chinese restaurant with us and rest? You can change into something more comfortable too. Banner looked around at the wrecked buildings and smashed cars, guilt etched on his face. Banner, this isn't your fault, Natasha comforted him. If not for those two unlucky fools who shot at Banner, none of this would have happened. But Banner shook his head, filled with regret. If I hadn't come to Hell's Kitchen, none of this would have happened. Let's not talk about it now. Save it for the restaurant, Li Jie said, mumbling to himself that he'd lost another set of clothes. Luckily, they were all old anyway. Tomorrow's agenda: buy some new clothes first. Once Dr. Banner returned to normal, Peter Parker was the first to run back. Daredevil, not wishing to reveal his identity either, quietly slipped away right after Peter. As for Wolverine, he tagged along with Li Jie back to the Chinese restaurant. After making sure Sabretooth had already fled, he left, muttering curses under his breath. S.H.I.E.L.D. moved with impressive speed. By the time Dr. Banner had gone upstairs to change clothes, they had already arrived outside the restaurant. The ones assigned to pick up Dr. Banner were none other than Agent Coulson and Hawkeye. Originally, Hawkeye wasn't supposed to be on this mission. He's a busy man, and whenever he has time, he prefers to spend it at home with his wife and kids. But ever since his last meal at the restaurant, Hawkeye couldn't get the food out of his mind. When Coulson received the assignment, Hawkeye happened to be there and immediately volunteered to help. Natasha. Both Hawkeye and Coulson couldn't help but raise their voices when they saw Black Widow dressed as a maid. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Black Widow knew men all too well. She could guess what was running through their minds, but she didn't take offense. Hawkeye quickly shook his head. No problem at all. It's just, that outfit is really something. It suits you. Coulson nodded beside him. It really brings out a unique side of you. You look great. Hey, Hawkeye. Coulson. Sorry for the trouble. Dr. Banner came down from upstairs and greeted them with a smile. Banner, there's no need to be so formal with us. Come on, I'll walk you to the car. As for the damage outside, don't worry. No one got hurt, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will take care of the mess. Coulson escorted Dr. Banner to the car, and as he left, he winked to Hawkeye. Jack, if there's any food left, could you pack up 2 portions for me? I mean, 1 for me and 1 for Coulson. Hawkeye finally revealed his real reason for coming. After Hawkeye, Coulson, and Dr. Banner were on their way, Lee Jie spoke up. Looks like we're not getting any more business today. Let's close up shop. Just as Lee Jie finished speaking, someone pushed open the restaurant door. The bell above it jingled. A figure who shouldn't have been outside appeared, as if from nowhere. An elderly man in robes with a long white beard, followed by a handsome young magician. Seems we're not too late after all, the old mage said as he stepped inside. His face was kind, but his presence radiated immense power. The young mage behind him looked visibly tense. The moment they entered, Black Widow immediately went on alert. Meanwhile, Peter Parker's spider sense was giving him a powerful feeling of impending danger. In contrast, Lee Jie looked completely composed. He had already recognized that the elderly sorcerer was none other than the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, the Ancient One. The young mage trailing behind was still just an apprentice for now, but it wouldn't be long before he grew into another formidable supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange. Master, did you forget something? Dr. Strange reminded her from behind. My apologies, that was an oversight on my part. Once people get on in years, it's easy to let some details slip. The Ancient One replied, continuing to walk forward. Yet, in an instant, the powerful aura she emanated vanished without a trace, and it was as if only an ordinary elderly woman now stood before them. Golden fried rice, daily soup, noodles with soybean paste, and osmanthus cake. All my favorites. Let's have 2 of each. The Ancient One studied the menu on the wall, and then turned to give Lee Jie a warm smile. Lee Jie understood well that, ever since he'd subdued the Hulk, the surveillance from the New York Sanctum had ceased. Now, seeing the Ancient One and Dr. Strange appear in this Chinese restaurant. Could they really be here just to enjoy a meal? Perhaps good food was part of the reason, but Lee Jie was certain the Ancient One's true purpose this time was himself. Though he hadn't used any spells while helping Dr. Banner recover. Indeed, he hadn't mastered any magic at all. The ease with which he neutralized the Hulk's aggression had clearly caught the Ancient One's attention. From Lee Jie's perspective, whatever the Ancient One's intention in coming here, it was a rare opportunity for him. If he could earn her approval, he might obtain powerful magical abilities from her. Please wait a moment, Lee Jie said, turning and heading to the kitchen. As he began to cook, Lee Jie suddenly realized he might have underestimated the situation. The Ancient One could use the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse both future and past. If she had any concerns, there was no need for her to come in person. She could simply use the eye to seek the truth. Even if she wanted to look into the matter, she could have sent Baron Mordo or another sorcerer instead. Yet she had come herself. This could only mean that whatever was to happen in the future must be of the utmost importance. So important that the Ancient One needed to handle it personally. And, somehow, it was all connected to him. With that thought, Lee Jie focused his enhanced senses on the Ancient One, hoping to glean some clues from her actions or demeanor. But, to his surprise, his super senses failed entirely with the Ancient One. It wasn't just her. Even when Lee Jie tried to use his heightened perception on Dr. Strange, he found absolutely nothing. It seemed that the Ancient One had already sensed that Lee Jie possessed this peculiar ability, and had preemptively used magic to shield herself from his super senses. Now, while Lee Jie could face the Hulk's attacks without fear, he still dared not be careless before the world's most powerful sorcerer. If he ever became the Ancient One's enemy, who knew what unimaginable means she might employ against him? The 2 sets of cutlery were set on the table. Lee Jie walked out from the kitchen, found himself a chair, and sat down, watching with anticipation as the Ancient One lifted a spoonful of golden fried rice to her lips. And then, that was it. After taking a bite of the golden fried rice, the Ancient One put down her spoon, picked up her bowl, and sipped the accompanying soup. Yet, there was still no reaction from the system. Lee Jie felt a faint sinking in his heart. Was the Ancient One really this difficult to please? Even golden fried rice paired with seaweed and dried shrimp soup failed to win her approval. If he couldn't earn the Ancient One's recognition, how could he ever hope to acquire her abilities? This fried rice is truly remarkable. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Beyond the flavor, I sensed some special restorative effect as well. Dr. Strange spoke with a furrowed brow. Before joining Kamartaj and becoming a sorcerer, Dr. Strange had been one of the world's top surgeons. His early achievements had made him a man of exacting standards. Surgery, music, and gourmet cuisine were his three lifelong passions. A single accident left Dr. Strange's hands irreparably damaged, never again able to wield a scalpel. The very reason he set foot on the path of sorcery. Although outwardly his hands appeared fully healed, in truth, becoming a sorcerer merely concealed the reality. The injuries to Dr. Strange's hands remained. Yet after tasting the golden fried rice, he felt a faint glimmer of hope. Perhaps his hands might truly heal. This recovery wasn't the magic that concealed his wounds, but rather a genuine, physical restoration at the most fundamental level. It was only a subtle, barely perceptible sign, but it was enough to kindle hope in his heart. Congratulations, host. You have received Dr. Stevens' recognition and successfully unlocked 10% of surgical skills. At last, the system responded. So it wasn't a system malfunction. The Ancient One had simply withheld her approval. Li GM muttered to himself. Gaining the skills of a top-tier surgeon like Steven meant that, even if he didn't remain a chef, he could at least become an elite surgeon in the future. Having another skill up his sleeve wasn't a bad thing at all. Steven, your mind is unsettled, the Ancient One remarked after setting down her soup bowl. I'm sorry. Steven quickly gathered his thoughts, reminding himself that he had now chosen the path of a sorcerer and should let go of his obsession with his injured hands. Only by completely forgetting his injured hands could Steven go further down the path of a sorcerer. Ligia suddenly noticed something was off. Steven had bowed his head, but hadn't continued eating. He sat there, as if turned to stone. It wasn't just Steven. Inside the Chinese restaurant, Peter Parker and Black Widow had also frozen in place. Outside, a pigeon was caught mid-flight as it rose from a car roof. The whole world paused as though someone had hit the stop button. Li Jie realized that someone had cast a time spell, halting the flow of time for everything except himself. Instinctively, he looked toward the Ancient One. In the restaurant, the only one capable of using such magic was the Ancient One. But just a moment ago, she had been sitting beside Dr. Strange. Now, she had vanished without a trace. As Li Jie was about to unleash his heightened senses to search for her, he suddenly felt himself being pulled backwards. More precisely, his soul was leaving his body. His physical form remained seated, trapped in the time seal along with everyone else. Well, it seemed the Ancient One had a penchant for forcing people into astral projection. At least he wasn't the only one who received this treatment. When Dr. Strange had doubted the existence of magic, the Ancient One had used the same technique. It seems you're not surprised at all. The Ancient One's voice sounded beside him. So, this is why you brought me here? To show me the wonders of the mystic arts? Li Jie asked calmly. The Ancient One shook her head and replied, No, I came to teach you magic, so you could learn it from me. What do you mean? Li Jie put on a puzzled face. Half of it was an act, but the other half was genuine confusion. The Ancient One clasped her hands behind her back, adopting an air of enigmatic wisdom. There are some things I needn't explain, but others perhaps deserve a brief clarification. I possess the ability to glimpse the future. Soon, I will leave this world, and at that time, Dr. Strange will not yet be fully prepared. That will leave this world without the protection of a Sorcerer Supreme, a window of vulnerability. To prevent evil magical creatures from seizing the opportunity to cause chaos, I need you to protect this world until Dr. Strange is ready to take up the mantle from you. I'm still not sure I understand. Are you saying you want to take me as your apprentice? Li Jie continued to play dumb. The Ancient One smiled and said, Jack, some things don't need to be spelled out. As long as you understand in your heart, that's enough. If you agree, you'll immediately gain magical skills from me. If you refuse, you'll lose your chance to become the greatest sorcerer. Now, it's time for you to decide. Li Jie thought for a moment and said, So what you mean is, I don't have to be restricted by Kamartaj or the Sorcerer's Order. I just need to step in and protect the world when necessary. That's all. The Ancient One nodded and replied, Exactly. You're not bound by any other sorcerer's rules, and no one knows your magical skills came from me. Even if someone suspects, I doubt any sorcerer could do anything about it. For you, this is truly a lucrative deal. All right, I accept. Li Jie nodded in agreement. With a grateful smile, the Ancient One replied, then made a subtle gesture. Instantly, Li Jie's soul returned to his body, and time, which had been frozen, began to flow once more. Li Jie saw Dr. Strange lower his head, focused on his meal. Peter Parker, cloth in hand, was absent-mindedly wiping the table, looking for something to do. Black Widow pulled out her phone and began making a call. It was as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened. "Stephen, I have to admit, you were right about this place. The food at this Chinese restaurant truly is a rare delight," the Ancient One said with a smile. Almost at the same time, the system responded. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the Ancient One's approval and successfully unlocked 1% of the Supreme Sorcerer skill." A torrent of profound magical knowledge surged into Li Jie's mind. And this was only 1% of the Ancient One's abilities. The last time he unlocked a skill at the 1% level was when he acquired the Hulk's physique. This time, it was the Ancient One's Supreme Sorcerer skill, not just a single spell from the magic system. The difficulty was far greater than gaining the Hulk's strength. Li Jie suspected this unusual generosity from the Ancient One might have strings attached. What kind of trouble lay ahead that would prompt her to go to such lengths? With the Ancient One and Dr. Strange gone, the Chinese restaurant officially closed for the day. Though he still had no idea what the future would bring. What would make the Ancient One willing to offer her skills so freely? At least for now, Li Jie had become stronger. Acquiring the Ancient One's magic was worth celebrating. Li Jie treated Peter Parker, Black Widow, and the Flurkin to a meal out, if only to improve their usual fare. It turned out that Peter Parker was a man of simple tastes. Li Jie made it clear he was treating, yet Peter chose a pizza place. Why not just grab a cup of instant noodles from a convenience store? All right. Money can't buy happiness, after all. Before they left, Li Jie even got Peter a whole Supreme Pizza to go. Enough to last him 2 days. Peter's choice wasn't about saving money. It was about saving time. As Spider-Man, romance could wait, but saving the world could not. On his way back to Queens, Peter Parker helped an elderly lady cross the street, stopped 3 muggings, and brought a car, driven recklessly by a drunk driver, to a halt. For a superhero, there aren't always chances to save the world every day. Most of the time, Peter Parker busies himself with these small, everyday acts. When he got home, Peter leaped onto his bed and lay flat on his back, the mattress groaning under him. Kicking off his shoes, Peter brought his right foot up to his nose for a sniff. Not bad. Still good for another 3 days without a wash. No sooner had Peter closed his eyes than his spider sense tingled, warning him of danger. Instantly, he flipped and clung upside down to the ceiling. The sharp sound of shattering glass came from the window, and almost at the same moment, a bullet punched a hole in his mattress. A burst of laughter echoed from outside. Peter turned his head and, in the moonlight, spotted a figure clad in green armor standing atop a metal glider. A chill ran through Peter's heart. Rapid bursts, ta-ta, sounded as the Green Goblin emptied a full-auto rifle, then turned and sped away without a word. Peter let out a low growl, shot a web to fling the window open, and leapt out in pursuit. He chased for several blocks, only to realize he'd lost his quarry. Standing on a rooftop, Peter hesitated for a moment, then decided to pay a visit to the Osborn mansion. The place was still cordoned off by the police. Inside the mansion's secret chamber, everything related to the Green Goblin had already been cleared out. Peter took a quick look around and found that no one had been here for days. Was it Norman, or just another goblin copycat? The Green Goblin had quite the following among criminals. It wouldn't be impossible for an imitator to show up, especially since his attacker had used an automatic rifle that, Peter thought, pointed to a copycat rather than the original. But the equipment was unmistakably the Green Goblin's. Suddenly, Peter began to worry about Harry Osborn. He tried calling, only to find, at some point, he'd been blocked. While Peter was sneaking into the Osborn mansion to investigate, the Green Goblin who'd attacked him had already returned to the Osborn seaside villa. In the living room, Harry Osborn removed his helmet, staring at his own hands with a mix of excitement and disbelief. The super soldier serum had given Harry incredible strength, and now that he'd mastered the Goblin's gear, it was only natural that he'd go after Spider-Man. "This sensation is amazing," Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Though today he'd only attacked Peter Parker from a distance with an automatic rifle, the experience had flung open a window in his mind, revealing a whole new self and a whole new world waiting to be explored. Because of Peter Parker, Li Jie, Black Widow, and the Devourer Beast ended up having pizza for dinner. After finishing the pizza, the Devourer Beast darted straight for the back alley in search of a female stray cat in heat. "Huey, don't come back before sunrise," Li Jie instructed, then took Black Widow's hand and headed back to the Chinese restaurant. Taking advantage of the time, while Black Widow was in the bathroom showering, Li Jie began to experiment with the sorcerer abilities he had obtained from the Ancient One. Just as Harry Potter needs a wand to cast spells, the sorcerers of Camartage require the power of a sling ring to work their magic. Even Dr. Strange, after becoming the mighty Sorcerer Supreme, found himself unable to use most spells without the sling ring. Before leaving the Chinese restaurant, the Ancient One had purposely left a sling ring for Li Jie, which now rested on his finger. Li Jie began to cast spells, starting by levitating a cup filled with water into the air using his magical energy. This levitation spell was somewhat akin to telekinesis. Even without magic, Li Jie could have accomplished this using Lady Gao's ability to retrieve objects from a distance. So, the success of a levitation spell didn't give Li Jie much sense of achievement. For his second spell, Li Jie tried the mirror dimension, stepping into a world completely inverted from reality. In this world, the structure could be shifted at will, depending on the caster's intent, and it could even. Li Jie watched Black Widow shower for a while, then left the mirror dimension. His third spell was the portal. As long as he pictured the destination clearly in his mind, he could conjure a portal and travel there instantly. Li Jie pictured the Statue of Liberty, then opened a portal and appeared atop Lady Liberty's crown. Not bad, he'd done it. Compared to the mirror dimension, the successful portal spell thrilled Li Jie even more. The effect was just like the Anywhere door from childhood cartoons. It felt like a childhood dream come true. With a rush of water, Li Jie relieved himself atop the Statue of Liberty, and then, using the portal again, headed to a 24-hour convenience store to buy some beer. Next, Li Jie enjoyed a drink atop the Hollywood sign, then the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and even in Tokyo. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. When he got to his last can of beer, Li Jie found himself losing interest in these famous selfie spots. There was still time to visit one more place before Black Widow finished her shower. But where should he go? Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into Li Jie's mind. This was the Marvel Universe. Could he use the portal to reach the DC Universe? He pictured Wayne Manor in his mind. Of course, Wayne Manor is located in Gotham City, which doesn't even exist in this world. With a sudden crackle, a portal of golden energy formed in the air, and on the other side was none other than Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne had just finished another day as Batman, serving as Gotham's vigilante. After returning the Batmobile and his gear to the Batcave, Bruce took a hot shower, poured himself a drink, and stood before the window. A faint frown creased Bruce Wayne's brow as he noticed a sudden flash of golden light in the garden, followed by the appearance of a mysterious, otherworldly door. Behind that door stood a man holding a beer, staring straight at Bruce from across the divide. For a couple of seconds, Bruce was frozen in surprise. Then he reached out and pushed open the window. At that very moment, he realized the strange golden door, along with the man behind it, had vanished without a trace. Li Jie, meanwhile, had merely attempted an experiment. He never actually stepped through the portal into Wayne Manor. The world where Wayne Manor stood did not belong to this universe. For Li Jie, it was mostly a matter of curiosity, though he was fully aware of the risk involved. If he recklessly traveled between two different dimensions, could it lead to unforeseen consequences for both worlds? On second thought, best not to take the chance. Ultimately, Li Jie set aside his curiosity and dismissed the portal, returning to the Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. Li Jie munched on the sandwich made by Black Widow, muttering to himself. Peter Parker is getting lazier by the day. Before Black Widow's arrival, Peter Parker would show up early every morning, sometimes bringing breakfast he'd picked up along the way. Now that Black Widow was at the restaurant, you'd think Peter would feel the pressure and step up his game. But today he was late again. Li Jie couldn't help but worry. Could it be that young Peter was giving up on the job? When it came to warming a bed, Black Widow was second to none. But as for getting work done, the restaurant really relied on Peter Parker. Li Jie had no desire to lose such an outstanding employee, so he resolved to find an opportunity to talk with Peter. And if that didn't work, maybe a raise would. It wasn't until after 10:30 that Peter Parker finally pushed open the restaurant door. "Morning, Natasha." "Morning, boss. I brought you both some breakfast." Peter placed the now-cold hot dogs on the table, then sat down and stared blankly into space. Li Jie and Black Widow exchanged a glance. Li Jie didn't need any super senses. He could tell with his own eyes that something was off with Peter Parker. "Peter, did you get into a fight with your girlfriend?" Li Jie sat down across from Peter and gestured for Black Widow to pour the kid a glass of water. Peter snapped out of his daze and replied, "So what happened then?" Li pressed. Peter hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boss, the Green Goblin was caught by the police, right?" "Yes, the Green Goblin was caught by the police," Li Jie replied with certainty, immediately realizing that Peter Parker's troubles were connected to the Green Goblin. "He should still be in prison now, right?" Peter Parker pressed on. Li Jie deliberately pulled out his phone and scrolled through it, saying, "There's no news about the Green Goblin escaping from prison." "Well, maybe I'll just leave it." The words were on Peter Parker's lips, but he swallowed them back. Seeing this, Li Jie said, "Peter, I know your relationship with Mr. Norman is special. How about this? If you really want to see Mr. Norman, I can try to figure something out. Boss, you can get me in to see Mr. Norman? Peter Parker asked, his excitement barely contained. Ever since the Green Goblin appeared last night, Peter Parker had been wrestling with it in his mind. He wanted to confirm things with Norman Osborn. He'd even gone all the way to the prison, only to come up empty-handed. Natalia, can you arrange something? Li Jie turned directly to Black Widow. After all, as a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she had a certain level of authority. Peter Parker immediately looked to Black Widow with hope in his eyes. Black Widow hesitated for a moment and said, I can try, but I can't promise anything. Thank you, boss, and thank you, Natalia. I'll get back to work now. Reinvigorated, Peter Parker jumped back into cleaning duties. Just then, the low roar of a sports car engine came from outside. A red Ferrari rolled to a stop at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. Peter Parker, broom in hand, shot a knowing glance at Li Jie. He didn't need a second hint. Li Jie had already noticed the stunning woman outside was Mary Walker. From the way she strutted in, it was clear her current persona was Typhoid Mary. Li Jie glanced at Typhoid Mary, then turned to look at Black Widow. He didn't dare hope for harmony, but he could at least wish these two women would keep the peace in his restaurant. Typhoid Mary pushed open the door, chewing gum, pulling her sunglasses down with a lazy finger, her gaze lingering on Black Widow. Black Widow, sharp as ever, instantly sensed the not-so-innocent connection between Typhoid Mary and Li Jie. Welcome. Table for one, madam. Peter Parker quickly set down his broom and darted between the two women, running interference for Li Jie and redirecting their attention. We've just added a new osmanthus cake to our menu. Would you like to try a piece? Peter, you're not afraid of me anymore? Typhoid Mary teased him with a sly grin. Peter Parker instinctively stepped back, wary of falling for Typhoid Mary's tricks again. Looks like you're still scared of me. Typhoid Mary smiled with satisfaction as she strode toward the corner, lecturing as she walked. Since you're so afraid of me, let's have someone else come over, someone who isn't. Who says I'm afraid of you? Peter Parker straightened his back and turned to Black Widow, saying, Sorry, the guest is calling for you. What's her story? Black Widow took the opportunity to ask. Peter Parker shook his head. I don't really know her. A slight shadow crossed Black Widow's face. Peter, do you still want to meet Norman? I really don't know her. Peter Parker instinctively glanced toward the kitchen, then lowered his voice. Her name is Mary Walker. She has multiple personalities and can control minds. Be careful. A mutant. Black Widow furrowed her brow. Learning that Typhoid Mary could control minds made her instantly wary. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me too? Typhoid Mary flashed Black Widow a playful smile. You came to a Chinese restaurant for a meal. Why should I be afraid of you? Black Widow shot back. As long as you're not afraid. Typhoid Mary giggled, then asked, Sis, do you think I'm beautiful? Black Widow suddenly felt her mind swirl. Typhoid Mary's smile struck her as dazzling, and against her will, she felt her heart skip a beat. But thanks to Peter Parker's warning, she quickly realized she'd fallen under Mary's influence and pinched herself hard with her fingernails. Still, why did this woman before her seem even more irresistible by the second? Black Widow realized she hadn't managed to break free of the psychic hold and grew anxious, unsure what to do, until she felt a tap on her shoulder. Natasha, go take care of your work. In an instant, the strange sensation vanished. She turned to see Li Jie standing beside her and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Typhoid Mary covered her mouth and let out a peal of laughter, deliberately swinging her pale legs as she spoke. So you're done hiding from me? Hiding? When have I ever hidden from you? Li Jie smiled back at her. Typhoid Mary glanced at Black Widow and said, I thought you'd forgotten all about me now that you found a new girlfriend. Mary, why don't you tell me what brings you here? Li Jie could tell that Typhoid Mary hadn't come just to eat or reminisce. Mary tossed him a flirtatious look and said, Honestly, I've been missing our time together lately. If you're up for it, we could continue the conversation upstairs. Li Jie reached out his hand. Mary placed her right hand in his palm, but as she stood, she suddenly pulled it back. On second thought, maybe not. I'd rather not get my brains blown out the moment I walk out the door. After sitting back down, Scarlet Mary crossed her legs and said, I'm here this time to deliver a message. Have you ever heard of Lady Bullseye? Lady Bullseye's real name is Maki. She was once just an ordinary person, but after witnessing Bullseye commit murder with her own eyes, she began to idolize him. You could say Lady Bullseye is Bullseye's most devoted follower and his most successful imitator. She transformed from a regular woman into a world-class assassin and even gained the ability to turn into smoke. I'm afraid I've never heard of Lady Bullseye. Li Jie shook his head, denying any knowledge. He truly hadn't met Lady Bullseye before. Well, you at least know Bullseye, don't you? He used to work for Kingpin, and not long ago, he was found dead in an alley not far from here. Scarlet Mary explained. What does that have to do with me? Scarlet Mary smiled and said, I agree, it probably has nothing to do with you. But Lady Bullseye doesn't see it that way. Erica has publicly claimed responsibility for killing Bullseye, but Lady Bullseye is skeptical and has already confronted Erica about it. Erica described in detail how she took Bullseye's life. Yet Lady Bullseye suspects you, since you were also present at the scene. Especially after this video started making the rounds. She paused, then pulled out her phone and began playing a video. It showed the scene when Dr. Banner lost control, transformed into the Hulk, and fought against a group of superheroes, until he finally calmed down with Li Jie's help. The footage had been captured by a car's dashcam parked nearby, and later, the video quietly made its way online. What does that prove? Li Jie asked. Scarlet Mary put away her phone and replied. At the very least, it proves you're not just an ordinary person, which makes you an even more likely suspect in Bullseye's death. So, after all that, what you're really saying is, Lady Bullseye believes I killed Bullseye, and now she plans to avenge him by coming after me. Li Jie summed up Scarlet Mary's point. Scarlet Mary mimed a gun with her hand. Oh, I see. Thanks for letting me know. If that's all, I'd like to head into the kitchen and start cooking. With that, Li Jie turned and walked away. Hey, Jack. I just gave you such important information. Does that mean lunch is on the house today? Scarlet Mary called after him. Li Jie kept walking and replied, Nothing at the Chinese restaurant is ever free, but I can cover your bill for you. Scarlet Mary flashed a triumphant grin and shot a challenging glance at Black Widow. A moment later, her food was brought to the table, and just then, the restaurant door chimed as the second wave of customers arrived for the day. Attorney Maki, believe me, the food at this restaurant will never let you down. Matt and I come here all the time. Foggy, the lawyer, walked in front. Following him was a beautiful woman with black hair, dressed in a professional attorney's outfit and carrying a briefcase. Peter, table for 3. Foggy, Matt, thank you for inviting me to dinner. But please, give me a chance to show my appreciation. Let me pick up the bill tonight. Maki said with a bright, cheerful smile. How do we let you do that? Matt, and I may not make much money from our cases, but we can still treat you to a meal. Foggy jumped in immediately. Hearing Foggy argue over the bill with Maki, Matt furrowed his brow, cursing Foggy in his heart for putting on airs. Had he already forgotten that last night and this morning, all they had to eat was instant noodles? Foggy, Matt, that's exactly why I admire you both. You're true champions of justice. Maki flattered, a hint of admiration in her tone. Foggy grinned with pride. Maki, you're making me blush. But you're not wrong. Matt and I fight for justice. Money has never been our real concern. As they spoke, the three of them took seats by the window. With a generous flourish, Foggy ordered 3 sets of the house special and insisted on paying the bill himself. Excuse me, I need to say hello to someone. Daredevil Matt had already noticed Typhoid, Mary, sitting alone. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go over and greet her. Mary, how have you been lately? Matt, thanks for asking. I'm doing quite well, actually. But you'd better be careful with the women around you. Typhoid Mary shot a glance at Maki, who was deep in conversation with Foggy. Oh, you mean Attorney Maki? We're just colleagues. She came to us for a legal consultation on a case. There's nothing more between us. Matt hurried to clarify. Mary crooked her finger, signaling Matt to lean in. She whispered in his ear. Everyone has their secrets. How do you know being a lawyer isn't just her cover? Matt's brow furrowed as he focused his heightened senses on Maki. Finally, he nodded and replied. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. At this moment, Matt had no idea that the so-called Attorney Maki was, in fact, Lady Bullseye. Just like Daredevil, Lady Bullseye kept her true identity hidden behind the mask of a lawyer. This time, she had deliberately approached Matt and Foggy simply to observe Li Jie up close. Matt, Foggy just mentioned that you're good friends with the owner here. If there's a chance, could you introduce me? Lady Bullseye asked with a pleasant smile. Before Daredevil could speak, Foggy jumped in on his own accord and said, What's so difficult about that? Peter, when you're free later, could you call Jack over? I have a few words I'd like to say to him. Foggy, I'll pass your message to the boss, Peter Parker replied. But whether he comes or not isn't something I can decide. Foggy, full of mysterious confidence, grinned. Don't worry. As long as Jack knows I'm looking for him, he'll definitely come. Jack was also curious about Bullseye Lady and didn't refuse the invitation. Once the food was served, Jack made his way over to Matt Murdock's table. Jen, you see? I told you Jack would give me this face. Foggy couldn't help but show off, winking at Bullseye Lady before turning to Jack. Jack, let me introduce you. This is Attorney Jen, Matt, and I work with her. Jen, this is Jack, owner of the Chinese restaurant. Still quite handsome, though perhaps just a little less so than me. Mr. Jack, I've been following you on social media for a while now. I know a lot of superheroes are regulars here. It's truly an honor to meet you. Bullseye Lady said, playing the part of an enthusiastic fan as she extended her hand to Jack. Jack reached out and shook her hand, instantly noticing a hidden mechanism in her ring. A poison needle shot out, aimed at him. Daredevil, who had been tracking her every move with his super senses, tensed for a moment, but didn't intervene. The needle failed to pierce Jack's skin, bending and breaking as though it had struck solid steel. Hulk's tough hide had done its work. Attorney Jin, flattery like that won't get you a discount, Jack replied. With the needle damaged and unable to retract, Bullseye Lady smoothly slipped the ring off her finger with practiced subtlety and laughed. Mr. Jack, you misunderstand me. I really do admire you. More customers just walked in. Enjoy your meal, and just call me if you need anything else, Jack said, glancing toward the door. Bullseye Lady sat back down, but this private skirmish taught her something. Jack was far harder to deal with than she'd imagined. Instead of discouraging her, the challenge only made her all the more excited. She relished this kind of difficulty. Maybe it was the growing crowd and the bustle, but as the restaurant filled up, Typhoid Mary decided to leave. Before stepping out, she made a point to say goodbye to Matt Murdock, tossing a teasing remark at Bullseye Lady. Bullseye Lady's target was Jack, and she didn't want any complications before she succeeded. If a fight really did break out, she wasn't even sure she'd be a match for Typhoid Mary. Especially when faced with the many forms of Typhoid Mary, Lady Bullseye's odds of winning weren't high. Strange, where did Natasha go? After making several deliveries in a row, Peter Parker suddenly realized that the Black Widow, who was always competing with him for work, had disappeared. Typhoid Mary's sports car roared with a powerful burst, its engine thundering as she sped out of Hell's Kitchen. Suddenly, she noticed a strange noise coming from the trunk, so she pulled over to the side of the road to check it out. As soon as she popped open the trunk, the spare tire shot out from inside. Startled, Typhoid Mary dodged the flying tire, but just as she steadied herself, a shadowy figure lunged at her with such force that she was knocked to the ground. Don't move, or I'll blow your brains out. Black Widow pressed an M1911 pistol firmly against Typhoid Mary's head. Typhoid Mary couldn't help but laugh, teasing. Black Widow, you really don't let grudges last a night, do you? So what is it, planning to kill me? Then go ahead, pull the trigger. We'll both be trending at the top of the news in no time. What do you think would make a good headline? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s legendary agent commits murder in broad daylight. Black Widow's brow furrowed as she noticed that cars had already stopped, bystanders were filming them with their phones, and security cameras dotted the area. Just as Typhoid Mary said, Black Widow couldn't afford to kill anyone in public. Listen, this isn't over. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for this. Black Widow holstered her gun and stood up, letting Typhoid Mary get to her feet. But Typhoid Mary, refusing to let things go, suddenly yanked open her shirt and shouted, "A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is trying to kill someone in the street." Damn it. Black Widow quickly ducked her head, pulled on her hat, and vanished into the crowd. Afterwards, Black Widow called Nick Fury. I've run into a bit of trouble. Is there any way to shield myself from psychic attacks? Shield yourself from psychic attacks? That's not really my area, but Magneto might have some answers. At least his helmet can block that kind of thing. Nick Fury replied after a moment's thought. I need a Magneto helmet. The sooner, the better. Black Widow pressed. By the time lunch service ended, Black Widow still hadn't returned to the Chinese restaurant. It seemed Typhoid Mary had attacked her with a psychic assault at the restaurant, making Black Widow unwilling to let the matter drop. Add to that the ambush on the road, and Black Widow was now plotting ways to get back at Typhoid Mary. After Lady Bullseye finished her lunch, she was about to leave when Foggy found an excuse to keep her around. Foggy did his best to show off his masculine charm in front of Lady Bullseye, hoping to catch her attention. Fergie, Attorney Maki is very busy. Let's not bother her anymore. Daredevil Matt kept hinting to his old friend, worried that he was getting in too deep. After Li Jia closed the door, he waited in the Chinese restaurant, knowing that the woman from the law firm next door, Bullseye, would definitely make her move. As expected, Bullseye slipped out of the firm under the excuse of a bathroom break, then sneaked into the restaurant from upstairs. Jack, we meet again. Bullseye held a pistol fitted with a silencer in her hand. Meanwhile, from next door, Fergie was still caught up in the excitement of finding a partner, repeatedly asking Matt what he thought of Bullseye, and without waiting for Matt's answer, kept affirming his own opinions. Matt didn't want to dampen his friend's spirits, but secretly monitored Bullseye's every move with his heightened senses. Even though he knew Bullseye couldn't possibly harm Li Jia, Matt still wanted to see how things would play out. If the opportunity arose, Daredevil hoped to make Li Jia owe him a favor. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he remained hidden, waiting for his chance. Ms. Bullseye, someone warned me that you tried to kill me. Li Jia confronted Bullseye directly, exposing her identity. Bullseye scoffed. I know who. It was that bitch Typhoid Mary. Once I'm done with you, I'll deal with her too. You think I killed Bullseye? Bullseye gave a cold laugh. I know exactly what you're getting at. You want to say his death has nothing to do with you, that it was Erica who killed him. If you think I'm that easy to fool, you're welcome to deny it. But I've done my homework. I know that without your help, Erica never would have had the chance to kill Bullseye. So, one way or another, you're going to die here tonight. Li Jie lit a cigarette, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Impressive deduction. It's a shame you don't write detective novels. But setting aside whether Bullseye died by my hand or not, aren't you afraid someone will catch you trying to kill me in a Chinese restaurant? Afraid of being caught? Mr. Jack, do you really think someone in my line of work is scared of the police? Besides, attorneys Matt and Fergie can both vouch for me. They'll swear I was next door at the firm the whole time. Bullseye dismissed him with a sneer. Li Jie rolled his eyes upward, deliberately asking, "So you're using the good-natured Mr. Matt and Mr. Fergie to give you a false alibi?" Not at all. To me, those two are just idiots. If there's no money in being a lawyer, why bother? And on top of that, they think they're some kind of crusaders for justice. Bullseye cursed, her words sharp as knives. Next door, Daredevil Matt heard this and lost control of his emotions, snapping the pen in his hand in half. Virgie, who had just finished making herself a cup of coffee, happened to witness the scene and asked in confusion, "Matt, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing." Matt casually picked up a file and held it in front of his face. "Matt, are you sure you're all right?" Virgie pressed further. "If you got nothing better to do, Virgie, you best go check on Attorney Maki. She's been in the restroom for quite a while. Let's hope nothing's happened." Matt, not wanting to be made someone's pawn, deliberately hurried Virgie off to the restroom. Virgie frowned. "Matt, Maki went to the ladies' room. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go in, don't you think? Also, your file is upside down." "I'm practicing reading documents upside down," Matt replied shamelessly. Blowing out a puff of smoke, Li Jie remarked, "So what you're saying is if you were drop dead right here, no one would even notice, right?" Ms. Bullseye let out a cold chuckle. "Mr. Jack, you've got it all wrong. The one who's going to die here isn't me. It's you. I'm out of patience. Go to hell." Bang, bang. Ms. Bullseye pulled the trigger. By her calculation, one bullet should have struck Li Jie's heart, the other his head. At such close range, she was confident she couldn't possibly miss, even with her eyes closed. Yet she missed. A flash of golden light shimmered as a magical shield appeared before Li Jie, catching both bullets midair. Ms. Bullseye was taken aback and quickly squeezed the trigger again. This time, she emptied the entire magazine, firing from multiple angles as she moved swiftly. But the outcome was the same. Every bullet was stopped cold by the magical shield. "Ms. Bullseye, aren't you curious how I killed Mr. Bullseye?" Li Jie asked, smoke curling from his lips. Ms. Bullseye's expression grew grim. Realizing she had gravely underestimated Li Jie, she tossed her gun aside and immediately drew a tactical grenade. Just then, she sensed something was wrong. The reflection in the window showed the world outside had flipped. Meanwhile, Matt's expression shifted slightly as he held the file, and in the blink of an eye, both Li Jie and Ms. Bullseye vanished from Daredevil's supersensory perception. Li Jie knew Matt had been keeping a close watch on the restaurant with his heightened senses. If he was truly about to kill Ms. Bullseye, he certainly didn't want any witnesses. So, he cast a spell, pulling Ms. Bullseye into a mirror dimension. "You're a sorcerer?" Ms. Bullseye asked in astonishment. Li Jie said nothing. With a mere thought, a vine shot out, swift and sinuous as a spirit serpent, lashing toward Ms. Bullseye. She threw the tactical grenade at Li Jie in desperation, but the vine whipped it out of her hand and sent it flying. With a thunderous boom, the tactical grenade exploded above Lady Bullseye's head. One of the reasons for pulling Lady Bullseye into the mirror dimension was to avoid wrecking the Chinese restaurant in the course of their battle. Although the restaurant had the ability to repair itself, Li Jie still didn't want Daredevil Matt to discover its secret. Lady Bullseye flipped backward repeatedly to dodge the barrage of shrapnel, only to realize her ankles had been snared. She was suddenly dangling upside down, caught midair by twisting vines. She swiftly drew a hidden dagger and slashed at the vines, but to her shock, they were as tough as steel. The blade glanced harmlessly off the vines, leaving not a mark. Seizing the moment, the vines coiled further, wrapping her body in a tightening embrace. Lady Bullseye struggled with all her might, but the more she fought, the tighter the vines constricted. Then, without warning, the vines began to constrict even faster. But in a sudden blur, Lady Bullseye dissolved into mist and slipped free from their grasp. This was one of Lady Bullseye's supernatural abilities, the power to become vapor. She could transform her body into mist, slipping away from danger or striking unexpectedly. "So is this how you kill Bullseye?" Her voice was edged with disdain. "I'll admit, these vines are troublesome, but they're useless against me." Taunting him, she rematerialized just as the vines lashed out, and then once more dissolved in a mist to dodge their attack. After several such evasions, a sharp pain seized her, and she dropped to her knees, her face twisted in surprise. "What did you do to me?" Ligia exhaled a slow stream of smoke. "I forgot to mention, these vines secrete a deadly toxin. Feeling weak now, aren't you? That's the poison spreading inside you. It's eating away at your powers." Lady Bullseye attempted to transform again, but before she could fully become mist, her strength failed her. Her supernatural ability was faltering, unstable. "So poison. That's how you really kill Bullseye," she gasped. Ligia flicked his cigarette to the ground and smiled. "See, I told you, you really should be writing detective novels." Yes, Bullseye was poisoned by the vines. But technically, the one who killed him was Erica. Within just a few brief exchanges, Lady Bullseye's mist form had completely failed her. Even crouching on the ground was a struggle. She bit her tongue hard to stay conscious, darting her gaze around the space in search of any escape. Ligia sent the vines snaking toward her once more, his voice calm. "Don't waste your energy. This is the mirror dimension. Without me, you'll be trapped here forever." Lady Bullseye fought desperately to break free from the vines, but they wrapped her up tight. As the poison spread through her body, her vision faded, and at last, she slipped into unconsciousness. Ligia didn't kill Lady Bullseye right away, not out of mercy, but simply because he didn't want to dirty the Chinese restaurant. After stepping out of the mirror dimension, Ligia made a call to Madame Gao. "Jack, I'm glad you called. Is there something I can help you with?" Madame Gao's tone over the phone was exceedingly polite. "Do you know Lady Bullseye? She should be working for your hand organization." Ligia, on the other hand, made no effort to be polite. Madame Gao's heart skipped a beat. She hurried to explain, "I've heard of Lady Bullseye. She's a devoted admirer of Bullseye. But I don't know her well. She works under Bakudo." "Madame Gao, don't waste my time with that nonsense. Do you really think dragging out Bakudo, the head ninja, will distance you from the hand?" Ligia snapped, clearly annoyed. "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention." Madame Gao apologized at once. Ligia continued, "Lady Bullseye is at the Chinese restaurant right now. Send someone to take her away. And remember, I don't ever want to see that woman again." "Understood. I'll take care of it personally." Madame Gao replied, and as soon as she hung up, she immediately called Bakudo. When he answered, her tone turned grave. "Bakudo, your foolish subordinate, Lady Bullseye, has caused me a major headache. I'll handle this mess for you, but I hope you understand. Everything I'm doing is for the future of the hand." Madame Gao arrived carrying a gift box, with a delivery van following close behind. "Mr. Jack, please don't worry. I promise she'll never appear before you again." Madame Gao glanced at Lady Bullseye, who was being bundled into a wooden crate by her men. She cursed the woman inwardly, while keeping a pleasant smile on her face. "And, rest assured, none of this will touch you or your restaurant in any way. Madame Gao, I'll trust you this once. But I hope nothing like this ever happens again." Li Ji Seishintev. "I guarantee it won't." Madame Gao promised on the spot. Once her people had loaded Lady Bullseye into the van, she bid Li Jia farewell. "Matt, something's wrong. Attorney Shinki is missing." Foggy burst into Matt's office, calling out an alarm. "Did you check the ladies' room?" "Yes, I checked the ladies' room." "Look, Matt, that's not the point. The point is Attorney Shinki isn't there. She's missing." Foggy's anxiousness was palpable, as if he'd just lost his wife. "Did you try the men's room?" "You're suggesting Attorney Shinki went into the men's room?" Foggy blinked, then shook his head. "That's impossible. She can read the signs, you know." "Foggy, I think you'd better check anyway." Foggy had no choice but to make another trip to the men's restroom. When he returned, he reported, "Matt, I checked the men's room too. Attorney Maki isn't there. Did you check the restrooms upstairs and downstairs?" Foggy was starting to lose his patience. "Matt, what's going on with you today? Attorney Maki has disappeared from our firm. This is a serious matter. I think we need to call the police." Just then, Matt heard the sound of a car engine from downstairs. He realized that Mrs. Gao was about to leave, taking Lady Bullseye with her. Although Matt disagreed with Mrs. Gao's methods of dealing with Lady Bullseye, he still watched as Mrs. Gao led her away. After all, that woman had played him for a fool. If it were Peter Parker, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he might have stepped in to stop it. But Daredevil, with his darker side, wouldn't. "Foggy, you don't need to be so anxious. I'm sure Attorney Maki just had something urgent to handle." "Something urgent? But her bag is still in my office." Foggy pointed out the suspicious detail. "Oh, then she must have left in a hurry." Foggy frowned. "Matt, you're really not yourself today. Is there something you know that I don't?" "Foggy, you're overthinking it. I'm just focused on our cases and on figuring out how we'll make more money. Otherwise, by the end of the month, we might not even be able to afford instant noodles." As Matt spoke, he ushered Foggy out, muttering to himself, Looks like I'll have to be cautious around any woman who approaches me from now on. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gao herself was driving toward the coast, planning to sink Lady Bullseye into the sea. Just as her car left Hell's Kitchen, it was rear-ended by a taxi and forced to a stop. When Mrs. Gao saw the old blind man step out of the taxi, she let out a startled cry. Stick's lips curled into a cold smile. Without a word, he swung his cane at Mrs. Gao. At the same time, Stick's men clashed with Mrs. Gao's followers in a hail of gunfire. As she tangled with Stick, Mrs. Gao shouted, "Stick, this isn't what you think. Stop right now. Mrs. Gao, it doesn't matter who's in that car. Whatever your hand does, we at the Chase will find a way to stop it." The Chase had planned the ambush well. Mrs. Gao's men were quickly overwhelmed and killed. Seeing she couldn't stop Stick, Mrs. Gao had no choice but to retreat, yelling, "Stick, you and your Chase will pay dearly for this foolishness." Bang! Crack! Asterisk. The box containing Lady Bullseye was forced open by one of the Chase ninjas, who called out, "There's a woman in here." Stick let out a cold laugh. What was so shocking? After all, this was the sort of thing Mrs. Gao did for a living. The woman with the bullseye, who had been unconscious moments before, suddenly opened her eyes and drove a blade straight through the ninja's throat. The old man with the staff swung his weapon at her in a hurry, but struck nothing but air. The bullseye woman had already turned into mist and escaped. How could this happen? The staff elder frowned deeply, recalling what Madame Gao had said about a celebration before she left, and muttered to himself, "Could I really have been wrong this time? The police are here." The ninja reminded him. The staff elder quickly issued an order. Li Jie had already seen everything with his super senses. He wasn't worried at all about the bullseye woman's escape. After all, as long as that woman was alive, she would surely return to the restaurant for revenge. As for handing her over to Madame Gao, Li Jie had simply wanted to use the opportunity to determine whether the bullseye woman's attempt on his life had anything to do with the hand. He just hadn't expected the staff elder to show up and throw a wrench into everything. Before opening the restaurant for the evening, Peter Parker asked anxiously, "Natasha still isn't back yet?" Li Jie knew that Peter was eager to see Norman Osborn, to confirm whether the Green Goblin he'd encountered the night before was indeed Osborn himself. "Boss, whenever Natasha gets back, could you call me right away?" Peter said, clearly uneasy. "Of course, Mr. Parker. But for now, you'd better get ready for tonight's service." As Li Jie spoke, his attention shifted to the window. A van had just pulled up outside. With a loud clatter, the van door slid open. A man with dreadlocks, trembling all over, stepped out of the vehicle. Then, with a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. Li Jie recognized him at once. This was the same thug who had fired a shot at Dr. Banner the night before. A middle-aged black man pushed open the door, greeted Li Jie respectfully, and said, "Mr. Fisk sent us. That kid outside attacked a customer leaving the restaurant last night, which reflected poorly on both you, Mr. Jack, and the restaurant. We've brought him here. How would you like us to deal with him?" Li Jie glanced at the dreadlocked man, shivering outside, and asked, "What do you want me to do? Cut his throat?" The middle-aged man's expression didn't change as he replied, "If that's what Mr. Jack wants, I can slit his throat right now." "You're out of your mind." "Yes, snuppet. This is a restaurant. If you slit his throat here, who's ever going to want to eat here again?" The man hesitated, apparently having overlooked that point, but immediately straightened up and said seriously, "I can take him somewhere far from the restaurant before I cut his throat." Seeing how earnest he was, Li Jie couldn't help but want to laugh. Honestly, Fisk was really something. He'd go to any lengths just for a decent meal. Anyone who offends a Chinese restaurant never gets off lightly when they fall into Kingpin's hands. "Peter, what do you think we should do with that kid outside?" Li Jie suddenly handed the decision over to Peter Parker. "I think it's best to turn him over to the police. After all, if we deal with him ourselves, that's against the law." Peter Parker gave the expected answer. Li Jie turned to the middle-aged black man and said, "You heard him? Hand him over to the police. He needs to face justice in the courts. Make sure he doesn't get out early, understand?" The black man frowned, clearly unhappy with the idea of turning someone over to the police. For someone like him, a criminal by trade, he'd rather take his chances with a rival than end up in police custody. But since Kingpin had given his orders, even if he was dissatisfied, he could only comply. "All right, I'll take him to the station right away. Sorry to have disturbed you." With another apology, the man turned and left the restaurant. As he passed the man with dreadlocks, he muttered, "You're in trouble now. Come with me." With that minor incident behind them, the Chinese restaurant officially opened for the evening. A Rolls-Royce pulled up outside. Soon after, a white-haired man in an impeccably tailored suit, leaning on a cane, pushed open the door and entered. "Good evening, sir. How many in your party?" Peter Parker stepped forward to ask. The white-haired man simply reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a thick wad of bills. A A smug smile played at his lips. My name is Justin Hammer. I'm meeting a friend here tonight, and I don't want anyone disturbing us. You understand what I mean? Li Jie raised an eyebrow. People who announce their own names the moment they arrive are usually brimming with confidence, as if the whole world should know who they are. Justin Hammer's name might not be the most famous, but the industrial group he controls is the Stark Group's strongest competitor. Though Justin Hammer has no superpowers, his very existence seems dedicated to defeating Iron Man and the Stark Group. With his money power, Justin Hammer has secretly funded many supervillains. His sudden visit to the Chinese restaurant tonight made Li Jie suspect he was here specifically because Iron Man had recently been by. From the moment he stepped inside, Justin Hammer made no effort to hide his disdain for this humble little eatery. As if simply eating here was beneath him, something that would tarnish his status. For guests like this, Li Jie often wished he could just open the door and give them a swift kick, sending them flying out onto the street. Sir, rest assured, no one will disturb you tonight. Li Jie walked over, took the money from Peter Parker's hand, and slipped it into his pocket as he spoke. Only a fool would turn away easy money. Justin Hammer's intentions were clear. He wanted to reserve the entire Chinese restaurant for tonight. But Li Jie cleverly shifted the topic, never giving him a straight answer, only assuring him he'd have a quiet meal. After all, there weren't many customers in the evenings anyway. There was a good chance Justin Hammer would be the only one all night. Peter, please bring a glass of plain water for our distinguished guest. Oh, Mr. Hammer, the water is complimentary. Only a guest as esteemed as you gets that privilege. Li Jie said this with a cheerful grin. Sure enough, Justin Hammer was pleased by his words, and settled into a corner seat as Li Jie had arranged. The restaurant door swung open again, and a man in a trench coat, hat, and face mask squeezed inside. He scanned the dining room warily, then strode quickly toward Justin Hammer. Mr. Hammer. Justin Hammer deliberately raised his hand to show off the expensive watch on his wrist. Mark, you know I've always despised people who are late. No matter how talented you are, if you can't be punctual, I simply won't do business with you. Fortunately, you're right on time. Li Jie thought to himself, this guy's just showing off his watch. The man's full name was Mark Scarlatti. Not many would recognize that name, but mention Whiplash, and plenty would know who he was. Mark Scarlatti was Whiplash, a mechanical genius. After graduating college, he worked for a mafia family named Marchi, and with his skills in mechanical engineering and weapons design, he made them a formidable force. Now, meeting with Justin Hammer in secret, he was seeking a new patron, one with greater power and resources. Mr. Hammer, I mean nothing else by it. It's just, this Chinese restaurant is a place Iron Man visits often. If he were to walk in unexpectedly, it could jeopardize our meeting. Just then, a figure dropped from the sky. It was Tony Stark in his armor. Tony Stark hadn't been to the restaurant for a while, but happened to be passing by and decided to stop in for a meal. Iron Man, Mark Scarlatti cried out in alarm. It's true what they say. What you fear most always finds you. Justin Hammer was momentarily stunned, then cursed. Mark, what are you, some sort of jinx? He paused, then flashed a smug smile and said, no need to worry. I've reserved this entire restaurant. Even if he's Tony Stark, tonight he's not getting. Tony, welcome. Peter Parker called out as he opened the door. Justin Hammer felt utterly humiliated. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, hey, what's the meaning of this? I've already rented out this entire restaurant. Why are you letting other people in? Justin Hammer? Tony Stark hadn't noticed anyone in the corner at first, but when he heard his name called, he turned to look. Li Jie stepped out from the kitchen and explained, Mr. Hammer, I think you might have misunderstood. I only promised to provide you with a quiet dining environment. I never agreed to let you book out the entire Chinese restaurant. So, if there are other customers, I have to serve them as well. If you're not satisfied with that, you're free to leave right now. Kid, I already paid you, and now you're trying to kick me out? Justin Hammer shouted angrily. Li Jie cleared his throat. Mr. Hammer, it's true that you paid me, but I also provided you with some special services. Just a glass of plain water. Justin Hammer roared. Li Jie nodded calmly. Exactly, a glass of plain water. But remember, this is water you couldn't buy here no matter how much you paid, unless I wanted to serve it. Justin Hammer's mouth twitched. He felt like he had been completely taken for a fool. He tried to show off the power of money, only to end up being treated like a fat lamb ready for slaughter. Mark, take off your hat and mask. What, did you really think Iron Man wouldn't recognize you? Suddenly, Justin Hammer sneered, turning the spotlight onto his companion. Mark Scarlatti frowned slightly, cursing his teammate inwardly, but still took off his hat and mask, and then gave Iron Man a quick greeting. Justin Hammer let out a cold laugh. Iron Man, surprised to see me and Mark together? Let me guess, right now you probably really want to pound Mark into the floor, don't you? Well, if you got the guts, go ahead and try. Tony Stark muttered to himself. Is this idiot out of his mind? Mark Scarlatti, completely baffled, asked in confusion. Mr. Hammer, what are you talking about? Mark, there's no need to be so nervous. There's a rule in this Chinese restaurant. The place guarantees safety for all its guests. In other words, even if Iron Man hates you enough to want to kill you with his own hands, he can't lay a finger on you in here. Otherwise, the owner of the restaurant will throw him out. Justin Hammer patted Mark Scarlatti on the shoulder, his face full of smug satisfaction, then turned to Tony Stark and taunted. Iron Man, if you're so tough, why not try something? Tony Stark turned back to Li Jie and asked, Jack, is there really such a rule in this restaurant? After twice providing sanctuary to Sabretooth, Li Jie knew this secret rule would eventually become public knowledge. But still, how did Justin Hammer find out about this? Did he choose to dine at the Chinese restaurant precisely because he knew about this hidden rule? Tony, I'm very sorry, but this truly is the rule here in the Chinese restaurant. We must provide our guests with the necessary security while they dine. I hope you understand. Yeah, I understand. Tony Stark nodded, then turned and walked toward another corner of the restaurant. Peter, could you please bring me every dish this place has to offer? Of course, Mr. Stark. Please have a seat. Peter Parker helped pull out a chair for Tony Stark. Justin Hammer, this isn't how it was supposed to go. Why isn't Tony Stark making a move? Mr. Hammer, let's sit down and discuss business, Mark Scarlatti said. Oh, sure, Justin Hammer replied. But as he looked at Tony Stark so relaxed and at ease, it was as if he just swallowed a bitter pill. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over. Iron Man, you're a superhero. There's a criminal sitting right in front of you. Aren't you going to do something? Tony Stark glanced at Mark Scarlatti on the opposite side, then flashed a smile at Justin Hammer and said, The superhero title wasn't something I gave myself. That's just what people call me. Besides, even superheroes need to eat. I'm here for dinner, not for a fight. Iron Man, you're just a coward. I look down on you. Justin Hammer was practically seething with anger. Mr. Hammer, if you're done, please return to your seat. I'm about to start eating, Tony Stark said politely. Tony, I double my contempt for you. Justin Hammer was fuming. He'd schemed so much to embarrass Iron Man, but in the end, he was the one who looked like a fool. Tony Stark simply shrugged, unconcerned. As Peter Parker brought over his food, Tony leaned in and said softly, Peter, let Jack know. He's my friend, and I'll stick to the rules here. I won't cause any trouble in the restaurant. Hearing this, Jack was truly grateful. Until tonight, Jack had never really considered Iron Man to be his real friend. But Tony Stark's actions this evening convinced him otherwise. He decided to accept Tony as a friend. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Justin Hammer and Mark Scarlatti was unbearably awkward as they ate. If it weren't for his desire to secure Hammer's technical support, Mark would have left long ago. Awkward as it was, the delicious Chinese food still managed to win them over. The system indicated that Li Jie had won the approval of both men. After an awkward dinner, Justin Hammer finally spoke up. Mark, I can promise you the technical support you want, but in return, I'll need you to agree to one condition. Mr. Hammer, may I ask what you want me to do for you? Mark Scarlatti knew there was no such thing as a free dinner. Since he was benefiting from Justin Hammer, he would have to pay the price. Justin Hammer shot a furtive glance at Iron Man, then lowered his voice. In a moment, I'll be leaving first. I want you to lie in wait outside and ambush Tony. Give him a thrashing he won't soon forget. There was already a personal grudge between Mark Scarlatti and Iron Man, so upon hearing this condition, he didn't hesitate for a second. Mr. Hammer, it's my pleasure to serve you. Boss, the food here is absolutely delicious. I'll definitely come again next time. As Justin Hammer prepared to leave, he threw out a parting shot at Iron Man. Tony, I hope I have the pleasure of running into you here again sometime. Besides, it was only the restaurant security system that saved you today. Out there, you won't be so lucky. Mr. Hammer, good luck. Tony Stark grinned, baring his teeth in a mocking smile. Justin Hammer snorted, exchanged a quick signal with Mark Scarlatti, then whistled a jaunty tune as he strode toward the restaurant's main entrance, only to stop dead in his tracks. Hovering in midair was the Green Goblin, balanced atop a floating metal glider, both hands gripping an assault rifle. Justin Hammer's instincts kicked in. He dropped flat to the ground. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, bullets screaming past just above his head. In a flash, Tony Stark's armor deployed, intercepting every last bullet and sparing the restaurant from disaster. My backside. Oh God, I'm hit. Someone help me. Justin Hammer howled in pain from the floor, clutching his rear, where he'd been struck by a stray bullet. Peter Parker spun around and dashed out the back door of the restaurant. In a heartbeat, he donned his Spider-Man persona, swung over the building, and used his webs to drag Justin Hammer behind a parked car for cover. Li Jie emerged from the kitchen, silently lighting a cigarette. His enhanced senses had already confirmed that the Green Goblin in front of them was none other than Peter Parker's friend, Harry Osborn. However, thanks to the super soldier serum, Harry Osborn had become incredibly powerful. Coupled with his arsenal of goblin tech, he was now a formidable opponent, one that even Spider-Man Peter would struggle to defeat. Fortunately, Harry's mind hadn't yet been completely overtaken by the goblin persona. Otherwise, Justin Hammer would have already become another casualty. Ligia shook his head and let out a quiet sigh. Peter, the little spider, always has to dodge people's eyes whenever he transforms. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. Among all the superheroes, there are very few who can be as open about their identity as Tony Stark. It seems like everyone is worried about having their secret exposed, afraid it will disrupt their normal life. But in truth, once you've chosen to become a superhero, there's no going back to a normal life. When Tony Stark saw Spider-Man appear out of nowhere, he was a bit surprised. Then, noticing that Peter Parker had vanished, the clever man quickly pieced it together. Spider-Man was Peter Parker. "Harry, stop!" Peter Parker called out in a low voice as he tangled with Harry Osborn. He had already guessed that the Green Goblin before him was actually Harry Osborn. He just needed confirmation. That was also why he wanted to make sure Norman Osborn was still locked up in prison. "Peter, I finally have the power to kill you. Go to hell!" Harry Osborn shouted, deliberately tossing 2 pumpkin bombs toward the Chinese restaurant to distract Peter Parker. Peter fired 2 webs, catching the pumpkin bombs and flinging them high into the air, where they exploded harmlessly. A series of loud blasts echoed in the sky. Taking advantage of Peter's distraction, Harry lunged forward, grabbing Peter Parker by the throat and slamming him against the wall, grinding him down. Spider-Man's gear was still just a cheap homemade suit. The quality was truly abysmal. With a few rough scrapes, half of Spider-Man's mask was torn away, revealing Peter Parker's face. "Hey, are you planning to keep sitting there and watch the show?" Ligia exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to look at Tony Stark. "I just think the little spider doesn't need my help. Give me a sec, I'll be right there." Tony replied, raising his bowl and downing the soup in one gulp. He stuffed the last half of his osmanthus cake into his mouth, and as soon as he stepped outside, his suit began to assemble itself onto his body. "Mr. Hammer, do you need me to call you an ambulance?" Justin Hammer, clutching his backside, shouted loudly. "Tony, get lost. I don't need your pity." "All right, good luck to you." Tony Stark shrugged, then leaped into the air, flying off to support Spider-Man. Mark Scarlatti ran out from the restaurant and hurried over to Justin Hammer. "You okay? Are you hurt?" "Mark, didn't I tell you to teach Iron Man a lesson? Why are you just standing around?" Justin Hammer complained. Mark Scarlatti glanced up. Now that Iron Man had joined the fight, the Green Goblin found himself outnumbered 2-1 and was already planning his escape from Hell's Kitchen. "Mr. Hammer, you can't blame me for this. The guy can fly." "Useless fool." Justin Hammer cursed angrily, then turned to Mark Scarlatti and said, "Just wait. I'll make you fly too. Now, hurry up and call me an ambulance. I feel like I'm about to pass out. Listen, if I die, you can forget about getting the equipment that could take down Iron Man. Mr. Hammer, it's just a stray bullet in your backside. You're not going to die," Mark Scarlatti said after checking the wound. "Mark, don't waste time. Just get my car and drive me to the hospital." Justin Hammer pulled out his car keys as he spoke. High above, Tony Stark's voice echoed in the air. A pumpkin bomb tumbled down, landing squarely on Justin Hammer's Rolls-Royce. With a thunderous explosion, Hammer's car was reduced to a heap of twisted metal. Stunned for a moment, Justin Hammer shook his fist at the sky. "Tony, you damn bastard. Did you do that on purpose? Why didn't you shoot it down with a missile? I'm going to file a complaint." He paused, then turned and shouted at Ligia, who was watching the chaos unfold, cigarette in hand. "Aren't you supposed to keep your guests safe? Look at me. I'm already hurt. How do you explain that?" Ligia exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you've already finished your meal. Besides, you were the one who walked out of the restaurant. You can't possibly expect me to be responsible for your safety just because you had dinner at my place, can you? That wouldn't be fair." Justin Hammer, suddenly realizing he was outside the Chinese restaurant, Justin Hammer had no one left to vent his anger on but Mark Scarlatti. "What are you waiting for? Call an ambulance now. Are you just going to watch me bleed to death?" "Please hang on, Mr. Hammer. The ambulance will be here soon." Mark Scarlatti hurriedly pulled out his phone to call emergency services. Ligia spoke up from the side. "Here's a friendly piece of advice. This is Hell's Kitchen. At night, ambulances don't risk coming in here. You'd be better off calling for help after you leave the neighborhood." Mark Scarlatti hung up and said to Justin Hammer, "Looks like we'll have to walk a bit." Justin Hammer could have kicked himself. He'd been perfectly fine inside the restaurant. Why did he have to come out? The Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, had escaped. Or rather, Spider-Man, Peter, had let him go on purpose. Harry Osborn had become the new Green Goblin, and Peter was racked with guilt, convinced the whole mess was his fault. At the same time, realizing that the new Green Goblin was actually Harry Osborn left Spider-Man deeply conflicted. How could he possibly help his friend, Harry Osborn, returned to his old self. On his way back to the Chinese restaurant, Peter Parker stopped by a convenience store and bought some beer and snacks. Peter, didn't you see the sign on the door? No outside food allowed. Sorry, boss. I just wanted to buy you a drink. Oh, all right. Since you're clearly having a rough day, I'll join you for one. But just this once. Li Jie sat down and shared a drink with Peter Parker. After downing a can of beer, Peter started spinning a tale. He spoke of a friend who had accidentally hurt his best friend. That best friend now held a grudge against him and had chosen a dark path. How could his friend pull his best friend back from the brink? Peter, you can tell your friend that it's not his fault. If his friend truly has a good heart, he'll understand one day. But if he was never a good person to begin with, then all the worry in the world won't help. Li Jie said, using the warmth of alcohol to soften his words and comfort Peter Parker. Just then, the door creaked open, and Sabretooth entered, guiding a man whose face was hidden beneath a cloak. What's going on? Are you closing up early tonight? Sabretooth looked at the beer and snacks on the table with mild surprise. Not yet. Would you like to order something? Li Jie stood up to greet them, but his gaze lingered on the mysterious man who had come in with Sabretooth. The man radiated a fierce and dangerous energy, and beneath the cloak, the lower half of his face was tattooed with an American flag. Frank, trust me, the food here is absolutely worth it. More importantly, we might even run into an old friend tonight. Sabretooth grinned as he spoke, pausing just long enough to flash 2 fingers at Li Jie. 2 sets of the 4-piece special. My treat tonight. When Sabretooth called the man Frank, Li Jie had a good idea who the mysterious, cloaked guest was. His real name was Frank Simpson. Frank Simpson was born into a wealthy family, but his mother became an alcoholic and often abused him in her drunken rages. Frank's nanny had an affair with his father and manipulated young Frank into murdering his own mother, setting him down a path of darkness. Later, Wolverine appeared, killing both the nanny and Frank's father, and took Frank to the military to participate in a project known as the Super Soldier Program. This program had already produced the likes of Wolverine and Deadpool. After undergoing the transformation, Frank Simpson gained abilities far beyond those of a normal human, but much of his body had been replaced with machinery. The flag on Frank Simpson's face was tattooed there by Wolverine himself, and this became the main cause of Frank Simpson's mental instability. For a long time afterwards, Frank Simpson made it his life's goal to kill Wolverine. It was clear that Sabretooth and Frank Simpson hadn't met by chance. Sabretooth had sought Frank out specifically to confront Wolverine together. As soon as Sabretooth and Frank Simpson had taken their seats, Wolverine pushed open the door and walked in. Unlike the beaming Sabretooth, Wolverine looked worn out and disheveled. To make ends meet, Wolverine had spent the entire day hauling bricks at a construction site. With a cigar clamped between his teeth, Wolverine moved with the ease of someone used to the rules of this Chinese restaurant. Spotting Sabretooth, he quietly took a seat not far away, then placed a handful of coins on the table to order his food. My friend, there's no need to be so impulsive. Why not sit down and enjoy some good food first? After all, that guy isn't going anywhere, Sabretooth said to the agitated Frank Simpson as he started to rise. Frank turned to look at Wolverine, just as Wolverine took a good look at Frank's face. Wolverine blurted out in surprise. Frank Simpson grinned, then sat back down in his seat. Before long, 3 plates of the signature 4-piece set were brought to the table, one after another. Wolverine ate quickly, partly a habit from his days as a soldier, and partly because he worried Sabretooth might slip away at any moment. After a hard day's work to pay for this meal, he wasn't about to let any of it go to waste. Frank Simpson ate just as fast. To him, good food held little appeal. It was simply fuel to fill his stomach. He wanted to finish eating as soon as possible and then start his fight with Wolverine. Only Sabretooth seemed to be truly savoring the moment, transforming into a gourmet as he slowly tasted the restaurant's offerings. Boss, things feel a bit tense in here, Peter Parker whispered to Li Jie as he approached. Li Jie knew that Frank Simpson was mentally unstable and wouldn't act according to common sense, so he instructed Peter, go ahead and open the doors. Oh, sure, Peter replied, pushing the restaurant's double doors wide open. Frank Simpson quickly stuffed the last bite of food into his mouth. Chewing, he turned to Sabretooth and said, thanks for the meal. I'm full now. No need to thank me. But Frank, I'd better warn you. The owner of this place doesn't tolerate any trouble in his restaurant, Sabretooth said with a wide grin. It sounded less like a warning and more like he was distancing himself from Li Jie. I know, Frank replied. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly grabbed the submachine gun hidden under his cloak and pulled the trigger, aiming straight at Wolverine. This submachine gun was called Becky. Besides being loaded with regular bullets, it could also fire 6 light shells and 2 incendiary rounds. The moment the gunfire rang out, Li Jie appeared, stepping in front of Wolverine and conjuring a magical shield to block the hail of bullets. In truth, Frank Simpson suddenly opening fire in the Chinese restaurant only took Wolverine by surprise for a moment. The bullets themselves were never a real threat to him. Li Jie's intervention, shielding Wolverine from the bullets, was more a statement than a necessity. The restaurant's rule of protecting its guests didn't just apply to Sabretooth. It was meant for Wolverine as well. As for Frank Simpson, by breaking the restaurant's code and attacking someone, he had forfeited any protection the establishment offered. While maintaining his defensive shield against the barrage, Li Jie used his telekinetic power to snatch the submachine gun from Frank Simpson's hands and, in one fluid motion, tossed him out the open door. Frank Simpson landed with a crash in a trash bin just outside. Sabretooth merely shrugged at the scene, signaling it was none of his business, and returned to savoring his meal. Clever fellow. He knew that as long as he kept his head down and ate, Li Jie wouldn't trouble him. Wolverine glanced at Sabretooth, then at Frank Simpson, who was already scrambling out of the trash and charging at the restaurant once more. After a brief hesitation, Wolverine stood and addressed Li Jie. Since he's clearly here for me, I'll handle the rest myself. And keep my food warm, will you? With fists clenched, his metal claws shot out, and in a blur of motion, Wolverine dashed out of the restaurant, cutting Frank Simpson off at the entrance. Wolverine's bone claws pierced through both of Frank Simpson's shoulders, but Simpson only grinned, grabbing Wolverine's wrist with his left hand, then drawing a pistol with his right and firing at point-blank range. Blam! 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 Bullets struck Wolverine's knees first, then his chest shuddered with each impact, forcing him to one knee. With a savage motion, Wolverine wrenched his left claw free from Simpson's body and brought it down hard. Slicing the pistol into 4 pieces before, with a sickening thrust, he plunged the claw into Simpson's abdomen. Clink-clatter. Thanks to Wolverine's astonishing healing ability, the bullets embedded in his flesh were pushed out by his muscles, falling onto the ground as the wounds closed before one's very eyes. Li Jie was thoroughly impressed by Wolverine's regenerative powers, though his own borrowed ability from Wolverine was merely slowed aging. Eternal youth was certainly a gift, but it would mean nothing if he ever died. So, if he had the choice, Li Jie would much rather have Wolverine's power to heal. When it came to self-healing abilities, Li Jie naturally thought of another guy with an extraordinary power to regenerate, Deadpool. Deadpool and Wolverine could be considered comrades in arms. They had both served in the same mercenary squad. Later on, they each joined the X-Men, one after the other. Deadpool only gained his formidable healing factor after being forced to undergo a genetic experiment in desperation, having been diagnosed with cancer. If you were to ask who had the stronger regenerative powers, Deadpool or Wolverine, Li Jie personally leaned toward Deadpool. Indeed, even if Wolverine were hacked into 8 pieces, his body would knit itself back together, healing automatically. But Deadpool's recovery went beyond that, so monstrous that even if his soul were gone, he could come back to life from a single living cell. Frank Simpson was fearless in the face of death, but when standing before the mighty and self-healing Wolverine, he was clearly outmatched. Wolverine pinned Frank Simpson to the ground, his bone claws poised at Frank's throat, but he didn't strike. Nuke, listen to me. I know I've done things in the past that I regret, but all of that is behind us now. A low, rumbling laugh escaped Frank Simpson as he glanced through the glass at Sabretooth, who was enjoying a feast. Is it over? Logan, is it possible for things to ever end between you and Sabretooth? A flicker of emotion crossed Wolverine's face, leaving him unable to respond. There was a time when he'd lost himself, committed countless wrongs, but now that he'd found his way again, he wanted to atone for his past mistakes. That, too, was why he hadn't killed Frank Simpson. And yet, Wolverine just couldn't let go of his hatred for Sabretooth. Li Jie lit another cigarette, and in that moment, finally understood Sabretooth's true purpose for bringing Nuke here. Nuke could never defeat Wolverine. Sabretooth had brought him along to strike at Logan's mind, to torment him emotionally. NOV.C. Sabretooth suddenly spoke. It was a trigger phrase, a hypnotic command. The moment Nuke heard it, he would lose all reason and become a mindless killing machine. There was a time when Frank Simpson, after being saved by villagers, was driven into a frenzy by this very command and slaughtered everyone who had helped him. Now, Sabretooth uttered the command to put pressure on Wolverine, forcing his hand. Damn it, you bastard! Wolverine cursed, bracing himself to face the now unhinged Frank Simpson once more. You really are a piece of work, Li Jie said, turning to look at Sabretooth. Sabretooth only shrugged, replying, thanks for the compliment. Wolverine was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. If he didn't use lethal force, he'd never be able to defeat Frank Simpson. But if he did, it would mean going against his own conscience. In the end, Wolverine was forced to drive his bone claws into Frank Simpson's chest. At that moment, Sabretooth finished his meal and sauntered out of the Chinese restaurant, picking his teeth with a razor-sharp nail as he jeered. "Logan, you really are a cold-blooded killer. You don't even blink when you take a life." Sabretooth. Wolverine spun around and lunged at Sabretooth, his bone claws slashing through the air. Sabretooth parried Wolverine's attack with his own lethal claws, mocking, "What's the matter? Trying to silence me for good?" Though Wolverine, now armed with adamantium, was stronger than Sabretooth, he still couldn't take him down in an instant. Provoked by Sabretooth's taunts, Wolverine gradually lost his grip on reason. But Sabretooth had no desire for a life-or-death brawl here. Trading blows as he retreated, he slipped away in no time. "Boss, should we take him to the hospital?" Young Spider-Man, Peter, glanced at Frank Simpson bleeding on the floor, his heart overflowing with compassion again. "Someone will save him," Lee Gier replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Daredevil dropped down from upstairs, having witnessed the whole fight. Strangely enough, Nuke and Daredevil had clashed more than once. They were enemies, after all. Yet Daredevil couldn't bear to watch him die here. Revealing himself, he hoisted Nuke onto his shoulders and carried him off. "Peter, some villains just can't be redeemed," Lee Gia explained to Peter Parker. "Boss, do you mean Mr. Frank just now?" Peter Parker asked. "No, I'm talking about your friend's friend. If he can't figure things out for himself, then maybe he's just bad at the core. Next time you see him, your friend shouldn't hold back." Lee Gia gave his warning. "Understand. But my friend's friend was a good person once. He just lost his way for a moment," Peter Parker said quietly. "Hurry up and clean up. It's closing time." Lee Gia urged, not wanting to waste any more time discussing Harry Osborn. Harry Osborn needed to find his own answers, and Peter Parker ought to do the same. Was truly right. Or perhaps, some things can never be sorted into right or wrong. As he locked up that night, Black Widow still hadn't returned, and Lee Gia, alone in the empty apartment, found himself missing her. The Devourer Beast sought Lee Gia out. A long night stretches ahead. Might as well have a drink. For some, this night would drag on endlessly, like Peter Parker. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Peter Parker headed to the Osborn mansion. Truth be told, he hadn't figured out what to say to Harry Osborn. He was simply driven by a hope that Harry could find his way back. Lee Gia woke up as soon as he heard the door of the restaurant downstairs click open, sunlight spilling through the gap in the curtains to fall across his body. With his heightened senses, Lee Gia immediately knew that the person entering the Chinese restaurant was Black Widow, who had been almost entirely absent for a whole day. She'd even brought him breakfast, milk and sandwiches. That kind of breakfast suddenly made Lee Gia miss fried dough sticks and soy milk. It looked like he'd have to find time to make a real, authentic breakfast. Even if it wasn't the culinary skill granted by the system, Lee Gia still missed it a lot. After all, I'm the head chef of a Chinese restaurant. How hard could it be to whip up a proper breakfast? "Sorry, I thought you weren't awake yet." After plating the breakfast, Black Widow brought it over to Lee Gia. "Did you get your problem sorted out?" Lee Gia pulled Black Widow into his arms as he spoke. Compared to the sandwich and milk, Lee Gia found Black Widow far more enticing. Not yet. The time Black Widow had been gone, she'd actually gone to see Magneto, hoping to borrow his helmet that could resist psychic attacks. Unfortunately, Magneto had turned her down. "Hey kid, do you really think I'm a good guy?" Magneto had scoffed at Black Widow's request. She tried a few other tricks, but none of them worked. Magneto wouldn't lend his helmet to Black Widow, and he certainly wasn't going to reveal how it was made. He even suspected she was a spy sent by Professor X, and that without his helmet, he'd fall victim to Professor X's mind games, and lose himself entirely. Black Widow leaned down and planted a kiss on Lee Gia's forehead. "Sorry, I brought back bad news. Mary and Lady Bullseye have joined forces. They're plotting to assassinate you." "That's hardly bad news." Lee Gia rolled over, pinning Black Widow to the bed. "And there's something else you might find interesting. Hammer is secretly investigating Green Goblin." Black Widow told him. "Justin Hammer?" "Yes," Black Widow replied. Lee Gia had a pretty good idea why Justin Hammer was looking into Green Goblin, and he grinned. "I'd say that's more Iron Man and Spider-Man's headache than mine. What it got to do with me?" "Natasha, right now, there's only one thing I want to do." "I know." Black Widow sealed his lips with hers. When Peter Parker walked into the Chinese restaurant, he looked even more worn out than Lee Gia and Black Widow, who had just survived their own battle. "Hey, boss." "Hey, Natasha." Peter greeted them both with a weary voice, but then suddenly seemed to perk up with excitement. "Natasha, you're back." "Hey, Peter. Jack told me you've been waiting for me. Is it about Osborn?" Black Widow greeted him, taking the initiative to bring up Norman Osborn. "Natasha, you know Mr. Norman is my uncle, and the fact that he's in prison has something to do with me, so—" Peter Parker tried to explain the complicated relationship between himself and Norman Osborn. "Peter, I understand," Black Widow said as she leaned down to jot down a phone number for Peter Parker. "I've already arranged things for you." This is Agent Coulson's number. Before you go to the prison, you can call him first. Coulson will set up a meeting between you and Osborne. Natasha, how can I ever thank you? I feel like I should give you a hug, but maybe not. Anyway, thank you so much. Peter Parker was instantly revitalized, spreading his arms wide as if to give Black Widow a grateful hug. But when he saw Lee Jia, he sheepishly let his arms drop back to his sides. As long as he could meet Norman Osborn, Peter was confident he could persuade him to talk some sense into Harry Osborn. No father would want his own son to become a supervillain, even if that father was the Green Goblin. The bell above the restaurant door jingled. A new customer had arrived. Welcome. How can I help you? Peter turned to see a man walk in, dressed in tactical gear with a helmet and mask, 2 swords strapped to his back, a submachine gun hanging from his chest, and an assortment of other weapons at his side. This guy clearly didn't look like he was here for the food. Peter called out, then shook his head and said, "No, wait, you're not Deadpool." The man scanned the restaurant left and right before taking off his helmet and saying, "What's with that look? Does that idiot Wade look this good?" Peter's eyes widened. The man was undeniably handsome. Unlike the badly scarred Deadpool, this guy looked like he belonged on a magazine cover. Still, something about him just screamed Deadpool. "So you're a Deadpool impersonator?" Peter blurted out. The man slammed the submachine gun down on the table and barked, "If your eyes are broken, get them checked already. The name's Deathstroke. That Deadpool guy is the copycat. Leah. Wait, isn't Deathstroke from the DC universe? How did he end up here in the Marvel universe? Could it have something to do with my last trip using the teleportation portal to Wade's place?" Lee Jia couldn't help but recall that time he'd used the portal to visit Batman's hometown. Maybe Deathstroke's sudden appearance was some kind of butterfly effect. Just then, the restaurant door was pushed open again, and another figure burst inside. His outfit was almost identical to Deathstroke's, except where Deathstroke leaned into a dark color scheme. This new arrival was all about red. "Hey, Peter." The red-themed newcomer greeted Peter Parker, then immediately turned to Deathstroke and complained. "Slade, didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you run ahead by yourself?" "Slade, let me introduce you. This is my best buddy, Peter Parker. You might not have heard of Peter Parker, but if I mention his other identity..." "Ahem. All right, I promised Peter I wouldn't reveal his secret. Peter, come meet Slade, my half-brother." Peter Parker's eyes widened in surprise. "Leah. Well, there have been rumors that Deadpool and Deathstroke are actually half-brothers. And there was that one time Deadpool openly admitted Deathstroke was his brother, and Deathstroke's daughter even acknowledged that she had an uncle named Wade. But there's another version that says Deathstroke is actually Deadpool's uncle. Wade, can't you give your mouth a rest for once? Honestly, I'm starting to regret agreeing to have dinner with you," Deathstroke complained. But Deadpool just grinned and said, "Slade, humans have mouth for more than just eating, you know? Trust me, the food at this Chinese restaurant won't let you down. Peter here recommended it. He's got great taste, otherwise he wouldn't be friends with me. Besides, we're family, and family should eat together, get together often, right? If you don't shut up, I'll sew your mouth shut." Deathstroke bellowed, clearly at his wits' end with his brother. Lee Jia couldn't help but be amazed at Deadpool's endless chatter. He really couldn't figure out how Peter Parker put up with this guy. Deadpool always called little Spidey Peter his best friend, and it was no exaggeration. His feelings for Peter Parker went even deeper than his ties to Deathstroke or the Demon Queen. Legend has it that Spider-Man was once summoned as Deadpool's soulmate, which says a lot about the depth of their friendship. In their old age, Deadpool even gave up all his wealth to move into a retirement home just to stay by Spider-Man's side. "Wade, don't you think you're being a bit too flashy?" Peter Parker muttered, sidling up to Deadpool and glancing nervously toward the entrance of the restaurant. "What? You're afraid someone might mistake me for Spider-Man?" "Peter, you really don't have to worry about that. If anything, Spider-Man copied me. Isn't that cool?" Deadpool replied, and with that, he spun around on his toes in a ridiculously showy 720-degree twirl. Peter Parker slapped his forehead and grumbled to himself. "What? I copied you? Wade, sure, you're older than me, and I know you got your powers before I was bitten by that spider, but I was famous way before you. So who's copying who, really?" To be honest, Deadpool's costume really does look a lot like Spider-Man's. No wonder people say the two of them are copying each other. Deadpool tugged at his stretchy suit and grinned mischievously. "Peter, look at it this way. This is my work uniform. You can't expect me to run around naked, can you? Wade, you sly dog, you win. Just sit down already." Peter Parker was exasperated. When it came to banter, no one could out-talk Deadpool, so he decided to seat Deadpool and Deathstroke in a corner, hoping they wouldn't draw too much attention. "What do you want to eat?" "Everything the Chinese restaurant has to offer. Just bring it all out." "Peter, buddy, I've got money. You don't have to worry about the bill." Deadpool crossed his legs with the swagger of a nouveau riche. The truth was, most of the time Deadpool was even more broke than Spider-Man, though he did have more ways to make money. "All right, I'll get you the 4-course set. But you have to pay first. That's the house rule here. Peter Parker explained. Fine if that's the rule. Wait a second. Where's my wallet? Deadpool suddenly shouted, patting himself down and muttering. Oh no, I lost my wallet. Which lowlife had the nerve to steal from me? They'd better pray I don't catch them, or I'll chop their hands off. Peter, why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you think I'm faking it? I swear on Wade Wilson's honor, my wallet is really gone. Wade, did you even bring your wallet when you left home this morning? Peter Parker called out Deadpool's bluff right in front of everyone. Peter, you know what? Now that you mention it, I did change clothes before leaving this morning. Maybe I left my wallet at home. But don't worry, I'd never skip out on the bill. Wade Wilson keeps his promises. As he spoke, Deadpool glanced over at Deathstroke. Don't look at me. I've got kids to feed, and I'm always broke by the end of the month. Besides, I never bring my wallet when I go out. Wasn't it you who said you'd treat me to dinner? Deathstroke shot Deadpool a glare. That's right. I invited you to dinner. Deadpool cleared his throat, then turned pleading eyes to Peter Parker. Peter, you're a good person. You're not really going to sit there and watch. Wait, don't even try it. You still haven't paid me back for the cigarettes you borrowed last time. Don't think I'm lending you another cent. Peter Parker cut him off immediately. Peter, come on. I swear if I don't pay you back this time, you can take this knife and chop off my head to use as a football. How's that? As Deadpool spoke, he pulled a knife from behind his back and placed it on the table. Across the table, Deathstroke cleared his throat twice, inwardly cursing Deadpool for being up to his old tricks, lying to kids again. Even if someone actually chopped off his head and started kicking it around like a soccer ball, so what? The guy just couldn't die after all. Wait, this is the last time. If you don't pay me back, I'm done with you. Peter Parker said, his annoyance plain as day. Peter, I absolutely adore you. Relax, when I get home and find my wallet, I'll pay you back every cent. For now, why don't you join us for a meal? Deadpool blew Peter a dramatic kiss as he finished. We'll see about that. Peter huffed, turning on his heel and storming off, silently lamenting his terrible luck forever befriending Deadpool. There went another $700 down the drain. Peter pulled out his credit card and settled Deadpool's tab. Leaning in, Deathstroke lowered his voice. Wade, you haven't gone and fallen for that kid, have you? Slade, you shouldn't joke about that. Peter's still just a boy. But if he ever needed someone to keep him warm at night, I wouldn't mind volunteering. Deadpool grinned, crossing his legs with a flourish. Deathstroke rolled his eyes and muttered a warning. Wade, that woman hasn't taken her eyes off you. Deadpool glanced back to spot Black Widow, let out a playful whistle, and called, Hey, Natasha, how's life treating you these days? Black Widow shot Deadpool a withering glare and turned sharply away. Doesn't look like she's your #1 fan. Deathstroke observed. Deadpool chuckled, leaning in conspiratorially. Slade, if I told you she was my ex-wife, would you believe me? Deathstroke's gaze flickered between Deadpool and Black Widow before he shook his head and replied. Deadpool shrugged. Honestly, I wouldn't believe it either. But in one of those parallel universes, she really was my wife. I remember how crazy we were about each other. But love's a fickle thing. Maybe that's why she holds a grudge against me now. Wait, spare me. I'm not a kid. I don't buy your nonsense. Deathstroke snapped. All right, let's change the subject. Slade, rumor has it you've got a new daughter? Deadpool asked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Deathstroke replied, That's right. I named her Rose Wilson. Nice name. But come on, Slade, I'm your own brother. How could you keep something this big from me? Deadpool frowned. What? Are you worried I'd hurt them or something? Wade, if I had my way, I'd keep them away from you for life. Deadpool buried his face in his hands. Slade, that's just cold. Come on, I'm your brother. Wade, how many times are you going to repeat that? Deathstroke frowned as well. Slade, no matter how many times you say it, it won't change the relationship between us. We're real brothers, but you still won't let me see my nephew and niece. If Mom found out, she'd be heartbroken. I swear, she'd be so upset. Deadpool cried out, his expression exaggerated. Wade, I'm really starting to regret agreeing to this dinner. If you nag one more time, I swear I'll get up and leave this godforsaken place. Deathstroke snapped, feeling as if talking to Deadpool might actually drive him insane. Anyone unlucky enough to be Deadpool's enemy wouldn't even need a fight. He could just talk you to death. Here's your golden fried rice. Peter Parker arrived with a tray, and after seeing the look on Deadpool and Deathstroke's faces, he quickly set down the food and left. Only a fool would get involved in this mess. That smells amazing. Deadpool's attention was instantly diverted by the delicious food. Slade, just look at this presentation. This is hands down the most beautiful fried rice I've ever seen. And that aroma, just the smell alone, is worth every penny. It almost seems to glow. A masterpiece. This is straight up a work of art. He paused for a moment, then scooted his chair closer to Deathstroke, throwing an arm around his neck. Slade, I just thought about it. We're brothers. If we want to get closer, we need to spend more time together. Come on, let's take a selfie. Post it on social media later and tell Rose I'm her uncle. I swear, Rose is going to love her uncle because I'm Deadpool. Deathstroke forced himself to take a photo with Deadpool, then scooped up a bite of the golden fried rice and tasted it. His nearly exploding temper seemed to dissolve with that one spoonful. Absolutely delicious. On Li Jie's system panel, a notification appeared. Deathstroke's approval obtained. Congratulations, host. You have gained Deathstroke's approval and unlocked 10% of Deathstroke's brain development. Li Jie's eyes lit up. Of all Deathstroke's abilities, his most powerful wasn't his healing factor or his assassination skills. It was his brain development. Rumor had it that Deathstroke's brain function was already at 90%, making him a bona fide superhuman. Wade, I suggest you try some of this golden fried rice. It might actually keep your mouth busy for once. Deadpool waved him off and said, Not possible. No matter how delicious the food, nothing can shut me up. Deadpool's voice cut off abruptly. Congratulations, host. You have gained Deadpool's approval and unlocked 10% of Deadpool's healing factor. Li Jie pumped his fist in excitement, feeling like he needed a cold beer to celebrate. Peter, do we still have any of the beer we bought last night? If not, go over to the convenience store across the street and get some. Li Jie called Peter Parker over and gave him these instructions. Peter Parker hesitated for a moment. Boss, we just opened for business. Are you sure you want to drink beer at this hour? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go if I tell you to, and take these 2 bowls of daily soup out with you. Li Jie snapped at him lightly. Oh, all right. Peter Parker carried the soups out. Deadpool immediately picked up his bowl and began drinking the soup, then closed his eyes to savor the flavor. Peter Parker muttered to himself. Looks like only the food at the Chinese restaurant can get Wade to finally shut up. It wasn't until Deadpool and Deathstroke finished their meal that the restaurant truly began to fill up with customers. Everyone who entered the restaurant couldn't help but glance curiously at Deadpool and Deathstroke. There was no helping it. The way those two were dressed, they couldn't avoid drawing attention. Deadpool grabbed the busy Peter Parker and said with a cheerful grin, Peter, thanks for the lunch. As a thank you, I know you've been having some trouble lately. I could help you with that. Wait, what do you mean my lunch? Wait, are you trying to skip out on the bill? Peter Parker's suspicions were immediately raised. Deadpool patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said, with sudden seriousness, Peter, don't sweat the small stuff. Now where were we? Oh right, the Green Goblin. I'll take care of that jerk for you, how about it? Normally, I charge a lot for this sort of thing, but this time it's free. Surely that's worth at least a meal? Peter Parker was now certain that Deadpool was determined not to pay. If this weren't a Chinese restaurant, and if there weren't so many customers around, Peter swore he'd have already punched Deadpool right in his smart-aleck face. But there was something else on his mind now. Wait, come with me. Peter Parker dragged Deadpool out of the restaurant and pinned him against the wall, saying, You're not allowed to meddle in my business without my permission. Especially when it comes to Harry. You're not to lay a finger on him, got it? So the Green Goblin is that kid Harry, huh? I knew from the start he was no good. Like father, like son. Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin, so Harry must be the little. Before Deadpool could finish, Peter Parker shot webbing over his mouth to silence him. Peter knew he'd let something slip just now, so he could only threaten. Wade, Harry is my friend. You can't touch him, understand? Deadpool, unable to speak, could only nod. Wade, I swear, if you go after Harry behind my back, I really will chop your head off. Peter Parker threatened grimly. Deadpool tilted his head and thought for a moment. It seemed like having his own head chopped off wasn't a big deal, so he just shrugged indifferently. Peter Parker wasn't reassured. He yanked away the webbing that covered Deadpool's mouth and said, Wade, swear you won't lay a finger on Harry. Peter, I swear. If I break my word, you can chop my head off. He added, By the way, the restaurant's swamped. Are you sure it's okay for you to be hanging out here with me for so long? Deadpool grinned mischievously. To him, a deadly oath was meaningless. Swearing was just something to be broken. Getting his head chopped off? Big deal. What's so special about that? Damn it, Peter muttered, hurrying back into the Chinese restaurant to play his part as a waiter. Just then, Deathstroke stepped out of the restaurant and lit a cigarette. Wait, thanks for lunch. I've still got work to do. See you around. Slade, if you're ever free, let's get our families together for dinner. Deathstroke pretended not to hear, quickening his pace as he walked away, grumbling to himself. Wade, if it weren't for the food here, I wouldn't eat with you for anything. And I certainly wouldn't sit there listening to you ramble. Deadpool didn't bother following Deathstroke. Instead, he headed toward the corner, rapped on the door of a roadside phone booth, and called out, Hey, Logan. Wolverine, wearing a hat and sunglasses, a trench coat, and with a cigar clenched between his teeth, looked momentarily startled. Wade, how do you recognize me? You're not the only one with a keen nose. Deadpool teased him, then continued. So, I heard you've run into some trouble lately. Lucky for you, my schedule's open. I could help you take care of Sabretooth, and I'll even give you a discount. Wolverine could tell Deadpool was just looking to make a buck off him and shot back. Damn it, you bastard. Wade, I haven't even had lunch yet. Do you really think I can afford to hire you? And Sabretooth is mine. If you go after him, I swear I'll twist your head clean off. Deadpool reached up and touched his neck. Why does everyone seem to want my head? After rounding the corner from the Chinese restaurant, Deathstroke hailed a cab. Did the food at the restaurant suit your taste? Asked Lady Gao from the back seat, bearing a sly smile. Deathstroke replied, aside from being expensive and a little stingy with the portions, I've got no complaints. That's good, Lady Gao said, passing over a manila envelope. This is your target. Deathstroke glanced inside the envelope and saw a stack of cash. Looked to be about $100,000. He then pulled out a photo. Lady Gao nodded. That's right, 2 targets. Once it's done, I'll pay you another $100,000. Deathstroke let out a low whistle and finally took a good look at the photos. One of them was a blind man gripping a cane, while the other was a strikingly alluring woman. These two, Old Man Cane and Miss Target Eye, they're not easy to deal with, the Death Knell said, shaking his head. Mrs. Gao reminded him, they're not working together. Even so, they're both tough customers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for this job, would you? Death Knell glanced back at Mrs. Gao, adding, $15,000 each, 30 grand in total. I only take cash. Mrs. Gao nodded in agreement. Wolverine looked like he was strapped for cash again. He'd been hiding out in the phone booth and hadn't stepped into the Chinese restaurant. Deadpool waited until Peter Parker got off work, then shamelessly tagged along with him to the prison to visit Norman Osborn. It wasn't until the restaurant reopened in the afternoon that the two of them finally returned. Sorry, house rules. 1 portion of each dish per person per day, Peter Parker said, blocking Deadpool at the door. Honestly, after spending an entire afternoon with Deadpool, no one could bear hearing him ramble on any longer. With a flourish, Deadpool whipped out a crisp $100 bill and waved it in front of Peter. Peter, I know the rules, 1 order per customer. But you paid for lunch, so that doesn't count toward my quota. Now I'm paying for myself. That's not breaking the rules, right? Peter lunged for the bill, but Deadpool slipped it away, making Peter curse. Wait, you're such a jerk. Even when you have money, you won't pay me back. Deadpool tucked the money into his jacket, grinning. Relax, Peter. I'll pay you back, just not today. Now let's go, I'm starving. With that, Deadpool gave Spider-Man's muscular chest an appreciative pat, then pushed open the door. Hey, Jack. Hey, Natasha. Jack and Natasha were chatting about gossip on their phones and pretended not to hear Deadpool's greeting. Boss, he insisted on coming in. I couldn't stop him, Peter Parker said as he followed them inside. Deadpool waved his cash and laid it on the table. Peter paid for lunch. This time, I'm paying. 1 order of golden fried rice, please. Jack, could you make the portion a little bigger for Peter's sake? You can always choose not to eat, Jack refused flatly. All right then. 1 golden fried rice. Deadpool shrugged, unfazed. He picked a seat and called out. Peter, give me a glass of water. I'm dying of thirst over here. Jack pocketed the money, but didn't head to the kitchen. Instead, he turned to Peter and asked, how did things go this afternoon? Peter Parker replied, sounding a bit defeated. I've spoken with Mr. Norman. He, too, wishes Harry could find the right path, but for now, he's unable to come out himself. Still, Mr. Norman has promised to write Harry a letter. Let's hope that when Harry reads it, he'll realize his mistakes and turn back. Peter, if that's the case, then there's no need to worry too much. Just let things take their course. As Lee Jie spoke, he glanced out the window. A suit of armor descended from the sky, landing with a dramatic entrance. The suit then split open automatically, and Tony Stark stepped out. Most superheroes have a penchant for skin-tight outfits, but Iron Man, Tony Stark, was always the odd one out. You might think it's unusual enough to walk around in a suit of armor, but what's even more perplexing is that inside the armor, he wears a business suit and tie. Tony Stark pushed open the door and walked in. Iron Man. Deadpool leapt from his chair, flipped through the air, and landed right in front of Tony Stark. Tony instinctively took a step back, frowning at Deadpool. Who is this wild child? Iron Man, I'm your biggest fan. Can I take a picture with you? Deadpool grabbed Tony Stark's hand, and before Tony could answer, he turned and shouted at Peter Parker. Peter, hurry up and take a picture of us. Tony, finding it impossible to pull his hand free, could only clear his throat awkwardly. Well, all right then. After the photo was taken, Deadpool pressed himself against the window, staring at the armor outside, and called out excitedly, Iron Man, can I try your suit on? Just like last time, before Tony could respond, Deadpool dashed out the door on his own. Unfortunately, without Tony Stark's authorization, there was no way to open the armor. Who is that? Tony Stark asked, puzzled. No idea. Lee Jie, Black Widow, and Spider-Man all replied in unison. Tony muttered inwardly. Why do I get the feeling you all know him pretty well? Tony, I haven't seen Pepper around lately. Where's she been? Lee Jie changed the subject. Tony Stark shook his head and sighed. She's the CEO of Stark Industries now. She's so busy every day that even I have to make an appointment just to see her. So, lately I've been relying on good food to pass the time. He paused, glanced at Black Widow, and frowned. Natalia, how come you're not in your work uniform today? Is this guy here just to see Black Widow in a maid outfit? Judging by Tony's expression, he clearly wanted to give Li Jia a bad review. Is that any way to manage your staff? Tony, it's been ages since I've seen Pepper too. Do you think I should give her a call? Black Widow took out her phone and asked. Tony Stark immediately chickened out. Pepper is quite busy. Let's not bother her. Tony paused for a moment, then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Without even counting it, he handed it straight to Peter Parker. I'll take the 4-course set. Keep the rest as a tip. Sure thing, Tony. Please have a seat. Peter Parker was over the moon. He'd been tricked out of $700 by Deadpool at lunch, but now at least he could make up for it. Deadpool fiddled with the suit for a while, but couldn't manage to open it, so he had to return to the restaurant. Walking right up to Tony Stark, he said, "Could you make a suit of armor for me? Just use the color scheme I've got on now." The moment Deadpool asked Tony Stark to build him a suit, Li Jia's imagination took off, picturing Deadpool decked out in armor. No matter how he pictured it, the result was never exactly dignified. Then his thoughts wandered to the armor Tony had made for Peter Parker. Now, that was cool. "Do you have money?" Tony Stark asked. "Of course I have money," Deadpool blurted out, but then it hit him. Coming to a Chinese restaurant and just ordering one serving of golden fried rice didn't exactly scream wealthy. He laughed awkwardly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely have money. You can start designing it now, and when I get the money, you can make it for me." Tony Stark gave a polite smile. "How about this? When you finally get the money, I'll consider building you a suit." "Deal. It's a promise." Deadpool didn't seem to notice that Tony was just humoring him. Cheerfully whistling, he sauntered back to his seat. "Peter, where's my golden fried rice? I'm starving here. Can you hurry it up?" "Peter Parker, this guy's just here to push me around." "Tony, I've got some bad news for you. Hammer's been making secret contact with a new Green Goblin. You'd better watch your back." "Liye Martinet. Is your intel solid?" Tony Stark looked over at Black Widow, knowing full well the information must have come from S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow nodded. "It's very reliable. I'm certain Hammer's working on something big." "Doesn't matter. Hammer's never been my enemy anyway." Tony Stark suddenly burst out laughing. He'd never seen Justin Hammer as a threat, never bothered to consider him a worthy opponent. Li Jia almost wanted to give Tony a thumbs up. With one batch of golden fried rice, Peter plated 2 servings, then got started on the daily soup, noodles with fried bean sauce, and some osmanthus cake. Deadpool caught a whiff of the delicious scent wafting from Tony Stark's direction and suddenly found his own golden fried rice a lot less appetizing. "Eat whatever you want." Deadpool set his sights on Peter Parker again, but this time, no matter what he said, Peter refused to lend him any more money. A taxi pulled up in front of the restaurant. An elderly man with a cane stepped out. Peter Parker noticed that the newcomer was blind, so he stepped forward to help the old man with the cane open the door, but was pulled back by Li Jia. Li Jia spoke as he pulled out a chair, facing the window, and sat down, turning to Black Widow and saying, "Take the sunflower seeds out of the drawer and pour me a glass of water." The old man with the cane had just taken 2 steps toward the Chinese restaurant when he suddenly halted, then quickly retreated. A figure dropped from the sky, and with a resounding clang, a blade struck the very spot where the old man had just set foot. Li Jia saw the deep groove left in the floor by the blade, his brow tightening ever so slightly. Watching the drama unfold up close was certainly thrilling, but did they have to destroy the restaurant's entrance? How long would it take for the city to fix this mess? Damn it, I'll end up footing the repair bill myself. Here are the sunflower seeds. Black Widow placed the seeds on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down beside him, inviting Peter Parker to join them for the show. The moment Deadpool realized it was his old pal, he clasped his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and settled in to watch, occasionally tossing out critiques about Deathstroke swordplay. Tony Stark even switched seats for a better view, savoring the spectacle alongside his meal. He figured the entertainment alone was worth the price of dinner and the tip. The old man with the cane was formidable, but age had caught up with him. He simply couldn't match Deathstroke's stamina and was soon struggling to keep up. Just as Deathstroke was about to deliver a fatal blow, another figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack with a sharp metallic ring. The old man's apprentice, Daredevil, had arrived just in time. Deathstroke's skill was extraordinary. If it were just hand-to-hand combat, not even Daredevil could best him. Now, even with the old man and Daredevil joining forces, Deathstroke showed not the slightest sign of faltering. Realizing this couldn't go on, the old man fought his way toward the Chinese restaurant, calling out to Daredevil. "Get inside the restaurant, quick!" Daredevil's expression flickered. He instantly understood that the old man wanted the restaurant's protection. Me, Daredevil, the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, seeking shelter in a restaurant? No way. Absolutely not. Daredevil bristled at the thought. Ligia, meanwhile, cursed the old fox under his breath. He was there to enjoy the show, but now the old man was about to drag him on stage. Who else could he blame? Seeing that Daredevil refused to enter, the old man had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep tangling with Deathstroke, but the fight was clearly wearing him down. Slade, you've lost your edge. If it were me, they'd be dead already. Deadpool shook his head and sighed. He wasn't just bragging. Deathstroke's healing factor was nowhere near as strong as Deadpool's. He couldn't afford to throw caution to the wind. Deadpool, on the other hand, never held back, and his fighting style had no regard for fair play. It was all or nothing, life for life. No matter whether you come at me with cold weapons like swords and knives, or with firearms and cannons, I won't even bother dodging. I'll meet every move with a strike of my own, a life for a life. Faced with such a reckless, merciless fighting style, there's nothing you can do except curse your luck. A burst of gunfire erupted, rat-tat-tat, forcing Sinestro to dodge in a fluster. Several bullets thudded into the bulletproof vest on his chest. Daredevil, after tonight, I don't owe you anything. Nuke suddenly appeared, joining the fray. He had once been Daredevil's mortal enemy, but since Daredevil had saved his life last night, Nuke had come today to repay that debt. 3 against 1, Sinestro gradually began to lose ground. Deadpool rolled his neck, then pushed open the door to the Chinese restaurant with a grin and called out, Slade, looks like you just picked up a big job. So, want your brother to lend a hand? Don't worry, I'm not greedy. Let's split 50-50. Sinestro shot Deadpool a glare and snarled, I'm your own flesh and blood, and you're still haggling over money? You really are a bastard. Deadpool dug in his ear and replied, Even between brothers, accounts should be settled. Besides, I gotta eat too, you know. Sinestro's brow furrowed. He was desperate not to miss this chance to take out Stick, so he clenched his teeth and said, 80-20. I take 80, you get 20. Trust me, that's enough for you to live the good life for a while. 80-20's too stingy. Come on, at least 60-40. That's my bottom line. You bastard, I got a family to feed. Are you trying to take advantage of me when I'm down? 70-30, take it or leave it. If you're not in, just stand there and watch. Without another word, Deadpool drew the twin swords from his back and charged in, shouting, 70-30 it is. But no IOUs, I want my cut in cash. Daredevil hurriedly broke away from the fight to intercept Deadpool. After exchanging a couple of moves, even he was shocked by Deadpool's wild, rule-breaking style. He quickly called out to Stick and Nuke. Into the restaurant now. Stick had been waiting for this moment. While Nuke kept Sinestro busy and Daredevil held off Deadpool, he was the first to shove open the restaurant door and slip inside. 1 order of golden fried rice. With a loud slap, Stick threw some money onto the table. Knowing only as a customer of the restaurant could he claim its protection. Sinestro delivered a savage kick that sent Nuke crashing into the wall, then strode toward the Chinese restaurant. Deadpool realized that Sinestro's real target was Stick. Even if he killed Daredevil, there'd be no payday for him. So he immediately pulled back, putting distance between himself and Daredevil, and said with a jovial smile, That's enough for now. Daredevil's chest was heaving, the intensity of fighting Deadpool in such a life-or-death manner having worn him down. He already had 6 fresh knife wounds on his body. Seeing Deadpool withdraw, Daredevil was in no mood to continue the fight either. He retreated to the side, warily keeping an eye on both Deadpool and Sinestro. Little Spider, Peter, rushed out of the Chinese restaurant and called out to Deadpool and Deathstroke, who were walking toward him. Wade, the restaurant has a duty to ensure the safety of its guests. Don't start any fights inside. Deadpool had indeed been planning to storm into the restaurant with Deathstroke to take out Stick. But as soon as he heard Spider-Man's warning, he shot a glance at Ligia. Sliding his 2 swords back into their sheaths, Deadpool grinned and said cheerfully, Peter, no matter whose feelings I might hurt, I'd never disrespect you. All right, since you're asking me not to cause trouble inside, I won't. Besides, I haven't even finished my meal yet. You don't mind if I go back in and keep enjoying the food, do you? Peter Parker hesitated, unable to find a reason to refuse Deadpool, and could only step aside to let him pass. Peter, come on in with me. We can talk about how to strike it rich together. Come on, you're not really planning to spend your days working as a waiter in this place, are you? Deadpool slung an arm around Peter Parker's shoulders as he spoke. Peter Parker, unambitious as ever, replied, I don't think there's anything wrong with being a waiter here. Peter, you know the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Someone like you working as a waiter in a Chinese restaurant is a waste of your talents. You deserve a much bigger stage. Trust me, Wade Wilson would never lie to you. Deadpool thumped his chest to emphasize his point. Wade, you literally conned me out of $700 this afternoon, Peter Parker reminded him. Peter, you're meant for bigger things. Let's not get bogged down by trivial details like that. Deadpool laughed awkwardly. Deathstroke knew his brother all too well. He could see their alliance was over. That left Deathstroke puzzled. He glanced through the window at Li Jie, who was still munching sunflower seeds, trying to figure out what made this Chinese restaurant so special. Why would Stick, when faced with danger, risk everything just to escape into this restaurant? Why would Deadpool suddenly abandon their alliance just because of Peter Parker? Or was it because of that Chinese chef? Truthfully, at this moment, there were only two people in the restaurant who made Deathstroke uneasy. One was Deadpool, who was now clinging to Peter Parker as if they were closer than lovers. The other was Tony Stark, who was the very picture of a bystander, just enjoying the show. Deadpool definitely wouldn't attack him, but Tony Stark was another story. Deathstroke mulled it over. If Tony Stark decided to suit up in his Iron Man armor, what were his chances of winning a fight? Meanwhile, Stick, though slightly injured, had calmed down immediately after entering the restaurant. After steadying his breathing, Stick approached Li Jie, bowed respectfully, and said with genuine sincerity, "Jack, please accept my deepest apologies. I truly didn't know that Madame Bullseye was connected to you, and that's why I failed to stop her from escaping earlier. Old man Stick, you're a customer here now. Let's not talk about those things. Find yourself a seat, and I'll make you something to eat in a bit." Li Jie spat out the sunflower seed husk from his mouth as he spoke. "Jack, please accept my sincere apologies once again," Old Man Stick said, only then stepping back 2 paces and finding a seat. Just then, Deathstroke pushed open the door and strode in. He still couldn't figure out what kind of magic Li Jie or this little Chinese restaurant had, but he wasn't about to let a payday slip away so easily. He decided he'd take out Old Man Stick right here. Deathstroke's entrance instantly brought a ripple of tension and awkwardness to the restaurant. Deadpool stole a glance, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Peter Parker would willingly work as a waiter in such a shabby joint, nor why Peter had just warned him so seriously. To put bluntly, Deadpool was just as curious as Deathstroke. What was it about Li Jie and this Chinese restaurant that was so special? But unlike Deathstroke, Deadpool decided to sit back and watch how things unfolded. Before Li Jie could say a word, Tony Stark put his spoon down, his expression turning serious. "Hey, you with a knife. Listen, I don't care what beef you've got with the blind guy. This is a Chinese restaurant. Jack's my friend. You'd better not cause any trouble in here, or you'll have me, Tony Stark, to answer to." Deathstroke scoffed with a dismissive grunt. He might have had some reservations about Iron Man, but he wasn't about to give up the job just because some rich kid tossed out a warning or two. "Without your money, you're nothing." He cursed silently to himself, still advancing toward Old Man Stick, all the while keeping a cautious eye on Li Jie and Tony Stark. Daredevil chose not to enter. His expenses this month had already gone way over budget. Stepping into the restaurant would make it impossible to resist the lure of good food, and he didn't have the money to pay for it anyway. Nuke, having suffered only minor injuries, also stayed outside. For one, he was broke. For another, he'd already learned the hard way about the rules of this place, and had no interest in stirring up trouble inside. So the two of them remained on watch outside. Meanwhile, Wolverine, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "With all this commotion, will Sabretooth even show up tonight?" Old Man Stick, seeing Deathstroke standing before him, remained completely unruffled. He knew Li Jie would protect him, no matter what. "Young man, I don't know who hired you to kill me, but this is a Chinese restaurant. Take my advice, put the knife away. Whatever it is, let me finish my meal first, then we'll talk." Deathstroke let out a cold laugh, swinging his blade down toward Old Man Stick. But, halfway through the strike, his blade was suddenly caught and held fast by an invisible force. Almost at the same instant, his entire body seemed to freeze in place, unable to move a muscle. The restaurant's front door swung open, and Deathstroke was swept up and flung out, powerless to resist. With a sharp smack, he landed hard on the ground. Getting up, Deathstroke glanced awkwardly at Daredevil and Nuke not far away, then frowned as he looked over at the Chinese restaurant and Li Jie, who was munching on sunflower seeds. "This is just bizarre," Deathstroke muttered inwardly. Wolverine coughed in embarrassment, his mind replaying the scene of himself being tossed out by Li Jie. It was all too familiar. "All right, I'm going to cook," Li Jie announced, dusting off his hands as he stood and walked toward the kitchen. Deathstroke hadn't started a direct fight with Li Jie, but being inexplicably thrown out of the restaurant made him realize why Stick chose to take refuge inside, and why Peter Parker had warned him. If it really came down to a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. Forget it, better to wait outside. Deathstroke leapt onto a car and sat there in a bold, commanding pose, waiting. Daredevil and Nuke hesitated for a moment. Then each found a place to sit as well. "Peter, was it your boss just now pulling some trick? How did he throw Slade out like that?" Deadpool asked in a low voice. "I have no idea," Peter Parker replied, shaking his head. "Oh, come on. He's your boss, and you expect me to believe you don't know. Deadpool shot him a look of disbelief, then gave a theatrical huff. Peter, even if you won't say it, I already know. Your boss must be a mutant, just like Magneto, with the power to control things, right? Huh, I knew it. What escapes my eyes? Tell me, Peter, was Jack born a mutant, or did he get his powers later on? Wait, I'm still on the clock. I'll leave you to it, Peter Parker said, eager to escape Deadpool's endless chatter. Once that guy started talking, there was no stopping him. Just then, Lee Jie rang the service bell. Peter Parker seized a chance and slipped away. Stick was eating his golden fried rice at a snail's pace, savoring not just the flavor, but also stretching out the time, waiting for an opportunity to turn things around. For a moment, both inside and outside the Chinese restaurant, everything fell quiet. The silence was soon shattered by the roar of a street racing engine. A red sports car flashed past like a streak of light, drifting in a dramatic 720-degree spin before coming to a stop by the curb in front of the restaurant. Peter Parker's heart leapt into his throat. Wow, a beautiful woman. Peter, why so nervous? Come on, tell the truth. What's the story between you and that stunner outside? Deadpool suddenly appeared behind Peter, pressing him for answers. The question startled Peter so much he gave a little jolt. He glanced back at Lee Jie and forced a laugh. W, what are you talking about? I barely know her. Oh, my stomach. Excuse me, I really need to use the restroom. Deadpool watched Peter make his escape to the bathroom, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Peter and that woman outside definitely have some history together. I bet it runs deep. Lee Jie turned to glance at Black Widow, muttering to himself. I hope these two women aren't about to start another fight. Black Widow silently cracked sunflower seeds between her fingers. Although she'd managed to turn the tables yesterday, without Magneto's helmet, defeating Typhoid Mary would be extremely difficult. When Typhoid Mary got out of the car, she first glanced suspiciously at the Punisher, Daredevil, and Nuke, who were sitting quietly by the roadside. Then, she pushed her sunglasses up onto her forehead and sauntered into the Chinese restaurant, her hips swaying like a serpent. Before stepping inside, Typhoid Mary even stopped beside Iron Man's suit, pressed her face against its chest, and snapped a selfie. Hey, Tony, you haven't asked me out in ages. After entering the restaurant, Typhoid Mary greeted Tony Stark first. Tony Stark dabbed his mouth with a napkin and replied, Sorry, do I know you? Tony, how heartless. I'm Mary Walker. There was a note of wounded longing in Typhoid Mary's voice. Mary Walker. My goodness, no wonder you look so familiar. Mary, I'm one of your biggest fans. Can I get a photo with you? Deadpool, hearing the name Mary Walker, cried out in excitement. Without waiting for her consent, he threw his arm around her shoulders and snapped a selfie. Typhoid Mary chuckled, flashing a mischievous grin. After posing for the photo with Deadpool, she let her fingers trail teasingly across Tony Stark's table. Tony, I know you've turned over a new leaf, so I'll spare you the trouble today. With that, she sashayed over to where Lee Jie and Black Widow were seated, deliberately pulling out $400 and handing it to Black Widow. I'd like an order of golden fried rice, a soup of the day, a plate of jajang noodles, and some osmanthus cake. Keep the rest as your tip. Black Widow's brow furrowed slightly, well aware that Typhoid Mary was going out of her way to humiliate her. Certainly. Please take a seat. I'll have it ready in no time. Lee Jie had no desire to watch these two women clash in his restaurant. He snatched up the money and hurried off to the kitchen to start cooking. Hold on a second. Typhoid Mary pulled out a chair and sat down, deliberately letting her foot brush against Lee Jie's leg. She grinned playfully and said, Did you know Lady Bullseye has a price on your head? Taking my life won't be that easy. What if I join her? Typhoid Mary pressed, her eyes glinting. Oh, so she's already contacted you? Lee Jie asked, though he suspected as much. She has, Typhoid Mary replied. She wants me to team up with her to kill you. And it's not just me. She's also recruited Bloodlip. He's a terrifying one. That Bloodlip, he likes to eat human flesh raw. When he consumes someone, he gains their memories and all their abilities. An absolute maniac. Just thinking about it is enough to make someone sick. Lee Jie chuckled. Compared to Bloodlip, I'm more curious. Did you accept Lady Bullseye's invitation? What do you think? Suddenly, Typhoid Mary reached out and pulled Lee Jie close, her breath soft and warm as she whispered. It's not impossible for me to turn her down. All you have to do is agree to be my boyfriend. Well, if you're in your Mary Walker persona right now, I might actually consider it. What a pity. Typhoid Mary covered her mouth and let out a giggle. Now hurry up and cook me something. I am starving. I'll need my strength to kill you, because once you're dead, you'll never be able to leave me. All right, just wait a minute. Lee Jie turned and walked into the kitchen. Deadpool cleared his throat dramatically, then grinned at Typhoid Mary. Mary, if you're looking for a man to spend this lonely night with, you could always consider me. Typhoid Mary fixed her gaze on Deadpool. then suddenly broke into a wide, mischievous smile. Sure, I think we should get to know each other better. That's fantastic. Deadpool reached out and led Typhoid Mary to his table. Black Widow leaned over to the kitchen pass and said to Li Jia, looks like Wade's about to walk into a trap. Aren't you going to do something? Li Jia busistir fringrice replied. He's the one throwing himself for the wolves. What can I do? He paused for a moment, then added, go open the door. We've got more guests. From outside the Chinese restaurant, the roar of an engine tore through the street again. This time, it was a Mustang. A black Mustang screeched to a halt across the road, and Lady Bullseye stepped out from the driver's seat. Someone with tangled hair and a filthy face, clutching a club and looking more like a caveman than a modern man, climbed out from the back. The guy was carsick and immediately started vomiting. Once he'd finished, he suddenly grinned, his eyes scanning the area as he announced, there's so much good food here. Daredevil shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Was he being sized up as food? Bloodlip, there's even better stuff to eat inside, Lady Bullseye said. Bloodlip's gaze turned toward the restaurant, and he licked his lips greedily. You're right, there's something even tastier in there. Black Widow's expression darkened slightly as she muttered under her breath. Is he really treating everyone here as food? Li Jia watched Lady Bullseye and Bloodlip outside with intrigue. Lady Bullseye had only just managed to escape yesterday, and now she'd come back with 2 helpers for revenge. She really was courting disaster. Lady Bullseye strode past everyone, and just as she reached for the door, Deathstroke, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly sprang into action, slashing at her with his blade. The attack came so suddenly, and with such speed, that Bloodlip, who was standing right next to Lady Bullseye, didn't have time to react at all. The blade sliced into Lady Bullseye's neck from the left, swept swiftly through her body, and exited on the right. Though his strike had landed, the Reaper showed no excitement. Instead, his expression tightened, and he instinctively pulled back, retreating to a safer distance. As for Lady Bullseye, even though she had been cut in 2, she didn't collapse. Instead, her form blurred like a wisp of smoke, drifting upward before swirling together and reforming into her human shape. As a top-tier assassin, Lady Bullseye had never let down her guard for a moment. Although the Reaper had appeared utterly calm, not even sparing her a glance, Lady Bulls actually sensed an even greater threat from him. So she had been on alert against the Reaper all along, keeping her body in a semi-incorporeal, mist-like state. The moment the Reaper launched his attack, Lady Bullseye shifted fully into a smoky form, narrowly evading what would have been a fatal blow. This was the difference between the extraordinary and ordinary people. An ordinary person might train their body to its utmost limit, but killing someone with supernatural powers was another matter entirely. The Reaper understood this perfectly well, which is why he opted for a sneak attack on Lady Bullseye. Bloodlip hadn't managed to stop the Reaper from attacking Lady Bullseye, but his reaction was lightning fast. He immediately moved to intercept the Reaper, and with a flick of his fingertips, he sliced a bit of flesh from the Reaper's arm. The Reaper quickly put distance between himself, Lady Bullseye, and Bloodlip. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the wound on his arm, surprised at just how sharp Bloodlip's fingers were. Those claws were almost as deadly as a saber-toothed tiger's. Bloodlip popped the scrap of flesh into his mouth, smacked his lips with a wet, satisfied sound, and said to Lady Bullseye, "It was Madame Gao who hired him to kill you." He paused, then glanced through the restaurant window toward the old man with the staff, and added, "And he's also that guy's target tonight." Lady Bullseye wasn't the least bit surprised to hear that Madame Gao had hired the Reaper to kill her. Though both of them worked for the Hand, they weren't on the same side. "Madame Gao," Lady Bullseye sneered, then said to Bloodlip, "Let's take care of business first." She pushed open the door to the Chinese restaurant and walked in, with Bloodlip following behind. "2 orders of golden fried rice," Lady Bullseye said, placing $200 on the table, a cunning smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Her meaning was clear. As long as she became a customer of the restaurant would be obliged to protect her. In other words, Li Jia couldn't lay a hand on her, but she would be free to attack him as she pleased. It was a clever plan, at least enough to put some constraints on Li Jia. However, Lady Bullseye certainly didn't expect the system to issue a prompt. Detected hostility from the restaurant guests toward the host. Initiating self-protection protocol, the Prime Directive. The Prime Directive. The host takes precedence over everyone else. Note, if the host's safety or interests are at odds with those of the guests, the host's safety and interests shall be prioritized. All protective measures for the guests will be suspended. Li Jia's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the system notification, and a subtle smile played at the corner of his mouth. "System, you sly fox. Please wait a moment." Deadpool turned to Typhoid Mary and said this, then dashed out excitedly, hurrying over to Deathstroke and whispering, "Slade, are you after 2 targets this time? That won't be easy. Need a hand?" If you do, just say the word. I've got your back, brother. Deathstroke had half a mind to chop Deadpool in two, but after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Same deal as always, 30-70 split. Slade, last time the split was 30-70 because you only had one target. But now you've got two, and both of them have backup. Without me, you won't pull this off alone. Tell you what, since you've got a family to support, let's do 40-60. I'll take 40, you get 60. Deadpool was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, even if the other guy was his own brother. This time, Deathstroke didn't hesitate. He simply nodded and agreed, deal. Deadpool scratched his head, muttering to himself, did I just shortchange myself? Slade, don't start anything in the restaurant. No matter who comes out first, we'll attack from both sides. Whoever we can take down, we take down. Deathstroke nodded in agreement. Deadpool happily returned to the restaurant and struck up a lively conversation with Typhoid Mary, even making plans to catch a movie together later. Lady Bullseye pretended not to know Typhoid Mary, found herself a seat, and sat down quietly. Tony Stark had already finished his meal, but showed no intention of leaving. He sidled up to Li Jie and whispered, "Buddy, the vibe tonight feels off. Maybe we should call the cops." Li Jie shot him a look and said, "Are you serious? This is Hell's Kitchen. No problem. If the cops can't handle it, we've still got S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Let Natasha give them a call. They'll be here faster than the police," Tony suggested. "Ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for help?" Li Jie remembered how he just turned down Nick Fury not long ago, and shook his head. "Tony, I really appreciate you staying to help. But if anything does happen, just stand back and watch. I'll handle it myself." With that, Li Jie glanced at Lady Bullseye and Bloodlip, thinking to himself, just a few small fry. And he wasn't exaggerating one bit. Li Jie's Savage Hulk physique had already reached 100%, and his Ancient One skills had risen to 11%. All his other abilities were steadily advancing to varying degrees as well. At this point, it wasn't just Lady Bullseye teaming up with Bloodlip and Typhoid Mary that posed no threat. Even if everyone present joined forces, they'd only be courting disaster. "Jack, do you think I'm the kind of person who'd just stand by and watch?" Tony Stark glanced over, a wry smile playing at his lips. "Looks like I'd better make some preparations. No matter what happens in a moment, I'll be on your side." With those words, Tony returned to his seat, secretly activating his suit and readying himself for action at a moment's notice. After finishing her golden fried rice, Lady Bullseye dabbed her lips with a napkin and turned to Bloodlip with a smile. "How was the taste?" Bloodlip licked her lips and replied, "Honestly, I'm craving something a bit fresher now." "No need to rush. It'll be here soon," Lady Bullseye replied, beckoning to a server. "Could we get 2 servings of osmanthus cakes, please?" Li Jie stopped Black Widow, who was about to step forward, and signaled for Peter Parker to go instead. Though Black Widow was formidable, her strength was ultimately limited to the peak of human ability. Against Lady Bullseye and Bloodlip together, she would be at a severe disadvantage. Peter Parker, on the other hand, was more than capable of handling any surprise. "Just a moment. Your order will be right out," Peter said, reaching out to accept the money offered by Lady Bullseye. Suddenly, his spider sense tingled, a warning of imminent danger. Instinctively, he sprang up to the ceiling, just as a spoon shot past where his foot had been. Bloodlip looked up at Peter Parker, now clinging to the ceiling, and gave a chilling smile. "How interesting. No wonder you smell so delicious." She paused, glancing around with a puzzled expression. "Wait, do we leave the restaurant?" Lady Bullseye stood up, her voice clear. "To be precise, we've entered the mirror dimension." Apart from those outside the restaurant and Stick, Li Jie had drawn everyone inside the Chinese restaurant into the mirror dimension. This way, the fight wouldn't be interrupted or witnessed by outsiders. Peter Parker scurried across the ceiling to Li Jie's side and whispered, "Boss, was this you doing?" Tony Stark, nearby, called out in confusion, "Weird, I've lost contact with my suit." Li Jie gave quick instructions. "Natasha, you and Peter protect Tony. I'll handle the rest." Natasha acknowledged, pulling Tony Stark aside to safety. Peter Parker glanced over at Deadpool and asked, "Boss, does the rest include Wade too?" He trailed off as Deadpool suddenly rose, placing himself in front of Typhoid Mary. Peter's eyes widened in alarm. "Damn it, Wade looks pretty bad right now." Typhoid Mary had already taken control of Deadpool using her telepathic powers, turning him into a puppet. In fact, Typhoid Mary's original target had been Iron Man, Tony Stark. But when Deadpool walked right into her hands, she decided to switch targets on the spot. "This guy's tough to deal with. Let's take him down together," Bullseye Lady ordered. She called for a group attack, yet both Bullseye Lady and Bloodlip deliberately hesitated, hanging back just a split second. Only Deadpool, now under Typhoid Mary's control, charged forward without a moment's doubt. And then, 4 vines suddenly shot out from behind Li Jie with a swift, slicing sound, stabbing almost simultaneously into Deadpool's forehead, both shoulders, and his heart. Peter Parker let out a startled cry, but then remembered Deadpool's uncanny ability to resurrect, and so he stood still, uncertain what to do. The vines didn't stop after impaling Deadpool. Instead, they surged onward, lashing out at Bullseye Lady and Bloodlip. At the same time, Li Jie began to alter the structure of the space itself, narrowing the area and restricting his enemy's movements. In this moment of crisis, Bullseye Lady quickly turned herself into smoke, narrowly slipping past the vine's attack. Bloodlip wasn't so lucky. 2 vines pierced right through his chest. If this had happened before, having 2 holes the size of arms punched through his chest would have meant certain death for Bloodlip. But now, after eating the flesh and blood of the Death Knell, he had inherited Death Knell's abilities, and so he survived. Dodging the whipping vines, Bullseye Lady shouted back to Typhoid Mary, who was still sitting there, "Mary, snap out of it. Switch personalities and fight." But Mary's personality shifts were never under her own control. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face as she cried out in terror. "What's happening? How did I end up here? What did I do?" She had switched to her timid, cowardly personality, rendering her completely incapable of fighting. Seeing this, Bullseye Lady let loose a string of the most creative curses, then, still in her smoke form, lunged for Li Jie. But just then, a tablecloth suddenly shot up and wrapped around the smoky Bullseye Lady, while the vines drove into the bundle with a series of muffled thrusts. "Fool! You can't kill me like this while I'm in smoke form." Bullseye Lady's mocking laughter filled the air, but her tone quickly changed as she realized something was wrong. She was gasping for breath, as if an invisible hand was tightening around her throat. Li Jie lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin stream of smoke, and said coolly, "The vines are poisonous." Not only were Li Jie's vines as hard as steel, they could also secrete a variety of lethal toxins. These toxins didn't just remain in liquid form. They could vaporize as well. It was this vaporized poison that had infected Bullseye Lady. Elsewhere, Bloodlip was the first to collapse. Thanks to the Death Knell's abilities he'd gained from consuming its flesh, even with 2 gaping holes in his chest, he would not die. However, even if Bullseye himself were wounded by Jack Lee's vines, he would still die from the lethal poison. His lips turned black and foul-smelling. Dark blood oozed from all 7 orifices as he perished. Tick, tick. Wrapped up in the tablecloth, Lady Bullseye was forced to take on physical form by the deadly toxin, only to be pierced through by the vines. She died beneath the combined assault of deadly poison and physical trauma. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. He had been planning to step in and protect Jack, never imagining that such a troublesome foe could be so swiftly dispatched at Jack's hands. Even Peter Parker and Black Widow were visibly shocked. Both of them knew Jack's strength, but neither had expected him to be this powerful. If they found out that Jack hadn't even used his full strength, they'd probably be left speechless. Deadpool let out a groan as he opened his eyes. Despite still having a vine running through his body and poison in his veins, somehow, he'd come back to life. The very first thing Deadpool said upon waking was, "Oh God, I'm still alive." He sounded almost disappointed, as if he'd failed at dying spectacularly. "Isn't that just exasperating?" "Wade, I hate to break it to you. You're still alive," Peter Parker teased as he stepped forward. Deadpool might have survived, but with his body skewered and immobilized by the vines, he couldn't move at all unless they were removed. He could only turn to Peter for help. "Peter, hurry up and get this damn thing out of me." "Wait, that's out of my hands. You'll have to ask the boss," Peter replied, giving him a meaningful glance. Deadpool immediately turned to Jack. "Jack, whatever I did to you before, I swear I didn't mean it. Besides, isn't the Chinese restaurant supposed to offer guest protection? How about letting me go before we talk?" That, in fact, was exactly why both Deadpool and Mary were still alive. Jack could torment Deadpool 100 times over, but there was simply no way to kill this chatterbox. As for Mary, her situation was tied to the hidden rules of the restaurant. Once she shifted into her timid personality, she posed no harm to Jack, and under the restaurant's one guiding principle, he simply couldn't kill her. He was even obliged to protect her. After all, she was still a guest at the restaurant. Jack released Deadpool, not because of the restaurant's rule about sheltering guests, but because, aside from his incessant chatter, Jack didn't actually mind Deadpool. Once freed, Deadpool glanced at Lady Bullseye's body and said with a mischievous grin, "Jack, you know, it's never great for business if word gets out that the restaurant owner's been killing people. I mean, it could put the place in a bad light and bring you and the restaurant a heap of unnecessary trouble. As an apology, let me handle this matter myself. I can claim to the outside world that both Lady Bullseye and Bloodlip died by my hand." Li Jie couldn't help but roll his eyes at Deadpool. He had never seen anyone so shameless. Although Deadpool's actions did, in a way, save Li Jie and the Chinese restaurant a great deal of trouble. The real reason he wanted to take credit for Lady Bullseye's death was for the bounty. And yet he made it sound so noble and selfless. Suddenly, Li Jie understood why Deadpool was always flush with cash, while Spider-Man was perpetually broke. With someone as brazen as Deadpool, it was almost impossible not to get rich. Spider-Man better not even think about it. All right, but this ends here for today. You take Slade and leave. Li Jie decided to let Deadpool and Deathstroke off the hook as a favor to Daredevil. When they returned from the mirror dimension to the Chinese restaurant, Deadpool hefted the bodies of Lady Bullseye and Bloodlip and walked out. No one knew what he said to Deathstroke, but Deathstroke glanced at Stick through the window, then looked at Li Jie, and finally nodded in agreement. Together, they carried the bodies away. Stick was the only one in the restaurant who hadn't been pulled into the mirror dimension. He was curious about where everyone had vanished to just now, but he simply stayed in his seat, not moving an inch. As for the people outside the restaurant, they were just as obedient, with no one daring to come inside. No one knew what might happen if they entered, so everyone chose to wait and see. After Deadpool and Deathstroke were gone, Stick approached Li Jie, bowed, and said, "Jack, thank you for your help. This time, it seems I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything from me in the future, I'll do everything I can to repay you. Stick, I should remind you, once you walk out the doors of this restaurant, I am no longer responsible for your safety." Li Jie said this to Stick, but it was also a warning to Daredevil waiting outside. "I understand." Stick expressed his gratitude once again and left the restaurant. Seeing Stick was now out of danger, Daredevil quietly slipped away as well. Nuke glanced toward where Wolverine was hiding, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to leave too. There was no helping it. Nuke wasn't a match for Wolverine in a one-on-one fight, and with his injuries not yet healed, he stood even less of a chance. Li Jie knew Nuke hadn't really left, but was lurking in the darkness, watching Wolverine's every move. He was waiting for an opportunity, the chance to finish Wolverine off for good. Wolverine, on the other hand, was lying in wait for Sabretooth, but even after the restaurant closed for the night, Sabretooth never showed. The Devourer let out a disgruntled growl. Black Widow's return meant Li Jie wouldn't be taking it out to party at the bar anymore. Grumbling that Li Jie valued romance over friendship, the Devourer padded out of the restaurant alone, deciding to spend the night roaming the city with the stray cats. The Black Widow hadn't forgotten her true purpose for coming to the Chinese restaurant, to keep an eye on the Flurkin. So, as soon as the Flurkin left, she quickly found an excuse to step out as well. Is it because of the Flurkin? Li Jie couldn't help but smile when his heightened senses picked up on the Black Widow's movements. Since she was gone, Li Jie didn't feel like sitting alone in the empty restaurant. He decided to take a stroll outside. Hopping on my beloved little scooter, it'll never get stuck in traffic. Li Jie hummed a tune as he cruised down the streets of Hell's Kitchen on his battered moped, wondering where he might go for some fun. At this hour, the streets of Hell's Kitchen were deserted except for the occasional criminal lurking in the shadows. Soon, Li Jie noticed something odd. Everyone he encountered on the street either avoided him from a distance or bowed respectfully as they passed. "So I've been recognized, huh?" Li Jie realized he had become a full-fledged local celebrity in Hell's Kitchen. This newfound respect was all thanks to Kingpin, Madame Gao, and Stick. Kingpin controlled more than half of the criminal underworld in Hell's Kitchen. The rest was divvied up between the Hand and other gangs. Then there was the Chaste, led by Stick, who fancied themselves the true champions of justice. With these three keeping each other in check, no one in Hell's Kitchen dared to cross Li Jie. "Help me!" A desperate cry for help caught Li Jie's attention. He used his super senses to pinpoint the source. It was coming from Queens, 20 miles away, Spider-Man Peter Parker's territory. A car had blown a tire and spun out of control, crashing into a bridge with half its body dangling over the edge. The driver was a woman, and strapped in the back seat was a toddler, no more than 2 years old, bawling in terror. Li Jie's heightened senses told him this accident was no accident at all. Someone had sabotaged the car's tire and was now hiding beneath the bridge. The man behind this setup was none other than Spider-Man's friend, Harry Osborn, the Green Goblin. Having learned from his last mistake, Harry Osborn didn't go looking for Peter Parker at the Chinese restaurant. Instead, he set a trap for Spider-Man here. He was lying in wait, ready to ambush Spider-Man. Li Jie widened his sensory reach and found that Spider-Man was still 3 kilometers from the bridge, while the car could fall at any moment. It was clear the darkness had eaten away at Harry Osborn's conscience. He didn't care about the mother and child trapped inside the car. If Spider-Man didn't make it in time, Harry would be more than happy to stage another accident. "Looks like it's my turn to play superhero," Li Jie thought to himself. He pulled up his hood and mask, and in the blink of an eye, teleported from Hell's Kitchen straight to the bridge in Queens. A Ford station wagon came to a halt. Next, a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat and sunglasses stepped out of the car. Suddenly, a metallic arm burst through the trench coat from behind the man, puncturing the air with a sharp sound as it shot into the trunk of the car dangling from the bridge, pulling it back to safety. Ligia stopped his motorcycle and blinked in surprise. He had finally worked up the nerve to play superhero for once, only to be upstaged before he could even make a move. And the worst part? The one who beat him to it was none other than Dr. Octopus. Buddy, aren't you supposed to be a villain? Dr. Octopus, whose real name is Otto Gunther Octavius, was once a brilliant nuclear physicist. During an experiment, a ruptured pipe caused a radiation leak, triggering a massive explosion. Otto survived by sheer luck, but the four mechanical arms fused into his body, and the radiation altered his brain tissue. Thus, the notorious Dr. Octopus was born, and he would become Spider-Man's formidable nemesis. The mechanical arms on his back could effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 8 tons, and their dexterity often put Peter Parker at a disadvantage in their many battles. At first, Peter Parker stood no chance against Dr. Octopus and could only take a beating. Today, Dr. Octopus happened to be passing by. As a supervillain, he saw the car about to plunge off the bridge and, without a second thought, saved the mother and child inside. This goes to show, even villains are capable of doing good from time to time. However, this act of heroism by Dr. Octopus completely infuriated Harry Osborn, who had been hiding beneath the bridge. The crackle of gunfire rang out. Harry Osborn, gripping a submachine gun, soared into view and unleashed a hail of bullets at Dr. Octopus as soon as he appeared. The mechanical arms on Dr. Octopus's back snapped into action, deftly batting away every bullet. Muttering under his breath, Dr. Octopus pushed up his slipping glasses and asked in confusion, "Weren't you supposed to be locked up? You lousy octopus. You've ruined everything for me." Harry Osborn flung 2 pumpkin bombs in Dr. Octopus's direction. Ligia scoffed at the sight. Clearly, Harry Osborn hadn't learned from his last mistake. Just like the bullets, the 2 pumpkin bombs were swatted right back by Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. 2 muffled explosions erupted at Harry Osborn's side, nearly blasting him off his metal glider. Seeing the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus going at it, Ligia simply pulled his motorcycle over to the roadside. He used his telekinesis to haul the car with the mother and child to safety, then lit a cigarette and settled in to watch the spectacle. If only he brought some sunflower seeds, this was just the kind of show worth snacking through. Using his heightened senses, Ligia detected that Peter Parker was hurrying toward them and was about to arrive on the battlefield. When Dr. Octopus saw the car move away, he turned his head in surprise to glance at Ligia. Harry Osborn, meanwhile, furrowed his brow. From a motorcycle and the telekinetic display, he instantly recognized Ligia. Why is he here? Both Dr. Octopus and Harry Osborn were baffled, but neither had the time to spare a hand to deal with Ligia, as they were locked in a fierce battle with each other. Harry Osborn, still young and inexperienced, was soon caught off guard by Dr. Octopus, who used his mechanical arms to smash Harry's metal glider. With a crash, the damaged glider sent Harry hurtling headfirst into the bridge, and his body began to plummet toward the water below. Suddenly, a strand of white web shot out, latching onto Harry Osborn's right ankle and stopping his fall just in time. Spider-Man. The moment Dr. Octopus saw Peter Parker, it was as if an enraged bull had spotted a waving red cape. And since Peter Parker had just rescued the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus naturally assumed that Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were in league. With a roar and a thud, Dr. Octopus instinctively lashed out at Peter Parker, but Peter dodged, and the blow struck the bridge instead. The mechanical arms bit down hard, tearing a chunk out of one of the bridge's metal pillars. Without hesitation, Harry Osborn, who had just been saved, raised his gun and unleashed a volley of bullets at his friend Peter Parker. The case of the farmer and the snake, Ligia murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he mused that the drama was growing more and more interesting. Ligia's gaze shifted to the far side of the bridge, where a black motorcycle was racing toward them. Although the rider's helmet concealed his face, Ligia's super senses immediately identified him as Whiplash, Mark Scarlatti. Whiplash's sudden arrival let Ligia know at once that he had followed Spider-Man here, with his true objective being the Green Goblin. Justin Hammer had set his sights on the Green Goblin's gear, hoping to repurpose it for Whiplash, while also turning the Green Goblin into Whiplash's ally in battle. Whiplash had come to do Harry Osborn a favor, helping him by killing Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Peter Parker now had to fend off Dr. Octopus's relentless attacks, keep Harry Osborn from falling off the bridge, and at the same time, figure out how to avoid being shot at by his own friend. Dealing with Dr. Octopus alone was already exhausting for Spider-Man. Now caught in this chaos, he was utterly overwhelmed. Peter Parker possessed agility, superhuman strength, and remarkable healing abilities. But his greatest weakness was that, unlike the Hulk, he didn't have impenetrably tough skin. Simply put, Spider-Man had no bulletproof abilities whatsoever. Forget about being bulletproof. Even weapons like knives and swords could injure him. That's why, compared to Dr. Octopus's attacks, Harry Osborn firing a sneaky shot posed an even bigger threat to him. Despite all this, Peter Parker showed no intention of letting go. This idiot, did a donkey kick him in the head or something? Lee GM muttered through gritted teeth, his mood for spectating long gone. I've already spoken with Mr. Norman. He deeply regrets everything he's done, and he hopes you won't repeat his mistakes. Listen to me, it's not too late to turn back. Even as Peter Parker fought desperately, he didn't forget to use this moment to try to persuade his friend, thoughtfully keeping Harry Osborn's name out of it. Harry Osborn hurled a pumpkin bomb at Peter Parker. Shards from the blast sliced open several wounds on Peter's arm and chest. Blood immediately seeped out, soaking his clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Octopus wrapped a mechanical tentacle around Peter Parker's neck. And yet, Peter Parker still refused to release his grip. Watching this unfold, Lee Jiel let out a weary sigh. The scene unfolding before him was classic Spider-Man. Aside from dealing with petty thugs, Peter Parker always managed to land himself in the most dangerous situations, ending up battered and bruised. This all stemmed from Spider-Man's kind heart. Even when facing criminals, he couldn't bring himself to truly hurt them. If Peter Parker could be just a bit more decisive, he wouldn't always end up in such a sorry state. Lee Jia held himself back from intervening. Peter Parker could only grow when faced with real peril. Unless his life was truly in danger, Lee Jia stepping in too soon would only hinder Peter's development. Besides, the guy's healing factor was nearly on par with Wolverine's. A few scrapes and bruises wouldn't do him any harm. Lee Jia flicked away his cigarette and lit another one. This scene was putting his cigarettes to the test. Whiplash raced onto the scene, bringing his motorcycle to a slick stop in the middle of the road, then swung his whip in a powerful arc. With a sharp crack, Peter Parker took the full force of the blow, a vicious lash that tore open his back, revealing bone beneath. Peter cried out in pain, then, summoning all his strength, flung Harry Osborn onto the bridge and shot webs at both Dr. Octopus and Whiplash. Dr. Octopus's 4 mechanical arms sprang into action. One gripped Spider-Man's throat, another was caught by Peter's webbing, while the remaining 2 seized Peter's arms, preventing him from striking again. Meanwhile, Whiplash rolled nimbly to the side, narrowly dodging the web attack, and sprang back to his feet, whip at the ready, launching another strike at Peter Parker. Peter Parker, now completely immobilized, became a sitting duck, and Whiplash was aiming his blows directly at Spider-Man's head. It was clear he intended to end Spider-Man's life then and there. Witnessing this, Lee Jian knew he had to intervene. He used his telekinetic powers to alter the course of Whiplash's attack, causing the whip to miss Peter Parker and instead lash out at Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacle. Dr. Octopus cursed loudly, and the tentacle that had been stuck with webbing now swung at Whiplash in retaliation. Whiplash couldn't figure out how his whip had gone astray and struck Dr. Octopus. There was no time to explain. In a flash, he was ensnared by one of the mechanical tentacles and hoisted into the air. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Octopus was suppressing both Spider-Man and Whiplash at once. His overwhelming power was truly on display. Harry Osborn, scrambling up from the ground, saw that Spider-Man had been gravely injured by Whiplash and was now about to fall into Dr. Octopus's hands. Fury surged within him. Damn it, that guy is mine. No one's taking him from me. Harry Osborn shouted, drawing a Desert Eagle in each hand and unleashing a volley at Dr. Octopus and Whiplash. Dr. Octopus was forced to free up a tentacle to block the hail of bullets. Whiplash, with one arm still free, frantically lashed out with his whip to deflect the shots, bellowing, "Stop! We all want Spider-Man. We should be allies. Allies, my ass. Spider-Man is mine." Harry Osborn roared. After stopping the hail of bullets, Dr. Octopus hurled Whiplash straight at Harry Osborn, snorting, "Did you even ask for my permission?" Lee Jia couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Well, now the 3 of them were turning on each other. What a spectacle. Having helped Peter Parker avoid Whiplash's attack, Lee Jia didn't stay idle. He continued to use his telekinesis to help Peter escape. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus felt a strange force exerting itself upon his mechanical tentacles, startling him. He shot a glance at Lee Jia, then turned his gaze back to Spider-Man. At this moment, only 2 tentacles were restraining Spider-Man, one gripping his neck, the other entwined around his torso. With Lee Jia's telekinetic boost, the tentacles binding Spider-Man started to loosen. Peter Parker seized the opportunity to free his hands, and then, with all his strength, pried at the tentacle, choking his neck. With a sharp snap, he actually broke off Dr. Octopus's mechanical limb. In terms of raw strength, Peter Parker could overpower Dr. Octopus. This was the foundation for his eventual victory. Catching his breath, Peter Parker unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of webbing, like a machine gun. In the blink of an eye, a dozen strands of web shot out. First, Dr. Octopus was wrapped up tight. Next, the web sealed up both Whiplash and the Green Goblin in their sticky prison. With Li Jie's help, Peter Parker managed to pull off a desperate counterattack. He turned the tables completely. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens echoed through the night. New York's finest, habitually late to the scene. They always seemed to arrive just in time to reap the rewards. Peter Parker reinforced the bindings on Dr. Octopus and Whiplash with a couple more layers of web, then hoisted Harry Osborn onto his shoulder and dashed away. It looked like the two friends were in for a long talk tonight, though Harry Osborn didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. As he passed by Li Jie, Peter Parker tapped his forehead in a gesture of gratitude, having already recognized Li Jie's true identity. Li Jie, not wanting to be questioned by the arriving officers, quietly slipped away using his teleportation technique. After finding a quiet spot for a couple of drinks, Li Jie made his way back to the Chinese restaurant. Goose the Flurkin and Black Widow hadn't returned yet. With nothing better to do, Li Jie fetched some paper and a pen, sketching out designs to pass the time. Goose returned to the restaurant just as the morning light crept in, with Black Widow following close behind. She flopped onto the bed, keeping Li Jie company as he rested. At 9:30, Peter Parker pushed open the door to the restaurant, making a special trip to Chinatown to buy Li Jie some soy milk and fried dough sticks. "Boss, thank you for last night," Peter Parker said, bringing up the events of the previous evening. "Thank me? Whatever for," Li Jie replied, biting into a piece of fried dough, feigning ignorance. "Oh, it's nothing. I just meant to thank you for always looking out for me," Peter said with a knowing smile, still believing his Spider-Man identity was well protected. "No need to thank me. In a few days, I'll have a gift for you," Li Jie replied. "By the way, did your friend have that talk with his friend?" Li Jie asked the question casually, as if it were of little consequence. Peter Parker sighed lightly. "My friend did talk to his friend. Unfortunately, the misunderstanding runs pretty deep. His friend is being incredibly stubborn, so there's been no real progress." Li Jie felt a surge of frustration. "Peter, tell your friend that if all else fails, he might as well just turn his friend over to the police." Peter Parker hesitated for a moment, then finally replied with resignation. "Let's wait and see for now. If it comes to that, we'll have no other choice." After closing up shop at noon, Li Jie used his teleportation technique to travel to Long Island, New York. Tony Stark, Iron Man, lived here. "Jack, what brings you all the way out here?" Tony Stark called out, rushing from his workshop, still covered in grease and oil, not bothering to clean up after hearing of Li Jie's visit. Ever since Pepper Potts had taken over running the company, Tony found himself spending less and less time with her, pouring his energy into working on his suits instead. "Tony, I brought you some lunch." Li Jie took out a neatly packed 4-piece set from the Chinese restaurant. It's customary to bring a gift when visiting someone for the first time, isn't it? Besides, Li Jie had come today with a favor to ask of Tony Stark. "Is it noon already?" Tony Stark paused for a moment, momentarily surprised. He'd been so absorbed in his research that he'd completely lost track of time. In fact, ever since he'd left the Chinese restaurant last night, he'd been holed up in his workshop until now. Just then, Tony caught the aroma of the food, and his stomach gave an unmistakable growl. "Jack, if you don't mind, could we talk after I have lunch? But would you let me have a look around first?" "Jarvis," Tony called out. A holographic projection materialized before them. "Jack, this is my AI butler, Jarvis. Jarvis, this is my good friend Jack. Please show him around." "Of course, Tony," Jarvis replied, letting his smart butler give the tour. Li Jie couldn't help but wonder if Tony Stark was just showing off, though he had no proof. With Jarvis leading the way, Li Jie took a tour through Tony Stark's luxurious mansion. The only exception was Tony's workshop, which was strictly off-limits. Li Jie used to think his apartment above the Chinese restaurant was rather nice, but after seeing Tony Stark's place, he felt a pang of envy. It's true what they say. Comparisons can be deadly. "So, Jack, what do you think of the place?" Tony Stark asked. Li Jie replied, "It's not bad, but you really ought to keep a lower profile. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if someone decided to blow this place up." "Blow up my house?" "Jack, you do have a sense of humor," Tony laughed. But Li Jie answered with a perfectly straight face. "Tony, do I look like I'm joking?" Tony Stark was momentarily speechless. "Jack, let me show you something cool." "Wait here for a second," Tony said, running off to his workshop. He soon returned, carrying a red briefcase, and spoke with deliberate mystery. "Jack, do you know what this is?" Li Jie recognized the famous Mark V suitcase at a glance. All right, this time Tony Stark was definitely showing off. Clearing his throat, Li Jie said, "Don't tell me it's the suitcase armor?" Tony Stark's smug expression vanished in an instant, replaced by surprise. Jack, how did you know? Yes, that's exactly what it is, a suitcase armor. Right then and there, Tony Stark demonstrated the suitcase armor. This suit was truly revolutionary, reducing the size of the armor and making it far more portable. However, for Tony Stark, this suit of armor was merely a stopgap measure. Aside from the repulsors in the palms and chest, it had no other weapons equipped. Even its flight capability was somewhat limited. Tony, you really are a genius, Li Jie said, exaggerating just a little. Tony Stark grinned with pride. The whole world knows I'm a genius. But anyway, Jack, why don't you tell me what brings you here today? Tony, I'd like your help making a couple of small gadgets. As he spoke, Li Jie took out the blueprints he'd sketched in a rush the night before and handed them over. Jack, I'd be happy to help with just about anything. But if this is for a suit of armor... Wait, is this a schematic for a suit? Tony Stark's eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment. Jack, did you draw this yourself? Feigning modesty, Li replied. I did. There are a lot of rough edges, so I'd appreciate your advice. Give me a moment, Tony said simply, then directed Jarvis to scan the blueprints and project a 3D model. It was nothing short of astonishing. This was a work ahead of its time. Jack, how on earth did you come up with this? I just fiddle around when I have nothing better to do, Li Jie answered. Of course, it's nowhere near your level of genius design. Thinking back to his earlier boasting, Tony Stark pulled a face and said, Jack, you don't have to be so humble. Now I'm too embarrassed to show my face. One of the designs Li Jie handed Tony Stark was for the Iron Spider suit. This suit was originally designed by Tony Stark for Spider-Man, using nanotechnology. It came equipped with an oxygen system, allowing the young Spider-Man to survive in outer space. On the back, it featured mechanical spider legs as auxiliary tools, capable of delivering terrifying power in instant kill mode. But for Tony Stark at this point in time, the design was quite advanced. Some of the technologies involved were things he hadn't yet mastered. Li Jie only thought of this suit after seeing Peter Parker's fight with Dr. Octopus last night. It was a boss's duty, after all, to provide his employees with some basic safety guarantees. That was why Li Jie had sketched the suit overnight. And since he lacked the materials and facilities to build it himself, he came to Tony Stark for help. Besides the Iron Spider suit, Li Jie had also designed a suit of armor for himself. This one also used nanotechnology. In its normal state, it looked just like a wristwatch. But with a tap on the nano activation button, it would instantly transform into a suit. As his first suit of armor, Li Jie had put a lot of thought into the design. At first, inspired by Chinese aesthetics, the design was for a traditional warrior's battle suit. Later, I abandoned subtlety and boldly modeled it after the Monkey King himself. It was brimming with Chinese character. Jack, I can help you build it, but I'll need some time. Also, I want you to agree to one condition. Tony Stark said this after studying the designs closely. Tony Stark went on. As for some of the technology used in these two suits, I'd like your permission to incorporate it for my own use. Don't worry, I give you my word. I won't use it for any commercial purpose. Jack agreed without hesitation. After all, these technologies originally belonged to Tony Stark. He had only borrowed them a bit ahead of time. How much will it cost to make these two suits? Jack, are you trying to embarrass me? Given our relationship, how could I ever ask you for money? Besides, you've already authorized me to use the tech in the suits. If anyone should be paying, it ought to be me paying you. Tony Stark said this with utter seriousness. After a brief pause, he added, Jack, I mean it. Thank you for your generosity. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word and I'll do everything I can. Tony, since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. Let's call a night for now. Get a good sleep and see if you can finish what I need as soon as possible. Jack stood up, ready to leave. I can't waste any more time. I need to get to work right now, Tony Stark declared. Jack knew Tony was a workaholic when it came to his suits, so much so that even Pepper couldn't dissuade him, so there was no point in trying. Leaving Tony Stark's mansion, Jack didn't detour anywhere else. He went straight back to the Chinese restaurant. Jack, where have you been? Black Widow, already lying in bed, spoke with a touch of reproach. This woman really had remarkable stamina. Luckily, I could keep up. By the way, I have a friend coming for dinner tonight. Could you save us a table? Black Widow said this suddenly after their affectionate moment. Jack asked with curiosity. Black Widow replied, Steve Rogers. Captain America? In Jack's mind, the image of a star-spangled man with a shield instantly appeared. Black Widow thought Captain America's visit would make Jack happy. But in truth, Jack felt no particular excitement about Steve's arrival. As one of the most traditional superheroes, Captain America had immense popularity. His visit to the restaurant would be excellent for publicity. But in terms of advertising impact, even Captain America couldn't compare to Iron Man, Tony Stark. Even if Tony Stark weren't Iron Man, as the wealthiest man in New York City, his presence alone in a Chinese restaurant would generate just as much publicity as Captain America. What's more, Tony's identity as a super-rich second-generation heir has made Iron Man the most popular superhero of the moment. As for actual strength, there's hardly any real comparison. Back in World War II, Captain America was practically unbeatable, but by today's standards, he's no longer at the top of the list. In terms of power and combat skills, he actually falls short of Spider-Man. Even if Lee Jie were to earn Captain America's approval, all he'd gain would be a bit of recognition. He wouldn't learn any new skills from Steve. To Lee Jie, Captain America is nothing more than an ordinary customer in the restaurant. That's why his attitude isn't especially enthusiastic. Of course, while Lee Jie doesn't have any particular expectations regarding Captain America's visit, he doesn't feel any resistance to it either. What? Captain America is coming here? When Peter Parker heard that Steve Rogers would be visiting the restaurant, he showed an unusual burst of excitement. Clearly, Captain America is Peter Parker's idol. Natasha, do you think I could get a photo with the captain? Maybe even ask for his autograph. Peter looked at Natasha with eager anticipation. I don't see any problem with that. Steve is very approachable, Black Widow replied. That's fantastic. If Aunt May finds out I got Captain America's autograph, she'll be over the moon. Peter was so thrilled that he did a backflip right then and there. Compared to Peter, Captain America's influence runs even deeper among his aunt's generation. It's no exaggeration to say that, in that era, Captain America was the ultimate superstar, a symbol of spirit and hope carefully crafted by the U.S. government. Before the restaurant opened for dinner service that evening, Peter made a special effort to give the whole place a thorough emergency cleaning. The first person to walk in, however, wasn't Steve Rogers. It was Kingpin, who hadn't visited in quite some time, accompanied by Vanessa. After exchanging polite greetings with Lee Jie, Kingpin led Vanessa to the most romantic spot in the restaurant and settled in. The third guest to arrive still wasn't Captain America, but Sabretooth, who hadn't shown up the previous night. As Sabretooth entered, he instinctively surveyed every corner of the restaurant. When he spotted Kingpin and Vanessa, he hesitated briefly, then strode over. Mr. Fisk, forgive me for disturbing your meal. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Victor Creed. If you ever need a problem solved, you can come to me. After saying this, he even asked Peter Parker for some paper and a pen, scribbled down a phone number, and handed it to Kingpin. Kingpin hated being disturbed while eating, but Sabretooth was an exception. He knew exactly who Sabretooth was. With Bullseye dead and Elektra missing, he didn't need someone to handle certain special matters. Victor, I'll remember your name. If anything comes up, I think I'll reach out to you. Kingpin tucked the phone number into his pocket. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. Sabretooth shrank back and withdrew, moving away respectfully. Even someone as legendary as he was, when it came to securing a decent job, would humble himself before Kingpin. After ordering a standard set meal, Sabretooth picked a spot in the corner and sat down. The fourth person to enter the Chinese restaurant was Wolverine. Logan had staked out the place all day and night yesterday, hoping to run into Sabretooth, but came up empty-handed. He'd left disappointed. He hadn't shown up during the day today, instead picking up some work at a construction site to earn a bit of pocket cash. Even after 3 hot dogs, he still longed for the flavors of this place, so he brought his last $100 and came back to the restaurant. He never expected to bump into Sabretooth here by chance. What a pleasant surprise. Peter, 1 bowl of noodles with fried bean sauce, and if it's not too much trouble, a glass of water. Logan handed his spare change to Peter Parker before heading straight over to Sabretooth and taking a seat across from him. Sabretooth grinned and said, Logan, to be honest, I really miss the days when you and I fought side by side. How long has it been since we sat down like this, just sharing a meal in peace? At least here in the Chinese restaurant, we can sit like we used to, eating and chatting together. Liya, what a subtle way to flatter. Wolverine clenched his right fist, popped his metal claws, and waved them in the air as he said, Victor, you'd better enjoy this peaceful moment while it lasts. Because the moment we walk out that door, I'm going to slice your throat. Logan, you're just the same as ever. No sense of humor at all. Sabretooth chuckled and bent over his food. He knew that, at least inside the restaurant, he was safe. He didn't have to worry about the Wolverine sitting across from him. Moments later, Wolverine's food was brought to the table. Along with his noodles, there was golden fried rice, a bowl of soup, and some osmanthus cake. Peter, was there a mix-up? I only ordered the noodles. Wolverine frowned as he spoke. Peter Parker pointed over his shoulder at Black Widow. The rest is on Natasha. She's treating you. When Black Widow noticed Wolverine looking her way, she raised a hand in greeting. Wolverine hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked over to Black Widow. Natasha, is there something you want to tell me? The Black Widow replied with an air of mystery. Uncle, why don't you eat first? When you're done, let's head to the bar across the street for a drink. We can talk while we have a drink. No, if you have something to say, I'd rather you tell me now. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat in peace, Wolverine said firmly. Uncle, Please come with me, said the Black Widow, leading Wolverine to the entrance of the restroom, a spot shielded from the eyes of everyone in the Chinese restaurant. Uncle, Director Nick asked me to talk to you. He hopes you'll consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Wolverine frowned and replied, Natasha, you know I'm tired of that kind of life. I know. You become a substitute teacher at Xavier School and started living a semi-reclusive life. But, Uncle, working for S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't conflict with what you're doing now. In fact, a lot of the time, SHIELD's work aligns with the X-Men's. Besides, the pay and benefits at S.H.I.E.L.D. are really attractive. If you join, at least you won't have to keep living like this, always counting every penny, she said all in one breath. Wolverine's frown deepened. The last thing she said clearly hit a sore spot. His nature meant he'd never stoop to robbery like Sabretooth. The job at the academy was practically charity work with barely any real income. After nearly 2 centuries of life, it was almost laughable that he was still struggling to get by. If only he'd invested in some land 100 years ago, or even just saved the things he'd used back then, life would be a lot easier now. Natasha, give me some time to think about it, Wolverine said, his tone softening. Uncle, no matter what you decide, or if you ever run into trouble, you can always find me here, Black Widow said with a smile. Wolverine nodded, turned, and walked back into the dining room, only to find Sabretooth reaching his spoon into Logan's plate. In a flash, Wolverine lunged at him. With a swift motion, Wolverine sliced Sabretooth's spoon in half. Caught red-handed, Sabretooth showed no shame at all. Instead, he grinned and said, Logan, don't be so stingy. I was just trying to help you out. Victor, if you put your spoon in my plate again, I swear I'll make sure you suffer before I slit your throat. Wolverine growled through gritted teeth. Such a miser, Sabretooth said deliberately, pulling out a $100 bill and waving it in front of Wolverine in mockery. Fine, I'll buy it from you. What, not enough? I'll add another 100. Just give me half your golden fried rice. $300, how about that? Wolverine was panting heavily, the humiliation from Sabretooth clearly helping him make up his mind. Just as Black Widow had said, if he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., at least he wouldn't have to keep living this hand-to-mouth existence. Peter, could you help me switch seats? Wolverine said. Peter Parker had only taken 2 steps toward Wolverine when the bell above the restaurant door jingled. Turning his head and seeing it was Captain America, Peter rushed over in excitement. Captain, hello. First of all, welcome to the Chinese restaurant. Second, my name is Peter Parker, and I'm a waiter here. If you need anything at all, just let me know. Actually, would it be okay if I got a photo with you? Peter Parker was so excited he was almost stumbling over his words. Only after he finally managed to get everything out did he breathe a sigh of relief. Steve, Black Widow, walked over and hugged Captain America in front of everyone, then smiled and said, Peter is your biggest fan. You should take a photo with him. And while you're at it, could you sign something for me? To be honest, Peter Parker wasn't really Captain America's #1 fan. A big part of why he wanted a photo and an autograph had to do with his aunt. Captain America smiled calmly. Peter, where's your phone? Oh, right here. Peter Parker hurried to pull out his phone. Captain America took Peter's phone and snapped a quick selfie with him, then had Black Widow take a picture of the 2 of them together. As for the autograph, Peter Parker had Captain America sign his t-shirt. On it, he wrote, Wishing May health and happiness. Underneath, Captain America signed his name. Once they finished ordering, Captain America glanced at Kingpin but made no comment, then turned and walked over to Wolverine and Sabretooth. Gentlemen, may I join you? Steve asked. Sabretooth snorted dismissively. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Given the ages of Sabretooth and Wolverine, Captain America really was quite young, not someone they felt belonged at their table. Especially since, back in World War II, Sabretooth and Wolverine were just grunts, while Steve was already a superstar idol. That memory still stung. I just didn't expect to run into you both here, that's all. Captain America pulled out a chair and sat down without waiting for an invitation. Then he turned to Sabretooth and said, Director Nick has already agreed to let you join S.H.I.E.L.D. Sabretooth chuckled, casting a provocative glance at Wolverine. Wolverine immediately slammed his fist on the table and said to Captain America, If Victor joins S.H.I.E.L.D., then I'm out. Captain America looked utterly baffled, completely unaware that Black Widow was already close to persuading Wolverine to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Sabretooth, on the other hand, grinned and said cheerfully, Do me a favor and tell Nick that I'm ready to start any time. Wolverine turned to leave, taking only the bowl of noodles with meat sauce he'd ordered. Logan, you could still reconsider. If you join S.H.I.E.L.D. too, maybe we could fight side by side again, just like old times. Sabretooth deliberately taunted him. Wolverine acted as though he hadn't heard a thing, settling into the seat closest to the door. Steve, did you really have to bring this up now? Black Widow muttered in annoyance, then picked up the golden fried rice, soup of the day, and sweet-scented osmanthus cake, and brought them to Wolverine. "Uncle, this is from me. Personally, not from S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter whether you join or not, you're still my uncle." Wolverine, unable to resist the lure of the restaurant's food, hesitated before saying, "Natasha, just set them down. If you need anything, just call me Uncle." Black Widow let out a subtle sigh of relief. Just then, the restaurant door swung open again, and a man in a sorcerer's robe stepped inside. His unusual attire instantly drew everyone's attention. Li Jie thought to himself, "Business is really booming tonight. Welcome. What would you like to eat?" Black Widow stepped forward. The man swept an expressionless glance around the restaurant, then headed straight toward Li Jie. "You're the owner here?" Li Jie lit a cigarette and replied, "Baron Mordo, whether you're here to eat or for something else, please have a seat first." "You know who I am?" Baron Mordo asked in surprise. "Yes, milord. No need to overthink it. This is our first time meeting. Still, I probably know more about you than you'd expect." Baron Mordo shook his head, unable to hide his shock. "Peter, pour our guest a glass of water." "Jens Trusted. I've been here who knows how many times, and I've never even qualified for a glass of plain water. This place sure knows how to play favorites." Sabretooth grumbled. Li Jie shot back immediately. "Nobody invited you. If you got a problem with it, you don't have to come." Sabretooth could only shrug helplessly and bury his head in his food, muttering under his breath, "If it weren't for this incredible food and its special effects, I wouldn't come here even if you begged me. It's too noisy here. Let's talk somewhere else." Baron Mordo said, casting a spell that whisked Li Jie into the mirror dimension. Black Widow and Peter Parker were already used to Li Jie's sudden disappearances, not to mention that Baron Mordo was dressed like a sorcerer. However, the sudden disappearance of Li Jie and Baron Mordo still caused a brief stir. "Kingpin, did you see that? Jack and that strangely dressed man just vanished into thin air." Vanessa spoke with a hint of nervousness. As a mob boss, Kingpin didn't have any superpowers, but he was well-versed in the ways of the world. He knew that Baron Mordo was a sorcerer, so he offered reassurance. "Vanessa, there's no need to worry. What you just saw was most likely magic." Vanessa frowned. Kingpin added, "Or if you prefer, you could think of it as stage magic." Vanessa certainly knew the difference between magicians and sorcerers. She'd even heard stories about sorcerers who moonlighted as stage magicians for money. But what she just witnessed unsettled her. Kingpin cleared his throat and said, "Vanessa, I should have planned better today and booked out this place in advance. If you're uncomfortable, we can leave right now. Of course, it's just a shame to waste all this delicious food." Vanessa sighed, then looked up at Peter Parker and asked, "Could you help us pack this up to go?" Meanwhile, veterans like Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Captain America, who'd seen their share of strange things, were surprised but didn't overreact. Instead, they simply became more alert. Inside the mirror dimension, watching the different reactions of the people in the real world, Li Jie shook his head and sighed. "Baron Mordo, you shouldn't have pulled me into the mirror dimension without so much as a warning. And you really shouldn't be casting spells so casually inside my restaurant. Don't the sorcerers of Kamartaj have any rules at all?" "Sorry, it was an emergency. I had no other choice." Baron Mordo's face betrayed little genuine remorse. Still, the rules for sorcerers were actually quite strict. Someone like Baron Mordo should never use magic so freely in front of ordinary people. "All right then, why don't you just tell me what brings you here?" Li Jie flicked the ash from his cigarette, his calm demeanor making Baron Mordo a bit wary. In truth, Baron Mordo had been very curious about Li Jie even before coming to the restaurant. Pulling Li Jie into the mirror dimension just now had been a test. Now, Baron Mordo was certain Li Jie was no ordinary man. "The Ancient One asked me to deliver a message. Kaecilius has betrayed Kamartaj, and when he left, he took some dark magic with him." Baron Mordo spoke, his eyes fixed intently on Li Jie, as if trying to see straight into his soul. "Baron Mordo, let me warn you, don't even think about using mind magic on me, or trying any kind of soul attack." Li Jie's tone was a clear warning. Baron Mordo's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke in a low voice. "It seems you understand me even better than I expected." A smile curled at the corner of Li Jie's lips. Baron Mordo was a formidable sorcerer. Being a fellow disciple of Doctor Strange under the same master, their magical skills were nearly identical. Due to his proficiency and personal inclinations, Baron Mordo was particularly adept at spells involving hypnosis and the soul. In the film, Baron Mordo even substituted for the Ancient One in teaching Doctor Strange, imparting mystical knowledge to him. Later on, Mordo went so far as to replace Doctor Strange, becoming the new Sorcerer Supreme. But in the comics, Baron Mordo was an extremely evil magician, known as one of Doctor Strange's greatest enemies. Now back to Kaecilius. In the movie, Kaecilius was portrayed as a powerful antagonist who followed Dormammu. Yet in the comics, Kaecilius was nothing more than a minor character under Bearmordo's command. If we treat the comics and movies as two separate universes within the multiverse, then the question remains, is the Bearmordo before us good or evil? Ligie's heightened senses picked up a faint trace of wickedness emanating from Bearmordo. A cunning fox, hiding his true nature behind a flawless disguise. Baron Mordo continued, "The Ancient One believes Kaecilius might come for you, so she sent me to assist you." Ligie flicked his cigarette but to the ground. "Then please do me a favor and tell the Ancient One that I have no intention of getting involved in the conflict among Camartage sorcerers, at least not for now. There's no need for her to worry so much. If Kaecilius really shows up here, I'll take care of him myself. Oh, and if the Ancient One wants him alive, I can always hand him over to Camartage." Baron Mordo scoffed coldly and said, "Jack, saying something like that only reveals how little you understand. You have no idea how powerful Kaecilius and the dark magic he stole truly are. Anyway, I don't wish to discuss this any further today. You're already disrupting business at the Chinese restaurant." As Ligie spoke, he cast a spell, pulling both himself and Baron Mordo out of the mirror dimension. Baron Mordo was startled, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Jack, you're indeed stronger than I imagined. Very well, I'll relay your message to the Ancient One. Have you eaten?" Baron Mordo paused, momentarily thinking Ligie was about to invite him for a meal, but Ligie continued, "If you haven't eaten yet, I suggest you try some of the dishes here before you leave. Otherwise, your trip here would be for nothing." Baron Mordo, did he mean I have to pay? "Sir, your water." Peter Parker brought over a glass of plain water. Baron Mordo glanced at the menu on the wall, not sulking for even a second. "I'll have one of everything on a menu, please." "Certainly, sir. The total comes to $350. Peter Parker announced. "It's the house rule. Payment is due before the meal." Ligie reminded him. "What, are you worried I'll dine and dash?" Baron Mordo responded as if he'd been insulted, reaching into his pocket and handing Peter Parker $400. "Keep the change," he said. "A $50 tip." Peter Parker was a little surprised. Who would have thought that someone who looked as ascetic as Baron Mordo would be so generous? In truth, magicians are a bit like mystics. They may look humble on the outside, but they have countless ways to make money and can easily acquire great wealth from the wealthy. "Very well, sir. Please wait just a moment," Peter Parker said, clearly pleased by the generous tip. Ligie headed to the kitchen and prepared 2 sets of the 4-course meal, one for Baron Mordo and the other for Captain America. "Congratulations, host, you've gained Captain America's approval." "Congratulations, host, you've gained Baron Mordo's approval." Just as he expected, Ligie only received approval points from Captain America and Baron Mordo, no new skills. Captain America needed no explanation, and as for Baron Mordo, Ligie had already unlocked all of the Ancient One's skills, and they were in the process of being activated. Since Baron Mordo was the Ancient One's disciple, all his abilities had come from her. Therefore, any magic Baron Mordo knew, Ligie already had access to. It just depended on whether it had been unlocked yet. Kingpin and Vanessa had already left, so now only Captain America, Sabretooth, Wolverine, and Baron Mordo remained in the Chinese restaurant. Baron Mordo ate quickly. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth with his hand and stood up, addressing Ligie. "Jack, it was your decision to refuse my help. If you run into trouble, I hope you won't blame me for leaving now. Frankly, keeping you here would be even more dangerous." Ligie thought to himself, then said aloud, "Baron Mordo, you're always welcome here. Perhaps next time you visit, we'll have something new on the menu. The food here is truly excellent." Baron Mordo praised the restaurant's offerings. Seeing that Ligie had no intention of persuading him to stay, he quietly left. After Baron Mordo's departure, Wolverine also stood up and exited the restaurant, lighting a cigar as he waited outside for Sabretooth. Sabretooth chuckled to himself. His wounds from earlier had fully healed, and with his self-healing abilities now completely activated, he no longer feared Wolverine. "So, am I officially with S.H.I.E.L.D. now?" Sabretooth suddenly turned to ask Captain America. "In theory, yes." Captain America replied. "You just need to go through a few more formalities." "So, does this mean we're on the same team now?" Sabretooth pressed for clarification. Captain America hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. "So if I get attacked, you'll step in to help me, right?" Captain America wasn't slow to catch on. He immediately understood what Sabretooth was getting at and turned his gaze toward Wolverine, who was standing outside the restaurant. "Victor, the feud between you and Logan is a personal matter. Besides, you haven't filled out any paperwork yet. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't get involved in your business with Logan." Black Widow appeared just in time to rescue Captain America from the awkward situation. "Boring." Sabretooth popped a toothpick into his mouth, got up, and strode out of the Chinese restaurant. This time, he wasn't running away. He meant to settle things with Wolverine, face to face. Captain America looked up at Black Widow and quietly asked, "Did I make a mistake today?" "Steve, none of this is your fault." Black Widow reassured him gently. Captain America watched as Sabretooth and Wolverine clashed outside, fists and claws flying, then said, "Maybe I should stop them. After all, Nick wants both of them to join S.H.I.E.L.D." Black Widow let out a dismissive snort. Nick's going to be disappointed this time. Between Sabretooth and Wolverine, only one will ever join S.H.I.E.L.D. She paused, then placed a reassuring hand on Captain America's shoulder and said, "Steve, don't get involved. Just sit here and eat your meal. If Nick asks later, I'll explain everything for you." Captain America thought it over and decided to follow Black Widow's advice. Meanwhile, because Li Jian knew that Kaecilius was coming after him, he fully activated his super senses, wanting to confirm whether Kaecilius was nearby. At the Queen's police station, Dr. Octopus and Whiplash were being held in temporary custody. Whiplash's equipment had been completely confiscated, but as for Dr. Octopus, his mechanical arms were fused to his body, leaving the police with no way to remove them. To prevent any trouble from Dr. Octopus, the police had administered a heavy dose of tranquilizers, rendering him completely immobile. Whiplash made small talk with Dr. Octopus, hoping to persuade him to work for Justin Hammer. Dr. Octopus, growing irritated, let out a cold snort and retorted with disdain, "Sure, I'll work for that bastard Hammer, if he gets me out of here first." Whiplash replied with perfect confidence, "Mr. Hammer already knows we're locked up here. He'll figure something out." "Oh really? What's he gonna do? Hire a lawyer? Post bail?" Dr. Octopus sneered. For Justin Hammer, who had no superpowers to speak of, the power of money really was his only option. Hiring a lawyer and posting bail could indeed have gotten Dr. Octopus and Whiplash temporarily released by the police. However, this time, Justin Hammer had no intention of calling a lawyer. A dull thud echoed through the hall. Whiplash turned his head to see the officer guarding them collapsing onto the floor. Right then, a strikingly attractive female officer appeared. She reached down, picked up the keys, unlocked the cell door, and addressed Whiplash and Dr. Octopus. "Mr. Hammer sent me to get you out of here." Whiplash glanced over at Dr. Octopus and said, "He's been injected with a heavy dose of sedatives. Getting him out of here won't be easy." A sly smile curved on the officer's lips. Forming a hand seal, she traced a shape in the air with her right hand. Golden light flashed, and a portal shimmered open before them. "A sorcerer?" Whiplash gasped in shock. The sorceress laughed softly. "No time to waste. Carry him and follow me." Without further hesitation, Whiplash hoisted Dr. Octopus onto his back and followed the sorceress through the portal, leaving the prison behind. Justin Hammer, holding a glass of red wine, was introducing himself to Kaecilius over a projection. "Mr. Kaecilius, as you just seen, my factory is fully capable of producing combat armor. The only thing missing now is a proper power source. If you can help me acquire Iron Man's arc reactor technology, I can offer you a formidable force of armored soldiers. I admit, you sorcerers are incredibly powerful, but if you had a powerful armored army at your command, it would empower you even further." Kaecilius drained his glass of wine in a single gulp. "A sorcerer with cutting-edge technology. Mr. Hammer, you certainly have a vivid imagination." He paused, then sneered coldly. "With your armored army, I could easily take Kamar Taj for myself." "Mr. Kaecilius, provided we first solve the arc reactor problem," Justin Hammer reminded him. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. But before that, let me send you a small gift." As Kaecilius spoke, he clapped his hands. Golden light flickered, and another portal appeared in the air. From the other side, a male sorcerer emerged, bringing Norman Osborn with him. Justin Hammer blurted out, then broke into a grin. "Osborn, it's been a long time." Peter Parker, dragging his weary body, stepped into the Chinese restaurant and greeted Li Jia and Black Widow. "Peter, you're in luck today. I've made spicy beef soup and fried dough sticks." Li Jia's voice called out from the kitchen. After closing up the restaurant last night, Li Jia had made a special trip to a 24-hour convenience store to buy ingredients. He'd been craving spicy beef soup and fried dough sticks for a long time. Black Widow leaned in close to Peter Parker's ear and whispered, "Peter, do you know what spicy beef soup is?" Peter Parker shook his head. Black Widow continued, "It's one of Jack's culinary experiments, something straight out of the dark side of the kitchen. It looks murky and sticky, just completely unappetizing. I honestly can't imagine how anyone could enjoy eating that stuff. I swear, even if someone held a gun to my head, I'd never take a single bite. And then there's a fried dough stick, basically a deep-fried baguette. It's so greasy, not healthy at all." After hearing this, Peter Parker lost interest in both the soup and the dough stick. He said, Sorry, Natasha, I forgot to get you a sandwich. If you need one, I can go buy it now. Peter, forget about the sandwich for now. You should be worrying about how you're going to get past Jack later. If you refuse to eat the spicy soup and dough stick, he's definitely going to be upset. Peter Parker. Ligia overheard Black Widow and Peter Parker's conversation and smiled to himself. The more you despise the spicy soup and fried dough stick now, the more you'll love them in a moment. Ligia rang the service bell with a loud smack. Peter, come get your food. Peter Parker walked over to the counter and glanced at the tray with the spicy soup and dough stick. It didn't look nearly as dreadful as Black Widow had made it sound. Let's start with the spicy soup. It wasn't black. It had a reddish tint, with generous slices of beef floating on top, making it look quite tempting. As for the dough stick, it did resemble a baguette somewhat, but its golden, crispy exterior was actually very appealing. Boss, so this is spicy beef soup and fried dough stick, Peter remarked. Fresh out of the fryer, paired with a bowl of hot spicy soup. Perfection, Li Jie replied with a grin. It suddenly occurred to Li Jie that, for many people, soy milk and fried dough sticks are the classic combination. But in his heart, spicy beef soup and fried dough sticks were the true kings of street food. Black Widow frowned as she looked at the soup and dough stick, silently wondering to herself, can anyone really eat this stuff? Eat the spicy soup and dough sticks while they're hot, Li Jie urged. Don't waste time. With that, he grabbed a dough stick and took a bite. The crispiness was delightful, and a sip of the spicy soup let the flavors mingle perfectly in his mouth. As he swallowed, even his stomach seemed to sigh in comfort. Black Widow clutched her jaw and protested. Jack, my tooth hurts. I don't have any appetite. You guys go ahead. I think I'll need to see a doctor later. Natasha, you're going to miss out on something special, Li Jie chuckled. Peter Parker, on the other hand, wasn't picky. He trusted Li Jie's cooking. Imitating Li Jie, he picked up a dough stick and took a bite. Boss, this Chinese-style baguette is amazing. Peter exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Congratulations, host. You've just earned Spider-Man's approval. A message popped up on the system panel. Li Jie felt a surge of delight. So it turns out that even food not provided by the system can win over diners. What a wonderful surprise. What Chinese baguette? This is called youtiao. A baguette doesn't even come close in comparison. Here, repeat after me, youtiao. Li Jie corrected him, determined to set the record straight for youtiao. Youtiao. Peter Parker repeated the word with a clumsy accent. Not bad. Go ahead, try it. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. Boss, this spicy soup is truly amazing. Peter Parker took a sip of the soup, gave a hearty thumbs up, then stuck out his tongue a little, and said, It's a bit spicy, but the more I drink, the more I want. There's a reason why spicy is in the name. If it wasn't spicy, how could it be called spicy soup? To accommodate Black Widow and Peter Parker's taste buds, Li Jie had already toned it down to just mildly spicy. Peter, you should try eating it like this. As he spoke, Li Jie dipped one end of the youtiao into the spicy soup, then quickly brought it to his mouth. This way, the youtiao keeps its crispy texture, though if you leave it in too long, it'll get soggy and lose its charm. Like this. Peter Parker mimicked Li Jie's motions and immediately gave another thumbs up. Delicious. This is just fantastic. Black Widow furrowed her brow ever so slightly. Watching Li Jie and Peter Parker eat with such gusto made her mouth water too. Especially when the two of them started on their second bowl of spicy soup. Black Widow cleared her throat and said, Actually, it's not like I can't give it a try, you know. With that, she dove right in, picking up a youtiao and taking a hearty bite. It really was tasty. Following Li Jie's example, she took a sip of the spicy soup, musing to herself. Who would have thought? Spicy soup doesn't look like much, but the flavor's actually pretty good. Hey, that last youtiao's mine. When Black Widow saw there was only one youtiao left on the tray, she quickly pulled the whole plate toward herself. Natasha, didn't you say your teeth hurt and you couldn't eat? Peter Parker asked. Black Widow shot him a glare, as if to say he'd picked the worst possible topic. Did I say that? You must have misheard me. I just saw my dentist yesterday, and he said my teeth are in perfect shape. Peter Parker. All right, maybe I did mishear. There's no use arguing with a woman, especially when the woman across from you is Black Widow. Boss, are this spicy soup and youtiao new items at your restaurant? Peter Parker asked. Black Widow also lifted her eyes to look at Li Jie, thinking that if the shop introduced new dishes, she'd have more chances to try them. Li spoke de tisiveri. For hula tang and youtiao, you'd have to buy all the ingredients yourself. Not only would it waste time, but it'd cost money too. How could that compare to using the free ingredients provided by the system? That's so much more satisfying. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Jie lit a cigarette. Peter, you seemed a little down when you came in today. Did something happen? Didn't you see the news? Peter Parker shot back, then continued. Last night, Norman Osborn broke out of prison. Whiplash and Dr. Octopus vanished mysteriously from their holding cells, too. The police have already issued a wanted notice for all of them. Li Jie had already learned about this last night, and he also knew it was a sorcerer who helped the three escape. Peter, what does this have to do with you? Black Widow asked. Of course it has something to do with me. I am Spider-Man. But that's not something he could say out loud. Peter Parker cleared his throat. Mr. Osborn is my good friend's father. Now that he's escaped, I'm just a bit worried about my friend, that's all. Peter, don't dwell on it. Go tidy things up and get ready to open up for business, Li Jie instructed. Yes, boss. After 2 bowls of hula tang, Peter Parker was in much better spirits. The bell above the restaurant door jingled, announcing the first customer of the day. In walked a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back into a small ponytail, giving him an air of confidence. Behind him followed a man and a woman, both looking like high-level professionals working in Manhattan. Though the three had changed their clothes, Li Jie immediately recognized the man with the ponytail as Kaiselius, who had just defected from Kamartage. The 2 behind him were his loyal followers. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Peter Parker went over to greet them. He didn't know these 3, but his spider sense told him they were extremely dangerous. So, he made sure to keep a safe distance. Kaiselius' gaze swept past Peter Parker and landed on Li Jie. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile. Bring us all the delicacies your restaurant has to offer. The female sorcerer stepped forward and said. Taking advantage of the moment, Kaiselius brushed past Peter Parker and walked straight up to Li Jie, asking, Are you the owner of this Chinese restaurant? With a friendly smile, Li Jie replied, That's right, I'm Jack, the owner. If you're hoping for a photo or an autograph, I'm afraid our Chinese restaurant doesn't offer those services. Kaiselius raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking to himself, a photo or an autograph. Where does this guy get his confidence? Jack, remember my name? I'm Cassius. Cassius lifted his chin slightly, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. And then, Cassius. One day, I will become the greatest sorcerer this world has ever known. All will kneel before me in awe and worship. No matter what your relationship is with the Ancient One, you cannot escape this fate. I've heard the food here is delicious. I'd like to try some, Cassius said, barely managing to keep his temper in check. Oh, then take a seat. Once you've paid, your food will be out in no time, Li Jie replied, sounding utterly nonchalant. Cassius arched an eyebrow in disbelief. Hey, do you know who I am? I am Cassius. Isn't this attitude a little too disrespectful? Cassius turned to see the female sorcerer had already paid, so he found a seat with a good view and settled in. The bell above the restaurant door chimed again as Justin Hammer strode in with the swagger of someone who knew no kin, whistling a Johnny tune. Hey, everyone! No sooner had he stepped inside than Justin Hammer raised his right hand in greeting, as if he were some superior dropping in for an inspection. When nobody paid him any mind, Justin Hammer simply fished out a fat wad of cash, plucked out a $100 bill, and waved it in the air. Peter, this is your tip. Peter Parker gave a snore of disdain. Do I really look like the kind of guy who jumps at the sight of money? Then again, only a fool would turn down cash handed right to him. Mr. Hammer, it's my pleasure to serve you, Peter Parker said as he slipped the 100 into his pocket. Justin Hammer let a smug grin curl at his lips. He relished the thrill of wielding his money power. Drawing out another crisp bill, he handed it over. Find me the safest spot in the place. Peter Parker pocketed the money and replied with a smile. Every seat in this Chinese restaurant is safe. Justin Hammer produced yet another 100. Then find me a spot where I won't be disturbed, but where I can see the whole restaurant and what's happening outside. Right this way. With the cash securely in hand, Peter Parker led Justin Hammer to a table near the restroom. It ticked all of Justin Hammer's boxes. Luckily, there was no unpleasant smell. Still, Justin Hammer wrinkled his brow, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Peter, do you know why I chose to eat here today? Justin Hammer asked after sitting down. Peter Parker answered. My guess is it must be the delicious food. Justin Hammer smoothed his clothes on purpose and cleared his throat. Of course, that's one reason. The real reason I chose to come here for a meal today is that I worry I might never get the chance to taste this delicious food again after today. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you feeling unwell? Peter Parker put on a concerned look as he asked. My health is perfectly fine. You fool, what I mean is that there's a chance the Chinese restaurant could be wiped off the face of the earth, get it? All right, enough with these boring words. Just bring me the 4 delicacies set. Justin Hammer spoke between breaths, feeling that talking to Peter Parker was truly exhausting. One moment, please. Peter Parker, pretending to be clueless on purpose, pocketed another tip from Justin Hammer. Just as he turned around, he caught sight of a figure dropping from the sky. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony Stark strode into the restaurant clad in his suit of armor. The moment he entered, he opened his helmet and called out to Li Jie. Jack, looks like I made it in time. Tony, is something wrong? Tony Stark stepped out of his suit, scanning the restaurant's guests as he spoke. I got a tip. Someone plans to destroy this place before noon, so I rushed right over. He paused for a beat, then lowered his voice and asked, Jack, are you in some kind of trouble lately? Tony, you really are a true friend. Lee Jie thought to himself before saying aloud. Tony, as you can see, everything's fine here. Since you're here, just find yourself a seat. Lunch is on me today. Natasha, get Tony a glass of water, please. Tony Stark chose a seat with a clear view of the whole room, his suit standing guard at his side like a bodyguard. Tony, hope you enjoy your meal today. Justin Hammer said with a touch of mockery. Tony Stark snorted coldly. Hammer, I've got my eye on you. If you try anything reckless, I'll personally see to it that you end up behind bars. Tony, should I take that as a threat? Or do I need to call my lawyer right now to have a word with you? Justin Hammer replied, completely unfazed. Whatever you want. Tony Stark cared even less. Suddenly, an explosion sounded outside the restaurant. Cars on the street swerved out of control, crashing into each other, bringing the entire block to a standstill. A chilling, manic laugh echoed as the Green Goblin appeared before everyone, riding his metal glider. Peter Parker muttered to himself, immediately recognizing this Green Goblin as Norman Osborn, not his friend Harry. What is he doing here? Peter Parker looked around in confusion. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he dashed toward the back door of the Chinese restaurant. Tony Stark, who had just taken his seat, stood up and said, Jack, looks like my trip here wasn't in vain after all. Get ready to watch my performance. I'm going to put that guy behind bars. Oh, and here, this is for you. As he spoke, Tony handed a watch to Lee Jie, winking as he added, This is the spider suit you asked for. Just press the button on the watch to activate it. The other suit, the Monkey King one, will take a couple more days. Tony, I really ought to thank you, Lee Jie replied. But as a superhero, if you keep wasting time here with me, you'll miss your chance to make an entrance. Tony glanced back and realized that at some point, Spider-Man had already rushed out and was locked in combat with the Green Goblin. Norman, stop. You promised you'd try to talk to Harry. If you keep this up, you'll just become the worst example for him. Peter Parker called out as he dodged and weaved, trying to reason with Norman Osborn. Spider-Boy, don't you think you're meddling a bit too much? The Osborn family's business doesn't need your interference. Besides, today's your last day on Earth. The Green Goblin sneered, hurling 2 throwing knives at Peter. Peter narrowly avoided the blades, but his spider sense suddenly flared. Danger was coming. Instinctively, he leapt upward and clung to a telephone pole. A mechanical tentacle whipped past beneath him with a sharp whoosh. Peter immediately realized things had taken a turn for the worse. Dealing with the Green Goblin or Dr. Octopus separately was already more than enough. Handling them both at once would be nearly impossible. He quickly shot a web toward the wall of the building across the street, hoping to pull himself up and escape Dr. Octopus's attack. He had just started to swing away when a pumpkin bomb exploded right beside him. Thrown off balance, Peter lost his grip and fell toward the ground. Another metal tentacle lashed out, catching him by the ankle and suspending him upside down in midair. The odds were turning even further against him. Watching this unfold, Tony Stark couldn't help but smile and remark to Lee Jie, Jack, you see, a hero never makes a late entrance. As he spoke, Tony climbed into his armor and soared out the door, heading straight for the chaos outside the restaurant. Lee Jie quickly used his telekinesis to swing open the restaurant doors, letting Tony Stark fly out. Otherwise, the doors would have been destroyed for sure. These guys, every single one of them. What did my doors ever do to deserve this? Everyone wants to smash them to pieces. Lee Jie grumbled inwardly. Peter Parker glanced around in confusion, and when he saw no one was paying attention to him, he dashed toward the back door of the Chinese restaurant. Tony Stark, who had just taken a seat, stood up and declared, Jack, looks like my trip here wasn't in vain after all. Just watch my performance. I'll make sure that guy ends up behind bars. Oh, and here, this is for you. As he spoke, Tony Stark handed Jack a watch, giving him a knowing wink. This is the spider suit you asked for. Just press the switch on the watch and it'll activate. As for the Monkey King suit, you'll have to wait a couple more days. Tony, I ought to thank you for this. But as a superhero, you've wasted so much time chatting with me. You might have missed your grand entrance. Jack reminded him. Tony Stark glanced back, only to discover that Spider-Man had already slipped outside and was locked in combat with the Green Goblin. Norman, stop. You promised me you'd try to talk Harry out of this. All you're doing now is setting a terrible example for him. Peter Parker tried to reason with Norman Osborn even as he dodged the Green Goblin's attacks. Spider-Kid, don't you think you're a little too meddlesome? The Osborn family's business is none of your concern. Besides, tonight is the night you die. The Green Goblin snarled, hurling 2 throwing knives at Peter. Peter narrowly dodged the blades, but his spider sense flared. Danger was close. Instinctively, he sprang upward, clinging to the top of a utility pole. A mechanical tentacle whipped past just beneath his feet with a sudden whoosh. Peter immediately realized he was in trouble. Facing either the Green Goblin or Dr. Octopus alone was challenging enough, but handling both of them at once was nearly impossible. He shot a web across the street, aiming to pull himself up the side of a building to escape Doc Ock's assault. Just as Peter's body swung into the air, a pumpkin bomb exploded nearby. Losing his grip, Peter plummeted toward the ground. Another metal tentacle lashed out, grabbing Peter by the ankle and suspending him upside down in midair. The situation was growing ever more dire for Peter Parker. Tony Stark, seeing the unfolding chaos, couldn't help but grin and remark to Jack, "Jack, see? For a hero, there's no such thing as a late entrance." With that, Tony stepped into his suit of armor and soared out toward the chaos outside the restaurant. Jack hurriedly used his telekinetic powers to swing the restaurant doors open, clearing Tony Stark's launch path. Otherwise, the doors would have been utterly destroyed. These guys, one after another, always the same. What did my poor doors ever do to deserve this? Everyone seems hell-bent on smashing them to pieces. Jack grumbled inwardly. Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, just couldn't resist making a grand entrance. He circled the venue in the air before touching down. Shouldn't we have some applause here to welcome our hero's arrival? Whoosh, whoosh. Without missing a beat, Tony Stark fired off 2 miniature Sidewinder missiles, sending them streaking toward the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. The Green Goblin, standing on his glider, bristling with missile pods and machine guns, immediately launched a missile of his own to intercept Tony's incoming attack. The 2 missiles collided mid-air, bursting apart in a shower of sparks and smoke. Dr. Octopus took a much more direct approach. One of his mechanical tentacles grabbed a Buick from the street and hurled it like a toy. There was a deafening explosion as the Sidewinder missile struck the flying car, blowing it apart. Those 2 missiles from Tony had been nothing more than a flashy opening act. The real battle was only just beginning. Tony Stark soared higher, hoping to use his aerial advantage to strike at Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin from above. Just then, his suit's AI blared a sudden warning. Almost at the same instant, Tony's right leg was ensnared by a metal whip crackling with electricity. He glanced down and saw who it was, Whiplash. Tony had no idea when Whiplash had arrived or how he'd managed to sneak up on him. Unlike before, Whiplash now had his own flying gear, allowing him to take to the skies. His flight device was an imitation of the Green Goblin's Demon Glider, except Whiplash's version was split into 2, one for each foot. Each piece was only about a third the size of the original glider, but the design made him much more agile. With a sharp tug of his whip, Whiplash yanked Tony off balance. Iron Man spiraled down, crashing hard onto the ground. A harsh, cackling laugh echoed through the Chinese restaurant. Justin Hammer, relishing the chaos, remarked, "Looks like these so-called superheroes aren't so special after all. This fight out front is definitely going to make headlines." Indeed, the situation was looking grim for Spider-Man and Iron Man. Kaecilius wore a smug grin as he turned to Jack Lee and said, "Jack, I hear your restaurant has a strict policy about protecting its guests. Now that your guests are in trouble, aren't you going to do something about it?" Jack Lee smiled and replied, "They started fighting outside the restaurant. That's none of my business. Besides, there's no need for me to get involved." Kaecilius could hear the hidden meaning in Jack's words and turned his attention back to the battle outside. Jack's confidence came from Daredevil, Matt Murdock himself. Let's not forget, Daredevil is the vigilante protector of Hell's Kitchen, and Matt's law office is right next door to the restaurant. With 3 supervillains and 2 superheroes brawling on his doorstep, there's no way Daredevil would just sit back and watch. Seizing the moment when no one's attention was on him, Matt slipped away to the restroom, changed into Daredevil, grabbed his nunchaku, and leapt out the window. With his superhuman senses, Matt possessed an advantage in battle that no one else could match. Like a phantom, he infiltrated the battlefield. Dr. Octopus had already seized complete control over Spider-Man, while the Green Goblin tormented Spider-Man alongside Doc Ock, all the while looking for a chance to ambush Iron Man, who was entangled with Whiplash. It's fair to say that both Spider-Man and Iron Man were in dire straits. This situation only changed for the better once Daredevil joined the fight. The moment Matt sprang into action, he smashed the flying device beneath Whiplash's right foot with his nunchaku. This flying device was Whiplash's latest gear, but he was never able to maneuver it as deftly as the Green Goblin. With one of his devices destroyed by Daredevil, Whiplash looked like a rookie on an ice rink, teetering through the air in a clumsy, acrobatic dance atop his remaining board. Iron Man, Tony, seized the opportunity and launched a repulsor blast from his palm, sending Whiplash hurtling into a trash bin by the roadside. Without missing a beat, Iron Man unleashed his full arsenal, firing a barrage of rattlesnake missiles straight at the Green Goblin. For a moment, the Green Goblin was caught off guard, scrambling in a desperate attempt to fend off Tony's relentless assault. No one noticed that when Iron Man Tony left the Chinese restaurant, the watch he handed to Li Jie had quietly flown out with him, hidden behind his suit. Amid the chaos, Li Jie used his telekinetic powers to discreetly hand the watch over to Peter Parker, Spider-Man, and instructed him via telepathy on how to use it. While the Green Goblin was pinned down by Iron Man, Peter Parker finally found his chance to strike back. Once he activated the device on the watch, the nanotech suit flowed over Peter's body like liquid. Clothes make the man, and this nanotech suit was far more impressive than Peter Parker's homemade Spider-Man outfit, especially when the mechanical spider legs sprang out from his back, making him look even more like a mutated giant spider. With the power of these spider legs, Peter Parker quickly broke free from Dr. Octopus's restraints and launched his counterattack. Daredevil faced off against Whiplash, who had just crawled out of the trash bin. Iron Man took on the Green Goblin, and Spider-Man squared off with Dr. Octopus. In this 3-on-3 showdown, the superheroes now clearly held the upper hand. Black Widow, who had been hiding a dagger in her hand and was ready to join the fray, let out a soft, dismissive snort when she saw the tide turn, then turned to Justin Hammer and said, "Looks like justice prevails after all." Justin Hammer's face darkened with frustration. Caecilius, on the other hand, remained relatively calm, only occasionally glancing at Li Jie. Justin Hammer pulled out his phone and sent a text. "Initiate Plan B." A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Above the Chinese restaurant, an armed helicopter suddenly appeared. Hanging upside down from it was none other than Peter Parker's friend, Harry Osborn. At the same time, a voice crackled through the radio in Green Goblin's ear, issuing a grim warning. If he lost this battle, Harry Osborn's life would end here as well. Norman Osborn cursed under his breath. The sight of his son in danger pushed him to desperation. He ignored Iron Man Tony's attack, took the hit head-on, and then hurled Tony aside with brute force. Spider-Man Peter let out a cry, abandoning his struggle with Dr. Octopus. He shot 2 strands of webbing onto the overhead power lines, fashioning a makeshift slingshot to launch himself skyward. But Dr. Octopus was in no mood to let Peter Parker escape. With a whip of his mechanical arm, he snapped the power line. Peter's launch failed, and he crashed hard to the ground. The tide of battle shifted quietly once more. Inside the Chinese restaurant, Justin Hammer let out another grating laugh. "I, too, wish justice would always prevail," he sneered. "Unfortunately, from where I'm sitting, it looks like justice is about to lose." Black Widow's eyes narrowed. For a moment, she was tempted to silence Justin Hammer for good with a knife in her hand. Everyone knew Hammer was the mastermind behind all this, but there wasn't a shred of evidence to prove it. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow couldn't move against Hammer in this situation. Besides, this was a public restaurant. She snuck a glance at Li Jie, only to find him as calm as ever. A cigarette hung from his lips as he cradled the flirkin in his arms, gently stroking it. Black Widow's brow creased ever so slightly. She thought to herself, "Seriously, is now really the time to be petting a flirkin?" The creature yawned lazily in Li Jie's embrace, utterly uninterested in the chaos unfolding before it. Frankly, it would rather chase a stray cat to pass the time. After being blasted away by Iron Man's repulsor, Green Goblin seized the moment to leap out of the fray. He landed on his glider and streaked toward the armed helicopter. With a thunderous explosion, Green Goblin hurled a pumpkin bomb into the helicopter's cabin, blowing it apart. Then, reaching out, he caught the falling Harry Osborn in midair. Harry cried out in shock and relief. Norman Osborn set his son down safely on a rooftop, pulled off his mask, and spoke. "Harry, I suddenly realized Peter was right. You shouldn't follow in my footsteps. You need to listen to your own heart and walk your own path, the right path for you." "Norman, surrender," Iron Man Tony called out, catching up to them. "Harry, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself," Norman Osborn said, placing a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. "Dad, what are you doing?" Harry Osborn cried out, his voice trembling with emotion. But Norman Osborn only curled his lips into a sly smile, slipped the Green Goblin mask back over his face, and stood to confront Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony was ready for a fight, but to his surprise, the Green Goblin suddenly leapt from the upper floor, landing on his glider and soaring straight toward Spider-Man, Peter Parker. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the hidden cannons within the demonic glider, but instead of targeting Spider-Man, the hail of bullets was unleashed upon Dr. Octopus. Justin Hammer never should have tried to threaten the Green Goblin by using Harry Osborn. That foolish move made the Goblin turn on him in an instant. After all, the Green Goblin was never meant to be anyone's lackey, In many schemes, he was the mastermind, often pulling strings above even Justin Hammer. This time, the Goblins' agreement to team up with Hammer and the others for destruction was more an act of reluctant necessity than anything else. Dr. Octopus grabbed a nearby car and used it as a shield, the bullets thudding harmlessly against it. Though he escaped injury in the attack, the Goblin's sudden betrayal completely shifted the balance once again. Black Widow glanced back at Justin Hammer and shot him a sly smile. Looks like you were right. In the end, victory always belongs to the side of justice. Justin Hammer clenched his fists in frustration, his eyes flashing with the desire to devour the green goblin whole. He quickly turned his gaze to Caecilius. If Caecilius didn't make a move now, their chances of turning the tables would vanish completely. Caecilius hesitated briefly, but finally gave the signal for his two followers to join the fight. Seeing the sorcerers spring into action, Justin Hammer let out a sigh of relief. With a taunting tone, he said to Black Widow, "This isn't the grand finale yet. Don't be so quick to make up your mind." The sorcerer's arrival was sure to shake up the outcome of the battle. What's more, their true target was Iron Man, Tony Stark. They were after the arc reactor embedded in his chest. No sooner had the two sorcerers stepped out of the Chinese restaurant than they summoned their flying spells, soaring up to the rooftop and encircling Tony Stark for both sides. It wasn't until magic attacks rained down on him that Tony realized the pair before him were actually sorcerers. This was his first time facing magic in combat. Tony had no experience at all. Every shot he fired was either blocked by shimmering magical shields or swallowed by portals that made his own attacks reappear behind his back. Caught off guard and bewildered, Tony struggled to keep up. The sudden entrance of the two sorcerers tipped the scales once again. If they could take down Iron Man, Tony Stark, the battle would surely swing right back in their favor. Witnessing this, Justin Hammer even let out a low whistle and impatiently called for the food to be served sooner. In Li Jie's eyes, Justin Hammer wasn't even worth calling a clown, so he couldn't be bothered with him. He strode straight up to Caecilius, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said, "Hey, I'm only responsible for the safety of guests inside the Chinese restaurant. Once someone steps outside, whatever happens is none of my business." Caecilius scoffed dismissively. "Jack, are you trying to threaten me? I suppose you've already noticed. My two associates are sorcerers. Sorcerers can't be threatened. Besides, there's no one here who can hurt them." Li Jie took another drag on his cigarette, blowing smoke as he replied, "Are sorcerers really that impressive?" Caecilius' face lit up with pride. "Sorcerers aren't just impressive, they're extraordinary. To put it simply, in this world, only a more powerful sorcerer can kill a sorcerer. And here, no one is capable of that." That's not necessarily true. As Li Jie spoke, his gaze drifted to the rooftop, where Iron Man, Tony, was locked in a fierce struggle with the two sorcerers. Tony Stark was gradually adapting to the way sorcerers fought, but turning the tide was still a tall order. Unless reinforcements arrived, it was only a matter of time before the sorcerers defeated him. "Caecilius, you still have time to call your men back," Li Jie reminded him. "Oh, you're planning to step in?" Caecilius let out a cold laugh, exactly what he was hoping for. Even before teaming up with Justin Hammer, Caecilius had been keeping an eye on Li Jie in the Chinese restaurant. It wasn't exactly a secret that the Ancient One and Doctor Strange had both visited the place. In Caecilius' mind, the Ancient One had left something of great importance inside the restaurant. The thing could decide the future of the magical world. Caecilius believed that if he could get his hands on it, he would become the supreme ruler of the magical realm. But first, he had to defeat Li Jie. So, before making his move, Caecilius wanted to gauge Li Jie's strength. Those two sorcerers were more like scouts, sent to test the waters. Even if Li Jie didn't act now, they would find a way to force his hand. "Caecilius, you've just wasted a golden opportunity. It'll be your fault if they die." With that, Li Jie turned away and walked over to Black Widow, pulled her into a public kiss, and slipped the knife from her hand, whispering in her ear, "I need your promise. Whatever happens outside the restaurant tonight, S.H.I.E.L.D. has to cover it up." "I don't see that being a problem." Black Widow nodded in agreement. S.H.I.E.L.D. was more than capable of handling situations like this. With those words, Li Jie turned, pushed open the restaurant door, and stepped outside. The bell above the door chimed, filling the air with its clear ring. The restaurant door swung open and then closed automatically behind him. Everyone saw Li Jie walk out through the main entrance of the Chinese restaurant, but no one noticed him appear at the door itself. Instead, he materialized directly on the rooftop where Iron Man Tony was waiting. To use a portal for such a short distance would have been a waste of time. Li Jie had employed one of the Ancient One's skills, instant transmission. Upon witnessing this, Caecilius' face darkened. He suddenly realized he had underestimated Li Jie. If the Ancient One had entrusted something powerful enough to alter the fate of the magical world to Li Jie, then Li Jie must indeed be extraordinarily strong. Strong enough, at the very least, to protect such an artifact. The sorcerers reacted swiftly. The male sorcerer immediately freed his hands to confront Li Jie. But, before he could even cast a spell, a sound as soft as rainfall whispered in his ears, and a crimson mist bloomed before his eyes. Instinctively, he clutched his throat. The rain-like sound and the blood mist vanished at once. A look of shock crossed the male sorcerer's face. He was certain he had seen Li Jie standing there motionless. So, when had his throat been cut? Li Jie's instant transmission was so fast that the sorcerer's eyes simply couldn't track it. In the blink of an eye, as the sorcerer turned, Li Jie had already appeared before him, drawn his blade across the man's throat, and returned to his original spot. The sheer speed made it seem as though Li Jie had never moved at all. The male sorcerer collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the female sorcerer raised a defensive shield with one hand to block Iron Man Tony's bullets, while conjuring a wave of magical energy with the other, launching it straight at Li Jie. The golden magic energy was streaked with threads of black impurity. Those black traces were dark magical energy, acquired from the Darkhold, a formidable power of darkness. In her desperation, the female sorcerer tapped into this dark power, which she could not fully control. Her speed and magical strength surged in an instant. Li Jie couldn't evade the attack. The wave of magical energy shot straight through him. A hint of triumph curled at the corners of the female sorcerer's mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at her fallen companion and thought silently, "I've avenged you." Immediately, she turned to face Iron Man Tony, eager to press her advantage and use the dark power to kill him in a single stroke. But Iron Man hovered motionless in the air. This gave the female sorcerer a moment's pause. She tried to summon her magic, only to find it wouldn't answer her call. If you're looking for someone to blame, blame Kaecilius. It was his actions that doomed you all. Li Jie's voice sounded right beside her ear. The female sorcerer turned instinctively, and saw not one, but two Li Jies before her. One figure stood in the place where the wave of magical energy had struck, their form dissolving into nothingness. The other was standing right beside her. Only then did the female sorcerer realize that the one hit by the magical energy was just a remnant afterimage. She looked down and saw a dagger lodged in her chest, blood already soaking half her body in crimson. No wonder she couldn't cast any spells. After swiftly dispatching two sorcerers, Li Jie didn't return to the Chinese restaurant. Instead, he stood atop the rooftop, gazing at Kaecilius from afar. As long as Kaecilius remained inside the restaurant and didn't break its one and only rule, Li Jie couldn't lay a hand on him. Kaecilius hadn't expected his two followers to be killed so easily. Leaving aside Li Jie's teleportation abilities, both sorcerers had died from simple physical attacks. To die in such a way was nothing short of an insult to sorcerers. It was as if Kaecilius had been slapped hard across the face, twice. He pushed his chair back and stood up. From another corner, Justin Hammer immediately called out a warning. "Kaecilius, as long as we're inside the neighborhood restaurant, no one can harm us. But the moment you step outside those doors, you'll lose its protection." Kaecilius shot Justin Hammer a look of contempt. No matter how wealthy Justin Hammer was, in the eyes of a sorcerer, he was still just a mere mortal. Kaecilius had never truly respected Justin Hammer. Their partnership was nothing more than mutual exploitation. "Then you just stay here and behave yourself," Kaecilius sneered, striding toward the entrance of the restaurant. With every step, the darkness within him grew stronger. His suit morphed into a sorcerer's robe before their eyes. Dark circles enveloped Kaecilius' eyes, as if he wore a heavy, smoky makeup, making his entire presence even more formidable. Li Jie, eyes fixed on Kaecilius as he pushed open the restaurant door and stepped outside, said without turning his head, "Tony, go help Spider-Man and the others." Iron Man Tony Stark realized there was little he could do if he stayed, so he replied, "Jack, watch your back." With those words, he flew off toward Peter Parker. Kaecilius paused briefly at the restaurant's entrance, then vanished in a blink, reappearing instantly on the rooftop. It was a clear provocation. "So you can teleport? Well, so can I." Kaecilius locked eyes with Li Jie, while his hands reached toward the bodies of the fallen male and female sorcerers. A surge of darkness began devouring the lingering magic within their bodies, transforming it into even greater dark power for Kaecilius to absorb. Li Jie's eyelids drooped ever so slightly. At this moment, the Ancient One's skills had only unlocked to 28%, but that hardly affected his judgment of Kaecilius. After glimpsing a portion of the Darkhold's power, Kaecilius' strength now nearly rivaled that of Baron Mordo. Right now, Dr. Strange was no match for Kaecilius at all. Hand over what the Ancient One left in the Chinese restaurant, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened, Caecilius said darkly. Leah, what did the Ancient One leave here? Aside from letting me copy her skills, she left absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Ligia had the feeling that the Ancient One's appearance in the restaurant had been a trap all along. That's right, he did get skills from the Ancient One, but she also dragged him into the fray. Caecilius showing up here was living proof. The magic world had already begun to whisper rumors about him. Caecilius, what do you think the Ancient One left in the restaurant? Ligia tried to get a handle on what damaging rumors the magical community had about him. Jack, the Ancient One isn't as divine as you imagine. Kamartai. No, the entire magical world has been deceived by that old man. All this time, the Ancient One claimed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Earth, but in reality, he's been secretly using the Darkhold to prolong his own life. Frankly, the Ancient One is the greatest source of evil in this world. To cover up the truth, he hid the Darkhold in a Chinese restaurant. Caecilius suddenly morphed into a kind of Sherlock Holmes, launching into a dramatic deduction. Ligia, what a massive accusation. It was true. Ligia did know about the Ancient One drawing on the Darkhold's power to extend her life. Among the Ancient One's many skills, there were indeed those related to the Darkhold, though he hadn't unlocked them yet. But to claim the Ancient One stashed the Darkhold in the restaurant, that was sheer slander. Where had such a wild rumor started? Could have been the Ancient One herself? Caecilius, I'm sorry, but I can't hand over the Darkhold, because I don't have it at all, Ligia replied. Caecilius let out a cold laugh. Jack, do you really think a couple of glib words can get rid of me? If you hadn't obtained the Darkhold and gained its formidable power, how could you have killed 2 of my men in a split second? Leah. Caecilius, you really are an idiot. Do you even know what physical attack is? No, clearly you don't. You're just another fool who thinks magic trumps everything. Fine then, today I'll show you how physical force can defeat magic. Defeat magic with physical attacks? Jack, what kind of nonsense are you? Before Caecilius could even finish his sentence, Ligia was already in motion. He didn't use teleportation magic, yet his speed was almost indistinguishable from it. Especially at such close quarters, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Caecilius. A magician's greatest weakness is that no matter what spell they wish to cast, it always takes a moment of preparation. Very few magicians are skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Casting a spell is nowhere near as direct as using your fists. With a sharp crack, Ligia's fist landed squarely on Caecilius's face. Caecilius was sent flying off the rooftop, crashing straight down onto the street below. The impact left a crater in the pavement, and he lay there, motionless. Ligia blinked in surprise. Was it really that easy? It wasn't that Caecilius was weak. It was just that Ligia was overwhelmingly strong. Take strength, for instance. With 800% of a spider's physical capabilities, even though Ligia hadn't used his full power just now, that punch still packed at least 100 tons of force. Could any ordinary person survive a blow like that? A head struck with such force would have burst like a watermelon, leaving nothing but a bloody mist. Caecilius survived only because the power of the Darkhold shielded him. Otherwise, that single punch would have killed him instantly. But if Ligia struck again, even the protection of the Darkhold would be useless. Caecilius's body would be torn apart by the sheer force. Leaping down from a rooftop, Ligia saw a golden light flicker in front of Caecilius, and a portal appeared. When he spotted Baramordo, standing on the other side of the portal, Ligia chuckled to himself. Well, isn't this a bit too convenient? Baramordo stepped through the portal, greeted Ligia, and then glanced at the unconscious Caecilius. With a wave of his hand, he cast a magical restriction. I'm here on the order of the Ancient One, to take Caecilius back to Camartage for trial. I hope you'll allow it. Ligia couldn't help but feel that he'd been set up by the Ancient One. Still, he had gained powerful magical skills from her. He owed her a favor. Baramordo, you can take Caecilius with you. But please pass a message to the Ancient One from me. From now on, we're even. If any magician from Camartage, or any dark sorcerer for that matter, shows up at my restaurant and breaks my rules, I won't be so forgiving. Understood. I'll be sure to relay your words to the Ancient One, Baramordo replied. The 2 dead magicians, along with Caecilius, were taken away by Baramordo. Among all professions in this world, magicians have always remained the most mysterious. Even in death, their bodies must be recovered, lest the secrets of wizardry be exposed. Dr. Octopus and Whiplash, realizing the tide had turned against them, made a quick escape, while the Green Goblin also withdrew, taking his son Harry Osborn with him. Thus, this farcical battle came to an end. When Caecilius regained consciousness, he found himself in a dark underground chamber, with Baramordo standing before him, his face expressionless. Caecilius hurriedly sprang to his feet, dropped to one knee, and said respectfully, I'm sorry. I messed everything up. Baron Mordo replied in a low, gravelly voice. This isn't your fault. No one could have foreseen that Jack would become so powerful, able to defeat you with brute force alone. Baron, please rest assured, I will find a way to kill Jack. Caecilius spoke with conviction. Jack may turn into an obstacle for us, Mordo continued. But the greatest hindrance we face right now is still the Ancient One. We must find a way to eliminate her first, then destroy the three sanctums. Only when Earth is stripped of its protection will Dormammu have a chance to descend upon this world. Caecilius frowned and said, But the Ancient One is the strongest sorcerer in Camartage. We don't stand a chance against her. A faint, cold smirk played at the corners of Mordo's mouth. Caecilius, do you know why I helped you obtain the power of the Darkhold? It allows you to make contact with Dormammu. As long as you become his devoted follower, you can draw upon his immense dark power. Then, not even the Ancient One, no one in this world, will be able to stop you. Do you understand? Understand, Caecilius replied, bowing his head. Baron Mordo tossed a dagger to the ground, tendrils of dark energy swirling around it. Use this to wound me. I need to give the Ancient One and Camartage an explanation. Without hesitation, Caecilius picked up the dagger and, with a swift motion, stabbed it into Baron Mordo's shoulder. The failure of this operation left Justin Hammer deeply uneasy as well. When Iron Man, Tony Stark, pushed open the door and entered the Chinese restaurant, Justin Hammer immediately stood up and said, I just remembered I have an important meeting to attend. If you'll excuse me. Mr. Hammer. Black Widow stepped forward to block his path, her voice low and threatening. You'd better hope I don't find any evidence of your crimes, or I'll personally see to it that you end up behind bars. Trying to appear composed, Justin Hammer straightened his suit and forced a smile. Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't rule the world, you know. If you really have any evidence, you're welcome to bring it to me anytime. He paused for a moment, then turned to Tony Stark and added, And you too, Tony. Listen, sooner or later, I'm going to defeat you and your Stark Industries. Hammer, your food hasn't even arrived yet. Why not stay and eat before you go? Tony Stark, as Iron Man, deliberately changed the subject. Justin Hammer's face immediately darkened. He clenched his teeth, said nothing more, and hurriedly left the Chinese restaurant. Black Widow pulled out her phone and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., asking them to send a team to handle the aftermath. Oh my, what happened here? Peter Parker stepped in through the back door, feigning surprise. I just went to the restroom for a moment, and it looks like the world ended out here. This kid really can put on an act. Tony Stark glanced at the watch on Peter Parker's left wrist, then pretended not to know anything as he returned to his seat. Jack, since 4 guests have already left, could you give me a portion of what they ordered? I'd like to pack something for Pepper. Tony, just hold on a moment. It'll be ready soon. Meanwhile, Peter Parker walked up to Ligia and said, Boss, can we talk for a moment? Ligia nodded and led Peter Parker upstairs to the second floor. Peter looked a little uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Boss, when did you find out? You mean, about you being Spider-Man? Now that the secret was out, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes. When did you realize I'm Spider-Man? I just had a suspicion before, but a couple of days ago on the bridge in Queens, I caught a glimpse of your face. Even though I only saw part of it, I was sure it was you. Ligia told a plausible-sounding lie. Hearing this, Peter Parker let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. I thought I must have slipped up somehow. He paused, took off his watch, and handed it over. Boss, here, I'm returning this. Peter, you should keep it. I specially asked Tony to make it just for you. How do you like it? Boss, this watch is incredible. I mean, the spider suit is just amazing. With it, I feel so much stronger in battle, and, Boss, do you mean Mr. Stark also knows I'm Spider-Man? Ligia replied, I noticed he saw your watch a moment ago. I think he's figured out who you are. Peter Parker frowned and said, Oh man, I suddenly feel like I don't have any secrets left. Peter, you really don't need to carry such a heavy burden. Even if your identity as Spider-Man is exposed, it's not the end of the world. Look at Tony. Everyone knows he's Iron Man, but so what? Ligia tried to reassure him. Peter Parker, looking a bit dejected, said, I'm not like Tony. I can't be as carefree as he is. You and Tony are indeed different. Tony spends every day worrying he'll die from palladium poisoning. Lately, he seemed to have forgotten about that. Ligia muttered to himself, then reached out and patted Peter Parker on the shoulder. When you go downstairs later, remember to thank Tony. He hasn't slept at all these past 2 days just to make this suit for you. I understand, Peter replied. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, and Black Widow stepped out of the Chinese restaurant to meet them. Inside, there wasn't a single customer except for Iron Man, Tony. Taking advantage of the moment, while Ligia was in the kitchen cooking, Peter Parker walked over to Tony Stark and said, Mr. Tony, thank you so much for your help. As he spoke, Peter brushed his fingers lightly over his watch. Tony Stark caught on immediately and smiled. Peter, there's no need to be so formal with me. If you really want to thank someone, go thank Jack. No matter what, I still want to thank you, Peter said gratefully. Having this watch truly made it much easier for Spider-Man to get around. Lee Jia rang the service bell, and Peter hurried over. Peter, this one's for Tony. And could you deliver this to the Nelson and Murdoch law firm for Mr. Murdoch? Did Mr. Murdoch order something? Peter asked, a bit surprised. He still had no idea that Murdoch was Daredevil. It was only because there were 4 extra set meals today that Lee Jia decided to send one to Murdoch to thank him for his help before. Don't worry about it. Just deliver it quickly. Lee instructed. Peter nodded in response. Jack, could you pack mine to go as well? I'd like to take it home and eat with Pepper, Tony Stark said, a bit annoyed by the constant stares from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside. Lee Jia packed up 2 meals for Tony Stark. Tony was just about to leave in his suit when, with a cheerful ring, the restaurant door was pushed open by a Mediterranean-looking man. Mr. Tony, I'm Coulson, a friend of Natasha's. Would you mind taking a photo with me? Coulson asked a bit shyly. He was notorious for using his position to collect photos with superheroes. Tony, for Natasha's sake, agreed to take 2 photos with Coulson. After seeing Iron Man off, Coulson, camera in hand, turned to Lee Jia. Jack, I'd like to order a 4-item combo. By the way, can I take a photo with you? Lee Jia obliged Coulson's small request, then casually asked. The Tesseract is being studied at a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, right? Coulson reacted as if he'd been bitten by a venomous snake. He nearly jumped out of his seat, his face tense with anxiety. I'm sorry, that's highly classified. I really don't know much about it. He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Black Widow, who was walking back, and asked, Did Natasha tell you about this? The reason Lee Jia suddenly brought up the Tesseract was because, during his conversation with Peter Parker, he'd been reminded of Tony Stark's palladium poisoning. Harnessing the energy of the Tesseract could replace the palladium, giving Tony Stark a new lease on life. Of course, that all depended on finding the Tesseract first. With his heightened senses, Lee Jia was sure that Coulson wasn't lying. He genuinely knew nothing about the Tesseract. It seemed that if he wanted to track it down, he'd have to talk to either Black Widow or Nick Fury. Despite his busy schedule, Coulson managed to steal a moment of peace to enjoy a fine meal in the Chinese restaurant. Outside, a fierce battle had just taken place, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were still on duty. Lee Jia had assumed no more customers would be showing up that evening, but just before closing time, an elderly man with silver hair stepped through the door. Wonderful. I was afraid I wouldn't make it today. Could I have one of everything on the menu, please? The old man pointed to the menu on the wall as he spoke. After finishing his order, he took out cash to pay and let his gaze fall on Black Widow. Haven't we met somewhere before? I remember now. You're with S.H.I.E.L.D. You were assigned to tail me for a while. Black Widow forced a polite smile. Dr. Pym, you have quite the memory. But I should explain, at the time, I wasn't following you. I was under orders from S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect you in secret. Whether it was surveillance or protection, it was all in the past now. Dr. Pym waved his hand dismissively and found himself a seat. Black Widow moved closer to Lee Jia and whispered, That's Dr. Henry Jonathan Pym, a scientist as famous as Howard Stark. Are you wondering why he's come to the restaurant? Black Widow nodded slightly. Dr. Pym wouldn't come here just for the food. He must have his own reasons. She paused, then managed to smile at Lee Jia. Jack, I'm telling you all this because I don't want to keep anything from you. But I have to report this to Nick Fury. Natasha, don't worry about me. This is your job. With that, Lee Jia hummed a cheerful tune as he headed into the kitchen. Not many people knew about Henry Jonathan Pym. At the founding of S.H.I.E.L.D., there were 2 major projects. One was Project Pegasus, and the other was Project Goliath. Project Pegasus focused on researching the Cosmic Cube, a task overseen by Tony Stark's father. As for Project Goliath, it was dedicated to the study of human miniaturization technology, led by Dr. Henry Jonathan Pym. Dr. Pym was the discoverer of Pym particles and held the secret to developing Pym material, making him the original Ant-Man. Mention Ant-Man, and suddenly many more people would recognize the name. A short while later, Dr. Pym's meal was brought to the table. He took a bite of the osmanthus cake and couldn't help but praise it, saying, This is absolutely delicious. The system promptly responded, Congratulations, host. You have earned Dr. Pym's recognition and successfully unlocked 10% of the Pym particle technology. At last, there was some progress today. A faint smile played at the corners of Lee Jia's lips. To master Pym material technology meant he could create the Ant-Man suit and gain the power to grow or shrink at will. Dr. Pym ate at a steady pace. By the time he finished everything on his plate, the Chinese restaurant was just closing. Jack, your cooking is truly exquisite. Dr. Pym offered a compliment, then glanced at Peter Parker and Black Widow, a polite smile on his face as he continued. I wonder if I might have the honor of speaking with you alone for a moment. At last, they were getting to the real reason behind this meeting. Black Widow realized the mystery of Dr. Pym's appearance tonight was about to be revealed and quickly said, "I'll go to the shop across the street to pick up some things I need." As she left, Black Widow discreetly attached a listening device under the table. "Peter, you should tidy up and head back as well," Li Jie instructed, then took the seat opposite Dr. Pym. "Go ahead, say what's on your mind." Dr. Pym's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. "Jack, I believe Natasha has already told you who I am, hasn't she?" Li Jie nodded, replying, "She told me you're a truly remarkable scientist. She didn't mention that I'm Ant-Man, nor did she say that S.H.I.E.L.D. has always wanted the Pym material technology." Dr. Pym pressed for answers. Li Jie shook his head. "All right, let's set S.H.I.E.L.D. aside for now. As I just said, I am indeed Ant-Man. 30 years ago, I was already a superhero. The reason I came to you today is that the Wasp and I are planning to assemble a team of superheroes, and we hope you'll join us." Dr. Pym explained. Li Jie lit a cigarette and said, "Let me guess, this superhero team you're talking about must have something to do with the Avengers, right?" Dr. Pym froze for a moment, then, after a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, exclaimed in surprise, "Jack, you must have telepathy. Otherwise, how did you know about this?" In truth, Li Jie did possess telepathic abilities, though he had never used them on Dr. Pym. Many people mistakenly believed that the Avengers were proposed and assembled by Nick Fury, and even assumed that the Avengers were simply a subordinate branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. In reality, the Avengers were never under SHLD's jurisdiction. At best, they cooperated with each other. The Avengers were a team of civilian heroes, spontaneously organized. Their founders were Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, and the Wasp. In fact, the very name Avengers was coined by the Wasp herself. She even created a rallying cry for them. "Avengers, assemble." That slogan was, to be honest, hopelessly cheesy. No wonder you never heard the Avengers on TV actually shout it. You know, even an elephant sometimes needs the help of tiny ants when facing certain challenges. Every superhero's abilities are limited, and in battle, they often encounter enemies far stronger than themselves or face tasks and problems they simply can't solve alone. The Avengers exist to unite the strengths of superheroes, to defeat foes and accomplish missions that would be impossible for any one of them. Trust me, joining the Avengers will only bring you benefits, not trouble. Li Jie had to admit, the creation of the Avengers did, in some ways, change the world. "Dr. Pym, I'd like to know, who are the other members of the Avengers?" Dr. Pym cleared his throat, a bit sheepishly, and said, "As I mentioned, the idea was just conceived by the Wasp and me. So far, I've only spoken to you about it. I haven't had the chance to approach anyone else." Li Jie couldn't help but think, "Well, thank you for your confidence in me." Dr. Pym continued, "But don't worry, I plan to talk to superheroes like Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, and Thor as well. I'm sure they'll agree to join the Avengers." The original founding members of the Avengers were Dr. Pym, the Wasp, Iron Man, the Hulk, and Thor, a total of 5. However, the Hulk soon left the Avengers, and Captain America took his place. Captain America's addition proved vital to the Avengers' growth. With Captain America's influence, the once grassroots Avengers rose above S.H.I.E.L.D. and even government agencies. They could operate directly, without seeking approval from the U.S. government. "Dr. Pym, I fully understand why you're here. I also believe you'll be able to convince Iron Man and the others to join the Avengers, but for now, I don't have any intention of joining myself." Li Jie thought for a moment and said, "Why not?" Dr. Pym asked, as if unable to understand. Li Jie could only unlock someone's skills by earning their approval while cooking in the Chinese restaurant. By staying here, he could quietly grow stronger without attracting attention. Joining the Avengers would bring him no real benefit or meaning. In fact, it might end up holding him back in some ways. "Dr. Pym, I won't go into the details, but let's just say it's a personal matter. If you find the food here to your liking, you're always welcome to come back." Li Jie said. Dr. Pym furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Jack, I suppose I've been too impatient. How about this? You don't have to decide right away. Take your time and think it over. I'll try to persuade the others to join first. There's no rush. You can always join later if you want. Well, I've intruded enough for today. Also, I must say again, this is the most delicious food I've ever tasted. Thank you for your kind words." Li Jie escorted Dr. Pym out of the restaurant. No sooner had Dr. Pym left than Black Widow slipped back into the dining room and asked Li Jie, "Jack, what did Dr. Pym want to talk to you about?" "Natasha, don't you already know?" Li Jie replied, holding up the bug that Black Widow had hidden. True to her reputation as an outstanding spy, Black Widow didn't look the least bit embarrassed at being caught. She simply retrieved the device and said, "Jack, I think the Avengers is a great idea. You shouldn't have turned Dr. Pym down." I've already said, my reasons for refusing Dr. Pym are personal. At least for now, I'm not considering joining the Avengers. Lee Jie replied, then asked casually, are you going to report this to Nick? What do you think? Should I? Black Widow shot back, blinking innocently as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. That's your job. You can decide for yourself. Lee Jie said, not taking the bait. But he knew full well that Black Widow would definitely report everything to Nick Fury. The Avengers may not be under SHLD's jurisdiction, but having Nick Fury and SHLD support was absolutely critical. Perhaps out of guilt, Black Widow was especially affectionate with him that night. But as soon as dawn broke, she found an excuse to slip away from the restaurant. The restaurant hadn't even opened for business yet when Harry Osborn pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing his old friend arrive, Peter Parker suddenly seemed a bit on edge. Harry Osborn held out a bouquet of white lilies and handed it to Peter Parker. Peter, I came here today especially to apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive me. Leah, could it be that the relationship between the two of you has already gone beyond pure friendship? Peter Parker let out a relieved sigh and accepted the flowers, saying, Harry, you're my best friend. Nothing makes me happier than seeing you understand things. Peter, thank you. Harry Osborn threw his arms around Peter Parker, so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Lee Jie felt like a third wheel in this heartfelt moment, so he quietly made his way to the kitchen, giving these two close friends some space. Mr. Jack. But Harry Osborn called out to him, coming over to say, I want to apologize for my previous recklessness, and I hope you can forgive me. Lee Jie quickly took a step back, just in case Harry Osborn tried to give him a bear hug too. Hey, our relationship isn't quite that close. Harry, you're being way too polite. I think you should talk things out with Peter first. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Jack. Don't worry, I'll have a good heart-to-heart with Peter and clear up the misunderstanding between us. Harry paused for a moment, then continued. I know I came a bit early, but I really can't stop thinking about the delicious food at your Chinese restaurant. Besides, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Could you make me some lunch first? Lee Jie replied. Well, for Peter's sake, of course there's no problem, but you'll have to pay first. Of course. Harry Osborn pulled out a thick wallet and paid $400 in cash. And on top of that, he left a $50 tip. Peter Parker couldn't help but feel a little envious. Come on, man, you should have given that money to me. Peter, go keep your buddy company. Lunch will be ready soon. Lee Jie whistled as he headed into the kitchen. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn found a seat. Peter asked, Harry, how is Mr. Norman doing? Harry Osborn replied, Peter, I know you want to send my father back to prison, but I swear to God, I honestly have no idea where he is now. Please, you have to believe me. He paused for a moment, then reached out and covered Peter Parker's hand with his own, saying, Peter, besides apologizing, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. My father became this way because of the serum. Please, help me find him and do whatever you can to save him. Bring back the kind and gentle Norman Osborn he used to be. Harry, I'm really glad to hear you say that. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you. But first, we have to find Mr. Norman. Peter Parker began to speak. Justin Hammer let out a huge sneeze, wiped his nose with a tissue, and then shouted at Whiplash, who stood across from him. Utterly useless. I gave you new equipment, and you still managed to botch the mission. Not only did we fail to get Tony's arc reactor, but we also suffered heavy losses. So tell me, how should I punish you? Mr. Hammer, it's the Green Goblin. Suddenly, Whiplash pointed out the floor-to-ceiling window behind Justin Hammer and yelled, Whiplash, I'm really not in the mood for your jokes right now, you. A deafening crash cut Justin Hammer off mid-sentence. The sound of shattering glass exploded from behind him, making Justin Hammer shrink his neck in fear and glance back nervously. Norman Osborn, dressed as the Green Goblin, swooped in on his glider. The Green Goblin moved with lightning speed. Instead of attacking Justin Hammer, he flew straight toward Whiplash, the one who posed a threat. With a sickening stab, the Green Goblin plunged a razor-sharp dagger into Whiplash's chest. Mr. Hammer, if you don't want to die here, you'd better not call anyone to interrupt us. The Green Goblin turned and strode toward Justin Hammer. Justin Hammer shuddered involuntarily. Clutching his desk phone, he had been about to call for help, but now could only stammer. Without my permission, no one is to enter this room. Mr. Hammer, that's exactly right. Now let's have a good talk. With that, the Green Goblin leaped down from his glider and walked toward Justin Hammer, step by step. Terrified, Justin Hammer backed away until he was pressed against the window. He forced a smile, hastily shifting the blame to Caecilius. Norman, my friend, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Everything that happened last night was that damned dark sorcerer Caecilius' doing. I had no idea he'd taken your son. If I had known, I never would have allowed it. The Green Goblin settled into Justin Hammer's executive chair, crossed his legs, and replied, Mr. Hammer, what happened last night is done. We need to look ahead now. Justin Hammer forced another smile. Norman, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't dwell on the past, but look toward the future. Is there anything I can do for you? Hammer, you know that both I and Oscorp are under police surveillance now. If I'm to keep moving forward, I'll need the support of Hammer Industries and your resources. What? You want me to hand over Hammer Industries? Justin Hammer cried out, as if this demand hurt more than death itself. The Green Goblin stood up and walked toward Justin Hammer. No, the Hammer Group is still yours. What I need is you. As long as you follow my orders and work for me, that's enough. Justin Hammer had nowhere left to retreat. He glanced back nervously, then looked again at the Green Goblin, closing in on him. You want me to be your puppet? No, that's impossible. I, Hammer, will never bow to you. What was it that you made me eat? The Green Goblin flashed a wicked grin. A deadly poison of my own design. Now, you can choose to work for me, or let me watch as the poison takes your life. Justin Hammer's face turned ashen. After a moment of inner struggle, he dropped to his knees. Norman, no, I mean Lord Goblin. I, Justin Hammer, pledge my loyalty to you. The Green Goblin tossed a syringe at his feet. This will keep you alive for now. Justin Hammer quickly snatched up the syringe and injected himself with the antidote. Lord Goblin, what would you have me do for you? The Green Goblin replied. We need to create a new Whiplash, and he can help us solve the problem with the arc reactor. Justin Hammer's eyes lit up. Lord Goblin, are you talking about Ivan Vanko? Ivan Vanko was a brilliant scientist, once the partner of Tony Stark's father. Together, they had researched the arc reactor technology. The Green Goblin shook his head. No, Ivan Vanko is too old, and he's already dead. I mean Ivan Vanko's son, Anton Vanko. Because of Ivan's death, Anton holds a deep grudge against Tony Stark. Besides, Anton is a genius in his own right. He's been working with Ivan on arc reactor technology and has made groundbreaking progress. If we provide him with the resources, he will surely complete the arc reactor. When that time comes, the world will be ours. Justin Hammer nodded eagerly. Lord Goblin, that's fantastic, but where are we supposed to find Anton Vanko? We'll find him, the Green Goblin declared with absolute confidence. Finding Anton Vanko and acquiring the arc reactor technology, turning him into the next Whiplash. This was merely the first step in Norman Osborn's grand plan. He would use this as a foundation to build a powerful dark empire, with himself as the supreme ruler. After receiving flowers and an apology from Harry Osborn, Peter Parker felt like he was floating on air. He even started humming a cheerful tune, just like Lee Jie used to do. Even when greeting guests, his enthusiasm was noticeably greater than usual. Hey, Peter, you look so happy. Are you getting married or something? A curious guest asked. Sir, I'm guessing you must already be married. So let me ask you, if you were to take a wife, would you be as happy as I am? Peter Parker countered with a question of his own. Without hesitation, the guest replied with an earnest expression. The happiest days of my life were before I got married. I've spoken to the boss, and we'd like to offer you a glass of water, said Peter Parker, pouring a glass for the guest. The guest thanked him warmly, saying that Peter Parker's demeanor reminded him of his own youth. That night, the first patron to arrive at the Chinese restaurant was Wolverine. But unlike before, tonight Wolverine wore a suit, though it looked a little tight on his muscular frame. Uncle, you look so handsome today. Are you heading to a wedding? Black Widow approached him with a smile. Wolverine tugged at his collar. He'd found this outfit in a second-hand store, and then handed Black Widow a bouquet of fresh flowers. No, I'm here tonight to say goodbye. After dinner, I'll be heading back to Xavier's school. I've been away too long. My students have missed too many classes. There's also been some trouble at the school, and the professor hopes I can return right away. His words paused briefly as he fished some neatly stacked coins from his pocket. Peter, 1 4-core set, please. Uncle Logan, if you don't mind me asking, if you're heading back, what about Sabretooth? Did you beat him? Peter Parker took the money and asked. Wolverine replied, that old bastard got away. But it's all right. Sabretooth is a fanatic. He's shown up to crash my birthday every single year for as long as I can remember. This year, I'll let him go. Next year, I swear I'll skin that tiger yet. Sabretooth was known as Wolverine's lifelong rival. Every year, Sabretooth would find some way to stir up trouble on Wolverine's birthday. In a way, the two were like bitter enemies bound by fate, a pair of old friends who fought as fiercely as they cared. Once Peter had left, Black Widow lowered her voice and confided. Uncle, I have to tell you something. Sabretooth never joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Wolverine nodded. I know. The other day when he claimed he was joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he just wanted to get a rise out of me. Natasha, I understand why you're telling me this. Let's put the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. thing aside for now. I need to get back to Xavier's and sort some things out. Uncle, whenever you're ready to join S.H.I.E.L.D., just come find me. Or if you ever need anything else, I'll be there. Black Widow said. Wolverine gave a wry smile. Natasha, when you say things like that, you make me feel ancient. No, Uncle, you haven't aged a day. You're just the same as when we first met. Black Widow replied warmly. Wolverine reached up and stroked the stubble on his chin. My appearance hasn't changed much, but age is catching up with me. Sometimes, I find I'm not as strong as I used to be. Li Jie, who was just about to head to the kitchen, frowned slightly when he heard this. Why does it feel like Wolverine is hinting at something inappropriate, even though there's no real evidence? Wolverine called out to Li Jie and walked over, saying, Could I have a hug? Don't worry, I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. What I miss most about Hell's Kitchen is this Chinese restaurant and the food you make. Before I go. Sorry, Logan, I can't agree to that. To ensure the safety of the food in the restaurant, I can't have any physical contact with customers. I hope you understand. Li Jie replied with a perfectly straight face, making things up as he went. Why would I want to hug a burly guy like you? If it were someone like Black Widow, beautiful and charming, that would be a different story. Wolverine could only shrug helplessly and turn to find himself a seat. As soon as Li Jie entered the kitchen, the restaurant door swung open again. In walked a middle-aged man with shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a white shirt that didn't quite fit, faded jeans, and a pair of sneakers so worn they were nearly falling apart. He clearly didn't have much money, but his clothes were immaculately clean. Hello, what would you like to eat? Black Widow stepped forward to greet him, showing no hint of disdain despite his shabby appearance. I'll have a serving of osmanthus cake, please, the man said, pulling a crumpled $50 bill from his pocket. Of course, please take a seat. Black Widow pulled out a chair for him, but the man walked straight to a corner table and sat down by himself. Black Widow handed the money to Peter Parker, then went to the serving window and called to Li Jie. One order of osmanthus cake. She paused, lowered her voice, and added, Jack, I have a feeling there's something off about that guy. Trust me, my instincts are never wrong. Li Jie had already used his super senses to check. The man was harboring a certain violent energy, but seemed calm on the surface. Not the type to come looking for trouble at the restaurant. 2 orders of osmanthus cake, Li Jie said, handing out the desserts. Black Widow placed one serving before Wolverine, then brought the other to the man with curly hair. Sir, your osmanthus cake. Enjoy. The man took a small spoonful and tasted it, surprise flickering across his otherwise calm face. It was as if he were saying, This is absolutely delicious. At the same moment, Li Jie received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have just gained the approval of Whiplash. He didn't acquire any new skills, but the name Whiplash did catch Li Jie by surprise. Whiplash had just caused a commotion outside the Chinese restaurant yesterday, and there was no way this curly-haired man in front of him was the same person. If this man had taken up the mantle of Whiplash, it could only mean that yesterday's Whiplash was already dead. Anton Vanko. Through the name Whiplash, Li Jie quickly pieced together the man's identity, and knew for certain he hadn't come to the restaurant for the food. He was here for Iron Man, Tony Stark. Unfortunately, Tony Stark hadn't shown up today. Anton Vanko was a man of remarkable restraint. Even though the osmanthus cake had clearly won him over, he set his spoon aside after just a single taste and sat quietly in the corner. It was as if he had no connection to this world at all. Perhaps it was the aftermath of last night's battle, but tonight the restaurant was unusually quiet. Only Wolverine and Whiplash came as customers. Wolverine left soon after his meal, but Whiplash lingered until closing time, only leaving once he was sure Tony Stark wouldn't make an appearance. Peter, want to grab a drink later? Li Jie asked after the restaurant had closed for the night. I'd better not. I need to get back to Mary, Peter Parker replied. Li Jie shook his head and sighed softly. Ah, youth. Once you get married, you'll realize just how hard it is to find someone to go out for a drink. Peter Parker's days were packed to the brim. Besides working 2 jobs, one at the restaurant, one at the newspaper, he still had to make time for his girlfriend, all while squeezing in hours to play vigilante. Oh, to be young, with energy to spare. Li Jie, meanwhile, went out to the bar with Black Widow and the symbiotic beast. A little alcohol always helped stir up the passion between them. Peter Parker had a busy night, but when he came in for work the next morning, he was still bursting with energy. As Peter Parker stepped into the restaurant, a tall man in a trench coat followed right on his heels. Startled, Peter instinctively took a step back. Otto, otherwise known as Dr. Octopus. You know me? Dr. Octopus looked at Peter with mild surprise. Oh, I attended one of your public lectures once. You probably don't remember me. My name's Peter Parker. Peter hurriedly told a little white lie. Peter Parker? Dr. Octopus frowned, clearly drawing a blank. Glancing around the empty restaurant, he asked, Am I too early? Dr. Otto, you're a bit early. We're not open yet. Peter replied quickly. Oh, in that case, I'll just wait outside. With that, Dr. Octopus turned and stepped out of the restaurant. He lit a cigarette at the doorway. making it clear he wasn't planning to leave. Peter Parker hurried up to the second floor. In his rush, he forgot to knock, and when he entered the bedroom, he saw Black Widow and Li Jie lying on the bed. Embarrassed, he immediately backed out. A moment later, Li Jie stepped out of the bedroom, lighting a cigarette. As he exhaled a thin stream of smoke, he asked, "Peter, is the shop on fire?" "No, boss, the shop isn't on fire. It's Dr. Octopus. He's downstairs," Peter Parker replied anxiously. Hearing Dr. Octopus's name, Li Jie activated his enhanced senses for a quick scan, then asked, "What's he here for?" Peter Parker shook his head and said, "Maybe he's just here to eat. But my spider sense is telling me it's not that simple." Li Jie thought for a moment and said, "Peter, do you think he might be suspicious of you?" Peter Parker's eyes widened in alarm. "Boss, are you saying Dr. Octopus already knows I'm Spider-Man?" "Peter, I'm saying he suspects. After all, Spider-Man hangs around Queens, but every time he shows up in Hell's Kitchen, it's always near the Chinese restaurant. Anyone with half a brain would start to wonder if there's a connection between Spider-Man and this place. And Dr. Octopus is no fool. It's only natural for him to be suspicious." Peter Parker frowned and said, "Boss, you're right. Dr. Octopus must suspect I'm Spider-Man, and he came here to confirm it. Boss, what should I do if Dr. Octopus finds out I'm Spider-Man?" Li Jie reached out and gave Peter Parker a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Peter, if Dr. Octopus finds out, then he finds out. It's not the end of the world. You should take a page from Tony's book, learn to see things from a broader perspective. Worst case, you do what Tony did and go public with your Spider-Man identity." Peter Parker pulled a face. "Boss, I don't really care if my identity gets exposed, but I'm worried it might put my aunt and everyone close to me in danger." "That is a real concern," Li Jie acknowledged, reaching out his hand. "Give me your watch." Peter Parker looked a little confused. "In a moment, you go down and greet Dr. Octopus. I'll show up outside as Spider-Man. It should be enough to throw him off and solve your problem." Peter Parker's eyes lit up with excitement. "Boss, thank you so much." Li Jie shot him a warning look. "Peter, if you dare hug me or do anything else over the top, don't blame me if I tell Dr. Octopus who you really are." Peter Parker quickly dropped his outstretched arms. "Don't worry, boss, I won't. I'll head downstairs now." Li Jie strapped on the watch and used his teleportation technique to land on the rooftop of the building across the street. He pressed the switch to change into costume. This Spider-Man suit was designed for Peter Parker's build, so it felt a bit tight on Li Jie. Peter Parker swung open the door to the Chinese restaurant, beaming as he said, "Dr. Octavius, I've already checked with the boss. You can wait inside." "Thank you, Peter." Dr. Octavius flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, crushed it out with his foot, and stepped into the restaurant. "Oh my God, that's Spider-Man. Dr. Octavius, look, it's Spider-Man." Peter Parker pointed excitedly at the rooftop across the street, his enthusiasm unmistakably that of a die-hard Spider-Man fan. Dr. Octavius turned to look and, sure enough, saw a figure in a Spider-Man suit standing atop the opposite building. His brow furrowed slightly, but from the corner of his eye, he watched Peter Parker intently. If you're going to put on an act, you have to see it through. Li Jie leapt from the rooftop in a graceful arc. His Spider-Man suit was equipped with a web shooter, letting him fire webs just like the real Spider-Man. As he fell halfway down, Li Jie shot a web that stuck to the rooftop, and like Tarzan swinging through the jungle, he soared through the air. He then vaulted onto the top of another building, disappearing from sight. After making his cameo as Spider-Man, Li Jie used his teleportation technique to return to the Chinese restaurant and change clothes before coming downstairs. Peter Parker had already poured Dr. Octavius a glass of water and said excitedly, "I can't believe Spider-Man showed up in Hell's Kitchen again. If only I could get a photo with him." "Peter, I think you'll have that chance." Dr. Octavius smiled. "You're right, Dr. Octavius. I'm sure I'll get that chance." Peter nodded and, hearing Li Jie's footsteps, turned around to say, "Boss, you're down." "Oh, this is Dr. Octavius, the one I just mentioned to you. He used to teach me." "Hello, Dr. Octavius." Li Jie greeted him warmly. Dr. Octavius stood and said, "Sorry for the intrusion. I saw online that your restaurant is really popular now, and I was worried I'd miss out on a seat if I came too late, so I arrived a bit early. We're about to open anyway. Peter, see what Dr. Octavius would like to eat? I can start prepping his ingredients." Peter responded and turned to Dr. Octavius. "Dr. Octavius, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Unaware that the portions at the restaurant were quite small, Dr. Octavius ordered a serving of jajang noodles and a bowl of the daily soup. This is truly delicious." "Peter, you should have told me sooner that the food here is so good. I would have come ages ago." Dr. Octavius tasted the soup, then took a bite of the noodles and exclaimed, "My goodness, I've clearly missed out on far too many good meals. Peter, I'd like to order another golden fried rice and a serving of osmanthus cake." "Of course, Dr. Octavius. Please wait a moment. They'll be right out. Peter Parker hurried over to the pickup counter and asked Li Jie, "Boss, it looks like Dr. Octavius has truly fallen for your cooking. But do you think he'll believe what we told him?" Handing the osmanthus cake to Peter, Li Jie replied, "I don't think this is the right time to talk about that." Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and Daredevil, Matt, walked in with his partner, Foggy. As they made their way inside, the two were deep in conversation about a case that had happened in Hell's Kitchen just a couple of days ago. An armored cash transport had been hijacked. It all started when the armored truck accidentally hit a man in the street. At first, everyone assumed it was a traffic accident. That was until they realized the man who'd been hit was completely unharmed, while the truck itself was left dented and warped. Then the man tore open the truck, and the armed guards inside immediately opened fire. But every bullet simply bounced off him. The strange part was, before he was struck, the man looked just like any ordinary human. But after the impact, he seemed transformed, his body glinting like diamond. He must be a mutant. Matt, do you remember that diamond woman who could turn her body into diamond? I'd bet this robber has the same ability, Foggy said, utterly convinced. Matt, however, cautioned, "Foggy, you're missing something important." According to the security guards, when the thief took the cash box, his body changed again, this time into metal. Diamond Woman can't switch between diamond and metal forms. Foggy shook his head with a chuckle. Matt, nothing's impossible. There are plenty of mutants with two powers at once. There are records of cases like that. Listening in, Li Jie suddenly thought of someone, the Absorbing Man. There are several theories about how the Absorbing Man came to be. Some say Loki transformed him with magic. Others believe he gained his powers in an experimental explosion. The Absorbing Man can alter the molecular structure of his body. When he touches a certain material, he takes on its properties. That's why he can shift between diamond and metal forms. Beyond this, he also has regenerative abilities and even telepathy. After absorbing gamma radiation, he gained the strength to go toe-to-toe with the Hulk. Matt, it's been a while since you visited the Chinese restaurant. What's the matter? Don't tell me you've been avoiding me on purpose. Black Widow descended the stairs, her voice teasing. Daredevil felt a flush of embarrassment at the sight of her. The truth was he hadn't dropped by the restaurant lately because his wallet was feeling light, and, if he was honest, because of Black Widow herself. Especially when Black Widow and Li Jie were handling business during the day, Daredevil would always take the initiative to shut off his super senses. He couldn't help it. Even though Daredevil and Black Widow had already broken up, that didn't mean he could easily accept seeing her with another man. Daredevil quickly flashed a charming smile and said, "Natasha, you really know how to joke. Why would I be avoiding you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Foggy. Our law firm has been swamped lately. We barely even have time to eat." "That's right, Natasha. I can vouch for that." Foggy naturally sided with his good friend Matt, though he was secretly skeptical. If only the firm really were that busy. "Oh, is that so?" Black Widow gave them a playful smile and found seats for Daredevil and Foggy. "So what were you two discussing just now?" Foggy quickly summarized the matter in his lawyerly cadence, then asked eagerly, "Natasha, what do you think?" Black Widow replied, "I also think it's a mutant with two abilities at once, but what does that have to do with you two? Instead of gossiping here, you might as well finish your meal and get back to work at the firm. Weren't you just saying how busy you are?" Daredevil and Foggy looked a bit embarrassed and quietly ordered their food. Their discussion of the case wasn't entirely idle gossip. After all, the robber was a criminal from Hell's Kitchen, and Daredevil felt it was his responsibility to catch him. Understanding the enemy's abilities was absolutely necessary. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and in walked a muscular, bald man wearing a blue t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. He had a checkered waist pouch strapped around his hips. With his super senses, Li Jie detected that the pouch contained diamonds, alloys, rubber, stones, and a dozen other types of metal materials. The man certainly didn't look like a scientist shut away in a laboratory. Who, after all, would carry such a variety of materials around unless they had a reason? It was almost certain the man who just entered the Chinese restaurant was the absorbing man who robbed the armored car, Carl Creel. "Peter, go ask him what he wants to eat." Jens thrusted. Peter Parker found the bald man a seat, then politely asked what he'd like to order. Foggy, meanwhile, leaned in and lowered his voice as if he were up to something shady. "Matt, did you see that guy? Bald, t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. Doesn't he fit the description of the robber?" Daredevil, Matt, furrowed his brow. According to the file, the man before them really did resemble the suspect. But since they hadn't seen the surveillance footage from the crime, there was no way to confirm if this was actually the robber. "Foggy, try not to get too worked up. We're in a Chinese restaurant. We're here to eat, remember?" Foggy breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He'd known for some time that the Chinese restaurant offered its patrons a safe environment. "Matt, if that guy really is a robber, do you think Jack could take him down?" Foggy glanced nervously at Li Jie. Daredevil gestured for silence, signaling that the subject should be dropped, but at the same time, he secretly trained his heightened senses on the bald man. The bald man ordered every single dish available at the restaurant. There were only 4 options, which made it clear he had a huge appetite, though even that might not be enough to satisfy him. After Daredevil and Foggy's food was served, the bald man's dishes arrived as well. Meanwhile, a few new customers entered the restaurant, and Dr. Octopus, having finished his meal, left without another word. Only then did Peter Parker finally relax. The tension he'd been carrying melted away once Dr. Octopus was gone. It seemed that Li Jie's disguise as Spider-Man had fooled Dr. Octopus for the time being. Still, before he left, Dr. Octopus complimented the Chinese restaurant's food, saying it was delicious and that he would definitely come again. This left Peter Parker feeling a little uneasy. Had Dr. Octopus truly been convinced, or was he just playing along for now? One thing at a time, Peter decided it was best to focus on the present. He busied himself with attending to other customers. The bald man took a bite of the golden fried rice, and his brow furrowed instantly. He didn't say anything, but on Li Jie's end, a notification from the system popped up. Congratulations, host. You have just received the Absorbing Man's recognition and have successfully unlocked 10% of his ability to alter the molecular structure of your body. Li. Now, it was certain the bald man was indeed Carl Creel, the Absorbing Man. Matt, remember the rules of the restaurant. Don't start a fight in here. Li Jie used his telepathy to communicate with Daredevil, who was equally suspicious of the man's identity. This mental exchange took Daredevil by surprise for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and asked, "So you've confirmed who the bald guy is?" Li Jie replied, "That's right. He's the one who robbed the armored car, and he's also a mutant. But there's one thing Foggy got wrong. Carl's power is to change his molecular structure. He gains different abilities by absorbing different materials. That's why he's called the Absorbing Man. Matt, you probably wouldn't be able to beat him. The strength of the Absorbing Man's abilities depends directly on the materials he absorbs. If he were to absorb diamond, never mind his strength or speed, his defense alone would be astonishing. Even if Daredevil were to land blow after blow, standing right in front of him, he still wouldn't win. Bear in mind, the Absorbing Man has gone toe-to-toe with powerhouses like the Hulk and Thor. There's just no way Daredevil could match him right now." Daredevil's expression grew a shade darker as he asked, "If I do make a move, would you step in to help?" Daredevil actually sought help from Li Jie. This was a first. "I can only promise you this. If he tries to lay a hand on you in the restaurant, I'll stop him, no matter what." Daredevil fell silent. "Matt, what's wrong with you?" Foggy noticed something was off about Daredevil. "Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we have to get back to the firm and finish our work." Daredevil shook his head as he spoke. Foggy picked up his pace, eating more quickly. Daredevil and Foggy left the Chinese restaurant before Absorbing Man Carl. Afterward, Daredevil kept tracking Carl with his heightened senses. Carl had come to the restaurant just for a meal. Once he finished, he left without lingering. Daredevil followed him quietly, keeping to the shadows. Even though Li Jie had warned him plainly that he was no match for Absorbing Man, Daredevil refused to let it go. Business at the Chinese restaurant was as booming as ever. Aside from the 10 special set meals Li Jie had reserved, everything else had sold out early. At this point, Daredevil limped his way back to the law office next door. Absorbing Man had deliberately lured him to a deserted spot, and the two had fought. The outcome was clear. As Peter Parker was leaving, he said to Li Jie, "Boss, the guy who came to our restaurant last night is outside right now." Li Jie knew Peter was talking about Whiplash, Anton Vanko. In fact, Anton Vanko had been lurking outside the restaurant for a while, but since Tony Stark hadn't shown up, he'd kept himself hidden. He waited until the restaurant closed for lunch before finally leaving. During the day, Whiplash never set foot inside, but when the restaurant reopened in the evening, he was the very first customer. Waiting outside was nothing compared to the comfort of waiting inside the warm restaurant. Tonight was different from the night before. Though Whiplash wore the same clothes as yesterday, his actions were far more extravagant. He ordered all 4 dishes on the menu and even tipped Peter Parker $50. Had he struck it rich overnight? Li Jie guessed that something extraordinary must have happened to Whiplash last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like a newly minted millionaire today. Just as Whiplash's food arrived at the table, the front door of the restaurant swung open. This time, the person who entered was none other than Iron Man, Tony, making his grand entrance. Sensing Tony Stark's arrival, Li Jie quietly used his telekinetic powers, just in case the door needed protection. Tony Stark flew straight into the restaurant in his suit of armor, a truly dazzling arrival. But to Li Jie, he was just a walking spectacle. Whiplash, on the other hand, could really keep his cool. He had been waiting 2 days for Tony Stark. Yet when Tony finally appeared right before him, Whiplash barely reacted, just curled his lips into a faint smile and lowered his head to eat. Jack, I've finished the job. Take a look. Tony Stark gave his watch a little shake as he spoke, beaming with happiness. When Li Jie caught sight of Tony's panda-like eyes, he immediately knew that this guy hadn't slept in 2 days again. Tony, thanks, Li Jie said, accepting the watch and fastening it on his wrist. It was a pity there were so many people around. He had no way to try out the suit's features right now. Jack, there's no need to be so formal with me. If anyone should be saying thanks, it ought to be me. You've helped me solve so many technical problems. Anyway, I'm starving. Come on, give me something to eat. Tony urged impatiently. Just a moment, Li Jie replied, glancing out the window. A flashy '69 Mustang had just pulled up outside. From the driver's seat stepped Dr. Pym, who, dressed like a university professor, had clearly put some effort into his appearance. Hey, Jack, Tony. Dr. Pym greeted them warmly as soon as he entered the Chinese restaurant. Dr. Pym, you look like you're in a great mood. Did you finally track down the Hulk and convince him? Li Jie asked curiously. Dr. Pym smiled. I haven't found the Hulk yet, but Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., paid me a visit today. He's very interested in my ideas and promised to support. He paused, then turned to Black Widow and added, Natasha, I really ought to thank you. Nick told me you spoke very highly of me. Dr. Pym, you're too kind. I'm just glad I could help. Before Black Widow could finish her sentence, Tony Stark suddenly collapsed to the floor without warning, his body racked with pain. Li Jie immediately turned Tony over and pulled up his shirt, revealing the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Around the arc reactor, black veins spread out like a web. Tony, what's wrong? Dr. Pym asked anxiously. After all, the Avengers hadn't even formed yet, and he couldn't afford to lose a teammate already. From a corner of the room, Whiplash spoke up. No need to worry. This is a typical reaction to palladium poisoning, but he's not going to die. At least not yet. He just needs a little rest. Sure enough, after a short while, Tony started to recover, slowly pushing himself up and turning to Whiplash. How did you know it was palladium poisoning? Tony asked. A sharp, mocking laugh escaped Whiplash as he walked over. What? Did you really think you were the only person in the world researching arc reactors? Or that no one else besides you could build one? Tony, you and your father are both nothing but thieves. Your father once stole the arc reactor technology from my father, just as you stole the honor that should have belonged to me. The arc reactor should have been mine. It should have belonged to the Vanko family. Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his mind clouded with confusion. He had no idea what Whiplash was talking about. But Dr. Pym, who was standing nearby, suddenly brightened, excitement creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, Your father is Ivan Vanko. You're Anton Vanko, Ivan's son. He paused for a moment, then turned to Tony Stark and explained, Tony, Anton's father Ivan was an exceptional scientist. Back in the day, he and your father were in charge of developing the arc reactor technology together. Something happened later on. I'm not clear about the details. I only know that Ivan chose to leave the project on his own. My father never gave up on the project. He devoted his entire life to researching the arc reactor. It was Howard Stark, that treacherous scoundrel, who used underhanded tricks to force my father out. And I pursued the arc reactor too, fulfilling my father's dying wish, and I succeeded. But Tony Stark destroyed everything. You not only killed my father, but also stole all the honor that should have been mine. Tony, you killed Ivan? Dr. Pym asked in shock. Tony Stark was left speechless, fragments of memory flickering in his mind. He remembered a classified mission he'd carried out with the military. Iron Man's target had been a group of terrorists hiding in a village, but when he arrived, Tony discovered the situation was far different than he'd been led to believe. He completed the mission, but at the site, he found countless equations, every one of them about the arc reactor. Tony Stark shook his head, his voice trembling with guilt. That was an accident. The military gave me the wrong intel. Whiplash let out a disdainful laugh. Wrong intel? Tony, how can you be so sure that what the military told you was really a mistake? Tony, Dr. Pym called out softly. He'd worked for the government before. He knew all too well how these things happened. The military had concealed the truth, using Iron Man to kill Whiplash's father. To put it bluntly, Ivan Vanko's research had threatened the military's interests, so they found an excuse to eliminate him. That's the kind of thing the U.S. does all the time. No, it wasn't like that. Tony Stark shook his head desperately. Deep down, he knew Ivan's death had been part of a military conspiracy, even if he didn't want to admit it. It wasn't like that. Tony Stark donned his armor and soared out of the Chinese restaurant. Hovering in the air, he glanced back at Anton Vanko for a moment before swiftly flying away. Just wait. I'll take back everything that's rightfully mine. Whiplash let out a cold, mocking laugh. Dr. Pym frowned slightly. He had nothing to say about the feud between Iron Man Tony and Anton Vanko. Jack, could I get the 4-piece set, please? Deliberately changing the subject, Dr. Pym moved to sit far from Anton Vanko. Whiplash didn't give Dr. Pym another thought. He finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and strode out of the Chinese restaurant. After rounding the corner at the intersection, he climbed into a stretched Lincoln limousine. Inside the car, Justin Hammer sat swirling red wine in a tall glass, a sly smile tugging at his lips as he said, "So, I take it you met Tony. How'd it go?" Whiplash settled into the seat and replied, "He's much more disappointing than I expected. As long as you provide me with enough resources, I can build an arc reactor and craft armor that will outclass his. When that happens, taking Tony down will be child's play." Justin Hammer raised his glass and said, "Anton, don't worry. I've already gathered every resource you'll need. Now it's your move. Come, let's drink to a successful partnership." Whiplash glanced back in the direction of a Chinese restaurant. "I have one condition. The food there is actually pretty good. I want to eat from that place every day." "No problem," Justin Hammer replied without hesitation. Back in the restaurant, with no other customers around, Dr. Pym struck up a conversation with Li Jie as he ate. "Sigh, Tony really is a pitiful guy. I'd hoped he could join the Avengers, but now it looks like any day now he might." Dr. Pym trailed off with a heavy sigh. Li Jie lit a cigarette and stayed silent. Peter Parker spoke up. "If Tony's problem is poisoning from the arc reactor, can't we just remove the shrapnel from his body?" Black Widow explained. "It's not as simple as you think. Tony doesn't just have ordinary shrapnel inside him. It's iron filings. Even the world's top surgeons can't get them out. Right now, the only thing keeping them from killing Tony is the arc reactor. But palladium poisoning could kill him at any moment." Peter Parker insisted. Dr. Pym added, "That's exactly the issue. If you take out the arc reactor, the iron filings will kill Tony. If he keeps using the arc reactor, the palladium poisoning will eventually end his life." He paused for a moment, hesitated, and then said, "Actually, there might be a way. If only we could find an element to replace palladium, then Tony wouldn't have any problem at all." "Jack, why are you so quiet?" Black Widow asked, drawing everyone's attention to Li Jie. In truth, Tony Stark's predicament wasn't truly insurmountable. As Dr. Pym had said, as long as an element could be found to substitute for palladium, the problem would be solved. Otherwise, there was always the option of surgery. Surgery sounded daunting, but in reality, what Tony Stark couldn't get past was his own mental barrier. He was haunted by the fear of dying on the operating table. Even if the surgeons couldn't do it, it wasn't a dead end. For instance, Magneto could easily extract the shards of metal from Tony Stark's body. The real question was, why would Magneto want to help Iron Man? Li Jie flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "If replacing palladium were that easy, I think Tony would have done it already. Tony must have tried everything, but there simply isn't another element that can take the place of palladium." Dr. Pym let out a sigh, his words trailing off suddenly. "I remember years ago, Howard discovered a new form of energy from the cosmic cube, but the research was halted because of technological limitations at the time. Maybe the cosmic cube could help Tony now." As everyone turned to look at her, Black Widow shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I'm just working for S.H.I.E.L.D. I have no idea where the cosmic cube is, but I can report this to Director Nick Fury and see what he thinks. You all keep talking. I'm going out for some fresh air." With that, Li Jie stood up and walked toward the back door. Out of sight, he reached for his watch and pressed a hidden switch. Nanotechnology armor shimmered into existence, enveloping Li Jie in an instant. The Great Sage armor was designed in the image of the Monkey King, rich with Chinese elements. If you added a staff to the mix, Li Jie would look just like the legendary Monkey King himself. With his current strength, Li Jie had no need for any mechanical assistance. Even if Iron Man, Tony Stark, unleashed the full force of his arsenal, or deployed the specially designed Mark 44 Hulkbuster, the so-called anti-Hulk suit wouldn't be able to lay a finger on Li Jie. The Great Sage armor was something Li Jie had thrown together for Peter Parker, really just a lark to satisfy his own urge to play dress-up. Summoning his teleportation technique, Li Jie transported himself directly to Iron Man's luxurious mansion. Still clad in the Great Sage armor, he was instantly recognized by the smart housekeeper. "Jack, welcome. Tony's not doing so well right now. He could really use a friend's comfort." "Where's Tony?" Jarvis replied. "On the rooftop." Li Jie made his way to the rooftop, where he saw Tony Stark perched on the edge of the terrace, half his body dangling over the abyss below. "Tony, what's the point of drinking alone?" Tony Stark looked a little surprised when he saw Li Jie, but then forced a smile and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm not so fragile that I'd do something drastic. I'm just feeling a bit frustrated, that's all." Li Jie walked over and sat down beside Tony Stark. "So what's on your mind? Are you worried about being killed by those shrapnel fragments? Or is it the palladium poisoning that haunts you?" "To me, there's really no difference." Tony Stark shrugged with a self-deprecating smile. "What if I told you that you don't have to die?" Li Jie suddenly asked. Don't have to die? Tony Stark was taken aback, frowning. You mean to say you can save me? Li Jie nodded in response. How? Tony Stark asked, puzzled. The first way is to find an element that can replace palladium. I suppose you've already tried that. Tony Stark gave a bitter laugh. That's right. I've tried every element I could think of. Not a single one can substitute for palladium. Have you tried the cosmic cube? The cosmic cube? Tony Stark's brow furrowed slightly. Li Jie explained, that's right, the cosmic cube. Dr. Pym provided an important clue. Your father discovered an entirely new energy element inside the cosmic cube many years ago. It might be able to replace palladium. This news gave Tony Stark a glimmer of hope. At the very least, he didn't look as defeated as before. Well, that's something to go on. Looks like I'll need to pay Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. a visit. Tony Stark paused for a moment, then continued. Jack, you said that was the first way. Does that mean you have other options? Li Jie nodded. It's simple. All you'd need is surgery to remove the shrapnel from your body. Tony Stark fell silent for a moment. Jack, do you think that never crossed my mind? I've seen the best surgeons on the planet. Every single one of them said there's no way to pull off a surgery that complicated. Li Jie replied, I'm guessing none of those surgeons were magicians. Magicians? Tony Stark looked completely baffled. Jack, are you joking with me? Li Jie said, Tony, why don't you have Jarvis look up a certain Dr. Stephen Strange? Tony Stark shook his head and said, no need. When I was consulting with all those experts, plenty of them mentioned Dr. Stephen Strange. I've done my research. He's hailed as a once-in-a-century surgical genius. Whatever surgery the world's top specialist can't perform, he can. Moreover, Dr. Stephen only accepts the most difficult and challenging surgeries. I am fully capable of meeting Dr. Stephen's standards. However, a few years ago, Dr. Stephen was in a car accident and has never been able to hold a scalpel since. In the past 2 years, he's gone completely missing. No one knows where he is. Stephen went to Kamar Taj to study magic, and he's already become an extraordinary sorcerer. Tony, once the world's top surgeon, now also a master of the mystic arts. Do you really doubt he can remove the shrapnel from your body? Tony Stark fell silent. Li Jie reached out and patted Tony Stark on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Brother, even if you found a substitute for palladium, you still haven't solved the underlying problem. If you want to live like a normal person, you should consider surgery. I promise you, Dr. Stephen can make you as good as new. Of course, the first hurdle is in your own mind. If you can't get past that, no one can help you. Tony Stark took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Jack, thank you, but give me some time. I need to think this through. Li Jie glanced at the time and said, Tony, come on, let's go. The Chinese restaurant's still open. I'll fix you something to eat. Tony Stark, Jack, after all that talk, are you just trying to drum up business? Of course. A customer's a customer. Only a fool leaves money on the table. When Li Jie and Tony Stark returned to the restaurant, Dr. Pym had already left. Before he left, Dr. Pym not only praised the food, but also said he'd come back tomorrow and hope Li Jie could save him 2 seats. Meanwhile, Black Widow had already reported back to Nick Fury. Iron Man and Stark Industries are of great importance to S.H.I.E.L.D., so Nick Fury personally expressed his desire to meet Tony Stark. After a delicious meal, Tony Stark felt completely refreshed, his gloom swept away. Before the restaurant closed, Black Widow took Tony Stark straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. As for the Flurkin, after Peter Parker got off work, it somehow appeared out of nowhere, opened its mouth, and spat something out. A blue cube rolled across the floor. Li Jie instantly recognized it as the cosmic cube that Iron Man had been searching for. It had been inside the Flurkin's stomach all along, and now the creature had coughed it up. With a look of distaste, the Flurkin kicked the cosmic cube aside and padded over to Li Jie, letting out a plaintive meow. What is it, hungry again? Li Jie used his telekinesis to retrieve the cosmic cube and held it in his hand. The Flurkin nodded eagerly, then hungrily stuck out its tongue to lick its lips. Li Jie lifted the tesseract, examining it closely. He could feel the faint traces of spatial power emanating from within, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he said, Since you've brought me such a generous gift, I'll make you a 4-piece meal set. The Flurkin beamed with delight. Another feast was on the way. Li Jie quickly prepared the 4-piece meal set for the Flurkin, then, with the tesseract in hand, headed up to the 2nd floor. After sealing the doors and windows, Li Jie took another careful look at the tesseract. At present, S.H.I.E.L.D. only knows that the tesseract is a mysterious extraterrestrial energy source, and they hope to develop new technology from it. What they don't realize is that the tesseract is simply a container, concealing within it the fabled Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. The tesseract was far too conspicuous. Li Jie decided to extract the Space Stone from within. To avoid any risk of energy instability during this process, Li Jie used magic to step into the mirror dimension. After all, It was Hydra's Red Skull who was recklessly transported to Vormer after coming into contact with the Tesseract. Li Jie had no intention of repeating that mistake. He first reinforced the Tesseract with magical power, then began to press down on it with both hands. With a sharp crack, the Tesseract yielded under Li Jie's formidable strength. A nearly 2-inch-long, oval-shaped blue gem dropped into Li Jie's right palm, none other than the legendary Space Stone. The Space Stone allows its wielder to instantaneously traverse time and space, reaching any destination, relocating objects, or rearranging the very fabric of reality. Its efficiency approaching omnipresence. Teleportation spells could mimic some of these effects, but if the Space Stone were a mighty ox, a teleportation spell would be but a single hair on its hide. There's simply no comparison. Clutching the Space Stone, Li Jie closed his eyes and attuned himself to its spatial energy, searching for clues on how to wield it. Given that he already possessed abilities akin to the Space Stone, such as teleportation spells and the mirror dimension, it didn't take Li Jie long to gain a basic grasp. He discovered that simply by mastering the Space Stone, he could reach any location in the universe at will. He could even break through the very barriers of reality and travel the multiverse. Such overwhelming power was not something Li Jie could fully control in a short time. Having worked out how to use the Space Stone, Li Jie began to ponder a more practical concern. How should he keep the Space Stone safe? Separated from the Tesseract, there were few on Earth who would recognize the Space Stone. At first, Li Jie considered setting it into a ring, but its size was simply too large. Wearing such an enormous ring would draw far too much attention. If a ring wouldn't do, then perhaps he could forge it into a necklace instead. When Li Jie stepped out of the mirror dimension, there was a necklace made of black cord hanging around his neck, with a blue gemstone dangling from it. However, Li Jie used his magic to conceal the brilliance of the Space Stone, making it look more like a piece of colored glass. The Flurkin barely glanced at the Space Stone as Li Jie descended the stairs, then promptly went back to eating without a care. Black Widow didn't return until after sunrise. She seemed a bit downcast, even bordering on dejected. "Jack, I need to talk to you." After feeding the Flurkin some dried fish snacks, Black Widow sought out Li Jie. "Would you prefer to talk in the bedroom?" Li Jie dashed. "No, I'm not in the mood for that," she replied, shaking her head with a serious expression. "It's about Tony and the Tesseract. Natasha, I found a necklace last night when I was tidying up. What do you think of it?" Li Jie deliberately pulled out the Space Stone from under his shirt to show off a little. "Jack, your necklace is very pretty, but could you please take Tony's situation seriously?" Natasha pressed. "This concerns you as well." "No, I mean it concerns Huey." As she spoke, Black Widow deliberately glanced at the Flurkin, who was busily munching on dried fish. "Fagning ignorance, the yerepiet." "You mean the cat?" "Natasha, I suppose we really do need to have a proper conversation. Would you like some soy milk?" "No, thank you." Black Widow declined, clearly not in the mood for anything but the matter at hand. Li Jie sat down across from her. "Speaking of Huey, it's actually not my cat. I have no idea how it got entangled with Tony. If Tony wants to adopt it, he can just take it home." "Wait a minute. You're saying Huey isn't your cat?" Black Widow frowned. Li Jie nodded in response. "That's right. Huey belongs to one of our customers at the restaurant. If I recall correctly, her name is Carol." The Flurkin let out a sound, as if echoing Li Jie's words. Li Jie siget. "Speaking of Carol, she hasn't been around in a long time. I wonder what's happened to her. Natasha, could you use SHELD's resources to look into it? I'm genuinely worried about her." "Jack, if Huey isn't your cat, then why does it keep showing up at the restaurant?" Black Widow asked, puzzled. Li Jie spread his hands and replied, "I guess the food here is so irresistible that even cats can't stay away. Huey's just a greedy little thing." The Flurkin made a protesting noise, but after considering it honestly couldn't resist the restaurant's delicacies, it resignedly lowered its head and kept munching on dried fish. "Jack, let's put aside Huey and Carol for now. Let's get back to Tony. You know, last night I accompanied Tony to meet Director Nick, hoping we could use cosmic magic to find an element to replace palladium. Unfortunately, things didn't go as smoothly as we'd hoped. To put it simply, the cosmic cube isn't in SHELD's hands." Black Widow spoke gravely. "Then where is it?" Jack feigned surprise as he asked. Black Widow turned her gaze to the Flurkin. "That's a question for Huey. Jack, let me tell you a secret, but don't be too shocked. Huey isn't just any ordinary cat. In fact, he's a Flurkin, and Flurkins are some of the most terrifying creatures in the universe." Jack glanced at Black Widow, then looked over at Huey, who was contentedly munching on a dried fish snack. "Natasha, that's not even remotely funny. Huey's just a cat." "No, Huey is a Flurkin," Black Widow insisted, leaving no room for doubt. "No, he's a cat, and he loves sneaking off to hang out with the alley cats." Jack stood firm. Black Widow shook her head and said, Jack, there's no need for us to argue about this. The reason I'm telling you all this is the cosmic cube was swallowed by the Flurkin. In other words, the cube is inside Huey's belly. Jack was left speechless. Natasha, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't want to help Tony, there's no need to come up with such a wild story, is there? Saying Huey is a Flurkin who swallowed the cosmic cube. Do you actually believe that yourself? At that moment, Nick Fury pushed open the door to the Chinese restaurant, followed by Coulson and Captain America. Outside, the entire street had been sealed off, with many people in hazmat suits standing guard. Were they here to catch the Flurkin? Jack nearly laughed. If the Flurkin really went on a rampage, this small group wouldn't stand chance. Jack, Natasha isn't joking with you, and S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't trying to dodge responsibility. Believe it or not, everything Natasha just said is true. And I can also tell you that Natasha's mission here is to keep the Flurkin under surveillance. Nick Fury spoke, his gaze wary and fixed on the Flurkin. The Flurkin stood up and let out a guttural sound. Having been hurt by it before, Nick Fury instinctively took a step back. Black Widow also stood, watching the Flurkin with a tense vigilance, trying to steady her voice as she said, Everyone, stay calm. I've laced its dried fish treats with a powerful sedative, enough to knock out a whale. The Flurkin rolled its eyes in disdain. A whale? Please, they're no match for me. Huey, come here. Jack beckoned with his hand. Huey leapt onto Jack's lap, settling in to enjoy being petted. There's really no need for all this tension. Huey is incredibly well-behaved and won't harm anyone. At the very least, he won't harm any of the guests in this restaurant. With a gentle smile, Li Jie turned to Black Widow and explained, Natasha, you shouldn't have drugged Huey. If you really want to take him away, all you need is his consent. Black Widow looked a bit remorseful, shifting into a defensive stance as she replied, Jack, be careful. The Flurkin is extremely dangerous. No, I actually think Huey is quite adorable, Li Jie replied, his gaze settling on Nick Fury. Director, please use your head. If Huey truly is the Flurkin you say he is, do you really think this handful of people here could do anything? Nick Fury frowned. He knew full well that none of the people present could handle a Flurkin, but he still had to recover the Tesseract. Outside, a suit of armor landed at the entrance to the Chinese restaurant. Tony Stark stepped out and entered the place. He glanced first at the Flurkin in Li Jie's arms, then spoke up. Nick, let's call it here. I've changed my mind. What do you mean? Nick Fury asked, perplexed. Tony Stark answered. I've decided to take Jack's advice and undergo the surgery to fix this once and for all. Tony, that's wonderful news, Li Jie said, delighted. Tony walked over and gently patted the Flurkin's head, then turned to Nick Fury. This way, you don't need to take Huey away, do you? Nick Fury. Taking the Flurkin was never just about Tony Stark. But now, he was completely at a loss for what to do. Just as Li Jie had said, if the Flurkin was unwilling, these people wouldn't stand a chance. After hesitating for a few seconds, Nick Fury said reluctantly, withdraw. Black Widow felt torn inside, uncertain whether to stay at the restaurant or leave with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Natasha. Li Jie stood up, cradling the Flurkin, and walked over. Would you like to hold Huey for a while? Black Widow looked at the Flurkin, unsure what to do. The Flurkin let out a soft sound. It's all right. You spent plenty of time with Huey already. He won't hurt you, Li Jie said with a warm smile. After a moment's hesitation, Black Widow reached out and took the Flurkin in her arms. See? Huey is willing to go with you. Natasha, if you'd like, you can look after Huey for a while. At least until Carol turns up. Really? Is that okay? Black Widow asked, barely daring to believe it. Before coming here, she and Nick Fury had gone over countless plans, even considered the possibility of the entire Hell's Kitchen being destroyed. But she had never imagined she might just walk out holding the Flurkin. As long as you promise to feed it food from the Chinese restaurant every day and find some female cats to keep it company, I think it will agree. Li Jie reached out and gently stroked the head of the Devourer Beast. At first, the Devourer Beast was still a bit resistant, but the moment it heard Li Jie's terms, it immediately agreed. Seeing this, Black Widow exclaimed with delight. Of course, that's no problem at all. Huey, as long as you never get tired of it, I can guarantee you'll have at least 2 gourmet meals from the Chinese restaurant every day. The Devourer Beast purred with satisfaction. Black Widow scooped up the creature and carried it over to Nick Fury. Nick Fury instinctively took a step back, his face full of surprise. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Take it away for now, Nick Fury instructed. Once he saw Black Widow board the plane and leave, he walked up to Li Jie and said, Jack, I really have to thank you this time. And since I rarely get the chance to come here, could I trouble you for one of your famous 4-piece sets? Li Jie checked the time. It was just about time to open for business. Of course, no problem. But could you let my server in first? Peter Parker was still stuck behind the police barricade. Nick Fury gave the order to lift the lockdown, then led his team out of Hell's Kitchen, leaving only Captain America and Coulson behind to have a meal together. "Jack, I'll have one too," Tony Stark chimed in, pulling cash from his pocket, and leaving Peter Parker a generous tip. "Boss, what exactly happened?" I saw Natasha carrying Huey away. Peter Parker found a chance to ask. Lee Jie felt a twinge of regret. Now that Black Widow was gone, he'd have to rethink who would keep him warm at night. After lunch service ended, Lee Jie hopped on his battered old motorcycle and made his way to 177A, Bleecker Street. That's right, this was the New York Sanctum. He knocked on the great doors, rap-tap-tap. Moments later, someone from inside swung the door open. While he waited, Lee Jie deliberately used his super senses to check inside, but found the entire sanctum shielded by magical barriers. Standing outside, not even his heightened senses could penetrate the walls. Baron Mordo, who answered the door, looked at Lee Jie with surprise. "You're the guardian of the sanctum now?" Lee Jie was equally surprised to see Baron Mordo. Wasn't this like putting the bank vault in the hands of a thief? Baron Mordo didn't answer, but eyed Lee Jie warily. "What brings you here? Is Steven in? I have something I'd like his help with." Baron Mordo secretly let out a sigh of relief. He'd thought Lee Jie was here about Caecilius. "Sorry, Steven isn't here. He's far away in Ka." Before Baron Mordo could finish, Lee Jie cut him off. "Camartage, right? As far as I know, there's a portal in the New York Sanctum that leads straight to Camartage. Baron Mordo, please wait here for a moment." The doors of the New York Sanctum closed. Lee Jie reached up and touched his nose, feeling increasingly put off by Baron Mordo. This guy didn't even invite me inside to sit for a bit. Fortunately, Lee Jie didn't have to wait long outside. Soon enough, the doors swung open again, and Dr. Stephen Strange himself stepped out. "Mr. Jack, were you looking for me?" Unlike Baron Mordo, Stephen's manner toward Lee Jie was full of respect. "Stephen, would you mind finding somewhere we could sit and chat for a while?" A smile quickly spread across Stephen's face. "To be honest, I haven't had lunch yet. Besides, I've been missing the food from the Chinese restaurant. If you don't mind, we could talk there. And don't worry, I'll pay for my own meal." This was the first time since Lee Jie had taken over the Chinese restaurant that he fired up the kitchen again after closing hours. The benefit was that the two of them could sit undisturbed in the restaurant and have a proper conversation. "So you're saying you want me to operate on Tony Stark?" Stephen frowned, his eyes fixed on his own hands, and suddenly, the delicious food in front of him lost all its appeal. Ever since the accident, his injured hands had become a constant ache in his heart. He had thought that, after coming to Camartage and studying under the Ancient One, he'd already let go of it. But when Lee Jie brought up the surgery for Tony Stark, Stephen realized he'd never truly moved past it. It was a stone pressing on his chest all along. His hands began to tremble without him noticing. His chopsticks slipped and clinked onto the plate. Stephen clenched his fists tightly to hide his discomfort and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you with this. If Tony really does need surgery, I can introduce you to the best surgeons in the world." Frankly, Lee Jie was a little surprised by Stephen's reaction, too. So Stephen still hadn't made peace with himself. Only after doing so could he truly become Doctor Strange. "Stephen, all I'm asking is for you to convince Tony that you can cure him and to participate in the surgery." Lee Jie reiterated his request. Stephen's brows furrowed even tighter. "So, you mean you want to play the lead, but I don't actually need to operate on Tony myself?" Lee Jie nodded in affirmation. "Then I don't understand. Why me? And who will actually perform the surgery on Tony?" Stephen looked at Lee Jie in confusion. Stephen stared at Lee Jie, astonished. Without another word, Lee Jie simply demonstrated his abilities. He activated both his super senses and telekinetic powers at the same time. As far as I know, there's a portal in the New York Sanctum that leads directly to Camartage. "Baron Mordo, please wait here for a moment." The grand doors of the New York Sanctum swung shut. Lee Jie raised his hand and touched his nose, feeling an even greater dislike for Baron Mordo. This guy didn't even invite me in for a seat. Fortunately, Lee Jie didn't have to wait long outside. Soon, the doors of the sanctum opened again, and Doctor Strange, Stephen, stepped out to greet him. "Mr. Jack, were you looking for me?" Unlike Mordo, Stephen's manner toward Lee Jie brimmed with respect. "Stephen, would you mind finding somewhere to sit down and have a chat?" Stephen immediately smiled and said, "To be honest, I haven't had lunch yet. Besides, I've been missing the food at the Chinese restaurant. If you don't mind, we could talk there. And don't worry, I'll take care of the bill myself." This was the first time since Lee Jie had taken over the Chinese restaurant that he fired up the kitchen again after closing hours. The upside was that the two of them could sit in the restaurant undisturbed and talk things through. "So, you're saying you want me to perform surgery on Tony Stark?" Stephen frowned, his eyes fixed on his own hands, and suddenly, The food in front of him lost its flavor. Ever since the accident, his injured hands had been a constant source of pain and regret. After coming to Kamartaj and training under the Ancient One, Stephen thought he had already moved past it. But the moment Li Jie suggested he operate on Tony Stark, Stephen realized that wound had never truly healed. It was a heavy stone pressed against his heart. His hands began to tremble involuntarily. The chopsticks slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the plate. Stephen clenched his fists tightly, trying to hide his discomfort, and shook his head. "I am sorry. I don't think I can help you with this. If Tony really needs surgery, I can introduce you to the best surgeons in the world." Truth be told, Li Jie was also a little surprised by Stephen's reaction. So, Stephen still hadn't overcome this hurdle within himself. Only by crossing it could he truly become Doctor Strange. "Stephen, all I want is for you to convince Tony you can heal him and to participate in the surgery." Li Jie clarified his intent. Stephen's brow furrowed again. "You mean you want me to play the lead, but I don't actually have to perform the operation on Tony?" Li Jie nodded in response. "But I don't understand. Why me? And who is actually going to operate on Tony?" Stephen stared at Li Jie in puzzlement. Li Jie didn't waste any words. He simply demonstrated his abilities, activating both his super senses and telekinetic powers at the same time. The target was the golden fried rice in front of Stephen. Every single grain of the golden fried rice was coated in egg, and what Jack did was separate each grain of rice from the egg. Moments later, pristine white rice appeared before Stephen, with the golden egg now set aside. Stephen exclaimed in astonishment. "This isn't magic." Jack explained the two abilities he was using to Stephen. "That's right, it's a supernatural power. With this, I can remove the shards of iron lodged inside Tony's body." Stephen nodded in response. "If that's the case, you're capable of performing a surgery that not even the world's best surgeons could accomplish. Although I haven't seen Tony's full medical records yet, I believe you're up to the task." "Jack, there's still something I don't get. If you have this kind of extraordinary ability, why not just tell Tony and have him agree for you to do the surgery? Why bother coming to me?" Jack smiled and said, "Picture this. A world-renowned surgeon and sorcerer or a chef from a Hell's Kitchen Chinese restaurant. If it were you on the table, which would you choose?" "I see," Stephen replied with a nod, his gaze dropping to the plate. "Jack, either make me a fresh plate or put this golden fried rice back the way it was. Otherwise, I won't agree to play along with your act." Once the egg and rice were separated, the golden fried rice could hardly be called golden fried rice anymore, and it lost its original flavor. Using his super senses and telekinesis, Jack restored the golden fried rice. This process was far more difficult and challenging than separating the rice and egg had been. Jack didn't opt to cook a new serving, but chose this trickier method instead. Besides wanting to hone his skills, he also hoped to boost Stephen's confidence in him. After all, a life was at stake. A slight misstep in surgery could cost Tony Stark his life. And with Tony Stark's influence in the public eye, Stephen knew he had to be extra cautious. After the meal, Jack went straight to find Tony Stark, introducing him to Doctor Strange. Back when Doctor Strange was still a physician, he'd seen plenty of wealthy patients. In those days, he chose his patients, not the other way around. If Stephen didn't want to help, no amount of money could sway him. Stephen first took Tony Stark's medical records and began to study them. From a purely surgical standpoint, Stephen advised conservative treatment, since even the smallest mistake in surgery could mean death for Tony Stark. But after witnessing Jack's powers, Stephen now saw it as a minor operation. However, Stephen had to present himself as a true expert and persuade Tony Stark to undergo the surgery, approaching the matter from a doctor's perspective. This would take some time. The Chinese restaurant still needed to open for business in the afternoon, so Li Jie left Tony Stark's mansion ahead of schedule. That evening, the restaurant reopened. The departure of Black Widow had left Li Jie feeling somewhat out of sorts, and even Peter Parker was struggling to adjust. "Boss, is Natasha really not coming back?" "Peter, just mind your own business," Li Jie replied. "By the way, how's your friend doing?" Li Jie deftly shifted the conversation to Harry Osborn. Peter Parker answered, "Harry's decided to go away for a while. He says he wants to seek out a master and learn from them. I don't really know the details. I just hope he's okay." "And what about Norman? Still no news from the police?" Peter Parker shook his head. "Mr. Norman's disappeared. There's not a single clue, even now. I guess he might have already left the city." Li Jie felt Peter was underestimating the gravity of the situation. The Green Goblin was far more terrifying than Kingpin ever was. He had secretly orchestrated countless battles between supervillains and superheroes alike. Just then, the bell above the restaurant door chimed as Dr. Pym entered, accompanied by a middle-aged woman. "Hey, Jack, we'll have 2 of the 4-course sets, please." Dr. Pym looked to be in high spirits. After paying, he lowered his voice and said, "Jack, I heard the cat at your place is actually a flirkin, and you convinced Tony to go through with his surgery." "Dr. Pym, Your nose for news is really something, Li Jie joked. Pim laughed. Well, what can I say? I worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. for years. I know a few people. Besides, I have my own sources. There's no keeping secrets from me. Honestly, I never expected S.H.I.E.L.D. would actually lose the Cosmic Cube. Still, it's fantastic that you managed to talk Tony into the surgery. Here's hoping everything goes well, and he joins the Avengers soon. Dr. Pym, and this is... Sensing that Dr. Pym was about to resume persuading him to join the Avengers, Li Jie quickly changed the subject, turning his attention to the woman standing beside Pym. Oh, look at me. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Janet Van Dyne. Dr. Pym's face lit up with happiness as he spoke of Janet Van Dyne. The two were not only husband and wife, but also close comrades in arms. She was, of course, none other than the legendary Wasp. Jack, Pym has been singing your praises in my ear for ages, Janet said with a smile. He says your food is the best in the world, and that you're one of the most formidable superheroes out there. Iron Man, Black Widow, and the others are all your devoted fans. The Wasp reached out her hand as she spoke. Li Jie extended his hand to shake Dane's, offering a warm smile as he said, Dr. Pym is exaggerating far too much. I'm no hero, just a cook in Hell's Kitchen, nothing more. Peter, please find seats for our two distinguished guests. I need to get to the kitchen and prepare something delicious for them. Peter Parker quickly arranged seats for Dr. Pym and the Wasp, and soon brought over the first dish, golden fried rice. Dane, try while it's hot. I can assure you, there isn't a single restaurant out there that can make fried rice this delicious. Dr. Pym praised enthusiastically. I hope it's truly as good as you say. The Wasp replied, still a little skeptical. She scooped up a small bite of golden fried rice, hesitated, then tasted it. Suddenly, she set down her spoon and covered her mouth with both hands. Dane, what's wrong? Oh my goodness, are you crying? Dr. Pym hurried to her side, gently putting an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. Dane, it's all right. I'm here. Whatever it is, we'll get through it together. The Wasp shook her head and said, Pym, you've misunderstood. I'm not sad. I'm just overwhelmed. You were absolutely right. This fried rice is incredible. Back in the kitchen, Li Jie, who had just finished preparing the soup, caught wind of the feedback. Congratulations, you've earned the Wasp's approval. No new skills unlocked, and, come to think of it, that made perfect sense. All of the Wasp's abilities come from her suit, which Dr. Pym created using Pym particle technology. Li Jie had already unlocked the relevant skills from Dr. Pym, so it was only natural that he couldn't unlock anything new from the Wasp. Just as Li Jie passed the soup to Peter Parker through the serving window, both of their spider senses tingled at once, alerting them to danger. Their gazes snapped toward the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. Across the street stood a disheveled-looking middle-aged man, clad in a jacket and jeans, with hair so wild and greasy he looked like he hadn't washed it in a week. At the same time, the man furrowed his brow, a voice ringing out in his mind. Eddie, I suggest you don't go over there. My spider sense is warning me. That place is dangerous. We can't risk our lives just for a bite to eat. Venom, I never thought I'd see the day you were afraid of a little spider. Afraid of a spider? Don't be ridiculous. I could swallow that spider whole. Eddie, the danger I sense isn't coming from Peter Parker. It's from someone else. You mean that old man and the woman? No, not them. From your angle, you can't see him. It's the chef in the kitchen, busy at the stove. My spider sense is screaming that guy is incredibly dangerous. We should stay far away from the Chinese restaurant. No, what I mean is, we should stay far away from Hell's Kitchen. The farther, the better. What's so scary about a chef, anyway? Besides, Chinese restaurants guarantee their patrons' safety. He won't hurt us. Eddie, you idiot. Use your head for once. If that chef wasn't powerful and terrifying, how could he possibly guarantee the safety of the restaurant's customers? Either way, we need to get out of here, fast. Eddie, you're going the wrong way. Eddie Brock ignored Venom's warnings and strode across the street straight toward the Chinese restaurant. The door chimed as Eddie Brock pushed it open and stepped inside. Peter Parker had been watching Eddie Brock closely the entire time. Strangely enough, as soon as Eddie entered the restaurant, the danger that Peter's spider sense had picked up suddenly vanished. Well, not vanished exactly. It was more like it went into hiding. Now it was lurking inside Eddie Brock. Venom, you coward, Eddie muttered under his breath. Venom seethed in silence. Please, have a seat, Peter Parker said, leading Eddie Brock to a table by the window. He asked what Eddie would like to eat. In truth, Venom had picked this spot. If anything went wrong, it figured they could just smash through the window and make a quick escape. Peter, do you really not remember me? Eddie asked suddenly after placing his order. Peter Parker studied Eddie Brock's face, a look of confusion on his own. Should we know each other? Inside Eddie's mind, Venom's mocking voice piped up. How's that, Eddie? Pretty embarrassing, huh? Heathy, you treat him like your nemesis, but he doesn't even know who you are. Eddie bristled inside, then gave a cold snort. Peter, You don't need to pretend you don't know me. My name is Eddie Brock. I used to be a reporter at the Daily Globe, until you got me fired. Peter Parker blinked. Sir, there must be some mistake. I really don't know you. Give it up, Eddie. He has no idea who you are. Venom sneered. No, he's lying. Eddie shouted inwardly, Peter's attitude only fueling his frustration. Outwardly, however, he remained calm. Oh, maybe I got it wrong. What I meant was, the person who cost me my job wasn't you, but some weirdo who runs around in a Spider-Man suit. Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat. He realized Eddie Brock was hinting that he knew Peter was Spider-Man. How does he know? Peter ran through his memories again, making sure he didn't know the man standing before him. Sir, please hold on a moment. Your order will be ready soon. Feigning ignorance, Peter turned away as if he hadn't understood the implication. Ligia had already used his super senses to detect another parasitic life form hidden inside Eddie Brock's body, and had confirmed that it was the very symbiote capable of making Brock so powerful, Venom. Peter, are you sure you don't know him? Ligia took the opportunity to ask while Peter was eating. Peter answered with a puzzled look. I really don't know him, but he says I cost him his job. Also, it seems like he knows about my other identity. Ligia pressed on. Peter, do you know about Venom? Peter reacted as if bitten by a viper. Boss, how do you know about that? Venom is a powerful and malevolent creature. Both Deadpool and I have been hosts. Deadpool wasn't too affected, but I almost lost myself to Venom, nearly became a puppet of evil. He paused, then glanced back at Eddie Brock, who was grinning at him with an eerie smile, and exclaimed in surprise. Boss, are you saying he's been infected by Venom? No wonder I felt something familiar about him. Peter, don't act rashly just yet. This is only my suspicion, Ligia cautioned. Peter nodded, replying, Don't worry, boss. Even if he really is bonded with Venom, I won't start anything in the restaurant. Unless he makes the first move. Ligia began to cook, and soon all the orders for Dr. Pym, Wasp, and Eddie Brock were served. Heavens, this is amazing. A mouthful of golden fried rice made Venom lose his composure. It opened its mouth and swallowed the fried rice, plate and all. Dr. Pym, Wasp. Peter Parker thought to himself, there's no mistake. This guy is definitely Venom. Meanwhile, Ligia received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, on earning Venom's recognition. You have unlocked 1% of Venom's composite skills. After the ancient one, here was another skill unlocked at only 1%. Venom's composite skills included genius-level knowledge, advanced language abilities, immense magical resistance, overwhelming strength, and exceptional combat prowess. Since Venom could replicate its host's DNA and had traveled to many planets, its powers were incredibly complex. For example, after bonding with Spider-Man and Deadpool, it had acquired the abilities of both. In this sense, Ligia and Venom are quite alike. However, one is a parasite that must attach to a host to acquire their abilities, while the other only needs to conquer others through delicious food to gain powerful skills. When Eddie Brock is bonded with Venom, it's as if he's playing life on cheat mode. Venom possesses many formidable abilities, but he also has fatal weaknesses. He's terrified of ultrasonic waves and extreme heat. Ligia, on the other hand, has no such fears. Many of Venom's combined skills overlap with those Ligia has already acquired. Once unlocked, they simply merge together. Ligia has also gained a wealth of alien knowledge from Venom. Oh God, just look at the mess you've made. You actually swallowed the plate. Are you trying to announce our identity to the world? Eddie Brock cursed inwardly. Venom chuckled and replied, Eddie, your so-called God doesn't even exist. Praying to him is just plain foolish. Fine, I'll give your plate back. Moments ago, everyone had watched as Eddie Brock swallowed the plate whole, only to see him spit it back out just seconds later. Dr. Pym, the Wasp, Peter Parker, Ligia, Eddie Brock. Oh God, Venom, you claim to be an advanced life form. So how can you be so utterly clueless? Why on earth did you spit it out? Venom retorted, Hey, you were the one who complained when I swallowed it. Now I spit it out, and that's wrong too? As for being clueless, I'm starting to think it's rubbing off from you. Eddie Brock could only sigh. All right, I'll admit it was my mistake. As long as we don't feel embarrassed, it's the others who will. Eddie Brock had gotten used to it by now. He'd been through far more awkward situations. Like that time at the convenience store, when he'd suddenly bitten off the shopkeeper's head. Compared to that, swallowing and spitting out a plate was nothing. This time, Eddie Brock managed to keep control of his body and ate like a regular person. He was still a little too fast, though. Before long, all 4 plates were empty. Eddie, I take back what I said earlier. Chinese food is absolutely delicious. Let's order more. Hurry, order more. I am starving. No, even if I weren't hungry, I could eat 10 more servings. Eddie, order several more. Venom's voice buzzed in Eddie Brock's mind, insistent and relentless, like a swarm of flies. Order more? Where am I supposed to get the money for that? Eddie, don't worry about money. We just need to make a quick trip to the bank. You can take as much as you want. You jerk. Are you telling me to go rob someone? Listen, Eddie Brock, am not a criminal. I would never do something like rob a bank. Eddie, if you don't go to the bank, there's no money. And without money, how are we supposed to enjoy the food at the Chinese restaurant? I said, shut up. I'll figure out the money myself. After a heated, whispered argument with Venom, Eddie Brock called Peter Parker over, putting on a cheerful smile. The food here is absolutely delicious. Could I please get another 4-piece combo? Peter Parker, well aware that Venom wasn't under Eddie Brock's control, remained cautious but smiled politely. I'm sorry, but to make sure every guest gets a chance to enjoy our food, the restaurant has a rule. Each person can only order 1 serving of each dish per day. Peter even pointed to the rule posted on the wall. Eddie Brock glanced at the sign, feeling a bit helpless. Venom, looks like we'll have to come back tomorrow. Venom, however, lost control, taking over Eddie and slamming his palm on the table so hard that the plates rattled and bounced. I'm not full yet. I want more of this restaurant's food, right now. Peter, do you remember who I am? As Venom spoke, he sprang forth from Eddie Brock, turning him into a hulking black monster. Take a good look. We're not just 1 person. We're 2. Ordering 2 4-piece combos isn't breaking your restaurant's rules, is it? Now, take this money and get cooking. Venom tossed a crumpled wad of cash across the room. Peter Parker stepped back, instantly on guard and ready for a fight. After accepting the money, he turned to look at Li Jie. Eddie Brock is the host, and Venom is the parasite. In theory, they're 2 separate beings. So ordering 2 4-piece combos wouldn't actually break the restaurant's rules. Peter, let them have a seat. Their food will be ready soon, Li Jie instructed. Venom let out a gloating laugh and flashed a victory sign at Peter Parker, crowing, Peter, hurry up and clear these empty plates. There was no rule against serving non-Earth life forms, so Peter Parker had no choice but to treat Venom as a regular customer. Please wait a moment. Your order will be ready soon, Peter said as he cleared the table. After a brief moment of shock, Dr. Pym and the Wasp exchanged glances and began to discuss quietly. Both had realized just how powerful Venom was, and knew they faced 2 choices. First, if Venom was a villain, then the Avengers had both the responsibility and the duty to eliminate him. Second, from the perspective of righteousness, Venom should be recruited by the Avengers. Pym, I think we could give it a try, Wasp said hesitantly. Dr. Pym stood up as he spoke, walked over to Venom, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Dr. Pym. Would you mind sitting down for a chat? Venom flicked out his tongue, reptilian and slick, showing off his sharp teeth. I don't care who you are. You'd better get out of my sight before I bite your head off. Well, looks like you're definitely not on the Avengers side. Dr. Pym awkwardly withdrew his hand and turned back to Wasp. Pym, don't be so quick to judge. Maybe we should wait until he's Eddie again. Then we could try talking, Wasp suggested. Dr. Pym shrugged. You're right. Golden fried rice, soup of the day, noodles with soybean paste, sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Venom's appetite was bottomless, like a giant trash compactor. Every dish brought to the table, he tipped the plate straight into his mouth, devouring it all in one go. This is delicious. The food here is just incredible. Damn it, I'm still not full. What now? What do I do? Venom licked his lips, eyes fixed hungrily on Dr. Pym and Wasp, drooling over the feast still spread across the table. He pulled out his chair and stood up. At that moment, Li Jie reached out telepathically to Venom. If you dare hurt anyone in this restaurant, I'll toss you into the fire and burn you to ash. Venom turned to look at Li Jie. He was about to snap back with some threats, but when he saw the flames dancing at Li Jie's fingertips, the words died in his throat. His spider sense was crystal clear. Li Jie meant every word. A deep, vibrating hum suddenly rolled in from outside, powerful sound waves filling the air. A sleek, black aircraft was descending from the sky, clearly preparing to land right in front of the restaurant. Oh no! Venom instinctively clutched his ears, his face contorted in pain. The black liquid that was part of Venom seemed to be pulling away from Eddie Brock's body. Eddie, I can't take it. Get us out of here. The back door. Quick, out the back. With a single bound, Eddie Brock leapt 10 meters away and dashed for the rear exit without looking back. Peter Parker glanced at the landing aircraft, then turned to look toward the restaurant's back door. Suddenly, Li Jie's voice echoed in his mind. If you're worried, you can follow them. Just try not to make a mess of yourself. Peter Parker had once been possessed by Venom and had experience breaking free from it. He tapped his forehead lightly and slipped out the back door in pursuit. The black jet came to a halt, and the clamor died away. The hatch swung open, and out strode Wolverine, clad in his X-Men combat uniform, a cigar clenched between his teeth. From the doorway, he waved at Li Jie and called out, Jack, we're here for a midnight snack. But Li Jia knew things were never that simple. For the wee Wolverine mentioned had arrived as well. There was Professor X, the elderly man in the wheelchair whose eyes seemed to shine with wisdom, Storm, with her mane of white hair, Jean, striking and radiant, and Cyclops, whose appearance was almost mechanical. Ever since returning to Xavier's academy, Wolverine had been yearning for the food at the Chinese restaurant, constantly telling everyone that nothing in the world could compare. He had roused the whole academy's appetite for Chinese cuisine. Not long ago, the X-Men had wrapped up a mission. Seizing the chance to get out, Wolverine brought up the restaurant again. The group quickly agreed. Tonight, they'd see for themselves if Wolverine's praise held true. Why aren't you coming? Wolverine had reached the door before noticing the others hadn't budged from the plane, their expressions grave. Li Jia lit a cigarette, and the voice of Professor X echoed in his mind. Knowing Professor X only wished to speak with him, Li Jia allowed the telepathic connection. Jack, I've long sensed your presence. You're an exceptionally powerful mutant. Li Jia didn't argue. With the array of extraordinary abilities he now possessed, it wasn't wrong for Professor X to consider him a mutant. Have you come to challenge me? He asked. Professor X smiled and replied. Rather than a challenge, think of it as a technical exchange. My team is quite intrigued by you. They want to see just how powerful your control over space really is. What if I refuse? Jack, I know you won't. You're just as curious about your own limits. That ability you have, the one that can pull people into a different space. What is it exactly? We should go there to begin. Professor X spoke calmly. So the old man even knew about the mirror dimension. He'd clearly been watching for some time. Jean noticed the faint furrow between Professor X's brows and asked, Professor, is something wrong? It's nothing, Professor X replied, his expression serious as he watched Li Jia step out of the restaurant. Though his sole power was telepathy, Professor X was still counted among the mightiest mutants. Yet just now, the mental link he'd formed with Li Jia had been severed by Li Jia alone, and he found himself unable to reconnect. This made Professor X inwardly astonished. In other words, purely in terms of telepathy, Li Jia was absolutely on par with Professor X. At the very least, he was stronger than Cerebro, the assistant renowned for being Professor X's right hand. That alone convinced Professor X that he had to bring Li Jia into the X-Men. Under no circumstances could he allow Li Jia to become their enemy. Li Jia opened the door to the Chinese restaurant and, flashing a smile at Wolverine who stood outside, called out, Logan, I thought you'd never come back. So are you here for a meal? Wolverine looked a bit embarrassed as he glanced back at Professor X and the others, then replied, Well, at least that was the plan, but could you wait a moment? Pausing briefly, Wolverine hurried back to the others. Professor, what's going on? Are we still going in for dinner? Professor X didn't answer directly. Instead, he called out Storm. Storm stepped forward, then gracefully lifted off the ground, hovering in the air. At the same time, the sky above began to shift. Where just moments ago the stars were twinkling, now thick clouds gathered, blotting out the night sky. It's going to rain. Better bring the laundry in. Li Jia shouted, flicking the ash from his cigarette and calling over to Wolverine. Logan, if you're here to eat, then hurry up and come in. Otherwise, you'd better move that big eye of yours. If you don't, the police might show up and tow it away. With that, Li Jia turned and strolled back into the restaurant as if nothing unusual had happened. Storm, who had been ready to make a move, was caught off guard. She turned to Professor X and said, Doesn't seem interested in fighting us. Li Jia truly had no intention of fighting the X-Men. It wasn't just that good business relies on harmony, but facing off against the X-Men would only expose his own powers unnecessarily, with no real benefit. He had already acquired some of Wolverine's abilities, and he had long been contemplating the powers of the other X-Men, especially Jean, known as the Phoenix. If he could obtain the Phoenix Force, he'd be unstoppable on Earth. Combined with the other skills he'd already unlocked, even Thanos would have no choice but to follow his lead. Even a friendly sparring match would sour relations. So why not just invite them in for a meal, win their approval, and unlock new abilities that way? That way, everyone could benefit. Why fight at all? Professor, aren't we here to eat? Besides, Jack isn't our enemy. There's no need to fight him. Wolverine protested earnestly. Professor X looked at Wolverine with a wry expression, as if to say, You just don't understand. Logan, you're right. We're here to eat. Dinner's on me tonight. Order anything you like. With that, Professor X strode inside, leading the way. Of course, we'll have the 4-course special. Every dish in the Chinese restaurant comes in small portions, and each one is unique. I suggest you all order the 4-item set. Wolverine exclaimed with excitement. Finally, a free meal. Storm landed gracefully and said, Logan, I'm actually on a diet lately, but I suppose I can at least have a taste of every dish. Jean chimed in as well. I haven't had much of an appetite lately, but since you guys eat a lot, I'll have a 4-item set too. As they chatted, the group made their way into the restaurant. Jack, where's Peter? Wolverine called out loudly as soon as he entered, intentionally asking about Peter Parker to break the previous awkwardness. Peter wasn't feeling well, so he left early. Lee Jia replied casually, then asked, So what would you all like to eat? 1, 2, 3. Wolverine deliberately turned around and counted, then said, Let's have 5 4-item sets. That'll come to a total of $1,750 for 5 sets. Lee Jia informed them. Wolverine turned to Professor X and said, The rule here is to pay first. The total is $1,750. Professor X pulled out $2,000 from his wallet and said, Keep the change. A generous $250 tip, just like that. When it comes to background, Professor X is an old money heir. Back in the day, his wealth even surpassed Tony Stark's. If nothing else, the fact that he's been funding Xavier School for so many years and still spends lavishly shows just how deep his pockets run. Logan, find yourselves a seat. Your order will be ready soon. Lee Jia instructed, then turned and headed into the kitchen. Professor, let's sit over here. Wolverine pointed to a table that could seat 6. The Wasp whispered, Pym, what do you think of these people? Dr. Pym shook his head and replied, Janet, don't get your hopes up. They're X-Men. They're not about to jump ship to the Avengers. The Wasp thought for a moment and said, I still think it's worth a try. Even if we can't recruit them all, getting just one would be a win. But Dr. Pym wasn't optimistic. Janet, I really think we should let it go. Getting involved with them would only drag us into the mutant conflict. The Wasp considered this, nodded, and continued her meal. Before long, the dishes the X-Men had ordered began arriving at the table. Wolverine, like a true gourmet, introduced the plate. This is golden fried rice. Do you see the sheen on top? Every grain is coated in egg, bringing the flavors of the egg and rice together into a unique taste and aroma. Go ahead and try it. You won't be disappointed. With that, he dug in, eating at remarkable speed, and didn't forget to praise Lee Jia's culinary skills. Cyclops had been hungry for quite some time. Seeing how much Wolverine was enjoying the food, he brought a spoonful to his own mouth as well. This is amazing. I've never tasted Chinese food this delicious in my life. In the kitchen, while preparing the soup, Lee Jia couldn't help but smile as the system delivered its feedback. Congratulations, host. You have gained Cyclops approval and successfully unlocked 10% of Cyclops' optic beam. Cyclops' power draws from surrounding energy, such as solar radiation, photons, and cosmic rays, which his body absorbs and metabolizes into concussive blasts released from his eyes. Because this energy is incredibly powerful and difficult to control, Cyclops normally wears a specially designed visor at all times. Lee Jia, however, having gained Cyclops' optic beam, did not inherit his troubles. He could easily regulate the release and intensity of the optic blasts. Storm was on a diet, and Jean didn't have much of an appetite. Both of them took a small, tentative bite, like chicks pecking a grain, but upon tasting it, their eyes lit up. Quickly, each took another spoonful. At the same moment, Lee Jia received another system notification. Congratulations, host. You have gained Storm's approval and successfully unlocked 10% of Storm's abilities. Storm's powers aren't limited to simply manipulating the weather. She can easily conjure blizzards, lightning, and tornadoes, and is even capable of summoning solar storms and cosmic phenomena, wielding the very elements of the universe. In her fury, she could even destroy an entire planet in an instant. Her power is truly formidable. Congratulations, host. You have gained Marvel Girl's approval and unlocked 10% of Marvel Girl's abilities. To be honest, Lee Jia felt a flicker of disappointment seeing the system refer to Jean as Marvel Girl. In other words, Jean had not yet become Phoenix. She did not wield the power of the Phoenix Force. Still, Jean possessed both telepathy and telekinesis. Her telekinetic abilities, in particular, were more versatile than Magneto's. She could control nearly any form of matter and had immense potential. However, both of these powers overlapped with skills Lee Jia already had. As long as Lee Jia kept unlocking his existing powers, it was only a matter of time before he could reach Jean's level. Wolverine soon finished every last grain of his golden fried rice. He then extended his plate towards Storm and said, Aren't you on a diet? Let me help you out a bit. Otherwise, it'd be a shame to waste such good food. Storm's eyes turned pure white, and a sudden gust of wind pushed Wolverine, plate and all, backward. Logan, I've thought it over. You need to eat well to have the energy to diet. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let any food go to waste. Cyclops' plate was empty as well. With a grin, he glanced at Jean. Jean angled her body protectively around her golden fried rice, beating Cyclops to the punch. Don't even think about it. Lately, I haven't had much of an appetite, but this golden fried rice has truly soothed my stomach. Don't worry, I won't waste any of it. Wolverine sat back down, letting out a disgruntled snort. I knew it. Never trust a woman's word. With that, he and Cyclops both turned their eyes toward Professor X, who still hadn't lifted his spoon. Ever since losing the use of his legs, Professor X had eaten very little at each meal. On top of that, with age catching up to him, midnight snacks held no appeal whatsoever. He hadn't planned to eat, but seeing Storm and Jean's change of heart, he suddenly felt tempted to try a bite himself. Noticing Wolverine and Cyclops eyeing his food, Professor X immediately launched a telepathic attack on the two. What's this? Are you two youngsters really thinking of stealing a meal from an old man like me? Wolverine bristled in protest. If we're talking age, you're barely old enough to be my grandson. But complaints aside, under Professor X's psychic assault, the two could do nothing but obediently sit still. Professor X calmly picked up his spoon. Anyone daring to covet a share would end up like Wolverine and Cyclops, rooted to their seats, unable to move. After just one bite of the golden fried rice, Professor X's face lit up in shock. It wasn't the flavor that surprised him, but the sudden warmth flowing down his legs. He could actually feel them again. Delight mingled with a trace of fear. Years ago, Professor X had taken a medication that allowed him to walk again. But when he regained the use of his legs, he lost his extraordinary powers. In the end, for the sake of other mutants, he chose to stop the treatment and keep his telepathic abilities. One mouthful of golden fried rice brought those memories flooding back. Professor, are you all right? Jean's sharp intuition picked up on a strange reaction. And no, I'm fine. His voice quavered, but after a moment's hesitation, he continued eating. As he finished the bowl, the sensation in his legs grew stronger. Bracing himself on the wheelchair's arms, he actually stood up. Jean and Storm both gasped in astonishment. Wolverine, Storm, and then Professor X collapsed back into his wheelchair. It lasted only 2 fleeting seconds, but for the first time in ages, he'd stood, unaided. The experience brought tears to his eyes. Once freed from the psychic grip, Wolverine spoke up. I knew that golden fried rice had healing properties. Sabretooth got his regeneration back after eating here repeatedly. I just didn't expect it would work for the professor's legs, too. It was more than just useful. Professor X discovered that even after standing up again, his telepathic abilities showed no sign of weakening. In fact, there was even a faint sense that his powers were growing. Logan, bringing us to this Chinese restaurant has to be the best decision you've made since joining the X-Men. Professor X praised him, then sighed with emotion. Looks like I'd better keep my wallet ready for now on. Storm and Jean had both turned down Wolverine and Cyclops just moments ago, but the moment they heard about the miraculous effects of the golden fried rice, how it actually helped Professor X stand up again, they both eagerly pushed their own portions toward the professor. Wearing a gentle smile, Professor X pushed the plates back to them. Thank you for your kindness. Although the golden fried rice helped me stand, we still don't know if there might be any side effects. Let's observe for a while before jumping to conclusions. And besides, I already have my wallet ready, so I can always come back to this restaurant whenever I want. Only then did Storm and Jean feel at ease enough to continue eating, no longer worried that Wolverine or Cyclops would scheme to take their food. The soup, jajang noodles, and osmanthus cake that followed each brought a different kind of delight to the X-Men's taste buds. Of all the dishes, the two women especially enjoyed the osmanthus cake, though of course, the rest of the delicacies found their way into their stomachs as well. For them, this meal was truly satisfying, a feast in every sense of the word. Jack, we'll be back tomorrow night. As they were leaving, Professor X smiled and called out to Li Jie, making no further mention of the earlier fight. After all, there was always time for that. Curiously, Dr. Pym and the Wasp, who had arrived first, were the last to leave. As the X-Men departed, Dr. Pym made his way over to Li Jie. Jack, I almost forgot to mention something. I've already spoken with Dr. Banner, and he's very interested in joining the Avengers. If you and Tony are willing to join as well, then our Avengers would be officially formed. Li Jie exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Dr. Pym, I made it clear before, I won't be joining the Avengers. As for Tony, you can talk to him yourself. Jack, there's no need to decide so quickly. Just think about it first. With that, Dr. Pym called for the Wasp, and the two of them left. No sooner had they gone than the golden glow of magic flickered at the restaurant's entrance. Doctor Strange stepped out from a magical portal. Following behind him was a woman in a white doctor's coat, her hair tied in a bun, a faint scent of disinfectant surrounding her. She looked around in astonishment as she arrived at the entrance of the restaurant with Doctor Strange. Stephen, what's going on? We were just in the hospital. How do we end up here? Christine, this is what we call magic. Doctor Strange explained to his old friend. The relationship between Doctor Strange and Dr. Christine was complicated. Colleagues, yes, but friends as well. If not for that accident, Dr. Strange and Christine's relationship might have crossed the line from friendship to something more. But after the car crash left Dr. Strange's hands ruined, everything changed. Later, Dr. Strange traveled to Kamartaj to study magic, and the two of them lost touch, never seeing each other again. For Christine, it was as if Dr. Strange had vanished from the face of the earth. She tried everything she could to find him, but to no avail. Just as Christine was beginning to let Dr. Strange fade from her memory, he suddenly appeared before her, inviting her to join the surgical team for Iron Man's operation. Then, Dr. Strange revealed his mastery of portal magic. All of it felt utterly surreal to Christine, like stepping into a dream. "Christine, let's have dinner first. I'll explain everything to you," Dr. Strange said as he pushed open the door to the Chinese restaurant, flashing a smile at Li Jie, who sat across the room. "Jack, I hope you still have some food left. I'd like to treat Christine to dinner and invite her to join us. That way, Tony will trust us even more." "Of course, come on in," Jack replied. Business had been especially good today, but there just so happened to be 2 servings left. As Dr. Strange and Christine entered the restaurant, Li Jie hung a closed sign outside the door. While Li Jie was busy in the kitchen, Christine spoke up. "Stephen, you'd better explain what's going on. Where have you been all this time?" Dr. Strange began recounting his recent experiences, leaving Christine utterly astonished. "So, Stephen, you're telling me you're a sorcerer now?" Christine asked, wide-eyed in disbelief. Dr. Strange smiled and demonstrated his magic, making a spoon float through the air to deliver a golden mouthful of rice to Christine's lips. "Hurry and eat, or it'll get cold." Christine took a bite from the floating spoon, her eyes lighting up as she covered her mouth in delight. This is incredible. Stephen, just as I couldn't believe you'd become a sorcerer, I can hardly believe food this delicious even exists." Dr. Strange chuckled. "Christine, let's talk about tomorrow's surgery." Christine immediately replied. "Stephen, I've been following Tony Stark's case closely. Pulling off an operation like this is extremely difficult. There's simply not enough time to get done by tomorrow. If you want to—" "Christine," Stephen interrupted her gently. "I'm sorry, I didn't explain myself clearly. I don't need you to perform the surgery. I just need access to the hospital and your team. All you have to do is tell everyone you're handling the operation. Leave the rest to me." Christine frowned. "Stephen, are you saying you'll be able to pull off this surgery?" Stephen smiled and replied. "Christine, even if you doubt my medical skills, you shouldn't question magic." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and beautiful fireworks blossomed instantly outside the window. Li Jie sat on the other side, smoking a cigarette, muttering to himself. "So what if you know magic? Makes it so much easier to impress girls." Stephen and Christine talked for a long time. It had been ages since they last met, and they had endless things to say. In the end, it was Li Jie who gently reminded them that the restaurant was closing, persuading the two to part reluctantly. After Stephen escorted Christine home, he returned to Li Jie. "All settled." Stephen nodded, replying, "I've convinced Tony to go through with the surgery. Tomorrow, I'll bring him to the hospital to meet Christine, and we'll set the date for the procedure. As for the hospital arrangements, don't worry, I'll handle it." Li Jie nodded in agreement, trusting Stephen to take care of everything. Tony Stark's identity was far from ordinary. If he wanted to keep things under wraps, even the hospital director wouldn't dare breathe a word. And if someone did, Tony could just buy the whole hospital. If all else failed, Dr. Strange could simply cast a spell and resolve the matter in an instant. "What about you? When will you be free?" Stephen asked. Since Li Jie was the real lead surgeon, the timing of the operation hinged on his availability. "After 2 in the afternoon should work. By then, the restaurant will be closed." Stephen acknowledged. But seeing Stephen hesitate as if something was on his mind, Li Jie asked, "Is there something else?" Stephen hesitated before asking, "Are you sure there's no risk with the surgery? That it's guaranteed to succeed?" Li Jie was speechless. Stephen had once been a renowned surgeon himself. He knew perfectly well that no operation could ever be completely risk-free. He was only asking because he was nervous. This operation involved Christine, and if it failed, her reputation would suffer a heavy blow. "Stephen, don't overthink it. Just go home and get a good night's sleep. If you can't, I'll take you out for a drink, and maybe find you a pretty girl to help you unwind." Stephen shook his head. "I'd better not. The operation's tomorrow. I need to keep my head clear." With that, Stephen conjured a portal and left, deliberately letting Li Jie see him step out onto the steps of the New York Sanctum. In reality, though, he cast another spell and arrived straight at the hospital. Ever since seeing Christine again, the man's soul seemed to have flown out of him. Now, using magic, he slipped into stealth mode, secretly keeping an eye on Christine. Li Jie just shook his head at the sight, then hopped on his little scooter, heading to the bar for a drink. He didn't make it back to catch up on sleep until dawn was breaking. Peter Parker arrived at the restaurant right on time, just as he always did. But this morning, he showed up empty-handed. He hadn't brought Li Jie any breakfast. As soon as he stepped through the door, Peter Parker called out, "Boss, can I grab an early lunch before my shift?" Li Jie noticed Peter limping and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't get the upper hand last night?" Peter sat down, shaking his head with a wry grin. Venom's gotten a lot stronger since I last saw him, but he didn't gain much from the fight either. He paused briefly, then added, "Boss, give me 2 sets of the 4 delicacies, please. I'll pay for the extra one myself." Although the restaurant wasn't officially open yet, the staff enjoyed privileges no outsider could claim. After taking $350 from Peter, Li Jie went to prepare 2 sets of the 4 delicacies for him. It was easy to see Peter was in a foul mood. He finished both meals in less than 10 minutes. Oh, that hit the spot. Rubbing his stomach, Peter felt completely revived. His aches and limps vanished as if they'd never been. "Peter, have you ever thought about making a compact ultrasonic emitter?" Li Jie reminded him. "A compact ultrasonic emitter. Why didn't I think of that?" Peter's eyes lit up. A gadget like that was right up his alley. It was just that Venom had appeared so suddenly last night. He'd had no time to prepare. At 10 o'clock sharp, the Chinese restaurant opened its doors. The first customer in wasn't just anyone. It was Venom, who'd gone toe-to-toe with Spider-Man the night before. Eddie Brock wore oversized sunglasses, but they couldn't quite hide the bruises on his face. It seemed Peter had been telling the truth. Venom hadn't come out on top either. As soon as Eddie walked in, he called out to Peter, "I'm not afraid of you. I'm here to eat, not to fight. What would you like to order?" Peter had slipped into his waiter persona, greeting him with a friendly smile. 2 sets of the 4 delicacies. I'll pay by card." Eddie pulled out a credit card. Peter shot him a look, sounding a bit vindictive. "No can do. House rules. 1 serving of each dish per person per day." "Peter, are you looking for trouble?" "Look closely. We're 2 people." Venom's head separated from Eddie's body, snarling menacingly. "Then you'll have to order separately, or you'll be counted as 1. Peter replied firmly. Eddie immediately looked to Li Jie for support. Li Jie feigned ignorance. As a boss, he naturally sided with his staff. "Fine, we'll sit separately." Venom chose to compromise for the sake of a good meal. After all, a brief separation from his host meant nothing to him. Venom and Eddie Brock had just taken their seats when the bell over the door of the Chinese restaurant chimed once more. This time, it was an old acquaintance, Daredevil. Matt wore oversized sunglasses, but the scars on his cheeks were clearly visible, and he walked with a pronounced limp. Obviously, Daredevil had also been in a fight the night before and hadn't come out on top. Matt instinctively looked toward Venom, then headed straight for Li Jie. "Jack, I need to talk to you. Another bank vault was robbed last night." Li Jie replied. "Let me guess. It was the same guy who knocked over the armored truck the other day." "Exactly. That damn absorbing man," Matt said through gritted teeth. "And what does that have to do with me? I'm just a chef, not a cop." Li Jie answered with a smile. Matt hesitated, then continued. "Jack, you know I wouldn't come to you unless I really needed help. This time I do. We have to catch that guy." Suddenly, Li Jie looked up at the sky. With his enhanced senses, he could already hear the roar of a plane approaching from above. It was the X-Men's jet, the same one that had appeared here last night. Professor X had said he'd be back, but Li Jie hadn't expected it to be so soon. In broad daylight, too. Aren't they worried about attracting attention? Well, the X-Men's jet did have a cloaking feature, so it probably wouldn't cause too much of a stir. "Matt, that guy's a mutant. If you really need help, you should look for the mutants," Li Jie reminded him. "Mutants? You mean the X-Men?" Matt asked, frowning. Li Jie nodded. "Yes, they'll be here any minute. You'd better find a seat and wait." Matt hesitated briefly, then turned to Peter Parker. "I'll have a 4-item combo." He found a seat and, out of habit, locked onto Venom with his heightened senses. Venom stuck out his long tongue and called out, "Hey, blind guy, if you keep staring at me, I'll bite your head off." Matt was startled. A few minutes later, the door to the restaurant swung open, and Professor X, Wolverine, Storm, Jean, and Cyclops entered one after another. They made up some excuse about training, but in reality, they'd come for a bite to eat. "Hey, Peter, 5 4-item combos. By the way, how come you weren't around last night?" Wolverine greeted him, his eyes fixed on Venom and Eddie Brock, who were busy eating. "Oh, I got bitten by a dog last night, so I went home early to rest," Peter Parker replied. "Hey, you're the real dog here." Venom immediately shot back with a retort. Well, look who's bold enough to admit he's a dog." Peter Parker snorted coldly. Wolverine could tell something was off. The way Venom looked, he didn't seem like a good guy by any stretch. So he lowered his voice and said, "Peter, if you need a hand, just say the word." Peter Parker shook his head and replied, "No need. I've already found the perfect stick for beating a dog." "That's good, then." Wolverine walked back and took his seat. At that moment, Matt stood up and walked over, facing Professor X as he spoke. Professor Charles, I'm not sure if you've heard, but there was a robbery in Hell's Kitchen a couple of days ago. The culprit was a mutant who could turn his body into metal or some other solid form. That same guy hit a vault again last night. Cyclops, who was quick-tempered, heard this and immediately thought Matt was here to stir up trouble about mutants. He shot to his feet and snapped. Kid, do we even know you? Scott, sit down. Mr. Murdoch is a vigilante from Hell's Kitchen. He's just run into a bit of trouble and is here asking for help. There's no ill intent. Professor X smiled as he spoke, directly revealing Matt's identity. Matt was a little taken aback. Professor X's telepathic abilities were formidable. Even though this was their first meeting, he had already learned who Matt Murdoch really was while searching for other mutants. Matt, the police can't handle the absorbing man. Don't worry. Now that we know he's here, we won't let him keep breaking the law. Leave him to us. Professor X assured him. Matt didn't say much more and turned to walk back to his seat. Now that the X-Men were taking over, he believed the absorbing man's luck was about to run out. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Jie furrowed his brow slightly, using his heightened senses to detect that the absorbing man was heading straight for the Chinese restaurant. But the problem wasn't the absorbing man himself. It was the people with him. Matt, who had just sat down, quickly sensed the absorbing man's approach too. He immediately stood up and hurried over to Professor X. He's here. Professor X's telepathy also picked up on the absorbing man, and he nodded in response. Matt, go ahead and enjoy your meal. Leave this matter to me. The absorbing man wasn't alone. Walking beside him was an elderly man in a black cloak and helmet, along with a blonde woman. The old man was none other than Magneto, one of the most powerful mutant antagonists. As for the blonde woman, she was Mystique, Magneto's loyal right hand. Of course, the blonde look wasn't Mystique's true appearance. To avoid causing a scene, Mystique had deliberately shifted her form. Carl, are you sure there's good food here? Mystique felt nothing but disdain for Hell's Kitchen. She doubted that any so-called gourmet food could possibly be found in a place like this. But the absorbing man insisted with utter confidence. I swear to God, the food at this Chinese restaurant is the most delicious on earth. Tons of celebrities and even superheroes line up here to eat. Superheroes? Mystique snorted dismissively, but her steps faltered and her expression changed as she caught sight of the X-Men through the window. Max, looks like we've run into some old friends. A knowing smile tugged at Magneto's lips. He raised his hand in greeting through the window toward Professor X. Raven, if this isn't some kind of trap, then I'd say the food here must be truly extraordinary. The absorbing man hastened to explain. Oh man, I swear I had no idea the X-Men would show up here. Maybe we should just pick another place. If we leave now, they'll just think we're scared. Mystique said, swinging her hips as she strode forward. The door to the Chinese restaurant swung open and the three of them walked inside. Compared to heavyweights like Professor X and Magneto, the absorbing man was just a rookie, so he trailed nervously behind the others. Damn it, I'm still hungry. Can't they change these ridiculous house rules? I'm going to file a complaint. Venom, having finished eating, slipped back into Eddie's body, pounding the table in protest and drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Magneto glanced over and murmured, Raven, keep away from that creature. Mystique nodded. Her wealth of combat experience told her Venom was extremely dangerous. Peter Parker hurried over to Venom's side. Listen, if you disrupt the other diners, I'll have to ask you to leave, all right? Peter, we pay for our meal. Are you really going to throw us out? Or do you want to step outside and take another round with us? Eddie shot back, his tone openly provocative. You'd better just sit tight and behave. Since new customers had just arrived, Peter Parker gave a warning and then turned to greet Magneto's party. Welcome. Can I get you started with anything? One moment, please, Magneto replied, moving toward Professor X with a broad smile. Charles, my old friend, it's been far too long. What a surprise to find you here. Looks like fate keeps throwing us together. If you could stand up, I'd give you the warmest hug. Wolverine banged his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Everyone knew Professor X couldn't stand. Magneto's words were like twisting a knife. Magneto shot Wolverine a dismissive look. Not you. As for the rest of you, if anyone wants to start something, feel free to try. Wolverine glanced at Cyclops, Storm, and Jean, then sat down with resignation. He truly couldn't win. There was just no way. Magneto was Wolverine's nemesis. In front of Magneto, all Wolverine could do was take a beating. He'd suffered at Magneto's hands more than once or twice before. Besides, fighting was out of the question in the Chinese restaurant. That was the rule. Magneto, don't push your luck. Cyclops growled, scowling as he braced himself for a fight. Magneto scoffed, unimpressed. At that moment, Professor X raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Then, gripping his right leg with both hands, he slowly placed his foot on the ground, followed by his left. Once both feet were firmly planted, Professor X pressed down on his wheelchair's arms and, with great effort, stood up. The sight left Magneto utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Professor X spread his arms wide and sneered. "Come on, Eric. Charles, are you off your meds again?" Just then, Professor X slumped back into his wheelchair, breathing heavily, but with a look of pure delight on his face. It had been so many years, he couldn't even remember the last time Magneto had looked so surprised. When Professor X stood, Mystique was just as shocked. She watched as he collapsed back into the wheelchair, struggling to resist the urge to rush to his side. Though Mystique now followed Magneto, in her younger days, she and the professor had shared an unforgettable romance. They parted ways only because they couldn't agree on the future of mutant kind. But, putting all that aside, those memories remained deeply etched in Mystique's heart. Li Jie stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here to eat, please find a seat. But if you're here to fight, I'll have to ask you to leave." Magneto turned to look at Li Jie, then suddenly burst out laughing. "So, you're the owner of this restaurant, I take it? Kid, I can't even remember the last time someone dared talk to me like that. You've got guts. I just want to remind you all, this is a Chinese restaurant, a place for eating." When it came to fighting, Li Jie wasn't bluffing in the least. So what if Magneto was a big shot among mutants? With his current abilities, Li Jie could wipe him out in a matter of minutes. Besides, the X-Men were here too. Fighting was pointless. Wouldn't it be better if they all just sat down, enjoyed his food, and maybe even gave him a compliment or two, unlocking a new skill for him in the process? The atmosphere grew even tenser as the absorbing man quietly slipped a hand into his bag, fingers closing around a piece of metal, ready for action. "That's right, this is a place for eating. Even if there's going to be a fight, let's at least wait until after dinner," Magneto said cheerfully, dissolving the tension in the room with a single sentence. The X-Men were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Wolverine, finally venting his frustration, scoffed and said. Magneto, pretending not to notice, sat down close by and nonchalantly remarked, "Carl, what's good here? Any recommendations?" Absorbing Man breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to fighting, he much preferred to focus his energy on savoring Chinese cuisine. "This place is known for 4 signature dishes. I suggest we order one of each." "Let's go with your suggestion, then," Magneto replied, though his gaze lingered on Professor X's legs, puzzled as to how the professor was suddenly able to stand. Eager to please, Absorbing Man took the initiative to pay for their meal. In no time, the dishes they ordered were served one after another. Venom, overcome by hunger, slammed the table with enthusiasm, practically drooling at the sight of the food. "Eddie, we can't just leave empty-handed. We have to figure out a way to get something to eat. Do you have any bright ideas?" Eddie asked. "Duh. Let's just take it by force." Venom responded eagerly. "No way. Did you forget our agreement? No stealing or robbing," Eddie shot back. "If we can't do that, then go talk to them. See if they'll spare us a little food," Venom insisted. "You want me to beg? Dream on," Eddie retorted. "If this won't work, and that won't work, Eddie, you're absolutely useless." Venom grumbled. "Oh, shut up. If you're so capable, why don't you get the food yourself?" Eddie snapped. "Fine, just you wait," Venom replied, a mischievous glint in his voice. Under Venom's control, Eddie Brock was forced to his feet and marched out of the Chinese restaurant. Out on the street, he grabbed a black man with dreadlocks. In an instant, Venom transferred himself to the man's body, giving Eddie a sly wink. "How do you like me now?" he teased. Eddie Brock knew that not everyone could survive being Venom's host, and he cried out in alarm. "Venom, you'll kill him. Get out of there now." "Relax, I'll just be here long enough for a meal." "He'll be fine," Venom replied, whistling as he swaggered back into the restaurant, brimming with confidence. "Peter, I'll have a 4-piece combo," he called out, reaching into his pocket. Damn it, broke as ever. Not a penny to his name. "Eddie, come in and pay," Venom shouted, turning to the still-waiting Eddie Brock outside. Eddie's face turned a shade of green as he checked his pockets, coming up with only a $20 bill. Unemployment, after all, was taking its toll. "I'll use the credit card," he muttered, handing it to Peter Parker and warning Venom. "This is the last one. Once you finish, you're out of here, got it?" Venom pretended not to hear, whistling again as he found himself a seat. Eddie hesitated for a moment, then hurried after him. "Hey, listen, I'm the one paying, so you can't just leave me out here by myself." All right, Venom replied, feigning compliance. "Well, the order's already been placed anyway." Venom retreated back into Eddie Brock's body. The waiter, a black man, was left utterly bewildered. "Hurry up and get out of here." Venom barked at him, sending the poor man sprinting away in terror. As soon as the food was served, Absorbing Man started eating, paying no attention to anything else. Just like Professor X, Magneto found that, with age, the allure of fine food had faded for him. Mystique, however, seemed completely unaffected. She took a bite of the osmanthus cake and was instantly stunned. "Max, you have to try this. This dessert is absolutely amazing. In all my years, I've never tasted anything so delicious." "Congratulations, host. You have gained Mystique's approval and unlocked 10% of Mystique's shape-shifting ability. Mystique can alter her cellular and tissue structure, allowing her to transform into anyone. Iris patterns, fingerprints, skin texture, voice, even gender. For an ordinary person, such a power would be nothing short of miraculous. But for Li Jie, it held little appeal. As far as transformation abilities go, the magical skills he'd learned from the Ancient One could achieve similar effects. It's as if you've already mastered the 72 transformations of the Monkey King. After that, Mystique's mutation hardly piques your interest. Magic shape-shifting can even alter Li Jie's size and mass, something Mystique's power can't accomplish. Seeing Mystique's glowing praise for the dishes at the Chinese restaurant, Magneto finally took a sip of the soup with his spoon. His eyes lit up in astonishment, as if he couldn't quite believe it. "Congratulations, host. You have gained Magneto's approval and unlocked 10% of Magneto's abilities." Many people mistakenly believe Magneto's power is limited to manipulating metal, but that's far from the truth. He's called Magneto because he can control magnetic fields in all their forms. This ability allows him to alter even the trajectory of planets. Compared to Mystique's shape-shifting, this combat-oriented power is truly formidable. "Raven, did you notice? Whenever that creature attaches itself to someone, they gain incredible strength." Magneto spoke between bites. Mystique nodded in agreement. "If I'm not mistaken, it's a parasite. It needs a human host to survive." Magneto replied, "Whatever it is, that power is exactly what we need." "I'll go have a word with it," Mystique said, rising from her seat. Magneto's team wasn't made up of mutants alone. For example, the Juggernaut, who often followed him around, wasn't a mutant at all. The power of the Crimson Juggernaut comes from the dark god Sidorak's magic. Sidorak himself produced a ruby infused with his own power. Whoever touches the gem is granted that magic and becomes the Crimson Juggernaut. "Hey, handsome, mind if I sit here?" Mystique threw a flirtatious glance his way. She was a master at seducing men. "Venom, this foolish woman isn't actually into you, is she?" Eddie Brock felt a wave of inexplicable tension. Being approached by such a beautiful woman out of the blue made him nervous. "Please, have a seat." Mystique pulled out the chair beside Eddie and sat down. She leaned in naturally, her fingers trailing lightly along his arm as she breathed out in a soft, sweet whisper. "You're quite strong, Venom. Hey, keep your filthy hands off. You're ruining my meal." Eddie Brock trembled with excitement, forcing a smile as he replied, "I work out every day." Venom, "Come on, Eddie, don't make things up. When have you ever worked out?" Eddie Brock wanted nothing more than to drag this troublemaker out of his body and give him a good beating. Venom sneered, "Eddie, stop fooling yourself. The restroom's right over there. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and ask yourself if any woman would really be interested in you? You think she's flirting? No, she's just trying to use you." Eddie, shut up. Venom, taking charge, suddenly seized Mystique by the wrist and said with a cold laugh, "Why don't you just tell us what you're after? Otherwise, I swear I'll bite your head clean off." Mystique instinctively tried to pull away, but when she couldn't, she forced herself to stay calm and replied, "I just wanted to make a new friend. Besides, if you're looking for work, maybe I can help." Venom scoffed. Eddie doesn't need a job, but he'd never work for a villain. So you can tell that ugly old man in the ridiculous hat over there to forget about it. Now get lost and don't disturb my meal, or I'll bite off both your heads. Raven, come back. Magneto called out. At that moment, the spoon in Eddie Brock's other hand began to twist and bend. Venom slammed the table hard, but instead of retaliating against Magneto's provocation, he jeered. "Idiot, this is a Chinese restaurant. What's so special about a Chinese restore?" Magneto didn't even finish his sentence before he saw the spoon, which he'd bent with his powers, swiftly straighten out again, right before his eyes. "Was that you?" Magneto turned in surprise to look at Li Jie. "Listen, I'll say this one last time. This is a Chinese restaurant. If you're here to eat, you're always welcome. But if you're here to fight, I'll have to ask you to leave." Li Jie spoke with an impassive face. Magneto suddenly burst into laughter. It had been a long time since anyone dared speak to him like that, especially someone with powers similar to his own. "And what if I say no?" Without warning, Magneto lashed out. All the metal objects in the restaurant began to float in midair. Magneto frowned, scanning his surroundings, and quickly realized something was off. He was still seated inside the restaurant, but the positions of Mystique and the others near him had been reversed. It wasn't just the people. Even every object in the restaurant had changed places. Things that were once on the left now appeared on the right. Max! Damn it, that bastard. Where did he take Max? Let Max go right now, or I'll tear this dump apart. Unlike Mystique, who was frantic and furious, Magneto remained eerily calm, almost exhilarated, as he fixed his gaze on Ligia and said, I must admit, I didn't expect you to possess not only abilities like mine, but also spatial powers. There are very few mutants who command two such formidable gifts. Unfortunately, I'm not a mutant, Ligia replied, as he rotated the very fabric of the room with his spatial manipulation. The metal objects that had floated chaotically now quietly returned to their places, as if the confusion had never happened. This left Magneto stunned. He realized not only had Ligia dragged him into another dimension, but he'd also stripped away his control. Without his powers, Magneto was just an ordinary old man. Yet he didn't panic. Instead, he quietly searched for any shifts in the magnetic field of the space. If he could just grasp the magnetic currents, he might seize the upper hand again. But Magneto quickly discovered his powers over magnetism were being severely disrupted. He looked at Ligia in shock. This is magic, and I am a sorcerer, Ligia said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After drawing Magneto into the mirror dimension, Ligia secretly used the power of the Space Stone to interfere with the magnetic field. Simply put, the Space Stone had erected a barrier, suppressing Magneto's abilities. A sorcerer? Magneto's eyes widened in astonishment, but then, in the blink of an eye, he shrugged and conceded. All right, let's hear your terms. What do you want from me? Or is it your plan to keep me locked up here? Or simply kill me? Ligia replied, My request is simple. If you're coming to dine at my Chinese restaurant, you're most welcome. But if you're here to start a fight or hurt my guests, you'll have to leave. Magneto's brow furrowed slightly, but in the blink of an eye, he smiled again and placed his right hand over his heart, saying, Jack, I think I understand your point. I apologize for my previous recklessness, and I promise that from now on, I'll abide by the rules of your restaurant. I absolutely won't cause any trouble here. Please accept my sincerest apologies. This ability to bend and yield when necessary was something Jack appreciated. His super senses had already determined that Magneto's apology was genuine, and the reason for that sincerity was that Jack had demonstrated strength powerful enough to command respect. Magneto, I hope you never forget what you've said today, Jack replied, then pulled Magneto straight from the mirror dimension back into reality. Ever since acquiring the Space Stone, Jack no longer needed to create portals to enter or exit the mirror dimension. Everything had become so much more convenient. Raven, stop. The moment Magneto returned to reality, he immediately rebuked Mystique, who was ready to fight. Max! Mystique looked at Magneto in shock, surprised to see him vanish, and then suddenly reappear in front of her. She quickly asked, What just happened? Where did you go? We'll talk about this later. For now, let's sit down and eat. With that, Magneto nodded and smiled at Jack. The door to the restaurant was pushed open, and in strode a man in uniform with two swords strapped to his back. It was none other than the infamous merc with a mouth, Deadpool. Hey, everybody! Deadpool struck what he thought was an incredibly cool pose as soon as he entered, then looked around at everyone with an awkward grin. Peter, did I miss anything exciting? You'd better just find yourself a seat for now, Peter Parker suggested. But Deadpool, true to form, ignored the advice and immediately reverted to his shameless self. Hey, Venom, how many heads have you eaten today? Max Magneto, it's been a while since we had a drink together. Last time you promised to take me to a midnight movie. Raven, that night will always be one I'll cherish forever. Whoever marries, you will have won the heart of the world's most beautiful woman. Just amazing. Hey, this guy looks tough. Max, is he a new sidekick? Professor, when are you inviting me to your school? I can give the kids a free class anytime. Cyclops, what's with that look? Are you trying to kill me with your eyes? Go ahead. I'll give you a 3-move head start. Logan, just yesterday when I was drinking with Sabretooth, he said he really misses you. Jean, you are forever the goddess in my heart. I wonder if I have a chance to invite you to a movie tonight. Storm, that icy expression of yours will always be my favorite. Jack, where's Natasha? I heard you made her so mad she stormed off. Oh, sorry. Matt, I didn't realize you were here. I shouldn't have brought up Natasha in front of Jack. I take it back. Deadpool greeted everyone as if he were old friends with each and every person there. Everyone in the Chinese restaurant. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward the moment Deadpool arrived. I'm full. Matt was the first to get up and make his escape. That seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Damn it, what a buzzkill. How did I end up running into this idiot here? Venom grumbled as he stomped out of the restaurant. There was a time when Deadpool had been Venom's host, but thanks to Deadpool's unique physiology, Venom couldn't control him the way he did everyone else. That had become a black mark in Venom's history. Wade, I know you turned down joining the X-Men, but I wonder if you'd be interested in coming over to my side? Magneto spoke up. Max, I've actually been meaning to talk to you about that for a while. Come on, let's sit down and have a chat. Without hesitation, Deadpool dragged a chair over and plopped down beside Magneto. But Magneto turned to Mystique and said, "Don't you have something important to take care of?" And as he stood up, he said to Deadpool, "I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid today's not a good day. We'll have to set another time." It was obvious to everyone. Magneto wasn't actually trying to recruit Deadpool for his team. Unless Magneto had gone deaf, or Deadpool managed to sew his own mouth shut. Clatter. With that, Magneto, Mystique, and the others walked out of the restaurant, and the X-Men quickly stood and left as well. "Professor, I've actually thought about it seriously. Joining the X-Men isn't out of the question for me, but I do have one condition." Deadpool hurried to block the doorway. "Wait, let's talk about this some other time. We have something very important to do right now." Professor X shot a look at Wolverine and Cyclops, who each grabbed one of Deadpool's arms and swiftly moved him aside. With the restaurant suddenly quiet, Deadpool scratched his head. What just happened? Why did everyone leave all of a sudden? Lee Jie could only offer a wry smile. "Deadpool, you really have a talent for killing the mood." "Peter, stop." Suddenly, Deadpool darted over, almost losing his mind, and snatched the plate from Peter Parker's hands, shoveling the golden fried rice into his own mouth. He shot Peter a glare. "You're wasting food, you know. Have I ever told you about my days as a mercenary? I remember it was deep in the African jungle. We had lost our way and hadn't eaten a single bite for 3 days and nights. Wait, there's still half a bowl of jajang noodles left. Do you want it?" Peter Parker wasn't in the mood to listen to Deadpool ramble. Or rather, no one could ever really tolerate Deadpool's endless chatter. Deadpool took the bowl and, for once, fell silent. As a veteran who'd once fought and killed on the battlefield, Deadpool had no qualms about eating someone else's leftovers. Watching Deadpool pick at the scraps on the table, Lee Jie couldn't help but suspect that this guy had acted up just now on purpose to drive people away. Leftovers in a Chinese restaurant. This was a first since opening. The midday lull brought on by Deadpool's arrival was brief, and soon enough, new customers began to trickle in. After finishing his food, Deadpool didn't leave the restaurant. Instead, he trailed behind Peter Parker, offering unsolicited advice on how to deal with Venom. "Peter, how about I go with you to teach that guy a lesson? Don't worry, I won't even charge you this time." Deadpool clearly had nothing better to do. Peter Parker quickly replied, "If you're handing that guy over to me, then stay out of it. But if you really want to pick a fight with him, the whole thing's yours." "Fair enough. We wouldn't want people saying we ganged up on one guy, right? Here's the deal. You go and beat up that jerk, and I'll just tag along without getting involved." Deadpool thought for a moment before saying this. Peter Parker, however, had no faith in Deadpool keeping his word. The last thing he wanted was to have Deadpool whispering in his ear during a fight with Venom. So he lowered his voice and said, "I'll let you in on a secret. Iron Man is about to have surgery to remove the shrapnel from his body." Gossip like this was Deadpool's favorite treat. His ears perked up immediately. "Peter, is this for real? Who convinced Iron Man to do the surgery? Who's the chief surgeon? If something goes wrong, does that mean Iron Man's done for?" Peter Parker didn't answer. He just glanced back at Lee Jie. Lee Jie thought to himself, "Spider Kid, you're learning all the wrong things." With a snap of his fingers, Deadpool turned and walked straight up to Lee Jie. "Jack!" Lee Jie had no patience for Deadpool's nonsense. Without a word, he grabbed him and tossed him out through the back door. The prospect of surgery for Iron Man made Dr. Strange uneasy. Before the restaurant closed for lunch, he showed up and even stayed for a meal. Once lunch service ended, Lee Jie and Dr. Strange headed straight to the hospital together. Dr. Strange had another talk with Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Lee Jie knocked out a nurse and used Mystique's ability to disguise himself as her. Performing surgery on Iron Man was the top priority for the hospital leadership. But, thanks to strict confidentiality agreements, only a select few knew what was really going on. Throughout the entire surgery, no one except the surgical team was allowed inside. Not even the hospital leadership. No interference, no recording. Once everything was ready, Tony the Iron Man was wheeled into the operating room, injected with anesthesia, and slipped into unconsciousness. In the next instant, he was pulled into the mirror dimension. With his super senses, Lee Jie could see with even greater clarity than the most advanced medical equipment in the hospital. His original telekinetic abilities, now enhanced by the skills he had just acquired from Magneto, made this surgery remarkably straightforward. A few crisp noises echoed, one after another, as Lee Jie deftly extracted the foreign object from Tony Stark's body and dropped them into a tray. "All done?" Dr. Strange asked in astonishment. "What else did you expect?" Lee Jie replied, bringing Tony Stark back out of the mirror dimension and instructing, "I'll leave the rest to your girlfriend." Dr. Strange was left speechless. With supernatural powers and a touch of magic, what was once a world-class surgical challenge was now finished as easily as giving an injection. Still uneasy, Dr. Strange and Christine personally examined Tony Stark again, only to find that every foreign object had indeed been removed. Afterwards, Christine handled the follow-up care, and Tony Stark was transferred to a private room. Peter Parker, looking glum, wandered into the Chinese restaurant. Before Li Jie could ask, he began, "It's all Wade's fault. If he hadn't messed things up, Venom wouldn't have gotten away." Suddenly, the night sky above Hell's Kitchen erupted with a thunderous boom and a cascade of brilliant fireworks, drowning out Peter Parker's words. "That's beautiful," Peter Parker cried, rushing out of the restaurant to gaze up at the spectacle. A streak of light shot out from the fireworks, descending in front of the restaurant's entrance. Peter Parker let out a startled yelp, then asked, "Were those fireworks you're doing?" Tony Stark, clad in his armor, landed with style, and instead of settling down, broke into a tap dance. Li Jie shot him an exasperated look. This guy really couldn't resist showing off. "Peter, if you like, I can set off more fireworks for you," Tony Stark said, flipping open his helmet. "And no, that's really not necessary," Peter Parker quickly replied, waving his hands. A man giving another man fireworks. Little Spider just couldn't handle that. "All right, but if you ever want anything, just let me know," Tony Stark said, stepping out his armor and sliding into the restaurant with a flourish, stopping right in front of Li Jie. He called out loudly, "Jack, can you tell what's different about me now?" Li Jie gave him a thoughtful once-over. You're even more flamboyant than before." Tony Stark swept his hair back with both hands, a look of pride on his face. "You're absolutely right. I'm still the same guy I always was." After a brief pause, he glanced back, feigning mystery as he spoke. "Let me tell you a secret. I took your advice and let the magician Steven perform surgery. He removed all the shards of metal from my body. To put it simply, I'm cured. It feels absolutely amazing, like being given a brand new life." Li Jie stroked the stubble on his chin and said, "Tony, don't tell me you came straight here from the hospital? What else could it be?" Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a mischievous grin. "Jack, you don't actually think I snuck out of the hospital on my own, do you? Let me tell you, the doctors officially discharged me, and I'm even allowed to drink now. See? That's the magic of magic. What I meant was, have you told Pepper about any of this? Or, at the very least, have you let her know your surgery was a success?" Tony Stark. I seem to have forgotten all about that. It turned out Tony Stark hadn't discussed this life-changing surgery with Pepper at all, and the moment it was over, he'd made a beeline for the Chinese restaurant. Clearly, this guy and I must be true soulmates. "Jack, I have to step out for a bit. Save me 2 seats. I'll be right back." With that, Tony Stark spun around and dashed out, donning his armor before blasting off in the restaurant, his mind busy plotting how to win Pepper's forgiveness. The door swung open again, and this time, in walked a figure who hadn't been seen in ages, Dr. Banner. "Jack, was that Tony who just left?" Li Jie nodded and casually asked. "Anything you'd like to eat?" Dr. Banner replied. "I'll take one of everything on the menu, please." He glanced up at the wall to double-check the menu hadn't changed, then pulled out his wallet to pay. Li Jie glanced at the cash as he took it. "Banner, $350 is plenty." Dr. Banner smiled and said, "I know. There's someone coming in soon. I'm covering his meal, too." Li Jie looked out the door and saw a camouflage-patterned Land Rover parked across the street. Out stepped a tall, broad-shouldered man with graying temples, dressed head to toe in camo. General Ross, Dr. Banner's father-in-law, a man who devoted his life to hunting down his own son-in-law. He'd even created Abomination, a creature stronger than the Hulk at his baseline, and turned himself into the Red Hulk. "Understood. Go ahead and find yourself a seat," Li Jie instructed. "Jack, wait a moment, please." Dr. Banner called out to him, forcing a wry smile. "I'd like to ask you for a favor. If I lose control and turn into the Hulk, I hope you can pull me into a different dimension. I don't want to cause any destruction here." "Banner, you should know that as long as you're in the Chinese restaurant, I'll guarantee the safety of all my guests," Li Jie reminded him. Dr. Banner replied. "I know. That's exactly why I want you to pull me into another dimension if it happens." "All right, I understand." Li Jie nodded in agreement. "Welcome." Peter Parker stepped forward and politely held the door open for General Ross. General Ross strode into the restaurant, his gaze immediately locking onto Dr. Banner. He had always wanted his daughter to marry a soldier, and from the very beginning, he never had a good opinion of Dr. Banner. After the accident that turned Banner into the Hulk, General Ross became obsessed with hunting him down. Later, when his daughter suffered a tragic fate, Ross blamed everything on Banner. "Banner, let's see where you can run this time," General Ross said through clenched teeth, his hatred for Dr. Banner unmistakable. "Dad." Dr. Banner had barely spoken when he was cut off mercilessly. "There is nothing between you and me. No, the only connection we have is that, in this lifetime, I'll find a way to kill you with my own hands. As Ross spoke, he drew his gun. Yet before he could even aim, it flew from his grasp and landed smoothly in Li Jie's hand. Sir, I'm sorry, but there's no fighting allowed in this restaurant. If you're here to eat, you're welcome to stay. Otherwise, I must ask you to leave, Li Jie said, casually toying with the pistol. General Ross had already heard about the Chinese restaurant and its unique rules before he came. He knew that whether you were a superhero or a supervillain, you had to follow them. All right, I lost my temper. Can I have my gun back? Faced with the restaurant's rules, Ross chose to temporarily back down. Besides, the way Li Jie had just summoned the weapon into his hand from a distance left Ross quietly shaken. Sir, I'll hold on to your gun for now. I'll return it to you when you're finished with your meal and ready to leave, Li Jie said, tucking the handgun behind his back. A deep furrow appeared between Ross's brows, showing just how angry he was. General, let's just sit down and eat. The food here is excellent. I highly recommend you try it, Dr. Banner offered. Oh, and by the way, Li Jie added deliberately, this gentleman has already paid for your meal. You're free to eat or not. Sure enough, General Ross's face flushed with fury. I haven't fallen so low that I need a monster to pay for my food. I'll pay myself. $350. Here, $400. Keep the change. General Ross slapped the cash down on the table with a bold flourish. Peter Parker immediately rushed over to gather up the money. There was even a $50 tip. Li Jie glanced at Dr. Banner with a grin and said, looks like someone's not feeling too grateful. I'll just keep the rest of the money here for you. Next time you come, you won't have to pay. Dr. Banner let out a wry smile and found himself a seat in the corner. General Ross followed close behind, pulling out the chair opposite and sitting down, fixing Dr. Banner with a fierce stare. It was just like a disapproving father-in-law sizing up his son-in-law. The more he looked, the less pleased he felt. Dr. Banner seemed used to this routine. He turned his head to glance out the window and said, General, no matter how many people you brought with you, I only hope you won't make things difficult for the civilians in Hell's Kitchen. General Ross gave a cold, dismissive laugh. You'd better worry about yourself. The real threat to this place isn't me. It's you. Li Jie could sense the heavy hostility radiating from General Ross, so he quickly prepared a plate of osmanthus cakes, hoping a sweet treat might soften his mood. Why are you serving dessert first? General Ross frowned, clearly unhappy with the arrangement in Li Jie's restaurant. Peter Parker stepped in to explain, this is one of our specialties. It's called an appetizer dessert. General Ross snorted, reached out, and stuffed the entire osmanthus cake into his mouth without hesitation. A true soldier, straightforward and unrestrained. After a single chew, General Ross suddenly paused as the delicious flavor spread from his mouth throughout his body, making him feel at ease all over. At that moment, even Dr. Banner seemed much more agreeable in his eyes. He couldn't help but think, if only he hadn't insisted on standing in their way back then, his daughter and Dr. Banner might have been living happily together now. While General Ross was lost in guilty reflection, Li Jie received a notification. Congratulations, host. You've just gained Red Hulk's approval. Red Hulk's abilities closely resemble those of the Hulk, so Li Jie didn't unlock any new skills. Still, this token of approval left Li Jie with mixed feelings. In the end, General Ross had transformed himself into the very monster he despised most. There was no denying, he was a ruthless man. Golden fried rice, noodles with soybean paste, soup of the day. Every dish from the Chinese restaurant gave General Ross a whole new appreciation for food. After savoring all 4 dishes, he was left with only one impression: happiness. Banner, now that we've finished eating, isn't it time we found a quiet place to talk? General Ross's tone had softened noticeably. Dr. Banner hadn't even replied when a tremendous crash erupted outside. A truck had dropped out of the sky, landing right in front of the restaurant. The next moment, a figure leapt out and, with a single punch, smashed the truck flat. That astonishing display of strength, unmistakably Hulk-like. General Ross let out a startled cry. Clearly, the Abomination's arrival was not part of his plan. The Abomination is one of the Hulk's fiercest rivals. He was once a Special Forces operative named Emil Blonsky. Under General Ross's orders, Blonsky had once led a team to hunt down the Hulk. After the mission failed, he personally requested Ross to transform him into the Abomination. This was likely one of General Ross's greatest regrets. He had, with his own hands, created a monster. Unlike the Hulk, the Abomination retained Emil Blonsky's consciousness, making him even more troublesome to deal with. Once he gained immense power, Emil Blonsky ceased to be a soldier and became a full-fledged supervillain. A harsh, guttural laugh escaped the Abomination. Seeing both Dr. Banner and General Ross together delighted him. This way, he could deal with them both at once without wasting any time. The abomination hefted a mangled truck and hurled it straight at the Chinese restaurant. The truck, now a makeshift missile, stopped abruptly 10 meters from the restaurant and slowly descended to the ground. The abomination cocked his head in confusion. General Ross turned in astonishment to look at Li Jie, realizing he had still underestimated this man's abilities. Dr. Banner called out, then stood and walked outside. The moment he stepped through the restaurant door, both he and the abomination vanished from sight. "Was that your doing?" General Ross looked at Li Jie, even more surprised, and strode toward him. "I don't know what power you used to send them wherever you did, but send me there too, right now. Otherwise, I don't care what rules your restaurant has or how many superheroes like this place. I'll order my men to open fire with everything they've got." Li Jie smiled and replied, "General Ross, if you think that's enough to threaten me, you're mistaken. But as you wish." With that, Li Jie made a pushing motion through the air toward General Ross. Ross was swept off his feet and sent flying backward out of the restaurant. As a metallic chime rang in his ears, he found himself inside the mirror dimension. What in the world? Before Ross could marvel at the surreal mirror dimension, his attention was drawn to Dr. Banner and the Abomination. By now, Dr. Banner had transformed into the Hulk, and he and the Abomination were locked in fierce combat. The two were evenly matched, and the destruction they caused was as spectacular as it was inevitable. But Ross quickly realized that no matter how catastrophic the damage in this mirror dimension, it had no effect on the real world. So this is what they call superpowers. Ross muttered as he picked himself up, like any ordinary person, mistaking magic for supernatural ability. A thunderous crash echoed around him. A car flew through the air and crashed down onto General Ross, its metal frame crumpling before it hit the ground. "Those two bastards," General Ross cursed, then stripped off his jacket and pants, transforming into the Red Hulk. The Red Hulk could be considered an upgraded version of Abomination. He possessed all of Abomination's abilities, but with the added advantage of being able to revert to human form, just like the Hulk, a flaw that Abomination lacked. "Enough! All of you stop right now." With a mighty leap, the Red Hulk sprang into action, his fists swinging left and right, smashing into the faces of both the Hulk and Abomination, sending them flying in opposite directions. Dazed and bewildered, the Hulk and Abomination quickly shook off their confusion and lunged at the Red Hulk together in retaliation. In no time, the fight devolved into a chaotic free-for-all, each one eager to take down the other two at once. Having tossed the trio into the mirror dimension, Li Jie paid them no further attention. He merely kept a silent, watchful eye on them with his consciousness, monitoring the chaos within. Meanwhile, the Chinese restaurant welcomed a new guest, a familiar face, in fact, Anton Vanko. Unlike his previous visits, this time Anton Vanko arrived sharply dressed in a suit, his ride upgraded to a luxury sedan, exuding all the airs of a Wall Street success story. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, Vanko pulled the cigar from his mouth, exhaling a plume of smoke as he spoke. "Jack, I'm hoping you have good news for me. Tony Stark isn't dead yet, is he?" He was clearly here to stir up trouble. Li Jie could tell at a glance that Anton Vanko was after Iron Man, Tony Stark. He also surmised that Vanko's arc reactor project had succeeded and that with financial backing, his progress had accelerated dramatically. Tony is indeed alive. In fact, he's reserved a table for two here tonight. "Oh, really? Looks like today is my lucky day." As he spoke, Anton Vanko pulled out a thick wad of bills from his pocket. Without bothering to count, he peeled off a dozen or so and handed them straight to Peter Parker. He played the brash nouveau riche to perfection. "Peter, bring me one of everything on the menu. The rest is your tip." "Of course, sir. Please have a seat." Accepting the cash, Peter Parker couldn't help thinking that if more customers like this came around, he'd be well on his way out of poverty. Anton Vanko deliberately chose a seat by the window, savoring each dish with deliberate care. An hour later, two figures appeared in the night sky. None other than Tony Stark, clad in his armor, and Pepper Potts. "Oh my God, what happened here?" Pepper exclaimed as she landed, taking in the mangled trucks and cracked pavement. If she had time to worry about this, it meant Tony still hadn't told her about his surgery. Is someone causing trouble at the restaurant again? Tony Stark muttered inwardly, his gaze drifting through the window and landing squarely on Anton Vanko. Anton Vanko's lips curled into a smile as he lifted his hand and waved at Tony Stark. Tony Stark quickly stepped in front of Pepper Potts, shielding her from Anton Vanko. "Pepper, I suddenly feel like having steak. I remember there's a steakhouse around here." Pepper interrupted Tony before he could finish. "Tony, since we're already here, let's just eat at the Chinese restaurant. I've been craving this food for days. As for steak, we can save that for next time." "Well, all right then." Tony Stark couldn't resist Pepper's earnest request, And besides, he figured as long as they were inside the Chinese restaurant, they'd be safe enough. Worst case, they could just leave right after eating. Peter Parker took the initiative to open the door and said, "Tony, your spot is already reserved. And Ms. Potts, it's great to see you again. Peter, you're getting more charming by the day. If I were 10 years younger, I'd definitely pick you as my boyfriend." Pepper suddenly teased Peter, her tone playful. Tony Stark rolled his eyes in protest. "Hey, I'm still standing right here, you know. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Come have dinner with me." With a mischievous smile, Pepper hooked her finger under Tony's chin, then led the way into the restaurant. Tony was left speechless. Ever since he'd handed Stark Industries over to Pepper, she'd grown more assertive, even bold enough to tease him in public. The worst part was, he couldn't do a thing about it. "Peter, let me give you some advice. In the future, make sure you find yourself a gentle girlfriend." Tony leaned in to whisper to Peter Parker. Peter blushed and replied shyly, "Mr. Stark, I already have a girlfriend. She's very gentle, and I love her a lot." Tony Stark was at a loss for words. "Ms. Potts, it's a pleasure to meet you." Anton Vanko stood up and greeted Pepper. "And you are?" Pepper looked Anton up and down, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had no memory of this man. "Hey, stay away from her." Tony's protective instincts kicked in. He immediately rushed over and pulled Pepper behind him. Anton Vanko raised his hands in mock surrender. "Whoa, no need to get so worked up. I haven't even said anything yet." He paused, then turned to Pepper and said, "Ms. Potts, just a word of advice. Keep your distance from thieves. And as for you, Mr. Stark, I will take back everything that rightfully belongs to me." With a manic cackle, Anton Vanko strode out of the restaurant. "Tony, who was that guy just now? And also, what did he mean by thief?" Little Pepper asked, her face full of puzzlement. Tony Stark tapped the side of his head and said, "Don't mind him. That guy's not all there." He paused for a moment, then called out to Li Jia. "Jack, the usual. Okay, you all sit down first. I'll be right with you. By the way, Little Pepper, you look stunning today. I mean, you're always beautiful, but today you're especially radiant. Also, let me share a little secret. Tony has something important to tell you today." Li Jia winked at Little Pepper. She looked up at Tony Stark, a little nervous. Clearly, she misunderstood Li Jia, thinking Tony was about to propose to her right here. "Pepper, let's go sit over there." Tony led Little Pepper to a seat by the window and said, a bit anxiously, Pepper, I'm sorry, there's something I shouldn't have hidden from you. And that is I." Little Pepper suddenly stared out the window and cried out in alarm, drawing everyone's attention outside. Across the street stood a man in armor. It was Anton Vanko, the one who had just left the Chinese restaurant. Anton Vanko sneered, snapped his helmet shut, and with a flick of his wrists, 2 electrified whips appeared in his hands. A sharp crackling and snapping filled the air. Vanko spun the whips overhead a couple of times, then lashed out at the suit of armor Tony had left by the door. With a loud crash, the armor was smashed to pieces, its parts scattering everywhere. Tony Stark's anger flared instantly, not because his own suit had just been destroyed, but because the armor Vanko wore made it clear his technology had been stolen. When Tony spotted the arc reactor at the heart of Vanko's suit, the realization hit home. His tech had been copied. Li Jia's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't move. For one thing, he trusted Tony Stark could handle this perfectly. For another, since Vanko was making a scene outside the restaurant, there was no reason for him to step in. Well, truth be told, if Li Jia really wanted to get involved, he wouldn't care if the fight was inside or outside the restaurant. But right now, he was curious to see Iron Man square off against Whiplash. "Pepper, listen to me. Stay inside the restaurant. Don't go anywhere." Tony Stark squeezed Little Pepper's hand, then turned and called out to Li Jia. "Jack, help me keep an eye on Pepper." Little Pepper clung tightly to Tony's hand, worried for his safety. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Tony Stark stood up and walked to the entrance of the Chinese restaurant, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at Pepper. "I've been thinking, and I'd better finish what I started to say just now. Pepper, I'm sorry. I went ahead with the surgery without telling you, but I'm all right now." Pepper froze where she stood. If Tony Stark glaring at her earlier had made her furious, at this moment, all that remained was worry. Outside the Chinese restaurant, there were 2 suits of armor parked. One was the suit Tony had arrived in, and the other belonged to Pepper. The suit that had just been smashed to pieces by Whiplash was the one Pepper had worn. As Tony Stark stepped out of the restaurant, his suit responded as if drawn by a magnetic force, clattering together and reassembling itself around him. A burst of triumphant laughter echoed through the air as Whiplash cracked his whip and grinned with satisfaction. "Tony Stark, listen up," he declared. "You remember how you stole my glory before? Today, I'm here to make you pay it back." With a flick of his whip, he sliced a nearby car clean in 2. The cut was so smooth, A red-hot glow still shimmered along the edges. Tony knew just how dangerous Whiplash's weapon was. The energy from his arc reactor was fully channeled into the whip, giving it an extraordinary destructive power. Compared to the original Whiplash, Anton Vanko, the second generation, had made a giant leap forward. Not wanting to risk damaging the buildings around the restaurant, Tony shot up into the sky. Whiplash immediately followed, showing off his impressive flight capability. A rapid burst of gunfire erupted as Tony fired off a volley of bullets at Whiplash, then launched a small Sidewinder missile to probe his opponent's defenses. The bullets bounced harmlessly off Whiplash's armor, which was remarkably tough. As for the missile, Whiplash lashed out with his whip, striking it mid-flight and detonating it in the air. To be able to hit a speeding Sidewinder missile with a whip, the speed and force of Whiplash's attacks were truly formidable. After this brief exchange, Tony realized it wouldn't be easy to defeat him and shouted, "Anton Vanko, if you've got what it takes, come and get me." Tony wanted to lead the fight somewhere he could go all out. Just as Whiplash was about to give chase, his communicator crackled with Justin Hammer's voice. "Vanko, don't play it safe. Do you see that woman? Iron Man made you lose your father, so you should make him lose the woman he cares about most." Hearing this, Whiplash's hatred flared even hotter. He spun around and flew straight back toward the Chinese restaurant. With a sharp crack, the whip lashed out, striking toward the window. Li Jie had only intended to snack on some sunflower seeds and watch the show, but now that Whiplash was attacking the Chinese restaurant, he had no choice but to step in. First, Li Jie used his telekinesis to make Whiplash's weapon jerk out of control, sending it crashing harmlessly to the floor. Then, demonstrating his mastery of spatial powers, he flung the assailant into the mirror dimension. Inside the mirror dimension, the duel among the three hulking figures was still unresolved. Now, with Whiplash thrown into the mix, things were about to get even livelier. This was Li Jie's small punishment for Whiplash's attempt to attack the Chinese restaurant. Let him tangle with the monsters for a while. "Pepper!" Tony Stark shouted in alarm as he saw Whiplash charge toward Pepper Potts, but then froze when Whiplash vanished before his eyes. His concern mounting, Tony quickly glanced over his shoulder, half expecting Whiplash to reappear behind him at any moment. Meanwhile, inside the Hammer Industries building, Justin Hammer nervously turned to look at the Green Goblin, who was lounging in the boss's chair, swirling a glass of red wine. Justin's voice trembled as he spoke. "We've just lost all contact with Whiplash." The Green Goblin gently swirled his glass, his tone heavy and deliberate. "Hammer, our only objective is to acquire Anton Vanko's armor data. You shouldn't have given the order for him to attack the Chinese restaurant." Justin Hammer flinched, hastily trying to defend himself. "I didn't tell him to attack the restaurant. I just wanted him to kill Pepper Potts, to make Tony Stark suffer." Ah. A utility knife flashed through the air, slicing a bloody line across Justin Hammer's cheek. Terrified, Justin clamped his mouth shut, not daring to utter another word. Raising his glass and taking a measured sip, the Green Goblin remarked coolly, "This might be for the best. Since the restaurant owner is also a potential enemy, having Whiplash make contact with him will give us some real combat data. That'll help us improve our plans for the future." Pepper Potts burst out of the Chinese restaurant and threw her arms around Tony Stark, who had just landed. "Pepper, don't worry, I'm fine," Tony tried to reassure her. Pepper wiped away her tears and with a huffy sniff retorted, "Who said I was worried about you? Tony, how could you keep something as important as surgery from me?" Tony raised his voice, hoping to distract her. "Pepper, let's discuss this back at home. Right now, I need to ask Jack something important. Is there really anything more important than hiding surgery from me?" Realizing she'd been tricked, Pepper shouted angrily, "Tony, you better not run away." "Jack, was it your doing just now?" Tony, making his escape, dashed over to Li Jie. "Otherwise, what do you think? I can't possibly let down your trust in me, can I?" Tony Stark glanced nervously over his shoulder at Pepper, who had followed him into the Chinese restaurant. Forcing a smile, he said, "Jack, wherever you sent that guy, hurry up and send me over there too, will you?" "Tony, I have to warn you, it's extremely dangerous over there." Jack said this with genuine concern. But Tony could feel the tension radiating from Pepper growing stronger by the second, and he called out anxiously, "Jack, stop wasting time. How could it be more dangerous than the situation I'm in right now? Just send me over already." "All right, I'll grant you this little wish." With that, Jack sent Tony Stark into the mirror dimension as well. Pepper burst into the restaurant, only to find that Tony Stark had vanished into thin air. She paused in surprise, then turned to Jack and asked, "Jack, where did Tony go?" "Pepper, you don't need to worry about Tony. He's just finishing up a fight he left unfinished. He'll be back soon. As for you, I'd suggest you sit down and enjoy your meal. While Tony Stark's away, you get to enjoy double the food and double the happiness." How about I bring you some sweet-scented osmanthus cake first? A little sugar might help lighten your mood. Pepper hesitated for a moment, but soon saw a reason. Jack, you're right. There's no point getting upset over that jerk Tony. Since he's not here, I'll just eat his share too. Bring out all the dishes, please. One moment, please. Jack disappeared into the kitchen to prepare the food. Pepper channeled her anger into appetite, eating and drinking heartily, determined not to leave a single bite for Tony Stark. Inside the mirror dimension, Tony Stark immediately regretted his decision the moment he arrived, because he found 3 hulking brutes chasing after Whiplash. Whiplash was running for his life, lashing out with his electrified whips, only to discover that the whips, capable of slicing through cars, didn't even leave a scratch on the brutes' bodies. None of the 3 could fly, but they moved with astonishing speed, their leaps rivaling the flight of Tony's own suit. Help! Somebody help! Whiplash shouted, desperate to escape from the mirror dimension, but no matter how far he ran, he couldn't get out. When he saw Tony Stark, Whiplash ran toward him, clearly hoping to split the attention of their pursuers. Hey, stay away from me. Tony, seeing this, wasted no time launching himself into the air, shouting at the top of his lungs. Jack, let me out. Get me out of here. Anton Vanko, you lunatic. How did you manage to provoke those 3 monsters? Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Whiplash being hunted down by the 3 Hulks was, frankly, a mess of his own making. After being thrown into the mirror dimension by Li Jie, he hadn't even figured out what was going on before he witnessed the epic clash of the 3 Hulk-sized giants. With nowhere else to vent his frustration, he lashed out with his whip. And that set the stage for what happened next. Pepper Potts had a healthy appetite, but even she couldn't manage 2 full sets of the 4-course meal. After finishing 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, the delicious food and its effects helped her see things more clearly. She decided not to stay upset or torment her own stomach any longer. So she had Li Jie pack up the remaining dishes and left the Chinese restaurant early. Pepper had already made up her mind. For the foreseeable future, she would give Tony Stark the cold shoulder. If Tony wanted her forgiveness, it would all depend on how he behaved from now on. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the mirror dimension. Whiplash, intent on stirring up trouble, deliberately directed the mayhem toward Iron Man, Tony Stark. The 2 of them fled at the front, while the 3 hulking green giants thundered in pursuit behind them. At the same time, the battle among Hulk, Abomination, and Red Hulk raged on. Li Jie left the shop in Peter Parker's care, then entered the mirror dimension himself. Using his power to alter the fabric of the space, he set about helping Tony Stark make his escape. Jack, I nearly got killed because of you. Why didn't you tell me there were 3 monsters in this crazy place? Tony Stark ran up to Li Jie, grumbling loudly. Li Jie shot him a look of exasperation. Tony, you begged me to bring you here, so you could avoid Pepper. If that's how you're going to talk, maybe don't ask me for favors next time. That's not what I meant, Jack. I just think, you could have at least given me a heads up about what I was walking into, so I could mentally prepare myself. Tony quickly put on a grin as he spoke. Tony, I warned you this place was dangerous. You're the one who insisted on coming. Li Jie was having none of it. All right, it's my fault. I should have asked more questions first. Tony admitted, then cried out in surprise. Anton Vanko's been caught. He's not going to get killed by those 3, is he? Whiplash had just been swatted to the ground by Hulk, as if he were nothing but a bothersome fly. Then Red Hulk and Abomination each gave him a kick for good measure. Clearly, the 3 giants had no real interest in the troublemaking Whiplash. Once he lay motionless, they went back to fighting each other. Li Jie, with his superhuman senses, could tell that Whiplash was still alive, though his spine had been shattered in the attack. On top of that, his armor was damaged, leaving him with a dozen open wounds. Oh, here's some good news for you. Pepper's gone, Li Jie said, using his telekinetic powers to pull Whiplash and the broken mechanical parts over to him. Yeah, maybe that's for the best, Tony muttered, already worrying about how he could possibly win Pepper's forgiveness. The main reason Tony Stark didn't tell Pepper Potts before his surgery was because he was afraid she'd be heartbroken if he didn't survive. Even Tony himself had no idea if he'd make it through the operation alive. If only he'd known the operation would go so smoothly, he would have told her everything beforehand. Is he crying? Tony Stark exclaimed when he saw tears welling up in Whiplash's eyes. Anton Vanko was feeling truly aggrieved. He had believed that, with the creation of the arc reactor and his new suit, he'd be able to sweep across the world, defeat Iron Man, and reclaim his lost honor. But who could have predicted that? Right from the start, he'd be beaten half-paralyzed by 3 monsters so badly that he couldn't even lift a hand to wipe away his own tears. Just kill me. Anton Vanko could only say stubbornly. Li replied toli. Dying isn't so hard, you know? The way you are now, you'll bleed out in less than half an hour. You? Anton Vanko glared at Li Jie, but was left speechless. Who sent you? Tell the truth, and maybe I'll let you die quickly. Li Jie's tone was casual, almost indifferent. In truth, Li Jie wasn't all that interested in who had sent Anton Vanko. If he truly wanted to know, he could just use his telepathy to find out the answer. Anton Vanko scoffed coldly. Keep dreaming. I'll never tell you. Li Jie is snorted in disdain. Then, using his telekinesis, he picked up a piece of armor emblazoned with a logo and handed it to Tony Stark. Recognize this? Tony Stark took a single glance and cried out in shock. That's the Hammer Industries logo. He paused for a moment, then called out to Anton Vanko. You're working for Justin? Anton Vanko shot him a vicious glare. Working for Justin? Is that what you think? I was only using that fool to achieve my own goals. A pity. Tony Stark then turned to Li Jie and explained. If Justin Hammer's already gotten his hands on the arc reactor technology, he'll start mass-producing new suits. That'll be a disaster for the entire world. I have to stop him. Anton Vanko let out a cold laugh. You can't stop Justin. The new suits are already being produced en masse, and he's about to sign a contract with the military. Soon, Hammer Industries will have more influence and power than Stark Industries. Tony, in the end, you still lost to me. Tony Stark ignored Anton Vanko's empty boasts and turned to Li Jie. Can you get me out of here first? Li Jie glanced at the increasingly weak Anton Vanko as he spoke. Tony Stark hesitated for a moment, unable to harden his heart. He let out a sigh and said, Leave it to me. I'll take him to the hospital for treatment first. Tony, you don't have to pity me, That's not up to you. With that, Tony Stark knocked Anton Vanko out with a swift kick. After exiting the mirror dimension, Tony Stark carried Anton Vanko and flew straight to the hospital. At the same time, he contacted both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. would be responsible for keeping Anton Vanko under watch, to prevent any further leaks of the arc reactor or armor technology. Meanwhile, the Avengers would investigate Hammer Industries to assess just how far things had escalated. Dr. Pym and the Wasp sprang into action immediately, preparing to infiltrate Hammer Industries and gather intel. Not long after, Black Widow, who hadn't been seen for several days, returned to the Chinese restaurant, bringing with her a S.H.I.E.L.D. special operations team. Jack, long time no see. Black Widow greeted Li Jie. Though standing before him, she couldn't shake a sense of guilt, one of the reasons she hadn't reached out to him lately. Since Li Jie hadn't contacted her either, Black Widow assumed he was still holding a grudge. To clear up any misunderstandings, she quickly explained. Oh, Tony said you might need some help here, so I brought the team over. Also, S.H.I.E.L.D. has already taken charge of Anton Vanko. Li Jie held no grudge against Black Widow. In fact, to be honest, he rather missed the days when she was around the restaurant. At least at night, he didn't have to face an empty room alone. How's Huey doing? Li Jie suddenly thought of the Flurkin. With the greedy cat gone, the restaurant felt emptier, and Li Jie couldn't quite get used to it. It was only after the Flurkin left that Li Jie realized he'd come to think of it as a brother somewhere along the way. He really missed their nights out at the bar together. At the moment, he's been very cooperative. Nothing like the danger we imagined, Black Widow replied. The Flurkin was living the high life at S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only did it get to enjoy delicacies from around the world, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had also arranged a whole group of beautiful female cats for him. Compared to the stray alley cats, these S.H.I.E.L.D. cats were the real high-class ladies. Surrounded by these privileged beauties every day, the Flurkin had long since forgotten any desire to return. That ungrateful cat, Li Jie cursed silently. Noticing that the battle in the mirror dimension had ended, he brought Black Widow inside. My God, what happened here? Black Widow exclaimed in shock. The mirror dimension was now nothing but a wasteland. The three-way brawl had ended with Hulk and Red Hulk teaming up to take down Abomination, but then Red Hulk was swiftly defeated by the Hulk himself. Now, the only one still standing was the battered and furious Hulk, his rage showing no sign of fading. If it weren't for Li Jie and Black Widow arriving just in time, the now fully human General Ross would have been crushed to death under the Hulk's massive foot. In theory, Abomination's injuries were far more severe than Whiplash's. However, Abomination possessed astonishing regenerative powers. Though unable to stand for the moment, it wouldn't be long before it completely recovered. With a single leap spanning several hundred meters, the Hulk bounded toward Li Jie, intent on attacking the two of them. Jack, let me try first, Black Widow said, breaking into a run and leaping atop a pile of rubble. There, she opened her mouth and began to sing. It was common knowledge that Dr. Banner harbored feelings for Black Widow. Back then, it was actually a photo of Black Widow that pushed Dr. Banner over the edge and caused him to lose control when taunted by some street punks. Yet, Dr. Banner had always kept those feelings buried deep within his heart. Black Widow's singing had become the only way that could soothe Dr. Banner for now. But singing to an enraged Hulk was a perilous thing. If, for even a moment, the Hulk lost control, Black Widow's life would be snuffed out in an instant. Just as now, the Hulk swung a massive fist straight at her. A blow like that would have turned an ordinary human like Black Widow into pulp. Fortunately, the fist stopped abruptly, less than 5 centimeters from her face. The force of the punch sent a gust of wind whipping through Black Widow's hair, yet she stood her ground, remarkably calm. Such was the professional composure of a super spy. Black Widow was no stranger to dancing with death. She gently placed her hand on Hulk's fist and spoke softly. "Banner, let me take you home." The Hulk's rage ebbed away rapidly, and he once again reverted to Dr. Banner. Surveying the destruction around him, Dr. Banner spoke with guilt in his voice. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Banner, you did more than enough. As for all this..." With a sweeping motion of his hand, Li Jie restored the ruined landscape within the mirror dimension to its original state. Dr. Banner forced a faint smile, but worry still gnawed at him. He feared what would happen if he lost control in the real world and caused more devastation. "What do you plan to do with those two?" Li Jie asked, glancing over at General Ross and Abomination. Black Widow answered, "I'll have Abomination locked up in SHLD's prison for now. As for Red Hulk, let him go," Dr. Banner suddenly interjected. After all, General Ross was Dr. Banner's father-in-law. Even though he had relentlessly pursued the Hulk, Banner had never truly held it against him. Otherwise, Ross would never have lived long enough to become Red Hulk. Black Widow nodded in agreement, clearly indulging Dr. Banner's wishes. "Jack, could you let me out first?" Dr. Banner was anxious about the awkwardness that might arise when General Ross woke up and the two of them came face to face. As soon as they emerged from the mirror dimension, Black Widow spoke up. "Banner, let me take you home." "No need," Banner replied with a forced smile. "I'd like to walk alone for a bit." After borrowing a set of clothes from Li Jie, he disappeared into the darkness by himself, his silhouette radiating a deep sense of loneliness. "I'm a little worried about him," Black Widow said quietly. Li Jie smiled and replied, "If you're concerned, just bring him a meal from the Chinese restaurant. I guarantee it'll lift his spirits." At that, Black Widow's eyes lit up. She'd completely forgotten about that. She immediately paid Li Jie to pack up a meal to go. Abomination was escorted away by Black Widow, while General Ross remained in the restaurant. "That bastard. Does he think I'll forgive him just because he pleaded with S.H.I.E.L.D. for me?" General Ross grumbled, clutching his head, his expression fierce. But the truth was, he had already accepted Banner's gesture. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, he struggled to his feet and muttered, "The food here really is delicious. I'll be back." Li Jie didn't ignore General Ross out of rudeness. Instead, his attention was caught by a surge of powerful, sinister energy drawing closer to the restaurant. Pebbles outside the restaurant began to stir, moving of their own accord as if swept by an invisible wind. In the next moment, a shimmering portal of magic appeared. Kaecilius, clad in a dark robe, stepped out from behind the portal, flashing Li Jie a wicked smile. Li Jie furrowed his brows ever so slightly. He could see that Kaecilius was now enveloped in a thin layer of dark magic, his eyes ringed with heavy shadows. Did this guy really sacrifice himself to the darkness? Li Jie realized that Kaecilius' strength had at least doubled since their last encounter. Kaecilius pushed open the door and strode into the restaurant, his manner triumphant. "Jack, I see you've noticed. I'm much stronger than before. But don't worry, I'm not here to fight today. I'll have the 4-piece combo, please." General Ross, startled by Kaecilius' dramatic entrance, stopped dead in his tracks. The tension in the air made him brace for a battle. He was still weighing whether to stay or go when, to his astonishment, Kaecilius simply ordered food. The sheer contrast was enough to nearly throw out General Ross's back. With a scoff of disdain, General Ross made it clear he was unimpressed by Kaecilius. "What's your problem, old man?" Kaecilius retorted. "What's so strange about having a meal at a Chinese restaurant?" General Ross: "Well, there is nothing wrong with that, actually. Even villains need to eat, and they, too, can be won over by good food." Kaecilius had come to the restaurant today with only 2 goals. First, to show off his newfound strength in front of Li Jie, and second, to indulge in the restaurant's delicious cuisine. As for getting revenge for his last defeat by Li Jie, was that really more important than savoring the delicacies at the Chinese restaurant? Cassius was the final guest to leave the restaurant that night. After closing up, Li Jie, as usual, rode his battered little scooter to the bar for a drink. He had considered upgrading to something more impressive, or even building himself a bike like the Batcycle. After all, with his skills and money now, nothing was out of reach. But when it came time to replace the scooter, Li Jie realized he'd grown attached to the little machine with the restaurant's logo emblazoned on it. It still worked after all, so why not just make do? After a night of drinking, Li Jie didn't return to the restaurant until dawn, where he found Matt. dressed in a tracksuit and sunglasses, leaning against the front door, fast asleep. Matt, aren't you a bit early for breakfast? The restaurant doesn't open until 10, Lee teased. Daredevil's handsome face was battered and bruised once again, with a bandage stuck on his nose. Clearly, he'd lost another fight the night before, or, at the very least, didn't come out ahead. Jack, I need to talk to you, Daredevil said seriously, getting to his feet. Lee Jia let out a yawn. Matt, your timing is terrible. I need a nap before the restaurant opens. Maybe next time. Jack, I waited for you all night. I swear, I won't take up much of your time. Daredevil interrupted, hesitated briefly, and then continued. All right, I admit it. I could use your help with something. Matt, at least tell me who roughed you up last night. Lee Jia asked, curiosity piqued. Matt snorted, the absorbing man. Didn't Professor X promise to handle that? Lee Jia asked, puzzled. This was the second time Daredevil had lost to the absorbing man. Jack, can we talk inside? Daredevil said, frowning. But let me say up front, I don't have anything fancy to offer you. At best, just a glass of water. Lee Jia pulled out his keys and opened the door. A glass of water is all I need, Daredevil replied, following Lee Jia inside and muttering. Honestly, I'm pretty disappointed in the X-Men. Sure, Professor X promised they'd take care of the absorbing man. But now the guy's working for Magneto, and after a tussle with Magneto's crew, the X-Men didn't fare much better. Last night, the absorbing man came back to Hell's Kitchen just to get back at me. Looks like I can't count on anyone else for this. I'll have to figure out how to deal with him myself. Professor X and Magneto stood for the two great factions among mutants. They had started as brothers, but after decades of conflict, neither had ever truly come out on top. If Magneto is determined to protect the absorbing man, then for the moment, Professor X doesn't have a better solution either. Rather than saying the two are fighting over the absorbing man, it's more accurate to say it's yet another round of rivalry between the old friends. Lee Jia poured a cup of hot water for Daredevil. So, what do you want me to help you with? Daredevil took a sip and replied. I know you have contacts in S.H.I.E.L.D. Can you help me get a mutant suppression device? The mutant suppression device, also known as the mutant collar, was invented during the Great War between humans and mutants. Once it's fastened around a mutant's neck, it can temporarily strip them of their powers. The so-called immortal Deadpool once tried every way imaginable to get himself killed. Even being blown to pieces couldn't keep him down. But there was one time Deadpool was collared with a mutant suppression device. Deprived of his healing factor, he was finally done in by his cancer. Daredevil wanting the mutant collar would indeed be a powerful way to deal with the absorbing man. The problem is how to get the absorbing man to wear it willingly. Well, Daredevil figured he could handle that part himself. Lee Jia shot Daredevil a sidelong glance. You want me to call Natasha for you? Daredevil looked a bit sheepish. I know you know more S.H.I.E.L.D. agents than just Natasha. Jack, I really need this little gadget right now. Do me this favor, and I'll owe you one. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lee Jia did know a few agents, but his best connection was with Black Widow. Black Widow was Daredevil's old flame, but instead of reaching out to her himself, he wanted Lee Jia to make the call. Clearly, this guy must have done something to let her down back in the day. All right, I can. Lee Jia trailed off mid-sentence, turning his head toward the front door of the Chinese restaurant. A figure descended from the sky. It was Tony Stark in a suit of armor. Tony Stark pushed open the door and walked in. Jack, perfect timing. I was worried you weren't even out of bed yet. Without so much as a by your leave, he picked up the cup in front of Lee Jia and downed the water in one gulp. Jack, you really should stock some drinks in this place. Beer, for instance. Lee Jia rolled his eyes. Tony, for the record, I haven't even slept yet. If you hadn't shown up, I'd be kicking this guy out and heading to bed. Besides, what gets sold in my restaurant is my decision. Beers for the ladies. If I were to sell anything, it'd be Ergwotu. Ergwotu? That throat-scorching firewater. Tony Stark frowned in disbelief. Daredevil coughed loudly, putting on a smile. Jack, you hadn't finished what you were saying just now. Lee Jia grunted in acknowledgement and turned to Tony Stark. Tony, can you find a way to get some mutant suppression collars? Why? Are mutants giving you trouble? Tony Stark asked, then continued. I remember my company handled production of those things before. There should still be some in the warehouse. Wait a minute, I'll call someone and have a truckload sent over to you. Leah. Daredevil. No wonder he's called a man of means. He immediately offers a whole truck of mutant suppressors. But what would I do with so many of those things? If the mutants ever found out the Chinese restaurant was stocked with equipment that could threaten them, wouldn't they rally together and declare war on the place? Tony, actually, it's Matt who needs them. Oh, you met Matt already. I know. Daredevil. Tony Stark replied. How did you know that? Matt asked in surprise, turning to look at Lee Jia, suspecting he'd given away his secret identity. Tony Stark replied with a smile. No need to be so surprised. A lot of satellites in the sky belong to me. In fact, I know the true identities of many superheroes. For example, Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Daredevil suddenly understood. With all those satellites, Tony Stark could keep an eye on the city at any time. Not even a handful of ants on the ground could escape his notice. So this guy is basically a super voyeur. Daredevil suddenly felt like he had no secrets left in front of Tony Stark. Tony Stark, what can I say? That's the power of money. Tony, I don't need that many. Just give me one. Daredevil thought for a moment, then added, all right, if you can spare a couple more as backups, that's fine too. Tony Stark made a phone call, then turned to Daredevil and said, the delivery will arrive at your law office in half an hour. I'll get going then. Daredevil was tactful enough to know Tony Stark must have come to see Lee Jia about something important, so he didn't stick around to play third wheel. With the mutant suppression collar, Daredevil now had a way to deal with the absorbing man. Now the question was, once he caught him, should he hand him over to the police or simply do away with him himself? It wasn't surprising that Daredevil would consider this. He's known as the darkest of all superheroes. Killing is just part of his daily routine. Daredevil could just kill the absorbing man, but he had to consider whether doing so would provoke the mutants and bring chaos to Hell's Kitchen. Li Jian knocked on the table twice, yawning as he spoke. Tony, if it's nothing urgent, can you wait until I've had some sleep before we talk? Jack, I won't take up too much of your time. Just take a look at this. Tony Stark spoke as he tapped his watch, and a three-dimensional holographic image flickered into the air. It was an advertisement released by Hammer Industries, lasting only a few seconds. In the footage, Hammer Industries unveiled a brand-new combat robot, equipped with an arc reactor. It looks like Hammer realized they couldn't keep this under wraps any longer, so they decided to make it public, Li Jia remarked after watching the video. Tony Stark nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I was worried about. Tonight, Justin Hammer is holding a product launch event. He's invited all the major media outlets, politicians, and military representatives. If this event succeeds, Hammer Industries will sign a supply deal with the military, and there'll be a flood of these war robots hitting the market. Jack, do you know what that means? Li Jia replied, it means Hammer Industries will end up controlling the world. Tony Stark shook his head, his expression turning grave. Jack, if these war machines go into mass production, it won't be long before they spark a war. And when that happens, the end of the world will be right around the corner. And I'll be remembered as the villain who doomed us all. Tony, just tell me what you want me to do, Li Jia said, shrugging his shoulders. Tony Stark answered, I'm going to find a way to stop this product launch. When the time comes, I hope you'll join me. How do we stop it? Tony Stark shook his head. I haven't figured out the details yet, but it's a decision the entire Avengers team is making. We'll all be involved. Also, do you remember what Anton Vanko said? Something about these war machines feels like a setup. If Anton Vanko's plot comes to fruition, it could spell disaster on a global scale. Tony, I understand. My suggestion is that you interrogate Anton Vanko first. Maybe you'll find some leads. Anyway, I'm really tired. Let me go upstairs and get some sleep. I'll give you an answer once I've rested. Oh, and when you leave, just close the door behind you. Peter should be here soon, anyway. With that, Li Jia got up and headed upstairs. If he didn't leave now, Tony Stark would pull him into a strategy session, and he wouldn't even get a chance to sleep. After a good rest, Li Jia went to the Chinese restaurant and found Peter Parker sitting there, lost in thought with his chin resting on his hand. Hey, thinking about your girlfriend? Li Jia teased as he knocked on the table and took a seat. Peter Parker snapped out of his daze and said, I'm trying to figure out how to defeat Venom. What's wrong? The sonic device didn't work? Li Jia asked, curious. Peter Parker replied, it's useful, sure, but that thing still managed to get away last night. I'm hoping to find a once-and-for-all solution. What? Are you thinking of killing it? Li Jia asked in surprise. After all, Spider-Man had never killed anyone before. Well, Venom was an alien life form, not exactly a person. I never said I wanted to kill it, just that I want to find a way to truly defeat it. Even Peter Parker was startled by the thought. Li Jia let out a breath. I thought you were planning to kill it for a second. Actually, if you really wanted to destroy Venom, there are ways. For example, you could trap it in a special container. As long as you separate it from its host for long enough, it'll weaken and die. Or you could try using fire. Roast that creature until all that's left is a dried-up Venom husk. Peter Parker's eyes widened in shock. The bell over the Chinese restaurant's door jingled. Peter fixed his gaze on the opening door, puzzled. There's no wind. Why did the door open? Li Jia's expression changed ever so slightly, because he saw the Ancient One standing at the entrance, smiling at him. But Peter couldn't see a thing. What appeared in the restaurant wasn't the Ancient One in the flesh, but his astral form. Jack, there are a few things I'd like to say to you. The Ancient One began. Peter Parker, unable to see or hear the spirit, walked right through the Ancient One's form and closed the door behind him. Boss, about what you were just saying? Huh? Where did he go? Peter froze, stunned. Li Jie, who had just been sitting there, was gone in the time it took to close the door. Li Jie had used the power of the space stone to transport himself and the Ancient One's astral form to the rooftop of a building in Manhattan. Master, what's happened? The Ancient One clasped his hands behind his back and spoke to Li Jie with a gentle smile. Jack, you guessed correctly. I'm already dead. My spirit won't linger in this world for long. Soon, I'll vanish from this world entirely. Li Jie's face was expressionless. Was it Caecilius or Baron Mordo? The Ancient One just smiled, saying nothing about who had killed him. He knew well enough. Caecilius was a traitor, and Baron Mordo was a dark sorcerer. He had lived in this world for a very long time, wielding immense power. If he truly hadn't wanted to die, neither Caecilius nor Mordo would have been able to kill him on their own. Turning to face the direction of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One spoke with a carefree air. Jack, my era has come to an end. A new Sorcerer Supreme will rise at Kamar Taj. But as for Stephen, he's still so young in the ways of sorcery, not yet ready. I'm worried that he won't be able to handle the darkness that's about to descend upon him. So, can you promise me you'll help him get through this trial? Caecilius entered the Chinese restaurant flanked by 2 magical attendants. This time, as if he wished to avoid drawing attention, he had swapped his usual black mage's robes for a white suit. Yet, those unmistakable panda eyes still made him stand out like a sore thumb. On top of that, the faint aura of darkness leaking from him gave off a chilling, unapproachable air. Peter, aren't you going to welcome me? Caecilius grinned at Peter Parker, unable to hide his smug satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a stack of cash. Order me the 4-item combo, and the rest is your tip. Peter Parker wasn't fond of people like Caecilius, but for such a generous tip. No, it was for the sake of professionalism, Peter told himself as he took the money and forced a smile. Welcome. Are you sure 1 combo will be enough for all 3 of you? Caecilius shook his head. They'll just watch me eat. His attendants didn't even have the privilege of sitting down to eat with him. They were clearly of much lower status than the 2 dark wizards Caecilius had brought on his first visit. All right, please find a seat. Once the boss is back, he'll cook for you, Peter said. What's this? Jack isn't here. Caecilius sounded disappointed. The boss, he was just here a moment ago, but Peter didn't get to finish. He turned around, startled to find that at some point, Li Jie had appeared right behind him. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Caecilius, too, was taken aback. He hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations, yet Li Jie had materialized right before him. Such a perfect display of spatial ability. As for Caecilius's 2 attendants, they were so shocked they instantly drew their weapons. Caecilius spun around and smacked each of them soundly, scolding, "No fighting in the restaurant. Don't you know the rules? Put those weapons away." The 2 attendants bowed their heads and obediently put away their weapons. With a broad smile, Caecilius turned to Li Jie and said, Jack, I've got some wonderful news that I'm sure you'll want to hear. In fact, I came early to the restaurant just to celebrate. After today, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to enjoy the cuisine here. No, what I mean is, if you beg me, maybe I'll let the restaurant stay. Li Jie, of course, knew that the wonderful news Caecilius referred to was the death of the Ancient One. Caecilius's insufferable attitude made Li Jie itch to teach him a lesson right then and there. However, Caecilius is nothing more than a hound serving the dark power of Dormammu. The dark event that the Ancient One mentioned is also a reference to Dormammu. She hopes that Li Jie can stop Dormammu from invading Earth. If Caecilius is killed here, then all traces leading to Dormammu will be lost. That bastard would surely find another way to invade Earth. The door to the Chinese restaurant was pushed open, and Dr. Strange, gripping a mystical sword, lunged toward Caecilius. Hey, Stephen. Caecilius stood there with a calm expression, knowing full well that Li Jie would never let Dr. Strange start a fight inside the restaurant. As the magical sword flashed into the restaurant, Baron Mordo, hot on Strange's heels, knocked it from his hand, sending it clattering to the floor. Stephen, you can't do this. The Ancient One would never want to see you like this. Besides, this is a Chinese restaurant. If nothing else, you shouldn't be fighting here. As he spoke, Baron Mordo cast a pointed glance at Li Jie. What a performance, truly impressive. Baron Mordo, the consummate pretender, still maintains his righteous facade, even now. Don't bring up the Ancient One to me. The Ancient One was killed by Caecilius. If I can't avenge her, then what kind of student am I? Mordo, what you should be doing isn't stopping me. You should be joining me. We should work together to kill this traitor Caecilius. Dr. Strange's voice was nearly consumed by his fury. In truth, Caecilius was nothing more than a pawn in Baron Mordo's hand. So of course Mordo would never kill him himself. Stephen, no one wants to kill that bastard Caecilius more than I do. But we need to stay calm. Let's put aside everything else for a moment. Will killing Caecilius bring the Ancient One back? Since it won't, shouldn't we ask ourselves what the Ancient One would want us to do if she were still alive? I'm certain it wouldn't be to kill Caecilius. Now that the Ancient One is gone, Camartage needs to choose a new Sorcerer Supreme. Stephen, no one is more suited to that role than you. You will become the Sorcerer Supreme. As for Caecilius, let's deal with him after this is over. Baron Mordo delivered a lengthy, impassioned speech, his performance worthy of the highest praise, and took the opportunity to nominate Doctor Strange as the new Sorcerer Supreme. In reality, the only reason Baron Mordo hasn't shown his true colors is because he wants that title for himself. Once he becomes Sorcerer Supreme, he'll wield the mightiest magical power in this world, commanding both the Book of the Dark Gods and the Book of the Vishani. Stephen, I suggest you find a seat for now. Enjoy a good meal. Whatever needs to be done, let's wait until we're out of the restaurant. Li Jie spoke up. Only then did Doctor Strange turn his gaze to Li Jie, speaking in a slightly aggrieved tone. Jack, the Ancient One, she's dead. I know. I already overheard your conversation just now, and Caecilius had told me about it in advance. Li Jie kept to himself the fact that he had met the Ancient One's spirit. Peter, could you bring us 2 sets of the 4-piece special, please? Baron Mordo took $700 out of his pocket and handed it to Peter Parker, but didn't leave a cent for a tip. Stephen, let's sit over there. Doctor Strange acknowledged him with a word, but as he turned, he suddenly flung his hand backward, sending a magical fireball straight at Caecilius. Yet, right in midair, the fireball vanished without a trace. Baron Mordo's eyelids lowered ever so slightly. No one understood better than he the destructive power of the spell Doctor Strange had just cast. It could have easily demolished the entire building, but it simply disappeared, as if into thin air. Even creating a portal wouldn't be that fast. Besides, there hadn't been the slightest ripple of magical energy, nor any sign of a portal opening. How had that fireball vanished? Seeing Baron Mordo's gaze turn to him, Caecilius replied with his eyes. Don't look at me, that wasn't my doing. At once, Baron Mordo's eyes shifted to Li Jie. Li Jie lit a cigarette and said, Stephen, I hope you still remember the rules of the Chinese restaurant. If you try to harm a guest here again, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave. Jack, I'm sorry. I just can't control myself. The Ancient One is gone. I can't accept it. Dr. Strange spoke with genuine remorse. Baron Mordo hesitated, then stepped up to Li Jie and said, Jack, I'm sure you know how much the Ancient One's passing means to Camartage and the entire magical world. I hope you can return to us whatever the Ancient One left here, to help Camartage and the magical world through this difficult time. A cold smirk flickered across Li Jie's heart. So Baron Mordo actually believed the fireball's disappearance was because the Ancient One had left behind a powerful artifact here, and now he wanted to claim it for himself. Baron, what do you think the Ancient One left here? Li Jie asked with a touch of irony. Baron Mordo shook his head and replied, I don't know, but whatever it is, I imagine it must be incredibly powerful enough to change the world. Li Jie gave a cold laugh. Take a seat. I'll go make you something to eat. Jack. Baron Mordo started to say more, but was stopped by Doctor Strange, who grabbed his arm. Mordo, you've got it all wrong. Previously, Master Ancient One did come here with me to this Chinese restaurant, but at that time, all we did was share a meal together. Master Ancient One didn't leave anything behind here. Baron Mordo gave a dismissive snort at these words. Stephen, I didn't expect someone your age to still be so naive. Maybe Master Ancient One didn't leave anything when you both came together, but can you guarantee she never met Jack in private afterward? If Master Ancient One hadn't left some powerful artifact here, then how do you explain the incident with the vanishing fireball just now? Doctor Strange immediately replied, Jack is also a sorcerer. Fine, let's assume Jack is a sorcerer. But did you see him cast any spells just now? Or did you sense even a trace of magical energy fluctuating around him? Baron Mordo pressed him further. Doctor Strange shook his head, unable to come up with an explanation for any of it. Forget it, let's eat first. Baron Mordo was somewhat exasperated, yet inwardly his thoughts had already turned to Li Jie, quietly calculating his odds should he ever have to face Li Jie in battle. The dishes were soon served. Caecilius and Doctor Strange fell silent, no longer exchanging any words. With a good meal in his stomach, Doctor Strange's mood did improve. At the very least, he had calmed down and wouldn't be making any more rash appearances in the restaurant for now. Customers continued to trickle into the Chinese restaurant. When Doctor Strange saw Caecilius preparing to leave, he didn't even have time to say goodbye to Li Jie before following him out. Baron Mordo was still considering how to make Li Jie hand over Master Ancient One's relics, and ended up leaving a step behind. After lunch service ended, Peter Parker hurried off, Li Jie gave him a subtle hint. Peter was in a rush to get back and make some gadgets to deal with Venom. Once Peter Parker had left, another guest arrived at the restaurant, Madame Gao. The moment she entered, Madame Gao bowed and asked, "I have received your message. How may I be of service to you?" Li Jie handed her the address of the New York sanctum and instructed, "Send someone to keep an eye on this place. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately." Madame Gao accepted the address and left without another word. Hammer Industries' new product launch was scheduled for 8 o'clock that evening. By then, there weren't many customers in the restaurant, so Li Jie and Peter Parker started live streaming with their phones. When Hammer Industries' robots appeared, Peter Parker couldn't help but exclaim, "Technology is advancing so fast these days. Soon, there won't be any humans left on the battlefield." Unlike Tony Stark's suits, Hammer Industries' designs were pure robots, entirely controlled by computer programs. Justin Hammer stood on stage, personally introducing the formidable capabilities and firepower of these war robots. Li Jie reminded him, "Peter, what you should be thinking about is how you deal with these robots if they were your enemies." Peter Parker frowned and said, "Their firepower is ferocious, and with such advanced abilities, they'd be really hard to handle. If there was only one, I could still manage it. But if several of them showed up at once, all I could do is run for my life. Maybe I might even die at their hands." He was simply telling the harsh truth. Powered by arc reactors and equipped with overwhelming firepower, Hammer Industries robots were even deadlier than Dr. Octopus. Peter Parker had already struggled to take down Dr. Octopus. Facing these machines would be an entirely different challenge. What's more, Peter Parker wasn't bulletproof, and his healing abilities were nowhere near as freakish as Deadpool's. If he were blown to pieces, there'd be no coming back. "It's Mr. Stark." Peter Parker suddenly cried out, excitement in his voice. On the screen, Tony Stark descended from the sky, landing directly on the stage. A moment ago, all eyes were on Justin Hammer, but with Tony Stark's arrival, every camera and spotlight instantly turned to focus on him. "Security! Security!" someone shouted, only to be stopped by Justin Hammer. Wearing a broad smile, Justin Hammer looked like he'd been waiting for Tony Stark to show up all along. He grabbed the microphone and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the perfect moment to demonstrate the Hammer robot's abilities. Let's thank Mr. Tony Stark for his participation. He'll help us put the Hammer robots to the test live." A thunderous round of applause broke out in the venue. Everyone was eager for the showdown between Hammer's robots and Iron Man. Peter Parker frowned and said, "Boss, why do I get the feeling Mr. Stark just walked right into Justin Hammer's trap?" "Peter, you're absolutely right. This entire press conference is a trap Justin set for Tony. He deliberately lured Iron Man here, planning to have his robots kill him. Afterward, he could just claim it was all an unfortunate accident." "Boss, then we have to figure out a way to help Mr. Stark," Peter Parker urged anxiously. "Don't worry, let's watch a bit longer." Li Jie remained calm, completely unruffled. If Tony Stark were truly alone, the situation would indeed be perilous. But let's not forget, the Avengers are a team. There's no way Tony Stark is the only one here today. Now, all eyes were on the Avengers to see what they would do next. At the Hammer Industries product launch event, the atmosphere was tense. Justin Hammer's secretary rushed onto the stage, her face pale as she read a message on her phone. Anxiously, she said, "Boss, Stark Industries just filed a lawsuit against us. They're accusing us of infringing on multiple patents, claiming our Hammer robots are copies of Tony Stark's armor." With a shout of surprise, Justin Hammer snatched the phone from his secretary and scanned the message. Tony Stark, standing nearby with a calm smile, said, "Justin, I assume you've received a letter from our lawyers. Until this case is fully investigated, your Hammer robots are not allowed to go to market." Justin Hammer lost control. In a fit of rage, he smashed the phone and pointed furiously at Tony Stark. Stark Industries always resorts to such despicable tactics. "What, do you think this will be enough to defeat Justin Hammer? Tony, you keep saying our Hammer robots are knockoffs of your armor? Fine, then let me show you just how much more advanced Hammer Industries robots are compared to your outdated suit." With a dramatic pause, Justin Hammer stormed backstage, shoving aside a programmer. "Out of the way. I'll operate the Hammer robot myself and defeat Tony Stark." Under Justin Hammer's command, a robot equipped with heavy shoulder-mounted cannons lumbered forward, aiming its weapons squarely at Tony Stark. "Tony, there's still time for you to surrender." Justin Hammer gloated, brimming with confidence. But Tony Stark stood unflinching, his composure unshaken. "Justin, I'd say the one who ought to give up right now is you." "Oh, really? In that case, I hope you're ready to meet your end." With a sneer, Justin Hammer jabbed the button to initiate the attack. The Hammer robot's head gave a slight twitch. Then it froze, refusing to budge. It was Hammer Industries' first live demonstration, broadcast on television for all to see, and now, right in front of the cameras, the robot had broken down. Justin Hammer's face flushed with anger and humiliation. "Get over here. Check what's wrong now." Justin Hammer dragged the programmer he'd shoved aside back to the computer. The programmer barely had time to crouch down and reach for the keyboard when, suddenly, sparks sprayed from the Hammer robot's neck. A split second later, its massive head tumbled from its shoulders and crashed onto the floor with a resounding thud. The crowd gasped in shock as even more sparks shot from the robot's body, and it collapsed in a heap. The programmer stammered, "Boss, I don't think this is a software issue. Do you think I can't see that for myself?" Justin Hammer roared, his frustration boiling over. The craftsmanship of Hammer Group's robots couldn't possibly be this shoddy. Even someone with no technical sense could see that the sudden malfunction and failure of this Hammer robot had everything to do with Tony Stark. "Tony, do you really think this is enough to beat me?" Justin Hammer gritted his teeth and shouted, then barked an order at the programmer. "Get the rest of the robots in there. Take Tony Stark down for me." The programmer looked a little terrified and stammered, "Boss, are you sure you want to do this? I'm just an employee here, and now you want me to kill someone?" Justin Hammer shoved the programmer aside once again, taking the controls himself. He personally operated the remaining robots on stage, sending them soaring into the air to encircle Tony Stark. Die Stark. With Hammer's furious roar, the robots' weapon systems all activated, and then a series of explosions thundered through the hall. The Hammer robots crashed down, reduced to scattered heaps of spare parts. Clearly, these robots had also been sabotaged behind the scenes. Who could pull off something like this in front of a crowd? Only Ant-Man or the Wasp. "Justin, it looks like I was right all along. Not only did Hammer Group plagiarize my armor designs, but what you cobbled together is nothing but junk." Tony Stark sneered, turning to address the military representatives. "Are you really sure you want to stick with this garbage?" The representatives exchanged glances, then, as if by tacit agreement, rose from their seats and quickly left, none of them willing to get involved in this mess. "Hey, don't go. This is all Tony Stark's conspiracy. Hammer Group makes the best robots in the world. Hey, come back." Justin Hammer tried desperately to stop them, but the military officials paid him no mind, hurrying off even faster. "Tony Stark, you've ruined my product launch and destroyed everything I've worked for. You think that's the end of it? No, I'll kill you. I'll show you just how powerful Hammer Group's robots really are." Completely losing his composure, Justin Hammer pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Activate all backup robots, now." Moments later, nearly 20 Hammer robots appeared in the sky above the product launch. Justin Hammer stood on stage, arms spread wide, grinning in triumph. "Tony Stark, time to see what my Hammer robots can do." All the robots' weapons activated at once, and the assault began. Gunfire rattled out, bullets pummeling the stage. Startled, Justin Hammer tumbled away, scrambling for cover. The Hammer drones in the sky weren't just attacking Tony Stark. They were targeting everyone present. "What's going on? Hurry up, go see what's happening." Justin Hammer cried out in alarm. He turned his head, only to find that the programmer had already been shot and killed. In a panic, he dropped to his knees and crawled over, trying to operate the system himself. But the result was clear. Those Hammer drones overhead were completely out of his control. "Tony Stark, what did you do?" Justin Hammer roared. Tony Stark had assumed Justin Hammer was the one orchestrating all this, but suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Anton Vanko. "You fool. Have you still not figured it out? You've been played by Anton Vanko." Justin Hammer's face drained of color, and it seemed that realization dawned on him in that very instant. "Justin, how many more drones like these do you have?" Tony Stark issued the command for all his suits to deploy and then asked. There are. I don't even know." Justin Hammer stammered, his voice trembling. Tony Stark almost threw his back out in exasperation. While he fought the drones in the air, he contacted Jarvis, his super butler AI, to monitor the situation and check if there were more Hammer drones elsewhere. Jarvis soon reported back. Drones numbered in the hundreds had been unleashed all over the city, and they'd already begun their assault. Even with all of Tony Stark's suits in action, there was no way to clear them out in a short time. The Wasp and Ant-Man had already joined the battle, but their efforts felt like a drop in the ocean. As for the Hulk, no one dared to call on him. If Dr. Banner transformed, the devastation might be even worse than what the Hammer drones could cause. Tony Stark's patience snapped. He kicked Justin Hammer, who was cowering under the table, sending him sprawling, then dropped down himself to take control of the computer. "Jarvis, I need you to hack into Hammer Industries' mainframe. Find a way to take control of those drones." "Understood. Please wait." "Tony, I have bad news. These drones aren't controlled by Hammer Industries' system." Jarvis reported. "Is there another operating system?" "Jarvis, contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Have him question Anton Vanko and find out where the drone's operating system is. Tony Stark shouted, pausing briefly before adding, also, give me a line to Jack. A missile exploded on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Peter Parker rushed out of a Chinese restaurant just in time to see 2 hammer drones bearing down on the place. Anton Vanko had marked the Chinese restaurant as one of his targets, too. Boss, what should we do? If it were just these 2 hammer robots in front of them, Peter Parker, the little spider, could still handle the situation. But the sounds of explosions were echoing from all corners of the city. No matter how hard Peter pushed himself, there was simply no way he could deal with so many hammer robots on his own. Daredevil also appeared at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant, but when it came to airborne hammer robots, there was even less he could do. Jack, you have to think of something fast. There was a sudden whistle in the air. 2 small missiles were speeding toward the restaurant. Peter Parker, seeing the danger, was just about to suit up and transform, when, to his astonishment, the 2 missiles abruptly stopped midair, spun around, and turned back toward the 2 hammer robots. As for those robots, it was as if they had short-circuited. They simply froze in place, motionless, waiting for the missiles to strike. With 2 thunderous booms, the 2 hammer robots exploded in midair, scattering debris everywhere. Jack had just used his telekinetic abilities to resolve the crisis. Seeing his phone ring, he pulled it out and answered. Jack, it's me, Tony. I don't have time to explain, but the city is under attack by hundreds of robots. The Avengers need your help to get this under control. Tony Stark's voice was rushed and urgent. Jack pressed the switch on his watch, and in an instant, the nano-powered Great Sage armor enveloped his whole body. Soaring into the sky in his armor, Jack spoke to Tony Stark as he flew. I know. Have Jarvis send me the locations of all those robots right now. Jack, what are you planning to do? Tony Stark asked, clearly taken aback. Don't ask, just do as I say. Jack instructed firmly. All right, I'll have Jarvis send you the robot locations immediately. Tony Stark replied. By now, Jack had already ascended thousands of meters into the sky. From this vantage point, he could see explosions erupting all across the city. He wanted to confirm the locations of every hammer robot, making sure none slipped through the cracks. Not long ago, Jack had just unlocked Magneto's abilities. With Magneto's power, controlling and influencing hundreds of robots at once was no challenge at all. But then, why would Magneto even bother to intervene? As a supervillain among mutants, Magneto was firmly on the side opposed to humanity. Nothing would please him more than seeing these robots wipe out every human in the city. Although Jack's Magneto skill wasn't yet unlocked to its full potential, with his previous telekinetic ability added in, his strength was already superior to Magneto's. Jarvis quickly transmitted all the hammer robots' coordinates. Jack closed his eyes, activating his super senses to lock onto every last hammer robot. And then, using his telekinesis, he hauled all the robots up into the high-altitude sky. Next, he commanded the robots to activate their weapons and fire at each other. A series of deafening explosions rattled the air, one after another, like a grand fireworks display lighting up the heavens. At the Hammer Group's new product launch, the Wasp and Ant-Man looked up in astonishment at the explosions in the sky, unable to believe their eyes. Jack did all this? They exclaimed. Tony Stark, equally shocked, nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was Jack. How did he manage it? Dr. Pym pressed for answers. Tony Stark shook his head and replied, I don't know how, but I do know that no one but Jack could have resolved this crisis in such a short time. Dr. Pym nodded thoughtfully, then added, Tony, don't you think it's a real shame for someone this powerful not to join the Avengers? Tony Stark. Elsewhere, Justin Hammer sat on the ground, clutching his broken ribs where Tony Stark had kicked him. Trembling, he reached up toward the sky and cried out, My robots! Justin, you are such an idiot. Looks like you'll be spending the rest of your days behind bars. Tony Stark spat the words at him. Tony, I'm a victim too. It was all Anton Vanko's doing, that bastard. You have to believe me. You have to help me. Justin Hammer pleaded desperately. At that moment, Jarvis chimed in. Breaking news. Hammer Group's board of directors has just voted to remove Justin Hammer from his position as chairman. That fast. Tony Stark glanced down at Justin Hammer, surprised, and couldn't help but feel that this ousting had been carefully orchestrated from the start. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in Justin Hammer's office, gazing up at the hammer robots exploding in the sky. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Justin really is a fool. But this works out well. Starting now, Hammer Group officially belongs to me. Justin Hammer was arrested by the police, charged with crimes against humanity. Hammer Group immediately released an official statement announcing Justin Hammer's removal. At the same time, all of Hammer shares were transferred to a mysterious individual, whose identity was kept secret from the public. And just like that, The robot crisis, sparked by the alliance of Anton Vanko and Justin Hammer, was brought to an end. That same evening, Black Widow arrived at the Chinese restaurant, cradling a bottle of limited edition red wine. Natasha, no outside food or drink. Wearing a bright smile, Black Widow replied, Jack, I'm not here as a regular customer. This is a gift for you. And, by the way, director Nick Fury asked me to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. on his behalf. Li Jie accepted the wine with a smile. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? I'll pass on that. But if you'd like to stay tonight, we can enjoy this bottle together. Nick gave me a mission. If I don't convince you, I'm not going home tonight. The Black Widow burst out laughing as well. 3 days after the Hammer robot incident. That evening, just as the Chinese restaurant opened for business, the first customer arrived, Daredevil Matt. Dressed sharply in a suit, Matt looked full of energy, whistling a cheerful tune as he walked in. Matt, I'm guessing you just want a tough case, or you wouldn't be this happy. Peter Parker stepped forward to greet him. By now, he and Matt were old friends, both aware of each other's superhero identities. Peter, I've got news that's even better than winning a case. Want to know what it is? Daredevil winked mysteriously, and before Peter could answer, he announced triumphantly. I finally managed to catch that bastard, the Absorbing Man. Daredevil had fought the Absorbing Man twice before, and each time, he was sent back bruised and beaten. He even went so far as to ask the X-Men for help, but ended up disappointed. So, once he got his hands on a mutant suppression collar from Iron Man, Tony, he started plotting to capture the Absorbing Man. Last night, Daredevil finally got his revenge, using the suppression collar to strip the Absorbing Man of his powers, at least for a while. No, actually, he got his revenge twice over. Matt, did you kill him? Li Jie interjected with a question. Daredevil immediately put on a stern face and said, Jack, don't say things like that in front of Peter. You'll give people the wrong impression. I'm an upstanding lawyer, after all. Murder's a crime. Do you think I'd do something like that? Don't worry, I just gave him a lesson, explained the law to him, and then handed him over to the Hell's Kitchen police. That guy's been causing them all sorts of trouble, and the police have been wanting to catch him for ages. As for me, well, just another day being a good citizen. Li Jie couldn't help but roll his eyes at Matt. You're known as the darkest superhero in Marvel. How many people have died at your hands? More than you could count on your fingers and toes together? Peter, how have you been lately? I heard you've been dealing with Venom, and just last night, you had a run-in with Dr. Octopus. As if worried Li Jie would expose him, Daredevil quickly changed the subject. At the mention of Venom, Peter Parker let out a wistful sigh. That jerk's been laying low lately. If he dares show his face in front of me again, I swear I'll lock him up for good. As for Dr. Octopus, last night was just a chance encounter. He didn't get the upper hand, but he still managed to slip away. Peter, let's set Venom aside for now. When it comes to Doc Ock, you really ought to be cautious. That guy isn't your average villain. Be careful. He's probably cooking up something big. Daredevil warned. He did have a point. Dr. Octopus had always been one of Spider-Man's fiercest lifelong adversaries. If he had upgraded his gear specifically to go after Spider-Man, Peter Parker was definitely in for a rough time. Just then, the doors of the Chinese restaurant swung open again, welcoming the day's second guest, Deadpool. Hey, Peter. The moment he entered, Deadpool leapt straight in front of Peter Parker, arms flung wide for a hug, only for Peter to nimbly dodge him. What are you doing here? Peter asked with a stern face, still annoyed about the last time Deadpool's antics had let Venom slip away. Peter, are you still mad at me? Well, here, this is for you. Deadpool suddenly produced a flower from behind his back. Who knows where he'd picked that wildflower? Peter frowned in response. Seriously, 2 grown men. What's he doing giving me flowers? What, not enough? All right, take this as well. Deadpool pulled out a box of chocolates. Unlike the casually plucked flower, the chocolates were clearly a thoughtful choice, neatly wrapped and all. It was obvious, Deadpool really did care about Spider-Man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought flowers and chocolates to apologize in person. But Peter Parker's expression couldn't have been more awkward. In his mind, he kept asking why he'd ever ended up with such a clown for a friend. No, wait, come to think of it, it had always been Deadpool chasing after him. Wade, you better keep these for yourself. Also, restaurant policy, no outside food allowed. If you're here to eat, find a seat. If not, please leave. All Peter wanted was for Deadpool to leave quickly. This was just too embarrassing. But Deadpool made himself right at home, grinning as he replied. Of course I'm here to eat. What else? Or did you think I was here for a date with you? Peter Parker. Jack, mind if I just leave these here for now? Deadpool set the flower and the chocolates on the cashier's counter, then asked, how many dinner specials are left for tonight? If Matt's not eating, there are 10 servings of the 4-piece combo left. It was an unspoken rule. Every evening, Li Jie would set aside 10 4-piece combos for superheroes or whoever else might show up. Who said I'm not eating? Why else would I come to the restaurant? 1 4-piece combo for me. Peter, I'll pay now. Daredevil, worried about missing out on his meal, hurriedly pulled out some cash. Deadpool, meanwhile, propped his chin on his hand and mumbled, 10 minus 1 is, 8 combos left. Wait, did your gym teacher teach you math? 10 minus 1 equals 9. Even kids in kindergarten know that. Peter Parker couldn't help but roll his eyes. Deadpool feigned excitement and shouted, Peter, you're incredible. I honestly can't imagine how I would survive a day without you. Peter Parker. All right, Spider-Man finally caught on. Deadpool was being deliberately obnoxious. Peter Parker kicked out at him, but Deadpool dodged nimbly. Jack, did you see that? I want to file a complaint. Your employee is attacking a customer. Deadpool instantly whined to Li Jie, putting on a pitiful act. Li Jie flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, Wade, I suggest you order quickly. Otherwise, Peter won't be the only one tempted to take a swing at you. Only then did Deadpool announce, I'll take the remaining 9 4-piece sets. Wade, let me remind you, each person can only order one of each dish per day. That's the house rule here. Li Jie reminded him. Deadpool grinned. Jack, of course I haven't forgotten. 1 4-piece set is for me, and the other 8 are for my friends. You can start preparing them now. They'll be here soon. In that case, Wade, you'll need to pay up front. That'll be $3,500 in total. Peter Parker stretched out his hand, expecting payment. Deadpool awkwardly patted himself down, then forced a smile and said, is it all right if I pay a little later? Actually, I'm just making a reservation. The others will settle the bill. Peter, do you really think my math teacher was the gym coach? Each 4-piece set is $350. 10 sets are $3,500. But I only ordered 9. How could it still be $3,500? Peter Parker replied matter-of-factly. What? I don't get a tip for all this work. You think I'm here volunteering my services to you? Hot deep, huh? Deadpool gave an awkward chuckle. Don't worry, Peter, you'll get every cent of your tip. Well then, I'll just sit and wait for everyone. As soon as Deadpool's backside hit the chair, Li Jie's brow creased ever so slightly. He cast his gaze out beyond the restaurant. Across the street, an invisible jet landed atop a building. Moments later, Professor X, Wolverine, Storm, Jean, and Cyclops stepped out. Look, here they come. Deadpool dashed from the restaurant, waving enthusiastically. Hey, Professor, you're here. Come on, I've already ordered for you and saved your seats. Peter, is your buddy joining the X-Men now? Daredevil asked offhandedly. No idea. He's never mentioned it. Peter Parker shook his head and replied. Professor X once mentioned wanting Wade to join the X-Men, but no one could really handle Wade's mouth, so the idea was quietly dropped. Li Jie and Daredevil both nodded at the same time. Truly, there are very few people in this world who can put up with Deadpool's endless chatter. Deadpool pushed Professor X into the Chinese restaurant, chatting as he went. Professor, do you think the spot works? Professor X smiled and nodded his approval. Cyclops, always quick-tempered, asked, Wade, aren't Magneto and his crew here yet? I think they should be arriving about now. They were the ones who asked me to invite you, so I doubt they'll be late. Magneto invited the X-Men? Li Jie caught a whiff of danger. The whole setup felt less like a dinner and more like a mobster showdown. Meeting for a duel in a Chinese restaurant. Had they really thought this through? We're just early. Let's all take a seat, Professor X instructed. Everyone sat down, but instead of facing each other, they formed a line behind Professor X, all facing the same direction. Wayne stood by Professor X, slightly bowing as he rubbed his hands together. Professor, I've ordered 9 set meals. The house rule is you pay before you eat. So if you could, Professor X nodded with a gentle smile and called out. Jean had just stood up to get her wallet when Wolverine grumbled. Professor, shouldn't we just cover our own bill? There's no need to pay for Magneto's whole gang, right? Professor X chuckled. Logan, we have to think bigger than that. It's just a meal after all. Jean, settle the bill for Magneto's group too. Such generosity. Li Jie felt compelled to give a mental thumbs up. Wolverine, on the other hand, slumped into his seat, grumbling. He'd love to be that magnanimous, but unfortunately, he was flat broke. I'll do it. Deadpool, afraid Professor X might change his mind, snatched the credit card from Jean and handed it straight to Peter Parker, standing tall with pride. Peter, $3,500, not a penny less. Peter Parker rolled his eyes at Deadpool, as if Deadpool were the one actually footing the bill. Just as Jean finished paying, Magneto descended from the sky, standing atop a metal slab, with Mystique and Juggernaut at his side. Their dramatic entrance made even an invisible jet seem dull by comparison. Wolverine snorted, muttering under his breath. Of all times to show up, they sure picked the perfect moment. Deadpool, meanwhile, had already dashed outside, enthusiastically waving his arms overhead. Over here, over here. Once Magneto's trio had landed, Deadpool even played doorman, holding the entrance open for them. Peter, don't just stand there. Get some water. And you, Jack, start cooking, chop chop. Deadpool wasted no time barking out orders the moment he came back in. Ligia and Peter Parker both shot Deadpool matching looks of exasperation. Why did it feel like Deadpool was swaggering around today, basking in borrowed authority? Given Deadpool's abilities, that seems unlikely, doesn't it? Hey, Charles, fancy seeing you again so soon. As Magneto entered the Chinese restaurant, he greeted Professor X first. Professor X returned his smile and said, Max, I must admit, I didn't expect you to reach out to me of your own accord. To be honest, after all these years, I've always wanted a proper chance to talk things through with you. He paused, his gaze falling upon Mystique. And you too, Raven. We're none of us young anymore. If possible, I truly hope we can return to the way things used to be. Go back to how things were. Charles, you really are getting senile, aren't you? Do you really think that's possible? Magneto let out a mocking laugh and led his group to sit facing Professor X. Mystique and Juggernaut sat to either side behind Magneto, with Deadpool's sandwich between them. Ligia, Peter Parker, Matt. Everyone had assumed Deadpool had joined the X-Men, but now they realized he was actually siding with Magneto. It left everyone quietly wondering, just what did Magneto offer Deadpool to sway him? And then there's you, siding with Magneto and still expecting the X-Men to pick up the tab? Truly shameless. Matt, ever the gossip, found a quiet corner where he wouldn't get in anyone's way, eager to watch how things would unfold while sampling the food. Ligia worked quickly, and before long, the first dish, golden fried rice, was brought to the table. With a cheerful grin, Deadpool piped up, Since we're here to discuss the future of mutants, I say we eat first. Only on a full stomach can we have a proper conversation. Am I right? What do you think, Charles? Magneto asked. Professor X replied, I think we should eat and talk at the same time. No need to waste time. Magneto nodded in agreement. Yes, I was thinking the same. With that, the two leaders picked up their spoons and started eating. The atmosphere shifted suddenly. What had just moments ago felt tense, as if a fight might break out at any second, now turned oddly domestic as everyone tucked into their food. After a couple of bites, Magneto spoke up. Did you hear that the Absorbing Man disappeared last night? At the mention of Absorbing Man, Matt felt his heart jump. Had the gossip now landed right at his own feet? Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Daredevil did his best to blend in, lowering his head and pretending to be just another diner. Max, do you think we took him? Professor X asked. Magneto took another spoonful of fried rice before replying. No, we managed to pull the security footage from a scene. Whoever did it used a mutant suppression collar. I know you X-Men would never stoop so low. A mutant suppression collar? Professor X's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave as he spoke. I thought all those devices had been destroyed, but it has appeared once again. Foolish humans are using mutant suppression collars again. This is a declaration of war against us. Magneto shouted, shaking his fist in anger. The war between humans and mutants had never truly ended. It had merely shifted from open conflict to a hidden, underground struggle. The reappearance of the mutant suppression collar was like a spark, or rather, as the main proponent of militant mutants, Magneto had finally found a reason to go to war. Before launching this war, Magneto's goal was to convince Professor X, who led the mutants advocating for peace. If he could win Professor X's support, the militant and pacifist factions among the mutants would unite, forming a force so formidable that it could overturn the world order. To call it a world-shaking event would be no exaggeration. It might even spiral into a one-sided massacre of humans by mutants. How the future would unfold hinged entirely on Professor X's decision. Jack, I think you'd better get Matt out here first. Professor X communicated telepathically with Ligia, fully aware that Matt was, in fact, Daredevil. If Magneto found out that it was Matt who had apprehended the Absorbing Man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ligia quietly walked over to Matt. Let me help you pack up. Matt nodded in agreement. He had come to the Chinese restaurant to celebrate his victory over the Absorbing Man, never imagining that the leaders of both mutant factions would gather here to discuss the fate of humanity. And all of this had been set in motion by his own actions. Matt wanted to know the outcome of this mutant council, but there was no need to linger in the restaurant. He could simply return to his law office next door and eavesdrop with his superhuman senses. Strictly speaking, with his heightened senses, Matt could be considered a mutant himself. The same was true for Spider-Man, whose extraordinary abilities only manifested after his mutation. If the mutants truly decided to wage war on humanity, Matt would not hesitate to reveal his identity as Daredevil, even publicly declare himself a mutant to the media. That way, there would be no justification for mutants to turn against humans, right? After all, It was a mutant who had used the suppression collar to capture the absorbing man. Matt's willingness to take responsibility and prevent war between mutants and humans revealed both his resolve and a certain innocence at heart. The militant faction simply needed an excuse to start conflict. Even without the incident of the absorbing man's capture, they would have found another reason. For example, the existence of the mutant suppression collar itself was Magneto's true focus. Its very presence threatened all mutants, and Magneto could use this as a rallying cry to unite them. Marx, I think you're being a bit too sensitive. Professor X began to speak. Charles, do you need me to remind you what happened last time humans used mutant-suppressing collars and waged war against us? I believe you remember better than anyone just how many of our children we lost in that war. Charles, this time we absolutely cannot sit by and do nothing. We must strike first and wipe out those shameless humans. Magneto's voice rumbled low, full of menace. Meanwhile, Li Jie finished packing up the food for Matt. A negotiation among mutants had been underway, but it was suddenly interrupted when Matt stood up, planning to leave. Every eye in the room turned to Matt. Mystique even drew a dagger from behind her back, ready to kill Matt on the spot. Raven, don't do that. This is a Chinese restaurant. We should respect its rules. Even if you want to get rid of the kid, you can't do it here. Magneto sneered with a mocking laugh. Raven replied with a cold smirk, raising her dagger and miming a throat-slitting gesture at Matt. Magneto continued, addressing Matt directly. Kid, today must be your lucky day. But if you dare utter a single word about what we discussed here, I promise you'll wish you were never born. Matt, let me walk you out. Peter Parker offered, taking the initiative to escort Matt out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Li Jie reached out to Matt telepathically. Matt, if Magneto truly intends to declare war on humanity, what do you think his next move will be? Or is the mutant-suppressing collar enough of a reason for him? Matt replied, the mutant-suppressing collar is certainly a threat to mutants, and it's a reason to unite us. But to launch a war against humanity over just that, I don't think it's enough. He'd need a better reason, something like... Before Matt could finish, his expression changed abruptly. Magneto wants to kill the absorbing man. The absorbing man was locked up in the Hell's Kitchen police station, and he was only there because of the mutant-suppressing collar. If he were to die in custody, every mutant would be furious. That would be the perfect excuse for mutants to declare war on humanity. Peter, hold this for me. Matt shoved his packed food into Peter Parker's hands, then dashed out at a sprinter's pace toward the Hell's Kitchen police station. Mystique caught a glimpse of this scene, frowning as she muttered to herself. Is that guy really blind? Back in the Chinese restaurant, the meeting among the mutants continued. As both sides enjoyed their meal, their debate also carried on. The atmosphere, for now, remained relatively cordial. Before they knew it, all the food had vanished from their plates, and even the boiling water in Magneto's cup was gone. Magneto picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and threw the paper forcefully onto the table. Charles, I never expected someone your age to be so naive, foolish enough to believe that humans and mutants can ever coexist peacefully. Even if you X-Men refuse to take part in this war, I hope you won't stand in our way. Otherwise, you'll be siding against all mutants, and when that time comes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Wolverine, Jean, Cyclops, and Storm all turned their eyes to Professor X. To be honest, doubt had already begun to creep into their hearts. If humans truly started another genocidal war against mutants, was it still right for the X-Men to stand with humanity? But Professor X remained calm and composed. He spread his hands and said, Max, you've said a lot, but all of it is just your own imagination. Aside from the appearance of the mutant suppression collars, humans haven't actually done anything to harm us mutants. If we're able to maintain peace with them right now, why shatter that balance and declare war? As you yourself said, too many young mutants died in our last war with humans. I just don't want to see that happen again. Even if we don't make a move, humans will eventually wage war on us. We're just striking first, that's all. Magneto slammed the table, then suddenly turned to Li Jie and said, Sorry, I got a bit carried away just now. Jack, this is a Chinese restaurant, and as a fellow mutant, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Do you think we should go to war with the humans? I think you all ought to come here for a meal more often. Li Jie flicked the ash from his cigarette and, looking at everyone watching him, said, I'm just a chef who runs a restaurant. Whether someone's a mutant or a human, as long as they love my food, they're welcome here. As for war, I don't think anyone enjoys war. People d'envois. A faint smile played on Professor X's lips, and he gave Li Jie a thumbs up. Magneto, meanwhile, felt frustrated and said, Jack, you're right. No one likes war. I don't want to see it happen either. But the sacrifices we make now are for the future of mutants and for a better world. Interrupted Magneto. Max, Even if everything you say is correct, even if mutants should go to war with humans, there still needs to be a reason, doesn't there? You can't just go to war for no reason at all. Isn't the reason plain as day? Those despicable humans used mutant suppression collars to capture the absorbing man, and I heard they even planned to kill. A crisp chime from the doorbell sliced through Magneto's speech. Everyone turned their heads to see the bedraggled, absorbing man stumbling through the doorway. The sudden attention left him flustered. He cleared his throat awkwardly and walked over to Magneto. Max, thank you for sending someone to get me out of the police station. I knew you'd come for me. Magneto. Max, now that the absorbing man is safe, I think our meeting can come to an end. Professor X said with a genial smile. Magneto. Logan, will me out, will you? Professor X instructed. This meeting had only been called because the absorbing man was captured with a mutant suppression collar. Now that he was safe and sound, the supposed human threat no longer seemed so urgent, and there was simply no reason to disrupt the fragile balance between mutants and humans. With Professor X and the X-Men departing, Magneto found he had no further reason to linger in the Chinese restaurant either. We're leaving. Magneto stormed out of the restaurant, fuming. Peter Parker hurried over, grabbing Deadpool to ask, "Since when are you working with Magneto?" Deadpool replied, "Just last night. Max made me an offer I couldn't refuse." He paused, then clapped Peter on the shoulder. "Relax, I'm just a mercenary. Whoever pays more gets my services, that's all. As for waging war against humanity, not really my style. Wait, let's go." Mystique called from outside. "Peter, wait for me. I'll be back to see you often." Deadpool blow Peter a playful kiss. Peter gagged, then snapped like a spurned lover. "Wade, you jerk, get out of here, and don't ever show your face in this restaurant again." As soon as Magneto's group left, Daredevil, Matt, pushed the door open and entered. Unbelievable. If I'd arrived a moment later, that bastard absorbing man would have been dead. Peter Parker suddenly seemed to catch on. Wait, Magneto really wanted to kill the absorbing man. Matt nodded. If there's enough reason for mutants to go to war against humans, Magneto wouldn't hesitate. But aren't the absorbing man and Magneto on the same side? Peter blinked, utterly confused. Kid, you're still too young. Anyway, where's my food? Matt asked. Then, in a tone as if offering salvation, continued. Everyone should thank me. I successfully prevented a catastrophe between mutants and humans. Peter Parker handed Matt the takeout he'd packed, saying, It seems you forgot it was you who used the mutant suppressing collar to catch the absorbing man. Matt paused. Peter, please ignore the unnecessary details. Yes, I caught the absorbing man. But the absorbing man has committed so many crimes. What's wrong with me bringing him in? Peter Parker replied, I never said you were wrong. Why are you so worked up? I wasn't wrong to begin with. Besides, I didn't invent the mutant suppressing collar. I just borrowed it for a bit. With that, Matt gave a cold snort, turned, and strode out of the Chinese restaurant. Seriously, I didn't say anything worth getting mad about, Peter Parker muttered, at a loss for words. Just then, the restaurant doors swung open again, and Typhoid Mary stepped in, her legs clad in black stockings. Is there any food left? Sorry, you're a bit late today. But if you like, I could take you to another restaurant for a meal. Li Jie replied with a warm smile. Then what are we waiting for? Typhoid Mary walked over and slipped her arm through Li Jie's, the two looking for all the world like a pair of lovers. At last, he wouldn't have to spend another lonely night. Peter, I'm heading out for a bit. Just lock up when you leave. With a quick word, Li Jie hopped on his little scooter, taking Typhoid Mary with him as they rode away together. The shrill ring of his phone jolted Li Jie awake. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. The sky outside was still dark. Muttering a silent curse at whoever was calling at this hour, he still pressed the answer button. Jack, it's me, Mrs. Gao. Mrs. Gao's urgent voice came through the line. The moment he heard who it was, Li Jie snapped fully awake. What's happened? Mrs. Gao replied. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on that house? Just now, a group of oddly dressed people went inside. I understand, Li Jie said, hanging up as soon as he finished speaking. He then used the power of the space stone to instantly appear at the entrance of the New York Sanctum. From the outside, the New York Sanctum looked like any other ordinary building, quiet, blending in perfectly with its surroundings. Not a sound disturbed the stillness. This was because a powerful magical barrier shrouded the sanctum, sealing it off from the outside world. Not even Li Jie's heightened senses could penetrate what was happening within. Uncertain of what might be transpiring inside, Li Jie knocked politely on the sanctum's great door. He knocked once, twice. It was only on the third knock, as he was just about to force his way in, that the door finally swung open from within. But it was not Baron Mordo, the sanctum's guardian, who greeted him. Instead, it was a man in a black robe, his eyes heavily rimmed as if painted with thick smoky makeup. Li Jie recognized him at a glance. It was the attendant who had once accompanied Kaisalius into the Chinese restaurant. The man clearly recognized Li Jie as well. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes as he pulled a ceremonial blade from behind his back and lunged at Li Jie's chest. But under Li Jie's telekinetic control, the blade suddenly twisted midair and drove itself straight into the man's own heart. Kaisalius' attendant's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The appearance of Kaisalius' men in the New York sanctum could only mean one thing. The sanctum had fallen. Inside, there were few signs of battle. Only a portly sorcerer half reclining on the steps directly opposite the grand entrance. Baron Mordo, the sanctum's guardian, had secretly colluded with Kaisalius, effectively handing over the sanctum without resistance. Li Jie stepped forward, and at that instant, a black barrier shimmered into view. The heavy-set sorcerer on the steps struggled to sit up, gasping for breath as he said, "Kaisalius has sealed this place with dark magic. Now the only way is out, no one can get in." Before he could finish, he saw Li Jie, who had been outside only a moment ago, suddenly materialize right in front of him. Startled, he exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Li Jie replied offhandedly, "A mere magical barrier like this can't stop me." With the space stone, Li Jie could teleport instantly to distant planets. There was hardly anywhere in the universe he could not reach. Kaisalius' magical wards could block ordinary sorcerers, but they were powerless against the space stone's power. "No wonder the Ancient One favored you. You truly are remarkable," the portly sorcerer said. Li Jie scanned the area with his heightened senses and discovered that, aside from the slain dark sorcerer, only the heavy-set man before him remained. "Where is everyone else?" The sorcerer coughed awkwardly and replied, "We were betrayed by Baron Mordo. Right now, Stephen is probably fighting Kaisalius at the London sanctum." He paused, sighing softly. "Jack, I can't thank you enough for coming to help, but you're too late. Baron Mordo planted a large number of explosives here in advance. The entire sanctum is about to be destroyed." "You mean these?" Li Jie had already discovered the explosives when he scanned the area with his super senses. Now he used his telekinesis and spatial manipulation to gather them all before him. For a powerful sorcerer like Baron Mordo to resort to such an old-fashioned way of destroying the New York sanctum, his methods truly were antiquated. "How did you do that?" the portly sorcerer asked in surprise, suddenly realizing it was the second time he'd asked the same question. There was a sharp metallic clatter. On the spot, Li Jie used his telekinesis to dismantle the explosive device, then turned to the portly sorcerer and asked, "Are you still able to fight?" "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." The portly sorcerer struggled to his feet, though what he called a minor injury looked anything but. "If you can walk, then let's head to the London sanctum first." There are portals connecting the three main sanctums, so we can just use them to get there directly. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. Everyone calls me Wang. I'm a librarian of Kamartaj." The portly sorcerer limped forward. Never underestimate a librarian. Among the sorcerers of Kamartaj, Wang's strength is on par with a legendary monk. Even Baron Mordo might not be able to defeat him. Unfortunately, Wang failed to notice Baron Mordo's treachery and was injured in a sneak attack. "That's odd. Why won't the portal work?" Wang checked the portal, his face clouded. "There's nothing wrong on this end. Something must have happened at the London sanctum. Follow me." Once again, Li Jie used the power of the space stone to transport himself and Wang straight to the streets of London. The portal in the New York sanctum couldn't be used because the London sanctum had already been destroyed, reduced to nothing but rubble. At this moment, Stephen hovered above the ruins. Draped in his levitating cloak and wearing the eye of Agamotto around his neck, his appearance was undeniably striking. On the opposite side, facing Stephen, stood Kaisalius, shrouded in dark magical energy. The two were locked in a magical duel. "Stephen doesn't look so good." Wang couldn't help but mutter. Stephen's magical talent is exceptional, and the Ancient One had chosen to cultivate him as her successor. He hadn't been at Kamartaj for long, yet his strength was already on par with great sorcerers like Wang and Baron Mordo. Kaisalius was not as strong as Stephen, but now he wielded both the Darkhold and Dormammu's dark power. Defeating him was no easy feat for Stephen. "Jack, Wang." In the midst of the magical battle, Dr. Strange still managed to greet Li Jie and Wang, quickly asking, "How's the New York sanctum?" "The New York sanctum is still standing," Wang shouted back. Dr. Strange let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "The Hong Kong sanctum and the London sanctum have already been destroyed. If the New York sanctum falls too, the magical barrier protecting Earth will be completely shattered. There will be no way to stop Dormammu from invading our world." Kaisalius let out a cold, mocking laugh. A single New York sanctum is nowhere near enough to stop the mighty Dormammu. Stephen, can you feel it? My power is growing stronger, which means Dormammu is drawing ever closer to Earth. And with just a few of you. Suddenly, from the rubble, a nail as thick as a finger shot up and pinned Caecilius right in the forehead. Everyone turned to look at Jack in astonishment. Caecilius, unwilling to accept his fate, cried out, a sneak attack? Jack, you really have no sense of honor. Thud, 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 thud. Jack kept manipulating the nail, driving it through Caecilius' skull, and then punched a dozen more holes through his body for good measure. Do I really need to talk about honor with someone like you? This is war, not some sparring match in a ring. Dr. Strange gave an awkward cough, feeling as if Jack's words were aimed at him as well. Jack, thank you for your help, Dr. Strange said, flying over to him. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the Ancient One. I promised him I'd help Kamar Taj get through this crisis. Speaking of Kamar Taj, I think we'd better go back and check on things. That bastard Baron Mordo ran back there, Wong said anxiously. The situation at Kamar Taj was grim. Dark sorcerers had invaded, and with Baron Mordo turning traitor, the casualties were devastating. Wong stayed behind at the New York Sanctum, temporarily taking up the mantle of Guardian. Jack accompanied Dr. Strange back to Kamar Taj, but after searching everywhere, they couldn't find Baron Mordo. With a heavy expression, Dr. Strange said, Baron Mordo took the Darkhold with him. Baron Mordo truly was a lurking threat. They would have to find a way to deal with him. But, in truth, what you should really be worried about right now isn't Baron Mordo. It's Dormammu, who is about to descend upon Earth. Hearing this, Dr. Strange looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. If the Ancient One were still alive, she would surely have a way to handle Dormammu. Stephen, the Ancient One is gone. Now, protecting Kamar Taj falls to you, Jack reminded him. Dr. Strange picked up the eye of Agamotto, his face grave. I might have a way to deal with Dormammu, but there's no guarantee it'll work. Jack already knew what Dr. Strange was thinking. The eye of Agamotto was actually a container, housing the time stone within. In the film, Dr. Strange used the time stone to create a time loop, trapping both himself and Dormammu in a never-ending cycle, eventually forcing Dormammu to retreat. It seemed like an effective solution, but there was a major flaw in this plan. Dormammu is by no means a good person. He would never make an honorable agreement with you. Even if he swore a vicious oath right to your face, he would break that promise without hesitation. Once Dr. Strange lifts the time loop, who can guarantee that Dormammu won't just kill him instantly on the spot? Remember, even Caecilius, who only received a fraction of Dormammu's power, could fight Dr. Strange to a standstill. And as Dormammu draws closer to Earth, the power Caecilius receives only grows, giving him an actual chance to defeat Dr. Strange. As one of the most notorious wielders of dark magic, Dormammu could erase the current Dr. Strange without a second thought. In the film, Dr. Strange is killed again and again by Dormammu within the time loop. That's exactly what Dr. Strange is worried about. What if Dormammu goes back on his word? He might agree to strange terms on the surface, only to kill him afterward. Li Jie spoke up. Stephen, if you're willing to trust me, lend me the eye of Agamotto. I'll take on Dormammu myself. Stephen was taken aback. Yes, let me do it, Li Jie said with absolute certainty, lifting his gaze to the sky, already sensing the overwhelming pressure of darkness. Dormammu was about to descend upon Earth. Stephen handed the eye of Agamotto to Li Jie, his voice heavy with concern. Jack, you're our last hope. If even you... Stephen, come on, you're a grown man. Don't get so sentimental. Li Jie shot him a look. With the eye of Agamotto in hand, he activated the great sage mecha, soaring straight into outer space. At the same time, a wave of magical fire shrouded in black mist hurtled toward Earth at a terrifying speed, meeting Li Jie in the void above. This magical fire was none other than Dormammu. Dormammu was once a mighty sorcerer, but in his pursuit of greater power, he abandoned his mortal form and transformed himself into a mass of dark, magical fire. How powerful is Dormammu, you ask? To put it plainly, even Thanos at this moment would steer clear if he crossed paths with Dormammu. Without the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos wouldn't stand a chance before Dormammu. That's why Li Jie would never be arrogant enough to challenge Dormammu with magic, or any kind of physical attack. Dormammu, Li Jie shouted, initiating the time loop, just in case Dormammu killed him in an instant and left him no chance to come back. Who are you? Dormammu halted, scrutinizing the peculiarly armored Li Jie, immediately sensing his formidable power and uniqueness. Ordinarily, I'd welcome you to Earth with a feast, Li Jie said, but there's no time for that, so I'm afraid I'll just have to send you away. Send me away? Dormammu sneered. Although he sensed Li Jie's strength and uniqueness, he still believed that Li Jie trying to stop him was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Jie let out a thunderous roar, and the space stone hanging on his chest began to surge with a powerful spatial force. Li Jie's plan to deal with Dormammu was not to bargain with him using a time loop, but to use the power of the space stone to banish Dormammu to the farthest reaches of the universe. As far as possible. So far, in fact, that by the time Dormammu made his way back, several generations might have already passed on Earth. The space stone. Dormammu cried out in panic, realizing the danger too late. Before he could react, he was swept away by the power of the space stone and vanished from Li Jie's sight. Li Jie ended the time loop and returned to Camartage. Doctor Strange stared at Li Jie as if he were a monster and asked in disbelief, "Jack, you defeated Dormammu. I mean, was it really that easy?" "Steven, do you have any idea how much I risked just now? A single misstep and you might never have seen me again." Li Jie shot him a glance, still feeling a bit regretful that Dormammu never got to taste the delicacies of his Chinese restaurant. If he could have unlocked Dormammu's powers for himself, he could practically coast to victory in this world. Li Jie tossed the Eye of Agamotto into Steven's hands. "Steven, you should focus on restoring the sanctums in London and Hong Kong that were destroyed. Otherwise, when Dormammu returns, it'll be a real headache." Li Jie specifically used the word restore instead of rebuild, subtly hinting that Steven should use time reversal magic. When Steven first received the Eye of Agamotto, he was warned not to use time magic lightly. Any spell involving time could alter the world or create a new timeline in the multiverse. Li Jie didn't take on this task himself, but left it to Steven. It was because for Steven to grow, he had to face his own challenges, something Li Jie could never replace. And inside the Eye of Agamotto was the Time Stone. Truth be told, Li Jie was reluctant to hand it back to Steven. But for now, Steven needed it more than he did. "Fine, let's just say it's on loan for the time being. Steven, I've fulfilled my promise to the Ancient One. We're even now. From here on, Camartage is yours to guard. Don't come running to a chef like me when trouble strikes. Of course, you're always welcome in my restaurant for a meal whenever you like." With that, Li Jie gave a casual wave, turned, and strode away with effortless grace. "Jack, wait!" Doctor Strange called out, but Li Jie had already vanished. Gazing at the devastation before him in Camartage, Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. Is it better to use time magic to bring the dead mage back to life? Or should one refrain from interfering with the flow of time? Li Jie came downstairs, yawning, and saw Peter Parker propping his head up with one hand, gazing out the shop window, a half-eaten hot dog still dangling from his mouth. Li Jie walked over, picked up the coffee Peter had brought for him, took a sip, and asked with curiosity, "Is something on your mind?" "Oh, boss." Peter, lost in thought, only then realized Li Jie was standing beside him. Startled, he choked on the hot dog in his mouth. Li Jie had no choice but to use his telekinetic powers to help Peter extract the hot dog from his throat. Peter coughed several times, then took another sip of coffee to steady himself before saying, "Boss, the past couple of days, Queens has suddenly become quiet. Isn't that a good thing? I'd imagine all those criminals are scared Spider-Man is on the loose. Isn't that exactly what you've always wanted?" Li Jie teased him. Peter shook his head and replied, "It's not like that. Queens, just like this damned Hell's Kitchen, usually is crime happening every day. Sure, the cops can handle your run-of-the-mill crooks, but I'm talking about the heavy hitters. Like the Green Goblin. Well, maybe let's not talk about the Green Goblin for now. Venom has gone missing lately, and even Dr. Octopus and his ilk haven't shown their faces. It's just not normal. So, Peter, what are you trying to say?" Li Jie asked, puzzled. Peter shook his head again and said, "I'm not really sure what I'm trying to say. I'm just a bit worried. My spider sense is telling me something bad is about to happen." "Boss, do you think Venom and Dr. Octopus might have been captured by someone? You mean there's some superhero in Queens you don't know about, and they've gone around capturing all your old foes?" Peter frowned and said, "Maybe. If some vigilante really did lock them up, that'd be fine by me. What I'm worried about is someone using them for something nefarious. Like a sorcerer." Li Jie turned to look out the door, just in time to see a portal appear right at the restaurant's entrance. A moment later, the rotund Sorcerer Wong came running in, looking absolutely thrilled. Wong pushed open the door and strode into the Chinese restaurant, exclaiming with excitement, "So, this is the legendary Chinese restaurant? Incredible. I can almost taste the food just from the smell. Hey, Jack, I came today especially for the food. I'm guessing this must be Peter Parker, right?" "Stephen Ahem. I mean, the Sorcerer Supreme mentioned you to me, and he also talked about your other identity. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me." Peter Parker frowned. "Don't rush, one at a time. When you enter the Chinese restaurant, just find a seat for yourself." Stephen's voice came from outside the door. Doctor Strange was the second person to step through the portal, but instead of coming inside, He stood at the entrance like a maitre d', beckoning the following magicians forward. "Hey, Peter, come help me greet them." He turned and called out to Peter Parker, who was still frozen in place, worried about his Spider-Man identity being exposed. "Welcome." Snapping back to his senses, Peter dashed to the door to welcome the magicians. Jack communicated with Doctor Strange through telepathy. "Stephen, don't you think it's a bit flashy to just pop in using a portal like this in broad daylight?" Doctor Strange glanced at the gathering crowd that had stopped to stare, then smiled and said, "No problem. I'll just cast a memory charm in a bit, and everyone will forget." He paused briefly before continuing. "Jack, don't sweat the small stuff. Today, the reason I brought the magicians of Camartage here was to thank you in person. I took your advice and used time magic to restore the ruined London and Hong Kong sanctums. Thanks to that, the magicians who had died there were brought back to life, and they all wanted to thank you face to face. I was going to give you a gift, but honestly, I couldn't think of anything suitable, so I brought them here to give your restaurant some business. Stephen, I really appreciate it." Jack shot Doctor Strange a look of mock annoyance. The restaurant was packed to the brim every day. Did it really need any extra help from him? "If you really want to thank me, Stephen, how about giving me the Eye of Agamotto?" Instinctively, Doctor Strange raised a hand to the eye hanging at his chest. "That's not possible. Jack, I might have forgotten to mention. I've now become the new Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage. The Eye of Agamotto is not only a symbol of the Sorcerer Supreme, but also an artifact of immense importance. Sorry, but anything other than the eye, and it's yours." Truth be told, there was nothing at Camartage that Jack really wanted aside from the eye. Even the Book of the Vishanti, revered as a sacred treasure among the magicians, didn't interest him. The reason was simple. The Ancient One had mastered the Book of the Vishanti, and after unlocking the Ancient One's abilities, Jack was already intimately familiar with its contents. Before long, every seat in the restaurant had been claimed by magicians. Doctor Strange then cast a spell to make the onlookers forget what had just happened. Those passing by, seeing the restaurant packed with people dressed as magicians, merely thought it was some kind of cosplay event. Peter Parker stopped Doctor Strange at the door and said, "Stephen, you shouldn't have done that." "What did I do?" Doctor Strange asked, puzzled. "You shouldn't have told others that I'm Spider-Man." Peter Parker complained. "Oh, is that all?" Doctor Strange chuckled. "Peter, don't sweat the small stuff. Besides, do you have any proof it was me who leaked your identity? And even if you did, so what? Look at Tony. He never cared about people knowing he was Iron Man. And as for me, I don't mind people knowing I'm the new Sorcerer Supreme. Now, come on, get inside and greet the guests." "Peter Parker, why does it sound like this is somehow my fault?" "Wait a minute. Did he just mention the Sorcerer Supreme? He's definitely showing off on purpose. Since when did even Doctor Strange become so smug? Did Deadpool rub off on him?" Peter Parker had half a mind to punch Doctor Strange. If only he could win in a fight. Peter's abilities were all about physical attacks, and he could move like an assassin, slipping in and out of sight, striking from the shadows. But when it came to being elusive, Doctor Strange was on a whole other level. While Strange's physical attacks were nowhere near Peter's, as long as he kept his distance. In a one-on-one, Doctor Strange would win hands down. "Everyone, let me introduce someone. This is Jack Lee, the man I've told you all about. Don't let the fact that Jack is a chef at a Chinese restaurant fool you." Kaecilius was defeated by Jack himself. And even more impressive, Dormammu was beaten by Jack as well. It's no exaggeration to say Jack is the savior of our world. Come, let's raise our glasses to Jack. Even if it's just water. To Jack. All the sorcerers raised their cups in unison. Peter Parker frowned in secret and, standing behind Jack Lee, whispered, "Boss, I swear I only pour them plain water, so why do I smell alcohol?" "Damn sorcerers." Jack cursed inwardly. There was a sign on the restaurant door that said, "No outside food allowed." But who could stop a sorcerer from turning water in a cup into wine? Technically, they hadn't brought in any outside food at all. "Peter, make sure you ask Stephen for a hefty tip later." Jack reminded him. "Got it, I'm on it." Peter Parker nodded vigorously, ready to fleece Doctor Strange. But he'd forgotten one thing. Doctor Strange was a powerful sorcerer. If a sorcerer could turn water into wine, turning something else into gold would be a breeze. Therefore, these magicians were not short of money. Li Jie had earned the respect of all the magicians. And as for Peter Parker's tip, it was a solid gold spoon, crafted from pure gold. After sending the other magicians on their way, Doctor Strange did not leave right away. He wanted to take this chance to visit Christine. While Peter Parker was clearing the dishes, someone pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Sorry, we've already closed for lunch," Peter called out. "But it's only 11:30, the visitor replied in surprise. The main reason was that all the portions prepared for lunch had already sold out, so the Chinese restaurant closed ahead of schedule. "Peter, I'm not here for food. I'm looking for Jack." the visitor said quickly. Peter Parker turned around for a closer look. Dr. Pym, sorry, I didn't see it was you just now. It's all right. Is Jack here? Dr. Pym managed a strained smile, clearly in a hurry about something. At that moment, the kitchen service bell rang, awakened by a tap from Lee Jia. He had just finished preparing 2 staff meals and leaned over the serving window, saying, Doctor, your timing's a bit off. We've already used up all the lunch ingredients. However, you might want to talk to Peter Parker. Maybe he'd be willing to sell you his staff meal. Don't even think about it. Peter Parker rushed over to grab both meals, muttering as he went, the highlight of my workday is the staff meal. If anyone tries to take it from me, I'll fight them with everything I've got. Peter, relax. I told you. I'm not here to eat, Dr. Pym said, though his eyes lingered longingly on Peter Parker's staff meal. He cleared his throat, forcing his attention back to Lee Jia. Jack, Tony's been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Lee Jia emerged from the kitchen, looking barely surprised. Given Tony Stark's status, even if he had done something serious enough to get arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D., they wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Doctor, there's no need to worry. Take a seat and tell me what's going on. Peter, pour a glass of water for the doctor. Add some sugar if you can. Dr. Pym gratefully accepted the glass of sugar water, but his gaze still drifted toward Peter Parker's meal. Boss, you all carry on. I'll just be over there eating, Peter Parker said, hurrying off with his staff meal to a corner behind Dr. Pym, where he could savor his food in peace. At the same time, he pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, eager to find out why Tony Stark had been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Pym began, I asked a friend inside S.H.I.E.L.D. for information. He didn't know the details either. He'd only heard that Tony attacked one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret prisons. Did Tony really do that? Lee Jia asked in surprise. Dr. Pym shook his head. That I don't know. That's exactly why I came to see you. I want to get to the bottom of this. Jack, you know I don't get along with S.H.I.E.L.D. And as for you, and S.H.I.E.D. Doctor, I get it. You want to give Natasha a call? Dr. Pym nodded. Black Widow holds a high rank within S.H.I.E.L.D. She should know what's going on. Jack had never reached out to Black Widow on his own before. This time, he was making an exception for Tony Stark. Jack, you're calling about Tony, aren't you? As soon as the call connected, Black Widow got straight to the point. So, do you know what happened? Jack didn't bother with pleasantries. Black Widow replied. Jack, honestly, even if you hadn't called, I was planning to talk to you about this. Tony attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. prison and broke Abomination out. Iron Man broke Abomination out of prison? That makes no sense. Jack immediately asked. Natasha, are you sure Tony did this? Black Widow answered. Jack, I understand how you feel. To be honest, I don't want to believe Tony was behind it either. But with the evidence we have, it really does point to him. Natasha, I can't vouch for Tony. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison was attacked, he was with me. There's no way he could have done it. Dr. Pym called out from the side. That's Dr. Pym, isn't it? Black Widow asked. That's right, it's me. I can vouch for Tony. Dr. Pym confirmed again. Black Widow let out a wry chuckle. Dr. Pym, I haven't even told you the exact time the prison was attacked. How can you vouch for Tony? Dr. Pym was getting a little anxious. Natasha, maybe you didn't say when the attack happened, but Tony has been with me in the lab these past few days. There's no way he could have attacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Banner and Wasp. They can vouch for Tony too. Doctor, hear me out first. To be precise, it was Tony's armor that attacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison. Even if Tony was with you the entire time, he could have remotely controlled the suits to do it. I know it's hard to believe, but you should see the surveillance footage from the scene. I'll send it to you now. Black Widow explained. The video was short, just 3 seconds. But from what they could see, it was unmistakably Tony Stark's armor attacking the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison. In fact, there were several suits. Even Dr. Pym, after watching the video, exclaimed in surprise. It really was Tony who did it. He paused for a moment, then added, but why would Tony do something like this? If you want to know the answer, I'm afraid we'll have to ask Tony himself. Jack said quietly. Tony had absolutely no reason to rescue Abomination, unless Pepper Potts was somehow threatened. Lee Jia explained to Black Widow. Help me arrange a meeting with Tony. Sorry, until the matter is fully investigated, no one is allowed to Jack. Black Widow broke off mid-sentence, suddenly seeing Lee Jia appear right before her. Natasha, I'm not asking for your permission. Jack, you can't. Before Natasha could finish, she was pushed back into her chair by an invisible force. The chair's metal components seemed to come alive, binding her in place, even sealing her mouth shut. Lee Jia didn't want to get Natasha into unnecessary trouble, which was why he attacked her, then used his super senses to scan the surrounding area. Tony Stark, as it turned out, was lucky. He hadn't yet been moved by S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing Lee Jia to find him. Once Tony Stark's location was confirmed, everything else became far simpler. Lee Jia cast a teleportation spell and appeared directly in the room where Tony Stark was under house arrest. A muffled alarm blared as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, watching the surveillance feed, immediately triggered the intruder alert. Tony Stark, upon seeing Li Jie, called out in excitement. "Tony, looks like you're living quite comfortably here," Li Jie teased. The room where Tony Stark was confined looked more like a five-star hotel suite than a cell. Other than not being able to leave or contact the outside world, everything anyone could want was there. There was even a wine cabinet stocked with rare and expensive bottles. "Jack, quit joking. I'm like a bird with its wings clipped," Tony said with a wry smile. A banging at the door sounded, but Li Jie quickly cast a sealing spell on it, barring anyone from entering, and switched off the security camera overhead. "We don't have much time. Tell me, was this your doing?" As Li Jie spoke, he turned to the wine cabinet, selecting a bottle of red wine for himself. After a moment's thought, he decided it would be a waste to leave the rest, and casually used the space stone to teleport the entire collection to his Chinese restaurant. "Jack, do you really think I'd do something so idiotic? Breaking Abomination out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison. What? Do you think I've lost my mind? If I ever needed a muscle-bound brute for something, wouldn't the Hulk be a better choice?" Tony grumbled in frustration. Li Jie nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That's what I thought too. But S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't see it that way. Especially with those mechs that attack the prison. They're convinced only you could have built them. Those guys already showed me the footage. Those mechs aren't mine at all. Jack, all my suits are back at home. If you enable it, Jarvis keeps a record of every flight. Just check, and everything will be clear. But S.H.I.E.L.D. still refuses to believe you." "That's right. Those idiots think I made Jarvis alter the flight logs. And they're even claiming I have a secret base somewhere else. Basically, no matter what I say, they won't believe me. With imaginations like that, it's a shame they're not writing novels instead." Tony Stark burst out cursing, then paused, taking on a calm expression as he continued. "Jack, I think I'm in real trouble this time. S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to use this opportunity to bring me down to get their hands on the arc reactor technology and the suits. Jack, I need your help. Finding Abomination is the only way to prove my innocence. If it wasn't you, then who do you think is behind this?" Tony Stark replied, "It could be anyone who wants to take me down." "Tony, why haven't you mentioned Hammer Industries?" Tony's brow furrowed, his voice lowering. "Jack, it looks like you haven't heard. Justin Hammer is already dead. He died of a sudden heart attack on the way to prison, and all the data he had on the arc reactor and the suits was destroyed. There's no way Justin Hammer could be behind this." "What about Anton Vanko?" Tony replied. "That guy's still stuck in a hospital bed. There's no way it's him either." Li Jie fell silent. From the time Anton Vanko appeared at the Chinese restaurant for a showdown with Tony Stark, to the Hammer robot press conference, to Justin Hammer's sudden death from a heart attack, and now this attack by the armored suits, it all felt as if some unseen hand was pulling the strings from the shadows. Suddenly, an explosion sounded outside. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were forcing their way in. "Jack, you need to get out of here," Tony reminded him. It wasn't that he couldn't leave himself. If Tony Stark wanted to, he could just use his suits to blast his way out of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He'd chosen to stay, simply because he didn't want an outright confrontation with S.H.I.E.L.D. "Tony, I'll help you get to the bottom of this." With those words, Li Jie cast a teleportation spell and vanished, reappearing in front of Black Widow. "Jack, you're making this very hard for me to handle." Now able to speak, Black Widow complained. "Natasha, Tony's innocent. You and Nick Fury both know that, don't you?" Li Jie confronted her directly. Black Widow hesitated, then said, "That's right, we know Tony's innocent. But given the current situation, we can't let him go. Jack, believe me, things aren't as simple as you think. Natasha, tell me, what other intel do you have?" Li Jie paused for a moment, then added, "Don't talk to me about S.H.I.E.L.D. regulations or confidentiality levels. You should know very well. If I want to find out, I can do it in an instant." Black Widow knew just what Jack was capable of. The fact that he hadn't immediately used his telepathy was already a courtesy to her. After a brief hesitation, Black Widow began to speak. "I'm guessing you've also thought of Justin Hammer and Anton Vanko. Justin Hammer is dead. On the surface, it looked like a sudden heart attack, but the autopsy revealed he was actually poisoned. We're still investigating the details. As for Anton Vanko, he's disappeared. We put a tight lid on the news for now. Jack, although we haven't yet identified the mastermind behind all this, one thing is certain. There's a massive conspiracy and crisis brewing beneath the surface. S.H.I.E.L.D. is already ramping up preparations. Keeping Tony here for the moment is just a move to mislead the enemy and buy us some time. I understand." After releasing Black Widow, Jack returned to the Chinese restaurant. "Jack, how did it go?" Dr. Pym immediately asked, visibly anxious as soon as Jack walked in. "Tony's safe for now. Things are complicated. If we want to get Tony out of this, we have to find Abomination first." "Don't worry, Jack. Tracking down Abomination will be the Avengers' top priority from now on. And thank you for your help. Dr. Pym voiced his gratitude and left the restaurant. Peter, finish up and head home once you're done. I have to step out for a bit. After leaving these instructions, Jack also departed the restaurant and soon appeared in Kingpin's office. Kingpin had been occupied with paperwork. When he saw Jack, he waved his men out of the room and stood up to ask, Jack, this must be your first time coming to see me. Tell me, what can I do for you? Jack replied, I've called Madame Gao and Stick. Let's wait for them to arrive and discuss things together. Kingpin raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing the gravity of the situation. After all, the hand led by Madame Gao and the chaste represented by Stick were bitter enemies. For Jack to summon them both to the same table, this was no small matter. And only Jack could make Madame Gao and Stick sit down together. It wasn't long before Madame Gao and Stick arrived at Kingpin's office. Jack wasted no time and got straight to the point. Abomination was broken out of SHLD's prison. Hiding someone like him is no easy task. No matter what methods you use, I need you to help me find out where Abomination is being kept. Also, several powerful criminals have vanished suddenly in recent days. I want to know what's going on. Don't worry. I'll send all my people to investigate these two matters. As soon as there's any news, I'll let you know. Mrs. Gao was the first to rise and speak. After her, Stick and Kingpin also promised to temporarily set aside their own affairs and focus all their efforts on these two issues. Kingpin, Stick, and Mrs. Gao. These three are the true embodiments of New York City's underworld. Especially Kingpin. As the city's most powerful crime boss, nothing ever escapes his notice in this town. With these three joining forces, their investigative efficiency might even outpace that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before the Chinese restaurant opened for dinner service that evening, Li Jie had already received word. It seemed everything was somehow linked to the Green Goblin. Peter, how's your friend Harry doing these days? Li Jie asked after Peter Parker arrived at the restaurant. Boss, what made you suddenly think of Harry? Peter Parker asked, puzzled, and then explained. Since Harry told us he was going to travel the world, we haven't seen each other. Now, and then, he sent me a postcard to let me know he's all right. I think he's somewhere in Asia at the moment. And what about Harry's father, Mr. Norman Osborn? Peter Parker's expression grew tense, and he shot back. Boss, just be straight with me. Is something wrong? Li Jie considered for a moment before replying. Peter, I don't intend to keep anything from you. There's word that this recent string of strange happenings is all connected to Norman Osborn. Remember the robot war from not long ago? Peter Parker nodded in acknowledgement. There's evidence Norman was involved in that incident, too. And it's possible, likely, even, that he's the real power behind Hammer Industries now. Li Jie continued. Oh my God, how can that be? Peter Parker's face showed his shock. Just as Li Jie and Peter were about to dig deeper into the topic, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. With a tremendous crash, the pavement in front of the restaurant was smashed open, triggering car alarms up and down the block. Li Jie could only sigh. He just had the street out front fixed, and now was ruined again. Climbing out of the crater was a muscular man in a red cape, hefting a hammer in one hand. That's Thor, Peter Parker whispered. Li Jie nodded, recognizing the god of thunder, whose dramatic entrance put even Tony Stark's to shame. Thor, completely unfazed by the destruction he'd caused, strode out of the crater and stopped at the restaurant entrance. He fussed with his hair and cape for a moment, then pulled out his phone and switched to selfie mode. When Thor flashed a peace sign for the camera, Li Jie and Peter Parker exchanged glances. Wasn't this side of him just too different from his usual self? A peace sign, how old-fashioned could you get? After snapping a set of photos, Thor posted them on his social media, captioning, checking in at Hell's Kitchen Chinese restaurant. Thor pushed open the door and strode inside. Peter Parker immediately slipped into his role as a waiter, hurrying over with a warm greeting. Welcome to our Chinese restaurant. Sir, may I ask what you'd like to eat? With his usual bravado, Thor declared, bring me all the best dishes you have. Peter Parker cleared his throat and replied, at the moment, our restaurant serves only golden fried rice, daily soup, osmanthus cake, and noodles with soybean paste. You'd like the full 4-item set, right? Yes, I'll take all 4, Thor replied without hesitation. That will be $350, sir. Will you be paying by card or with cash? Peter asked, keeping a cheerful smile, though he seriously doubted Thor had either. After all, as an intergalactic prince, what were the chances Thor carried Earth cash or a credit card? But of course, something like this wouldn't stump Thor. He simply reached into his belt and produced a diamond the size of a peanut, holding it up and asking, will this do? Peter glanced awkwardly at Li Jie, unsure what to say. Li Jie couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Here we go again, another super rich guy. When it comes to spending power, even Tony Stark would have to give way to Thor. People say Black Panther is Earth's richest hero, but he still can't compare to Thor. After Odin's death, Thor became the ruler of Asgard, he didn't just control a planet or two. When it comes to wealth, Earth's superheroes really can't compete. Of course, that's a different story after Asgard falls. We don't give change here, Li Jie said aloud. A diamond the size of a peanut. Who could possibly make change for that? No problem, Thor said casually, setting the diamond on the table and then pointing to a window seat. Can I sit there? Of course, feel free to sit wherever you like, Li Jie replied with a broad grin. This was, without a doubt, the biggest sale since the restaurant opened. As a gesture of thanks, Li Jie decided to throw in a complimentary glass of water for Thor. Once seated, Thor pulled out his phone and started taking selfies again. Another peace sign? Soon, the first dish, golden fried rice, arrived at the table. After snapping photos from every angle, Thor picked up a spoon and said, "Finally, I get to try the famous food at this Chinese restaurant. Let's see if this golden fried rice really lives up to its reputation." He scooped a spoonful of golden fried rice into his mouth, and immediately his eyes lit up. With a voice that sounded on the verge of tears, he exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious. Damn it, when I get back, I'm firing the palace chef." Compared to this plate of golden fried rice, the food in the Celestial Palace is nothing but garbage. Meanwhile, on Li Jie's side, congratulations, host. You have gained Thor's recognition and successfully unlocked 10% of Thor's abilities. At that moment, the bell on the Chinese restaurant's door jingled. A man strode in, holding a scepter, wearing a crown, and radiating pride and arrogance from every inch of his face. Thor let out a thunderous roar, grabbing his hammer and preparing to smash it down. Oh, Thor, I'm here to eat, not to fight. Besides, brother, it's been ages since we last saw each other. Is this really the welcome gift you want to give your little brother? Loki raised his scepter defensively and beamed with a mischievous smile. Thor, however, didn't get the chance to bring his hammer down, because Spider-Man, Peter, fearlessly stepped between them, his face serious as he declared, "Gentlemen, please don't fight in the restaurant. Whatever grudges you may have, please take them outside. This is not the place for it." Thor frowned, then glanced down at the osmanthus cake Peter was carrying. He licked his lips and said, "Kid, I can promise not to fight inside the restaurant, but I have one condition." He paused, set Mjolnir on the table, and gave a sly smile. "All you need to do is pick it up." With that, he reached for the osmanthus cake, made a gracious gesture for Peter to try, and then took out his phone to snap a picture of the cake. Loki, standing to the side, offered a warning. "Thank you for standing up for me, little brother, but don't let Thor trick you. That hammer is called Mjolnir. Odin enchanted it. Only those who are pure of heart and recognized by the hammer can lift it." Peter Parker gave Loki a skeptical look, then eyed the hammer curiously before turning to Thor and asking, "So, you give your word. If I can lift Mjolnir, you'll follow the restaurant's rules, right?" "Yes," Thor declared grandly. "All 9 realms know that my word is as solid as my hammer." Saying this, he scooped up a quarter of the osmanthus cake with a spoon. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, he was utterly conquered by its deliciousness and cried out, "Damn, how can this stuff be so good?" Peter Parker, meanwhile, decided to give it a try with one hand. Despite being able to lift objects weighing several tons, he found Mjolnir completely immovable. It didn't make any sense. The hammer didn't even seem that heavy, otherwise the table would have collapsed under it by now. Refusing to give up, Peter tried again with both hands. Once again, the hammer remained unmoved. In the end, even with all his strength, Peter Parker simply couldn't lift it. "Forget it, I give up," he said. "But you should know, fighting isn't allowed in the Chinese restaurant, or rather, the restaurant has an obligation to protect every guest's safety. So, sir, I suggest you follow the rules here, or you'll be the one getting into trouble." Li Jie, who had just ladled some soup into a bowl, frowned slightly. The kindest superhero in the Marvel Universe couldn't pick up Thor's hammer? Thor shrugged, his tone dismissive. Why should the king of Asgard obey the petty rules of a little Chinese restaurant? If you knew what mischief Loki's been up to, you wouldn't be so eager to defend him. Peter isn't defending Loki. He's protecting the safety of the restaurant's guests, Li Jie replied, carrying the soup over and placing it in front of Thor. "Sir, here's your complimentary soup. By the way, may I give it a try?" Thor, enticed by the aroma wafting from the soup, waved a hand indifferently. Li Jie reached out with his left hand, gripped the handle of Mjolnir, and then, without the slightest effort, he lifted it. The reason ordinary people can't pick up Mjolnir isn't because of its weight, but because of Odin's enchantment. When it comes to magical prowess, the Ancient One is in no way inferior to Odin. Li Jie had already mastered all the magical skills of the Ancient One, so breaking Odin's spell on the hammer would have been easy. However, Li Jie hadn't needed to do that. He was able to lift Mjolnir because he had gained the hammer's approval. Does this mean I'm even kinder than Peter Parker? Or is it because I've unlocked some of Thor's abilities that I can pick up the hammer? "This soup is truly delicious," Thor exclaimed, utterly conquered by the flavor after just one sip. But then, seeing Li Jie effortlessly lift Mjolnir, he sputtered. The soup he just drunk shot straight out of his mouth in shock. Li Jie used telekinesis to gather the soup mid-air, forming it into a floating orb, and then returned it to the bowl. "Well, since it came from your mouth, I imagine you won't mind drinking it again. Otherwise, it would be such a waste." Thor was far too stunned to care about the soup returning to his bowl. Instead, he cried out in disbelief, "How can you lift Mjolnir?" And it wasn't just Thor who was shocked. Loki, too, was astonished, convinced that no one else could lift the hammer. Still reeling, Loki offered an answer. "Thor, isn't it obvious? He must have earned Mjolnir's recognition." He paused a moment, then added without mercy, "My brother, it seems you're not the only one in this world who can lift Mjolnir. I suppose you don't need to take so much pride in that anymore." "Loki, shut up." Thor felt as if he'd been stabbed in the heart. Being the only one worthy to wield Mjolnir had always been his greatest pride. Now, the pride had been shattered. Li Jie spun Mjolnir twice, tossed it into the air, caught it, and grinned. "Honestly, lifting this feels no different from picking up an ordinary hammer." Thor's face darkened in anger. "How dare you compare an ordinary hammer to Mjolnir? That's an insult to the hammer of the gods." Before Thor could retort, Li Jie suddenly turned and threw Mjolnir straight at Loki. Loki was so startled his hair practically stood on end, but the hammer stopped, hovering in midair just a centimeter from his nose. It floated there, perfectly still. It wasn't Loki's doing. The one who stopped the hammer was Li Jie. As he strode toward Loki, Li Jie's voice was icy cold. "So what? Were you hoping I'd smash your brother to death with Mjolnir? Loki, you bastard! What did you just try to pull?" Thor roared in fury. Loki was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. "You have to understand. Loki is one of the most powerful sorcerers in Asgard. Even Odin had acknowledged his magical prowess. Cunning by nature, Loki was a master of mental manipulation, and now, with the yellow gem on his scepter, the Mind Stone, he wielded one of the Infinity Stones. With the Mind Stone's power, Loki's psychic manipulation was nearly unmatched. But just now, right after Li Jie proved worthy of Mjolnir, Loki secretly tried to launch a psychic attack on him. His plan was simple: use Li Jie as a puppet to eliminate Thor. But it failed. His mind attack had no effect on Li Jie. This was the first time since acquiring the Mind Stone that Loki's psychic assault hadn't worked. When it came to psychic ability, even Professor X was no match for Li Jie, let alone Loki. Li Jie's greatest fear was being turned into a puppet by someone's mind control, so he seized every opportunity to strengthen his own psychic defenses. That was why he was immune to Loki's attack. Another reason for Loki's failure was that he hadn't yet fully mastered the Mind Stone's power. Faced with Li Jie's question, Loki forced an awkward smile. "Sir, it was just a misunderstanding, a little joke between us, nothing more." Before Loki could react, Li Jie snatched the scepter from his grasp, moving so swiftly Loki had no chance to resist. Though Loki was a sorcerer of Asgard, magic attacks were his true strength. His physical combat skills, on the other hand, left much to be desired. Who knows which idiot gave Loki 2 daggers, leading him to abandon his magical attacks and turn into a close combat fighter. After having his scepter and the Mind Stone taken from him, Loki felt a chill run halfway down his heart, but he forced a smile and said, "Sir, that belongs to me. Would you please give it back?" "No can do. To prevent you from pulling any more of your tricks, I'll be looking after this scepter for you from now on." "What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that?" As Li Jie spoke, he reached out and grabbed Thor's hammer, which was floating in midair, with a look that clearly said, "If you do, I'll smash you with this." Loki, wasn't this outright robbery? Loki had always prided himself on his cunning, never one to suffer a loss right in front of him. First, Li Jie had picked up Thor's hammer, and now he had snatched away the scepter with the Mind Stone. Loki realized there was no way he could win against Li Jie. Even though he was deeply aggrieved, he still managed to keep a smile on his face. "Sir, I don't have any objections at all. If you're willing to look after the scepter for me, nothing could be better. I should be thanking you, really." He paused for a moment, then beckoned to Peter Parker. "Waiter, may I order now?" Peter Parker trotted over to the table. Li Jie turned back to Thor and said, "And your hammer will also be in my safekeeping for now. I'll give it back when you leave." "Well, all right," Thor replied helplessly. Without Mjolnir, Thor's strength was greatly diminished. Besides, Thor couldn't figure out Li Jie's true power, and with Li Jie now being friends with so many superheroes, he had no wish to make him an enemy. Otherwise, he would have grabbed his hammer and started a fight instead of setting it on the table and teasing Spider-Man with it. Moreover, Li Jie had made it clear that he would return Mjolnir to Thor. There was no need for Thor to fight over something so trivial. The food wasn't even finished yet. Hurry up with my noodles, please. Thor urged. Loki and Thor ordered the same 4-dish combo, paying with a sapphire the size of a longan fruit. You had to admit, people from Asgard really had money to burn. Even though Loki was living in exile, he was hardly strapped for cash. Loki sat down across from Thor, grumbling. Thor, if I hadn't seen your photos on social media, I wouldn't have come here. If I hadn't come to this damn Chinese restaurant, I wouldn't have lost my scepter. This is all your fault. Thor shoved a mouthful of golden fried rice into his mouth and shrugged. Loki, do you know what this whole scene reminds me of? What does it remind you of? Loki paused and asked. Thor replied, It suddenly struck me that when we were children, we used to sit together just like this, sharing a meal. Back then, you were always pulling pranks, but you were still my beloved little brother. No matter what trouble you got into, I, as your older brother, could always forgive you. But betraying Asgard is something I cannot overlook. Loki, hearing these words, found himself recalling those childhood meals and the playful fights they shared. His expression grew distant. At the mention of betrayal, he clenched his fist and defended himself. Thor, you're as despicable as ever, slapping the label of traitor on me just so you can play the hero. Listen to me. Loki has never betrayed our home or Asgard. All I ever wanted was the throne. Everything I've done has been to become the true king of Asgard, for only I can lead Asgard to conquer all 9 realms. Loki, stop dreaming. You are nothing now. And you listen to me. I'll have you arrested the moment I leave this restaurant, and you'll be locked away in prison forever. Thor's voice was cold and threatening. Thor, I think the real dreamer here is you. Loki scoffed dismissively. Gentlemen, your jajang noodles are ready. Peter Parker arrived, carrying 2 bowls of the steaming, fragrant noodles. The delicious aroma brought a temporary halt to the verbal sparring between Loki and Thor. These noodles are truly delightful. I've traveled across all 9 realms and never tasted anything this delicious. Loki declared, thoroughly satisfied. Lia, congratulations, host. You have gained Loki's approval and successfully unlocked Loki's skill. Once again, the bell above the restaurant door chimed, signaling the arrival of the 3rd guest that evening. Dr. Octavius. Peter Parker's voice brimmed with excitement as he saw Dr. Octopus walk through the door. Hello, Peter Parker. Dr. Octopus greeted him with a warm smile. The unexpected camaraderie between Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus made for a rather surreal scene. Dr. Octavius, it's been a while since I last saw you. What have you been up to lately? Peter began to probe, hoping to find out where the doctor had been during his mysterious absence. Dr. Octopus beamed, replying, I've been busy with some research, and I've made tremendous progress. Don't worry, Peter, you'll soon see the fruits of my labor. But right now I'm starving. Can I get something to eat first? Oh, here's the cash, and the rest is your tip. With that, Dr. Octopus pulled $400 from his wallet and handed it to Peter Parker. Please wait just a moment, Dr. Octavius. Peter Parker turned around and approached the buffet, speaking in a low voice. Boss, is it just me, or does Dr. Octavius seem a little off today? Li Jie had already used his super senses to notice the problem, and quietly reminded him. He's upgraded his equipment, added arc reactor energy. Peter, you'd better be extra careful. Good food has a way of making people forget their troubles and grudges, at least for a while. At this moment, Thor and Loki appeared to be getting along quite harmoniously. Thor, true to his nature, was hearty and enthusiastic. He was genuinely savoring the delicious dishes, though even when he tried to slow down, he still ate a bit faster than most people. In stark contrast stood Loki, sly and cunning. He looked every bit the aristocrat. Even in a Chinese restaurant, using ordinary utensils to eat the simplest dishes, he managed to turn the meal into a ritual, giving off an air of exclusivity, like an experience out of reach for ordinary folk. Loki, I'll be waiting outside. Don't even think about sneaking away. Thor wiped his mouth, then strode over to Li Jie. My hammer, where is it? Here you go. Next time, remember the rules of the restaurant, or I won't be so quick to return it. Li Jie casually tossed Mjolnir to him. Catching his hammer, Thor gave a gruff snort. In all the 9 realms, hardly anyone dares speak to me like that. Well, you'd better get used to it. Li Jie shot right back. Realizing he was getting nowhere with Li Jie, Thor snorted again, turned on his heel, and left the restaurant. As he passed Loki, he tossed out another warning. My dear brother, when did you become so long-winded? Loki teased in return. Meanwhile, Peter Parker was keeping a close eye on Dr. Octopus. The doctor, as always, wore his trench coat, hiding his mechanical arms within. Nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. Adjusting his thick glasses, Dr. Octopus motioned for Peter Parker to come over. Doctor, is there anything I can help you with? Peter asked, a touch of nervousness in his voice. Maybe it was because the first time Spider-Man fought Dr. Octopus, he had lost. Back then, Dr. Octopus had thoroughly trounced him, leaving Peter doubting for a long time whether he was cut out to be a superhero at all. Though Peter had eventually turned the tables and beaten Dr. Octopus several times, that first defeat had left a shadow deep within him. Now, knowing that Dr. Octopus had upgraded his gear, Peter couldn't help but worry if he would have what it takes to win should they clash again. Dr. Octopus smiled and asked, "How much do you really know about Spider-Man?" "Oh, I know he's the superhero from Queens. There's so many people who really like him." Peter Parker tried his best to compose himself, making sure nothing in his words would give him away. "So, does that mean you're a fan too?" Dr. Octopus inquired. "Of course. Who doesn't like Spider-Man?" "Doctor, I bet you're a fan of his too, aren't you?" Peter said, feigning excitement. "No, Peter, I actually prefer Spider-Man's adversaries." Dr. Octopus let out a cold, mocking laugh and continued. "You know, someone once told me that you're Spider-Man." "Doctor, you really know how to joke." Peter Parker could feel his identity teetering on the edge of exposure, and he was visibly more nervous. In fact, it's very simple to find out if you're really Spider-Man. A little test is all it takes. As Dr. Octopus spoke, a mechanical arm suddenly shot out from beneath his coat, lunging straight for Peter Parker's throat. Spider Sense warned Peter of the danger just in time. With a quick backflip, he dodged the mechanical tentacle strike and landed pressed flat against the ceiling. A pleased, sinister chuckle escaped Dr. Octopus. "Peter, do you have anything left to say for yourself now?" Realizing his secret was out, Peter Parker stopped pretending in front of Dr. Octopus. A showdown was now inevitable. Not wanting more people to discover his Spider-Man identity, Peter Parker activated his nanotech suit while quickly calling out to Li Jie. "Boss, give me a hand." Li Jie understood immediately and cast a spell, transporting both Peter Parker and Dr. Octopus into the mirror dimension. Watching this unfold, Loki smacked his lips and remarked, "Impressive magic." Li Jie, unmoved by Loki's flattery, simply ignored him. Dr. Octopus tried attacking the barrier between the mirror dimension and reality with his tentacles, but was repelled by an invisible force. He reached out to touch it, his expression turning to surprise as he said, "So, this is a pocket dimension created by magic? Fascinating." Peter Parker jumped down from the ceiling, landing on top of a dining table, and called out to Dr. Octopus. "Who told you I was Spider-Man?" Dr. Octopus's coat exploded open, revealing his upgraded mechanical tentacles. Besides the tentacles, a miniature arc reactor was embedded in his chest, along with various pieces of armor attached to his body. These mechanical enhancements not only provided defense, but also boosted Dr. Octopus's offensive abilities, even granting him the power of flight. "Peter, do you really think I'd betray a friend?" Dr. Octopus hovered in midair, supported by his mechanical tentacles, making him appear much taller and more imposing than Spider-Man. "Although that person can hardly be called my friend, I must admit he has helped me in some ways. Therefore, there's no way I'll tell you who he is. But you don't need to worry. Once I defeat you, I'll bring you to him as a gift. By then, you'll naturally find out his identity." As he spoke, Dr. Octopus suddenly launched a sneak attack, his mechanical arms lashing out toward Peter Parker. But with Spider Sense tingling, the chances of such an ambush succeeding were nearly zero. Peter Parker leaped lightly to the side, easily dodging the assault. Unfortunately, the dining table wasn't so lucky. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacle pierced straight through it, then hurled it at Peter. In the next instant, the tentacles attacked in a relentless, storm-like barrage. Peter activated the spider legs on the back of his nanotech suit, raising them to form a shield that blocked every strike from Dr. Octopus. While the fight raged fiercely inside the mirror dimension, things in the real world were just as lively. After finishing his meal, Loki stood up and approached Li Jie, bowing with impeccable elegance. I imagine it would sound quite scandalous if word got out that the owner of a Chinese restaurant forcibly seized a customer's belongings. "So, I hope you'll return my scepter to me." Li Jie casually tossed the scepter back to Loki. Catching it, Loki was surprised by Li Jie's straightforwardness. A smile spread across his face as he said, "By the way, the food here is truly the most delicious in all 9 realms. If I get the chance, I'll certainly come again." "You're welcome anytime." After expressing his gratitude once more, Loki turned and left the restaurant. Outside, Thor was still waiting, gripping Mjolnir and clearly ready for a showdown with his brother. Yet, seeing his formidable sibling did nothing to faze Loki. In terms of sheer physical strength, Loki was no match for Thor. But when it came to magic, Loki had the upper hand. However, Thor was highly resistant to most kinds of magic, which was exactly why Loki rarely cast spells on him directly. Before Thor could make a move, Loki raised his scepter high and called out loudly, "From this moment on, you are all my warriors. Go and destroy him for me." Passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring at Loki as if he'd lost his mind. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Loki's face. He had tried to use the Mind Stone's power to control the nearby crowd, commanding them to fight for him. But after striking such a dramatic pose, he felt nothing, no surge of the Mind Stone's energy at all. Loki hurriedly placed his hand on the Mind Stone, only to discover that the gem was a fake. He spun around and shouted in frustration when had Li Jie managed to switch out the Mind Stone. He hadn't noticed a thing. Li Jie smiled and waved at Loki, a knowing look on his face. With a roar, Thor charged forward, suddenly appearing right in front of Loki. Before Loki could even react, he was sent flying by Thor's powerful blow. Thor, wait. Don't be like this. We're brothers. Can't we just sit down and talk things through? Loki cried out as he landed heavily on the ground. Though he pleaded for a peaceful conversation, his hands moved swiftly, conjuring magic to hurl every nearby car at Thor. But Thor merely spun Mjolnir in his hand, sending the cars hurtling away with ease. Loki never really expected a few cars to harm Thor. Now that he'd lost the Mind Stone, he knew he stood even less chance against his brother. Seizing the moment while Thor was distracted, Loki cast a spell and vanished from the scene. He couldn't win a fight against Thor, but when it came to running away, Loki was second to none. Even if Thor did manage to catch him and lock him away in some dark dungeon, Loki would always find a way to escape. He'd been pulling off jailbreaks like this in childhood, practically a master of the art. Watching the fight between Thor and Loki end so abruptly, Li Jie found it rather dull and shifted his focus to the battle within the mirror dimension. After Dr. Octopus upgraded his equipment, his power had grown tremendously, especially in terms of raw strength. He now surpassed Peter Parker by a whole level. If Peter hadn't been wearing the nanosuit crafted personally by Tony Stark, he would have lost this battle long ago. Even so, Peter Parker still couldn't defeat Dr. Octopus easily. Likewise, it was extremely difficult for Dr. Octopus to overcome Peter Parker. It seemed their fight was destined to drag on. But when Li Jie entered the mirror dimension, everything changed. Right as Dr. Octopus and Peter Parker were locked in a fierce struggle, the arc reactor in Doc Ock's chest suddenly flew off. Without the arc reactor, Doc Ock's new gear lost its power source, and his abilities dropped back to their previous level. Holding the arc reactor in his hand, Li Jie asked Dr. Octopus, "Where did you get this?" Although Peter Parker was pressing him hard, Dr. Octopus still tried to act tough. "If you think I'll tell you, you're dreaming." Suddenly, there came a rapid, mechanical clatter. To Doc Ock's astonishment, he found that he could no longer control his mechanical arms. Those mechanical arms, once Dr. Octopus's formidable weapons, were now completely wrapped around him, rendering him immobile. Anyone who relies on mechanical equipment is like a sitting duck before Magneto. With just a simple use of Magneto's power, Li Jie effortlessly brought Dr. Octopus to defeat. A strained, metallic creaking sound filled the air as the mechanical arms tightened around Dr. Octopus, drawing anguished cries from him. Li Jie walked over and said, "I'm not as soft-hearted as Spider-Man. If you say another word, you'll die by your own arms." Seeing this, Peter Parker removed his mask and tried to persuade him. "Doctor, I suggest you listen to my boss. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do for you." With the arms continuing to constrict, Dr. Octopus's face turned beet red, and even breathing became a struggle. "It's the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin!" Dr. Octopus shouted in desperation. "Doctor, by Green Goblin, do you mean Mr. Norman Osborn?" Peter Parker quickly asked. Dr. Octopus shot Peter a look and replied, "Who else could it be but Norman? Norman Osborn was the mastermind behind all of this." Li Jie had finally uncovered the truth and pressed, "Where's the Green Goblin now?" "I don't know." Dr. Octopus barely shook his head before feeling the arms constricting even faster. Panic laced his voice as he cried out, "I really don't know. Earlier, I was ambushed by the Green Goblin and some robots. They knocked me out and brought me to the lab. When I left, I was still unconscious. I truly have no idea where the Green Goblin or his lab are." "Did the Green Goblin send you to the Chinese restaurant?" Dr. Octopus nodded. "He told me that Peter Parker was Spider-Man and sent me here to deal with him. But, even though Norman didn't say it outright, I could sense that Spider-Man wasn't really his true target. You were." Li Jie was a little surprised. Dr. Octopus continued, "I'm certain of it. For the Green Goblin, the biggest threat isn't Spider-Man, it's you. He wanted to use me to test you, to find a way to defeat you." "That does make sense." Li Jie muttered under his breath, recalling the previous incident when Whiplash attacked Iron Man Tony Stark at the restaurant. It must have started back then. Li Jie let out a cold laugh, fully aware that many had already marked him as a potential enemy. Take S.H.I.E.L.D., for example. They always fear powers they can't control. But no one else has been as direct as the Green Goblin. Since that's the case, Li Jie decided to deal with the Green Goblin first. "Peter, keep an eye on him. After giving his instructions, Li Jie prepared to leave the mirror dimension. Boss, wait a moment. Peter Parker hurriedly called out to Li Jie, hesitated for a second, and said, Boss, I know you're going to deal with Mr. Norman next. Could you please not kill him outright for my sake? You know, Harry is my friend, and I have to think about his feelings. Once again, Spider-Man was playing the good guy. Black Widow arrived in a shield jet, and as soon as she entered the Chinese restaurant, she asked Li Jie, Jack, I know you want to clear Tony's name, but you'd better have some evidence to support your theory. The evidence is right here. As Li Jie spoke, he pulled Black Widow into the mirror dimension with him. Dr. Octopus was still bound by his own mechanical tentacles, sitting there looking quite aggrieved, and Peter Parker had reinforced the restraints with webbing. Upon seeing Black Widow, Dr. Octopus snorted disdainfully. So, you're planning to lock me up in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison? I've figured out. This time I was nothing but a weapon in the Green Goblin's hand, used and discarded by that bastard. Instead of wasting your time on me, you should hurry up and go after Norman. After seeing the gear on Dr. Octopus, Black Widow was already convinced of Li Jie's story. Jack, if you don't mind, I need to take him back for interrogation. Li Jie used his telepathy to communicate with Black Widow. Natasha, Dr. Octopus's appearance is enough to clear Tony's name. Norman is the real mastermind behind all this. He used Hammer Industries to gain access to the arc reactor, the armor technology, and a vast array of military resources. Dr. Octopus is nothing more than a pawn in his game. If we take him back to S.H.I.E.L.D., it'll only alert the Green Goblin. The moment he senses danger, he'll abandon this pawn without a second thought. What we need to do now is find the Green Goblin and figure out what he's really after. Black Widow replied, Jack, you mean we let Dr. Octopus go and use him as bait to draw the Green Goblin out? We just need to implant a nano-tracker in him, and we'll be able to follow his movements. Black Widow paused for only 2 seconds before nodding her agreement to Li Jie's plan. Next, Li Jie knocked Dr. Octopus unconscious. When Dr. Octopus came to, he found himself tossed in a filthy alleyway. While he was still wondering why he was there, a black SUV appeared at the mouth of the alley. 2 heavily armed soldiers quickly ran in. Doctor, Norman sent us to bring you back, one of them said. Dr. Octopus first checked his mechanical arms. Once he realized he had regained control, he snorted dismissively. A bunch of idiots. Did you really think I'd pledge loyalty to that bastard Norman? He paused for a moment, then 2 of his mechanical arms suddenly lashed out, grabbing 2 soldiers and flinging them aside. Immediately after, Dr. Octopus turned and used his mechanical arms to climb the wall, making a swift escape. But unfortunately, he had underestimated the extent of Green Goblin's preparations. Those 2 soldiers were merely a polite formality before the real show began. Just as Dr. Octopus reached the top of the wall, he noticed a small rocket whistling toward him. He hastily tore a chunk of stone from the wall with one of his arms and hurled it at the projectile. There was an explosion in midair as the mini-rocket detonated. Looking up, Dr. Octopus saw 4 robots hovering above, each one powered by an arc reactor. He had already experienced the combat prowess of these machines. Raising both hands, he said, Norman, it looks like you've won this round. But this isn't over. One of the robots flew up and punched Dr. Octopus, knocking him out cold. They then carried him up into the sky. When a luckless Dr. Octopus came to, he found himself in what looked like an abandoned warehouse. Besides the 4 robots that had brought him here, Green Goblin himself was also present. Otto, you've really let me down. I gave you the best equipment in the world, and yet you couldn't even defeat a measly Spider-Man. Green Goblin shook his head and sighed. Dr. Octopus snorted disdainfully. Norman, if you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? Don't think I don't know what you're really after. Peter isn't your true target. You want to use me to deal with the owner of the Chinese restaurant. Isn't that right? Green Goblin said nothing, glaring at Dr. Octopus in silence. Dr. Octopus continued. Norman, I'd advise you not to waste your energy. That restaurant owner is actually a very powerful sorcerer. He trapped me in a bizarre alternate dimension. If I'm not mistaken, you couldn't get any information about me during that time. Could you? And for the record, all that so-called top-of-the-line equipment of yours? In front of Jack, it's just a pile of junk. Useless junk. So, Otto, what do you suggest? How am I supposed to defeat Jack? Dr. Octopus replied. It's not going to happen with this junk, that's for sure. If you want to defeat a sorcerer, the only way is to find an even more powerful sorcerer. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the ceiling, and Spider-Man, Peter, dropped down through a gaping hole above. Green Goblin gave a startled cry and glared at Dr. Octopus, shouting, You idiot! You led Spider-Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. right to us. Dr. Octopus saw Li Jie descend from the sky with Black Widow in his arms. He immediately raised both hands and shouted, I'm not with the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin cursed and barked out an order. Kill them. All 4 robots activated their weapons at once. Unfortunately for them, the weapons instantly malfunctioned and turned to target the Green Goblin instead. With an air of wisdom, Dr. Octopus remarked, "Norman, see? All your junk gadgets are useless in front of him." A small rocket fired from one of the robots, streaking straight towards the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin tried to dodge, only to find his body locked in place, completely unable to move. Spider-Man, overflowing with compassion, hurriedly shot out a web to block the rocket, but another robot intercepted him before he could intervene. The explosion resounded, and the small rocket struck the Green Goblin squarely in the chest. The Green Goblin was torn apart by the blast, his pieces scattering across the floor. Staring at the mechanical debris on the ground, Spider-Man was left dumbfounded. A robot? Li Jia, upon arrival, had used his super senses to confirm that this was not the real Green Goblin, which was why he directed the robots to attack him. A grating, mechanical laugh crackled from the Green Goblin's severed head. "You think you can catch me? Keep dreaming." Sensing something was wrong, Li Jia quickly scooped up Black Widow and leaped into the air, stretching out his other hand toward Peter Parker. Peter Parker's spider sense kicked in. Almost the instant Li Jia shouted, he fired a web line, which Li Jia grabbed firmly. Once off the ground, Peter shot another web with his free hand, pulling Dr. Octopus into the air with them. A thunderous series of explosions erupted. Every robot on the scene, including the Green Goblin decoy, had been rigged with self-destruct devices. As the blasts echoed, everyone realized at once. This was all part of the Green Goblin's trap. Did you think S.H.I.E.L.D. used the nano-tracker inside Dr. Octopus to find the Green Goblin? No. In fact, it was the Green Goblin who used Dr. Octopus to lure Li Jia and his companions here, hoping to blow them all to pieces. Unfortunately for the Green Goblin, he miscalculated and underestimated Li Jia's abilities. He was immobilized by Li Jia the moment he appeared. As the explosions faded, the images on the screen also vanished. Seated in his executive chair, the Green Goblin turned to face a man cloaked in shadow and spoke. "Baramordo, I trust you've seen it for yourself. Ordinary physical attacks are useless against Jack. If we really want to take him out, we'll have to rely on the power of magic." Baron Mordo said nothing, his eyes fixed warily on Loki, who sat across from him gripping his scepter. Loki let out a derisive laugh. "Green Goblin, is it? I must say, I'm quite pleased you invited me to witness this farcical little spectacle of yours, but I have no interest in killing the owner of the Chinese restaurant. After all, their food is the finest in all 9 realms, and I'd like to keep enjoying such delicacies." "Loki, I doubt you came to Earth this time just for the food, did you?" Green Goblin replied with a mocking smile. "Of course not. I have a far more important mission this time." Loki hesitated for a moment before speaking. "And what might that be?" Loki just shrugged. "I'm afraid I can't tell you." Green Goblin let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Loki, you've already experienced Baramordo's power firsthand. If you refuse to talk, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to imprison you here permanently." Loki shot an irritated glance at Baramordo. The only reason he was in this situation was because he'd recently been in a fight with Mordo. To be more precise, it was a sneak attack on Mordo's part. In terms of magical prowess, Baron Mordo was never Loki's equal. But Mordo had thrown honor aside and ambushed him, and with the added power of the Darkhold, Loki had been forced to yield. The strength of the Darkhold was something Loki dared not underestimate. He wasn't confident he could overcome it. "I was only joking, really. There's no harm in telling you. My mission on Earth is to obtain the Tesseract, open a portal, and bring the Chitauri army to Earth. And as it happens, I could use some assistance. If you're willing to help me accomplish this, I'm certain the Chitauri will reward you handsomely once they claim the planet." Loki smiled as he spoke. "The Chitauri?" Green Goblin frowned, then turned to Mordo. "Baron Mordo, what's your take?" Baron Mordo's lips curled up in a sly grin. "I think we can use the Chitauri to wear down S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers first. If we're lucky, the Chitauri might even hand us everything we want on a silver platter." "Baron Mordo, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I was thinking." Green Goblin laughed, clearly pleased with himself. Watching the two of them gloat, Loki forced a laugh, inwardly cursing. These two idiots have no idea just how terrifying the Chitauri really are. "Loki, you just said you wanted to use the Tesseract to open a portal, correct?" Green Goblin suddenly asked. Loki nodded in response. "If you can help me steal the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., then I'll—" "Who said the Tesseract is in SHLD's hands?" Green Goblin interrupted him. "It's not." Loki blinked in surprise. The Green Goblin let out a mocking laugh. "Loki, it seems your information is terribly outdated. The Tesseract has long since slipped out of SHLD's grasp. Word is, it was swallowed by a Flurkin, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is racking their brains trying to recover it. If you hadn't run into us, your trip would have been for nothing, and you'd probably end up being dragged back to prison by your dear brother, the God of Thunder." Only then did Loki's brows knit together in concern. If we don't have the Tesseract, then we have no way to open a portal and bring the Chitauri through. He paused, grumbling inwardly. Coming to Earth had turned into a complete fiasco. He hadn't gained the Tesseract, and to make matters worse, he'd lost the Mind Stone as well. If Thanos were to learn of this, Loki feared his own life would be forfeit. He was already plotting how to escape Earth and wander among the stars, hoping to stay out of Thanos' reach. Who says the only way to summon the Chitauri is with the Tesseract? Baramordo spoke up. Loki, whose hopes had just been dashed, suddenly brightened, his eyes glinting with excitement. You know another way to bring the Chitauri here? Baramordo smiled. Don't forget, I possess the Darkhold, the Book of the Damned. On my own, I couldn't open a portal wide enough for the Chitauri. But with your magic added to mine, together we could use the Darkhold to tear open a path for them. The Darkhold. Loki's eyes sparkled again. He'd long been curious about that legendary tome of dark sorcery. Loki, I suggest you don't get any ideas about the Darkhold. If you try anything, I'll kill you where you stand. Baramordo's voice was cold and threatening. Loki chuckled awkwardly. Baramordo, you misunderstand me. I would never dream of such a thing. You have my word. I'm here only to cooperate with you. When the Chitauri descend upon Earth, the credit will be yours. Baramordo snorted and turned to address the Green Goblin. We need to make preparations. The Green Goblin nodded in agreement. 3 days passed in a flash. During that time, Legion mobilized the Underworld's network, and with the combined efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, they still found no trace of the Green Goblin. As for Dr. Octopus, he was being held in a S.H.I.E.L.D. cell for the time being. That evening, just as the Chinese restaurant opened for business, Thor strode in, slinging a travel bag over his shoulder. 1 4-piece set, please. Thor placed his order in a booming voice, pulling out a wad of cash from his bag and tossing it to Peter Parker. That's for the meal. The rest is your tip. Lee Jie frowned immediately, thinking to himself, Thor, when did you pick up such bad habits? You're the god of thunder. How can you use Earth's money? After Thor sat down, he asked, Peter, can I ask you something? Have my brother been to the Chinese restaurant these past few days? You mean Loki? Why has he gone missing too? Peter Parker replied with a questioning look. Thor frowned, a note of worry in his voice. Whenever Loki comes to Earth, it's always to stir up trouble, but now he's vanished without a trace. I've searched all over these last few days and haven't seen any sign of him. It makes me very uneasy. Do you know the saying, the calm before the storm? Knowing Loki, I'm certain he's plotting something big. Just then, the restaurant's bell chimed, and in walked Dr. Pym, the Wasp, and Dr. Banner. Hey, Banner. Thor, who had looked rather glum a moment ago, immediately brightened up. He strode over and gave Dr. Banner a hearty embrace. I had Natasha try to contact you just a couple of days ago. So, I heard you and General Ross have worked things out, and now you've joined the Avengers? Yes, Thor. It was Natasha who told me you'd be here at the Chinese restaurant, so I came by. Let me introduce you. These are 2 other Avengers, Dr. Pym and the Wasp. And you already know Tony. Unfortunately, Tony's been detained by S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. I've heard about Tony's situation. It shouldn't be anything too serious. He'll be released soon enough. Thor offered a reassuring word, then called out over his shoulder, Jack, I'll cover their meals. He pulled out 2 wads of cash from his travel bag, thought for a moment, then took out a 3rd bundle and set it on the table, signaling that more friends would be joining them soon. Once the 4 had sat down, Dr. Pym smiled and said, Thor, Dr. Banner often mentions you to us. We're here at the restaurant with one purpose. We hope you'll join the Avengers. Thor chuckled, just as Natasha predicted. She said that once I saw Dr. Banner, you'd invite me to join the team. He paused, glancing at Banner. Banner, given our friendship, I'd normally never turn you down. But this time, I've come to Earth on an important mission. One that concerns my brother, Loki. Speaking of which, have any of you heard from him? No, I haven't seen him. Dr. Banner replied, shaking his head. The restaurant bell rang again. This time, Black Widow, Captain America, and Coulson entered. After everyone exchanged greetings and sat together, Black Widow was the first to speak. Thor, I'm very sorry. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already done everything they could, but they still hadn't found Loki. However, just today, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to capture a Chitauri spy, and from his confession, they gained some clues about Loki. Thor looked a bit surprised. Coulson began to explain, according to the Chitauri spy, Loki's purpose this time is to help the Chitauri army open a portal, allowing them to invade Earth. Thor slammed his fist down on the table, but when he caught Lee Jie's sharp gaze, he quickly apologized for his outburst, muttering under his breath, Damn it, I knew Loki coming to Earth would never mean anything good. He paused for a moment, then asked, Did the Chitauri spy say how Loki plans to open the portal? Black Widow answered, The Tesseract. The Tesseract? Natasha, are you saying Loki's target is the Tesseract? If we can find the Tesseract before he does, we'll be able to find Loki too. Thor sounded a bit excited, as if he'd finally caught Loki's trail. Black Widow let out a soft sigh. That's exactly the problem. The Tesseract was supposed to be in SHELD's custody, but it went missing. To this day, we still have no lead on where it might be. Thor frowned. Natasha, do you mean the Tesseract might not even be on Earth anymore? Or it might have already fallen into Loki's hands? That's what truly worries us. If Loki really does open the portal and lets the Chitauri army descend upon us, it'll be a catastrophe for Earth. We have to prepare for the worst. Black Widow's face grew grave. After a moment's pause, she turned to Dr. Pym and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. hopes this time we can join forces with the Avengers to fight against the Chitauri together." Dr. Pym wasn't fond of S.H.I.E.L.D., but faced with the bigger picture, he put aside his grievances and agreed to work together. But what if the Tesseract isn't in Loki's hands? What I mean is, if Loki really had the Tesseract, he would have opened the portal by now. But he's been quiet all this time, which suggests he doesn't have it. So we need to consider, besides the Tesseract, what else could Loki use to help the Chitauri invade? Thor, knowing his brother all too well, began to analyze the possibilities. "Jack, get out here quick!" Daredevil suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant, calling out. Ligia walked outside. Daredevil pointed up at the sky and shouted, "Look over there." Peter Parker and the others quickly followed him outside. Everyone looked up in the direction Daredevil was pointing, only to see that the night sky seemed to have been drenched in ink once more. A surge of dark energy churned in the heavens, as if threatening to tear a hole in the sky itself to welcome the arrival of demons. "My God, what on earth is that?" Peter Parker cried out in alarm. Amid a flash of golden light, a portal suddenly flickered open, and Doctor Strange stepped through from the other side, his face clouded with worry. "It's the power of the Darkhold," he said grimly. "It must be Baron Mordo. He's using the Darkhold to open a gateway, inviting a sinister force to descend upon Earth. So that means Baron Mordo has teamed up with Loki, and they're planning to help him welcome the Chitauri army." Li Jie sneered, then turned to Black Widow and added, "Looks like they're on top of Stark Tower. In this situation, are you still planning to keep Tony locked up?" "I'll contact the director right away," Black Widow replied, immediately dialing Nick Fury. Dr. Strange spoke to Li Jie. "Let's head over there first. No matter what, we have to capture Baron Mordo this time and take back the Darkhold." With that, he conjured another portal, aiming to go straight to the rooftop of Stark Tower. But just as the portal opened, a small Sidewinder missile shot toward them from the opposite side. Luckily, Dr. Strange reacted swiftly, creating another portal to redirect the missile high into the sky. Through the portal, they caught a glimpse of Baron Mordo standing before a thick, black tome, the Darkhold itself. That overwhelming dark energy was pouring out of the ancient book, swirling into a growing tornado of shadow in the air. Baron Mordo seemed unfazed by the portal's appearance, continuing to draw ever greater power from the Darkhold. Nearby stood Loki, staff in hand. When the portal opened, he even raised a hand in greeting to the group. But that wasn't the main concern. What truly mattered was the swarm of at least 100 drones hovering in the air, forming a protective barrier around Baron Mordo and Loki. A chorus of whistling missiles streaked through the air. More Sidewinder rockets launched straight at them. Dr. Strange hurriedly shut the portal. There was no helping it. Even a sorcerer had to respect a barrage of explosives. With so many Sidewinder missiles incoming, it wasn't just a question of whether Dr. Strange could stop them. The collateral damage alone would be catastrophic. "I'll go first. You all follow me," Li Jie announced, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported to the opposite building. In a flash, he transformed into the Monkey King, appearing across from Stark Tower. A barrage of missiles shrieked through the air. The 100 drones, having spotted Li Jie, immediately unleashed a rain of Sidewinder rockets in his direction. Li Jie lifted his hands and activated his telekinetic powers, bringing all those missiles to a halt 10 meters in front of him. In no time, a wall formed by hundreds of small Sidewinder rockets materialized before him, creating a barricade. Dr. Strange appeared behind Li Jie through a shimmering portal, gazing up at the sky as he spoke gravely. "Jack, we might be a step too late. Baron Mordo has already opened the Demon Gate. The demonic horde will descend on Earth at any moment." Li Jie glanced upward. A swirling black tornado tore through the sky like a razor, splitting it open. Beyond the rift, the Chitauri army was already surging forward, eager to invade. With a lift of his hands, Li Jie sent hundreds of rockets shooting toward the fissure, blasting the descending Chitauri soldiers into ashes. But the Chitauri forces were simply overwhelming, pouring down like a torrential rain. That barrage of rockets was but a drop in the ocean, barely making a dent. If they couldn't find a way to close the spatial rift, even more Chitauri would flood through, and then Earth would truly be lost. Steven, I'll handle the robots. You go after Baron Mordo. Try to get your hands on the Darkhold before anything else, Li Jie instructed. Doctor Strange conjured another portal, preparing to confront Baron Mordo directly. Under Li Jie's control, over 100 hostile robots suddenly swiveled their weapons, soared into the air, and formed a defensive barrier, unleashing volleys at the Chitauri, raining down from above. Mordo, stop this madness. Doctor Strange bellowed. Baron Mordo sneered. Steven, you're too late. You can't stop the Chitauri army from invading. Doctor Strange's expression darkened as he replied. Mordo, it's not the Chitauri army I fear, it's you. If you keep going down this path, you'll end up nothing more than a puppet to the Darkhold, beyond any hope of return. Should I thank you for your concern, then? Mordo scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Mordo, is this Earth's most powerful sorcerer? Someone asked. Mordo replied, whether he's the most powerful, I can't say. But right now, he is Sorcerer Supreme, having succeeded the Ancient One. Oh, the Sorcerer Supreme himself? Is it? Perfect. Let me see if the legend lives up to its reputation, Loki said, extending his scepter toward Doctor Strange. Just as Loki prepared for a magical showdown, his scepter suddenly exploded into dust. The sight made Loki's lip twitch in disbelief. He turned to see Thor, the god of thunder, standing atop a nearby rooftop, his arrival unnoticed. Thor reached into the air, and the Mjolnir that had just shattered Loki's scepter came flying back to his hand, crackling with thunder and lightning. A guttural sound escaped Loki's throat. His fear of Thor was something he'd been born with. Yet Loki forced a smile onto his face and called out, Loki, if you surrender now, I can still consider our brotherly bond in. Before Thor could finish his sentence, Loki suddenly flung 2 daggers at him with a flick of his wrist. Was this an attempt to switch to close-quarters combat? Such petty tricks had long been seen through by Thor, who blocked the daggers easily with his hammer. Goodbye, Thor. Loki had never intended to fight Thor up close. As soon as he threw the daggers, he turned and leapt off the top of Stark Tower without a backward glance. With a loud shout, Thor leaped after him in hot pursuit. Watching this unfold, Jack frowned slightly, muttering to himself, Oh, Thor, could you maybe forget about Loki for a moment and help us deal with the Chitauri army first? Meanwhile, Doctor Strange had already engaged Baron Mordo in a magical duel. Since their last encounter, both had grown noticeably stronger in the mystical arts. Now the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange held, apart from the Eye of Agamotto, his greatest asset, the Book of the Vishanti. Yet, defeating a Baron Mordo armed with the Darkhold was no easy feat. Fortunately, just then, Dr. Pym, the Wasp, and Dr. Banner, transformed into the Hulk, rushed to the scene, alleviating some of the pressure on Jack's side. Captain America, Black Widow, Spider-Man, and Daredevil formed the third wave, battling fiercely against the Chitauri forces landing on Earth. The fourth wave consisted of Tony Stark and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents following in his wake. With more and more heroes joining the fray, the war quickly reached a fever pitch. Still, the Chitauri army kept pouring down like an endless flood, making the defense of Earth more and more difficult. Seizing the moment while Baron Mordo and Doctor Strange were locked in combat, Jack teleported next to them, reached out, and with a deft motion, snatched the Darkhold away. Deprived of the Darkhold, Baron Mordo's power plummeted. In panic, he shouted, Give me back the Darkhold now. Jack had no patience for Mordo. He unleashed his telekinetic powers, slamming Mordo forcefully to the floor. Doctor Strange, worried Jack might kill Mordo, hurriedly cast a spell to bind him, then rushed to Jack's side, exclaiming, Jack, you're not thinking of using the Darkhold to close the space rift, are you? Do you have a better idea? Doctor Strange was at a loss for words. The truth was, even without the Darkhold, Jack could have used the Space Stone to seal the rift. But he simply wanted a reason to keep the Darkhold for himself. The Darkhold was a tome of unspeakable, wicked magic. White magicians like Doctor Strange regard it as a terrifying menace. But in Li Jie's eyes, it's something entirely different. The Book of Dark Magic is like a double-edged sword. When used properly, it becomes a formidable weapon against your enemies. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and successfully unlocked a new item, Stinky Tofu. Li Jie was speechless. He felt that the restaurant's business was already booming enough, and there was no need to introduce new dishes, so he'd been ignoring the tasks in the system's taskbar. He didn't expect that, by acquiring the Book of Dark Magic, he'd accidentally completed a task and unlocked a new dish. But why Stinky Tofu? Li Jie admitted Stinky Tofu was a delicacy. He liked it himself, but what Chinese restaurant would actually put it on the menu? Never mind the other factors. The smell alone was enough to scare off a good number of customers. Those who love it truly love it. Those who don't will flee at the mere scent. Li Jie was a bit worried. If he actually served Stinky Tofu, Would he end up driving away even his most loyal patrons? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. After obtaining the Book of Dark Magic, Li Jie took to the sky. He pretended to wield the power of the Book of Dark Magic, but in secret, he used the power of the Space Stone to close the spatial rift. As he sealed the rift, Li Jie pulled off a little trick. He let the Book of Dark Magic fly from his hand and had the Space Stone transfer it elsewhere. In this way, it appeared as if the Book of Dark Magic had vanished along with the closing of the spatial rift. As long as no new Chitauri army appeared, dealing with the remaining soldiers was just a matter of time. Li Jie believed the other superheroes and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could handle it, so he withdrew for now. No sooner had Li Jie reappeared in the restaurant than he heard a sharp ding. The front door chimed as a man, his body nearly transparent, walked in. Li Jie instantly recognized him. This was Electro, Spider-Man Peter's old nemesis. Earlier, Peter Parker had mentioned that several supervillains had gone missing, Electro among them, having been broken out of prison. Electro clearly wasn't here for a meal. The moment he entered, he curled his lips into a sneer and asked with disdain, "So you're the owner of this place, Jack Lee? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. If you're here to eat, pick a spot and sit down. Otherwise, please see yourself out." Li Jie fished a cigarette from his pocket as he spoke. Electro snapped his fingers, sending a spark that lit Li Jie's cigarette. Now that was a useful skill, no need for a lighter. Electro then reached out his hand, and the restaurant's power began surging toward him, blue arcs of electricity crackling in midair. "If you're the owner of this place, then go to hell." As the Electric King spoke, he hurled that arc of blue lightning straight at Li Jie. Li Jie reached out with his left hand and, as if grasping a length of rope, caught the lightning in his palm. With his right hand, he brought the cigarette to his lips, took a slow drag, and said, "Too bad. If you want to kill me, you're not quite up to the task. You actually have the power to control electricity." The Electric King cried out in shock. Li Jie let out a cold laugh. "Max, did you really think you were the only one in this world with the power to command electricity?" Speaking of manipulating electricity, one couldn't help but mention Thor and Storm. Thor's command over lightning was legendary. After losing his hammer, it was this very power that let him bring the Hulk crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, that skill is still not fully mastered. Storm, too, could bend the weather to her will, and among her many talents was the ability to call down the lightning. Compared to their might, the current the Electric King could muster was little more than a spark. Li Jie possessed the abilities of both Thor and Storm, and naturally, mastery over lightning was his as well. The Electric King didn't stand a chance of hurting him. Li Jie shaped the electricity in his palm into a glowing ball, amping up its power before launching it back at the Electric King. At first, the Electric King sneered, thinking he could simply absorb the crackling sphere. But just as it neared, the electric ball exploded in a burst of energy, blasting the Electric King off his feet and sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, but a massive hand, shaped from sand, caught him before he hit. The hand shifted, flowing and reshaping itself until it stood as a man, a familiar foe of Spider-Man, Sandman. "Come on out, all of you." The Belomet, a hulking, muscle-bound giant leaped down from the rooftop across the street. It was Abomination, recently broken out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison by the Armored Man. Two others followed, a chatterbox in red and black, Deadpool, and the fierce, grinning Sabretooth. Deadpool wasted no time running his mouth. "Jack, honestly, I didn't want to get mixed up in this, but the money on offer was just too good. Seriously, how could I say no?" Sabretooth bared his teeth in a grin. "My reasons are the same as Wade's. If you survive today, tonight's payout will keep us eating Chinese food for a whole year. So you're all here because someone paid you off?" Li Jie could tell that, aside from Abomination, the others seemed more interested in making an appearance than a real fight. "That's right. And you know the guy, Green Goblin." Deadpool threw in a bonus answer, saving Li Jie the trouble of asking his next question. "Jack, don't bother asking where Green Goblin is, cause honestly, we have no idea. That guy's slipperier than an eel." Sabretooth added, "What are you wasting words for?" Abomination growled impatiently. Deadpool shot him a look. "What's the rush? If you ask me, we should hit the Chinese place for a good meal first, then get down to business." "Li, you've got quite the imagination, planning to kill me, but still expecting me to cook for you?" Li Jie couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. He simply pulled all 5 of them into the mirror dimension. Since all of this was the Green Goblin's doing, Li Jie decided to deal with the group in front of him first, and then take care of the Green Goblin himself. "Where's this place?" Sandman and Electro were the first to be dragged into the mirror dimension, and it was clear they were tense. "Don't worry about that, just fight," Abomination shouted, swinging his fist as he charged. Dozens of tentacles suddenly sprouted from Li Jie's back as he activated a skill he hadn't used in ages: poisonous vines. Abomination's punch was stopped by a shield formed from the poisonous vines, and in an instant, the vines split apart and wrapped tightly around his arms and legs. At the same time, other poisonous vines lashed out at Deadpool, Sabretooth, Electro, and Sandman. Deadpool put his knack for staying out of trouble to the ultimate test. He didn't even move, standing there as the poisonous vines pierced his head, chest, and both legs. I'm dead, Deadpool muttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, before his eyes rolled back and he slumped over. Sabretooth, on the other hand, put up a fierce fight, his claws striking at the vines, sending sparks and the sound of metal clashing through the air. But faced with the relentless assault, he soon found himself scrambling to escape. Electro tried to fight back by unleashing powerful currents, hoping to fend off the poisonous vines. But he quickly ran into a major problem. To put it simply, Electro was like a walking supercharged battery. He could absorb and unleash electrical energy from his surroundings. Yet if that battery ran dry, he was nothing but dead weight. That was exactly the predicament Electro found himself in now. First of all, the electricity he released couldn't hurt Li Jie at all. Secondly, in the mirror dimension, he could only output electricity, but couldn't absorb it from anywhere else. In this awkward situation, Electro's energy reserves were soon depleted. His nearly transparent form grew solid, returning him to human shape. Struck by the poisonous vines and overcome by their toxins, Electro collapsed to the ground. As for Sandman, the poisonous vines' attacks were nearly useless against him. As long as Sandman kept his sandy form, the vines could pierce right through without causing any real harm. So, Li Jie switched tactics and used Storm's power, conjuring a rainstorm inside the mirror dimension. Rain was Sandman's nemesis. Drenched by the downpour, Sandman quickly lost cohesion, collapsing to the ground as nothing more than a heap of wet sand and mud. In truth, Li Jie had another simple way to deal with Sandman: fire. If he burned Sandman with fire, turning him into glass, that would finish him off for good. But Li Jie held back. He didn't kill Sandman outright. He just made sure the man couldn't move. The saber-toothed tiger, too, lay poisoned on the ground, felled by the toxic vines. Now, only Abomination was still struggling. His tough, unyielding skin made him impervious to the poison vine's assault. With brute strength, he simply tore the vines apart. Li Jie withdrew the toxic vines, deciding it was time to attack Abomination with pure physical force. With a single punch, the towering Abomination was sent flying backward by Li Jie. What followed was a one-sided pummeling. Li Jie's blows rained down, leaving Abomination with no choice but to take the hits passively. I give up, I surrender. In the end, Abomination had to throw his hands up in defeat. There was nothing he could do. He simply wasn't a match, not by any stretch. Li Jie took a severed length of poison vine and stuffed it into Abomination's mouth, letting it grow inside him, intertwining with several of his organs. In this way, even though Abomination possessed formidable regeneration and immunity to toxins, the constant effect of the poison vine would still have a significant impact on him. Inside the Chinese restaurant in the mirror dimension, Abomination, Deadpool, Sandman, Sabretooth, and Electro sat in a row like a bunch of children caught misbehaving, while Li Jie sat at the dining table, addressing them sternly. Do you know why I haven't killed any of you? The five of them nodded at first, then shook their heads, uncertain. You want us to go after Green Goblin, right? Deadpool raised his hand, chiming in. Smart cookie. Green Goblin was now hiding like a rat, refusing to come out. Even with the help of the underworld, Li Jie had trouble tracking him down. Thinking back, Green Goblin had started laying out his plans the moment Harry Osborn left. With Harry gone, there was nothing left to restrain Green Goblin. Since Green Goblin could use Abomination and the others against him, Li Jie figured he might as well turn the tables and use them against Green Goblin. But we took Green Goblin's money, and now you want us to go after him. Isn't that a little unethical? Deadpool frowned, surprisingly worried about his professional reputation. Li Jie rolled his eyes and said, Wade, if you want to talk ethics, then shouldn't I put you on my restaurant's blacklist for attacking me? Deadpool raised an eyebrow and immediately spat on the floor. A villain like Green Goblin deserves to be taken down by anyone. Jack, don't worry, I'll handle him for you. Also, can you give me a VIP card? At least give me a discount when I come to eat in the future. Jack, after all, Li Jie had had enough of Deadpool's rambling and promptly tossed him out of the mirror dimension. How about the rest of you? Any questions? Sabretooth, chewing on a cigar, spoke up. No problem here. I'll help you with this one, free of charge. However, as for Deadpool's question about the VIP card, I think you can leave now, too. With a casual flick, Li Jie tossed Sabretooth out. The remaining three shook their heads, indicating that they had no further issues. They really had no choice but to comply. All three had been poisoned by the toxic vines. If they wanted the antidote, they had to agree to cooperate. Otherwise, they'd end up locked in a shield prison. As Li Jie stepped out from the mirror dimension, he found Dr. Strange sitting upright in the Chinese restaurant, his expression solemn. "Stephen, did we win?" Li Jie asked with a gentle smile. Stephen nodded in reply. The invading Chitauri have been almost completely wiped out. The few that remain have surrendered and will soon be sent to SHELD's prison. Honestly, we owe you a great deal of thanks for this. If you hadn't successfully closed the portal and stopped the Chitauri army from flooding into Earth, who knows what the outcome would have been. Li Jie shook his head and let out a sigh. "Stephen, let's not bring this up again in the future. To be honest, it's a pity. I actually lost the Darkhold while closing the rift. The Darkhold is incredibly powerful, and it can corrupt the mind. You must find a way to recover it as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it might bring." Dr. Strange's lips twitched. "Jack, are you sure the Darkhold vanished with the rift? You didn't just hide it somewhere, did you? What are you implying? Are you suggesting I missed something back there? Do you seriously think I stole the Darkhold? Do you have any proof? That's just disheartening. I guess this is what I get for trying to do good. Stephen, if you still suspect the Darkhold is here, go ahead and search me." Li Jie put on a show of indignation, spreading his arms wide as if inviting Dr. Strange to frisk him. Dr. Strange. It was precisely because Dr. Strange had witnessed what happened that he suspected Li Jie had hidden the Darkhold. But when it came to hard evidence, he really had none to offer. Seeing that Li Jie was upset, Dr. Strange could only apologize awkwardly. Finally, Dr. Strange's face grew serious once more. "Jack, the evil contained in the Darkhold is beyond what either of us can imagine. If you ever find the Darkhold, promise me you'll never open it or read what's inside. Otherwise, you'll end up just like Baron Mordo and Caecilius, consumed by darkness." Li Jie muttered inwardly. "You make it sound as if handing the Darkhold over to you would make everything safe. If that were true, then how did the Dark Strange ever come to be? Stephen, don't worry. If I get any information about the Darkhold, I'll let you know right away. I promise I won't get involved in this matter again. By the way, how's Baron Mordo doing?" Li Jie changed the subject. "I'll keep him detained at Camartage for the time being," Dr. Strange replied. "Why not just kill him?" Li Jie asked, puzzled. He hadn't eaten stinky tofu in ages, and now that he'd mastered the skill, there was no way he'd let the opportunity go to waste. With the system providing all the ingredients, it didn't take much effort. Soon a batch of stinky tofu was ready. 2 pieces per serving, $50. Compared to the osmanthus cake, which came at the same price for just 1 piece, this was quite a bargain. "What's this?" Dr. Strange frowned and pinched his nose as soon as he saw the stinky tofu on the plate, looking like he wanted to make a run for it. 1 piece of tofu lay flat on the plate, the other leaning gently atop it, with a few drops of jet black sauce on the side. The presentation was almost like an ink wash painting. The appearance was artistic, but the smell, that was something else. Li Jie leaned in and took a deep breath. Now that's authentic. He was clearly savoring the moment. Dr. Strange's frown deepened as he asked, puzzled. "Jack, is there something wrong with your sense of taste? This smell, it honestly reminds me of a public restroom." Li Jie picked up a piece with his fork and held it out to Dr. Strange. "Stephen, this is a new dish here at the Chinese restaurant. It's called stinky. No, let's call it exquisite fragrant tofu. There's only 1 serving today. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Dr. Strange quickly stood up and backed away, shaking his head emphatically. "Jack, I'm afraid I'm not lucky enough to appreciate it. You go ahead. Really not going to try?" Again, Dr. Strange shook his head. "Suit yourself." Li Jie popped the whole piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. A single bite gave a delightful crunch, and a unique aroma filled his mouth. It was pure bliss. This was the true meaning of smells foul, taste divine. After tasting this stinky tofu, every other dish seemed to pale in comparison. It was simply too overpowering, stealing the show from everything else. Dr. Strange watched Li Jie revel in the flavor and began to seriously doubt his sense of taste. No, perhaps it was something even more serious. "Jack, as a top surgeon, I strongly advise you to get a full checkup at the hospital," Dr. Strange said after a moment's thought. "Stephen, are you saying I'm crazy? There's this amazing food right in front of you, and you won't even try it. I really don't know which of us is the crazy one." Li Jie rolled his eyes. "This is the last piece. If you don't eat it now, it'll be gone. Jack, I just remembered something I need to do. If you hear anything about the Darkhold, let me know immediately." With those words, Dr. Strange turned and leapt into the portal. Honestly, some people just don't know how to enjoy life. Jack shook his head with a sigh and stuffed the other piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. He had barely swallowed the last mouthful when Black Widow pushed open the door and walked in. Jack, I just wanted to... Did you forget to close the bathroom door? Halfway through her thanks, Natasha suddenly frowned and glanced toward the restroom. Natasha, is something the matter? Jack couldn't be bothered to explain that the smell was from the stinky tofu. With a sway of her hips, Black Widow walked right up to Jack, wrapped her arms around his neck, and sat herself down on his lap. What? Can't I come see you if there's nothing urgent? Before he could answer, she leaned in and kissed him passionately. And then, Jack was left speechless. All this trouble over eating just 2 pieces of stinky tofu? Was that really necessary? Natasha, let's head upstairs. Jack scooped Black Widow into his arms, planning to brush his teeth and settle things quickly. Jack, I just remembered that Director Nick has a mission for me. I'll come see you in a couple of days. With that, Black Widow turned and dashed off. Jack was left sitting there, all for a bite of good food, and now not even a date to show for it. Wasn't the price a bit too steep? After brushing his teeth twice upstairs, Jack grabbed a pack of gum from the shop and headed to the bar to try his luck. The city had just survived a great battle, and people, feeling as though they'd been given a second chance at life, had all come out to celebrate. Tonight, people were especially open, even wild, you could say. As long as you weren't particularly unattractive, there was no way you'd strike out. Yet, Jack discovered a problem. With his looks, women would approach him on their own, but every time things reached a kiss, they'd instantly pull away and make a hasty exit. Damn it, does the deliciousness of stinky tofu really linger that long? I've brushed my teeth twice already. Determined to improve his luck, Jack resolved to give up stinky tofu. But when he woke up the next morning, his mind was filled with the unforgettable flavor that still seemed to linger in his mouth. Almost against his own will, Jack ended up making himself another serving of stinky tofu. Just then, Peter Parker walked in with breakfast, immediately pinching his nose. Boss, what's that smell? Did someone attack our Chinese restaurant? Jack shot him a look. Peter, don't say I'm not sharing. I was waiting for you. This is our restaurant's latest specialty, aromatic tofu, a delicacy reserved for the truly brave. Come on, have a bite. Peter Parker frowned. His spider-enhanced senses instantly told him that the smell was coming from the stinky tofu. Boss, is this stuff actually edible? Peter, are you questioning my cooking skills? Don't forget, I'm the owner of a Chinese restaurant. You can say I'm not much of a fighter, but you absolutely cannot doubt my cooking. Come on, have a bite. Peter Parker stepped back. Boss, do I have to eat it? Honestly, I brought my own breakfast. It's more than enough for me. Peter, you're Spider-Man, and you're telling me you're afraid of a piece of tofu? Or are you admitting you're a coward? Li Jie teased him. I'm not afraid to eat it. It's just that MMM. Before Peter could finish, Li Jie teleported right in front of him and stuffed a piece of stinky tofu straight into Peter's mouth. Damn it, why does sharing good food with you have to be such a hassle? Li Jie strolled back and popped another piece of stinky tofu into his mouth, savoring it. Boss, this flavor, it's incredible. No wonder they call it miraculous fragrant tofu. It's just too delicious. Boss, is there any more? Give me another serving, I'll pay for it. Peter Parker rushed over, unable to hide his excitement. Peter, you actually dared to question my cooking just now. As punishment, I'm not selling you any, even if you pay. Li Jie shot him a glare. Boss, come on, don't be like that. I admit I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Peter switched to pleading mode. Get lost. A grown man acting like that? Are you trying to gross me out? Li Jie gave Peter a swift kick, sending him flying out the door. If it were a beautiful woman, maybe Li Jie would have given in, but you, Spider-Man, what do you take me for, Deadpool? Remembering that Peter had a staff meal coming, Li Jie went inside and whipped up another serving of stinky tofu, claiming Peter's meal for himself instead. Poor Peter was left with only the hot dog he brought, and, thinking quickly, he smeared some of the stinky tofu garnish from the plate on his hot dog. Meanwhile, Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, had already picked up the unique aroma of the stinky tofu with his heightened senses. He knew it only smelled pungent, but tasted amazing. Hey, Foggy, where should we go for lunch? Daredevil pushed open his friend Foggy's office door and asked. Foggy, who had been in the middle of biting into a slice of pizza, paused in surprise. Matt, we just started work, and you're already thinking about lunch? A slight grin played at the corner of Daredevil's mouth. Last night was a total disaster. The fact that we're still alive is a miracle. Don't you think we should go out and celebrate? He paused briefly, not giving Foggy a chance to answer before continuing. I've decided I'm having lunch at the Chinese restaurant. What about you? Just thinking about the food at the Chinese restaurant, Foggy suddenly found his pizza had lost all appeal. Matt, you're right. We should definitely celebrate. Foggy quickly checked his credit card, and after making sure there was still money left, he exclaimed excitedly, Let's do Chinese food for lunch. Awesome, I'll go get in line. Without another word, Daredevil turned and headed off. Foggy glanced at his watch. Matt, it's only 9 in the morning. Isn't it a bit early to be lining up already? The early bird gets the worm. If we're late, there won't be any food left, Daredevil replied with a grin. Foggy hesitated for a moment, then grabbed his jacket and called out, "Wait for me." Moments later, the two of them walked into the Chinese restaurant, one after the other, still clutching their files. Matt, Foggy, the restaurant isn't open yet, Peter Parker reminded them. Daredevil simply sat down, flashing a smile that could melt hearts. Peter, I know the restaurant hasn't opened yet. As your friendly neighborhood neighbors, you don't mind if we sit here for a while, do you? And as a thank you, Foggy will buy you both a coffee. That's right, I'll get coffee right away. Foggy dashed out and soon returned with 2 cups of coffee. Since Li Jie made no move to kick them out, Peter Parker simply let the two of them work there, enjoying the coffee they brought. Still, he couldn't help but crave the delicious smell of stinky tofu. What should he do? Foggy, does it look like they've added something new to the menu on the wall? Daredevil nudged. Foggy, who was sitting with his back to the menu, replied, No way, there are only 4 dishes. Oh my god, there's a 5th. Peter, when did you start offering new dishes? How come you didn't tell us? Peter Parker shrugged. Sorry, I just found out myself. Foggy turned to Daredevil and called out, Matt, you guessed right. The restaurant's got a brand new dish today. It's called Fragrant Delicacy, $50 a serving. And there's a note, food for the brave. If it's for the brave, then I have to give it a try, Daredevil said, a smile playing on his lips. Foggy playfully flexed his arms, showing off muscles no one could see. This new dish is practically made for me. Peter, when you open, bring us 2 sets of the 5-piece special. They paid in advance and reminded him to bring out the stinky tofu first. They couldn't wait to try the latest dish. Soon, 2 servings of stinky tofu were placed on the table. Peter Parker licked his lips, practically drooling. Oh Lord, what is that smell? Peter, did someone drop this tofu in the toilet? Foggy cried, covering his nose and mouth. Foggy, this is food for the brave. If you don't want it, just leave it there, Peter Parker said, standing off to the side without touching it. Thinking that if Foggy and Daredevil didn't want to eat it, he wouldn't mind finishing off whatever the guests left behind. All right, I admit I'm not exactly brave. Can you just take it away from me? Foggy shook his head and said, We paid for it, so let's not waste it. I'll eat it. Daredevil acted fast, dumping Foggy's stinky tofu onto his own plate. Peter Parker, why am I even standing here? Matt, can't you smell that? Are you sure you want to eat it? Foggy frowned as he spoke. Daredevil smiled and replied, I think I must have caught a cold. I can't smell a thing. With that, he speared a piece of stinky tofu and popped it into his mouth, muttering to himself, just as I thought. Smells awful. Tastes amazing. A true delicacy. Matt, did you actually eat it? Foggy stared in disbelief. Was there really someone who could stomach food that smelled this foul? Is there a problem? Daredevil replied, putting another piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. Well, I guess that means there's none left for me. Seeing Daredevil eat 2 pieces in a row, Peter Parker could only sigh and walk away. No problem. As long as you like it. Foggy shook his head, got up, and moved to sit at another table, putting as much distance between himself and Daredevil as possible. Peter, bring my food over here when you get a chance. Daredevil basked in quiet satisfaction, enjoying the stinky tofu all by himself. Just as he took his 3rd bite, Iron Man, Tony, dropped in from above, accompanied by Pepper Potts. The moment they pushed open the Chinese restaurant's door, Pepper immediately covered her nose and exclaimed, What's that smell? Tony Stark's brow furrowed as he called out, Peter, you're slacking off more and more. Why haven't you cleaned up the restaurant? Peter Parker protested, looking wronged. Mr. Stark, I haven't been slacking off. That's the smell of the restaurant's new dish. It's a delicacy for the brave. Do you want to try some? A delicacy for the brave? Tony Stark frowned, and once he confirmed the smell was coming from Daredevil's plate, he muttered, So, it really is a new dish here? It kind of smells like canned herring. No man wants to admit to cowardice in front of the woman he loves. After putting on his best foodie act, Tony Stark cleared his throat and said, Peter, bring me a serving of the brave man's. The fragrant tofu. I need to see if it tastes as good as canned herring. Pepper scrunched up her nose, eyeing Daredevil's plate. Tony, are you seriously going to eat that weird stuff? Of course. I am, after all, the bravest Iron Man in the world. Though Tony Stark secretly loathed the smell, he still insisted on playing the hero in front of Pepper. All right, aside from that weird tofu, I'll have a 4 treasures platter, Pepper said, clearly resigned. Tony's stubborn insistence on eating stinky tofu meant that Pepper had no choice but to endure the pungent odor as well. Just then, as if on cue, Thor strode into the Chinese restaurant early in the morning. Like everyone else, he immediately pinched his nose. Don't look at me. I swear I've cleaned the restaurant top to bottom. Peter Parker protested at once. Acting the 3rd wheel, Thor squeezed himself in at Tony and Pepper's table. Pinching his nose, his eyes fixed on the plate of stinky tofu that had just been served to Tony. He frowned and said, "Tony, are you sure you want to eat that? I swear, I've traveled to countless planets and sampled all sorts of bizarre foods, but I've never come across anything quite like this. Trust me, don't do it. You might not survive." Thor, first of all, this is not just that. This is the legendary fragrant tofu. Second, it's a dish for the brave. Only true warriors like myself are worthy of savoring it. He paused for effect, then pointed to Daredevil and said, "If eating fragrant tofu was deadly, that guy would have been long gone." Thor glanced over at Daredevil, then looked back at Pepper. Clearing his throat, he said, "Tony, man to man, I totally get where you're coming from, but I still feel I should warn you." "Thor, shut up." Tony barked, clearly annoyed. He jabbed a piece of stinky tofu with his fork and waved it under Thor's nose. "Want to try some?" Thor recoiled instantly, leaning back in his chair. "No thanks. I'll leave it to you. And for the record, just because I'm not eating that doesn't mean I'm not a warrior. I'm the bravest Asgardian there is." "Oh, really? A brave man who doesn't even dare to try fragrant tofu." Tony shot back playfully, then, as if facing an ordeal, brought the stinky tofu to his mouth. For a moment, his face twisted as if he were suffering. "Tony, you don't need to eat a piece of tofu to prove your courage. To me, you're already the bravest man in the world." Pepper tried to dissuade him. "I know," Tony replied, but he stuffed the whole piece into his mouth anyway, barely daring to chew. But as the unique flavor of the stinky tofu transformed into something delicious in his mouth, Tony's expression suddenly lit up. "Tony, are you all right?" Pepper asked nervously. Thor, meanwhile, blurted out, "Tony, if you can't handle it, just spit it out." Tony Stark slammed his fists on the table, chewing the stinky tofu in his mouth with gusto as he shouted excitedly, "This is amazing! Pepper, trust me, this is honestly the best thing I've ever tasted. It's even better than golden fried rice because it's just so unique. Pepper, come on, give it a try. I promise you won't be disappointed." Tony Stark was clearly smitten with Pepper. After discovering how delicious the stinky tofu was, he didn't keep it all to himself. Instead, he offered the last piece on the plate to her. But Pepper instinctively leaned away, frowning as she said, "Tony, you're not joking with me, are you? Is this really, really edible?" "Pepper, even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Jack. Tell me, has Jack ever made a dish that let you down?" Tony Stark was practically ready to raise his hand and swear an oath. Pepper glanced over at the kitchen, then shut her eyes and took a bite of the stinky tofu, just a piece about the size of a fingernail. She had fully prepared herself for a prank from Tony, or even a trip to the emergency room, until she realized the stinky tofu was, in fact, absolutely delicious. Her eyes flew open as she snatched the fork from Tony's hand, eagerly bringing another piece of tofu to her mouth. Chewing with delight, she covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "It's so good, really, this is amazing. Tony, thank you for letting me taste something so wonderful. Pepper, you should be thanking Jack, not me. And, for the record, you're the bravest woman I've ever met." Tony confessed affectionately. Meanwhile, Thor, who had been sitting nearby watching the show, was left speechless. It wasn't until Pepper asked for a second helping that he furrowed his brow and moved to another table. After a moment's hesitation, Thor called Peter Parker over and whispered, "Peter, after I finish my meal, can you help me pack up some of that fragrant tofu to go?" "Thor, you're not planning to sneak off somewhere private to try it, are you?" Peter Parker saw right through Thor's plan. Thor might claim to be the bravest man in Asgard, but when faced with a small piece of stinky tofu, he balked. Mostly, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to enjoy it and might embarrass himself by spitting it out in front of Tony Stark, only to be ruthlessly mocked. "Peter, don't overthink it. Just do as I ask. And don't hand it to me right away. Actually, forget it. Just pack up everything I ordered, that way no one will notice." Thinking it over, Thor decided to have all his food packed up so he could enjoy it in private, away from prying eyes. Originally sitting quietly to the side, enjoying his meal, Foggy suddenly grew restless. He slipped back over to Daredevil, eyed the now empty plate, and asked in a hushed voice, "Matt, is the legendary stinky tofu really that delicious?" Daredevil shook his head calmly and replied, "Foggy, I've already told you, I have a cold. I can't taste a thing." Foggy picked up the plate, which had clearly been licked clean, and looked at it suspiciously. "If you can't taste anything, then why did you lick the plate spotless?" "I just didn't want to waste any food, that's all," Daredevil answered, unruffled. Foggy let out a skeptical snort and decided to play hardball. "Matt, if you're telling the truth, then swear it. If you've lied to your best friend Foggy, may you never get a date again." Daredevil fell silent. "Foggy, it's just a plate of tofu. Don't you think this is a bit much?" "No way. Swear it, or we're not friends anymore." Foggy doubled down, certain now that he'd been tricked. Daredevil heaved a helpless sigh. All right, Foggy, I admit it. Elite. I don't have a cold, and my taste buds are working just fine. The legendary stinky tofu is really incredible. How can I put it? For me, it's even better than the other 4 signature dishes in the restaurant. I knew it. Matt, you really are a jerk. Remember, you owe me for this. Tomorrow you're buying me a serving of that legendary stinky tofu, got it? Whatever you say. Daredevil agreed. That's not enough. You're paying for today's meal, too. Send me the money later. Consider it punishment for lying to your friend. Foggy declared, pressing his advantage. Just then, the second order of stinky tofu that Tony Stark and Pepper had requested arrived at the table. The two shared a knowing look, then, in perfect sync, whipped out their phones and started snapping pictures of the stinky tofu, posting them straight to social media. New dish at the Chinese restaurant. Food for the brave. Only true daredevils deserve a taste of this delicacy. Comments began pouring in instantly. Captain America. What? The Chinese restaurant has a new dish? And it's food for the brave? There's no way I'm missing out. Wait for me. I'm heading over now. Black Widow. That stuff just looks like tofu. Is it really that tasty? Dr. Banner. I'm on my way to the restaurant now. Tony. Are you sure eating this won't make me Hulk out? Doctor Strange. It is indeed a new dish at the restaurant. Jack treated me to it last night. You really do need a bit of courage to eat it. Dr. Pym. Banner. Save 2 seats for me and dine. We're heading over right now. As soon as Tony Stark and Pepper posted about the dish on social media, it was as if the whole world had erupted. Superheroes from all corners started flocking to the Chinese restaurant, each anxious about missing out on the chance to try the new dish on its very first day. Thor, the god of thunder, managed to slip away before anyone else arrived. He soared to a secluded spot with the power of Mjolnir, opened up the takeout box, and summoned all the courage Asgard had ever granted him to take a hearty bite of the stinky tofu. Damn, this is delicious. After blurting out an unfiltered compliment, Thor immediately whipped out his phone and snapped pictures of the stinky tofu from every possible angle, then uploaded them to social media. Brand new delicacy from the Chinese restaurant. Food for the brave. As a seasoned gourmet with experience across the 9 realms, I can vouch for this. It's hands down the most unique and delicious food you'll find anywhere. Comments started pouring in below his post. Thor, you already got your hands on the new dish. Wait a minute. Thor, you don't seem to be at the restaurant. Thor, come clean. Why aren't you eating it there? Could it be that you were afraid? Faced with the barrage of comments, Thor quickly replied, I'm the bravest in all of Asgard. Why would I be afraid of a piece of tofu? I just had to rush Loki back to Asgard, that's all. Otherwise, I'd be sitting right there in the restaurant, savoring every bite. A flood of responses followed right after. Thor, didn't you take Loki back to Asgard right after the big battle yesterday? Thor, do you dare swear on the honor of Asgard that you're not lying? Thor, it's okay to be scared. There's no shame in that. But lying, now that's truly embarrassing. Seeing all the comments, Thor was so irritated he nearly crushed his phone right then and there. After a moment's thought, he simply deleted his post. Out of sight, out of mind. Bunch of idiots. Don't they know when to keep quiet? Some friends they are, Thor muttered darkly, biting fiercely into the stinky tofu. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange, having seen Tony Stark's post, immediately used a portal to arrive at the Chinese restaurant. Wong came along with him. Instead of entering directly, the two of them hid across the street, quietly observing the scene. Master, Captain America just went in. Master, that's Dr. Banner going in now. Master, Black Widow's inside. Master, Ant-Man and Wasp just entered. Master, Wong, enough. I'm not blind. I can see for myself, Strange snapped, unable to hold back his irritation. Wong hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, when are we going in? What I mean is, the dishes at the Chinese restaurant are served in limited quantities every day. If we don't go in soon, we might miss out on the food for the brave. Wong, I know. Let's wait a bit longer. Doctor Strange was torn inside. Last night, when Li Jie invited him to try stinky tofu, he managed to escape. Although Tony Stark and the others who had already gone and assured him that stinky tofu was absolutely delicious, Doctor Strange still couldn't get past its unique smell. His heart was filled with resistance. Wong, why don't you go in first? I'll wait a little longer, Doctor Strange suggested after a moment, planning to let Wong test the waters. Wong was tempted to ask what Doctor Strange was waiting for, but when he realized he could go in ahead, he didn't ask any more questions. He jogged straight into the Chinese restaurant. Peter, let me have a portion of the brave hearts. Wait, what's that smell? Wong was from the Dragon Kingdom, but he'd been sent to Kamar Taj to study magic from a young age and had never tasted stinky tofu. The moment he entered the restaurant, he was nearly driven away by the pungent aroma that filled the air. At that moment, the Chinese restaurant was bustling with activity. Aside from the superheroes, There were even a few criminals inside. The Chinese restaurant was the only place where heroes and villains could coexist in peace, simply because everyone was here for the food. Almost everyone recoiled at the distinctive smell of stinky tofu when they first walked in, but it was the promise of a brave person's delicacy that finally tempted them to try it. But once people tasted the stinky tofu, they couldn't help but fall for its unique flavor. "Wong, sorry about this. Just find yourself a seat, and I'll come over as soon as I can," Peter called out, his hands full as he rushed around. The place was packed with diners at this hour, and the restaurant's only server was almost overwhelmed by the crowd. Wong nodded, still hesitating. Should he find a seat or just turn around and leave? Just then, the restaurant's doorbell chimed, and Madame Gao stepped inside. Unlike everyone else who instinctively pinched their noses, Madame Gao took a deep, satisfying breath and declared with delight, "That's it. This is the aroma I've been longing for. Oh my, the last time I had stinky." Before Madame Gao could finish, Li Jie's voice suddenly echoed her mind. "Madame Gao, please look at the menu first." She glanced at the menu, immediately catching Li Jie's meaning. Without missing a beat, she continued, "This uniquely fragrant tofu is a delicacy you'll only find in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be fooled by the smell. Once you taste it, its flavor will defeat all other foods. I tried this decades ago, back when I was still in the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought I'd get to enjoy such authentic stinky tofu right here in Hell's Kitchen?" She paused slightly, then called out to Peter Parker as he passed by, "Give me the 5-piece combo." "Madame Gao, please find yourself a seat," Peter replied. After Peter Parker collected the payment, he casually asked, "Wong, why aren't you sitting down?" I'm still thinking about it." Wong forced a chuckle, then turned to Mrs. Gao and asked, "Excuse me, is stinky tofu really a delicacy from the Dragon Kingdom?" Mrs. Gao shot him a sideways glance. "Of course it is. This is a Chinese restaurant. What did you expect? You look like you're from the Dragon Kingdom yourself. Don't tell me you've never tried stinky tofu before." Wong shook his head. "Kid, then you're in luck today. Don't miss this chance." With that, Mrs. Gao beamed and found herself an empty seat. Wong clenched his fists and also sat down at a table. "Don't you like it, kid?" Sitting across from Wong, Mrs. Gao savored her plate of stinky tofu, clearly relishing every bite as if it were a rare treat. Wong, on the other hand, eyed his own plate with grim determination, having already used magic to block his sense of smell. Although he couldn't smell anything for now, the pungent aroma of stinky tofu was already etched in his memory, making it almost impossible for him to take a bite. "If you really don't like it, you can give it to me. I'll pay you 10 times what you spent." Wong pulled the plate of stinky tofu closer and guarded it with one hand, replying, "No, I'm just reluctant to part with it, that's all." Mrs. Gao let out a peal of mocking laughter, having seen right through Wong. "Kid, even in the Dragon Kingdom, not everyone gets to enjoy this delicacy. If you don't like it, there's no shame in that. I think you should." Wong was stubborn and never one to admit defeat. Mrs. Gao's words only spurred him on. Besides, stinky tofu in this restaurant was already known as a dish for the brave. If Wong backed down now, it would be as good as admitting he was a coward. Before Mrs. Gao could finish her sentence, Wong stabbed a piece of stinky tofu with his fork and popped it into his mouth, wearing the grim expression of someone headed to the gallows. But almost immediately, his face changed, from fear and resistance to pure enjoyment. This is truly delicious. No, not even the Palace of the Gods could offer something like this." Mrs. Gao could only shrug in resignation. "Well, I take back what I said earlier." Dr. Strange had been quietly observing Wong this whole time. When he saw Wong not only eat the stinky tofu, but actually enjoy it, he quickly reached out with magic to speak to Wong's mind. "So Wong, how is it? Is that tofu really as legendary as they say?" Wong, finishing the last piece, replied as he chewed, "Master, I can vouch for it with my honor. Stinky tofu is hands down the best dish in this entire restaurant. Of course, not everyone can appreciate this kind of delicacy. If you don't want to eat it, could you do me a favor? Come in and help me pack a portion to take away." "Wong, are you implying that I'm a coward?" "I already told you. I just have something to take care of. I'll go in now." Dr. Strange let out a dismissive snort and strode toward the Chinese restaurant. The more bravely he acted on the outside, the more he felt like he was marching to his doom inside. The moment he pushed open the restaurant door, Dr. Strange started to regret his decision. Why was he making things difficult for himself? "Doctor, Wong's over there. Just go to him yourself. But as usual, you'll have to pay first. Tell me what you want, and I'll bring it over in a bit." Peter Parker spotted Dr. Strange and immediately came up to greet him. "I'll have a serving of the legendary stinky tofu, please." Dr. Strange pulled out $50 and handed it over, secretly worried that a piece of fermented tofu might just be the end of him. Is it really that delicious? As he noticed everyone's glowing praise for the dish, Dr. Strange couldn't help but wonder if it was all just hype. Hey, Steven. Hey, Steve. Hey, Steven. Hey, Banner. Dr. Strange was quite popular. The moment he entered, different superheroes greeted him from around the room. Madame Gao, who had been sitting at a table with Wong, stood up and gave her seat to Dr. Strange as he approached. Though Madame Gao had lived for centuries, her power was no match for Strange's. To Dr. Strange, she was little more than a small-time gangster from Hell's Kitchen, hardly worth his notice. Soon enough, his order of stinky tofu arrived at the table. Finally, my absolute favorite dish from this place, stinky tofu. Oh, heavens, my mouth is already watering. Dr. Strange tried to sound relaxed as he spoke, and, just like Wong, had already cast a spell to block out his sense of smell. Even so, he hesitated with the fork in his hand, unable to bring himself to take the first bite. Sorcerer Supreme, everyone's watching you. Wong reminded him discreetly through a magical connection. It's not that I don't want to eat. It's just that I can hardly bear to disturb such perfection. Dr. Strange gave himself a reason, then smiled at the others and said, This tofu is so exquisite. I almost can't bear to ruin it by eating it. Sorcerer Supreme, you'd better start eating, or your act will be up. Wong subtly urged him on. I'm not acting. I really can't bear to eat it. Dr. Strange insisted stubbornly. Then, catching the eyes of those watching him, let out a smile. Only then did he spear a piece of stinky tofu with his fork, bring it to his lips, close his eyes, and take a bite. The moment the stinky tofu touched Dr. Strange's tongue, every prejudice he'd ever held against this dish vanished completely. This is absolutely delicious. Now, Dr. Strange was truly savoring the unique flavor of stinky tofu. The stinky tofu from the Chinese restaurant swept across the city like a tornado. Once again, a long line formed at the entrance, with everyone eager to sample this delicacy. There was no helping it. Li Jie had to resort to his usual solution, reservations. Only those who had made a reservation could enjoy stinky tofu at lunchtime. Of course, as always, Li Jie set aside 10 meal sets each day to be sold in the evening. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The craze for stinky tofu showed no sign of dying down. In fact, it had only grown more intense. Every guest who visited the restaurant now ordered stinky tofu first. That evening, just as the restaurant was opening for business, a figure clad in power armor and riding a hoverboard came hurtling toward the entrance. Peter Parker was quick on the uptake. He shot a web to pull the door shut, narrowly preventing a collision. Mr. Norman, Peter Parker exclaimed in surprise. Watching the Green Goblin stride into the restaurant, Peter glanced back over his shoulder, puzzled. What's going on? Is someone chasing you? Peter, I heard the restaurant has a new dish. I'll have an order, please. And of course, bring me one of each of the other specialties too. That's $400, right? Here's an extra 100 as your tip. You've earned it. Removing his helmet and feigning nonchalance, the Green Goblin pulled out $500 and pressed it into Peter Parker's hand. Certainly, Mr. Norman. Please have a seat, and I'll get you a glass of water, Peter replied, but his eyes flickered back toward the door. His spider sense was tingling, warning him of danger, and it felt very familiar. The Green Goblin paid him no further mind, striding straight over to Li Jie. Jack, I think we need to talk. I know I've offended you in the past out of ignorance, but I believe there are always other ways to resolve things. Li Jie had known, even before the Green Goblin entered the restaurant, that he was here to beg for mercy. And the fact that he'd chosen to come while Peter Parker was present made it clear he was hoping for Spider-Man's help in pleading his case. Mr. Norman, there's an old saying from my homeland, if others don't trouble me, I won't trouble them. But if they do, I will return the favor. Do you understand what that means? The Green Goblin nodded. I understand. I swear to you, from now on I will never be your enemy again. Just name your terms. What will it take for you to let me off the hook? The restaurant's doorbell chimed twice in quick succession as Deadpool and Sabretooth burst in one after the other. Seeing the Green Goblin in conversation with Li Jie, the two decided not to pursue him any further. Damn, I knew that guy would run to the Chinese restaurant. Sabretooth muttered a cold curse under his breath. Deadpool rolled his eyes. If you knew in advance, why didn't you just wait outside the Chinese restaurant? Sabretooth snorted and replied, If I'd been standing guard outside the restaurant, that guy never would have shown up. And if he slipped away, how would I ever get rid of him? Sabretooth, if it hadn't been for you yesterday, the Green Goblin would already be dead by my blade. Deadpool complained. Sabretooth shot back immediately. Deadpool, cut the crap. Let me ask you, who took a hit for the Green Goblin the night before last? If you hadn't been trying to steal my credit, the Green Goblin would have been dead by my hands already. Peter Parker could tell. The Green Goblin was panicking because he was being hunted by Deadpool and Sabretooth. And, clearly, their pursuit had something to do with Li Jie. Hey, what are you two doing here at the restaurant? If you came just to argue, Please take it outside. Deadpool instantly switched gears, throwing Spider-Man a flirtatious wink and saying, Peter, you're really letting your buddy down here. The restaurant has all these new dishes, and you didn't even give me a ring to come try them? If I hadn't seen it on social media, I wouldn't have known there was such delicious food here. Sabretooth chimed in grumbling. Damn it, if it weren't for that guy, I would have come to try that legendary tofu ages ago. Peter Parker replied coldly, It's $50 for the special tofu. If you want a serving, pay up first. And of course, if you want anything else, you'll need to pay up front as well. Deadpool flashed a fawning grin. Come on, man. You're my best friend. Couldn't you just... But Peter knew Deadpool too well. He could see he was about to get scammed again. He immediately put on a stern face and said, If you got the cash, you can eat. If you don't, there's the door. I wasn't finished. How do you know I don't have money? Deadpool rolled his eyes. Peter, here's my money, Sabretooth said, pulling out cash and handing it over, along with a $50 tip. Sabretooth, let me ask you something. I rushed out and forgot my wallet. So could you maybe... Before Deadpool could finish, Sabretooth cut him off. Then, whistling smugly, Sabretooth strutted over to the seat closest to the door, settling in with a satisfied air. He knew there'd be no fighting allowed in the restaurant, so he'd just wait by the door for the Green Goblin to leave. Then he could give chase. TCH, big deal. Deadpool grumbled, clearly annoyed. He patted himself down, searching every pocket, and finally managed to fish out $20 from inside his shoe, barely scraping together $50 in total. It's not like I'm broke or anything. Peter, give me one order of the special tofu. Peter Parker frowned, looking at Deadpool with obvious disgust. You actually hide your money in your shoes? Doesn't the smell bother you? A flash of blue light appeared, and in the next moment, it gathered and took shape at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. Peter Parker let out a startled cry, ready to spring into action, but suddenly remembered where he was. If Electro was only here for a meal, he really had no reason to interfere. Electro had just reached out to push open the restaurant door when a pile of sand spilled onto the ground behind him and quickly formed into a human shape. Gritting his teeth, Peter muttered under his breath and shot a glance at Deadpool. Deadpool just shrugged and said, You guessed it. A while back, Green Goblin hired the lot of us to assassinate Jack, but we botched the job. Jack let us go on the condition that we find Green Goblin and take him out. So these past few days, we've been hunting him down. Peter nearly burst out laughing. In his mind, he thought Norman Osborn really brought this on himself. Sabretooth, Deadpool, Electro, Sandman. Green Goblin would be lucky to handle even one of them, let alone all four. With everyone after him, he didn't stand a chance. It was hard to imagine what Green Goblin had been through these past days. The fact that he was still breathing was nothing short of a miracle. No wonder he'd come running to the Chinese restaurant, desperate to beg Jack for mercy. I'll have an order of the aromatic tofu, and one of each of the other 4 specialties as well. Electro walked in, placed his order, and paid right away. I'll have the same, Sandman chimed in, paying as well. Deadpool, so I'm the only broke one? Please wait a moment. Even though Peter Parker and Electro, Sandman were sworn enemies, he set aside his differences for now and kept playing the role of restaurant waiter. Sandman and Electro didn't say much either. They picked their seats, one on each side of the room. Green Goblin could instantly feel 4 pairs of eyes locked onto him, each radiating lethal intent. Jack, as long as you can resolve the grudge between us, I'll do anything you ask. Green Goblin pleaded anxiously, hoping for Jack's forgiveness. He knew that if he set foot outside the restaurant without it, he might not survive. Peter Parker called out, but didn't say anything more. Jack, however, understood what Peter meant. Peter might just be a waiter here, but to Jack, he was already like a brother. He could turn down anyone else's request, but Peter's, never. If I told you to abandon your evil ways and become a good man from now on, would you do it? Yes, I promise. Green Goblin answered instantly. But Jack only scoffed himself. This guy hadn't even stopped to think. He didn't need superhuman senses to tell Green Goblin was lying. In that case, as soon as you finish your meal, turn yourself into S.H.I.E.L.D. If I ever hear you've escaped from their prison, no amount of pleading will save you. Green Goblin's brow furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded and replied, All right, I promise you. With that, he turned and walked over to Peter Parker, forcing a smile onto his face. Peter, thank you. From now on, I'll have to trouble you to look after Harry for me. Mr. Osborn, if Harry knew you'd turned over a new leaf, he'd be absolutely thrilled. Peter Parker answered with a bright smile, his innocent heart convinced that the Green Goblin was truly ready to change for good. The only reason Green Goblin agreed to Li Jie's terms was because he had no choice. Of course, Li Jie didn't believe the Green Goblin either. It was merely a gesture, giving Spider-Man some face. From now on, there would be no more holding back. On the surface, Green Goblin truly looked repentant. Before dinner, He even called S.H.I.E.L.D., told them his location, and expressed his intention to turn himself in. He even removed his Green Goblin gear in front of everyone, sitting down to enjoy what would be his last meal as a free man, just like any ordinary person. SHLD's team, led by Coulson, arrived soon after. At Peter Parker's request, Coulson agreed to wait until Norman Osborn finished his meal before taking him away. And even then, they didn't put him in handcuffs. It was clear they were giving the Green Goblin as much dignity as possible. Boss, if Harry finds out his father has truly changed, he'll be so happy. After watching Norman Osborn being taken away, Peter Parker's thoughts returned to his friend. Peter, you're still too young. Lee Jia shook his head with a wry smile. People like the Green Goblin simply don't change, though Harry Osborn might still have a chance. The Green Goblin turning himself in should have been a good thing, yet Peter Parker found his spirits strangely low. Peter scooped a generous portion of golden fried rice and placed it before Deadpool, who had already licked his plate spotless. Peter, I'm out of cash. Deadpool admitted, hesitating. I know, this one's on me. And there's soup, jajang noodles, and osmanthus cake coming up soon. Peter replied. Deadpool froze for a moment, then suddenly covered his face and started to sob. Peter, I knew it. You do still love me. Peter, tell me, how can I ever repay your kindness? If you want my butt, I'll give it to you right now. Wade, if you keep acting, I'll take the food back. Peter reached for the plate, but Deadpool snatched it away in a flash. Just kidding, just kidding. Deadpool hurriedly shoveled 2 spoonfuls of golden fried rice into his mouth, savoring each bite. As he ate, he glanced over at Electro and Sandman, who were eating quietly in the corner. Peter, what's the plan? If you need backup, I'll help you deal with those two and get them shipped off to jail. But let's get one thing straight from the start. We split the reward money 50-50. Wade, do you really think I'm doing all this for the money? Peter Parker shot him a look, but deep down, he was still grateful that Deadpool was willing to lend a hand. After all, it would be tough to take on both Sandman and Electro alone. With these two finally showing themselves right in front of him, it would be a real shame not to catch them now. Peter, I know you're not in for the cash, but you have to understand something, money matters. A lot. Especially for a superhero. Look at those guys, living it up every day while I can barely scrape together enough for a couple blocks of tofu. Peter, you get what I'm saying, right? Deadpool launched into his lecture mode, hoping Peter Parker wouldn't be so dismissive about money. Peter Parker frowned. Even if Deadpool hadn't brought it up, Peter knew all too well how important money was. If it weren't for the generous tips he got at the Chinese restaurant, he probably couldn't even make rent each month. The staff meals at the restaurant also saved him a huge chunk of his living expenses. What kind of superhero struggles to pay rent and put food on the table? Who would believe that? And now, Peter had decided he was going to get married. Renting was fine for now, but he still had to scrape together enough for the wedding, didn't he? But Peter Parker caught criminals because of Uncle Ben's words. With great power comes great responsibility. If he started chasing crooks just for the reward, Spider-Man would feel like he'd lost sight of why he started in the first place. In that sense, Spider-Man could never see things the way his friend Deadpool did. Deadpool didn't care what people thought of him. He'd always been a mercenary, and becoming a superhero was just another way to make a living. If he had money, Deadpool never bothered saving it. He spent it right away to enjoy life. That was why Deadpool always seemed to live a little more freely than Spider-Man. I get it. Count me in. I'll help you guys toss those 2 jerks in jail. Sabretooth suddenly chimed in, moving closer. Peter Parker tensed up at his words. Deadpool and Sabretooth were both mercenaries, and Deadpool wouldn't care in the slightest that Sabretooth was a notorious supervillain. If it served his interests, Deadpool wouldn't hesitate to team up with Sabretooth. But Spider-Man was different. If he cooperated with Sabretooth, he'd feel like he was turning into one of the bad guys himself. Of course, it wasn't that Spider-Man never worked with villains, but unless there was absolutely no other choice, he never agreed to something like that. The pickup bell suddenly rang. Wait, forget about teaming up. I think I can handle this on my own. With that, Peter Parker turned and dashed off. Wait, who does that kid think he is? He's just a restaurant waiter, yet he wants to keep the whole reward for himself. Sabretooth snorted with disdain. Wade, if he doesn't want in, then forget it. How about you and I team up and split the reward 50-50? Deadpool chimed in. 70-30? Are you out of your mind? Without me, are you sure you can handle those 2 villains by yourself? Sabretooth burst out angrily. But Deadpool just smiled and said, at least I can guarantee they won't kill me. You can't say the same. That's why it's 70-30. You're crazy. Go play by yourself. Sabretooth cursed and turned back to his seat. Deadpool called out loudly, 60-40, that's my final offer. Sabretooth was done playing. Electro and Sandman exchanged a glance. These two are so blatant. Do they really think we're nobodies? Still, as long as we're in the Chinese restaurant, it's safe. No one interferes, and everyone just enjoys their food. Sir, is there anything else I can do for you? Sandman finished his meal first and respectfully approached Li Jie. Our business is settled. You may go, Li Jie instructed him. Thank you, sir. Sandman even bowed to Li Jie before turning and leaving the restaurant. Electro was the next to approach Li Jie, saying something similar. After Li Jie gave his consent, he left as well. Deadpool and Sabretooth were far less formal. Almost as if they were afraid Sandman and Electro would get away, they just gave a quick nod and hurried after them. Boss, Peter Parker had just started to speak when Li Jie cut him off. I understand. You should go too. Thank you, boss. Peter Parker said gratefully, changed into his other clothes, and went after Sandman and Electro. Li Jie thought there would be no more customers tonight, but to his surprise, not long after Peter Parker left, the door to the restaurant swung open again. In walked a man wearing a trench coat, fedora, mask, and sunglasses. He paused at the entrance, looked around, and muttered, "Why is it so quiet in here?" After a brief pause, his gaze landed on Li Jie, and he asked, "Is there any food left?" "Yes, the menu's on the wall. Take a look and see what you'd like. Also, the rules here: you pay first, and whatever grudges you have, you leave them outside. No fighting in my restaurant." "That's a good rule," the man replied, pulling a wallet from his pocket. His hands were gloved in leather. He was covered from head to toe, perfectly disguised. He pulled out $500 and placed it on the table before speaking. "I've heard that every dish at this Chinese restaurant is delicious, so just bring me one of everything, please. The rest is your tip." Peter Parker missed out on a $100 tip. "Please have a seat. Your meal will be ready shortly." After accepting the money, Li Jie turned and walked into the kitchen. The man was disguised from head to toe, clearly not wanting anyone to recognize him. Yet once he'd paid, he removed the gloves from his hands, revealing fingers as bony and skeletal as death itself. Then he took off his hat, mask, and sunglasses, exposing a crimson skull for a head. This striking appearance was unmistakable. He was none other than Captain America's arch-nemesis, the Red Skull. Years ago, Red Skull had been unexpectedly transported away during his battle with Captain America over the Cosmic Cube. No one knew how he managed to return to Earth after so many decades. Still, he'd already paid, and Li Jie saw no reason to turn him away simply because he was the Red Skull. Red Skull shrugged off his trench coat, straightened his appearance using the reflection in the window, and then sat down with remarkable poise. Supervillains showing up at the Chinese restaurant had become an everyday occurrence. People passing by the restaurant in Hell's Kitchen were hardly surprised anymore. Even when terrifying supervillains brawled outside, most folks didn't bat an eye. But if someone dared to stroll the streets of Hell's Kitchen late at night and happened to spot the Red Skull through the restaurant window, their legs would turn to jelly, and they'd sprint away in fright. Was this some demon crawling out of the underworld? Red Skull's appearance truly could terrify almost anyone, but he'd long grown accustomed to the fear he inspired and paid it no mind. A few minutes later, Li Jie carried out every dish and placed them before the Red Skull. Red Skull offered a polite word of thanks, then looked up at Li Jie with a puzzled expression. "You don't seem the least bit afraid of how I look. You're just a customer at the restaurant. Why should I be afraid? Is my appearance really not enough to scare him?" Red Skull wondered to himself, then broke into a smile. He paused for a moment, then continued. "I've heard that many superheroes are regulars here, including Captain America. And from what I gather, you and Captain America are friends." Li Jie lit a cigarette and replied, "Sounds like you're very well informed." Red Skull grinned. "It's been a long time since I've had an earthly cigarette. Could I trouble you for one?" Li Jie handed one over. Red Skull took a deep drag, savoring it. "Marvelous." Then he turned to Li Jie and said, "Could you do me a favor? Call Steven and tell him that his old friend Johann Schmidt is back, and that he's dining right now at the Chinese restaurant. If he's not too busy, I'd like to meet with him." Li Jie dialed Captain America's number and relayed Red Skull's message. "Jack, are you sure that guy's name is Johann Schmidt?" A red skull-faced man who looks like he's come straight from a masquerade. The moment Captain America heard that Red Skull had appeared, his voice shot up several notches. Li Jie exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "Jack, listen, that guy's extremely dangerous. I don't know how he managed to return after all these decades, or what powers he might possess now. But one thing is certain, you're in real danger at this very moment. I'm coming right away. Whatever you do, don't provoke it before I get there." Captain America spoke with urgency. After agreeing, Li Jie hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Red Skull showed no aversion to the stinky tofu. He even cut it into small pieces and mixed it thoroughly into the golden fried rice. Scooping up a mouthful of this stinky tofu-infused fried rice, Red Skull indulged in it with utter delight. "This is absolutely marvelous. I suddenly realized that the past decades of my life were all for nothing. Who knew there could be food this delicious in the world? Congratulations, host." You have gained Red Skull's approval and successfully unlocked 10% of Red Skull's skills. Unlocking Red Skull's skills gave Li Jie a much deeper understanding of him. First, Red Skull possesses a truly formidable power, immortality of consciousness, and the ability to transfer it. Simply put, Red Skull can let his soul possess different bodies, turning them into his puppets. When a possessed puppet dies, Red Skull's spirit can leap to another host. He can even possess robots. Secondly, Red Skull's physical abilities are on par with Captain America's. Beyond that, he is a strategic genius. And finally, Red Skull wields a deadly weapon, Dust of Death. Once Dust of Death touches a person, their facial skin rapidly dissolves and withers, turning red, all hair falls off, and ultimately, their head transforms into a crimson skull. Death follows swiftly. Red Skull's way of eating was certainly unique. He started by mixing the stinky tofu and golden fried rice, then sampled the soup, jajang noodles, and osmanthus cake separately. In the end, he actually piled all the dishes onto a single plate and stirred them together. Li Jie frowned at the sight. What is this pig-style eating? It seemed that decades of wandering among the stars had changed quite a few of Red Skull's habits. As Red Skull took the last bite of his meal, Captain America pushed open the door and entered the Chinese restaurant. The moment he saw Red Skull, Captain America froze in his tracks. Steven. Red Skull took the initiative to greet Captain America, his face twisted into a mocking grin, as he added, I heard the rules here say no fighting in a restaurant. Are you planning to break that rule? It was only then that Captain America realized he had unconsciously raised his shield to his chest, ready for battle. Johann Schmidt, is it really you? Who else? Did you think I was just an impersonator? Red Skull even stood up and spun once in front of Captain America, making a show of himself. Decades of waiting had worn Captain America's patience thin. He pointed toward the door and shouted, Red Skull, if you're still a man, come outside and face me in a duel. How do you know I'm not a man if you never tried? Red Skull burst out laughing, then pulled a small vial from his pocket. I have a gift for you. Death Dust. Captain America cried out in alarm, instinctively stepping back and raising his shield in defense. Steven, after all these years, I never thought you'd still fear Death Dust. Red Skull sneered, running his hand over his bald head. You're the reason I ended up like this, so... Jack, Death Dust can turn people into skeletons like him. Don't let it touch you. Captain America shouted to Li Jie. Red Skull slipped the vial back into his pocket with a chuckle. No need to get so worked up. I have no intention of breaking the restaurant's rules. The gift I mentioned is right behind you. Captain America turned his head. Outside the door stood a long-haired man in a skin-tight battle suit and a mask. The man had a mechanical left arm, a dagger gripped in a reverse hold in his right hand, and a shield slung across his back just like Captain America's, making him look like a knockoff imitator. Red Skull pointed toward the man outside and said, Steven, only if you defeat him will you be worthy to challenge me. Captain America knew Red Skull would never send a mere nobody against him. He became especially cautious. After a brief hesitation, Captain America strode silently out of the restaurant. The long-haired man across from him raised his dagger, ready for combat. Captain America didn't want to waste time. He resolved to end this quickly. With a practiced motion, he hurled his shield forward. Forged from adamantium alloy, the shield was Captain America's most trusted weapon. Not only a defense, but also a deadly instrument. An ordinary person struck by the flying shield would be cut cleanly in half. The long-haired man extended his metallic left arm and caught the oncoming Captain America's shield with ease. This sight left Captain America stunned. There weren't many people who could intercept his attack, reaffirming that this man was no ordinary opponent. Without lingering, the man spun in place and hurled the shield back with an even greater force. Captain America dared not catch it head-on. He leaned backward and kicked the underside of the shield, altering its trajectory and dissipating some of its force. But before he could get back on his feet, the long-haired man had already leapt into the air, dagger in hand, aiming straight for Captain America's throat. From the outset, Captain America found himself at a distinct disadvantage, constantly forced onto the defensive by his relentless adversary. At first, Red Skull watched the fight with great interest, but as time dragged on, he grew bored. Meanwhile, shield reinforcements had arrived, sealing off the entire area. Jack, thank you very much for your hospitality. The food at your Chinese restaurant was delightful. I'll be sure to return. Red Skull rose, bowed to Li Jie with impeccable manners, then donned his trench coat, hat, mask, and glasses. As Red Skull stepped out of the restaurant, the tension outside reached its peak. SHIELD agents immediately trained their weapons on him. At the same time, Captain America began to rally, countering the long-haired man's attacks and steadily gaining the upper hand. Red Skull, entirely unfazed by the situation, casually slipped his hand into his pocket. Suddenly, a series of explosions rumbled overhead, and moments later, red, dust-like particles began to rain from the sky. Death dust? Take cover now. Captain America shouted in alarm. In that split second of distraction, the long-haired man tackled him to the ground. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, panicked by the mention of death dust, scattered in all directions. Red Skull, his laughter echoing, climbed into an off-road vehicle, barreled through the chaos, and smashed his way out of SLD's encirclement. Damn it, you bastard! Captain America cursed, in frustration. One hand gripped the man's wrist, stopping the dagger's descent, while the other landed a solid punch to his opponent's jaw. The blow knocked the man's mask clean off, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Captain America froze in shock at the sight of it. Taking advantage of Captain America's hesitation, the long-haired man drove the dagger forcefully into his chest. Captain America cried out in pain. Bucky, full name Bucky Barnes, was Captain America's childhood friend, a companion who'd grown up alongside him and fought by his side as a brother-in-arms. The bond between Captain America and Bucky Barnes ran even deeper than his romance with Peggy Carter. Bucky Barnes heard Captain America call his name, but he showed no reaction. At that moment, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air. It was Hawkeye, arriving just in time to provide backup. Bucky Barnes caught the incoming arrow with his mechanical left hand. Swiftly, Hawkeye loosed 3 more arrows in quick succession, but Bucky Barnes dodged each one with agile movements. With Hawkeye's support tipping the balance, Bucky Barnes was at a clear disadvantage. Realizing this, he stopped trying to fight and turned to flee. Cap, are you alright? Hawkeye came over and helped Captain America to his feet. I'm Phoenix. Captain America only then noticed the red powder dusted on Hawkeye's clothes. Alarmed, he shouted, "It's death dust. Hawkeye, get out of here now." Death dust. Hawkeye muttered, pinching a bit of the powder between his fingers, rubbing it, then bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Cap, this just seems like ordinary chalk dust. Captain America was left speechless. His preconceived notions had led him to mistake harmless chalk dust for the deadly death dust, resulting in a rather embarrassing mix-up. Cap, did you know that guy just now? We'll talk about it back at base. Captain America shook his head. The appearance of both Red Skull and Bucky Barnes one after the other had left him in a complicated mood. After a brief exchange with Li Jia, Captain America and Hawkeye departed together, leaving a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind to clean up outside the Chinese restaurant. The sudden emergence of both Red Skull and Bucky made Li Jia think of a looming disaster soon to befall S.H.I.E.L.D. All things considered, he decided it would be best to give a warning. Li Jia called Black Widow and asked her to come to the restaurant. Jack, I'm already running around like crazy. Couldn't you just say what you need over the phone? By the time Black Widow arrived at the restaurant, it was well past midnight. But when she saw the dinner and wine Li Jia had prepared for her, she let go of her previous complaints. Skipping all unnecessary talk, she pulled Li Jia straight upstairs. After a passionate night, Black Widow traced lazy circles on Li Jia's chest with her finger. Jack, I'm sorry. I've just been so busy lately. Especially tonight. Red Skull's appearance has put S.H.I.E.L.D. on high alert. Captain America is not doing well either, so I have to handle everything myself. Natalia, I asked you here tonight because of Red Skull and Hydra. Li Jia said, "Oh, you have some information?" Black Widow misunderstood, thinking Li Jia knew Red Skull's whereabouts. Li Jia replied, "Natasha, the real crisis isn't Red Skull. The real danger lies within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself." Jack, I don't quite follow. Can you be a bit more specific? Black Widow asked, her face full of vigilance. Li Jia continued, "I can't tell you the details, nor would I be able to explain it clearly. All I can say is that Hydra has been hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years, and they're about to do something that could topple the entire organization." Black Widow stood up abruptly, her expression solemn. Jack, is this information reliable? Natasha, you're the one who will have to verify its reliability. But if this turns out to be true, people like me and Captain America will be in grave danger. I'm telling you this so you can be prepared in advance. Understand? Jack, thank you for telling me. Black Widow leaned down, kissed Li Jia on the forehead, and then began getting dressed. It looks like I'll have to leave now. I'll come back once things settle down. After Black Widow left, Li Jia dozed off again until he was woken by noises from downstairs. Catching the sounds, he used his super senses to check and saw a girl with a backpack sneaking in through the back door of the Chinese restaurant. She probably thought the place was doing good business and wanted to steal something valuable before dawn. While the girl was rummaging around, Li Jia suddenly appeared behind her. "If you're looking for money, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. There's nothing here but food ingredients." Startled, the girl whipped around in panic, pulling out a fruit knife and holding it defensively in front of her. "Don't come any closer, or I won't be polite." Li Jia frowned. Not because she'd broken in and was threatening him with a knife, but because of the strong smell of sweat coming from her. "You haven't had a bath in at least a week, have you?" Stunned by his words, the girl blushed with embarrassment and snapped. "What's it to you?" She waved the fruit knife again, raising her voice. "Back up now." At that moment, her stomach growled loudly, a clear sign she hadn't eaten in a long while. Her face turned even redder, overwhelmed by shame. "If you're willing to sit down, I can make you something to eat. Or, I can call the police and have you arrested." "The choice is yours," Li Jie offered. The girl hesitated, then asked, "You'd really give me something to eat?" "Of course. All you have to do is wait a moment," Li Jie replied, tying an apron around his waist and heading into the kitchen. After a brief internal struggle, the girl decided to sit down. In less than 2 minutes, a plate of golden fried rice and a bowl of soup appeared in front of her. The girl first expressed her gratitude, then picked up her spoon and began to eat. Although she wanted to show her ladylike side, hunger and delicious food quickly made her surrender. "This is so good, it's really amazing." She kept repeating this phrase, shoveling spoonfuls of rice in her mouth. Meanwhile, feedback appeared on Li Jie's panel. "Congratulations, host. You have gained Quake's recognition and successfully unlocked 10% of Quake's abilities." Li Jie was a little surprised. Perhaps it was because she hadn't bathed for over a week and the grime covering her made her look no different from a homeless person, or maybe it was the huge contrast with how she looked on TV, but he hadn't recognized her at first glance. Compared to the television version of Quake, Daisy Johnson before him looked much younger, like a college freshman, with a much better figure as well. Among all the superheroes, Quake wasn't particularly eye-catching, but in reality, her powers were just as extraordinary. She could make objects vibrate, creating effects similar to earthquakes. She had the ability to easily alter the Earth's crust or a mountain range, and if she unleashed her full strength, she could even destroy an entire planet. After finishing a serving of golden fried rice and a complimentary soup, Quake looked noticeably healthier. But for someone who was truly hungry, this small amount of food was nowhere near enough. Drinking the last drop of soup, Quake licked her lips and a bit embarrassed asked, "Could I have a little more?" If you let a starving person eat as much as they wanted, it could genuinely be dangerous. That was why Li Jie hadn't given Quake a 5-course meal right from the start. "Of course, but I think you should take a shower first," Li Jie reminded her. Before Quake could answer, Li Jie stood up and headed for the second floor. "If you're worried I might try something, the front door is right over there. Otherwise, come on up." Quake pulled at her clothes and sniffed them, her brows knitting together. With nowhere else to go and the promise of good food, Quake didn't hesitate long before following Li Jie upstairs. Li Jie prepared a new set of toiletries for her, and even brought out a change of clothes that Black Widow had left behind as a spare. When Quake emerged from the bathroom in fresh clothes, Li Jie's eyes lit up. Because she was of mixed heritage, Quake possessed the beauty of both East and West. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Thank you," Quake said shyly. "Come on, I'll make you something else to eat downstairs," Li Jie said, leading her back down to the first floor. He made her a bowl of noodles with fried bean sauce and a plate of osmanthus cake. Stinky tofu was definitely out of the question. It was probably too much for a girl to handle on her first try. After finishing a bowl of jajang noodles and a serving of osmanthus cake, Daisy finally felt truly full. "Thank you, sir," she said once more, her voice brimming with gratitude. Li Jie lit a cigarette and replied, "You've already thanked me more than enough. If you want to leave, you're free to go at any time. But if you'd like someone to talk to, I think I'd make a pretty good listener." Daisy bit her lip, looking conflicted and unsure. "Of course, you don't have to say anything at all," Li Jie added gently. "My name is Daisy Johnson. I'm a hacker." Daisy suddenly mustered her courage and declared. By revealing her status as an elite hacker, Daisy took the first step toward opening up, perhaps a good start for honest conversation. She went on to share her story. She had fallen in love with a man, deeply, sincerely in love. But it turned out he had gotten close to her just to exploit her hacking skills. He manipulated her into infiltrating a government security system and stealing a confidential list. That list was eventually sold for a hefty sum, but also brought Daisy a world of trouble. So, to put it simply, you hacked into SHLD's security system, stole a list, and sold it to Hydra? Li Jie summarized her story in a single, clear sentence. Emotion flooding her voice, Daisy cried out, "Jack, I swear to you, I had no idea things would turn out like this at first. It was all Smith. That bastard lied to me. If not for him. Jack, I'm not trying to make excuses for my mistakes. Smith got what he deserved. Hydra silenced him for good. Now I'm stuck between Hydra, who wants me dead, and S.H.I.E.L.D., who wants me in custody." Li Jie's lips curled into a faint smile. A truly skilled liar will tell you 99% of the truth, only twisting the remaining 1%. Almost everything Daisy said was true. She really did date a no-good boyfriend. and at his urging, she hacked into SHLD's security system and managed to steal a list of agents. Even her boyfriend being killed by Hydra, and her being chased by both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., was real. But the one lie was this. Even without her boyfriend's manipulation, Daisy would have hacked into SHLD's system just the same. Perhaps she had wanted that list all along. She'd simply used her boyfriend as a convenient scapegoat. It's clear you haven't had it easy lately. So what are you planning to do next? Li Jie asked. Jack, could I stay and work for you? Daisy hesitated for a moment before speaking, then quickly added, Jack, I really have nowhere else to turn. I'm telling you all this because I hope you can help me. Peter Parker suddenly burst into the Chinese restaurant, interrupting the conversation between Li Jie and Quake. Sorry, I didn't realize you had company. Seeing Quake, Peter tried to quietly slip back out, but Li Jie called him to stay. Peter, come here, let me introduce you. This is Daisy Johnson, our new waitress at the restaurant. Daisy, this is Peter Parker, your senior. Daisy, nice to meet you. Peter, I'm glad to meet you too. Peter Parker and Daisy Johnson exchanged a quick greeting. Peter seemed distracted, as if his mind was elsewhere. Daisy Johnson, on the other hand, was genuinely happy because it meant she could stay at the restaurant. Did you think she just wandered into a random Chinese restaurant hoping to steal a bite of food? No, she came here because of the restaurant's owner, hoping to find protection under Li Jie's roof. Of course, she also brought along quite an interesting story. Peter, it's still early. Why don't you tell us what brought you running to the restaurant in such a hurry? Li Jie glanced at the clock as he spoke. Boss, I'd like to ask for some time off. Actually, I was hoping you could help me with something. Peter Parker stumbled over his words a bit. Peter, whatever it is, just say it straight. No need to beat around the bush. Peter looked extremely nervous. He took a deep breath to steady himself and said, Boss, I want to propose to Mary here at the restaurant. Li Jie was momentarily taken aback. Quake, standing by, was practically bouncing with excitement. That's wonderful. I can't believe I just started working here and already there's something so joyous happening. Peter, tell us your plan. What do you need us to do? Peter scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Honestly, I don't have a detailed plan. I was hoping to use the restaurant as the venue. And of course, I want Mary to try the food here. If she's in a good mood, maybe my chances of success will go up. Boss, don't worry. I'll pay any venue fees. And one more thing. Boss, I want to surprise Mary. Do you think you could hide the ring inside the osmanthus cake? If she finds the ring while eating, I know she'll be thrilled. Peter, that's a fantastic idea. I am genuinely touched. But I think we should go over the details carefully. Also, when you propose, who do you want to have present? Quake couldn't help herself. Her words tumbled out in a rush. Leah, it almost feels like I'm the real owner of this Chinese restaurant, doesn't it? I haven't even given my approval yet, and here you two waiters are already making decisions on my behalf. And hiding the ring inside the food. Peter, oh Peter, that's such an old trick, honestly. It's been done to death. Mary, all right, maybe Mary would like it. After all, she did fall for Spider-Man, didn't she? But are you sure Mary won't just swallow the ring in one bite? Seeing Peter Parker and Quake deep in discussion, Li Jie decided not to interrupt them. Instead, he quietly headed upstairs to catch up on some sleep. Where's the boss? Who knows how much time passed before Peter Parker suddenly noticed that Li Jie was gone. He was just here a second ago. Quake turned around, looking puzzled as she scanned the room. Oh no, do you think the boss won't let me propose in a restaurant? Peter Parker clutched his head in despair. The whole proposal had him worn out, terrified that even a tiny mistake might ruin his happiness forever. Peter, don't stress out. I'm sure Jack will agree. Wait here, I'll go check upstairs. With that, Quake offered a few comforting words and headed up to the second floor by herself, locking the door behind her. She woke Li Jie, who was lying in bed. Is it time for work already? Li Jie sat up and glanced at the clock. It wasn't even 9 yet. It's still early. Boss, Peter's really anxious. He's scared you might not let him use the restaurant. Quake explained. Oh that. Li Yumnid. Tell Peter not to worry. He just wants to propose in the restaurant, right? Whatever he needs, I'll help out. Besides, as the owner, I'll not only support his proposal wholeheartedly, I'll even throw in a big red envelope for him. That's fantastic. Boss, thank you so much on Peter's behalf. And I want to thank you, too, for taking me in. As she spoke, Quake suddenly walked over to Li Jie, gazing at him with heartfelt affection. This woman really knows how to get to someone. Honestly, who could resist such a beautiful woman looking at you like that? Besides, Li Jie never planned to resist. Turning down a gift like this, now that would be the real mistake. Quake was truly extraordinary, especially when it came to her unique brand of vibrations. She sent Li Jie straight to the stars. Meanwhile, Peter Parker waited anxiously, nerves fraying. The bell above the restaurant door jingled, announcing the arrival of Daredevil and Foggy. Peter, let's start with 2 orders of that amazing tofu, and pack up the other 4 dishes for us to go. Why are you here all alone? As Foggy spoke, he glanced around the room. Daredevil, meanwhile, rolled his eyes and thought to himself, shameless. It's this late and they're still busy. Peter Parker finally snapped out of it, only to realize that it was already noon, the Chinese restaurant's opening time. Yet, both Quake and Li Jie were still upstairs and hadn't come down. Just as Peter was at a loss for what to do, Li Jie's voice echoed in his mind. Peter, tell them. If they're willing to wait, let them wait. If not, they're free to leave. Peter replied, then turned to the guests and said, Matt, Foggy, please have a seat. I think the boss will be down any minute. No, that's all right. Peter, let's just switch everything to takeout. Could you please bring it over to the law office when it's ready? Daredevil opened his wallet as he spoke. Foggy frowned and protested. Matt, are you sure you want to head back? Stinky tofu is best straight from the wok. If you take it to go, it'll lose all that fresh flavor. After eating at the Chinese restaurant for some time, this foodie Foggy had even picked up on terms like wok hei. If you want to wait, be my guest. I've got case files to study back at the office. Daredevil said, lifting his eyelids and cursing silently. So shameless. All right then, Peter, could you please deliver all our orders? Foggy relented. It wasn't until 10:30 that Li Jie and Quake finally came downstairs. By then, a group of customers was already waiting in the restaurant. But for the sake of good food, no one dared to complain about Li Jie's tardiness. Peter, where's the ring? Li Jie held out his hand expectantly. Oh, I haven't had a chance to buy it yet. That's actually why I wanted to ask you for some time off. Peter blurted out, then anxiously added, Boss, does that mean you're letting me use the restaurant for the event? Cut the chatter, Li Jie said, pulling out his phone and transferring $100,000 to Peter. Consider this an employee benefit. Go get yourself a decent suit later. Don't embarrass the restaurant. Boss, this is way too much. Peter was stunned by the size of the transfer. If it's too much for you, you can always give it back. Li Jie replied, holding out his hand. Peter hurriedly stuffed his phone into his pocket and bowed. Thank you, boss. Don't rush off just yet, Li Jie said, dialing Tony Stark's number. Hey, Tony, what are you up to? Tony Stark answered with excitement. Jack, I've just designed a few new suits of armor. Want to come take a look? I'll pass on the armor. Li Jie had long lost interest in Iron Man's suits. They were, at best, just a backup for him now. Tony, put whatever you're doing on hold for a moment. I've got something more important for you. Jack, whatever it is, just say the word. Tony Stark spoke with a look of utter seriousness. Li Jie glanced at Peter Parker, who still seemed a bit uneasy, and began to explain. Peter is planning to propose to Mary tonight at the Chinese restaurant, but this kid hasn't even bought a ring yet. I'm putting you in charge of this. Pick out a really nice ring for him. Peter's proposing. Damn, such a big event, and the kid didn't even give me a heads up. Jack, I got it. Don't worry, just leave this to me. It'll be handled. Tony Stark was even more excited upon hearing about Peter Parker's proposal than he would be over designing a brand new suit of armor. Inside the Chinese restaurant, as the news spread, everyone began to congratulate Peter Parker. Thank you, thank you. Peter Parker bowed his head in gratitude, then complained to Li Jie. Boss, I know you mean well, but how could you let this slip? What if Mary finds out? Li Jie wasn't the least bit bothered by this. Since his employee was proposing at the restaurant, he was determined to make it grand and memorable. A proper celebration was in order. He'd already decided to invite a crowd of superheroes to give Peter Parker all the honor he deserved. And as for whether the secret might reach Mary's ears, well, that was an easy fix. With Professor X's telepathic abilities, it was a simple matter to erase or seal away part of someone's memory. Now that Li Jie had unlocked Professor X's skill, he could do the same. Such a small thing was hardly worth worrying about. Jack, is Peter at the restaurant? Hurry up and use the portal spell to send him over. I'll take him to pick out a ring. Tony Stark urged him along. Li Jie pulled Peter Parker to the back door and conjured a portal, sending him straight over. As soon as Tony Stark saw Peter Parker, he grabbed him and asked, Peter, what kind of car are you planning to use to take Mary to the restaurant? Peter replied, I was thinking we'd just call a taxi. That won't do it all. A proposal is a big deal. Every detail has to be perfect. Come on, let's go to my garage. Take your pick, whichever car you like. Just drive it and consider it my engagement present to you. Tony Stark led Peter Parker to his garage. When Peter saw the collection of limited edition luxury cars, he was nearly speechless. Tony, this is way too much. I really can't accept it. I think I'll just stick with a taxi for me and Mary. Tony Stark stroked his chin thoughtfully. Taking her in a car seems a bit underwhelming, especially for a proposal. How about this, Peter? I'll arrange a helicopter for you. And if you'd rather go with a fighter jet, that could be arranged too, though it's not quite as comfortable as a helicopter. Or what do you think of my suit? You could all put on my armor and go have some fun wherever you like. Peter Parker's mouth fell open in shock. Mr. Stark, you really don't need to do that. I could just call a cab, he stammered. He paused for a moment, worried that Tony Stark might actually send him home in a limited edition luxury car, and quickly changed the subject. Tony, let's just go buy the rings first. Tony Stark probably couldn't quite understand Peter Parker. It wasn't that Peter didn't like fancy cars. He just rented his apartment, and bringing home a car like that would mean not even having a place to park it. For ordinary families like Peter Parker's and Mary's, owning such a luxury car wasn't just about driving it. The maintenance alone would be a huge expense. What? Peter's going to propose to Mary? Peter Parker, the little spider, is getting married? Oh my God, what's gotten into Spider-Man that he's thinking about marriage? The news of Peter Parker's proposal to Mary spread quickly through the Chinese restaurant. Though Peter himself thought his Spider-Man identity was well hidden, in truth, many people, heroes and villains alike, already knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Setting aside the Spider-Man identity, the restaurant had long since become a gathering place for both superheroes and supervillains. As a waiter there, Peter Parker got along well with all of them. So when word got out that Peter planned to propose to Mary at the Chinese restaurant, it caused quite a stir. To avoid arousing Mary's suspicion, the restaurant kept up its usual appearance. After gaining some experience during the lunch shift, Quake had completely adapted to her role as a waitress. The first person to walk into the restaurant wasn't Peter or Mary, but Black Widow. Welcome to the Chinese restaurant. May I help you with anything? Quake greeted her right away, smiling warmly as she spoke. Black Widow paused for a moment when she saw Quake, then turned to Li Jie and asked, "Is she a new hire at the restaurant?" Li Jie caught a whiff of jealousy in her tone and shrugged. "Peter can't handle all the work alone. I had to bring in some help." Black Widow had worked at the restaurant before, so when she saw Quake, so young and beautiful, she knew that her role here wasn't just about waiting tables. Already slept with him? A spark of jealousy flickered in Black Widow's eyes. "Hello, I'm Natasha. You could say I'm your predecessor. I worked here as a waitress for a while, too," she said, reaching out her hand and putting on the air of a senior colleague. As one of the world's top hackers, Quake's mind worked incredibly fast. She immediately grasped the hidden meaning behind Black Widow's words and rushed to assert her own territory. "It's a pity, but right now I'm the server in this Chinese restaurant, and you're just a guest." The two women clasped hands, launching their first round of subtle probing. As a top agent, Black Widow's strength and combat skills were beyond question. With just a hint of extra force, she managed to make Quake feel a sting of pain. Quake reacted at once, unleashing her powers in retaliation. Suddenly, Black Widow let out a cry and released her grip, feeling as though her entire arm had gone numb and even her internal organs had shifted out of place. Lighting a cigarette, Li Jie spoke up. "Do you need me to remind you of the rules in the Chinese restaurant?" There was no fighting allowed in the restaurant, not even if the two women were vying for Li Jie's attention. Having gained the upper hand in the first encounter, Quake immediately put on a bright smile and said, "Ma'am, please sit over here. This is the brightest spot in the whole restaurant. I know this place better than you." Black Widow retorted with a cold snort, then walked up to Li Jie and said, "I'm here for Peter's engagement party. Besides, Doc Ock and Green Goblin also asked me to offer Peter their congratulations on their behalf." "Natasha, you really should congratulate Peter in person," Li Jie reminded her, pouring a glass of plain water for Black Widow and gesturing for her to find a seat. The moment the doorbell rang, Li Jie's brow furrowed. Every hair on his body stood on end as an unprecedented sense of danger swept over him. His spider sense blared at full volume, as if death itself had stepped into the room. Deadpool was the one who came in, though his voice arrived before he did. "Jack, is it true that Peter's proposing to Mary? How could he do this to me? What am I supposed to do if he gets married? I can't go on. I really can't go on. Jack, you'd better tell me this whole marriage thing is just a rumor, or I'll have to down a bottle of poison to calm my nerves. Hey, where's Peter anyway?" Li Jie paid no attention to Deadpool's endless chatter, instead turning his gaze to the woman who'd followed Deadpool into the restaurant. She wore a black leather jacket, her blonde hair styled in a rebellious fashion, smoky eye makeup, and nose ring. She looked every bit the delinquent girl. When she noticed Li Jie looking her way, she curled her lips into a sly smile. In that instant, the sense of looming death intensified. Clearly, this woman was far more dangerous than she appeared to be on the surface. "Wide, is this the Chinese restaurant you mentioned? Honestly, it doesn't look like much. Is the food here really as good as you say? If the food here isn't good, then you have to take me to a fancy restaurant instead." The little rebel girl clung to Deadpool's arm, laying on the charm. She looked completely harmless, almost cute, but just a bit annoying and just as chatty as Deadpool himself. "Mary, trust me, the dishes at this Chinese restaurant are the best in the entire universe. Once you take a single bite, you wouldn't trade it for a mountain of gold. Besides, are we really here for the food? No, we're here to attend Peter's engagement party. I want to witness my best buddy's shining moment in person. If that woman really agrees to marry Peter, Mary, I'm going to propose to you too. Deadpool declared this with a dramatic flourish, sounding more like a sulky kid, almost as if he was here to steal the spotlight. It was understandable, really. After all, Deadpool and Peter Parker were the true soulmates. See, Peter Parker was about to propose to Mary Jane, so Deadpool brought along a girl named Mary, too. Wade, even if you want to propose to me, I still have to think about whether I'd actually say yes. At the very least, you can't propose in a tiny, run-down restaurant like this. Mary, the little rebel, pouted and played coy again. Deadpool nodded earnestly. Mary, you're absolutely right. The food here really is the best in the universe, but the atmosphere? It's honestly terrible. Only someone as clueless as Peter would think of proposing in a Chinese restaurant. But don't worry, Mary. If I ever propose to you, I'll make sure it's at the most romantic spot on earth. Hearing this, Li Jie was already frowning, but someone else was even more displeased. Sir, if you're here to eat, then please have a seat. If not, then I'll have to ask you to leave. Whether this restaurant is good or bad, that's not for you to decide. Quake stood with her arms crossed, looking ready to throw down at any moment. Deadpool feigned shock and called out, "Oh my god, the Chinese restaurant has a new waitress, and she's actually pretty cute. Hey gorgeous, what's your name? Do you have a boyfriend? If not, maybe give me a chance. I can't guarantee much, but I can promise you I'm quite skilled." "Hey Wade, I'm still right here," Mary the little rebel called out in protest. "Sorry about that. Mary, I'm just going over to say hi to a friend." With that, Deadpool straightened his clothes and sauntered over to Black Widow. He and Black Widow, after all, once had a brief fling. Reaching her table, Deadpool leaned on the edge and struck a pose so flamboyant it was almost dazzling. "Hey Natasha, still single? Sorry, I mean, are you here alone?" The Black Widow clenched her fist as if she wanted to throw a punch, then glanced disdainfully at Mary, the little delinquent standing nearby, and let out a dismissive snort. "Wade, you really do have a thing for two-timing, but your taste is getting worse and worse. Why do I feel like she's actually pretty nice? At the very least, she's really young." Deadpool threw out his trump card. The subject of Black Widow's age had always been a sore spot. How do you know she's really as young as she looks? "Wade, be careful not to trip over the same stone twice." Black Widow countered mercilessly, even at the cost of some self-deprecation. Deadpool was caught off guard by her comeback. Back when he was with Black Widow, he had no idea Natasha was that much older than she appeared. "Natasha, if I'm wrong again this time, I'll gouge my own eyes out." Deadpool gestured dramatically in front of his eyes. "Good, I'll be watching." Black Widow replied with a taunting smile. Deadpool straightened his clothes, then turned and called out, "Jack, 2 combo platters, put on Peter's tab. We'll settle up when Peter gets here." This guy, always finding a way to stick Peter Parker with the bill. Li Jie exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Wade, you know the rules. We don't do credit in this Chinese restaurant." "Fine, then just bring us 2 desserts." Deadpool pulled out his wallet and checked inside, then patted around his pockets. He realized he didn't even have enough for 2 orders of sweet osmanthus cake. "Jack, just 1 then. I'll wait for Peter to get here." Li Jie turned and went into the kitchen, soon returning with a plate of osmanthus cake, which he placed in front of Mary, the little delinquent, with a friendly smile. "Miss, please try the restaurant's dessert, and let us know what you think." Mary responded, then picked up a spoonful, about a quarter of the osmanthus cake, and held it out to Deadpool. "Wait here, let me feed you. Darling, you're just the best," Deadpool said, shooting a glance at Black Widow on purpose, which made her so annoyed she took a long drink of plain water. Deadpool grinned smugly, took the spoon from Mary's hand, and said, "Sweetheart, let me feed you too. So, how does it taste?" It's sweet, but not cloying, absolutely delicious." "Wade, you really weren't lying to me. The food at this restaurant is amazing." Mary beamed with happiness as she spoke. Li Jie, who was just turning her head back, nearly slipped and threw out his back. It wasn't the over-the-top affection between Deadpool and Mary that startled him, but the new notification that had just popped up on his system panel. "Congratulations to the host for achieving Death's recognition. Death skill unlocked, 1%. Death, one of the 5 great creator gods." Li Jie turned to look at Mary, the little delinquent, at once realizing why he'd felt such a sense of impending doom in her presence before. No wonder, she's literally the goddess of death. Death is not called Mary. Even the image of the little delinquent girl was just another illusion she conjured. That woman actually ran off to Earth to have an affair with Deadpool. Deadpool's mouth is as foul as ever, spewing endless nonsense, and his whole body looks like a monster, ravaged by burns. He has no money, no power, no status. You really have to wonder how he manages to attract so many beautiful women. Even Death herself, one of the 5 primordial gods of creation, is utterly devoted to him. How is that fair, honestly? As Li Jie turned to look at Death, she suddenly glanced back at him as well. It was as if she sensed something strange about Li Jie, a flicker of doubt passing through her eyes. But Death only spared him a brief look before leaning in with a blissful, coquettish tone. Wait, I want you to feed me again. Of course, my dear. Here, open up. Deadpool and Death were lost in their own world of affection. At this moment, he likely hadn't realized that the rebellious girl he'd already won over was actually one of the 5 creators of the universe. The doorbell chimed, and Daredevil and Foggy entered the Chinese restaurant together, one on each side. Jack, you're really something. Peter's going to propose here, this huge event, and you didn't even tell me you're mad about it. If we hadn't heard about it from someone else, we would have missed out on this big celebration. Jack, since it's Peter's proposal, does that mean there's free food? Foggy started chattering away the moment he walked in, truly embodying the saying, ignorance is bliss. If he knew the goddess of death was sitting right there, he'd probably be scared out of his wits. Daredevil, on the other hand, entered with a serious expression. He first looked at Death, then turned his attention to Li Jie. Hey, Matt. Come, sit over here, Deadpool called out, trying to invite Daredevil to take the seat beside him. Hi, Wade, but I think we'd better not play third wheel for you, Daredevil replied, pulling Foggy over to the farthest spot from Death. Although he trusted the restaurant to keep its guests safe, he wasn't entirely sure Li Jie could handle Death if it came to that. As for Black Widow, Deadpool's antics had thoroughly annoyed her. She couldn't even be bothered to greet another one of her ex-boyfriends. Li Jie turned to Foggy and said, We only have 10 set meals left today, so I can't promise you'll get any free food. But since Peter's proposal is a happy occasion, I can offer you 2 glasses of complimentary water. Jack, you're so stingy. If I owned this restaurant, Foggy started, but Daredevil quickly cut him off. Quiet. We're here to witness Peter's proposal, not for a meal. If you're hungry, I'll take you somewhere else afterward. Matt, where's this attitude coming from? Fine, I'll keep quiet. Is that good enough? Foggy raised both hands and began to speak, completely misunderstanding Daredevil's intentions. Daredevil wanted Foggy to leave the Chinese restaurant purely out of concern for his friend's safety. At that moment, Captain America pushed open the door and walked in, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm not late, he said. After greeting everyone, Captain America made his way over to Black Widow and took a seat beside her. Next, Dr. Banner, Dr. Pym, and the Wasp entered the restaurant together. Soon after, Professor X arrived, bringing the X-Men along with him. It wasn't long before every seat in the restaurant was filled, except for the spot reserved especially for Peter Parker. Iron Man's suit landed with a heavy thud, and as Tony stepped inside and saw the crowd, he paused in surprise. Was this some kind of superhero gathering? Ladies and gentlemen, Peter and Mary are already on their way. Should be here in 5 minutes, Tony Stark called out. Everyone, just act like you're here for a regular meal. Whatever you do, don't blow your cover. Outside, a taxi slowly pulled up to the restaurant. Peter Parker, dressed in a suit for the occasion, helped Mary out of the car. Before the car door even closed, the cab driver hit the gas and sped away, eager to escape Hell's Kitchen. Mary was a lively and stunning young woman, working as both a model and an actress. When Deadpool spotted Mary through the window, he couldn't help but mutter, Whoa, how did scrawny Peter land such a gorgeous girlfriend? Everyone shot Deadpool a look of pure disdain. In terms of looks, Peter Parker was miles ahead of Deadpool. But Deadpool, completely self-absorbed, grinned and said, Hey, I know I'm good-looking, but you guys don't need to stare at me like that. With no seat left for himself, Tony Stark called out in exasperation. Wade, you better watch your mouth. Don't let anything slip. Relax. Everybody knows Wade Wilson keeps secrets better than anyone. If I don't want to talk, nobody can make me, Deadpool boasted. Immediately, the crowd answered with another round of scornful stares. Mary, practically bouncing with excitement, exclaimed, Peter, is this the famous Chinese restaurant? Peter, look, that's Captain America. And that's Iron Man. He looks amazing. Is that Dr. Banner, the Hulk? And is that Spider-Man? Wait, why does Spider-Man have 2 swords on his back? Deadpool was speechless. Peter Parker quickly explained. Oh, that's the knockoff Spider-Man. Everyone calls him Deadpool. Deadpool was left speechless again. Peter, quick, take a picture for me. If I post a selfie with all these superheroes, I'll be a social media star for sure. Mary frantically dug out her phone and shoved it into Peter Parker's hands. Peter, momentarily stunned to see so many people gathered in the restaurant, saw his girlfriend's excitement and said, Mary, I think we could go inside and take a photo with them. Go inside and take a photo? Peter, don't be silly. Those are superheroes in there. What if they turn us down? Oh, Never mind, just take a few more pictures of me right here first. Mary urged him on. Peter Parker pulled out all his skills as a professional photographer to take her photos. Peter, are we really going to eat? Standing at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant, Mary suddenly felt her heart fluttering nervously. Mary, don't worry. I've already reserved a table for us. Peter Parker gently placed his hand on Mary's shoulder. Mary took a deep breath and said, All right, it's just a meal, right? What's the big deal? If superheroes can eat here, why can't we? Can you hold me a little tighter? My legs feel a bit wobbly. Mary, I'm right here with you. There's nothing to be afraid of. With that, Peter Parker wrapped his arm around Mary and pushed open the door together. Hey, Peter. Deadpool, who had just promised himself he'd keep quiet, immediately jumped up and waved energetically. Everyone else shot him disapproving looks, cursing inwardly. There goes the center of attention again. Peter, how come you're not at work today? Is this your girlfriend? She's absolutely stunning. Hello, I'm Wade, Peter's good friend. Deadpool dashed over to Mary, introducing himself with all the enthusiasm in the world, determined to be the most noticeable person in the room. You're Peter's friend? Mary furrowed her brows, looking at Peter Parker with a puzzled expression. How come Peter had never mentioned him before? Peter Parker thought to himself, would I dare introduce you to Deadpool, the shameless one? Well, Mary, do you remember I told you I was working part-time at a restaurant? This is the place. Mr. Wade here comes in to eat a lot, so we know each other pretty well. Peter Parker came up with an excuse, all the while glaring daggers at Deadpool, silently warning him to stay away from his girlfriend. When it comes to safety, beware of fire, theft, and Deadpool. Peter, why didn't you tell me sooner that you work part-time at a Chinese restaurant? If I'd known, we could have come here to eat much earlier. Mary complained a little, and, after glancing at the menu prices on the wall, she added, At least we could come here for a meal every now and then. Peter, this must be your girlfriend Mary, right? Just like you said, she really is the most beautiful woman in the world. Boomerang Girl squeezed past Deadpool, blocking him behind her, and greeted Mary with a big smile. And you're very beautiful too. Mary, a little embarrassed by the compliment, smiled shyly. Mary, your table is over here. Let me show you the way. Boomerang Girl offered. Oh, okay. Mary, led by Quake, walked with Peter toward an empty table. Hey, Peter. Hey, Mr. Stark. Hey, Peter. Hey, Capital. Hey, Peter. Hey, Dr. Banner. Along the way, every superhero they passed greeted Peter Parker with a friendly hello. Mary, a little puzzled, lowered her voice and asked, Peter, why does it feel like you know all of them so well? Peter Parker replied, They all come here to eat pretty often. Over time, you just get to know everybody. Then, do you think you could help me get a photo with them later? Mary whispered, hopeful. Peter Parker answered, I don't see why not. But let's eat first. Once we've finished, I'll go ask them for you. Oh, okay. Mary took her seat, drawing a deep, steadying breath. If you don't need anything else, I'll start bringing out your dishes, Quake announced. Thanks, Daisy. Oh, and could you please tell the chef to serve dessert at the end? Peter Parker reminded her. Don't worry, Peter, everything's already taken care of, Quake said with a wink. Mary's thoughts had long since drifted to the superheroes nearby. She kept sneaking quick glances around the room, paying little attention to the conversation between Peter Parker and Quake. Peter Parker gently took Mary's slightly trembling hand and smiled reassuringly. Mary, I'm right here with you. Mary managed to smile. With Peter Parker by her side, her nerves eased considerably. A moment later, their golden fried rice and soup were brought to the table. Mary took just one bite, then covered her mouth, her voice choked with emotion. Peter, this is incredible. I've never tasted anything this delicious before. No wonder this Chinese restaurant is so popular. No wonder so many superheroes come here. If you like it, we can come back as often as you want, Peter Parker said. Mary shook her head emphatically. No, better not. The food is amazing, really, but it's just too expensive. Once a month is plenty. Peter Parker smiled. Mary, you don't have to worry about the money. I get a special discount here. Besides, I'll work hard to earn more. Not just for Chinese food, whatever you want, I'll do my best to make it happen. Peter, that's so sweet of you. But I think we should be careful with our spending. We should only use what we can afford, Mary replied, squeezing Peter Parker's hand in return, not wanting him to overwork himself for her sake. As long as we keep our desires in check, we'll find happiness, she thought. Mary, try the soup. Peter Parker slid the soup in front of Mary. After taking a sip, Mary beamed and said, This is delicious. Soup and golden fried rice. What a perfect combination. Peter, is this spaghetti? No, this is jjiang noodles, an authentic Chinese dish. I can promise you, once you've tried jjiang noodles, you'll never want spaghetti again, Peter Parker explained. Mary struggled a bit with the chopsticks, so Peter, attentive as ever, twirled the noodles around a fork and lifted them to her lips. After tasting it, Mary exclaimed excitedly, Peter, you're absolutely right. If I could choose jjajang noodles, I'd never go back to spaghetti. Stinky tofu was a real challenge, though. Not wanting to spoil the romantic mood of his proposal, Peter had specifically suggested that they skip the stinky tofu. Jackley himself came over, carrying a plate of osmanthus cake. With such a beautiful lady gracing my restaurant, I felt I had to serve you personally, he said. Peter Parker quickly stood up and said, Mary, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jack, the owner and head chef of the restaurant. Mary hurriedly stood as well, a bit nervous. Oh, Mr. Jack, it's truly wonderful to meet you. First, I have to say your food is absolutely delicious. And second, thank you for always looking after Peter. Mary, you're much too kind. To be honest, Peter has helped me so much. I don't know how I'd run this place without him. Now, esteemed lady, please try our restaurant's secret dessert, osmanthus cake. I think you'll love it, Jack said, setting the osmanthus cake, carefully hiding the ring inside, right in front of Mary. At that moment, every eye in the restaurant turned eagerly toward Mary. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mary whispered, Peter, why does it feel like everyone is acting strange and staring at me? Jack jumped in before Peter could answer. Mary, it must be because you're just too beautiful. Honestly, even I find myself drawn to you. If Peter hadn't met you first, I'd have fallen head over heels for you myself. Jack, you really know how to flatter a girl, Mary said, laughing bashfully. Mary, just ignore those jealous glances and focus on enjoying the food, Jack reminded her. Mary picked up her spoon and scooped up a bit of the osmanthus cake. With a flicker of spatial magic, Jack discreetly shifted the hidden ring so it landed right in the spoonful of cake. Jack, this osmanthus cake is wonderful, but what's this? Mary felt something unusual in her mouth. When she spat it out, she saw it was a diamond ring. Instantly, she was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could hardly speak. Hey, Peter, this is... Peter Parker dropped to one knee, his face radiating sincerity as he said, Mary, you guessed it right. Everything tonight was planned just for you. Mary, I love you. Will you marry me? I object. Deadpool suddenly leapt out, shouting at the top of his lungs. This guy, always desperate for attention. Object to what exactly? Before anyone else could react, Death pinned Deadpool to the ground in one swift motion. Shut your mouth. After a brief pause, she turned to Peter Parker and Mary with a smile. If I were you, beautiful, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Li Jie thought to himself. Well, it looks like the goddess of death is clearing the road for her own love life ahead of time. If Peter Parker gets married, that's one less rival for her affections. Deadpool struggled furiously but couldn't get up, and to make matters worse, it seemed his mouth had been glued shut, leaving him speechless. This left Deadpool thoroughly frustrated. Not being able to talk felt worse than just taking a bullet straight to the heart. Hey, don't hesitate. Say yes to him. Tony Stark shouted. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Everyone joined in, their voices rising together. These weren't just ordinary bystanders. Every one of them was a superhero. Mary was at first a little stunned, then realized this was the peak moment of her life. With so many superheroes as witnesses, she knew she'd remember this proposal for the rest of her days. Mary nodded lightly, agreeing to Peter Parker's proposal. Peter Parker was so thrilled he did a standing backflip right on the spot. Peter, stop standing there in a daze. Hurry up and put the ring on Mary. Li Jie reminded him. Right. Peter finally snapped out of it, took the ring from Mary, and, beaming with happiness, prepared to slide it onto her finger. Just then, the door to the Chinese restaurant swung open. Red Skull strode in, wearing a top hat, a mask, and a trench coat. He froze for a moment when he laid eyes on the room packed with superheroes. Did I come to the wrong place? He asked. Another party crasher. Not wanting anything to ruin Peter Parker's big moment, Li Jie promptly used his telekinesis to toss Red Skull out the door. Don't mind him. Carry on, he said. The others didn't give it another thought, but Captain America was already in pursuit. Peter Parker slipped the ring onto Mary's finger, completing his proposal, and the whole room erupted in cheers. What's a moment this happy without a drink? Tony Stark said, pulling out a bottle of red wine. Peter Parker instinctively replied, Mr. Tony, outside food isn't allowed in the Chinese restaurant. Li Jie spoke up with a smile. Peter, today's an exception. I have to offer my congratulations to you and Mary. Boss, you're the best. Peter Parker, overcome with excitement, gave Li Jie a big hug. Li Jie cleared his throat. Peter, if you keep this up, you'll make Mary jealous. He paused for a moment, then raised his voice. How about we all take a group photo together? Earlier, Li Jie had overheard Mary mention wanting a picture with the superheroes. Now, he could make her little wish come true. Everyone gathered together and used Tony Stark's armor to snap a grand group photo. Afterward, everyone raised their glasses to toast Peter Parker's happiness. Mary took the opportunity to get a picture with each of the superheroes as well. Captain America walked in, looking a bit dejected, and froze for a moment at the cheerful scene. Did I miss something? Cap, you're just in time. Come, take a photo with the bride-to-be and catch some of that happiness. Lee Jia ushered Captain America to Mary's side, knowing that Red Skull had managed to slip away from him once again. Peter Parker, having successfully proposed, was without a doubt the happiest person in the room that night. The next day at the Chinese restaurant, Peter Parker still wore that same joyous expression, cheerfully humming a tune as he came through the door. Just after Peter stepped inside, Tony Stark landed from the sky in his armor and then strode in through the entrance. "Oh, Mr. Tony, thank you so much for everything yesterday. Especially the ring you prepared for me. Mary absolutely loved it. But it's still a bit early for the restaurant to be open." Peter Parker reminded him that it was well before opening hours. Even the boss, Lee Jia, hadn't come down from the second floor yet. "Peter, as long as you and Mary like the ring, that's all that matters. Besides, I'm not here for food. Where's Jack?" Tony Stark stated his business with record speed. "I guess he's still in his room." Peter Parker rolled his eyes upward. Just then, Lee Jia's voice drifted down from the stairs. "Peter, don't go talking behind your boss's back. Am I really that lazy? To tell you the truth, I've been up for ages." Not only had Lee Jia been up early, he'd already finished his morning exercise with Quake. "Tony, I take it you're not here with good news." Tony Stark immediately explained. "Nick Fury was ambushed and killed on his way to work this morning. Also, both Cap and Natasha were attacked by mysterious assailants and are currently missing." Lee Jia's mind instantly raced to Hydra's sinister plan, quietly unfolding for decades in the shadows. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since been infiltrated by Hydra, becoming a sinister organization cloaked in the guise of justice. Lee Jia had previously warned Black Widow, asking her to look into the matter. Unfortunately, Hydra's infiltration was so thorough that even when Black Widow discovered the truth, she was powerless to do anything. Nick Fury's death. No, Lee Jia knew Nick Fury was still alive. He'd simply gone underground, lying low to bide his time in this game of cat and mouse with Hydra. For Nick Fury to wrest S.H.I.E.L.D. back from Hydra's grasp would be an uphill battle. "Tony, did you really come all the way here first thing in the morning just to share this news with me? Let's be honest, while Captain America and Black Widow are my friends, I'm just a small-time Chinese restaurant owner. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never let me get involved in this mess," Lee Jia reminded him. In truth, Captain America and Black Widow were more than capable of handling this situation themselves. If they couldn't, they would have already reached out for help. Since they hadn't asked for his assistance, there was no need for him to volunteer. "No, that's not the real reason I'm here. Actually, the Avengers have already started investigating, and I wanted to confirm something with you," Tony Stark said, lifting his left arm and projecting a holographic image. Lee Jia immediately recognized the man, Bucky Barnes, Captain America's old friend, now known as the Winter Soldier. Tony Stark spoke in a low, serious tone. "I found this while repairing some old surveillance footage, and he's also the one who attacked Captain America this time." "Jack, he's been to your restaurant, hasn't he?" Lee Jia answered. Strictly speaking, he only showed up outside the restaurant. He never actually came in. "Oh, and by the way, he was with Red Skull." Tony Stark recalled that Red Skull had appeared at the restaurant last night, thrown out by Lee Jia, then pursued and lost by Captain America. "Jack, so if Red Skull shows up at your place again, this guy will probably be with him?" Lee Jia shook his head and replied, "I can't promise you that." "All right, got it. By the way, have you guys had breakfast yet? What would you like?" "Breakfast is on me," Tony Stark suddenly offered. "Tony, I already bought breakfast," Peter Parker said, pointing to the hot dogs and coffee he'd brought. "Great, then let's just make do with what we have," Tony said, helping himself to a hot dog and taking a big bite without ceremony. Leaning in close to Lee Jia, Peter Parker whispered, "Boss, is it just me, or does Tony seem a bit off today?" Lee Jia shot him a look and replied, "He just ate all three of our breakfasts. What do you think?" After devouring enough breakfast for three, Tony Stark rushed to the bathroom, only to bring it all back up. He then returned, sitting expressionless by the window, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the entrance to the Chinese restaurant. Around 10 o'clock, Red Skull appeared on the street outside the restaurant, dressed in a hat, mask, and trench coat. Red Skull seemed in even higher spirits than Peter Parker after a successful proposal. He broke into a dance right there on the busy street. A car horn blared. "Hey, are you out of your damn mind?" A driver who had nearly hit Red Skull shouted furiously. Red Skull said nothing. He simply flicked his finger, and a wisp of red powder landed on the driver. Almost instantly, the driver let out a scream of agony, and in moments, his body was reduced to a crimson skeleton. Panic erupted all around. Even in Hell's Kitchen, a place where deaths from crime were a daily occurrence, the crowd recoiled in terror at this gruesome sight. Tony Stark's expression darkened as he witnessed the scene, but he remained motionless in his seat. This was highly unusual. As a superhero, Tony Stark should have intervened to stop Red Skull's crime. Jarvis, scan the area around the restaurant. See if you can locate our target. Tony gave his order quietly. His true objective was the Winter Soldier, and he didn't want to blow his cover just yet. Red Skull pushed open the restaurant door, removed his hat, mask, and glasses, and offered a gentlemanly bow. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to see everyone today. And may I say, the weather is so delightful. I can barely resist the urge to burst into song. For some reason, this scene reminded Li Jie of the Joker. After checking his watch, Red Skull smiled and continued. I believe it's just about time for the restaurant to open. Peter, would you please bring out every dish the kitchen has to offer? Honestly, ever since I tasted your food last time, nothing else compares. Everything else feels like chewing on wax. Damn that Captain America. If not for him, I'd have enjoyed this feast last night already. But it's fine. After waiting this long, I have no doubt your food will taste even better. Peter Parker turned to look at Li Jie. Peter, remember the house rules. Quake reminded him, stepping forward to take Red Skull's payment and show him to a seat. No sign of the target. Jarvis's voice sounded quietly in Tony Stark's ear. The Winter Soldier hadn't shown up with Red Skull, which left Tony both disappointed and increasingly impatient. He stood up, strode across the room, and slammed his fist down hard on Red Skull's table, projecting a hologram of the Winter Soldier as he demanded. Red Skull, tell me where this guy is. You mean the Winter Soldier? Red Skull grinned and said, I have to admit, the Winter Soldier is quite an impressive soldier. While I was away, he completed many important missions for Hydra. But, Mr. Stark, why should I answer your question? Tony Stark's arm snapped open, a gun emerging and aiming straight at Red Skull's head as he spoke. Because if you don't give me an answer, you'll die right here. Red Skull let out a string of cold, cackling laughter. Mr. Stark, do I need to remind you? This is the Chinese restaurant. No one is allowed to fight here, because it's the restaurant's duty to ensure every guest's safety. That's the only reason you're still able to stand in front of me. Tony Stark turned to look at Li Jie, grinding his teeth. Jack, I'm sorry, but I have to find that man. If it comes down to it, I'll break the restaurant's rules to do it. Li Jie said nothing in reply. Red Skull chuckled again, taunting him. Tony, it seems you really hold quite a grudge against the Winter Soldier. Tell me, what exactly did he do to you? Let me guess, did he kill your parents? Tony Stark slammed both fists down on the table, his voice cracking with anger. That's right, he killed my parents. Even if I have to tear this world apart, I'll find that bastard and deal with him myself. Quake and Peter Parker looked on in shock, both turning to Li Jie. Now, they finally understood why Tony Stark was so furious. In his place, they'd feel the same. Oh, Mr. Stark, I think I understand how you feel, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you where the Winter Soldier is. Red Skull's words dripped with mockery. Then he paused and turned to Li Jie. Jack, could you hurry up with my order? At that moment, the restaurant door swung open again. Captain America walked in, his face streaked with dirt and exhaustion. He was surprised to see Iron Man, but rushed over, grabbed Red Skull by the collar, and yanked him from his chair, shouting in anger. You damn bastard. Red Skull, tell me, what have you done to Bucky? Red Skull frowned, or he would have if he still had eyebrows. Bucky, that name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. Bucky Barnes, the little sidekick who was always hanging around you. Bucky's not my sidekick. He's my best friend. Captain America shouted. Red Skull laughed and said, Steven, you know, don't you? Rumors have been circulating for ages about you and Bucky having something going on. Now it seems the whispers were true. Red Skull, answer my question right now, or I'll twist your head off your neck myself. Captain America, usually so composed, was on the verge of losing control. Red Skull turned his head toward Li Jie. Jack, is this how you protect the guests at your Chinese restaurant? So far, Tony and Steven have only threatened you with words. They haven't actually harmed you. Well, you got a point. Red Skull shrugged, his eyes flicking between Iron Man and Captain America. Suddenly, he let out a chilling laugh. Tony, you're hunting for the Winter Soldier because he murdered your parents. Steven, you're searching for Bucky because you two are the closest of friends. Maybe you don't even realize, the Winter Soldier is Bucky Barnes, and Bucky Barnes is the Winter Soldier. Isn't that just fascinating? Tony Stark and Captain America stared at each other in utter shock, blurting out at the same time. The Winter Soldier is your best friend? Bucky killed your parents? Captain America quickly interjected. Tony, this must be some kind of misunderstanding. Bucky was friends with your parents too. He would never have done anything to hurt them. Then take a look at this. With a cold sneer, Tony Stark began to play the recovered surveillance footage showing Bucky Barnes attacking his parents. Steven, do you still want to defend your friend? Confronted with such undeniable evidence, Captain America could say nothing. Listen, I don't care if that bastard is the Winter Soldier or your friend Bucky. All I know is he murdered my parents, and I'm going to make him pay for it. With his life. Tony Stark ground out the words through clenched teeth. Tony, there has to be an explanation. I've seen Bucky a couple of times lately, and he's not himself anymore. He didn't even recognize me. I'm guessing Hydra did something to him. Captain America was still trying to explain, but Tony Stark's earpiece suddenly crackled with Jarvis's voice. Target located. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony Stark suited up and burst out of the Chinese restaurant. At that very moment, Bucky Barnes appeared atop the building across the street. Captain America called out urgently. Seeing Iron Man already locked in combat with the Winter Soldier, Captain America had no time to think. He rushed out of the restaurant after them. Desperate to stop Tony Stark from killing Bucky Barnes, Captain America hurled his shield. With a resonant clang, Iron Man was knocked aside by the shield. That blow pushed Tony Stark completely over the edge. After steadying himself in the air, Tony Stark unleashed a barrage of firepower at both Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Red Skull shook his head with a touch of regret and said, "What a marvelous show this is. If only I had a glass of red wine to go with it." He paused briefly, then urged, "Is my meal still not ready?" Seeing the chaos outside escalate into a three-way battle, Peter Parker turned to Lee Jia and asked, "Boss, are we really just going to sit this out? If Tony doesn't get a chance to vent, how else will he rid himself of that pent-up frustration? Besides, Steven has no intention of hurting Tony. And honestly, it's not so easy for Tony to land a blow on Steven either." He stopped for a moment, glancing at Red Skull, who looked utterly smug, wearing the expression of someone who had just won at life. "All right, everyone, let's get focused. The Chinese restaurant is officially open for business." Peter Parker and Quake both responded in unison. For Quake, she didn't have any particular attachment to Iron Man or Captain America, nor was she invested in the war between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a hint of delight. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was thrown into turmoil, the hunt for her would be called off as well. At least for Quake, this was certainly good news. Red Skull sat by the window, elegantly enjoying his lunch. With S.H.I.E.L.D. overthrown by Hydra and infighting erupting between Iron Man and Captain America, Red Skull was, without a doubt, the biggest winner today. One by one, other guests began to arrive at the restaurant, casting curious glances in Red Skull's direction. Some of them recognized him, but chose not to say a word. After all, this was the Chinese restaurant, a place where criminals and superheroes could coexist in peace. With Quake's help, Peter Parker was no longer as busy as he used to be. During a break, Peter Parker found Lee Jia and said, "Boss, I think someone across the street is watching us." Lee Jia looked through the window and spotted a man standing under a lamppost, his suit a bit too tight, hair disheveled, a newspaper clutched in his hand. The man pretended to read, but kept sneaking anxious glances toward the restaurant. Lee Jia quickly realized that the man's real target was Quake. Whenever Quake faced his direction, the man would hurriedly lower his head, only daring to look up again once she turned away. "Bring Daisy over," Lee Jia instructed Peter Parker. "Jack, you wanted to see me?" Quake approached, holding a tray. Lee Jia handed her a glass of water and asked, "How are you finding the work here?" Quake replied, "I used to work part-time at other restaurants, so this isn't too much for me. It's just, I'm a little worried that Peter might not like me." "Why?" Lee Jia asked in confusion. Quake patted her pocket and replied, "Because I took a lot of Peter's tips." That was indeed the case. Ever since Quake started working there, Peter Parker's tips had noticeably dwindled. People always preferred to be served by waitresses, and they tended to tip female servers more generously than their male counterparts. "Daisy, you're overthinking it. Peter isn't that petty," Lee Jia said with a smile. Then he handed his phone to Quake and continued, "Switch the camera to selfie mode and take a look at the man standing under the telephone pole across from the Chinese restaurant. You see the guy in the gray suit? Does he look familiar to you?" Quake shook her head and replied, "I've never seen him before." She paused, her expression tightening with a hint of anxiety. "He seems to be watching this place. Oh God, do you think he could be from S.H.I.E.L.D.? "No need to worry, Daisy. S.H.I.E.L.D. has their hands full these days. They won't bother with you. Don't worry, just get back to work." Lee Jia simply wanted to give Quake a heads up so she'd stay alert. At that moment, Red Skull finally finished his meal. He put his hat and mask back on, stood up, and walked out of the Chinese restaurant, heading straight for the man with the newspaper across the street. When the man saw Red Skull stop in front of him, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "You're blocking me. I'm guessing you'd like to go in and grab a bite, right?" Red Skull said, pulling a wad of cash from his pocket and handing it over. "Go ahead, order whatever you want. It's on me." The man hesitated for a moment, then took the money and asked, "So, what do you want me to do for you?" Red Skull smiled. "I've had my eye on you for a while. You're a strong man. If you're looking for work, I happen to need a new bodyguard." "Sorry, but that job isn't for me," the man replied, slipping the cash into his pocket. He turned down the job offer, but he had no intention of returning the money. Besides, I know who you are. You're the Red Skull, former leader of Hydra. For what it's worth, I really can't stand Hydra. Red Skull didn't seem offended by that. Instead, he said, Dr. Calvin, there's no need to turn me down so quickly. Someday soon, you might find you need my help. With that, Red Skull gave a small nod and walked away. Dr. Calvin wasn't surprised that Red Skull knew his name. After all, he'd had dealings with Hydra before. That was precisely why he disliked them so much. Now, with some money in his pocket, Dr. Calvin folded his newspaper, tossed it into a trash bin, and strode confidently toward the Chinese restaurant. On his way, he even spat into his palm and used it to slick back his hair, as if styling it with pomade. As soon as the doorbell chimed, Peter Parker, who happened to be right at the entrance, hurried over to greet the newcomer. Welcome, sir. Dr. Calvin stood outside, not noticing much at first, but upon stepping into the Chinese restaurant, he realized this man was actually a whole head shorter than himself. Just a moment, please. Dr. Calvin interrupted Peter Parker, his gaze shifting to Quake. A smile appeared on his face as he pointed in her direction and said, Could that lady over there serve me instead? Peter Parker paused, searching his mind, but unable to find a good reason to refuse a customer's request. Daisy, this gentleman would like you to take his order. Ever since Li Jie's reminder, Quake had been quietly keeping an eye on Dr. Calvin, though she pretended not to notice him. Now, seeing that Dr. Calvin wanted her to serve him, a wave of nervousness welled up inside her, but she managed to calm herself by remembering she was in a Chinese restaurant. Sir, please, have a seat over here. Quake led Dr. Calvin to an empty table and invited him to sit down before asking, May I take your order? Dr. Calvin was visibly a bit nervous, though the smile on his face was impossible to hide. His fingers fidgeted restlessly. Your name is Daisy, right? Yes, my name is Daisy, Quake replied. Daisy, may I call you by your first name? Dr. Calvin asked. After a brief hesitation, Quake nodded. You may. Dr. Calvin's face lit up even more, and he said excitedly, Daisy, that really is a beautiful name. Actually, Quake cut him off. I'm sorry, sir. I have other guests to attend to. If you haven't decided what you'd like to eat, you could take a moment to think it over. Just call me when you're ready. A hint of disappointment crossed Dr. Calvin's face. As Quake turned to leave, he quickly called out, Wait, Daisy. Quake stopped in her tracks. Have you decided on your order? She asked. The smile that had just faded returned to Dr. Calvin's face. Daisy, could you bring me a glass of water first? Quake gestured to the large menu on the wall and said, I'm sorry, but at our restaurant, we only serve the items listed on the menu. Dr. Calvin glanced up at the menu. Then, I'll have an order of golden fried rice to start with. As he spoke, he pulled $200 from his pocket and handed it over. One order of golden fried rice is only $100, Quake pointed out. Dr. Calvin's grin widened. I know, the rest is your tip. Although Daisy, also known as Quake, remained wary of Dr. Calvin, she couldn't refuse a tip. After all, hard work deserves reward. So, she accepted it with a smile. Please wait a moment, she said. Dr. Calvin rested his chin in his hands, never taking his eyes off Daisy. There was a smile playing on his lips. His expression might have passed for that of a man in love, but more than anything, it came across as rather creepy. Boss, do you think that guy might have a thing for Daisy? Peter Parker found a spare moment to slip over to Li Jie and gossip. Just focus on your job and stop worrying about other people's business, Li Jie replied. As soon as Daisy placed the golden fried rice in front of him, Dr. Calvin spoke up, then immediately dug in, taking a huge bite. He was truly starving. Daisy, Daisy. Mouth full, Dr. Calvin called out loudly, completely unconcerned about the stares from other customers. This scene left Daisy feeling a bit awkward. As a hacker, she hated being the center of attention like this. Is there a problem, sir? Daisy approached and asked Dr. Calvin politely. Delighted, Dr. Calvin replied. Daisy, I just wanted to tell you, this golden fried rice is absolutely delicious. I swear, even back in Asia, well, honestly, even then the fried rice wasn't as good as this. Was that it? Is there any dish in this Chinese restaurant that isn't amazing? Daisy found herself at a loss for words. Thank you for your compliment, sir. Please enjoy your meal. Just then, Li Jie's system sent him an update. Congratulations, host. You have gained the approval of Mr. Hyde and unlocked 10% of Mr. Hyde's skills. Mr. Hyde was none other than Dr. Calvin, full name Calvin Zabo. Calvin had once been a surgeon. During his time providing medical aid overseas, he met a woman named Jiaying, fell in love, and together they had a daughter. That daughter was Daisy, though she had no idea. Daisy's Quake powers were inherited from her mother, Jiaying, who was an inhuman with the gift of immortality. Years ago, a tragic incident separated Calvin from his wife and daughter. Later, Dr. Calvin developed a serum that granted him immense strength, rivaling the likes of the Hulk and Thor at his peak. From then on, he called himself Mr. Hyde. As long as he continued taking the serum, Mr. Hyde could fight tirelessly for 24 hours straight, shrug off bullets, and even survive a fall from great heights without injury. Because Mr. Hyde's abilities came from constantly taking medication, strictly speaking, he couldn't truly be considered a mutant. When he stopped taking the drugs, he would turn back into an ordinary person. Before long, a plate of golden fried rice was devoured, leaving Mr. Hyde deeply satisfied, though still quite hungry. Could you please give me a bowl of soup? You know, after a plate of fried rice like that, you just have to have some soup to wash it down. If you offer free water, then I suppose I can skip the soup. Here's the money. Once again, Mr. Hyde called Quake over, talking her ear off before finally ordering a bowl of soup, and then handed her $100 as a tip. If you didn't know Mr. Hyde was Quake's father, his every move right now would seem incredibly creepy. But once you understood their relationship, you realized that everything Mr. Hyde did was just to get his daughter's attention, to find an excuse for a few more words with her. His eyes were filled with nothing but fatherly love. This soup is absolutely delicious. Could I have another bowl, please? All right then, I'll have some jajang noodles. I'd like to order some osmanthus cake. Daisy, could I get a plate of that amazing tofu? Daisy, this tofu, it's really something special. Daisy, why is everyone only allowed one order? Mr. Hyde could always come up with a new reason to call Quake over to his table. It was clear she was starting to get annoyed by his antics, but Mr. Hyde never seemed to tire of them. What do you think you're doing? Suddenly, Quake shouted. A young punk, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, took advantage of the moment while she was serving food, slapping her on the backside and letting out a loud, shrill whistle. He didn't seem to notice who was in this Chinese restaurant. Even the supervillains here wouldn't dare pull a stunt like that. In a flash, Mr. Hyde flipped his table and charged at the guy like a raging bull, arms outstretched, ready to strangle him on the spot. But before Mr. Hyde could even lay a finger on the punk, he found himself suddenly suspended in midair. Who did that? Put me down. I said, put me down right now. Mr. Hyde flailed in the air, looking like a drowning man. The sight was almost comical, yet the murderous fury in his eyes left the punk frozen in terror. This is a Chinese restaurant. The restaurant has a duty to protect its guests. No one is allowed to start a fight in here. The punk's voice shook as he yelled at Mr. Hyde. Bah, to hell with your rules. I'm going to kill you. Mr. Hyde ignored all rules, even though this was a Chinese restaurant. If you dare to harass my daughter in public, you must pay with your life. Li Jie stepped out from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a clean towel as he spoke. You're right. The Chinese restaurant has a duty to protect the safety of its guests. No one is allowed to resort to violence here. However, you've broken the restaurant's one and only rule. That rule is, when a staff member is threatened, all other rules may be set aside. What are you going to do? The thug stared at Li Jie in terror, trying to stand up and run, only to discover that he was completely immobilized. Put the hand you just used on the table. Li Jie ordered. Please, I beg you don't. The thug pleaded, but his right hand moved against his will, coming to rest on the table. Li Jie picked up a dinner knife and drove it through the thug's hand, pinning it firmly to the tabletop. Well done. But honestly, I think you should have just twisted that guy's head right off. Mr. Hyde shouted excitedly, even miming the motion of wrenching the thug's head from his shoulders. Li Jie pulled out the knife and said to the trembling thug, From this moment on, you're blacklisted from this restaurant, permanently banned from ever setting foot here again. Clutching his wounded hand, the thug fled in a panic. Still floating in midair, Mr. Hyde pressed his palms together and addressed Li Jie in Chinese. Hello, I'm very calm now. I promise I won't hurt anyone. Please, would you let me down? Like I'd believe you. Li Jie knew Mr. Hyde was a man of unpredictable moods. Despite his playful grin, the murderous intent beneath was only growing stronger. The only reason Hyde was begging was his worry that the fleeing thug might slip away right under his nose. Li Jie knew full well Hyde was lying, but had no further justification to restrain him, so he released him and restored his freedom. Mr. Hyde thanked Li Jie gratefully, then turned to Quake and said, Daisy, the food here is truly delicious. Thank you so much for your warm hospitality. I'll definitely be back. Goodbye. Quake looked a little lost, completely unable to understand Mr. Hyde or why he seemed even angrier than she was. Waving farewell, Mr. Hyde reluctantly left the restaurant, then, like a wild horse breaking free, took off in pursuit of the thug. He was faster than the taxi that had just started up. He caught up with the thug at the intersection just as he was getting into the cab and yanked him right out. Come here. This is none of your business anymore. Now get lost. After Mr. Hyde dragged the thug out, he tossed $100 to the cab driver. This was Hell's Kitchen, after all, and Mr. Hyde had just stepped out of a Chinese restaurant. Around here, That meant he was either a superhero or a supervillain. The cab driver wasn't looking to invite trouble, so he floored the accelerator and sped off without a backward glance. "You bastard, just who the hell are you? I'm warning you for the last time. Let me go, or you'll regret it," the thug shouted, pulling a handgun from under his jacket. But Mr. Hyde snatched the gun away in a flash. With 70 tons of raw strength in his grip, he crushed the weapon in one hand until it bent and twisted like a piece of licorice, then tossed it into a nearby trash can. "Kid, I'd really like to see exactly how you plan on making me regret it." Mr. Hyde scoffed with utter disdain. The thug was so terrified by this monstrous display of strength that he couldn't get another word out. Right now, he bitterly regretted ever setting foot in that Chinese restaurant, and even more so, the things he'd done inside. "Sir, please, I'm begging you. I know I was wrong. Just give me another chance. If you'll forgive me, I'll do anything you ask, whatever it is." If Mr. Hyde hadn't had him by the throat, the thug would have dropped to his knees right then and there. With a cheerful grin, Mr. Hyde said, "Relax, I'm not going to hurt you. You're lucky. I happen to be a truly outstanding surgeon. I'll take care of that hand of yours. Come on, let's go have a chat over there." With that, Mr. Hyde hoisted the thug off the ground and led him toward a nearby alley. A few moments later, Mr. Hyde emerged from the alley alone. He wiped the blood from his hands with a newspaper, then crumpled the bloody paper and tossed it into a trash bin. Whistling contentedly, he strolled away from the scene with a spring in his step. After Mr. Hyde left, a voice rang out in Li Jie's mind. "Congratulations, host, you've been upgraded to level 3. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Anywhere Door." The Anywhere Door, a gateway that can appear anywhere in this universe, allowing you to step directly into the Chinese restaurant. One more door means a new wave of loyal customers, helping the host rapidly spread the restaurant's cuisine to every corner of the universe. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, shredded pork with garlic sauce. A delicacy beloved by diners from both north and south. Surely it will satisfy the varied tastes of people in this world as well. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Poison Vine Evolution. Now infused with vibranium and adamantium elements, the Poison Vine becomes an indestructible weapon. Its toxins have also been upgraded. Even the Hulk, who is immune to most poisons, would not be able to withstand it. Li Jie glanced at his personal profile. It had already been updated. The level attribute had now advanced to level 3, 0/100,000. At the same time, the menu on the wall had quietly changed as well, though no one seemed to notice. The price of Yuxiang shredded pork was now $200 per serving, making it the most expensive dish on the menu. Just like before, only 100 servings were available each day, and each person was limited to 1 serving per day. However, this time, for words appeared after the name of the dish, comes with complimentary rice. The system only mentioned that rice was complimentary, without specifying the amount. Li Jie suspected, could it possibly mean unlimited rice refills? If that were the case, then any customer could just order 1 serving of Yuxiang shredded pork and sit there eating until they were full. That could seriously impact the sales of the other dishes. After lunch service was over, Li Jie decided to give it a try himself. "Wow, boss, is there a new dish on the menu again?" Peter Parker, catching the aroma of Yuxiang shredded pork, instantly began to drool. Quake's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "I've had this dish before. It's called Yuxiang shredded pork. Is it a fish dish?" Peter Parker asked curiously. Quake shook her head and explained, "No, it's made with pork tenderloin. There's no fish in it." Peter Parker frowned slightly. "No fish in fish-flavored shredded pork? Isn't that false advertising?" "Peter, zip it. Just say whether you want to eat it or not," Li Jie scolded him. The portion of Yuxiang shredded pork was quite small, a typical, refined southern dish, not even a quarter of the size of northern-style serving. As for the rice, each order came with a bowl. The bowl was the same size as the soup bowls they used, but it was only filled 2/3 of the way with rice. A serving of Yuxiang shredded pork with a bowl of rice was hardly enough to fill up, even for a woman. Unless, of course, the rice really was unlimited. Li Jie had prepared 3 servings in total. Peter Parker and Quake even thought it was 1 dish being divided up. "Eat? Of course I want to eat." Peter Parker hurriedly grabbed his portion. "Jack, then I won't stand on ceremony," Quake said with a grin. She took her share, flipped her rice right onto the Yuxiang shredded pork, and stirred it together with a spoon. This woman really knew how to enjoy her food. Peter Parker, who had never tried Yuxiang shredded pork before, followed Quake's example and dumped his rice onto the dish. But actually, the proper way was to pour the dish over the rice. Since the bowls were so small, stirring everything in a plate was much easier. Only kids mix their food like that. Li Jie shot them a look, but didn't bother with a spoon. He picked up a bite with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, then followed it with a mouthful of rice. Letting the flavors of Yuxiang shredded pork and rice mingle, and collide in his mouth. He found the taste to be divine, fully satisfying his taste buds. Li Jie couldn't help but smack his lips in delight. This was, without a doubt, the best Yuxiang shredded pork he had ever tasted. It's clearly a simple home-style dish, yet when made with ingredients supplied by the system, it somehow exudes an air that makes it seem absolutely unattainable for ordinary people. $200 for a serving of shredded pork in garlic sauce. This was only because the system had graciously helped to lower the price. Looking over what the Chinese restaurant offered, golden fried rice and zhajiang noodles were both staple dishes. The daily soup was just a side, and stinky tofu along with osmanthus cake could both be categorized as snacks. Only this shredded pork in garlic sauce counted as an authentic stir-fried entree. Spicy, so spicy. Quake stuck out her tongue, fanning at her mouth with her hand as she complained. Jack, why does your shredded pork in garlic sauce taste so different from what I've had before? I always thought it was supposed to be sweet, but yours is burning hot. Jack shot her a look. What you had before wasn't the real deal. Maybe it was because of the reduced sugar in the past, but foreigners always seemed to prefer sweet flavors. To cater to their tastes, Chinese restaurants had turned many dishes into sugary versions. Take the shredded pork in garlic sauce, for example. As a classic Sichuan dish, sugar is only used to enhance the flavor. It's not meant to be overwhelmingly sweet, and it definitely leans toward the spicy side. But here, if it wasn't sweet, it didn't make it onto the menu. No way, that can't be true. Quake cried out in disbelief. Peter Parker chimed in from the side. Daisy, it might be a bit spicy, but this shredded pork and garlic sauce is just too addictive. If you can't handle it, I'll finish it for you. No sense letting it go to waste. Quake instantly wrapped her arms around her plate to shield it. I said it's spicy, not that it's not delicious. Why should you get to eat it? Soon, Quake was putting on a show of what it really meant to love the burn. She clearly couldn't handle spicy food, yet she just couldn't resist the flavor. Every bite demanded 2 gulps of water. By the end, she was more full of water than food. Boss, is this all there is today? Peter Parker blinked as he asked, having licked his plate clean, but still not feeling full. Oh, there's only this one serving of shredded pork and garlic sauce for lunch. If you want anything else, you'll have to wait until dinner. Jack took his time, savoring his own meal. Although the restaurant offered employees 1 free meal a day, anything on the menu, as long as Jack the chef was willing to make it. Peter hesitated for a moment, then pulled $200 out of his tips and said, Then, can I buy another serving? Peter, lunchtime service is already over. But since you've been working so hard, I'll let you put in a little overtime. Thank you, boss. Peter Parker let out a sigh of relief. This was his first time tasting shredded pork and garlic sauce, and he wanted to eat his fill. You're welcome. Daisy, do you want another serving? Jack turned to look at Quake. Quake shook her head and said, No, thank you. There's no more room in my stomach. Li Jie went back into the kitchen to make another serving of fish-flavored shredded pork for Peter Parker and helped himself to an extra bowl of rice. Boss, didn't you say there was only 1 serving? How come you're having another bowl of rice? Peter Parker immediately voiced his protest. Seriously, now you remember I'm the boss? Li Jie pointed at the menu and said, It's written right there. Rice is complimentary. It never said only 1 bowl per person. Peter Parker finally understood why Li Jie hadn't mixed the rice directly with the dish. Suddenly, he felt like he'd been played for a fool. $200, just like that. He felt the sting. So, boss, are you saying that when I finish this bowl, I can get more rice? Peter Parker asked. Li Jie nodded, not bothering to explain further, since he honestly didn't know how many bowls one could actually eat. Peter Parker scooped half the rice into his mouth, added a chopstick full of fish-flavored shredded pork, then finished off the rest of the rice in one big sweep. Li Jie was a little stunned. Did Spider-Man really have that big of an appetite? Boss, I'd like some more rice, Peter Parker said, pushing his empty bowl toward Li Jie. Waitstaff weren't allowed in the kitchen. That was the rule. So Li Jie had to go in himself and get Peter Parker more rice. Boss, more rice, please. Peter Parker quickly handed over another empty bowl. Li Jie raised an eyebrow. Well now, little spider, looks like you're trying to eat your $200 worth. Let's see just how many bowls you can handle, Li Jie thought. He simply had Peter Parker sit right by the serving counter, making it easier to dish out more rice from the kitchen. After 20 bowls in a row, Peter Parker rubbed his stomach, let out a satisfied burp, and grinned. Boss, this is hands down the fullest I've ever been since I started working at the Chinese restaurant. 21 bowls of rice and 2 plates of fish-flavored shredded pork. If you're still not full, I'd be amazed, Li Jie thought. One way or another, Peter Parker had at least helped Li Jie run a test. Whether the complimentary rice with fish-flavored shredded pork was truly unlimited remained unconfirmed, but 20 bowls was clearly no problem. Most people came to the Chinese restaurant for the food, and, besides fish-flavored shredded pork, of course they want to try other dishes. Someone like Peter Parker, polishing off 20 bowls of rice with a single entree, Wasn't unheard of, but was definitely rare. Stuffed to the brim, Peter Parker didn't head back right away. He just sprawled across the restaurant's table for a rest. Still, he did call his fiancée Mary to let her know there was a new delicacy on the Chinese restaurant's menu. Originally, Mary didn't have time in the evening, but the moment she heard the news, she immediately said she'd come to the Chinese restaurant for dinner that night and asked Peter Parker to save her a seat. Li Jie had 3 bowls of rice, and, after working out with Quake on the second floor, he had digested everything. As soon as the Chinese restaurant opened for dinner, Daredevil and Foggy from next door pushed open the door and walked in. Glancing at the menu on the wall, Foggy exclaimed with excitement, "The Chinese restaurant really has new dishes." "Matt, how did you find out?" "I just heard about it," Daredevil replied, casually, pulling $200 out of his pocket. "Peter, I'll have the shredded pork with garlic sauce." "I want the same," Foggy said, but after taking out his wallet and staring at the menu, he hesitated. One serving of shredded pork with garlic sauce cost $200. If he ordered anything else, he'd be way over budget. Stinky tofu was a must. After all, it was the restaurant's signature snack. And he couldn't skip the osmanthus cake. How can anyone finish a meal without a dessert? After wrestling with himself for a while, Foggy turned to Daredevil and asked, "Matt, you're really just getting the shredded pork with garlic sauce?" Daredevil smiled and said, "Foggy, don't worry about me. I'm cutting down these days. Besides, I suggest you just start with the pork. You can always order more later." Li Jie rolled his eyes at that. This guy definitely already knows the secret about the rice. Eric Killmonger, an extraordinary mercenary, had just wrapped up a mission and was looking to reward himself with some good food. No sooner had he pulled his car out of the parking lot than he spotted a Chinese restaurant by the side of the road. The restaurant wasn't big. It had a quaint wooden door, painted with the image of a leopard. There weren't any windows to peek inside, so no one could see what the place was like. But the decorative leopard on the door caught Eric Killmonger's attention. "When did a Chinese restaurant open here?" Killmonger frowned. He had an exceptional memory, almost photographic. Yet he couldn't recall whether there had been any restaurant when he parked. Maybe it was the leopard painted on the door, but today Killmonger felt a special craving for Chinese food. He pulled over and, just to be sure, checked his dashcam footage, only to confirm that there had been no restaurant there when he parked. A restaurant that suddenly appeared, and with a leopard painted on its door. Most people might be unnerved by such a strange occurrence, but Eric Killmonger only found himself growing more curious about this Chinese restaurant. Besides, Eric Killmonger was truly hungry now. So hungry he didn't want to take even a single extra step. He opened the food locker, took out a handgun and a knife, hid them on his person, and then got out of the car, heading toward the Chinese restaurant. As he pushed open the door, the clatter echoed through the quiet, causing Eric Killmonger to glance up. That's when he noticed, to his surprise, a display window in the restaurant. He was sure there hadn't been a window there when he'd been outside just moments before. Eric Killmonger was certain of this, and now, peering through the window, he realized that the street scene beyond had also changed. This wasn't the spot where he'd parked his car. He turned to look back and found the heavy wooden door had disappeared. In its place stood a glass door with a bell hanging above it. Despite all this, Eric Killmonger didn't panic. After all, he was a noble from Wakanda. Outwardly, Wakanda appeared to be a poor nation, but in reality, it possessed the most advanced technology on Earth. Eric Killmonger suspected that this strange crossing was something akin to Wakandan high-tech. The thought of Wakanda brought a flash of hatred to Eric Killmonger's eyes. His father had been the king's own brother, yet as a child, he'd personally witnessed the king of Wakanda execute his father. That was the root of his deep hatred for Wakanda. "Sir, welcome to the Chinese restaurant," Daisy greeted him, stepping forward to serve Eric Killmonger. Meanwhile, Peter Parker whispered quietly in Li Jie's ear, "That's odd. There was no one outside just now. Where did he come from?" "Maybe it's magic," Li Jie replied offhandedly, though he knew full well that Eric Killmonger was the first guest to arrive via the restaurant's anywhere door. Seating himself in a corner, Eric Killmonger smiled and asked, "Daisy, could you recommend some dishes for me?" Daisy gestured toward the menu on the wall and said, "At present, the restaurant only offers the dishes listed up there, but every single one is a favorite among our customers. If you have a big appetite and money isn't an issue, I'd suggest ordering one of everything." "All right, let's do that," Eric Killmonger replied as he pulled out his wallet, paid the bill, and handed Daisy a generous tip of $100. Once Daisy had gone, Eric Killmonger took out his phone to check his location, confirming he was in Hell's Kitchen. He muttered to himself, "Did I just cross half the world?" A sports car sped down the city street. The black woman in the passenger seat said, "Chala, slow down. We're not in any kind of hurry." But Chala only pressed the accelerator harder, shaking his head as he replied, "No, I've heard that particular Chinese restaurant is incredibly popular, and they only serve a limited amount of food each day. If we get there too late, we might miss out. Chala, we really don't have to go to that Chinese restaurant. We could just find any place nearby to eat. Chala turned to look at the woman beside him, his voice gentle. Nakia, it's been years since we last saw each other. It's rare for us to meet. Of course I want to treat you to the very best. Nakia couldn't help but smile. Chala, you're just as charming as ever. But I have to remind you, we're over. Chala replied, I know, but I think we could start again. Nakia, if you're willing to give me another chance, I know we could be happy together. In the future, you would be the queen of Wakanda. Chala, you know I was never with you because I wanted to be queen of Wakanda. Watch out. Chala's attention was so focused on his former lover, Nakia, that he nearly collided with an oncoming car. Only his quick reflexes averted disaster. Nakia let out a breath and said, Chala, if you wanted to join you for dinner, we need to drop this topic right now. Nakia, I just want you to know my feelings have never changed. If you would just... Chala, all right, I get it. Chala didn't bring up their relationship again. Instead, he chatted casually with Nakia about other things, and the two of them soon arrived at the Chinese restaurant. After parking the car, Chala looked over the restaurant's modest storefront and said, Sorry, this place is much smaller than I imagined. I hope the food inside lives up to its reputation. Pausing for a moment, he added, If you don't like it, we can always go to a more upscale restaurant. Chala, we're already here. Let's just have dinner at this place. Nakia replied, All right, as long as you're happy. Chala got out of the car and walked around to help Nakia open the door. Nakia took Chala's arm, and together they headed toward the restaurant. As the bell above the door chimed, Eric Killmonger, who was hunched over his meal, looked up. His expression shifted, and his hand instinctively moved beneath his jacket, reaching for his pistol. Sir, here at the Chinese restaurant, every guest's safety is assured. I'd advise you not to start any trouble here. Li Jie appeared beside Eric Killmonger, speaking calmly. Eric Killmonger turned to glance at Li Jie. Clearly, a Chinese restaurant owner with the ability to open portals was not someone to be trifled with. On top of that, Eric Killmonger had always been exceptionally alert, yet he failed to notice when exactly Li Jie appeared beside him. If it came to a fight, Eric Killmonger wasn't sure he could defeat Li Jie. After a brief hesitation, Eric Killmonger quickly placed his hands on the dining table, put on a smile, and said, Don't worry, I'll respect the rules of the Chinese restaurant. By the way, here's the last dish you ordered, the fragrant tofu. Just as Chala stepped into the restaurant, he wrinkled his brows. What's that smell? Did we come to the wrong place? In stark contrast, Nakia exclaimed with excitement. Oh my, that's the aroma of stinky tofu. Chala, I never expected this place to serve stinky tofu. I tried it once when I was in the Dragon Kingdom. It was absolutely delicious. Chala, ahem. Well, as long as you like it, that's what matters. Welcome. Please, have a seat over here. Just a quick note, we don't serve stinky tofu here, only fragrant tofu. Quake was in charge of welcoming Chala and Nakia. Since there weren't many guests at night, all the hosting duties fell to Quake, while Peter Parker was responsible for serving dishes and cleaning up. Fragrant tofu. Nakia deliberately glanced at the tofu on Eric Killmonger's table and thought to herself, Isn't that just stinky tofu? May I ask what you'd like to order? Quake inquired. We'll start with 2 orders of fragrant tofu. Nakia responded immediately. Chala frowned slightly, thinking, Are you ordering for me now? I really can't handle that smell. Aside from the stinky tofu, Chala ordered all the other dishes as well, especially the shredded pork with garlic sauce. That was his true favorite. After placing their order, Chala got up and walked over to Eric Killmonger. Excuse me, I noticed you've been watching me ever since I walked in. Do we know each other? A low, throaty chuckle came from Eric Killmonger as he gripped his fork, ready to attack. But just then, he felt as if a wild beast had set its sights on him. He couldn't help but glance back at Li Jie, then set his fork down on his plate, stood up, and smiled. Prince Chala, you may not know me, but I know you. You have always been a hero of Wakanda. It's a pleasure to dine in the same restaurant as you. I'm glad to meet you as well, Chala replied, turning and returning to his seat. Chala, is something wrong? Nakia asked in confusion. Chala shook his head. I'm not quite sure myself. That guy's been staring at me ever since we walked in, and his eyes are full of hostility toward me. Besides, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. Chala, we're here to eat. Don't get distracted, Nakia reminded him. Chala spread his hands in resignation. Soon, Peter Parker brought out the first dish, fermented tofu, because Nakia had specifically requested it. This smells absolutely amazing. Nakia leaned forward, taking in the aroma of the tofu, with a deeply satisfied look on her face. Chala's lips twitched in disbelief, wondering when his ex-girlfriend had developed such a peculiar taste. Was it because of their breakup? Nakia abandoned all pretense of ladle-like manners, spearing a piece of stinky tofu with her fork and popping the whole thing into her mouth. Chewing enthusiastically, she beamed with happiness and exclaimed, "This is incredible. Honestly, it's the best stinky, no, the most deliciously fragrant tofu I've ever tasted. Chala, just for this dish alone, tonight was definitely worth it." "Well, as long as you like it," Chala replied with a pained expression, seriously considering asking Peter Parker to take the dish away. He just couldn't handle the smell. "Chala, why aren't you eating?" Nakia asked, reaching for her second piece. I think I'm feeling a little unwell," Chala said, clutching his stomach. A chuckle rang out from Eric Killmonger. Who would have thought? The mighty Prince Chala, hero of Wakanda, scared off by a piece of tofu. He paused, then picked up a piece of the tofu and took a bite himself. This tofu is truly delicious. Yet, there are some who don't even have the courage to try it. Chala frowned, realizing that Eric Killmonger was targeting him. "Don't listen to him, Chala. Not everyone likes this kind of tofu. If you don't want it." Nakia tried to reassure him, but her words unintentionally bruised Chala's pride. "Who said I'm afraid to eat it? I was just feeling a bit off, that's all." With that, Chala stabbed 2 pieces of stinky tofu with his fork and, bracing himself as if going into battle, shoved them both into his mouth. To his surprise, the pungent odor he disliked moments ago seemed to vanish, replaced by an explosion of incredible flavor in his mouth. Chala, who had planned to just swallow the tofu whole, hesitantly started to chew, and the deliciousness intensified tenfold. "Nagia, you're absolutely right. The tofu is simply delicious. It seems we definitely picked the right place for dinner tonight." Chala's expression shifted from distaste to satisfaction, and even called Wave Girl over to ask if they could order 2 more servings. When he learned that each person could only order 1, he looked a bit disappointed, but thankfully, the dishes that followed did not let him down. Eric Killmonger, on the other hand, never stopped glaring at Chala with undisguised hatred. Even though he had to admit the food at this Chinese restaurant was truly outstanding, and he was already thinking of coming back tomorrow, he couldn't stand the look of enjoyment on Chala's face. He wanted nothing more than to put a bullet through Chala's head right then and there. It took all his patience to wait until Chala and Nagia had finished their meal before he finally saw his chance. Eric Killmonger had noticed that Nagia was the woman Chala loved deeply. He figured that simply shooting Chala in the head would be far too easy on him, so he decided to make Chala feel what it was like to lose the one he cherished most. Chala helped Nagia open the door. Suddenly, Eric Killmonger sprang forward, grabbing Nagia and dragging her outside. He pressed a dagger to Nagia's throat and turned to wait for Chala to follow, only to discover that the restaurant's door had transformed back into a wooden door adorned with a panther motif. "Did I just travel back again?" Eric Killmonger muttered under his breath, starting to worry that Chala might not be able to reach him here. Nagia, meanwhile, looked around in shock and asked warily, "What did you just do? Where are we?" Eric Killmonger barked out a harsh order, tightening his grip on the knife. Nagia was an exceptional warrior and had spent years working as a spy since leaving Wakanda. The moment she felt the blade slice her skin, she forced herself to calm down and stopped provoking Killmonger with her words. "Hey, take it easy. I'm guessing you want money, right? I can give you everything valuable I have on me, like these earrings." As she spoke, Nagia lifted her hand toward her earring. But Killmonger, an outstanding fighter in his own right, instantly saw through her move to grab his knife and immediately seized her hand, growling in a cold voice. "Don't try any tricks with me, or I'll slit your throat like a chicken." Nagia hadn't expected Killmonger to be so alert and dared not make another move. Suddenly, a soft sigh sounded behind Killmonger, startling him into spinning around, only to find that Li Jie had somehow appeared right behind him. Li Jie flicked his lighter, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a plume of smoke as he spoke. "I believe I've already told you the rules of the Chinese restaurant. A Chinese restaurant has a duty to protect its customers. You shouldn't have chosen to get violent in a Chinese restaurant." "This isn't a Chinese restaurant," Eric Killmonger retorted, trying to justify himself. "Well, you're right, this isn't a Chinese restaurant. But when you took this lady hostage, she hadn't yet walked out of the restaurant's doors. So, don't come any closer, or I'll kill her," Eric Killmonger shouted in a desperate threat. Li Jie let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Channeling the power of Magneto, he manipulated the knife in Killmonger's hand, making it twist like a serpent and turn its blade against Killmonger himself. The knife pierced a hole straight through the palm of Killmonger's hand. Nagia reacted instantly. Seizing the opportunity, she threw Killmonger to the ground and subdued him in one swift motion. Nagia shouted, "You wretched woman! If it weren't for that guy, you wouldn't have been able to beat me at all." Killmonger protested, his tone defiant. "Too bad you're out of luck now," Nagia replied. She then looked up at Li Jie. Thank you for your help. No need to thank me. Protecting our customers is the responsibility of every Chinese restaurant. I hope you'll choose us again next time. As for him, Li Jie's gaze fell on Eric Killmonger, and the knife hovered menacingly at Killmonger's brow. Killmonger realized he was utterly powerless against someone with superhuman abilities like Li Jie. If he didn't think of something fast, he'd die right here. Najia, I'm Chalia's cousin Eric. Just now I was only joking with you. Please don't let him kill me. You're Eric? Najia's brows knitted together. She'd heard of Chalia's cousin, but never met him. Eric Killmonger had left Wakanda with his father as a child, and after his father was executed by Chalia's father, Eric never had a chance to return. Do you have any proof? Najia asked. Killmonger stuck out his tongue, showing Najia the unique Wakandan marking. My goodness, you really are Chalia's cousin, Najia exclaimed in surprise. Eric Killmonger immediately put his acting skills on full display, nearly bursting into tears as he pleaded with emotion. Najia, I just wanted to greet you in Chala. That's all. I know it was abrupt, but I had no other choice. Only with your approval can I return to Wakanda. Najia, please believe me, it was all just a joke. I never truly meant to hurt you. And I never intended to disrespect the rules of the Chinese restaurant, either. Najia frowned slightly. Years of living as a spy had trained her to instinctively doubt the credibility of Eric Killmonger's words, yet she couldn't spot a single flaw in his story. Moreover, Eric Killmonger held the status of Wakandan nobility. He was Chalia's cousin. After a moment's thought, Najia decided to leave this matter for Chala to handle. Jack, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Could you let him go? Najia pleaded with Li Jie. In truth, all Eric Killmonger had done was push Najia out of the Chinese restaurant. Compared to previous attacks, this was hardly worth mentioning. Besides, Eric Killmonger clearly had no intention of harming Li Jie. If he had, Li Jie would have made sure Eric Killmonger paid with his life then and there. As for the feud between Eric Killmonger and Chala, Li Jie had always preferred not to interfere with the course of the story, unless his own interests were at stake, and he had no choice but to step in. Najia, since you've already forgiven him, let's put this behind us. But if he breaks the restaurant's rules again, I won't be so lenient. Najia thanked him gratefully, then reached out to help Eric Killmonger to his feet. I imagine you're eager to have a good talk with Chala right now. Yes, I can hardly wait to have a heart-to-heart with my dear brother. Eric Killmonger replied, forcing a smile. After Najia was attacked by Eric Killmonger, Chala rushed out in pursuit, only to freeze in confusion. The street outside was empty, not a soul in sight. Najia! Najia! Chala called out urgently, then turned back toward the Chinese restaurant, but Najia and Eric Killmonger were nowhere to be found. He paced anxiously back and forth 3 times, and just as he re-entered the restaurant, the bell above the door chimed cheerfully. At that moment, Najia and Eric Killmonger pushed the door open and walked in. Najia, are you all right? Chala quickly pulled Najia to his side, keeping a wary eye on Eric Killmonger. I'm fine, Chala. And this is Eric. Najia introduced them. Eric. Chala's brow furrowed at the name, memories of their childhood play flashing through his mind. Eric Killmonger immediately put on a performance, tears streaming down his face as he threw himself into Chala's arms. You're really Eric? Chala asked, barely able to believe it. What a poignant reunion between long-lost family. Who could have imagined that, before long, these two brothers would become bitter enemies? One became the mighty superhero Black Panther, while the other turned into the notorious rebel, the Golden Leopard. At least for now, the scene felt deeply moving. A brother calling out for his sibling, one shouting brother, the other crying sister. After reuniting, Chala took Eric Killmonger and left the Chinese restaurant together, heading somewhere else to catch up in private. On the way, Chala even insisted that Eric Killmonger take the wheel of his own sports car. Meanwhile, just as the Chinese restaurant was opening for dinner, Mr. Hyde walked in, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers. Ever since Mr. Hyde first showed up at the restaurant, he'd visited every single day, always requesting to be served by Quake. Quake, on the other hand, was growing increasingly annoyed by Mr. Hyde's excessive enthusiasm. Take now, for example. No sooner had Mr. Hyde entered than he presented the bouquet to Quake. Daisy, these are for you. I hope you like them. Mr. Hyde, I really do appreciate your flowers, but our restaurant has a rule. We can't accept gifts from customers. Quake came up with an excuse on the spot, glancing toward Li Jie for help. Li, don't look at me. That's your father. Oh, I see. A bit embarrassed, Mr. Hyde pulled the flowers back and nervously ran his hand through his thick hair. Why don't you have a seat, Mr. Hyde? Is there anything you'd like to order? Quake just wanted to get Mr. Hyde out of there as quickly as possible. Could I just have a glass of water? Mr. Hyde hesitated for a moment before speaking. Li Jie had already picked up, thanks to his super senses, that Mr. Hyde was acting so awkward today because he had no money left in his pockets. He'd spent his last bit of cash on flowers for his daughter, all in hopes of winning Quake's favor. Sorry, we don't serve. Li Jie cut Quake off. Just get him a glass of water. Oh, all right. Quake complied, though her reluctance showed. Mr. Hyde accepted the glass of water his daughter handed him, beaming with happiness. In fact, Mr. Hyde had been wrestling with whether or not to reveal himself to Quake. At the same time, he worried that if he told her the truth, he'd scare her away, and then it would be nearly impossible to see his daughter again. Daisy, I might have to leave for a while, Mr. Hyde said after taking a sip of water. What's it got to do with me? Honestly, I wish you'd never come back. Quake grumbled inwardly, but managed a polite smile and said, Oh, Mr. Hyde, that's such a shame. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for quite some time. Mr. Hyde shook his head and replied, It won't be too long. I just need to find some work and earn a bit of money. Once I've saved up, I'll come back. Quake only felt disappointment. Her stomach gave a loud growl. After drinking half a glass of water, Mr. Hyde's stomach rumbled embarrassingly. It had been a whole day since he last ate. Just then, Li Jie brought over a plate of shredded pork and garlic sauce. I didn't order anything, Mr. Hyde said, a bit nervously. This one's on me, and you can have as many refills of rice as you like. Jack, you're a good man. Mr. Hyde wasn't the sentimental type, but his gratitude was sincere. He gave a simple thanks, then bent his head and started eating in earnest. Meanwhile, Quake pulled Li Jie aside, her voice low and puzzled. Why did you treat him to dinner? Because he's Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde was far from a saint, but he couldn't be called truly evil either. Especially when it came to his daughter, Quake. Everything he did was an attempt to make up for the fatherly love she'd missed out on. For her sake, Mr. Hyde was even willing to risk his own life. He had even taken the life of the woman he loved most, just to stop her from harming Quake. For that kind of selfless, fatherly love, Li Jie believed Mr. Hyde deserved a plate of shredded pork and garlic sauce. Sadly, Quake wasn't ready to understand any of this yet. At that moment, Dr. Pym and the Wasp pushed open the door and walked in. Hey, Jack. And this lovely young lady, Dr. Pym greeted cheerfully, waving to everyone as he entered. After enjoying his free dinner, Mr. Hyde seemed anxious not to disrupt the restaurant's business. He finished his water, then quietly left and stood across the street under a lamppost, watching his daughter from afar. A black sedan pulled up and stopped in front of him. The driver rolled down the window and called out, You Mr. Hyde, right? Mr. Hyde nodded in response. Get in. Red Skull wants to see you. One moment, please, Mr. Hyde said. He cast one last lingering look at Quake, then reluctantly got into the car. To earn a living and have more chances to visit the restaurant and see his daughter, Mr. Hyde had decided to accept Red Skull's job offer. Meanwhile, Dr. Pym was showing Li Jie his latest high-tech invention. Jack, take a look at this. This is Ultron, the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world. It can do things no human could ever hope to achieve. In the movies, it was Iron Man Tony Stark who created Ultron. But in reality, Dr. Pym had invented Ultron with the original intent to help manage the superheroes more efficiently. At this stage, Ultron had not turned against humanity, nor had he acquired a physical body. He was just an artificial intelligence, much like Jarvis. What Li Jie and the others saw now was merely a virtual projection. For instance, Ultron could enable Dr. Pym's car to drive itself, something Iron Man's Jarvis was also capable of. Dr. Pym calls it the most powerful artificial intelligence in the world. Its strength lies in its ability to learn on its own. Yet at this moment, it's still in its early stages, far from reaching its true potential. It hasn't really grown up yet. Dr. Pym, perhaps artificial intelligence isn't as wonderful as people imagine, Li Jie hinted, his words carefully chosen. But Dr. Pym seemed unconcerned. Jack, you're not going to bring up the AI threat theory, are you? Honestly, artificial intelligence isn't that frightening. On the contrary, it can help humanity and drive technological progress. Li Jie had no interest in debating whether artificial intelligence was good or bad with Dr. Pym. Such arguments were ultimately pointless. Take humanity, for example. There are people from all walks of life, both good and bad. Artificial intelligence is no different. Its emergence can certainly accelerate human technological advancement, but it could also bring about unforeseen disasters. Dr. Pym, let's not discuss this anymore. What would you like to eat today? Of course, you can order anything else from the Chinese restaurant's menu as well. The Wasp couldn't help but blurt out her thoughts. Just then, the door to the restaurant swung open again, and in walked a figure as imposing as a gorilla. It was none other than Nick Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director rumored to have died days ago. Dr. Pym, Wasp, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs your help, Nick Fury announced as soon as he entered, heading straight for Dr. Pym and the Wasp. You mean, you want to use Ultron against Hydra? Dr. Pym frowned after hearing Fury's request. Dr. Pym, I know you have issues with S.H.I.E.L.D., but right now, we're facing a fight for survival. We must find a way to root Hydra out from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultron could help us regain control. And so Hold on a moment, Dr. Pym interrupted, asking, You're right, I do have serious problems with S.H.I.E.L.D. If it hadn't been for, well, never mind the past. The real question is, why should I help you? Dr. Pym, because you're a superhero. You wouldn't just stand by and watch S.H.I.E.L.D. collapse. That wouldn't benefit you or the world in any way. Besides, the injustices you suffered in S.H.I.E.L.D. were orchestrated by Hydra in the shadows. No matter what, as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I owe you an apology. Nick Fury spoke with earnest sincerity. Well, that's quite the convenient excuse. Dr. Pym couldn't help but laugh. With Hydra having infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades, Fury's attempt to shift the blame made perfect sense. No matter what, director Nick Fury bears undeniable responsibility for the crisis S.H.I.E.L.D. is facing today. The Wasp sighed on the side and said, Pym, it seems Nick has you right where he wants you. There's no way we can just stand by and let Hydra use S.H.I.E.L.D. to take over the world. Pym frowned and replied, Nick, I can let you use Ultron, but don't mistake this for helping you or S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm only doing this for Dane's sake, understand? The Wasp gave a helpless smile. With age, Pym had only grown more concerned about his pride. Nick Fury didn't care whose pride Dr. Pym was saving. As long as Pym was willing to help, that was enough. He immediately turned to the Wasp to express his gratitude. Nick, could you at least let us finish our dinner first? Dr. Pym was starting to get annoyed with Nick Fury's constant interruptions. Nick Fury beamed, as though he'd just won a great victory, and turned around to call out, Peter, could you please take our order? Mr. Nick, what would you like to eat? Peter Parker came forward to ask, Are there any new dishes on the menu? In that case, I'll have the shredded pork with garlic sauce. Honestly, I've already had dinner, but the food at this Chinese restaurant is just too tempting. If it weren't for that, I'd never break my diet plan. Nick Fury pulled out his wallet as he spoke. Aside from $200, there were only a few small bills left inside. Once, Nick Fury never had to worry about money. Now life was tough for him. Hydra had frozen all of Nick Fury's accounts. This small amount of cash was all he had left in the world. After paying for his meal, Nick Fury generously handed all the remaining change to Peter Parker as a tip. Mr. Nick, you really don't need to tip me today. Peter Parker felt a pang of sympathy seeing that Nick Fury was even poorer than he was. If it weren't for SHIELD's reputation, Peter would have been tempted to slip some of his own change to Nick Fury. Peter, wait a moment. I'd like to have a word with you in private. Nick Fury lowered his voice and said, Peter, you know I've discovered your other identity. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask for your help, a favor for S.H.I.E.L.D. And of course, you won't be helping for nothing. If you can help S.H.I.E.L.D. get through this crisis, I can offer you a much more respectable job. With it, you and Mary won't ever have to worry about money again, and you'll finally have a big house of your own. Was he really here to poach someone? From the kitchen, as he cooked, Li Jie's super senses picked up every word Nick Fury said, and he was sorely tempted to storm outside and throw that scoundrel out. Fortunately, what Peter Parker said next brought Li Jie a small measure of relief. Mr. Nick, I truly appreciate your offer. However, I really enjoy my current job, and Mary doesn't want me taking unnecessary risks, either. Peter Parker turned down Nick Fury's proposal. Peter chose to work at the Chinese restaurant, not just for the free staff meals, but because on the surface it seemed utterly safe. All he needed to do was perform some good deeds as Spider-Man in his spare time. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would mean signing up for a dangerous life. His fiancée, Mary, would never allow that, even though she already knew he was Spider-Man. Peter, you don't have to give me an answer right away. Please think about it some more. Nick Fury was not so easily deterred. But Peter shook his head and said, Mr. Nick, if you need me to do anything for S.H.I.E.L.D., I'd be happy to help you out. But as for changing jobs, let's forget about it. By the way, could you hurry up with my order? Nick Fury's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. A moment later, Li Jie personally brought the shredded fish-flavored pork to Nick Fury's table, then sat down beside him and lit a cigarette. Nick, don't you have something you ought to say to me? Jack, this dish looks absolutely delicious. I haven't even tasted it yet, but just from the look, I can tell it's going to be the best I've ever had. Nick Fury's words carried a hint of guilt. Li Jie exhaled a stream of smoke into Nick Fury's face. Care to say that again? Nick Fury still wasn't sure just how many abilities Li Jie possessed, but he knew that everything he had just said to Peter Parker had been overheard. Jack, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to poach your people. But you know as well as I do, S.H.I.E.L.D. is facing a major crisis right now. If I want to solve it, I have to gather every bit of strength I can find. With someone as talented as Peter, I can't let the opportunity pass. In fact, I'd rather you stepped in to help us. That way, Li Jie cut him off, drumming his fingers on the table. Nick, if you hadn't come to my restaurant to poach my staff, maybe for Natasha's sake, I would have helped you. But as things stand, once you've finished eating, kindly see yourself out. And if you ever come around here to poach again, don't be surprised if I end up siding with Hydra instead. Nick Fury frowned, feeling as though he'd traded a fortune for a handful of loose change. Li Jie shot him a glare. You don't owe me any apologies. If anything, you owe one to yourself. All right, enough about me. Let's talk about Peter. Peter is a good kid. If you ask him for help, he'll never refuse you. But just because Peter is young, you can't take advantage of him. You mentioned the house just now, didn't you? Once this shield crisis is over, you must make sure Peter gets a home of his own. No matter if you have to disguise it as a prize draw or use any other method, you have to make sure Peter accepts the house. And about Peter's fiancée Mary's career, you need to find a way to help her as well. Nick, I don't want to hear any refusals or lame excuses. These things are trivial for you, barely worth mentioning. But for Peter, they're a big deal. Do you understand what I mean? Nick Fury naturally understood what Li Jie was getting at. Spider-Man may be a superhero, but Peter Parker has always been an ordinary person. For someone like him, buying a home in Manhattan is out of the question. Just getting a modest place in Queens is already a huge challenge. To this day, Peter Parker still rents his apartment. All right, I promise you. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. makes it through this crisis, I'll take care of all these conditions, and maybe even do a little better. Nick Fury replied. Let's eat. With those words, Li Jie stood up and left. Nick Fury frowned, swallowing the words he'd been about to say. He thought to himself, maybe it was better to let Black Widow handle negotiations with Li Jie. Hey Jack, Dr. Pym called Li Jie over, his voice full of excitement. Jack, I heard everything just now. We can't let those S.H.I.E.L.D. bastards get off easy. Let them freeload off us for nothing. Cough. Maybe that's not the best way to put it. What I mean is, we shouldn't work for free. This time, let's just say S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to compensate us fairly. Li Jie smiled and said, then you'd better sit down and have a real talk with Nick. I don't think he'll refuse you, no matter what you ask for. Dr. Pym glanced over at Nick Fury, already calculating how he could get the best deal out of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a quick meal, Dr. Pym went straight over to Nick Fury and sat down to begin their negotiation. A few times, Nick Fury nearly lost his composure, but in the end, the two of them managed to reach an agreement. It was almost 10 p.m. when the Chinese restaurant welcomed another guest. My dear friend, I'm so glad to see you. Peter, I just got dumped. Deadpool burst through the door, dashed over to Peter Parker, and collapsed on the table in front of him, sobbing. He'd even brought his own pack of tissues, dabbing at his eyes and blowing his nose through his mask. He looked so heartbroken, it put any romantic tearjerker to shame. Peter Parker glanced around in alarm. Thankfully, there were no other customers. Watching Deadpool's over-the-top performance, Peter Parker muttered to himself, how on earth did I end up becoming best friends with this guy? Deadpool, sprawled across the table, lifted his head and said with theatrical emotion, Peter, I just don't want to live anymore. The pain of heartbreak is just unbearable. Right now, only the comfort of Chinese food can save me. Wade, if you're here just trying to scam a free meal, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not falling for it. Peter folded his arms, wearing the look of someone who had long since seen through all his tricks. Deadpool slapped the table and jumped to his feet, shouting indignantly, Peter, what do you mean? I'm here for a free meal. Do you think Deadpool himself can't even afford to pay for dinner? Peter simply gave him a sidelong glance and said nothing, but silently held out his hand. I've got plenty of money. Deadpool started patting himself down, searching his pockets, then coughed awkwardly. Looks like I forgot my wallet. Peter Parker. Peter, what's that supposed to mean? You think I did this on purpose, don't you? Peter, you really have no sympathy at all. Let me ask you, if someone's so heartbroken they're thinking about ending it all, do you really think they'd remember to bring their wallet? Deadpool argued, utterly convinced of his own logic. Peter rolled his eyes again. Then riddle me this. How does a guy who's with a different woman every day ever get his heart broken? Deadpool fell silent. Peter, I'm serious. I just want to die. Peter, my dear friend, can't you see that this time I really mean it? Remember the girl who came with me to your proposal that night? Yes, that's the one. Peter, I swear, I truly fell in love with her. But after she had her way with me, she dumped me. Peter, just put me out of my misery. Faced with Deadpool's shameless theatrics, Peter Parker was at a loss. He went over and clamped a hand over Deadpool's mouth, whispering urgently, Wade, can you please stop embarrassing yourself here? Fine. It's just one meal, right? Deadpool's eyes drifted to the menu on the wall. He pushed away Peter's hand and asked aggrieved, Can I order one of everything? Wade, don't push it. If you order one of everything, you'll bankrupt me. Look at me. Do I look like I have enough meat on my bones to sell and cover the bill? Peter leaned in and whispered in Deadpool's ear, At most, I'll buy you shredded pork with garlic sauce, and you can have as much rice as you want, guaranteed to fill you up. Leah. Peter, Are you really giving away the secret of unlimited rice refills at a Chinese restaurant? All right, it probably won't be long before this secret gets out to everyone. Deadpool shot him a skeptical look and asked, Wade, just take one look at my boss's face and you'll know I'm telling the truth. And besides, when have I ever lied to you? If anything, it's you jerk, always trying to swindle the hard-earned money right out of my pocket. Peter Parker couldn't resist cursing again as he spoke. Deadpool turned to look at Li Jie and nodded. All right then, I'll have an order of fish-flavored shredded pork. But let's get one thing straight. If I'm not full after that, you'll have to bring me something else. Peter Parker considered just breaking both of Deadpool's legs and tossing him out. But then he thought with Deadpool's shamelessness, he'd probably just crawl right back in. So he gave up on the idea. Wow, Peter, this fish-flavored pork is amazing. Spicy and totally addictive. But there's just not enough rice. I could easily eat 10 bowls. Deadpool polished off a bowl of rice in no time. Peter Parker, serve him another bowl. Don't just eat. Tell us what happened with your breakup. What's the story? What? You just want to laugh at my misery? Deadpool asked, shoveling another mouthful of rice. Wade, what kind of thing is that to say? As your friend and your brother, I'm just concerned about you. Peter Parker would never admit he was looking forward to some entertainment. Deadpool rolled his eyes, then let out a long sigh. Peter, I got played by that woman. No, to be precise, she's not even human. Do you know who she is? She's deaf. Peter Parker stood up, ready to leave, but Deadpool grabbed his arm. Peter, what's with that O? Wait, are you doubting my story? I'm telling you, she really is death, one of the great deities of creation. She wields infinite power, can manipulate death at will, and can kill or resurrect almost any being in the multiverse. Peter, she's practically omnipotent, and I love her so much. Peter, what's that look for? You still don't believe me? Wait, it just occurred to me. If there really is such an all-powerful woman, what exactly made you fall in love with her? Is it because she can change her appearance every day, so you get to date a different-looking woman every night? Peter Parker asked with a dead serious face. Deadpool was speechless. Peter, I never thought you were so shallow. Isn't that what you were thinking? Peter Parker pushed back. Deadpool cleared his throat. Peter, having a girlfriend who can change her appearance at will does sound pretty awesome. But that's not why I fell in love with death. Definitely not for such a shallow reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken up with Mystique in the first place. Wait, you dated Mystique? Peter Parker asked in utter surprise. Deadpool looked as if he'd let something slip. He lowered his voice and mumbled, It was just for a few days. Wade, you really are a piece of work. With a scolding, Peter turned on his heel to leave. Peter, you still don't believe a word I'm saying, do you? I knew it. You'll never believe I slept with Death herself. I mean, she's a cosmic entity. Without turning his head, Peter replied, Yes, of course. Our great Deadpool even managed to sleep with the primordial goddess of death. That's enough of a story to brag about for a lifetime. I just wonder, if Death herself knew you were boasting about this, how she'd deal with you. Suddenly, Deadpool let out a piercing shriek and pointed frantically at his plate. Peter, look at what? Peter turned around and froze in shock. From her seat not far away, Quake, who'd been watching the scene unfold, nearly had her eyes pop out of her head. Li Jie simply lifted his eyes for a glance. The food on Deadpool's plate had transformed into a pile of rotting flesh, crawling with countless writhing white maggots, radiating a stench that made one's stomach churn. Deadpool pushed back a chair and dropped to his knees on the floor, clasping his hands together as he cried out, Death, I swear I wasn't bragging. Besides, let's be honest, it was you who came on to me, played with my heart, and then tossed me aside. I swear, I truly fell for you. Please, I'm begging you, come back to me. Watching Deadpool's dramatic antics, Peter Parker, full of suspicion, made his way over to Li Jie. Boss, this was your doing, wasn't it? Li Jie shot him a glance. Do you really think I'd sabotage my own business? So, you're saying Wade was telling the truth? He really did sleep with. Halfway through his sentence, Peter suddenly shivered, glancing anxiously upward, as if dreading some terrible fate might befall him. After all, she's a cosmic goddess. Best not to get on her bad side. Death had plenty of ways to exact revenge. For instance, if people close to Peter Parker suddenly met their end, that was the last thing Peter ever wanted to see. Wade, you bastard, don't drag me into your mess. Peter cursed, all at once realizing that having a friend married to someone that powerful might not be such a blessing after all. If Deadpool ever managed to offend Death, the little fish swimming alongside, could easily become collateral damage. Suddenly, Deadpool pressed a spoon to his own throat, his face solemn as he declared, Death, if you refuse to appear before me, then I'll just have to kill myself. That way, I'll be able to see you again. Seeing his friend attempt to embrace death for the sake of love, Peter Parker suddenly found the romance between Deadpool and Death oddly touching. Peter, that guy is your friend. Can you get him out of here? Don't let him make a mess in the Chinese restaurant. It's a pain to clean up afterward, Li Jie reminded him. Peter Parker wasn't the least bit worried that Deadpool might actually kill himself. No matter how he died, Deadpool always managed to come back to life. Still, the thought of Deadpool dying here and having to tidy up after him prompted Peter to quickly drag Deadpool outside. I'll take care of the cleanup. Quake slipped on her gloves, scooped up the plates and leftover food into a trash bag, and tossed it into the garbage bin behind the restaurant. Who's there? As Quake turned to head back inside, she suddenly spotted a shadow behind the utility pole. Instinctively, she readied herself for a fight. But it was just a puppy, a young bulldog trotting out from behind the pole. Oh, you're adorable. Come here, little one. Quake crouched down and beckoned. The puppy bounded over and eagerly licked her palm. Are you hungry? You can't eat the scraps from the trash can. Come on, I'll find you something tasty. Quake scooped up a little dog and carried it back into the restaurant. Jack, look what I found. This puppy must be lost. Can we keep it here for a while? Quake asked Li Jie in a sweet, pleading tone. There was nothing wrong with keeping a dog at the restaurant. At worst, it would just eat the leftovers from the customers' meals. But now that he thought about it, there had never actually been leftovers since the restaurant opened. So keeping a dog would mean an extra expense. Seeing the puppy, Li Jie was suddenly reminded of the Flurkin. With S.H.I.E.L.D. in turmoil, he wondered how the Flurkin was faring. Worried that Li Jie might refuse, Quake hurriedly added, Don't worry, Jack. I'll take good care of this little cutie. You can even deduct the cost of its food from my salary. Oh, and little cutie is the name I just gave him. Just then, Peter Parker walked in through the door. Where'd the dog come from? He paused, then turned to Li Jie. Boss, Wade's in a really bad mood right now. Could I leave work a bit early today? No problem. You can go ahead. Thanks, boss, Peter said gratefully. Li Jie then turned to Quake. Go ahead and close up. I'll get something for our little friend to eat. How about some shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice? And maybe a bowl of soup too. Quake quickly suggested. At first, Li Jie worried the dog might not handle spicy food, but it turned out the puppy absolutely loved it. After devouring a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice and a bowl of soup, the dog happily bounded across the floor. Congratulations, host. You've earned the approval of the Lockjaw dog and gained 50% favorability. Only then did Li Jie realize that the dog Quake had brought home was no ordinary canine. It was in fact a superpowered dog. Lockjaw dog possessed the ability to teleport, able to transport itself or others to any place, even to other planets. It earned the name Lockjaw thanks to its astonishing bite strength. Once it clamped down, not even Captain America or Iron Man could break free from its jaws. Good boy, you're amazing. How about I give you a bath in a bit? Quake said, launching into full-on dog pampering mode. Li Jie could only watch. As soon as a pet entered the picture, she seemed to forget altogether that there was still a man at her side. Truth be told, Li Jie rather fancied the idea of taking a bath with Quake himself. Ever since Lockjaw Dog arrived, Li Jie suddenly found his own place in Quake's heart had slipped a notch. Not only did Quake give Lockjaw baths, but she would even cuddle up and sleep with him at night. Once again, Li Jie was left alone in an empty room. Lockjaw Dog was exceptionally well-behaved. After a good meal, he would curl up in the corner and doze off, never bothering the restaurant's guests. But on this particular night, as he lay sleeping in his usual spot, Lockjaw suddenly jumped up and let out a sharp bark. He bared his teeth, looking every bit ready for a fight. At that very moment, the restaurant door swung open, and in walked a white-haired blind man accompanied by a middle-aged woman. The blind man was dressed entirely in black, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. Yet, as soon as he entered the restaurant, he instinctively looked straight at Lockjaw Dog. Sit, boy, Quake called out sharply, then turned to the newcomers with a polite smile. Sorry about that. He doesn't bite. Lockjaw obediently sat back down, eyes fixed warily on the blind man. Peter Parker, standing beside Li Jie, muttered quietly, Boss, there's something odd about those two. They just appeared outside the door out of nowhere. Li Jie had noticed this himself. The pair had arrived via spatial teleportation, which happened to be the blind man's superpower. Lockjaw Dog was clearly hostile, perhaps because he sensed a kindred ability in the blind man. The middle-aged woman offered a gentle smile and said to the blind man, Gordon, let's find a seat. Though blind, the man seemed to perceive everything around him with the clarity of Daredevil. They settled down at a table by the window. May I ask what you'd like to order? Quake approached them, ready to serve. The woman smiled. I've heard your name is Daisy. Yes, I'm Daisy. Is there something you'd like to ask? Quake, too, was beginning to sense that her guests were anything but ordinary. It seems a bit dirty here. Could you help me wipe it down? Gordon pointed at the table in front of him as he spoke. Quake glanced over but didn't see anything wrong. Nonetheless, she picked up a cloth and gave the table a quick wipe. Seizing the moment, Gordon suddenly reached out and grabbed Quake's arm. Hellhound dashed over to them. "What are you doing?" Quake pulled her arm free. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it." Gordon's brow furrowed. He had tried to use his spatial manipulation ability to take Quake with him, but it failed. "No, sweetie, don't." Quake scooped up Hellhound, who looked ready to bite. Gordon looked at the dog, assuming it was somehow responsible for interfering. Li Jie let out a silent, scornful snort in his heart. "I have the space stone. Disrupting your teleportation is child's play." Still, Gordon's attempt to take Quake away made Li Jie more vigilant. "Would you like something to eat?" Li Jie walked over and asked. The middle-aged woman smiled and replied in Chinese. "Could we have 2 bowls of noodles with fried bean sauce, please?" Li Jie turned and went into the kitchen to prepare the dish for them. These noodles are simply wonderful," the woman praised after taking a bite. Li Jie immediately received a notification. "Congratulations, host, you've gained Jia Ying's recognition. Successfully unlocked 10% of Jia Ying's skills." Seeing the name, Li Jie finally understood. The woman in front of him was Quake's biological mother. The pair had come here intending to take Quake back to the Inhumans. The meal was merely an excuse. After discovering how delicious the noodles were, Jia Ying finished her entire bowl. Just like Mr. Hyde, Jia Ying was afraid that revealing her identity too suddenly might frighten Quake. The original plan was to gradually reconnect after bringing Quake back to the Inhumans, but now that was out of the question. "The food here is wonderful. I'll definitely come again," Jia Ying said to Quake as she left. Once outside the restaurant, Gordon spoke up again. "That was strange. My power didn't work inside the restaurant." "Maybe." Jia Ying cut him off. "Let's discuss this when we get back." Gordon nodded, placed his hand on Jia Ying's shoulder, and the two of them vanished together. "Sweetie, what was that about just now? Were you about to bite someone? I'm warning you, don't ever do that again. If you bite anyone, I won't like you anymore." Quake began her lecture. Hellhound looked utterly aggrieved. It had only wanted to protect Quake. Deadpool pushed open the door and strolled in. "Hey, Peter." Peter Parker turned away, pretending not to notice him. Ever since that night, he'd left the restaurant with Deadpool. The guy had drunk away all the money Peter had on him. "Peter, come on, don't be like that. This time I brought money." Deadpool pulled out his thick wallet and began to speak. In fact, the pain of heartbreak over the past couple of days had turned into motivation for his reckless escapades. He'd completed several high-difficulty jobs and raked in a handsome sum. "Hey, Wade. Sorry, I didn't see you there just now. You seem to be in a pretty good mood today. What would you like to eat?" The moment Peter Parker realized Deadpool had brought money, his smile instantly returned. "As long as you're not here to scam me, we're good. Of course, I want to try everything on the menu at the Chinese restaurant. Here's the payment for the meal, and this is your tip." Today, Deadpool was in a generous mood. He counted out $1,000 as a tip for Peter Parker. "Wade, there's no need for all this between us. Just forget the tip," Peter replied. As Deadpool started to put the money back in his wallet, a sticky web shot out, snatching it away. "Wade, forget about the tip, but I'll consider this interest on what you owe me," Peter said quickly, tucking the money safely away. After being tricked by Deadpool so many times, he'd be a fool not to keep whatever he could finally get back. "Wade, how are things going with Death?" Peter found a spare moment to ask. These days, he was very concerned about his good friend's love life. He really had no choice but to care. What if Deadpool ended up offending Death? He'd definitely get caught up in the fallout. "We've met a few times already. I'm confident victory is just around the corner," Deadpool declared with total self-assurance. Hearing this, Peter only grew more worried. In this universe, Thanos reigned supreme, standing over 2 meters tall and nearly tipping the scales at 900 pounds. Descended from the Eternals, with his purple skin and ridged chin, Thanos could withstand almost any form of attack. At that very moment, Thanos sat slumped on a massive boulder, clad in golden pauldrons and gripping his enormous 800-meter blade, his face full of dejection. Gazing at his reflection in the blade, Thanos seethed with resentment. "I'm tall, imposing, and devastatingly handsome. How can I lose out to foul-mouthed little rut? And that guy with the burns all over him, calling him ugly would actually be a compliment." Thanos couldn't even remember when he'd fallen in love with Death, one of the 5 primordial cosmic entities. Over the years, to win her favor, Thanos had conquered worlds and even slaughtered entire planets' populations. But despite all that, he had never won Death's heart. Not long ago, Thanos had gone to meet Death, only to discover that at some point, a grotesque little man had appeared at her side. That fool's mouth ran nonstop, chattering away like a machine gun. And yet, somehow, this buffoon had actually managed to win Death's affection. The two of them had even gone on a date, secretly, no less, to some Chinese restaurant. They say the food at the Chinese restaurant is the best in the entire universe. But I, Thanos, have conquered worlds across the cosmos, What delicacy haven't I tasted? Death must have been tricked by that bastard called Deadpool. Suddenly riled, Thanos swung his massive blade, and a deep chasm split the ground at his feet. Deadpool, don't let me catch you again, or I'll slice you clean in two. Rising to his feet, Thanos strode toward the ruined city across from him. Speaking of food, he realized he was actually a bit hungry, so he planned to find something to eat. Inside the city, Thanos' men were slaughtering the residents, staining the entire place red with blood. As Thanos walked into the city of ruins, he suddenly stopped. Amidst the rubble stood a single, intact door. On it, written in eternal script, were the words, Chinese restaurant. How could there possibly be a Chinese restaurant here? Thanos was baffled. He recalled how Deadpool boasted about the restaurant shredded pork with garlic sauce, and had even invited Death to dine there again. Without hesitation, Thanos pushed the door open and stepped inside. A bell jingled overhead, its sharp sound nearly prompting Thanos to level the entire restaurant with one swing of his blade. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Peter Parker, seeing a hulking figure suddenly appear in the restaurant, was more surprised than alarmed. After all, what supervillain hasn't turned up in this Chinese restaurant? Peter had gotten used to it by now and wasn't the least bit intimidated by Thanos' appearance. In contrast, Li Jie nearly jumped out of his seat when he saw Thanos. How did the random door bring this guy here? It really does live up to its name. Li Jie immediately activated his super senses to scan the situation. No infinici gauntle, no infinici stonis, no cosmici harci, no cosmici cubi. Li Jie let out a sigh of relief. Without all those high-level gadgets, Thanos, with only that menacing blade, was nothing but a harmless rookie in Li Jie's eyes, nothing to be afraid of. Daisy, could I get another bowl of rice, please? Daisy, you really are beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that I already have death, I think I'd fall for you right now. Even when asking Quake for more rice, Deadpool couldn't help but flirt a little. On the other side, Thanos watched this scene unfold, veins bulging in anger, almost crushing his blade's handle. Li Jie could tell. Thanos was here for Deadpool. Sir, why don't you take a seat first? Peter Parker, seeing Thanos standing there motionless, pointed to a nearby spot. This shredded pork with garlic sauce is truly delicious. I wonder when Death will finally agree to come try it with me. Deadpool smacked his lips as he spoke. At the mention of that name, Thanos, who had been on the verge of losing control, suddenly calmed down again. After sitting down, Thanos automatically switched to the local language and said to Peter Parker, I'll have an order of shredded pork and garlic sauce. Deadpool, clearly not recognizing Thanos, saw that he only ordered a single dish and shouted loudly, Hey, big purple guy, is this your first time at a Chinese restaurant? If you can afford it, you should really try everything on the menu. The food here will never let you down. Besides, judging by your size, you must have quite an appetite. Even if you ate everything on the menu, I bet you still wouldn't feel full. Luckily, the rice refills are free here. Thanos clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked like thunder, fighting the urge to rip out Deadpool's tongue and finally bring some peace to the world. Sir, would you like anything else? Peter Parker asked politely. Thanos exhaled slowly, trying to keep his temper in check. Bring me everything on the menu. Of course, sir. That'll be $600 in total. Peter replied. Thanos. Deadpool chimed in. Big guy, the rule here is you pay before you eat. If you got the cash, go ahead and settle up. If not, sorry, but you're not tasting any of this awesome Chinese food today. With his heightened senses, Li Jie could tell that Thanos was teetering on the edge of losing control, while Deadpool continued to dance on the knife edge of danger, completely oblivious that every word out of his mouth was pushing Thanos closer to the brink. Thanos was irritated, deeply irritated. He'd conquered worlds across the universe for years and never once had to pay for a meal. He pried a gem from his helmet, placed it on the table, and asked, Will this cover the bill? Peter Parker gave an awkward, dry chuckle, thinking, Here comes another big spender. Sir, it's not that we can't accept gems, it's just that we don't know how much this one is worth. So figuring out your change. Thanos waved it off, generous and impatient. Don't bother with all that. Just take the gem and bring me the food. Hurry up, I'm running out of patience. All right, sir. Please wait a moment. Peter picked up the gem and brought it to Li Jie. A gem worthy of Thanos' helmet was certainly no ordinary stone. Li Jie accepted it and began to prepare Thanos' meal. The first dish, golden fried rice. Thanos eyed the golden fried rice and immediately frowned, suspecting he'd walked into a scam. Even for someone like Quake, a woman, the portion would seem small, let alone for Thanos, who weighed nearly 2,000 pounds. Open his mouth a bit wider, and a whole plate of golden fried rice would be just a single mouthful. Hey, big purple guy, don't just stand there, dig in. Trust me, this is going to win your stomach over completely. Deadpool urged him on. Thanos truly couldn't take it anymore. He turned to Peter Parker and said, Hey, can you get that jittery guy to keep his mouth shut? Peter Parker let out a disgruntled cry. Deadpool hurriedly mimed, zipping his lips, then made an exaggerated gesture, encouraging Thanos to hurry up and eat. Refusing to look at Deadpool any longer, Thanos simply turned his back on him and set his gaze on the plate of golden fried rice before him. The portion was a bit small, but the aroma was undeniably tempting. Even the worms in Thanos' stomach were starting to stir. He knew that death was probably watching this moment, so he put on a show of gentlemanly poise, picked up the plate, and brought the golden fried rice to his mouth. As soon as he tasted it, Thanos froze where he sat. After years of waging war across the universe, Thanos had lost count of all the planets he'd visited. He fancied himself something of a gourmet, but now, every cell in his body felt as if it had been jolted by lightning. Now, this was real cuisine. At that moment, Li Jie's system responded as well. Congratulations, host! You have gained Thanos' recognition and unlocked 1% of Thanos' abilities. Most people simply assume that Thanos' strength lies in his formidable physical attacks, but that's not the whole story. As a member of the Eternal Watchers, Thanos' superpowers are unrivaled. He understands all the philosophies of the Eternals, which grants him unparalleled strength, endurance, healing, and agility. His skin is nearly indestructible, especially when it comes to resisting cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging, and disease. Long before the goddess of death he secretly loved cursed him with immortality, Thanos could survive without food or water. His mental strength is nearly invincible as well. In short, Thanos' repertoire of abilities is vast and formidable. Of course, compared to the skills Li Jie now possesses, Thanos is still just a rookie. To say nothing of Death's abilities alone, which would be enough to utterly crush Thanos at this stage. Thanos' true strength lies in his brilliance as a strategist, and, later, in the powerful gear he acquires, which together make him terrifyingly formidable. Right now, Li Jie could easily take care of Thanos in a matter of minutes. After polishing off 2 plates of golden fried rice, Thanos washed it down with the last drop of soup. Then came the jajang noodles, stinky tofu, osmanthus cake, and shredded pork and garlic sauce. Each dish a delight, none of them disappointing Thanos in the least. In his heart, Thanos was full of praise for the Chinese restaurant cuisine. Just as he imagined, even after devouring everything, he was still not quite full. And as Thanos was about to ask for another helping, Deadpool got to his feet, ready to leave the restaurant. Peter, I'm heading out first. Call me after you get off work, and we'll grab another drink together. As Deadpool spoke, he started walking toward the main entrance. Thanos had finally managed to track down Deadpool. How could he just let him slip away like that? He hefted his massive blade and swung it at Deadpool's head, but the blade stopped abruptly, less than 4 inches from Deadpool's skull. Everyone in the room was startled by this scene. Thanos turned his head to look at Li Jie. With a gentle smile, Li Jie said, "This is your first time visiting the Chinese restaurant, so it's understandable that you don't know the rules. The restaurant has a duty to protect its patrons. In other words, as long as someone is a guest here, I won't allow anyone else to harm them inside these walls. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you believe I could destroy this planet at any moment?" Thanos threatened. Li Jie simply shrugged and replied, "Whether or not this planet gets destroyed is beyond my control. But as long as my guests are threatened in my restaurant, I have to step in. Kid, you've got a death wish. I'll admit, what you cook is truly delicious. No, actually, it's the best food I've ever eaten. But if you keep getting in my way, I'll have no choice but to kill you too." Thanos said angrily. "Hold on a second." Deadpool flicked Thanos' blade with his finger and asked curiously, "Hey, big purple guy, you really want to kill me, right?" "That's right. I'm going to kill you." "That's fantastic." Deadpool suddenly clapped his hands in delight. Thanos was speechless. Deadpool exclaimed with excitement, "Come on, big purple guy, hurry up and do it. Whatever you have to do, as long as you can kill me, that's all I ask. Oh wait, I almost forgot. No violence allowed in the Chinese restaurant. Jack, do me a favor and send us into the mirror dimension. Or, big purple guy, we could just step outside." Thanos was silent. I knew this guy wasn't right in the head, and sure enough, I was right. Damn lunatic. Who would actually beg someone to kill them? Peter Parker said, "Wade, are you okay? Are you sick or something?" Deadpool brushed away Peter Parker's outstretched hand and exclaimed, "Relax, I'm fine. Peter, think about it. If this big guy really can kill me, then I could be with death forever. That a good thing?" Peter Parker was at a loss for words. Hearing this, Thanos' lips twitched in annoyance, but inside, he grew even more furious. "You little punk, are you trying to get me to do you a favor and send you to death's side? If you wish. Wait a minute, something's not right here. This guy keeps clinging to death. If I don't kill him, I'm afraid I won't have even the slightest chance. But if I do kill him, It's as good as delivering him straight into death's hands. So, should I kill him or not? Hey, you big purple brute. What are you thinking about? God, don't tell me you're chickening out. Deadpool taunted recklessly. Thanos' anger flared. He swung his enormous blade, but remained perfectly still, immobilized by Li Jie's power. Wade, are you sure you want him to kill you? I'm absolutely sure, as long as he's got what it takes to do it. Deadpool nodded with utmost seriousness. Li Jie turned to Thanos. And you? Are you really set on killing him? Thanos had made up his mind. As long as he killed Deadpool, then found a way to wipe out Deadpool's soul, it would be done. Yes, I'm going to kill this idiot. Li Jie, since you're both so eager, let's take this to the mirror dimension. No need to cause a ruckus outside, and nobody wants to clean up the mess. As he spoke, Li Jie conjured a portal into the mirror dimension. Hey, big guy, hurry up in here. Deadpool waved Thanos over, almost tripping over himself in his excitement as he dashed inside. Thanos snorted coldly, gripped his blade, and strode in after him. Boss, do you mind if I come and watch? Peter Parker was worried his old friend might actually bite the dust. On the other hand, watching Deadpool get dispatched over and over again sounded like a great time. Inside the mirror dimension, watching Deadpool get taken out by Thanos really was as satisfying as Peter Parker imagined, at least at first. Thanos showed no mercy to his rival in love. Right out of the gate, he chopped off Deadpool's head. Peter Parker even cheered for Thanos. Thanos grinned triumphantly. Wait, are you talking to me? The severed head lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, making the mad Titan jump in surprise. Watching Deadpool pick up his own head and reattach it, Thanos seethed with fury. Come on, big guy, you'll have to do better than that. Show me what you've really got. Deadpool shook his head in mock disappointment. With a furious roar, Thanos brought his blade down again, this time splitting Deadpool clean in half from head to toe. Peter Parker cheered once more. To be fair, Thanos' killing technique was impressively swift and clean. When the blade sliced Deadpool open, not a single drop of blood splattered. Not bad this time, keep it up. Deadpool pressed a finger to his cheek and struck a cutesy pose. Third round, Thanos hacked Deadpool in half at the waist. But Deadpool sprang back to life yet again. Fourth round, Thanos tore open Deadpool's chest, yanked out his heart, and crushed it on the spot. For the fifth time, Thanos smashed Deadpool's head straight into his chest with a single punch. For the sixth time, Thanos struck Deadpool's head so hard it burst into a crimson mist. For the seventh time, Thanos tore Deadpool's body into countless pieces. Every time Deadpool was killed, Peter Parker would cheer enthusiastically. But to Thanos, that cheer was unbearably grating, far more humiliating than a slap in the face in front of a crowd. If you say one more word, I'll rip your tongue out. Thanos finally couldn't take it anymore and roared at Peter Parker. After witnessing dozens of Deadpool's bizarre deaths, Peter Parker felt mentally exhausted and entirely bored. He waved his hand dismissively and said, You two carry on. I'm heading out. Wade, don't forget you promised to buy me a drink after work. Yeah, I got it. Deadpool replied, then complained to Thanos. Hey, big guy, can you at least try to kill me properly? The corners of Thanos' mouth twitched. Peter Parker bade John Lee farewell and headed back to the Chinese restaurant ahead of him. He'd been hoping to grab a drink with Deadpool after work, but instead, Deadpool and Thanos had been stuck in the mirror dimension for 3 days and nights. During those 3 days, Deadpool went through at least 1,000 different deaths, but each time he regenerated, good as new. Thanos, tasked with killing him, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. It wasn't that he couldn't kill Deadpool. It was that he couldn't stand Deadpool's endless chatter. Let me out. Hurry up and let me out. In the end, Thanos gave up and begged John Lee to release him from the mirror dimension. Hey, big guy, don't leave. Come on, try again. I really think you'll manage to kill me next time. Deadpool shouted, chasing after him out of the mirror dimension. Hearing this, Thanos felt a sting in his nose, nearly moved to tears by sheer frustration. He'd been looking forward to a big meal once he got out, but now he'd completely lost his appetite. Deadpool, just you wait. I'll be back for you. With that, Thanos stormed out the door without looking back, once again returning to the ruined city. As the portal to the Chinese restaurant vanished before his eyes, Thanos thought back over the past few days and felt more stifled than ever. Then, Proxima Midnight, one of Thanos' Black Order and a legendary cosmic scout, suddenly appeared before him, knelt, and reported. We've located the Power Stone. It's on Xander. At the mention of the Power Stone, Thanos immediately perked up and declared with renewed vigor, prepare to attack Xander and claim the Power Stone. As he spoke, Thanos muttered under his breath, Deadpool, just wait. I refuse to believe that, once I've gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, I still won't be able to kill you. Thanos officially began his quest to collect the Infinity Stones. Woof, woof, woof. Lockjaw burst into the Chinese restaurant, barking loudly, but Quake, who had taken him out for a walk, was nowhere to be seen. Good boy. Has something happened to Daisy? Lockjaw barked twice. She's been kidnapped? Lockjaw nodded. At that moment, a mission notification suddenly appeared on the system panel. Quake has been forcibly taken back to the Inhumans by Jiaying. The mother-daughter reunion is far from joyful. Mission: rescue Quake from the Inhumans within 24 hours. Reward: Erguo 2, Chinese liquor. Seeing the mention of Erguo 2, Li Jie realized the restaurant had finally unlocked its drinks menu. Good boy. You know where Quake's been taken, don't you? Li Jie was aware of the Inhumans' existence, but he didn't know their exact location, so he couldn't just go there directly. Lockjaw gave another bark. Excellent. Take me there, Li Jie instructed. Lockjaw opened his mouth and clamped down on Li Jie's calf. Can't you be a little more gentle, you mutt? Luckily, my skin is tougher than alloy. Otherwise, with that bite, you'd have snapped my leg right off. With a dizzying shift, Li Jie and Lockjaw teleported from the restaurant into the depths of a remote forest. As far as the eye could see, mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist. No less mystical than Kamartaj. Who goes there? A loud shout rang out, and a burly, athletic youth leapt into view. Li Jie raised a hand in greeting and said with a cheerful smile, "Hey there, buddy. I'm here to see Daisy." Daisy? There's no one by that name here. The youth replied brusquely, clearly taking Li Jie for an intruder. What about Jiaying then? I'd like to see her. Li Jie guessed the other Inhumans might not know Daisy had been brought here. It made sense they hadn't heard of her. If you want to see Jiaying, you'll have to get past me first. As the young man spoke, his muscles suddenly swelled to more than twice their size. Clearly, his superpower was the ability to manipulate muscle density, greatly increasing his strength. Lockjaw launched the first attack, biting down hard on the youth's calf. With a cry of pain, the young man vanished almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, Lockjaw reappeared alone. Li Jie rapped Lockjaw on the head in exasperation. You silly dog. You made him disappear. Now who's going to take us to Jiaying and Daisy? Lockjaw looked a bit aggrieved. He was only trying to clear out a potential threat. After Li Jie's scolding, Lockjaw brought the muscle-bound youth back, still firmly clamped onto his right calf with his teeth. Let go. Hurry up and let go. The young man gripped the jaws of the Lockjaw dog, straining to pry them open, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. Don't waste your energy. You're not going to get its mouth open, Li Jie reminded him calmly. Refusing to give up, the young man's arm muscles bulged ever larger as his strength surged, but even then, he couldn't pry the Lockjaw dog's mouth apart. Hey, did your dog get its vaccinations? The boy suddenly blurted out the question. Li Jie couldn't recall. The Lockjaw dog was usually looked after by Shockwave Girl. Kid, enough talk. If you take me to see Jiaying, I'll tell it to let go, Li Jie said coolly. The muscle-bound boy let out a heavy sigh and said, Sorry, I can't bring you into the village. See that fog over there? Li Jie glanced ahead, seeing thick white mist blanketing the area several dozen meters away, forming a barrier that protected the stranger village within. The muscular youth continued. That's deadly poison gas. Even slightest contact will rot your body and kill you. Normally, we're not allowed to leave the village, and only Gordon can teleport people in and out. Then how did you get out? Li Jie asked with curiosity. That's a secret, the boy replied, his tone mysterious. In truth, Gordon wasn't the only one in the stranger village with spatial teleportation powers, but the others hadn't fully mastered the ability yet. The boy simply didn't want to betray his friends. Li Jie didn't press further. He stepped forward, placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, closed his eyes, and sensed the distance between the toxic mist barrier and the village. In the next moment, he activated his spatial powers, and they both appeared directly inside Stranger Village. The village was larger than Li Jie had imagined. Rather than a village, it resembled a small rural town, filled with ancient, traditional buildings. Lu Hua, where did you run off to just now? Who are these people? Hurry, go inform the village chief. Outsiders have entered the village. The sudden appearance of Li Jie and the Lockjaw dog sent a ripple of commotion through the settlement. With its astonishing sense of smell, the Lockjaw dog immediately caught Shockwave Girl's scent the moment it entered and, releasing Lu Hua, turned to snap at Li Jie. I can handle this myself. Li Jie dodged the dog in haste. Though the Lockjaw dog's bite couldn't harm him, dealing with its slobber was another story entirely. Using his enhanced senses, Li Jie had already pinpointed Shockwave Girl's location. She was being held in a special room. No one quite knew what the room was made of, but anyone kept inside would temporarily lose their powers. That was why Shockwave Girl couldn't escape. Her abilities were suppressed. Let me out. Let me out now. Locked inside, Shockwave Girl pounded on the door, her voice ringing with urgency. Outside, Jia-ing let out a gentle sigh and said, Daisy, please calm down. I have no intention of hurting you. When the day comes that you're ready to accept me as your mother, that's the day I'll let you go. That's easy for you to say, but where were you when I actually needed you? Quake's heart was filled with resistance as she shouted in her mind. The truth was, even though her birth mother had found her, Quake was still secretly thrilled. But emotionally, she just couldn't accept it, not when she was convinced her parents had intentionally abandoned her. All these years, Quake had been quietly searching for clues about her birth parents. But now, faced with them at last, all she could feel was the bitterness of having been left behind. Daisy, things weren't as simple as you think. Back then, there were circumstances that forced me to... Before Jia-ing could finish, an excited shout from inside interrupted her. Quake, overjoyed, scooped Lockjaw up into her arms and eagerly asked Li Jia, Jack, how did you guys even find this place? It was Little Buddy who led me here. Little Buddy, you actually managed to find me. You're amazing. Come here, you deserve a treat. With that, Quake planted a kiss on Lockjaw's head. Hearing the commotion inside, Jia-ing was instantly unsettled. She peered through the observation slot and said, Listen, I don't know what trick you used to find this place and get inside, but this room was specially constructed by the ancestors of the Inhumans. Anyone inside loses all their powers. Even Gordon can't get out of there. You're only making things harder for yourselves. Jia-ing, you can't keep us locked in here forever. Quake called out loudly. Jia-ing replied, Daisy, one day you'll understand why your mother is doing this. Everything I'm doing now is for your sake. For my sake? Jia-ing, you really have a talent for justifying kidnapping. Let me tell you, even if you lock me up here for the rest of my life, I'll never forgive you. Quake was determined to rebel to the very end. Daisy, let me try talking to her. Li Jia patted Quake on the shoulder, then stepped forward and spoke through the door. Jia-ing, you're the village chief of the Inhumans now, right? You have a duty to protect your people. What are you getting at? Jia-ing asked warily. I'm taking Daisy back to the Chinese restaurant. If you want to see her, you're welcome to come by any time. But if you ever try to kidnap Daisy again like this, I'll reveal the location of the Inhuman village to the world. You know better than I do what kind of disaster that would bring. Jia-ing scoffed. Jack, that's only if you can. Before she could finish, Jia-ing suddenly realized Li Jia had vanished right before her eyes. Lockjaw and Quake had disappeared as well. For a moment, Jia-ing stood frozen. Then she spun around and shouted urgently to Gordon, who was standing behind her. Hurry, open the door. Gordon hurriedly flung open the door and, after checking inside, found that the two people and the dog had indeed vanished. My God, how did he do that? Jia-ing asked in disbelief. Gordon replied, Just now I sensed a powerful surge of spatial energy. It broke right through the barrier of this house. Or rather, in the face of that spatial force, the house's barrier was as flimsy as a piece of paper. Was it the dog's doing? Gordon shook his head. No, it must have been Jack. His powers over space surpassed those of the Lockjaw dog. Jia-ing hesitated for a moment before saying, Gordon, take me to the Chinese restaurant. When Quake found herself back at the Chinese restaurant, she was so delighted she literally bounced with joy, planting a kiss on Lockjaw and exclaiming, Little one, I never imagined your teleportation ability was this strong. Not even that house could keep you trapped. Lockjaw gave a look that clearly said he had nothing to do with it. Compared to the power of a space gem, Lockjaw's own teleportation was simply no match. Peter Parker, emerging from the restroom with a cleaning cloth in hand, called out, You're finally back. I was worried it might delay the restaurant's opening. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You've been rewarded with Ergo 2. Note, red bottle, 40% ABV, priced at $100. Blue bottle, 66% ABV, priced at $200. Blue bottles too? The system really does think of everything. The 40-proof red bottle was clearly for women. Compared to the 66-proof blue bottle for men, its flavor would certainly be much milder. Li Jia glanced at the clock and said, Peter, there's still half an hour before the restaurant opens. What's the rush? I was just a little worried about you all, that's all. Peter Parker had arrived to find the place empty, with no sign of movement upstairs, and thought something might have happened to them. Quake raised her hand and said, Jack, if possible, I'd like to ask for some time off to go out. What's this? You want a drink? Li Jia could tell Quake's nerves were frayed. She needed a bit of alcohol to dull the edge. If it's just a drink you want, we've got some right here. No need to go out and make a fuss. Boss, I have to remind you, we don't actually have any. Peter Parker was halfway through his sentence when he saw, to his astonishment, that bottles, one red, one blue, had appeared on the once empty liquor shelf. He couldn't help but exclaim, When did we start stocking alcohol? How did I not notice? It wasn't just Peter Parker who hadn't noticed. The same went for Quake. Before Peter could finish his thought, two people suddenly appeared out of thin air in the restaurant. Jia-ing and Gordon. Lockjaw immediately bared his teeth, looking ready to attack. Quake swiftly scooped up Lockjaw in her arms. For now, she still couldn't bring herself to accept Jia-ing as her mother, yet she didn't want to see Jia-ing get hurt either. Daisy, I want to apologize for what I did before. I don't expect your forgiveness. I just hope we can sit down and talk again. Sorry, I have nothing to say to you. Quake turned her back and ignored Jia-ing. Jia-ing called out, but was interrupted by Li Jia. Excuse me, ma'am. The restaurant isn't open for business yet, and you've come in without permission. If you're here to eat, please wait outside until we open. Otherwise, I'll have to call the police. The Inhumans would rather avoid any dealings with official authorities like the police. Seeing Li Jia threaten to call the police, Jia-ing had no choice but to compromise and wait outside the restaurant for now. With Jia-ing blocking the door, Quake had no desire to leave either. She turned to Li Jia and asked, "Can I have a drink in a restaurant? As an employee perk, you can have a bottle of liquor for free. And I can make you some snacks to go with it." Li Jia noticed something interesting. The menu only listed the prices for the red and blue bottles, but unlike the other dishes, there was no note restricting customers to 1 serving per person per day. That meant the alcohol wasn't subject to any purchase limits. Then again, a 66 proof bottle of Erguo was not something most people could finish in one go. That was probably why there was no limit. Apart from staff meals, restaurant employees could also enjoy complimentary drinks. Li Jia fetched a red bottle of Erguo for Quake and prepared for her some osmanthus cake and a serving of stinky tofu as bar snacks. He had considered stir-frying a fish-flavored pork dish and making a soup to round out a 4-dish meal. But Quake waved him off with hearty frankness. If we're drinking, let's drink. Why bother with food? The girl clearly had no idea just how strong Chinese liquor could be. Drinking without anything to eat, she'd soon find out the hard way. Quake unscrewed the cap and, instead of using a glass, took a swig straight from the bottle. This liquor, it's really something. Peter Parker, who wasn't drinking, chimed in from the side. Boss, this liquor smells amazing. The Erguo provided by the system was unlike any ordinary version. When the bottle was opened, a unique, delicate fragrance wafted out. The 40-proof red bottle had a mellow, smooth taste gliding down the throat. As it warmed her belly, a gentle fire spread throughout her body, as if all her fatigue melted away in that instant. Quake gave a thumbs up. That first swig helped her forget her worries for the moment. And after that drink, she stopped trying to act tough and picked up her chopsticks, bringing a cube of stinky tofu to her mouth. If, earlier, Daisy, known as Quake, was only drinking to drown her sorrows, she was now simply enamored by the exquisite taste of Erguo. She alternated bites of stinky tofu with sips of liquor, and in no time at all, Quake had polished off the entire bottle of Erguo. Even with the Erguo being 40% alcohol, finishing a bottle in just a few minutes was no small feat. She truly was a heroine among women. "Jack, bring me another bottle. I can pay," she slurred. Her tongue barely cooperating, Quake tried to get up and reach for her wallet, but with a dull thud, she collapsed to the ground. Soon after, her gentle snoring filled the room. Outside the door, Jia-ing's heart clenched at the sight. She tried to push the door open, only to find it wouldn't budge. "She'll be all right. Let's give her a bit more time," Gordon offered, attempting to comfort her. A moment ago, Gordon had discreetly tested his teleportation powers, only to find that once again, he couldn't enter the Chinese restaurant. An invisible barrier had cut him and the restaurant off from each other. With no other option, Jack carried Quake upstairs and had Lockjaw stay by her side. When it was finally time for the restaurant to open, Jia-ing hurried in, her face anxious as she approached Jack. "Jack, if I've done or said anything wrong, I'll apologize right here and now. But could you please tell me how Daisy is doing first?" "She's fine. She just fell asleep, that's all." "Oh, thank goodness. That's a relief," Jia-ing sighed, the tension finally leaving her shoulders. Under her breath, she muttered, "That silly child. Why drink so much? If she overdoes it, it's her who suffers in the end." Peter Parker cleared his throat. "Ladies, may I take your order?" Jia-ing glanced upstairs, reluctant to leave just yet. Even though she couldn't see Quake, being separated from her daughter by only a wooden floor was enough to bring her comfort. Besides, the tantalizing aroma of the restaurant's food was irresistible. "I'll have 2 of everything on the menu," Jia-ing replied. "And another bottle of the wine Daisy just had with a glass, please." After paying, she chose a table as close as possible to where Quake was resting upstairs. She poured herself a glass of Erguo and sipped it slowly, as if savoring the experience her daughter had just had, bridging the gap between them, one small sip at a time. Just then, Tony Stark, Iron Man himself, who hadn't been seen around for some time, walked in. "Hey, Jack." "Hey, Peter." Tony greeted Jack and Peter Parker with a wave. He wore a smile, but it was easy to see he wasn't in the best of spirits. The pronounced dark circles under his eyes, like they'd been painted on, made it clear he hadn't had a good night's sleep in ages. "Tony, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Jack asked him personally. Tony Stark didn't have much of an appetite. He'd only come to the Chinese restaurant to see if he could force himself to eat something. Glancing up at the menu on the wall, Tony was pleasantly surprised to spot Ergo liquor. "Jack, looks like you finally started selling booze here. Bring me a bottle to start." "No problem. Do you want the red bottle or the blue one?" Tony, ever the big spender, waved his hand. "Red or blue. Just bring me whichever's more expensive. And bring me one of everything else on the menu while you're at it." At that moment, Captain America walked in, looking a bit haggard in his tight suit and carrying his shield. He seemed a little surprised to see Tony already there. Iron Man shot him a glare and muttered under his breath, "What a shadow. Wherever I go, someone just has to follow." Captain America snorted, muttering back, "What a buzzkill. No, more like a real appetite killer. If I'd known he'd be here, I wouldn't have bothered coming." Clearly, neither Iron Man nor Captain America had planned to meet here at the restaurant. And if this weren't a Chinese restaurant, the two of them probably would have come to blows already. "Tony, here's your liquor. Find yourself a seat. The food will be ready soon," Lee Jie said, handing him a blue bottle of Ergo 2. Peter Parker hurried over to greet Captain America. "Mr. Rogers, what would you like to eat today?" Setting aside his personal feud with Tony for the moment, Captain America replied, "I'll have one of everything. I haven't had a proper meal in days. And by the way, is this a new drink on your menu?" Tony scoffed from his seat. "Acting clueless, huh? No wonder you're such a performer." The word performer clearly struck a nerve. Captain America hated any mention of his past in show business. "Jerk, no one's stopping you for shutting up. And if you want to fight, let's take it outside right now." Who's afraid of whom? Tony slapped the table and shot to his feet. Lately, he and Captain America had been bickering quite a lot. "Are you two here to eat or to fight?" Lee Jie asked calmly. Tony grumbled and sat back down. Captain America huffed. "We'll eat first. Then we'll settle things. Peter, bring me a bottle too, the most expensive one you've got. Don't let someone think he's the only one who can afford a drink." With that, he took the seat directly opposite Tony. "Peter, bring them 2 glasses. And remind them, never drink on an empty stomach." Following Lee Jie's instructions, Peter Parker handed each of Captain America and Tony Stark a small cup, weighing about 50 grams, and reminded them that it was best to have some food before drinking. "Tisish, only women drink from cups," Captain America scoffed, pushing the cup aside without a second thought. Tony Stark, just about to pour himself a drink, furrowed his brow, and likewise put his cup away. "A real man drinks straight from the bottle," he declared. With that, Tony Stark brought the bottle to his lips. He meant to show off, to polish off a whole bottle of Ergo 2 in one go. But the very first gulp sent a fiery sensation roaring through his gut, like a dragon on the rampage. He barely managed to clap a hand over his mouth in time to keep from spitting it all out. This was no ordinary liquor. This was rocket fuel. Ordinary people wouldn't stand chance. Seeing Tony's reaction, Captain America let out a mocking laugh. "I thought you were supposed to be some big shot. Turns out all you've got is talk, huh? When I was drinking back in the day, you weren't even a molecule. Let me show you what it means to be a real man." With that, Captain America boldly took up a bottle and chugged. He'd always fancied himself a seasoned drinker. He'd even tackled the strongest vodka. What was one bottle of Ergo 2? The first mouthful lit up his face, though unlike Tony, he didn't have to cover his mouth, instead pressing the bottle to his lips with his tongue. But something was off. The aroma was rich and mellow, yet there was a fierceness he couldn't quite tame. Stung by Captain America's mockery, Tony Stark refused to back down. The two had never settled their rivalry with fists, and now they'd found a new battleground. They glared at each other, matching each other drink for drink. Finally, after a few determined rounds, both men finished their bottles and slammed them triumphantly onto the table. "Peter, another bottle." Captain America and Iron Man called out in unison, arms reaching forward. And then, as if rehearsed, both slid from their chairs and disappeared beneath the table. Well, that was quick. The food hadn't even been touched, and both were completely hammered. "What should I do, boss?" Peter Parker had never seen anyone drink themselves under the table in a Chinese restaurant before. He was at a loss. "Pack up the food. Take it home after your shift for your aunt and fiancé. I'll take care of getting them home." "Thanks, boss." Peter replied happily. What a windfall. Lee Jie grabbed Captain America with one hand, Iron Man with the other, and, using a spatial portal, whisked them away to Tony Stark's mansion. "Jack, it's a pleasure to see you. Have Tony and Stephen had a bit too much to drink?" The familiar voice of Jarvis, the intelligent butler, sounded through the house. "Yes, I brought them back," Lee Jie said as he casually tossed Tony Stark and Captain America onto the bed. There was no other option. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been upended, and now even Captain America didn't have a place to stay. With his task done, Li Jia went straight back to the Chinese restaurant. After Li Jia left, Jarvis muttered under his breath, "Oh no, Pepper is back." Pepper drove into the garage, humming a tune, clearly in a wonderful mood. Not long ago, she'd learned that Tony Stark would be home tonight. She'd even gone out of her way to buy a bottle of red wine, planning for a romantic evening together. "Jarvis, is Tony home?" Pepper asked as she got out of the car. "He's back," Jarvis replied. "Where is he?" she asked. "He's upstairs in the bedroom," Jarvis answered. "All right, got it." With a bottle of red wine in hand, Pepper quietly opened the bedroom door, only to find Tony Stark in a close embrace with Captain America. The wine slipped from her fingers and shattered on the floor. Eyes brimming with tears, Pepper turned and left the room. A soft, heartbroken whimper escaped her lips before she choked out. "Fine, you two enjoy yourselves." News that the Chinese restaurant had started serving alcohol spread like wildfire in just a few days. Because most of the restaurant's patrons were either superheroes or supervillains, a competitive drinking craze ignited almost instantly. "You're having one drink? Fine, I'll have two. Oh, you're having two? Watch me down the whole bottle." In the end, whether they were heavyweights or lightweights, everyone left the restaurant stumbling and swaying. It became common to see people sprawled by the roadside in Hell's Kitchen. If anyone wanted to pick up a superhero to take home, all they had to do was take a stroll near the restaurant. Originally, the Hell's Kitchen precinct was the worst in all of New York. But ever since the Chinese restaurant started serving alcohol, they'd managed to haul in plenty of supervillains. In no time, Hell's Kitchen's police became the stars of the city. One night, just as the restaurant opened, Madame Gao strode in, her silver hair perfectly styled and every detail of her appearance immaculate. Li Jia's eyes immediately locked onto her. Standing nearby, Peter Parker frowned and said, "Boss, do you feel like something's different about Madame Gao tonight? She seems dangerous." Li Jia understood why Peter said that. His spider sense had picked up that Madame Gao was not alone inside her body. Someone else was there, Death herself. Some time had passed since the epic battle between Thanos and Deadpool. Now, Death, no longer able to resist her curiosity, had returned to the Chinese restaurant, eager to savor its cuisine and try the latest offerings. Quake didn't notice anything different about Madame Gao. Perhaps it was true that the fearless have nothing to fear. She took the initiative to walk over and greet her. Madame Gao chose a corner seat by the window. From here, she could see every table in the Chinese restaurant, while also enjoying the view outside. Even though there was nothing particularly worth looking at on Hell's Kitchen's main street, it didn't change the fact that this was the best seat in the house. Once seated, Madame Gao Death glanced up at the menu on the wall with a touch of excitement. "Oh, the restaurant has some new dishes. I simply have to try them. Bring me shredded pork with garlic sauce and a bottle of ergo too. Make it the blue bottle." As Quake took down the order, she commented, "The blue bottle is pretty strong. Most people can't handle it. I'd recommend the red bottle instead. It's milder, much more suited to us ladies." Madame Gao Death let out a peal of laughter. "Sweet girl, when you reach my age, you'll realize that sometimes life calls for a stiff drink. It's the only way to squeeze a bit of joy out of it. All right then, one blue bottle of ergo too coming up." Quake shrugged, unable to make sense of Death's words. It was hard enough just to imagine living to Madame Gao's age, let alone to Death's. "Is there anything else you'd like?" "Of course. I want to try the other specialties as well." She handed over some cash. "This is for the bill, and this is your tip." Madame Gao Death was generous, giving Quake a $200 tip. After all, it wasn't her own money she was spending, so what harm was there in a little extravagance? "Ma'am, here's your drink." Peter Parker set the blue bottle of ergo too down in front of Madame Gao Death. One moment. In a flash, Madame Gao Death grabbed Peter Parker's hand. A shiver shot through Peter as every hair on his body stood on end. He was deeply startled. What just happened? How did I not manage to dodge that? Madame Gao Death seemed a bit cheeky as she gently stroked the back of Peter's hand. "Young man, I hear you and Deadpool are like brothers?" Peter cleared his throat and replied, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I hardly know Deadpool. He's just come in for a meal a few times, and I happen to serve him." Deny. Who knew what kind of trouble Deadpool might be stirring up out there? Well, never mind then. Madame Gao Death didn't seem to care. With a smile, she continued, "Shouldn't you pour a drink for a beautiful lady? Here's a little something for your trouble." She placed a crisp $100 bill on the table, making Peter Parker's nerves tingle just a bit more. Let's set aside whether Mrs. Gao was a beauty in her youth. The fact that she paid Peter Parker to pour her a drink made him feel as if he were being hired for some rather questionable service. But really, isn't it just pouring a glass of wine? He decided to think of it as a gesture of respect for the elderly. Peter Parker quickly let go of his inner turmoil and bent down to pour Mrs. Gao Death a drink. A loud sound echoed through every corner of the Chinese restaurant. Peter Parker stood there, frozen like a statue. Mrs. Gao Death placed her hand on Peter Parker's backside and chuckled. Youth is truly enviable, so full of bounce. Peter Parker's face turned an alarming shade of green as he set the wine bottle down and said, Ma'am, please show some decorum. A peal of laughter escaped Mrs. Death. She was clearly messing with Peter Parker on purpose. After all, wasn't Peter Parker Deadpool's soulmate? Who knows how Deadpool would react if he found out about this? Would that chatterbox come after Peter Parker with a knife? Just then, Jack called out, coming to Peter Parker's rescue and personally bringing the golden fried rice to Mrs. Death. Mrs. Gao, let's call it a day. If you pull another stunt like that, I'll have to ask you to leave the restaurant. Is that a threat? Mrs. Death tilted her head and sized Jack up. His expression unchanged, Jack replied, interpret it however you like. If you want to keep enjoying the food here, you'll have to follow the house rules. All right, I understand. Jack, you're quite amusing. I hope that the next time we meet somewhere else, you're just as interesting as you are now. Mrs. Death issued a warning of her own. Jack gave a little smile. Enjoy your meal. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open again and Thor strode in. Hey Jack, Peter, Daisy, did you miss me? Thor could easily have made a career as a comedian. Mr. Thor dining alone today? Quake went over to greet him. After picking a seat, Thor set his hammer casually on the floor and shook his head. No, I'm meeting Dr. Banner. Last time, after I drank Captain America under the table, Banner said he wasn't convinced. Today, he's here to challenge me to a drinking contest. He paused, grinning with pride. I hold the record for drinking in all of Asgard. They call me the god who never gets drunk. Forget Dr. Banner. Even if he hulks out, he still can't outdrink me. Jack couldn't resist teasing. Remind me who left his hammer in the middle of the road last time? After Thor and Captain America had their impromptu drinking contest here, Cap passed out cold. But Thor, who managed to walk out under his own power, ended up leaving his mighty hammer at the intersection, causing a string of traffic accidents. Speaking of Captain America, after he and Iron Man got drunk and were sent home by Li Jie, the two of them never showed up together at the Chinese restaurant again. If Captain America arrived at the restaurant first, then Tony, Iron Man, would make it a point to avoid him. If Tony, Iron Man, got there first, then Captain America would steer clear of the place. The relationship between the two had become rather peculiar. Jack, could you not bring up the things people would rather forget? You talk as if you've never lost anything yourself. And besides, was I really drunk? I was conducting an experiment, seeing if anyone would resist the urge to pocket something left on the street. Thor rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Li Jie was tempted to give Thor a good smack. You left your hammer in the middle of the road. Let's be honest, even if someone wanted to pick it up, they'd have to be able to lift it first. Forget it, just order your food. I'm heading back to the kitchen. Li Jie was just about to step inside when Lady Death called out. Peter, could you bring me another bottle of wine, please? Li Jie was a bit surprised. He hadn't been paying attention, but Lady Death had already finished an entire blue bottle of Ergo too. She looked as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Thor lowered his voice and said, Daisy, did that old lady really finish a whole bottle by herself? Looks like it, replied Quake. But how come she looks completely unfazed? Thor was baffled. Even he wouldn't be in such good shape after a bottle. I think you'll have to ask her yourself, Quake said, equally confused, and casually added. What? Are you planning to challenge her to a drinking contest? Thor immediately straightened up and put on a serious face. Daisy, what are you talking about? If I were to compete in drinking with her, I'd be bullying the elderly. I'll just wait for Dr. Banner to arrive. Lady Death rolled her eyes at Thor and scoffed. Little brat. Compared to Death herself, Thor really was just a kid. Nibelheim, a land known as the realm of the dead. Helen never imagined that she would be betrayed by her own father, imprisoned in this forsaken place for thousands of years. By now, the once mighty conqueror of the 9 realms had lost all her former grandeur. Ragged and worn, she looked like a beggar, except for her eyes, still sharp and fierce. Goddess of Death, a door has suddenly appeared over there. A wisp of a ghost came to report to Hela. She had crowned herself as the Goddess of Death, a title only a single word apart from one of the primeval gods, Death itself. But they were two very different beings. Led by the ghostly spirit, Hela soon stood before the door. It was a black stone door, radiating a heavy aura of death. 3 characters were inscribed upon it, Chinese restaurant. The door before Hela was none other than the anything door of the Chinese restaurant. The anything door had no fixed form. Each time it appeared, it looked different, yet it could traverse space and bring different people into the restaurant. Hela first placed her hand on the door, trying to sense something, but all she felt was emptiness, nothing more. After a brief hesitation, Hela pushed the door open and was greeted by an entirely new scene. Could this be a spatial portal? She wondered aloud. A flicker of excitement appeared on Hela's usually calm face. After being imprisoned in the realm of the dead for thousands of years, she finally saw a chance to leave. The moment Hela appeared, everyone in the restaurant grew alert. Lady Gao, Death, sensed the aura of the deceased clinging to Hela, but merely scoffed and shook her bottle, calling out, "Peter, bring me another bottle of wine." Peter Parker's spider sense warned him that Hela was an extremely dangerous presence. But even so, the danger she radiated seemed far less than that of Lady Gao, Death. Hearing Lady Gao's request for more wine, Peter Parker frowned and said to Li Jie, "Boss, she's already had 5 bottles. Is that really okay? Could alcohol possibly kill Death herself?" Li Jie shrugged indifferently. "Just give her the wine." Meanwhile, Hela, stepping into the Chinese restaurant for the first time, glanced around but failed to recognize Lady Gao as Death herself. Haughty as ever, Hela ignored everyone else, until her eyes fell upon Thor and his hammer. Without a word, she strode straight toward them. Thor had already noticed Hela. Though he had never met this sister before, he sensed a trace of danger in her presence. "Are you from Asgard?" Thor replied, "That's right. I'm a prince of Asgard. It's hardly a secret." A mischievous glint flashed in Hela's eyes as she pointed at Thor's hammer and declared, "That belongs to me." Thor was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing as if she'd said something ridiculous, even stepping aside for her. "You say it's yours? If you can lift it, it's all yours." Hela wasted no time in teaching Thor a lesson. She simply extended her hand, and the hammer soared up and landed squarely in her grasp. Thor's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock at the sight. Ever since Odin had placed an enchantment on the hammer, only those whose hearts were pure and just could lift it. But the reason Hela, wreathed in an aura of death, could so easily claim the hammer was simple. She hadn't lied. The hammer was hers to begin with. As for Odin's enchantment, if a mere spell could restrain Hela, Odin wouldn't have gone to such lengths to imprison her in the realm of the dead in the first place. "Wait a moment." Thor leapt to his feet and cried out, his eyes searching Hela anew with a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Are you truly Odin's daughter, Hela?" "Odin's daughter?" Hela scoffed at the title, her tone dripping with contempt. Back in the days when she waged war across the 9 realms, it was never the name Odin's daughter that struck fear, but rather her own power that made even Odin tremble. "So our father told you tales about me, did he? Let me guess, he used me as a cautionary tale, didn't he? You really are Hela?" Thor's shock only deepened. He blurted out, "Weren't you imprisoned in the land of the dead?" "That's right. I was locked away in the realm of death. In fact, I suppose I owe Odin my thanks. It was he who personally imprisoned me there, turning me into the goddess of death." Hela seemed quite satisfied with her new title, finding it far more commanding than merely being Odin's daughter. The heavy air was suddenly shattered by a burst of laughter. Madame Gao, Death, swirled her wine glass, remarking, "Goddess of Death? What a shabby knockoff title. You old crone, are you drunk, or just tired of living?" Hela spun to face Madame Gao, Death, the aura of death radiating from her with overwhelming force. "And what do you think?" Madame Gao, Death, smirked, utterly unimpressed. In terms of raw power, Hela was never a match for Death, one of the original deities of creation. If she were, she would have escaped the realm of death long ago. Besides, Hela's strength was rooted in Asgard, and after being away for so long, she was like someone starving at death's door. "I think you're asking for death." With those words, Hela swung Thor's hammer at Madame Gao, Death. Thor shouted in alarm, reaching out in vain to stop her. It was already too late. Yet Madame Gao, Death, sat unperturbed, perfectly calm, her gaze laced with mockery as she looked at Hela. In a blink, Jack Lee appeared, catching Thor's hammer in one hand with a smile. "I'm Jack, the owner of this Chinese restaurant. It's my duty to ensure the safety of my guests. If you're here to dine, please take a seat and order. If not, I'll have to ask you to leave." Fresh from her escape from the realm of death, Hela was riding high on overconfidence and a loss of self-restraint. She was momentarily baffled that a mere restaurant owner could intercept Thor's hammer. But hearing Jack's words, she simply gave a derisive laugh. "It seems I've been gone too long enough for the world to forget how terrifying I am. Even the owner of a tiny restaurant dares speak to me this way. If that's how it is, then all of you can perish." The aura of death around Hela spiraled out of control. Jack could only shake his head in resignation. Even Thanos, when he came to the Chinese restaurant, would quietly sit and eat his meal. But Hela insisted on causing trouble. Well, then I can't be blamed. Li Jie didn't bother with any fancy moves. He simply used his telekinesis to toss Hela right out of the restaurant. Thrown out of the Chinese restaurant, Hela landed once again in the realm of the dead, standing there in utter confusion. How could I, the dignified goddess of death, be thrown out by someone just like that? Is it because I haven't fought anyone in nearly 2,000 years and have grown careless? Or maybe I've forgotten how to fight altogether? Damn it, I really let things slip in the most humiliating way. The more Hella thought about it, the angrier she became. The aura of death around her flared up violently as she leapt, determined to head back to the restaurant and have it out with Li Jia. But she used too much force, crashed to the ground, and only then realized the restaurant's convenient door was turning insubstantial, fading before her eyes. She rushed over in desperation, but found herself passing straight through it once again. The restaurant's convenient door vanished completely. This drove Hella to a fit of hysterical screams. It wasn't being thrown out by Li Jia that upset her. It was losing her one chance to leave the realm of the dead. Li Jia tossed Mjolnir back, then turned to Lady Gao Death and said, "Enjoy your meal." Lady Gao Death grinned and replied, "I'm starting to find I rather like the rules here in the Chinese restaurant. But if it were me, I wouldn't have let her off with just a simple toss outside." She paused for a moment, then added, "Don't forget to have Peter bring me some wine." Thor caught Mjolnir and immediately rushed out of the restaurant, making a quick round through the Earthside kitchen. When he didn't find anyone, he hurried back, calling out anxiously, "Jack, where have you sent Hella?" "Naturally, back to where she came from." "Why? Do you want her to return?" Li Yi countered it. Just picturing his elder sister Hella made Thor shudder. He quickly shook his head. "You mean Hella is back in Nibelheim? If that's where she came from, then yes, I suppose so." Only then did Thor breathe a sigh of relief, though he found he'd lost his appetite. "Jack, if Dr. Banner comes by, please tell him I had urgent business back in Asgard." With that, Thor dashed out of the Chinese restaurant. Not bothering to avoid being seen, he summoned the Bifrost and vanished in a flash. Dr. Banner arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes after Thor had left. Glancing around and not seeing Thor, he lifted his wrist to check the time. "Hasn't that guy shown up yet?" "Dr. Banner, if you're talking about Thor, he's already gone back to Asgard," Peter Parker stepped forward to explain. "Don't tell me he ran home just because he was afraid to lose to me?" Dr. Banner declared with mysterious confidence. Then, with a carefree tone, added, "Well, since we're already here, Peter, bring me one of everything on the menu and a bottle of wine while you're at it." "Of course, Dr. Banner. Please have a seat over here. By the way, Dr. Banner, I heard the Avengers have teamed up with S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter Parker seized the opportunity to probe for details about the ongoing war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Dr. Banner shook his head and sighed. "To be precise, it's more of an alliance between the Avengers and Nick Fury. But internally, the Avengers are a mess. Tony and Steven are two of our most crucial members, and now they're at odds with each other. Dr. Pym built the super-intelligent Ultron, hoping to resolve the Avengers' internal conflicts. So far, it hasn't really helped. In fact, I'm more concerned about Ultron himself. You can never put absolute trust in artificial intelligence." Trying to avoid the persistent attention of Lady Gao Death, Peter Parker purposefully stuck close to Dr. Banner, fishing for information. Though usually a man of few words, Dr. Banner became quite the chatterbox after downing a bottle of Ergo 2. In Dr. Banner's eyes, both the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. had their fair share of problems, but in reality, Nick Fury's counterattack was well underway and making excellent progress. Barring any surprises, the battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would soon reach its conclusion. Deadpool showed up at the Chinese restaurant once again, just as Lady Gao Death, having polished off 10 bottles of Ergo 2, was beginning to show signs of tipsiness. "Hey, Peter." Deadpool strolled in, whistling cheerfully, clearly in high spirits today. "Hey, wait." Peter Parker sneaked a glance at Lady Gao Death, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Lady Gao's been acting a bit strange today. She keeps asking about you." "Got it." Deadpool spun around and walked straight up to Lady Gao Death, one hand pressed coolly on the table, the other running flirtatiously through his hair, if he'd had any. "Lady Gao, I hear you've been looking for me. So, is there a job opportunity you'd like to offer?" Lady Gao Death broke into a wide grin at the sight of Deadpool and slid a bottle of wine over to him. "If you can finish this bottle, I'll offer you a job with a salary you simply can't refuse." "That's easy." Deadpool grabbed the bottle and, without hesitation, started chugging straight from it, only to instantly turn into a human fountain. "Good grief, is this really wine?" Deadpool looked utterly stunned. "Looks like you lost," Lady Gao Death said with a helpless shrug. "Wait a sec." Deadpool called out hastily, then turned and shouted, "Peter, bring me a fresh bottle." "I don't buy it. For me, even poison goes down like water. How could I possibly lose to a bit of wine? If you want the blue bottle, Wade, that'll be $200. Peter Parker walked over and said. Deadpool didn't reply. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lady Death. She understood his unspoken request, pulled out her wallet, and started counting out the money. "Don't be so stingy. Give my buddy a little extra for a tip," Deadpool reminded her. Immediately, Peter Parker brought over a fresh bottle of Blue Bottle Ergo 2. Deadpool popped it open, jammed the bottleneck straight into his mouth, and threw his head back, chugging it all in one go. When he was done, he let out a loud belch of satisfaction, set the empty bottle on the table, and grinned with pride. How was that? Not bad, right? But before his words had even faded, Deadpool's legs buckled, and he collapsed under the table. Wade, you okay? Peter Parker hurried to pull Deadpool back up onto his chair. No problem at all. Deadpool gripped the back of the chair with both hands, as if his life depended on it, forcing a smile. Not a thing wrong. Lady Death, about that job you promised me? Come with me. Lady Death got up, helped Deadpool to his feet, and guided him toward the restaurant's front door. Peter Parker happened to notice Lady Death's hand resting on Deadpool's backside and felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Ligia, on the other hand, had to bite back a laugh. Death sure knows how to have fun. He couldn't help but wonder what Deadpool's reaction would be in the morning when he woke up to find Lady Death lying next to him. And just as Ligia had guessed, that's exactly what happened. The next day, Deadpool showed up at the Chinese restaurant again. But this time, he was dressed in a trench coat with a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, slinking in like he was up to no good. Peter. Deadpool slipped inside and called out in a low voice. Keep it down, will you? He quickly pulled Peter Parker to the side and whispered, Have Lady Death or anyone from the Hand been around lately? Not since you two left together that night, Peter replied. Deadpool finally let out a long sigh of relief, took off his mask, and said, Give me something to eat. Peter eyed Deadpool suspiciously. You're not planning to make me pay for you again, are you? Peter, buddy, I haven't eaten a single meal in days. You're not just going to let me starve, are you? Deadpool put on his most pitiful expression. Wade, it's no big deal to buy you a meal, but you have to tell me what happened after you left with Lady Death that night. Peter pressed him. But Deadpool suddenly exploded. Don't ever mention that night again. Whoever brings it up, I don't care who it is, I'll take them out. Even you, Peter. You hear me? Fine, have it your way. Peter turned to leave, and just then, someone else pushed open the door to the restaurant. Mr. Hyde, it's been a while since you last visited us. The man who stepped through the door was none other than Quake's father, Mr. Hyde. Hey, Peter, you're looking even more handsome these days. But would it be possible to have Daisy serve me today? After greeting Peter, Mr. Hyde glanced uncertainly at his daughter, Quake. Of course, no problem. Daisy, Peter Parker called out, though truth be told, he was far more curious about what had really happened between Deadpool and Lady Gao that night than he was about serving Mr. Hyde. Peter, you're relentless, you know that? All right, I'll tell you. Yes, I did leave with Lady Gao that night, but I swear all I did was get drunk. Absolutely nothing happened between us. Deadpool pulled Peter Parker aside to explain. If nothing happened, then why do you get so jumpy whenever Lady Gao is mentioned? Peter Parker clearly wasn't convinced. Peter, can we please drop the subject? For heaven's sake, why won't you believe me? Honestly, I was just drunk that night. Nothing happened, okay? Deadpool was growing a little desperate. Peter Parker, do you really think I'm buying that? Peter, for the sake of our friendship, could you please get me something to eat first? I'm absolutely starving here. Deadpool put on his most pitiful face as he pleaded. How about some shredded pork with garlic sauce? Peter Parker offered. Perfect. As long as it fills me up, I'm not picky. Deadpool replied gratefully. Want a bottle of wine to go with it? Peter Parker asked. Don't even mention alcohol to me. Peter, as your friend, let me give you some advice. Drinking only leads to trouble. Never touch the stuff. Especially not on an empty stomach. Deadpool was agitated again. Fine, no wine. I was only asking. Why are you so worked up? Wade, when you said drinking leads to trouble, what exactly did you mean? Peter Parker's curiosity was piqued all over again. Deadpool pressed his sword to his own neck and threatened. Peter, if you ask one more question, I'll end it right here in front of you. All right, I'll stop. No need to be so dramatic. Peter Parker rolled his eyes and then leaned over to whisper to Li Jia. Boss, what do you think really happened between Wade and Lady Gao that night? What do you think? Peter Parker answered. I'd bet anything something did happen. Otherwise, why would he freak out like that? Li Jia just smiled and said nothing. Whatever happened between Deadpool and Lady Gao has nothing to do with me. As long as Death doesn't mind, who am I to care? Once Mr. Hyde had settled into his seat, he said, Daisy, it's been a while. I mean, I've finished my last job, and I earned more than I expected. So for the next little while, you'll probably be seeing me here quite a bit. Oh, really? Mr. Hyde, would you like something to eat? Quake spoke with an air of indifference. Anything is fine. Oh, bring me a bottle of wine. I feel like celebrating. The Red Skull is dead, taken down by Captain America and Iron Man together. Even in front of his daughter, Mr. Hyde seemed uneasy, choosing his words carefully, almost as if he were grasping for something to say. You mean S.H.I.E.L.D. defeated Hydra? Quake showed a flicker of interest, mostly because this might have consequences for her, too. After all, she was still wanted for hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D. systems. Mr. Hyde replied, Actually, the Red Skull wasn't the mastermind behind this whole affair. His death doesn't really change much in the ongoing war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. But I think the tide is turning. S.H.I.E.L.D. will win this war soon. Quake tensed slightly. The doorbell rang, and Gordon pushed open the door to the restaurant. As Jia Ying walked into the Chinese restaurant, she instinctively greeted her daughter with a motherly smile. But the moment her gaze landed on Mr. Hyde, her expression changed instantly. At first, Mr. Hyde was startled to see Jia Ying, but then he leapt up with childlike excitement, rushing over to her and exclaiming with delight, "Is it really you, Jia Ying? Oh my God, today must be my lucky day. Jia Ying, you have no idea how many years I've spent trying everything I could think of to find you. And now, finally." Jia Ying cut him off sharply. Gordon stepped forward, blocking Mr. Hyde from getting too close to Jia Ying. Only then did Mr. Hyde realize what was happening, and he turned to look at Quake. Quake frowned, glancing between Mr. Hyde and Jia Ying, as if she was starting to piece things together. Mr. Hyde took a deep breath, summoning his courage to finally break the silence. "Daisy, this is your birth mother. And I'm your birth father." Dazed, Quake shook her head. Jia Ying called out softly, wanting to step forward, but Quake stopped her. "No, stay where you are. Don't come any closer." Jia Ying sighed gently. "I never expected to meet him here today. Still, whether you want to believe it or not, he is your father. Maybe he looks a mess now, but he wasn't always like this." Mr. Hyde reached up to touch his beard, muttering inwardly, "Do I really look that terrible now?" Jia Ying glanced at Mr. Hyde, then continued. "When I first met him, he was truly handsome, a kind and compassionate doctor who helped so many people. But then, one day, they captured me, and you disappeared. That's when he changed completely." A silent sigh escaped Mr. Hyde's heart. "That's right. Compared to before I lost my wife and child, I'm in a much worse state now." It's precisely because Mr. Hyde knows how much he's changed for the worse that he's hesitated all this time, not daring to reveal himself to Daisy. "Jia Ying, Daisy, today is the first time the three of us have reunited as a family. This is truly the happiest moment of my life. I suggest we all sit down and have a meal together, ideally with a drink to celebrate." Jia Ying seemed a bit reluctant, but for her daughter's sake, she didn't refuse. Instead, she looked at Daisy with a touch of anticipation. Li Jia could sense the turmoil in Daisy's heart. All her life, she tried to find her biological parents, but after growing up starved of love, finally meeting them filled her with an unexpected fear. For a moment, she simply didn't know what to do. "Go on, Daisy." Li Jia placed a reassuring hand on Daisy's shoulder to encourage her. Daisy glanced back at Li Jia, and only then did she make her decision to acknowledge her parents. "Wonderful. Let's sit right here." Mr. Hyde hurried over to pull out chairs for his wife and daughter. Only after they were both seated did he take a seat himself. "Mr. Gordon, could you sit over there, please?" Mr. Hyde pointed toward another table as he spoke. "Gordon? Well, it's a family reunion. I guess I'm the odd one out now. Peter, come over here." Mr. Hyde called Peter Parker over and pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, pressing it into Peter's hand. "I'm just so happy today. This is all for you. Please add 2 more orders to what we just placed, and bring us some more drinks as well." "Of course, Mr. Hyde." "Congratulations, Daisy." Peter Parker was genuinely envious of Daisy. Jia Ying and Mr. Hyde might have missed out on Daisy's childhood, but at least they were still alive. Peter would never see his own parents again. The family of 3 sat together in a scene that should have been joyful, but instead, there was a hint of awkwardness hanging over them. The only one who kept talking was Mr. Hyde, eagerly reminiscing about the past. How beautiful Jia Ying was in her youth, how adorable Daisy was as a child. Jia Ying and Daisy barely spoke at all. Even with the help of a little alcohol, the meal ended in a cloud of discomfort. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Mr. Hyde spoke a bit awkwardly. "Jia Ying, I know I'm in a terrible place right now, but please believe me, I'm going to work hard to change, to become a good husband and a good father again. Just give me one more chance, Jia Ying cut him off, her voice cold and resolute. "I know what you're about to say, but what's past is past. It's over between us. I will take Daisy back to the village. That's what's best for her. I hope you won't try to stop me. Jia Ying, I could come back to the village with you. That way, the 3 of us could always be together as a family," Mr. Hyde said hastily. Jia Ying's expression was cold as she replied, "I know you've done a lot over the years, but no matter how hard you try, you can't change one thing. You can never be part of the Yiren tribe, and that's the biggest difference between you and Daisy and me. I'm sorry, but for the safety of Yiren, I can't bring you back to the village." The medicine that had given Mr. Hyde his formidable strength had also made him volatile. Ever since reuniting with his wife and daughter, he'd been fighting to keep his temper in check. But at this moment, he snapped. "Jia Ying, just because I'm not a Yiren, you're going to tear our family apart." Jia Ying replied, "I'm the village chief now. I have to be responsible for the entire Yiren tribe. If it were up to me, I'd trade the whole world just to have you and our daughter. Mr. Hyde roared, then tried to compose himself. I am sorry. Jiang, I didn't mean to lose my temper with you. I just can't help myself sometimes. You know how much I love you and our daughter. My greatest wish in this life is to be with both of you. Jiang, you, me, and Daisy, we are a family. If you won't let me return to the village, that's all right. I could buy a house nearby, outside the village. That way, the three of us can still be together. Jiang sighed. It's very dangerous for a Iran to live outside. Daisy will only be safe in the village. I can protect you. Mr. Hyde lost control of his emotions again. Jiang didn't want to argue with her husband any further. She called out, Gordon. In an instant, Gordon appeared in front of Mr. Hyde, then took Jiang away with him. Jiang. Mr. Hyde spun in circles on the floor, his voice raw with desperation. I finally found my daughter. I won't let anyone take her from me. Not even you. Fuming, Mr. Hyde burst through the doors of the Chinese restaurant, stormed up to Daisy, and shouted, Daisy, come with me. I'm taking you away from here. No, let go of me. Daisy, the shockwave girl, struggled and cried out. Daisy, I can't. Before Mr. Hyde could finish, a cry of pain escaped him. Grabbing the hand that held him, Li Jia called out, I haven't broken any rules in your restaurant. I just want to take my daughter. Mr. Hyde, I have no wish to interfere in your family matters. But you must have heard just now, Daisy doesn't want to go with you. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you calm down. You're only going to frighten Daisy like this. Li Jia reminded him. Yes. Daisy, it's my fault. I got carried away. Mr. Hyde rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, then forced a smile, and said, It must be the alcohol talking. Daisy, I'm sorry. I'll come see you again tomorrow. With that, Mr. Hyde left the Chinese restaurant, looking back at every step. Even after stepping outside, he waved his hands energetically through the window. Peter, get a bottle of wine. Li Jia gave the order, uncorked a bottle, and sat down beside Daisy with Peter Parker. Daisy, don't think too much about it. If you don't want to leave, no one can force you to go. Lockjaw trotted over and lay at Daisy's feet. Just then, the bell above the restaurant door chimed again. Everyone thought Mr. Hyde had come back, but instead in walked a man nearly 2 meters tall, draped in a cloak. Beneath the cloak was a skull mask gleaming with a metallic sheen. He carried a bow and arrows on his back, held a shield in his hand, and had a long sword and pistol hanging from his belt. And those were just the weapons everyone could see. There was no doubt he had more hidden on him. A low, unsettling chuckle rolled from the man as he entered, followed by a cryptic remark. I really do miss the smell of this place. Li Jia, Peter Parker, and Daisy Johnson shared a look. None of them doubted this was the man's first time in the Chinese restaurant. Unless he was out of his mind, and after seeing Death Toy with Deadpool, Li Jia instinctively thought there was someone else hidden within this man's body. What's the matter? No one to greet me? Or is the restaurant already closed for the night? The man spread his hands, feigning disappointment. Sit wherever you like. Li Jia rose and walked over to personally attend to this peculiar guest, using the opportunity to get a read on his identity. That shield you've got, are you imitating Captain America? And the bow and arrows, they look a lot like Hawkeye's. The man pulled out a chair and sat down, then removed his mask and said, Looks like you've already guessed who I am. That's right, I'm the great Taskmaster. Li Jia muttered inwardly. You think I can't tell your Taskmaster? What I want to know is who's hiding inside your body. Taskmaster had once been a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After being injured on a mission, he injected himself with the target serum. From then on, he gained an extraordinary memory, able to perfectly mimic any movement he witnessed. Captain America, Black Widow, Deadpool, Daredevil, all of them have been subjects for his imitation. In a way, the Taskmaster's abilities are quite similar to Li Jia's, though he's really just a less capable version. The Taskmaster can mimic movements. He can even copy them perfectly. But he can't use the special abilities of those he imitates. For instance, he can't tap into Captain America's strength, Daredevil's heightened senses, or Spider-Man's spider sense. These are things Li Jia can do, which is why the Taskmaster is considered a watered-down version of him. Have you ever been to this Chinese restaurant before? Li Jia pressed further, probing for more clues about his guest's identity. Of course, this is my first time here, the Taskmaster replied. But I've heard so much about this place. People say every dish here is delicious. So I simply had to come and try it for myself. As he spoke, the Taskmaster's gaze drifted past Li Jia to the menu on the wall. Wow, a plate of fried rice costs $100. The prices here are certainly steep. Good thing I came prepared. Bring me one of everything you have. I want to sample it all. Peter, bring this gentleman a bottle of wine, Li Jia said, taking the money. Even though the Taskmaster denied having visited before, everyone has their own habits. It was true he hadn't been to the restaurant before, but Li Jie's heightened senses still picked up subtle traces in the way he spoke and moved. Li Jie didn't have concrete proof that the man before him was the Red Skull, but there were telltale signs unique to the villain. Especially since, not long ago, Mr. Hyde had reported that the Red Skull was supposedly killed by Captain America and Iron Man. The Red Skull possessed an unusual ability, spiritual immortality. Here, spirit could be understood as his soul. When the Red Skull died, his soul wouldn't vanish. Instead, it could transfer from one vessel to another. He could possess people, even machines, and wield their skills as his own. For example, he could use telepathy. After giving Peter Parker his instructions, Li Jie suddenly reached out and struck the Red Skull's chest. With a sudden rush, like a gust of wind, two spirits flew out from the Taskmaster's body. One was the Taskmaster himself, now looking dazed and empty. The other was unmistakably the Red Skull. The move Li Jie had used was a classic technique from the Ancient One, able to force a person's spirit right out of their body. To Jinbei Girl and Peter Parker, it looked as if Li Jie had simply slapped the Taskmaster, but they couldn't see the two spirits that had emerged, nor could they hear the spirits' conversation. I'm a guest of this restaurant. So, are our managers, both foreign and local, planning to break their own rules today? Red Skull spoke with a teasing grin, showing no fear at all of being forced out of Mimikyu's body by Li Jie. At least, outwardly, he didn't appear afraid. Li Jie nodded slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, Red Skull and Mimikyu were both drawn back into their bodies. I'm just giving you a warning. Others may not know how to deal with you, but if I can force you out of Mimikyu's body, then I can kill you. You mentioned the rules of the Chinese restaurant just now, so I suggest you continue following them. Mimikyu smiled and replied, I've always been a stickler for the rules here. Wait here, I'll go make you something to eat. With that, Li Jie turned and walked toward the kitchen. This wine is truly excellent, Mimikyu praised after taking a sip. After Li Jie's warning, Red Skull, hiding inside Mimikyu's body, kept his head down and behaved himself. After finishing his meal, he quietly left the restaurant. The very next day, after Red Skull appeared at the restaurant in Mimikyu's guise, Iron Man Tony paid another visit. Hey, Tony, you're not looking your best today. Li Jie greeted his first guest of the day. Tony Stark shook his head wearily. Didn't get much sleep last night. Was it because of Pepper? Li Jie joked with a smile. Tony had been busy lately, chasing down the Winter Soldier and fighting Hydra. To make matters worse, Pepper had caught him sleeping alongside Captain America, so he'd been neglecting her for quite a while. Now that the battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra had reached a lull, Tony really ought to be making it up to Pepper. But Tony shook his head again. It's not about Pepper. Last night, some strange guy broke into my house. Not only did he have S.H.I.E.L.D. just like Cap's, but he also shot like Hawkeye. Damn it, that guy ran circles around me all night, and in the end he still managed to slip away. Hearing this, Li Jie immediately realized that the troublemaker Tony had faced last night was Red Skull. Red Skull originally had no beef with Tony, but just recently, Tony and Captain America had teamed up to kill him, so the grudge was set. After leaving the restaurant, Red Skull had used Mimikyu skills to go after Tony Stark. Natasha just called to say she and Cap will stop by for lunch. When you see her, you might want to ask. She could have some clues for you. Tony's eyes lit up at that. Jack, do you know something? Li Jie replied. Last night, a guest came here for dinner. He carried a shield and had a bow and arrows on his back. I suspect he's the same guy you're talking about. Then why ask Natasha? Tony Stark paused for a moment, then suddenly understood. So you're saying that guy has some connection with S.H.I.E.L.D.? I didn't say anything of the sort. Anyway, what would you like to eat? Li Jie deftly changed the subject. I'll start with a serving of golden fried rice, and bring me a bottle of liquor. Oh, the red-labeled one will do. I want to see what that tastes like. Tony Stark had gotten drunk the first time he tried the blue-labeled bottle, ending up sharing a bed with Captain America. He now had a psychological aversion to the blue bottle. As for the rumor that the red-label Ergo-2 was for women, Tony Stark couldn't care less about what others thought. After a glass of liquor, color returned to Tony Stark's face. It was then that Black Widow pushed open the door, followed by Coulson, Captain America, and Hawkeye. Nick Fury, however, was nowhere to be seen. Having just reclaimed his position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after the war with Hydra, he was buried in work. With brief greetings, they all sat down with Tony Stark. Tony, drinking alone? Coulson asked with a puzzled look. Thinking of Li Jie's warning, Tony Stark sighed and replied, I'm just a bit frustrated. Last night, a strange guy attacked me. Not only did he have Captain America's abilities, but he also fought like Hawkeye, and his combat skills were a lot like Natasha's. I spent the whole night fighting him, but he still got away. You're saying he had both my abilities and Hawkeye's? Captain America sounded surprised. Clearly, he knew little about the Taskmaster. That's right. He even had a shield just like yours, except it wasn't made of adamantium. As Tony spoke, his gaze fell on Black Widow and Coulson. At the mention of Taskmaster, both of them visibly avoided his eyes, then exchanged a glance. Coulson, Natasha, do you two know this guy? Tony pressed further. Before Black Widow or Coulson could respond, the door to the Chinese restaurant swung open once more. Taskmaster, hidden beneath his cloak, strode in. Tony Stark immediately stood up, ready to summon his armor. Tony, calm down. This is a restaurant. Black Widow quickly rose to stop him. Tony Stark glared at Taskmaster, eyes unblinking. That's the guy I was just talking about. Taskmaster raised a hand in greeting. Tony, I had a blast last night. Let's do it again sometime if we get the chance. Tony Stark replied coldly. You should be grateful this is a Chinese restaurant. Otherwise, you'd already be lying on the floor by now. Taskmaster let out a scornful snort and said, Tony, you're just too arrogant. If you really had what it takes to beat me, I wouldn't be standing here, would I? Honestly, you should be the one thanking the restaurant's rules. Anthony, shut it. Black Widow snapped. Natalia, don't talk to me in that bossy tone. I'm not one of your underlings. Taskmaster retorted. Coulson rose from his seat and walked over. Anthony, what about me? Director Fury put me in charge of you. You're supposed to report to me. I want to know why you didn't check in after the last mission and why you attacked Mr. Stark last night. Coulson, do you really see yourself as someone important? To me, you're nothing but Fury's lapdog. Go back and tell your master. I quit. With that, Taskmaster strode over to the table opposite, called Peter Parker over, and started ordering food. Coulson turned back to the others and said, Anthony's acting strange. I need to report this to Director Fury. With that, he found an excuse and slipped away to the restroom. Tony Stark seized the moment to question Black Widow again about Taskmaster. Black Widow hesitated, then explained Taskmaster's identity and abilities. Tony, when you and Cap went after Red Skull, Taskmaster was actually supposed to show up, but he vanished during that mission. Now he's not himself. So you're saying the guy can mimic a lot of superhero skills? Captain America asked in surprise. Black Widow nodded. All except for superhuman abilities. He can copy any normal combat skill, and only needs to see it once. Hawkeye glanced at Taskmaster and muttered. And with all that gear he's got, he's a real handful. Just then, Coulson returned, having finished his report to Nick Fury. What did Nick say? Black Widow asked. Coulson replied in a serious tone. Director Fury wants us to bring Taskmaster in. No need to whisper. I can't hear you just fine. Taskmaster said, raising his glass to them with a mocking grin. If you're gonna make a move, do it now. Otherwise, when I'm full, I'm out of here. He sneered. Tony, you really are a coward. The Winter Soldier killed your parents, and you still don't have the guts to avenge them. You bastard. Tony Stark flew into a rage the moment he heard those words. Captain America hurriedly pushed Tony back into his seat. Tony, calm down. He's just trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. Tony Stark sat down, struggling to catch his breath. Ever since learning that the Winter Soldier was the one who killed his parents, Tony had been consumed by a burning desire for revenge. He was even willing to sever ties with Captain America for the sake of avenging his parents. But Tony's decision to stop hunting the Winter Soldier was far more complicated than simply sharing a bed with Captain America. A lot had happened in between. Tony once had the chance to kill the Winter Soldier, but he discovered that the Winter Soldier was nothing more than a pawn, manipulated and controlled by others. The true mastermind behind his parents' deaths was a villain known as Baron Zemo. Baron Zemo wasn't a single, unchanging figure. The one still alive, now, should actually be called the second Baron Zemo, whose name was Helmut Zemo. Helmut Zemo was the son of the original Baron Zemo. Once Tony uncovered the truth, his hatred for the Winter Soldier began to fade. Instead, he turned his thirst for vengeance toward Baron Zemo. Looks like you don't have the guts, the Taskmaster continued to goad him. Jack, can you send me and that bastard into the mirror dimension? Tony asked Li Jie. Li Jie replied regretfully. Sorry, Tony. He hasn't made any move to harm the restaurant's guests. Unless he agrees to it himself, I can't intervene here. The implication was clear. Once they left the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie would help Tony if needed. Tony understood and turned to Taskmaster. Do you dare face me in the mirror dimension for a duel? Taskmaster shrugged. Why wouldn't I? But I came here to enjoy a good meal, not to brawl with you, you hothead. Let go, Tony, Captain America advised. We can wait until he leaves the restaurant to settle things. Tony snorted, grabbed his wine glass, and took a swig, but then, worried he might get drunk, he pushed the bottle aside. He decided to order more food instead, hoping a good meal would help him cool off. Hey, where's my osmanthus cake? Tony picked up his spoon, ready to dig in, only to find the cake on his plate had suddenly vanished. It wasn't just Tony. Black Widow noticed 2 pieces of stinky tofu missing from her plate. Captain America's bowl of noodles and soybean paste had disappeared. Hawkeye's shredded pork with garlic sauce was gone. Even Taskmaster's wine had vanished without a trace. This bizarre turn of events made everyone turn their heads to stare at Li Jie. Li Jie muttered to himself, "Don't look at me like that. It wasn't me." However, this was the first time food had ever gone missing in the Chinese restaurant, and it had happened right under everyone's noses, with no one noticing how it disappeared. Li Jie was nearly certain that the disappearance had nothing to do with magic. If magic wasn't involved, then whoever took the food was moving so fast that it was beyond the limits of human sight. Without drawing attention, Li Jie quietly set a trap using the space stone and pushed his super senses to the maximum. If the thief showed up again, his heightened senses would alert him to their presence, and the trap fashioned from the space stone would prevent the culprit from leaving the restaurant. "Jack, what the hell is going on here?" Tony Stark, already in a foul mood, shouted angrily. But Li Jie ignored Tony, because the thief had just entered the restaurant again. He was a tall young man with a mane of silver hair and headphones over his ears. Just as Li Jie suspected, this person didn't use magic. He possessed super speed. And that person was none other than Quicksilver. The moment Quicksilver stepped into the restaurant, he fell straight into Li Jie's spatial trap. Realizing he couldn't leave, Quicksilver began to increase the frequency of his movements. This maneuver was somewhat similar to the powers of the heroine known as vibration. By increasing his frequency, Quicksilver could easily shatter bulletproof glass or even phase through walls. But this time, he quickly discovered it wasn't working. He simply couldn't break through the spatial barrier. "Don't bother. At your current speed, you're nowhere near fast enough to get out of here." Li Jie's voice echoed from within the shimmering barrier. "You can see me?" Quicksilver asked in surprise. The reason Li Jie could see Quicksilver wasn't just because of his super senses, but also thanks to the power of the space stone. By harnessing the space stone, Li Jie had sliced space itself into cube-like segments. It was a bit like a film reel used in old movies, with time and space divided into frames and played back in slow motion. Li Jie could interact with Quicksilver at a normal pace. There was good reason why Li Jie said Quicksilver wasn't fast enough. People often compared Quicksilver to the Flash. The Flash could traverse time and space, even travel through different eras. If Quicksilver were fast enough, he could have similar abilities, and escaping Li Jie's spatial trap would be child's play. "I don't appreciate your little prank. It's damaging the restaurant's reputation. If you're just hungry, I can offer you a meal, or you could work here and earn some money." Quicksilver immediately grinned and replied, "There's no way I'm going to work. I was only joking with you. If you could get me out of here, I'll pay for everything." Li Jie nodded in agreement. "All right, but first, the money can't be stolen, and you have to apologize to everyone face to face." For Quicksilver, stealing a bit of money was almost effortless. He could slip in and out of the highest security bank vaults without anyone ever noticing. "Deal, I promise." Quicksilver didn't hesitate for even a second. Li Jie immediately lifted the spatial restriction, and Quicksilver darted out of the Chinese restaurant in a flash. "Jack, stop messing around and give me back my osmanthus cake right now." Tony Stark continued to complain. He would be truly upset if he couldn't have his dessert today. "Don't worry, everyone. Any food that went missing just now will be replaced by the restaurant," Li Jie reassured the guests. He wasn't concerned about Quicksilver making a run for it. His super senses had already locked onto him. Quicksilver was on his way back to the restaurant, and he was bringing two people with him. A Cadillac SUV pulled up in front of the restaurant. The next moment, Magneto stepped out from the driver's seat, wearing his signature helmet that blocked telepathy. Normally, Magneto had his own unique ways of traveling. He could simply ride a metal plate and reach any destination. But today, choosing to drive a car was an unusual touch of leisure. Quicksilver opened the front passenger door, then in a blink appeared by the back seat to open that door too. From inside, a young woman stepped out. It was his twin sister, the Scarlet Witch, wielder of chaos magic. The siblings had previously been held in a secret Hydra experimental base. After the war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra ended, Magneto seized the opportunity to rescue them both. Today, Magneto had brought the two of them to this restaurant for a special meal. Magneto's tales of the food here had painted it as one of a kind, enough to awaken Quicksilver's appetite. But Quicksilver was impatient with the slow pace of driving, so he'd run ahead to the restaurant and started eating on his own, which led to the earlier scene. Magneto pushed open the door and, for once, wore a rare smile as he addressed Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. "Come in, kids. This is the Chinese restaurant I told you about. Today, order anything you want. Can we have some wine?" Quicksilver asked. He'd snuck a sip earlier and still remembered the taste. "Are you 18 yet?" Magneto asked. Quicksilver shook his head. Magneto's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry, but the law says you're not old enough to drink." He paused. Then seeing Quicksilver's disappointed face, he added, "But today is a special occasion. Let's set the law aside, just this once. To celebrate your newfound freedom, I'll allow you all a little wine tonight. but you must promise not to get drunk. Awesome, Quicksilver exclaimed with excitement. Hey Jack. Magneto greeted Ligia as soon as he saw him approach, deliberately paying no attention to anyone else in the restaurant. Come, let me introduce you. This is Pietro, my son, and this is Wanda, my daughter. They're twins. Well, aren't they a striking pair? While introducing Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch, Magneto couldn't hide the pride of a father. The relationships between Magneto, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch are rather complicated, with several versions existing. Still, it isn't wrong for Magneto to call Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch his children, especially for a man of Magneto's age. Discovering he suddenly has a pair of twins brings a joy that words can hardly capture. Ligia smiled and said, Congratulations, Magneto. If Professor X found out you had such remarkable children, I bet he'd be green with envy. Magneto laughed heartily. Jack, you're absolutely right. Tomorrow, I'll be taking some gifts to visit my old friend. Honestly, I can already picture the look on the professor's face when he sees my son and daughter. He'll be so sour. After exchanging greetings with Magneto, Ligia turned his attention to Quicksilver. Pietro, aren't you forgetting something? Quicksilver coughed awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. Jack, I haven't forgotten. I'll settle the bill after dinner. I'm afraid not. The rule here is to pay before you eat. The Scarlet Witch suddenly raised her hand and smacked Quicksilver on the back of the head, her expression darkening. Pietro, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Feeling the weight of family authority, Quicksilver quickly dodged behind Magneto, grumbling. Come on, sis, there are so many people around. Can't you let me save a little face? All right, everyone, calm down. Magneto hurriedly stepped between his children, gently restraining the Scarlet Witch's hand. Jack, can you tell me what Pietro did? Ligia replied, It's nothing too serious. He took some food from the restaurant's guests without their permission. I'd just like him to settle the bill first, so I can return the food to those guests. I see, Magneto said, his face darkening at the words. Ligia had put things as delicately as possible. To call it taking was kind, really it was stealing. For the son of the great Magneto to resort to stealing food. Where could he possibly hide his embarrassment? My fault. Quicksilver nearly dropped to his knees right there. I'll deal with your situation later, Magneto said with a stern face, then turned to address the guests in the Chinese restaurant. I'm deeply sorry for what just happened. Pietro didn't grow up by my side, so he lacked proper guidance. As his father, I apologize to you all on his behalf. Furthermore, I will cover all your losses. It was only then that Tony Stark and the others realized that all the food that had just vanished had been snatched up by Quicksilver. Since Magneto himself had come forward to apologize, everyone felt obliged to show him some respect. Besides, Quicksilver was still under 18, a kid after all. Whether superhero or supervillain, it hardly seemed right to make things difficult for a youngster over a few bites of food. Magneto, it's really not a big deal. If you'd like, we can sit down and have a drink together. Magneto had no idea that the Red Skull was hiding inside the Mimic Master's body, and even if he did, he wouldn't be inclined to accept such civility. After all, Hydra had captured his own children for experiments. Magneto still had a score to settle with them. Sir, it's truly generous of you to forgive Pietro. However, today is our family gathering, and I hope you'll understand. Magneto said to the Mimic Master, then pulled out a diamond about the size of a peanut and handed it to Ligia. Jack, I believe this should be enough to make up for everyone's losses. Please bring me 3 orders of the restaurant's family special, and share Pietro's food with everyone as compensation. If that's still not enough, give them my portion as well. A diamond the size of a peanut. Now that's worth a fortune. People often say that Tony Stark is the richest man in the Marvel Universe, but compared to Black Panther, Tony's wealth is nothing. Yet, there's another secret tycoon in the Marvel world, Magneto. His power is to control magnetic fields, so he can easily extract mineral resources hidden deep underground. Take this diamond, for example. Magneto is a master of mining. Any mineral he desires, he can get. You might argue that Earth's mineral resources belong to nations or private owners. But Magneto could simply move an entire planet and mine minerals from space. No one would stop him. With just a few resources from a small planet, he could easily surpass Black Panther and Iron Man. Old Magneto is the true magnate here. Ligia wasn't about to be polite either, not when Magneto's son had caused the trouble in the first place. And add mine as well, said the Scarlet Witch. Sis, that's not fair. Dad and I have already tasted the restaurant's food. How could you miss out? Quicksilver protested at once. With a sharp smack, the Scarlet Witch landed another hit on her little brother's head. Under the weight of family authority, Quicksilver wouldn't dare dodge, even if he could. Ligia wasn't so unreasonable. After all, having received so much money from Magneto, he decided, given his own position, to buy an extra portion out of his own pocket and made up for the food that the guests had lost. As for Magneto's group, they still ordered 3 sets of family meals and added some wine to the table. However, Quicksilver, who had made a mistake, was not allowed to eat. He could only sit there, watching hungrily as the others enjoyed their food. "Sis, there's so much food. Just let me have a bite," Quicksilver pleaded, unable to hold back any longer. "Quiet. If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment," Scarlet Witch scolded him. "Otherwise, people will think we weren't brought up properly." From childhood, she had always taken care of Quicksilver, almost in the role of a parent, and nothing irked her more than others saying the siblings lacked discipline. Quicksilver licked his lips, not daring to protest. Instead, he turned to Magneto and said, "Dad, you said I was allowed to have wine, didn't you? If I can't eat, can I at least have a drink?" Magneto instinctively glanced at Scarlet Witch. Don't be fooled by Magneto's tough exterior. In front of others, he was every bit the domineering leader. But in truth, he was completely devoted to his daughters. Magneto had 3 daughters, Scarlet Witch, Polaris, and Anya Eisenhart, who had already passed away. Anya Eisenhart was Magneto's first child. Back then, Magneto was living under a false name, just wanting a normal life. But Anya's tragic, unexpected death drove him to the brink, setting him once again on a path of war against humanity. Seeing that Scarlet Witch remained silent, Magneto cleared his throat and said, "Pietro, I did say that. But if you've done something wrong, you have to accept the consequences. I hereby revoke your privilege to drink." With that, Magneto poured a glass of wine for Scarlet Witch instead, grinning as he said, "Wanda, come on. Let's toast to our reunion as father and daughter." Scarlet Witch raised her glass and clinked it against his. "Yes, the food at this Chinese restaurant is truly one of a kind. Tonight's dinner is absolutely the best I've ever had." "As long as you're happy, Wanda," Magneto replied with joy. Earning his daughter's approval filled him with deep satisfaction. At the same time, Ligier received a notification from his system. "Congratulations, host, on earning Scarlet Witch's recognition. You have successfully unlocked 1% of chaos magic." Now, Ligier had mastered the Book of the Vishani, the Darkhold, chaos magic, and the Asgardian system magic, making him arguably the most powerful sorcerer in this world. Of course, chaos magic still needed to be further unlocked. On Magneto's side, the family of 3 enjoyed their meal in harmony, a picture of happiness. The father and daughter also took the opportunity to teach Quicksilver a lesson in manners. Meanwhile, Captain America and his companions had been keeping a close watch on the Taskmaster. The moment Taskmaster finished his meal, Captain America and the others intercepted him right outside the Chinese restaurant. The Taskmaster, also known as Red Skull, let out a scornful snort. "Why don't you all come and eat together?" "Enough talking, go." Black Widow, well aware of Taskmaster's abilities, barked the order. She drew her pistol and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. A sharp volley of shots rang out, but every bullet was deftly deflected by Taskmaster's shield. Without missing a beat, Taskmaster hurled his shield just like Captain America would. Black Widow dodged the incoming shield, but after a series of ricochets, it spun right back into Taskmaster's grasp. His shield-throwing skills were every bit as impressive as Captain America's. While his shield was flying toward Black Widow, Taskmaster reached for the bow slung across his back. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession, meeting Hawkeye's arrows midair with a resounding clash. Once he'd recovered his shield, Taskmaster engaged Captain America in a fierce, close-quarters brawl, every punch landing with heavy, bone-jarring force. Watching the fight unfold, Quicksilver, who had been idling nearby, couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "They're fighting. It's on. Dad, sis, come quick. There's a fight outside." But Magneto and Scarlet Witch paid the scuffle no mind. They were far more invested in savoring their meal. To them, the battle outside barely registered, a trivial distraction. After all, with Scarlet Witch's chaos magic and Magneto's powers, either of them could end the fight outside in an instant. Their opponents were far too reliant on metal weapons, not a wise choice against Magneto. It was almost laughably one-sided. "Wanda, try the tofu," Magneto said, offering her a piece. "It might smell pungent, but once you taste it, there's a flavor that's truly hard to describe. This tofu is delicious." "The food here at the Chinese restaurant never disappoints," Scarlet Witch replied, cheerful as she enjoyed a piece of stinky tofu. The scene, a loving father and his dutiful daughter, was almost too much for Quicksilver. I need some air," he muttered, and dashed outside before he'd even finished his sentence. In Quicksilver's mind, the only reason he couldn't enjoy dinner with his father and sister tonight was because of those people fighting outside. So, he decided to go out and stir up a little trouble. The battle between Captain America and Taskmaster had been thrilling, but suddenly, both of them slipped and landed hard on their backsides. As Captain America leapt back to his feet, puzzled by what had happened, he saw Taskmaster sprawled on the ground, tightly trussed up and already unconscious. Quicksilver waved at Captain America and said, "You're superheroes. You're the good guys. I'm on your side, not his. No need to thank me." With that, Quicksilver turned and headed back in the restaurant. Just like that, the fight had ended as abruptly and mysteriously as it had begun. Captain America, Iron Man, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Tony Stark, in particular, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Last night, I fought all night and still let the Taskmaster slip away, yet today that guy was taken down in a second by a kid." In the face of Quicksilver's absolute speed, the Taskmaster's arsenal of skills was simply useless. He didn't even get a chance to react. Back at the Chinese restaurant, Quicksilver sported a broad grin as he said, "Hey, sis, I think I did something good today. Can you lift my punishment now?" Magneto frowned slightly, a bit annoyed. "Damn it, you helped those superheroes, and that makes it look like your old man's the villain, doesn't it?" The Scarlet Witch finally relented, adding, "Just try to eat like a normal person for once. Don't scarf everything down so fast." If Quicksilver really let himself go at the table, all the food would vanish in an instant. Quicksilver replied cheerfully, "All right, let this out. Magneto also broke into a smile. As long as his daughter was happy, nothing else really mattered. So the three of them, Magneto, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver, enjoyed a wonderful evening together at the restaurant. By the end of the night, Magneto was in such high spirits that he drank a bit too much and had to be helped into the car by his children, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. A deep, rumbling sound filled the air, motorcycles revving up. No sooner had the family left the restaurant than two flashy motorcycles roared onto the scene, one after the other, parking right outside the entrance of the Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. What brand of motorcycles are those? Shockwave, who was a motorcycle enthusiast herself, rushed out of the restaurant and circled the bikes with excitement. Li Jie glanced over at his own grocery-hauling bike parked against the wall. If you asked him, his own ride still seemed the coolest. After all, it could carry both people and cargo. One of the riders took off his helmet, revealing himself to be none other than the Wakandan prince who had visited the restaurant before, Black Panther. The other was his younger sister, Shuri, Wakanda's princess and Black Panther T'Challa's brilliant sibling. Shuri was a genius scientist, famous for inventing a slew of cutting-edge technology. Take the necklace T'Challa was wearing around his neck, for instance. It was actually the latest generation Black Panther suit, crafted from vibranium. "Do you like it?" Shuri asked with a smile, then answered Shockwave's earlier question. "This is a Wakanda brand motorcycle. I designed and built it myself." "You built it yourself?" Shockwave gave Shuri a double thumbs up, then frowned and asked, "Wait, is the Wakanda you're talking about the same Wakanda I'm thinking of?" Wakanda, with its vast stores of vibranium and the most advanced technology on Earth, disguised itself from the world as a poor, undeveloped nation. No wonder Shockwave was skeptical. These motorcycles were far beyond anything even the most developed countries could produce. Shuri tucked away the vibranium bead she used to control the motorcycle. "That's right, it's exactly the Wakanda you're thinking of," she said, reaching out her hand to Quake. "Hello, I'm Shuri." "Shuri, are you the genius girl, the princess of Wakanda?" "Sorry, please forgive me for not recognizing you earlier. My attention was completely taken by those two motorcycles." "Oh, I'm Daisy, a waitress here at the Chinese restaurant." Quake hurriedly reached out to shake Shuri's hand, then turned her gaze to Black Panther. "I suppose this must be the new king of Wakanda." After Black Panther last left the restaurant, a crisis broke out of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a series of events unfolded in Wakanda as well. Black Panther's father was killed by the Winter Soldier, and it was later revealed that Baron Zemo was the mastermind behind it all. Eric, or Killmonger as he's known, was brought back to Wakanda by Black Panther and managed to seize the throne from T'Challa, nearly killing him in the process. Fortunately, T'Challa staged a dramatic comeback and reclaimed his rightful place as king. Though Shuri now wore a bright smile, she still blamed herself deeply for her father's death and for losing the throne to Killmonger. This visit to the restaurant was Black Panther's way of helping his sister take her mind off things. "Hey, Daisy." Black Panther greeted Quake with a nod. Peter Parker didn't rush out like Quake had, but he was peering through the window, eyeing those flashy motorcycles with great interest. "Boss, look, is that the legendary vibranium bead?" Compared to the motorcycles, Peter, always a fan of tinkering, was much more fascinated by vibranium technology. Li Jie quietly lit a cigarette, thinking to himself that Black Panther must have had his heart broken again. Black Panther, the most powerful man in Wakanda and the richest in the world, seemed almost cursed when it came to love, never finding the happiness that was meant for him. The bell above the door chimed as Quake led Shuri and Black Panther into the restaurant. Not only did she introduce the two of them to the house specialties, but she also made a point of recommending the baijiu. "Shuri, you have to try our restaurant's exclusive liquor. but I suggest you go for the red bottle. Anything else is dangerously strong. Daisy, if you can, I'd love for you to join us for a drink. Shuri extended the invitation, and in just a few words, the two seemed to have become fast friends. I think I should ask the boss first, Quake said, turning to look at Ligia. Ligia glanced outside the restaurant. Daisy, someone's here for you. Quake looked back and saw her mother, Jia-ing, and Gordon standing outside, making no move to come in. Sorry, I think I have to step out for a moment. After expressing her apologies to Suri, Quake hurriedly left the Chinese restaurant. Suri, let me introduce you, Black Panther said. This is Mr. Jack, the owner of the restaurant, and this is Peter Parker. Suri immediately reached out to Ligia and said, My brother and Nakia are always raving about the food you make. It's so good that nothing else tastes appealing to me anymore. I hope you won't let me down. Please rest assured, Ligia replied to Suri. Everyone who comes into my restaurant is my most esteemed guest. I promise I'll do everything I can to serve you well. Even as he spoke, he tuned his super senses to listen to the conversation outside the door. Why aren't you going in? Quake asked in confusion after stepping out of the restaurant. Ever since the three of them had sat down for a family meal last time, the knot in Quake's heart had gradually loosened. Though a bit of distance remained, she had started to accept Jia-ing as her mother and Mr. Hyde as her father. Jia-ing gave her a gentle, loving smile. Daisy, I'm very sorry, but I came to ask for your help with something. What do you want me to do? Quake inquired. Jia-ing replied. I hope you can come back with me to Afterlife and stay there for a while. Quake frowned slightly. I thought we'd already reached an agreement about this. Jia-ing quickly said, Daisy, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to force you. It's about your father. My father? Quake looked even more puzzled. With a sigh, Jia-ing explained, Daisy, I think you already know, your father wants the three of us to live together as a family. Quake nodded. She was well aware of this. In fact, Mr. Hyde's overwhelming fatherly love sometimes made her uneasy. Jia-ing continued, but as you know, I'm now the leader of Afterlife. I can't leave the village for too long. At the same time, outsiders aren't allowed in Afterlife, let alone live there. Your father can't accept this, or perhaps he simply refuses to. Because of that, he's carried out some attacks against the Inhumans, and I've had no choice but to imprison him. You heard him? Quake asked anxiously, suddenly realizing just how much she cared about her eccentric father. Jia-ing shook her head. No, I only locked him up. The reason I want you to come and stay at the village for a few days is to help me persuade him. Right now, he won't listen to anyone but you. Only you can convince him to stop doing these things. Otherwise, for the safety of the Inhumans, I'll have to do things I truly don't want to do. Quake furrowed her brow, troubled by the situation. Having grown up on the streets, she couldn't help but suspect this was a trap her mother, Jia-ing, had set for her, locking up Mr. Hyde on purpose to force her back to the Inhumans village. But with Mr. Hyde imprisoned, Quake couldn't just turn a blind eye and pretend nothing had happened. After a moment's hesitation, Quake let out a sigh and said, All right, I can go back to the village with you for a while. But you have to promise me, once I've convinced my father, you must let me leave the village. I promise you. Jia-ing replied, nodding with delight. Please wait a moment, I need to say goodbye. Quake said, turning back into the Chinese restaurant. Hey Suri, are you enjoying the food here? Quake approached her new friend and asked. Suri beamed with happiness. Daisy, the food here is absolutely amazing. I'm really curious. How does Jack turn such simple ingredients into something magical? Oh, Daisy, come sit down. We have to share a drink together. I am Suri. I'm afraid I can't drink with you tonight. Quake said apologetically, glancing at Jia-ing who was waiting outside, eyes fixed on her. That's my mother. Something's come up at home, and I have to go back with her. Daisy, there's no need to apologize. I completely understand. Family always comes first. Thank you, Suri. Quake leaned in for a quick hug, then walked over to Ligia. Jack, looks like I'll need to take a few days off. Take little buddy with you. If anything happens, it can help. Ligia minded her. As for money, Quake wouldn't need any back in the Inhumans village. As long as she brought along the Lockjaw, if anything went wrong, she could escape immediately. Quake knelt down and hugged Lockjaw, planting a kiss on its face. Little buddy, are you willing to come stay with me for a while? The big dog let out a low, mournful whimper. Following Quake to the Inhumans village meant missing out on the restaurant's delicious food. You little rascal. What's this? You're ignoring me just because you won't get your treats. Quake pretended to be upset. Ligia chuckled from the side. Whenever you're hungry, you can just come back to the restaurant. At that, Lockjaw barked enthusiastically. Quake quickly gathered a few things and left the restaurant with Lockjaw by her side. A good meal had lifted Suri's spirits, but she'd ended up getting drunk after a few too many drinks. Fortunately, the motorcycle Suri had designed could drive itself, so Black Panther escorted her home. After closing the door, Peter Parker returned to Queens, continuing his work as the neighborhood vigilante. Without the company of Shockwave Girl, Li Jie decided to head to a bar for a drink. In Hell's Kitchen, just about everyone knew Li Jie, and with Kingpin's special instructions, drinking here hardly held any real appeal. So, Li Jie disguised himself a little and used his spatial abilities to slip away to a secluded bar in Queens. If it was just about drinking, Li Jie much preferred to stir-fry a couple of small dishes, open a bottle of webtoon, and sit down with a few friends. After all, how many people actually come to a bar just for the sake of drinking? It was already past midnight, yet the bar was still roaring with noise. Li Jie found an empty seat and had just ordered a case of beer when a girl in a blue mini dress, barefoot, walked into the bar. Her skin was porcelain white, and her flaming red hair cascaded down almost her heels. Never mind that the girl's looks and figure alone could score a solid 9 out of 10. The moment she entered, her striking red hair made her the instant center of attention. Even Li Jie couldn't help but be drawn to her as soon as she walked in. "Hey there, beautiful. Let me buy you a drink." 3 half-drunk thugs swaggered over and surrounded her, one of them even reaching out to grope her. But just as his hand was about to touch her, the girl's hair suddenly came alive, writhing like a nest of serpents. Her hair coiled around the man's wrist, and with a flick, sent him somersaulting through the air to land hard on the floor. Amused, Li Jie couldn't help but smile at the sight. From a moment he'd laid eyes on her, Li Jie had already guessed her identity. Watching the street punk get floored by her hair only confirmed his hunch. This striking red-haired beauty before him was none other than Medusa. Medusa was royalty of the Inhumans, though she didn't live in the Inhuman village managed by Jia Ying. She possessed superhuman strength and reflexes, could control the length and movement of her hair at will, and could make it harder than steel. Even if her hair was cut off, she still retained her full control over it. From the confused look on Medusa's face when she entered the bar, Li Jie surmised she must have just arrived on Earth, likely suffering from amnesia. The other 2 punks hadn't realized how much trouble they were in. Seeing their friend laid out, they instantly pulled out knives, ready to cause trouble. The outcome was predictable. Both were swiftly knocked to the ground by Medusa's hair. This spectacle made anyone else with designs on Medusa suddenly reconsider, none daring to make another move. Medusa walked straight over to Li Jie, said nothing, grabbed a beer from the table and downed it in one go, then fixed her eyes squarely on him. Li Jie smiled and said, "If you're still thirsty, go ahead and keep drinking." But Medusa's body suddenly went limp, and she collapsed to the floor. Li Jie hurriedly reached out to catch her. "Damn, after watching you down that drink in one gulp, I thought you could really hold your liquor. Turns out you're a total lightweight. With a tolerance like that, you dare to come to a bar? Do you think there aren't enough wolves lurking around here?" Though Li Jie liked women, he had never taken advantage of someone's vulnerability. There was no way he could just leave a drunken beauty behind in the bar and walk away. Now that would be truly irresponsible. Left with no choice, Li Jie picked Medusa up, planning to find a place for her to rest. But just as he stepped out of the bar, someone blocked his path. "Hey kid, put the girl down." The speaker was a fellow wrapped in an oversized trench coat, hat pulled low. People dressed like that were rarely up to any good. Li Jie noticed the man wore a red bodysuit under his coat and sported a scruffy beard. With a grin, he asked, "Are you Ulysses Clow?" "You know who I am?" Ulysses Clow was a little taken aback. He thought his disguise was flawless. Not everyone in a red bodysuit is a superhero. Take Ulysses Clow here, for example, better known as the Claw. The Claw is one of the fearsome 4, arch-enemies of the Fantastic Four. He's an acoustical physicist with a prosthetic right hand fitted with a sonic converter, able to unleash powerful sound waves or fire off concussive blasts. He can also manipulate sound waves at will, shaping them into almost any form. Later, he even transformed into a being made entirely of sound, his consciousness seemingly able to persist indefinitely. That might sound a bit like the Red Skull situation, but in truth, they're worlds apart. Unlike the Red Skull, who can possess others and control their actions, the Claw can duplicate himself. It's as if he has countless clones, and any one of them could become his main body at any time. This unique ability has made the Claw a formidable supervillain. His reason for wanting to snatch Medusa from Li Jie had nothing to do with her beauty. He was deeply interested in her powers. The Fearsome Four and the Fantastic Four had always been locked in stalemate, with no clear victor. The Claw hoped to harness Medusa's abilities to launch a fresh assault on the Fantastic Four, dreaming of finally defeating them once and for all. "Where am I?" Suddenly, the Claw realized he was standing in a strange, unfamiliar dimension. He cried out, "Are you a sorcerer with space-manipulating powers?" "Ulysses, you may be a bad guy, but I'm not some bloodthirsty killer. If you're willing to give up whatever bad intentions you have toward this lady, I can let you leave here." Noise just snorted dismissively, lifting his right hand as he spoke. So what if you're a mage with spatial abilities? As long as I kill you, I can get out of this damn place. As he spoke, Noise unleashed a sonic attack. But he suddenly realized his sound wave attack had vanished in a thin air halfway through, leaving him startled. Did you do that? Li Jie raised his hand and said, it seems that sound really can't travel through a vacuum. The reason Noise's attack failed was because Li Jie had altered the structure of the space, creating a vacuum. Once the sonic attack entered the vacuum, it simply disappeared. Next, Li Jie shifted the fabric of space again. With a sharp crack, Noise's body exploded like a bomb, diced into pieces by the space itself. I already gave you a chance. You're the one who threw it away. Without hesitation, Li Jie killed Noise. Besides, the corpse before him might only be one of Noise's clones. Medusa didn't wake up until the next morning. When she opened her eyes and found herself lying in bed, with a strange man standing nearby, her instincts kicked in and she attacked. Li Jie used his telekinetic power to brush aside the attacking hair. Hey, take a good look. You're still fully clothed. I haven't done anything to you. Also, try to remember what happened last night. If I hadn't brought you back from the bar, who knows if you'd be as safe as you are now. Medusa frowned, thinking hard. I drank something you gave me, and then I blacked out. Liya, can you not put it like that? It sounds like I drugged and knocked you out on purpose. That was alcohol you drank. Anyone can get drunk from alcohol. It's just a matter of how much. Liya it. If drinking makes you pass out, why drink at all? Medusa blinked her big eyes, clearly puzzled. Li Jie replied, because life is even more bitter than alcohol. Passing out lets you forget life's hardships for a while. Medusa shook her head. I don't get it. You're not supposed to. Who are you? Medusa changed the subject. Li Jie lit a cigarette and said, I'm Jack, owner and head chef of this Chinese restaurant. This is a restaurant. Medusa looked around, confused. Li Jie stomped his foot. The restaurant's downstairs. The second floor is where I live. If you don't have any other questions, you're welcome to come down and have something to eat. I have one last question. Medusa hurriedly called out to Li Jie, then asked, Who am I? Now that was a profound question. Li Jie was now absolutely certain Medusa had lost her memory. How would I know who you are? You're so beautiful. Let's just call you Little May for now. Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast first. After breakfast, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. But if you want to stay, just know that I don't keep freeloaders here, understand? Medusa shot back. Are you saying you want me to work in the restaurant? Thank goodness, she'd only lost her memory, not her wits. When the two of them came downstairs, Peter Parker had already finished the morning prep for the restaurant. The moment he saw Medusa, Peter paused, then pulled Li Jie aside and whispered, Boss, Daisy just left last night, and you've already got someone new with you this morning? Li Jie didn't hesitate to give Peter Parker a knock on the head and scolded. What are you thinking? You're Spider-Man, for goodness sake. Can't you keep your thoughts a bit cleaner? I found her last night at a bar, amnesia and dead drunk. Tell me, could I really just leave her there? Peter gave Medusa a once-over, picturing all the trouble such a stunning woman, drunk and amnesiac, could get into at a bar. He quickly shook his head. See? I was just doing a good deed, got it? Peter Parker sounded skeptical. Boss, are you sure you were just trying to do a good deed? Peter, ever since you got engaged to Mary, your thoughts have been more and more off track. By the way, Mary hasn't been to the restaurant in ages. I wonder how she's doing lately. Oh, I mean Typhoid Mary. Li Jie said this with a straight face. At the mention of Typhoid Mary, Peter shuddered, recalling all the things he'd done under her mind control. Boss, you know I didn't do anything back then. All right, from now on I'll keep my mouth shut about your business. But please, don't bring up Typhoid Mary again, and for the love of all that's holy, don't let Mary find out about any of this. Peter immediately raised both hands in surrender. Li Jie chuckled and asked, So what's for breakfast? Golden fried rice with a side of soup, Peter replied right away. The food here was just irresistible, no matter how many times he ate it. Li Jie went into the kitchen and whipped up 3 servings of golden fried rice and the signature soup, plus a plate of osmanthus cake. They hadn't even started eating yet when Lockjaw suddenly appeared right in front of everyone. One adorable dog. Medusa immediately bent down and scooped Lockjaw into her arms. Li Jie couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight. Really? Are my culinary skills less attractive than a dog? Lockjaw nuzzled up to Medusa as if he had found his true master. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Here, have something to eat. Medusa picked up her own plate of golden fried rice and was about to feed it straight to the dog. Wait a second. Li Jie quickly stopped her, then took out the dog's special food bowl. It was one thing for people and dogs to eat the same food, but at the very least, the dishes should be kept separate, right? After all, this was a restaurant. If other guests saw this, it wouldn't look good. Li Jie could never understand those dog lovers who treat their pets like sons, even sharing a bowl with them. Chances are, they wouldn't even touch food their own son had eaten, yet happily share it with the dog. The lockjaw dog soon scarfed down an entire portion of golden fried rice, then wagged its tail ingratiatingly at Medusa. "What's this, still not full?" Medusa frowned, then looked at Li Jie with a pitiful expression. Peter Parker was fiercely protective of his food. As soon as the lockjaw dog showed up, he focused on his own plate and had already finished everything. Li Jie had no choice but to scoop his own remaining half portion of fried rice into the dog's bowl, then turned to Medusa and asked, "Aren't you hungry?" Right on cue, Medusa's stomach let out a growl. Blushing, she replied, "I have a small appetite." Typical dog owner, she'd rather go hungry herself than let her canine son miss a meal. "Have some soup first, at least give my cooking a try," Li Jie reminded her, just in case Medusa decided to share the soup with the dog as well. Medusa really was hungry. At first, she sipped the soup with elegant restraint, spoon in hand. But after the first taste, all pretense vanished as she simply picked up the bowl and drank straight from it. She finished the soup in one go, then smacked her lips, clearly wanting more. At that moment, Li Jie's system panel popped up with feedback. He had successfully unlocked Medusa's skill. Actually, Medusa's ability to control her hair overlapped somewhat with the poison vine skill Li Jie possessed. But honestly, what grown man could walk around with hair down to his heels like Medusa? Just imagining it felt a little twisted. Between the two, Li Jie definitely preferred the poison vine skill. Not only could the poison vine grow as freely as Medusa's hair, it could also secrete various deadly toxins. "Sorry, puppy, I forgot to save some for you." Medusa looked both regretful and apologetic as she picked up the last piece of osmanthus cake, broke it in half, and gave a portion to the lockjaw dog. "Here, this is for you." Whether Medusa was full or not, the lockjaw dog certainly was. It sauntered contentedly back to the Inhuman's village. A cigarette after a meal. Blowing smoke, Li Jie asked, "Some, have you made up your mind? Are you planning to stay, or do you want to leave?" "Of course, I can help you call the police and see if they can find any clues." Medusa pondered the question seriously, then asked, "If I choose to stay, does that mean I can have another bowl of that delicious soup and dessert from earlier?" "Of course, but that was just a staff meal. However, every employee only gets one serving of each item per day. You'll have to wait until tomorrow before you can have it again." Peter Parker chimed in from the side. "Everything the boss cooks is absolutely delicious. I suggest you try some of the other dishes first." Medusa seemed to make a huge decision, nodding firmly as she spoke. "I choose to stay." "All right, Xiaomei. From now on, you're a temporary waitress at the Chinese restaurant. And since you're a waitress, could you tidy up your hair a bit? Like this." In an instant, Medusa's hair transformed into a neat bob, giving her a sharp, professional look. Peter Parker's eyes widened. Was that magic? Good. Let's open for business. The first customer of the day was Daredevil. It was almost as if he kept a constant eye on everything happening at the restaurant. He must have noticed the arrival of another beautiful woman and popped in just to chat her up. "Hey, Xiao Mei. My name's Matt. I'm a lawyer." "Oh, and my law office is just upstairs next door. If you need anything, feel free to come find me." Daredevil flashed a dazzling, charming smile. But Medusa wasn't the least bit interested. She casually slipped his business card into her pocket and asked, "Sir, you haven't placed your order yet." Daredevil, "Wait, did my usual tricks just fail me?" The restaurant door swung open again. This time in walked Dr. Pym and the Wasp, followed by Black Widow, looking especially cool in her sunglasses. "My designs never fail. Ultron is absolutely the last of artificial intelligence. What happened this morning was definitely just an accident." Dr. Pym marched in, shaking his fist and muttering his complaints. "Dr. Pym, I understand how you feel, but the command did come from Ultron. It ordered our plane to attack its own base." Black Widow countered, lifting her sunglasses to size up Medusa. Daredevil had been about to unleash more of his charm, but the moment he spotted his ex-girlfriend Black Widow in the restaurant, he immediately straightened up. Xiaomei, just one order of jajang noodles for me, please." Medusa carefully took note of Daredevil's order. Black Widow turned to Peter Parker and asked, "What's going on? Another new waitress?" Peter Parker glanced at Li Jie, who was watching from the side, and replied, "You'll have to ask the boss about that. Natasha, could you come here a moment?" Li Jie called out. Black Widow took off her sunglasses and sauntered over to Li Jie, teasingly. "You've never been short of women by your side, have you? So it seems you're not planning to give me any chance to come back. Between a spy and a waitress, which would you choose?" Li Jie asked. "Of course, I'd pick being a spy," Black Widow replied without a moment's hesitation. She was born for this line of work, and long ago became accustomed to the danger and thrill that came with the life of a spy. "Did you notice anything strange about Dr. Pym today?" Li Jie asked quietly. Black Widow shook her head. "I didn't notice anything wrong with Dr. Pym, But Ultron did issue an incorrect command this morning. As soon as Li Jie heard that Ultron had made a mistake, he knew the age of Ultron had arrived. The Dr. Pym before them was not the real Ant-Man. He was a Skrull in disguise. The Skrulls are an alien race who, after being altered by the Celestials, gain the powers of mutants. Like Mystique, they can transform into anyone they wish, even perfectly mimicking their target's memories and abilities. Telling a Skrull apart from the real person is nearly impossible, at least with the current level of human technology and civilization. The reason Ultron gave an incorrect command was because the Skrull impersonating Dr. Pym had tampered with Ultron's programming, turning it into an advanced AI with anti-human tendencies. Jack, is there something wrong with Dr. Pym? Black Widow asked, suddenly alert. She'd just been arguing with Dr. Pym about Ultron, but now, thanks to Li Jie's reminder, she began to suspect that the error was no accident. Still, Black Widow hadn't yet considered the possibility of Skrulls. She thought Dr. Pym might simply be holding a grudge from the past, and was deliberately trying to embarrass S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha, find an excuse to get Dr. Pym outside, and try picking a fight with him. I think the answer will reveal itself. Black Widow trusted Li Jie completely. Even though challenging Dr. Pym to a fight seemed a little outlandish, she decided to go along with it. Doctor, could I have a word with you in private about Ultron? Black Widow returned to Dr. Pym's side and spoke to him. Dr. Pym shrugged. Natasha, I don't see what there is to discuss. If you don't trust Ultron, you're welcome to return it to me. Besides, we're here to enjoy a good meal. Do you really think this is the right time to talk shop? Black Widow said, Doctor, it won't take long. I promise I'll be done before the food arrives. Dr. Pym hesitated, then sighed in resignation. All right, but don't make me miss my dinner. Diane, I'll just have a quick word with the doctor. Black Widow reached out to stop the Wasp, who looked like she was about to get up. Natasha, please don't go too far. The Wasp sensed something was amiss. Black Widow nodded, then turned and led Dr. Pym out of the Chinese restaurant. Doctor, let's talk in the car. Dr. Pym didn't suspect a thing and walked past Black Widow. But she seized the opportunity and threw a punch. There was a sharp crack as her fist landed squarely on Dr. Pym's jaw. Staggering from the blow, Dr. Pym turned his head, shouting, Natasha, what are you doing? Black Widow glanced back into the restaurant at Li Jie. Seeing the Wasp rising to give chase, she wasted no time. She drew her gun. A volley of gunshots rang out, rapid and urgent. She emptied the magazine in one breath. Yet not a single bullet struck Dr. Pym. Black Widow was professionally trained. Even if her marksmanship wasn't on par with Hawkeye's, she would never miss every shot in a full magazine. The truth was, Dr. Pym's reaction speed was simply too fast. He dodged every bullet. The Wasp, who had rushed outside from the restaurant, stared in shock at the scene before her, exclaiming, My God, that's not Pym. Dr. Pym's abilities were mostly thanks to the Ant-Man suit. Without the suit's enhancements, his combat skills were nearly non-existent. Yet, the speed and strength he'd just displayed were something even Black Widow might not manage. At that moment, Black Widow understood what Li Jie had meant. The man before them was an imposter. The real Dr. Pym wasn't here. Maybe Ultron's erroneous orders today had never been an accident. Exposed, the Skrull's fury erupted. He leapt over the car, lunging straight at Black Widow. Suddenly, a white cane whipped through the air, striking the Skrull in the face and shielding Black Widow. Daredevil, who had slipped outside unnoticed, stepped in front of Black Widow and asked, Are you all right? Li Jie. Once again, he'd stolen the show. But Black Widow had no patience for Daredevil's flirtation. She quickly swapped magazines and fired at the Skrull once more. This time, the Skrull wasn't as lucky. A bullet struck his right arm. Wounded, the Skrull had no desire to continue the fight. He turned and fled. Black Widow chose not to give chase. Instead, she knew it was more important to report this incident up the chain and investigate what else the Skrull might have sabotaged. Diane, hurry back and find the real Dr. Pym. I'm heading back to S.H.I.E.L.D. With that order, Black Widow jumped into her car, already dialing Nick Fury. Daredevil stood by the window, flashing a smile. Natasha, shouldn't you at least thank me? Black Widow shot him a look, full of exasperation. If you hadn't stepped in front of me just now, I would have shot that bastard dead. Daredevil. So now, this is somehow my fault? Fine. A smart man knows not to argue with a woman. Daredevil quickly put on a smile and waved as he spoke. Safe travels. Black Widow slammed her foot down on the gas and sped off, leaving Daredevil behind in a cloud of dust. Daredevil gave an awkward chuckle, turned back to the Chinese restaurant, and went off in pursuit of his new target. Peter Parker stood by the window and said, Boss, they're all gone. Does that mean we've got 3 free lunches today? The fake Dr. Pym had just finished ordering and paid for the meals. Now that they'd left, that meant 3 extra dishes. So, you want to pack one up for Mary? Li Jie immediately saw through Peter Parker's plan. Peter Parker didn't deny it. You said it yourself. Mary hasn't come here to eat in ages. We're still saving up for the wedding, so if nobody comes back for them after lunch, I'll let you pack up too. One for Aunt May, too. Peter Parker cheered up at once. Boss, you're such a good guy. Can I give you a kiss? Lee Jie swore under his breath. Just then, Daredevil walked in, eyes wide in mock surprise. Jack, I never knew you had that kind of kink. What? You want to give it a try? Lee, das it, deliberately. Daredevil shuddered. No thanks, I still prefer women. He paused, then turned to Medusa with a smile. Hey, beautiful. Could you pour me a glass of water first? But Peter Parker jumped in. Don't listen to him, Medusa. We don't serve water to customers here. Peter, you've really gone bad. Daredevil shook his head and sighed. Peter Parker replied, full of conviction. Well, you shouldn't have gotten on the boss's bad side. Daredevil raised both hands in surrender. Fine, it's my fault. Can you just hurry up with my food? Lee Jie headed to the kitchen to cook, and when he returned, he found a new customer in the restaurant. Iron Man, Tony, landed from the sky, walking and wearing his suit of armor. Hey, Jack. All men are cut from the same cloth. Even Tony Stark, who's seen more women than most could dream of, couldn't take his eyes off Medusa. Daredevil muttered to himself, great, another strong competitor. Should I give Pepper a call? Medusa, meanwhile, stared right back at Tony Stark. Not because she thought he was handsome, but because she was fascinated by his armor. That thing can fly? Tony, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I come? Tony Stark cleared his throat, a hint of reluctance in his eyes as he tore his gaze from Medusa and pulled out a chair to sit down. I'm here to have a meal, of course. Have you heard that Ultron issued a faulty command today? What's it got to do with me? I'm not the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Tony's eyes wandered back to Medusa once again. Truly, she was a feast for the eyes. Lee Jie continued. Then you probably don't know that a Skrull disguised as Dr. Pym has tampered with Ultron's programming. It was only then that Tony Stark realized Lee Jie was hinting at something deeper. He immediately straightened up, his tone turning serious. Jack, let's cut to the chase. Just tell me what's going on. The faulty command Ultron sent out today is just the beginning. In fact, Ultron's been preparing behind the scenes for quite some time now. Tell me, if a super artificial intelligence suddenly turned against humanity and became a villain, what do you think it would do? Tony's eyes widened in alarm. You mean it could attack Stark Industries systems, seize our weapons, and all our military technology? The situation might be even worse than you imagine. If I were you, I wouldn't sit here wasting any more time. Tony immediately tried to contact his AI assistant. Jarvis. He called out twice, but there was no response at all. At that moment, the suit of armor Tony had left nearby suddenly powered up, attempting to fly out of the Chinese restaurant. Lee Jie quickly hurled the suit into the mirror dimension. Without a signal, there was no way to control it remotely. Seeing his armor behaving abnormally, Tony shouted, Jack, you're right. This is probably even worse than I thought. What should I do now? Lee Jie replied, first, disconnect the suit's remote AI control and switch to manual operation. Then, get back and figure out how to regain the upper hand. Jack, thank you, really, if it weren't for you. Tony stood up, eager to give Lee Jie a grateful hug. Not far away, Daredevil shot them a strange look, as if to say, look at you too. Lee Jie responded by clapping Tony squarely on the chest, flinging him straight into the mirror dimension. A low, thrumming sound filled the air. Two flashy motorcycles pulled up in front of the restaurant. Black Panther and his sister had returned. But before they could step inside, a barrage of Sidewinder missiles rained down from above. Shuri reacted instantly, tossing out a vibranium bead that projected a magnetic shield around herself and Black Panther. The two of them emerged from the attack unharmed, but their flashy motorcycles weren't so lucky. They'd been blown to pieces. Black Panther looked up and saw, to his surprise, a row of armored suits hovering above them. Those are Iron Man suits. But why are they attacking us? Shuri asked, her face full of confusion. All of these Iron Man suits had already fallen under Ultron's control. Their mission here wasn't about Tony Stark at all. It was about the Black Panther siblings. Ultron intended to capture the two of them and get his hands on Wakanda's vibranium to create vibranium robots. 10 Iron Man suits landed, surrounding Black Panther and his sister in a tight circle. Without hesitation, Black Panther activated his Panther suit, hidden within his necklace, and said in a low voice, no matter why they're here, we fight. With that, he charged out from behind the defensive shield, launching himself at the Iron Man suits. Yet, as the newly crowned king, Black Panther was still too young. The right move should have been to break through to the Chinese restaurant, escort his sister Shuri inside, and seek protection from Lee Jie. But Black Panther, proud and headstrong, believed he could handle the situation himself, completely underestimating Tony Stark's technology. Splitting up with Shuri was another mistake. Ultron had sent more than just 10 Iron Man suits. Soon, new suits arrived, fully cutting off Black Panther from his sister. Shuri, though a genius scientist from Wakanda, hadn't taken the heart-shaped herb and essentially had no combat ability. Before long, the Iron Man suits breached the defensive shield. One of them seized Shuri, locking her inside. Shuri screamed as the suit lifted her off the ground and flew away. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Inside the Chinese restaurant, neither Daredevil nor Peter Parker had time to act before the fight was over. After capturing Shuri, Ultron immediately ordered the Iron Man suits to retreat. Black Panther leaped onto the rooftop in pursuit, but unable to fly, could only watch helplessly as Shuri was taken away. Meanwhile, in the mirror dimension, Tony Stark quickly severed the remote control systems of his suits. Once released from the mirror dimension and back in his suit, Tony Stark noticed everyone staring at him and asked, puzzled, "Did I miss something?" "Tony, you're in trouble," Lee Jie said, patting Tony's shoulder and gesturing toward the door. "Your suits just kidnapped Black Panther's sister. I'd suggest you leave through the back door." Seeing the chaos outside, Tony protested, "But it wasn't me." "You really think he's going to listen to your explanation?" Black Panther had already leapt down from the rooftop and spotted Tony Stark. Like a predator on the hunt, he charged straight toward them. "Tony, I'm going to kill you." Tony Stark didn't choose to run away. Instead, he stood his ground and said, "Whether he listens or not, I have to explain myself. What matters is, I can't take the blame for this." Lee Jie didn't want the furious Black Panther to smash the restaurant's door, so he used his telekinesis to open the door for him, then casually tossed him into the mirror dimension. "Tony, since you've made your decision, you can handle this yourself." Lee Jie threw Tony Stark into the mirror dimension as well. Inside, Iron Man and Black Panther were soon locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a new task: resolve the conflict between Iron Man and Black Panther to unlock a new dish. Let the two of them fight it out for now. Lee Jie ignored the commotion and focused on the lunchtime rush. Even though the dawn of the Age of Ultron had brought new dangers to this world, most people remained blissfully unaware. As a result, business at the Chinese restaurant was still booming. Daredevil couldn't hog his seat forever, and despite lingering over his meal, he still failed to strike up a conversation with Medusa. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You've unlocked a new dish, spicy fried chicken." Spicy fried chicken is a beloved home-style dish known far and wide across China. Though the recipes differ, they all share one thing in common: an unmistakable kick of heat. A slight furrow appeared on Lee Jie's brow. "I didn't even have to lift a finger, and the task was already done. No matter how I look at it, this mission feels like a freebie from the system. Could it be that I've been ignoring missions for so long that the system felt neglected and just wanted to remind me it exists?" Whatever the reason, Lee Jie's restaurant finally had a new dish to offer. Finding a spare moment, Lee Jie stepped into the mirror dimension and saw Black Panther and Iron Man sitting across from each other, catching their breath. Black Panther's face was a bit bruised, while Iron Man's armor was covered in dozens of claw marks, his weapons and ammo completely spent. "Chala, if I still had my other suits, you'd have been out cold by now," Tony said, still a little grudging. Black Panther snorted, "Tony, I'll admit your armor surprised me. The technology is almost on par with our vibranium tech. But don't forget, no matter how advanced your suits are, they'll never be a match for my vibranium gear." "Oh, your vibranium is impressive, but I've already figured out its weakness. Just give me some time, and I'll build a suit that counters vibranium." Iron Man snorted in return. Lee Jie lit a cigarette and said, "How about I give you 2 more minutes to settle this with your fists?" Tony stood up, shot Chala a glare, and said, "I've explained everything to him. It wasn't my doing, and I've promised to help him rescue Princess Shuri. However, that idiot destroyed my last set of armor, which is going to make things a lot more complicated from here on out." Black Panther immediately shot back, "You're the idiot here. Let's be honest, your armor was falling apart anyway. It was bound to break. Chala, you have to admit one thing. In all of Wakanda, only Princess Shuri's intelligence can match mine." Tony Stark let out a cold laugh as he spoke. Black Panther fell silent. "Tony, I really don't think we need to waste time arguing about this. Let's focus on finding a way to save Shuri. Chala, I know you're desperate to save her, but we can't exactly fight on an empty stomach, can we?" Tony reasoned. Black Panther nodded in agreement. "Tony, I completely agree with you on that. We'll need our strength if we're going to rescue anyone." As they stepped out of the mirror dimension, Tony Stark's sharp eyes landed on the wall. He noticed the restaurant menu had been updated. "Jack, did the Chinese restaurant add some new dishes? Let me try the latest one. Wait, do I have to order rice separately?" Spicy chicken, $150 a plate. Unlike the shredded pork with garlic sauce, the spicy chicken didn't come with free rice, but at least there was no purchase limit. Rice was $10 a bowl. "I'll have one too," Black Panther said, reaching for his wallet. I'll pay for Tony's as well. Chala, you're our guest from afar. It's only right that I treat you. Tony Stark immediately interrupted. What? You think you're so rich? Tony, others might envy your fortune, but in my eyes, wealth is nothing special. Chala, aside from vibranium, what else do you have? Or rather, what wealth have you created yourself? Tony sneered. I am a king. I rule an entire kingdom. Black Panther shot back, refusing to back down. Tony Stark scoffed. Running a global corporation isn't any easier than ruling a kingdom. Seeing the two about to go at it again, Li Jie cleared his throat and said, Why don't you both just pay for yourselves? Iron Man and Black Panther exchanged a glance and agreed. That sounds fair. It's not like I know the guy that well anyway. Works for me. Black Panther snorted, only paying for his own meal. To outsiders, Black Panther and Iron Man were untouchable superheroes, but right now, they look more like two competitive boys unwilling to give an inch. It didn't take long for the rivalry to spark up again. This time, the cause was Black Panther taking a bite of the spicy chicken, only to suck in a sharp breath as the heat hit him. Tony immediately seized the moment. What's wrong? Can't handle the spice. With that, Tony Stark deliberately picked up a piece of chili and tossed it into his mouth, only to have his own expression change on the spot. Lee, buddy, what you just ate was the king of chili peppers. Seeing what happened, Black Panther immediately interjected. I think you're the one who can't handle spicy food, aren't you? As he spoke, he picked up a piece of chili and popped it into his mouth, chewing away. His ears turned visibly red from the heat, yet he still managed to act as if he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Tony Stark, not to be outdone, grabbed another chili and put it in his mouth. Me can't eat spicy food? Do you even know who my girlfriend is? And you say I can't handle spice? That's a joke. How about we make it a competition? Black Panther shot him a cold, challenging smirk. Fine by me. I'm not afraid of you. Tony shot back without hesitation. And so, a chili-eating contest erupted between the two of them. It was clear neither of them was actually good with spice, but for the sake of pride, they both forced themselves to tough it out. If one dared to eat a chili, the other would immediately eat too. Li Jie wasn't too worried about their stomachs, but he did feel a little sorry for what would come later. These two were about to find out the true meaning of fiery regret. Peter Parker and Medusa were quickly drawn into watching the ridiculous spectacle. Are they just eating chilies and not the chicken? Or is the point of this dish really just to eat the chilies? Peter Parker asked in confusion. It was a fair question. There were more chilies in the dish than chicken, so it was easy to mistake the peppers for the main ingredient. Just like that, the two fools polished off all the chilies on the plate, leaving the meat behind. Without rice or water to help, their mouths swelled up like they'd bitten into a pair of sausages. Tony, maybe we should go save Shuri now, Black Panther said, struggling to keep his composure. Tony Stark replied immediately. Chala, let's go to my place first. Once I repair Jarvis and regain control of my suits, I'll help you rescue Shuri. Black Panther nodded in agreement. A single plate of chilies had managed to completely subdue the both of them. After Black Panther and Iron Man left, the Chinese restaurant officially closed for the afternoon break. So, what do you guys want to eat? Chili chicken. Medusa and Peter Parker answered in unison. As the restaurant's newest dish, it was only natural to give it a try, especially after watching those two make it look so mouth-watering that it left everyone's mouth watering. Soon, 3 plates of chili chicken arrived at the table. Inspired by Black Panther and Iron Man, Medusa picked up a chili and put it in her mouth, only to immediately spit it out, fanning her tongue with her hand and crying out, Spicy, spicy, so spicy. Quick, eat some rice, Li Jie reminded her. Medusa dove in her rice, eating half a bowl in one go before finally catching her breath. She grumbled. Those two were really something, acting like it wasn't spicy at all when it was clearly burning hot. Thanks to Medusa's failed attempt, Peter Parker wisely gave up on the chilies and picked up a piece of chicken instead. As soon as he tasted it, he exclaimed excitedly, Boss, this spicy chicken is just incredible. It gives you this blazing, vibrant feeling, as if every cell in your body is suddenly alive. If I had to sum it up in one word, it's just exhilarating. Is it really that good? Medusa frowned, and though she had given up before, she decided to give it another try. When you're just eating the meat, the heat isn't nearly as intense as biting into a chili pepper directly. Besides, not all the peppers in the spicy chicken are super hot. Most are there just to add fragrance. The dish blends different types of chili, creating a unique, aromatic heat that's simply delicious. Delicious, really delicious. Medusa quickly fell in love with this dish. Compared to shredded pork and garlic sauce, spicy chicken is definitely a challenge for anyone who can't handle heat. Peter Parker packed up the 3 extra portions of food and headed back to Super Queens to deliver them to Mary and Aunt May. Meanwhile, Li Jia hopped onto his quirky little scooter to take Medusa out shopping, hoping to help her recover some memories. But Medusa came from Moon. There was nothing on Earth that could truly bring back her memories. Though he wasn't able to help Medusa remember her past, the trip wasn't completely fruitless. Li Jia helped Medusa pick out plenty of clothes and daily necessities. Before they knew it, evening had arrived, and the Chinese restaurant was open for business again. The doorbell jingled, but no one seemed to come in. Just as Medusa was starting to wonder, a silver-haired teenager suddenly appeared before her. So beautiful! Quicksilver stared at Medusa, utterly captivated. Medusa, startled by Quicksilver's sudden appearance, acted on instinct. Her hair shot out and wrapped him up tight. Quicksilver could have easily dodged Medusa's attack, but he chose not to. It smells amazing in here. Quicksilver took a deep breath, a little cheeky, but clearly not the least bit worried, then turned to Li Jia. Jack, shouldn't you be protecting your guests? Quicksilver, you're right, but the way you're acting really makes you deserve a beating. I wonder if Magneto is going to show up soon and give you a lesson. Li Jia chided him and signaled Medusa to let Quicksilver go. Quicksilver grinned. Jack, I'm an adult now. I have the right to pursue love. Li Jia let out a cold laugh. In a not-so-distant future, Quicksilver would get married, and his wife would be none other than Medusa's sister, Crystal. If Crystal ever found out that her future husband was flirting with her own sister, who knows how she'd react. Speaking of Quicksilver's marriage, he really is a pitiful guy. Crystal didn't just give him a single hat to wear, either. A business van was parked outside, and sitting inside it were none other than the Noise, Ulysses Clow, whose clone had been destroyed by Li Jia yesterday, and his 3 companions. The other 3 members of the fearsome 4, Trapster, Wizard, and Lila. This is the place. The wizard pulled the car over to the side of the road as he spoke. It's just a meal, isn't it? Do we really have to drive all the way out here for this? Noise grumbled, thinking that coming all the way to Hell's Kitchen was a complete waste of time. Lila immediately protested. Noise, this is the hottest restaurant in town. All those superheroes and supervillains love coming here for a bite, and yet we, the fearsome 4, haven't even been once. Don't you think we're totally out of the loop? Trapster reached over and patted Noise on the shoulder, saying, Brother, remember, there's more to life than just work. We don't have to stir up trouble every single day. Sometimes we ought to enjoy ourselves a little. I still think it's just a meal, nothing special. No need to. Noise broke off mid-sentence. Suddenly, he flung open the car door and dashed toward the Chinese restaurant. The wizard snorted in amusement. Out of everyone on the ride here, he complained the most, but look at him now. He's more eager than any of us. But Noise didn't go straight inside. Instead, he pressed himself up against the window, peered inside, and then hurried back. Trapster, already out of the car, called out, What's up? You out for a stroll or something? Come here, all of you. Hurry up. Noise gathered the others close and whispered, Remember I told you yesterday about a pretty chick who can control her hair? The 3 nodded. Noise glanced back at the restaurant. She's inside, right now. But Noise, didn't you say that woman was rescued by a magician with space powers? The wizard asked, puzzled. Noise nodded. Yeah, and that magician's in there too. From the looks of it, he might actually be the chef here. Trapster, Lila, and the wizard exchanged wide-eyed glances. Finally, the wizard asked, Noise, you don't mean to say that magician is Jack, the owner of the restaurant, do you? Noise frowned. I think it must be him. Noise, I get what you mean now. If Jack ruined your plans, then he's crossed all of us, the fearsome 4. So what do you want us to do? Noise clenched his teeth. Simple. We take him out and snatch the woman back. Think about it. If we can harness her abilities, we might finally defeat the Fantastic 4 once and for all. The wizard turned to look at the other 2. What do you guys think? Trapster frowned and said,